Chapter 1. The Transmigration. In the realm of Dragon Ball. Year 762 of the age of the Earth, upon a small mountain peak, a young boy garbed in a vibrant orange martial arts uniform, with a long sword strapped to his back, gazes vacantly at the sky. This boy is none other than Son Gohan, the son of Son Wukong. However, this Gohan is not the one from the original narrative, but rather a transmigrator. Just moments ago, Su Xian was diligently working overtime at his company, engrossed in programming. As he neared the completion of his task, darkness suddenly engulfed his vision. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in this world, transformed into the mere 5-year-old Gohan. The time he now inhabits is 6 months after the demise of Son Wukong and Raditz. This signifies that in another 6 months, Vegeta and his companions will arrive on Earth. Ding. Host's bloodline confirmed the recognition of the Master has commenced. As Su Xian was still grappling with his newfound identity, an electronic synthesized voice resonated in his ear system. Su Xian instinctively uttered, snapping back to reality. At that moment, a blue progress bar with a percentage appeared before him. The percentage on the blue progress bar escalated rapidly, soon reaching 90. Moments later, it attained a full 100. Mastery of the cultivation system has been completed. Now, the master need only perform a single push-up to increase his combat power. A single push-up to augment my combat prowess? Su Xian was taken aback. This sounded eerily reminiscent of Saitama's training regimen from One Punch Man. Indeed, Master. Then tell me, if I adhere to your training, I won't end up bald, will I? What are you saying, Master? I am a conscientious system. Conscientious? Typically, villains proclaim themselves as good, while the virtuous do not boast of their own goodness. Never mind. Survival is paramount. If all else fails, they'll simply don a wig. Master, you do not trust me. The system, upon hearing this, expressed its indignation. I undoubtedly believe in you. Liar. Noticing the system's childlike demeanor, Su Xian could not resist teasing its system. You aren't a girl, are you? Ha! This system is a veritable man. All right, a true man. Now, system, other systems typically offer a beginner's gift package upon recognition. Do you have any such offering for me? You mention other systems thus. I certainly do not have one. Su Xian fell silent, pondering the audacity of the system master. Happiness is forged through effort. Although I do not possess a beginner's gift package for you, rest assured that with diligent cultivation, the system will reward you with an upgrade package once your strength reaches a certain threshold. How substantial is this reward? It is as grand as you perceive it to be. Once again, Su Xian found himself at a loss for words. System. Do you believe yourself to be humorous? Not particularly. I'm merely moderately amusing, ranking 3rd in the world. After hearing this, Su Xian chose to cease further debate with the system. Is the only way for me to grow stronger through push-ups? Certainly not, my master. You can also enhance your physique through sit-ups, running, squats, pull-ups, and various other forms of exercise. The system merely serves as an auxiliary enhancement. Auxiliary enhancement? Indeed. To put it simply, you possess a formidable lineage, and even without the system, you could strengthen yourself through training. The system merely allows you to cultivate at will, accelerating your progress, thus granting you the leisure to enjoy vacations. Vacations. Upon hearing the mention of vacations, Su Xian felt a sudden warmth from the system's thoughtfulness. However, he quickly pondered, if he had a system that enabled him to grow stronger without the need for training, wouldn't that be even more delightful? Indeed, one can never be truly satisfied. Yes, my master. From this moment on, I shall be like Son Wukong, Su Xian declared to himself inwardly. Subsequently, he began performing push-ups atop the cliff. Ding. Congratulations, Master, you have completed 1 push-up, Battle Power 1. Ding. Congratulations, Master, you have completed 2 push-ups, Battle Power 2. System, could you refrain from making constant noises? Listening to the incessant notifications, Son Wukong felt increasingly vexed. Understood. My master. The system complied, ceasing its congratulatory chimes, granting Son Wukong a moment of tranquility. 10, 11, 12. As he continued with his push-ups, Son Wukong mentally counted his repetitions. Initially, he found the push-ups somewhat taxing, yet as he persisted, he felt increasingly at ease. However, the sweat upon his brow began to flow profusely under the blazing sun. Time slipped away unnoticed, and before he knew it, it was noon, and hunger began to gnaw at him. Throughout the morning, Son Wukong had completed over 10,000 push-ups. This was particularly impressive considering he had started at a slower pace. Should he attempt those same 10,000 push-ups now, he would likely require no more than 2 hours. Surely, I must be stronger than Son Wukong by now. Son Wukong murmured to himself before leaping down from the small peak. Once on the ground, he quickly scanned the surroundings for sustenance. Suddenly, a tremor rippled through the earth from a distance. Turning to glance behind him, he beheld a large, Dinosaur, the creature bore a scar across its face, and a significant portion of its tail had been severed. The one responsible for this injury was none other than Son Wukong himself in the past. When Son Wukong had yet to hone his skills, he had been pursued by this dinosaur, mistaking him for prey. After gaining strength, he would slice off bits of the dinosaur's tail for sustenance. This creature had a remarkable memory for food, but seemed to forget the pain of its previous encounters, as it would relentlessly chase Son Wukong each time they met. "Ah, it's you, great dinosaur." Spotting the approaching meal, a smile spread across Son Wukong's face. He swiftly drew his sword, preparing for the dinosaur's approach. Whoosh! As the dinosaur loomed near, Gohan suddenly leapt into action. Springing behind the creature before the dinosaur could react, Gohan wielded his sword and struck downward, severing its tail with precision. "Ah!" The dinosaur let out a piercing cry, instinctively darting forward and colliding with a nearby mountain, rendering itself unconscious. "Thank you, dinosaur." Gohan smiled, gathering some twigs and kindling from the surroundings to ignite a fire. Once the flames roared to life, he promptly began to roast the dinosaur meat. After a considerable time, the meat was ready, and with an insatiable hunger, Gohan eagerly took a bite. "Wow, it's so hot. Delicious. I never expected dinosaur meat to be so tender." In his previous life, dinosaurs had long been extinct, and had it not been for his journey to the Dragon Ball world, he would have never had the opportunity to taste such meat. Chapter 2. One-handed push-ups. Once he finished the dinosaur meat, Gohan returned to the small peak for a brief nap. Upon awakening in the afternoon, he sought out a water source to freshen up. Recalling his original self's memories, he realized he had yet to master the technique of flight. Thus, after refreshing himself, Gohan set about practicing the technique. Mastering it would greatly enhance his mobility. Having previously taught Goten and Pan this skill in Dragon Ball Z, he had a fair understanding of how to control it. Drawing upon his energy, Gohan soon found himself levitating off the ground. He then maneuvered through the skies with newfound agility. Woo! The exhilaration of flying for the first time filled Gohan with excitement. After practicing for an hour or two and gaining proficiency, he descended and commenced a series of push-ups. In the realm of Dragon Ball, flight was merely a common skill. He needed to enhance his strength without delay as dusk approached. After an hour of rigorous exercise, Gohan completed an impressive 5,000 push-ups. His battle power had now reached an astonishing 15,700. After his training, hunger quickly set in. Just then, a figure approached from the distance, his skin a vibrant green, adorned in a dark purple-blue combat suit with a flowing white cape. It was Piccolo. "Uncle Piccolo!" Gohan exclaimed joyfully, waving at him. Whoosh! With a swift descent, Piccolo landed on the small peak, presenting Gohan with a large fish he had just caught. "I caught this fish in a river up ahead. Roast it and enjoy." "Thank you, Uncle Piccolo." "You're welcome." Piccolo nodded. "Gohan, how has your training been progressing?" "I made a bit of progress." "Is that so?" Gohan confirmed with a nod before jumping down the peak to gather firewood for roasting the fish. Upon finding sufficient twigs, he quickly concentrated energy in his hand to ignite a flame. As the flames grew sufficiently fierce, Son Wukong promptly placed the skewered fish over the fire to roast. At that moment, Piccolo descended from the peak and sat beside Son Wukong. The two sat in silence around the flickering flames. After a considerable time, the fish was ready. Son Wukong picked up the roasted fish and glanced at Piccolo. "Uncle Piccolo, would you care for some fish?" "No, you should eat it." Upon hearing this, Son Wukong eagerly began to devour the fish. After a while, he finished the entire fish, let out a hearty belch, and reclined against the ground. "I am so full." Piccolo observed Son Wukong, and a faint smile crept onto his face. However, it faded quickly, returning to his usual serious demeanor. Although he cherished Son Wukong, he was, after all, the son of Son Wukong and not his own child. At that moment, Son Wukong, lying on the ground, unknowingly drifted into sleep. He's asleep. Piccolo was taken aback. Subsequently, he remained by Son Wukong's side throughout the night. When dawn approached the next day, Piccolo departed. "Uncle Piccolo." Son Wukong awoke to find Piccolo absent and tentatively called out. However, there was no response. "Has he gone?" he murmured to himself. He then sought out a nearby stream to wash up. After refreshing himself, Son Wukong hunted a wild boar for breakfast. Once he finished his meal, he promptly returned to the small peak to train. "Today, I shall aim for 20,000. Son Wukong set a modest goal for himself and began his exercises. 1, 2, 3. The morning passed swiftly, and Son Wukong not only achieved his goal, but also completed 3,000 sit-ups. "I'm so tired." He wiped the sweat from his forehead and gazed down at the ground below the small peak. After scanning the area for a while, without spotting any dinosaurs, he felt a tinge of disappointment. The dinosaur meat from yesterday had indeed been quite delectable. After calming his spirits, Sun Wukong leaped down the small peak in search of lunch. Although there were no dinosaur steaks today, sustenance was still necessary. After a brief search, he successfully hunted a wild boar skillfully. He gathered firewood and commenced roasting the boar in the afternoon. After waking from his nap, Sun Wukong washed up and resumed his training with his strength significantly enhanced. He decided to attempt one-handed push-ups. Ding! Congratulations, Master, you have completed one-handed push-up combat power 2 ding. Congratulations, Master, you have completed 2 one-handed push-ups combat power 4. Upon hearing the system's notifications, Sun Wukong was momentarily stunned. System, why has my combat power increased by 2? Replying to Master, the training system enhances combat power based on the difficulty of your training. What if I trained under 100 times the gravity? Sun Wukong inquired. If it is a standard push-up, that amounts to 50 for a one-handed push-up, 100 for a two-finger push-up, 150. If under 200 times gravity, 1 simply multiplies by 2, and under 300 times gravity, by 3. Moreover, the stronger the master, the greater the gains in training. Upon hearing this, Son Gohan pondered for a moment. He recalled that the maximum gravity in the Dragon Ball series was 800 times. If he were to perform two-finger push-ups under 800 times gravity, each push-up would yield 1,200, and 10,000 push-ups would result in 12 million. Over the course of 365 days, he could potentially amass several billion in combat power. Of course, this presupposes the existence of an 800 times gravity chamber. Then system, if I do not possess a gravity chamber and train with added weight myself, can I still increase my combat power by such a magnitude? Certainly. The system is quite adaptable. How adaptable? As adaptable as one could wish. Is that so? Son Gohan remarked, then proceeded to execute one-finger push-ups. His combat power had already reached 40,000, making it relatively effortless to perform one-finger push-ups without added weight. The afternoon passed swiftly, and before he realized it, the sun had set glistening with sweat. Son Gohan completed 15,000 one-finger push-ups. Each one increased his combat power by 3 points. Thus, in just one afternoon, he augmented his strength by 45,000. At this rate, he could potentially reach 3 million in combat power within a month. Furthermore, following the enhancement of his abilities, Son Gohan's speed in executing push-ups had markedly improved. Chapter 3. Piccolo's test, another fulfilling day. Son Gohan gazed at the darkening sky. Feeling a surge of reflection with that, he hummed a cheerful tune as he sought out his prey for the night. Hum-ha-hey. Swiftly wheeled the nunchaku. Hum-hum-ha-hey. While in the midst of his melody, he suddenly sensed a presence watching him from behind, prompting him to halt his steps. Have I been discovered? Hidden behind a small peak, Piccolo was taken aback. He had come to surreptitiously observe Son Gohan. Although Piccolo appeared stoic, he was genuinely concerned for Son Gohan. Previously, he had covertly checked on him several times. The reason for his discretion was twofold. He wished for Son Gohan to develop self-reliance, and as the Demon King, he feared ridicule from Krillin and others should they find out. He was tending to Son Gohan like a doting guardian. Son Gohan smiled and resumed his forward stride. Piccolo exhaled in relief. It seems he has not noticed my presence. The following morning, upon awakening from his dreams, Son Gohan was startled to find Piccolo sitting beside him. Next to Piccolo lay a freshly caught fish. Uncle Piccolo. Son Gohan was startled by Piccolo's unexpected appearance, although he admired the character. The green skin and facial features were quite intimidating, especially upon awakening. He was confronted with a rather unusual sight. Moreover, he had only recently traversed into this realm and was still unaccustomed to Piccolo's appearance. You're awake. Piccolo glanced at Gohan with a calm demeanor. Gohan nodded in response. Uncle Piccolo, what brings you here so early in the morning? I came to see how your martial arts training is progressing. My martial arts? Indeed. Once you finish your breakfast, I shall spar with you. Spar? Yes, rest assured, I will not exert my full strength. Gohan chuckled awkwardly to himself, thinking, even if you did, you wouldn't stand a chance against me. Well then, Uncle Piccolo, I shall wash my face first, and then prepare to grill this fish. Very well. Piccolo nodded in agreement. After some time, Gohan successfully grilled the fish and consumed the entire thing. Gohan, are you ready? Please, Uncle Piccolo, do not rush me. I have only just finished eating and need to sit for a while to digest. Vic was rendered speechless. As a Namekian who required only water for sustenance, he found it difficult to comprehend the human necessity of spending time digesting their meals. Moments later, Gohan rose to his feet. Are you ready? Son Wukong nodded. In that case, come at me with your attack. All right. Son Gohan smiled with a hint of mischief, while Piccolo let out a cold snort, appearing utterly indifferent. In his view, no matter how much Son Gohan had improved, he could never be his match. Just then, a sudden gust of wind rushed past him, causing Piccolo to break into a cold sweat. He swiftly turned around, only to find Son Gohan beaming at him. Uncle Piccolo. When did you come up behind me? Just now. What's the matter, Uncle Piccolo? And nothing. Piccolo replied, his expression instantly turning serious. He had not anticipated that in just a few days, Son Gohan's speed would increase so dramatically. Oh, Uncle Piccolo, am I really going to take action now? Really going to take action? Yes. I was just worried you weren't prepared, so I circled around you. Feel free to go ahead. If you manage to defeat me, I shall grant you a day at home. Home. Indeed. Did you not express a strong desire to return home before? While it is indeed more comfortable at home, I know that once I return, Chi-Chi will surely have me studying. Well, Uncle Piccolo, I must admit that I am not so eager to go back right now. Not eager to go back? Son Wukong nodded. Uncle Piccolo, if I manage to defeat you, will you take me to meet Uncle Krillin? What is so special about that little bald head? Piccolo scoffed. After a few moments, he relented. Very well, should you triumph over me? I shall take you to meet them. Son Gohan nodded with a smile. Shall we continue our battle then? Indeed. Son Wukong responded with a sound. In that moment, Piccolo unleashed a swift assault towards Son Wukong with fists that moved like the wind. Son Gohan subtly shifted his body, effortlessly evading Piccolo's assault. Damn it! Piccolo exclaimed in fury, forcefully launching his right foot forward in a kick. Son Gohan sidestepped with agility, once again evading Piccolo's onslaught. How could this be possible? Piccolo's expression was one of disbelief. He had indeed held back during his initial attacks, but the kick he had just delivered was executed with all his might. At that moment, Son Gohan's figure suddenly materialized before him, his right leg raised to deliver a fierce kick to Piccolo's body. With a cry of anguish, Piccolo was sent tumbling from the mountain peak, crashing heavily onto the ground below. Moments later, he struggled to rise, his right hand pressed against his chest, panting heavily. A look of chagrin etched across his face. Son Gohan had merely delivered a kick, yet he felt as though his very organs were on the verge of displacement. When had this little imp's strength become so formidable? In that instant, Son Gohan soared from the small peak, arriving before Piccolo. Uncle Piccolo, must we continue to fight? With his hands tucked into his pockets, Son Wukong inquired of Piccolo. Upon hearing this, Piccolo clenched his teeth tightly and asked, Wukong, when did you become so formidable? Just these past few days, Wukong replied. During the 6 months of Wukong's training, Piccolo had been secretly observing him, and thus, if he were to fabricate a story, it would be effortlessly discerned by Piccolo. Piccolo's gaze remained fixed upon him, and doubts began to creep into his mind regarding Wukong's identity. Although Wukong had trained for half a year and was no longer the timid child he once was, his demeanor had transformed into one of profound composure, rendering him almost unrecognizable compared to his former self. Nevertheless, Wukong still regarded him with the same respect as before. Could it be that he has suffered an injury to his head? Piccolo pondered silently. Wukong, during your training these past few days, have you sustained any head injuries? Head? No. Son Gohan shook his head. What's the matter, Uncle Piccolo? Nothing at all. Piccolo replied. So, Gohan, how did your strength suddenly escalate to such heights? By doing push-ups. Push-ups? Indeed. Just yesterday, I completed tens of thousands of them. A bead of cold sweat emerged on Piccolo's forehead. He often practiced push-ups as well, and without wearing weighted clothing, he could easily perform tens of thousands too. However, such training seemed unlikely to significantly enhance one's power. Chapter for that is commendable. Aside from push-ups, do you engage in any other forms of training? I also do sit-ups. Piccolo was at a loss for words. Aren't these rather mundane exercises? Yet, he thought to himself, as long as Son Gohan's strength increases and he can contend with the Saiyans in 6 months, it matters not if Gohan surpasses him. Then, Uncle Piccolo, could you teach me the special beam cannon? Although Son Wukong's strength has indeed increased, his skills remain somewhat limited. Of course, Piccolo responded, momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Son Wukong would express a desire to learn his special beam cannon. This technique is currently his most formidable move, albeit one that requires a considerable amount of time to master. Well, Uncle Piccolo, do you possess any other techniques that you could impart to me? Certainly. However, if I teach you, you must dedicate yourself to rigorous training. Understood. Son Wukong nodded. Upon witnessing this, Piccolo immediately placed his 2 fingers upon his forehead, where a sphere of golden energy began to manifest at his fingertips. After a brief moment, having gathered his energy, Piccolo directed his fingers towards a nearby hill and proclaimed, Special beam cannon. Upon uttering these words, a spiraling wave of golden energy erupted from his fingers, hurtling towards the hill ahead. With a resounding explosion, the hill was obliterated into fragments. Numerous debris cascaded down, landing perilously close to the 2 figures. How was that? Piccolo inquired of Son Wukong. Not bad, came the nonchalant response. What do you mean, not bad? I used this technique to vanquish Raditz. Piccolo's most formidable attack, merely deemed not bad by Son Wukong. Is that impressive? Noticing Son Wukong's dismissive attitude, Piccolo felt a surge of irritation. Forget it. This technique may lack practicality. I shall teach you something else. Something else? Indeed. Piccolo nodded. The next technique I will impart to you is called Demon Flash. The morning swiftly elapsed, and before they realized it, noon had arrived. Son Gohan encountered a lost wild boar in the vicinity, which he decided would serve as his lunch. After his meal, he took a nap atop a small hill. In the afternoon, Piccolo brought Son Gohan to the otherworld. The formidable Tien Shinhan, who was training in the otherworld, displayed a fleeting expression of terror upon catching sight of Piccolo. Son Wukong has already perished. Should Piccolo choose to engage them, none would stand a chance against him. Observing the terror etched on Krillin and the others' faces, Piccolo's countenance transformed, revealing a hint of disdain. Rest assured, I shall not lay a hand on you until I have vanquished the Scions. That is a relief, Krillin exclaimed, visibly relaxing at the assurance. Uncle Krillin. At that moment, Son Gohan suddenly called out to Krillin. Is that you, Gohan? Indeed. Son Gohan nodded. Who are Krillin and the others? This is your Uncle Tien, Uncle Yamcha. And Uncle Kaiatsu. Uncle Tien, Uncle Yamcha, Uncle Kaiatsu. Son Wukong greeted the three with a nod. The trio responded with a slight inclination of their heads. So, Gohan, how is your training with Piccolo going? It's going well. Going well? Upon hearing this, Piccolo's lips twitched slightly. Son Wukong's current strength has surpassed him. If he is still capable, then isn't he merely managing to hold his own? What troubles you, Piccolo? Krillin inquired, observing the change in Piccolo's expression. It's nothing. Is that so? Then Gohan, have you come here today to train? No, I merely came to check on you all and to ask for some toiletries. Toiletries? Are you referring to items like toothbrushes? Yes. Son Wukong nodded. I shall seek out Bobo and inquire if he possesses any toiletries. Bobo? Bobo is the servant of the divine. Did not your father ever mention him? Yamcha inquired. Indeed, he did. I momentarily forgot. Ah, I see. Just then, Piccolo, standing nearby, allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips. Do any of you wish to know the current strength of this little one? Yamcha responded, Gohan's strength. Precisely. I too am curious about the extent of Goku's son's power. As Yamcha spoke, he immediately turned his gaze toward Gohan. So, Gohan, how about it? Fear not. I shall go easy on you. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong fell into a contemplative silence. He was uncertain whether to regard Yamcha's confidence as admirable or merely presumptuous. Have mercy. Upon hearing this, Piccolo could not suppress a chuckle. What are you laughing at? Yamcha inquired, suddenly feeling a chill as Piccolo erupted in laughter. I laugh at your foolishness. Let me be candid with you. At this moment, not only you, but I too would find it impossible to defeat him. You can't defeat him, Yamcha exclaimed in astonishment. Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi, upon hearing this, exchanged incredulous glances. In merely 6 months, Son Wukong had surpassed Piccolo. Indeed. At that moment, Krillin emerged with Bobo. Observing the astonished expressions of Yamcha and the others, he was filled with perplexity. What has transpired? Krillin. Piccolo just mentioned that Wukong's power has now eclipsed his. Yamcha revealed. What? Krillin gasped in disbelief. He had previously understood Son Wukong's abilities to be average and assumed he was inferior to them, only to discover that he could now defeat Piccolo while remaining so modest about it. Yet, this revelation was fortuitous for them, with Son Wukong on their side. They need not fear Piccolo any longer, and with his formidable strength, their chances of overcoming the Scions arriving on Earth in 6 months had significantly increased. Contemplating this, a wave of excitement washed over Krillin's face. That is wonderful, Wukong. I never imagined you would surpass Piccolo. Piccolo, upon hearing this, snorted disdainfully, feeling somewhat displeased. Son Wukong nodded. At this moment, the individuals present were predominantly filled with joy, with the sole exception of Yamcha, who remained discontented. Son Gohan's strength has now surpassed that of Piccolo. He recently boasted about showing mercy. Uncle Yamcha, shall we forego the match? Forfeit? Yamcha, do you wish to duel with Gohan? Krillin inquired. Indeed. No worries, Gohan, though my power may not match yours. I am eager to ascertain just how formidable you have become. Yamcha feigned indifference, striving to maintain his dignity. Very well then. Yamcha nodded in agreement. Subsequently, both combatants retreated simultaneously, creating distance between them. Observing this, Piccolo and the others promptly stepped aside to avoid disrupting the impending battle. Uncle Yamcha, let us commence. All right. Yamcha nodded, and like the wind, he charged towards Son Gohan. Chapter 5. The Celestial Realm. Son Gohan slightly tilted his body to one side to evade the incoming attack. Yamcha, taken aback, swiftly raised his right leg to kick at Son Gohan. Bang! With a swift lift of his left arm, Son Wukong deftly blocked the right kick launched by Yamcha. How infuriating! Yamcha gritted his teeth and swiftly retreated. Seeing this, Son Gohan gazed at him with an expression of serene composure. At that moment, the deity of Earth, leaning on his staff, emerged from a dwelling in the heavenly realm. Is this Son Goku's son, Son Gohan? The Earth deity inquired, casting his eyes upon him. Indeed, it is, my lord. Just then, Yamcha suddenly let out a fierce roar and lunged at Son Gohan, his body moving with the ferocity of a wolf. In the blink of an eye, Yamcha was upon Son Gohan, his hands clawing towards him like a pack of predatory talons. This technique was known as the New Wolf Fang Fist, an upgraded version of the Wolf Fang Fist. Whoosh! Yet, in the face of Yamcha's assault, Son Gohan effortlessly evaded the attack. This is futile. Yamcha's strikes cannot even graze Gohan, Tien Shinhan remarked as he assessed the situation. Indeed, I never anticipated that Goku's son would possess such formidable strength at just 5 years old. The Saiyans truly are an exceptional warrior race. Tien nodded in agreement. At that moment, Son Gohan exerted his right hand with force, sending Yamcha hurtling several hundred meters away. Bang! Yamcha landed on the ground, half-crouched with sweat glistening on his brow. Though he is the son of Son Goku, I shall not concede so easily, Yamcha declared, gradually rising to his feet. Piccolo, observing the exchange, felt at a loss for words. Had it not been for Son Gohan's restraint, Yamcha would have been defeated long ago, leaving no opportunity to contend with him. That kid is far too lenient. Piccolo mused silently. Just then, Yamcha clasped his left hand around his right wrist, concentrating his energy into a blue sphere, and hurled it towards Son Gohan. Son Gohan swayed his body to evade the attack. At that moment, Yamcha raised his right hand, and the evaded blue energy sphere soared swiftly into the heavens. Is that a spirit ball? As Son Wukong observed Yamcha's gestures, he quickly deduced the technique that Yamcha was currently employing. Just then, the azure energy sphere, under Yamcha's control, launched another assault towards Son Wukong. Son Wukong stood motionless in place. Soon, a blue energy sphere struck him, penetrating through his body. The afterimage fist, Krillin, taken aback, quickly recognized the technique currently employed by Son Wukong. How infuriating! Yamcha gritted his teeth, a sudden wave of helplessness rising within him. The prowess of Son Wukong's son, Gohan, is truly formidable, so formidable that none can shake his abilities. Just then, Gohan suddenly materialized before Yamcha, delivering a single punch that sent him sprawling to the ground. Yamcha, I'm fine, he exclaimed, struggling to rise from the earth. At that moment, Gohan mimicked Yamcha's previous stance, concentrating to form a blue energy sphere. Is that the spirit ball? Tien Shinhan gasped in astonishment. He had not anticipated that Gohan would learn Yamcha's technique at a mere glance. No sooner had he spoken than Gohan launched the blue energy sphere, swiftly maneuvering his right hand to send it darting through the skies of the other world. Boom! With a light exclamation, the spirit ball erupted in the heavens, unleashing a tremendous cloud of smoke and flames. The power of this spirit ball is astonishing, Yamcha exclaimed in shock. Being his own technique, he was well aware of its might. Is it because his strength surpasses mine? Yamcha pondered inwardly. At that moment, a petite figure with blue fur on its back and white on its face, abdomen, inner ears, and tip of its tail soared into view from afar. This was Puar, Yamcha's faithful companion. Having just been with Karen and Yajirobe, he was unaware that Piccolo and the others had arrived. Upon Puar's arrival, Yajirobe descended from Karen's tower. Yamcha, Puar, what happened? It's nothing. I was just sparring with Gohan, Yamcha replied. Gohan. Puar's eyes widened as he turned to look at Gohan. So he is the son of Goku. Indeed. Yamcha nodded. The son of Goku. Yajirobe approached eagerly. This little guy resembles Goku quite a bit from his childhood. Krillin, who is he? He is a friend of your father's, Yajirobe. Uncle Yajirobe. Yajirobe nodded in acknowledgement. By the way, who won the match? Gohan did. Krillin chimed in. Gohan is already this powerful? Yajirobe gasped. The strength between him and Yamcha was comparable. If even Yamcha could not best Gohan, he too might find himself at a disadvantage. Indeed, Gohan is now the strongest among us. Even Piccolo is no match for him. At this, Piccolo cast a wary glance at Krillin, who, feeling the weight of the moment, was instantly chilled by the prospect that even Piccolo could not contend with him. Yachirobe was taken aback. Krillin nodded in acknowledgement. Uncle Krillin, may I ask you a favor? What is it, Gohan? Could you possibly ask Aunt Bulma to construct a gravity chamber with 100 times the gravity? 100 times the gravity. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Indeed. Gohan, do you comprehend the magnitude of 100 times gravity? Krillin inquired. Of course. It would be 100 times my body weight. If your current weight is 20 kilograms, then 100 times gravity would amount to 2 tons. Oh. Piccolo couldn't help but chuckle at this. Little bald head, you should just comply with Gohan's request. I am not a little bald head. My name is Krillin. Krillin retorted. Then I shall call you Krillin, the little bald head. Piccolo laughed. How infuriating. After hearing this, Krillin clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth in frustration. Uncle Piccolo. Although Uncle Krillin is bald, I still hope you will address him by his name. Krillin fell silent at this remark, internally wishing that the term bald would not be mentioned. Well then, very well. Piccolo glanced at Gohan and said, Piccolo, he actually listens to Gohan. Yamcha exclaimed in surprise. As soon as he spoke, Piccolo shot him a cold glare. Yamcha quickly covered his mouth with both hands, recalling that he and Krillin had once been killed by Piccolo's father, King Piccolo, leaving them with a lingering shadow of fear towards him. Chapter 6, 5 million power level. Piccolo snorted and glanced at Gohan beside him. Well, Gohan, if there is nothing else, shall we return? All right. Son Gohan nodded. Uncle Krillin, if the gravity chamber is completed, please inform Uncle Piccolo. Upon hearing this, Krillin's expression shifted momentarily. If Gohan's gravity chamber is ready, should I come to find you in person? That works too. Here, take this capsule. It contains toothpaste and a toothbrush, enough to last you for half a year. Bobo tossed a multifunctional capsule to Son Gohan. Thank you. Son Gohan expressed his gratitude and carefully stowed away the universal capsule. Piccolo inquired, shall we return? Indeed, came the reply. Son Gohan nodded. Goodbye, Uncle Krillin, and farewell to everyone. The crowd waved their hands in farewell to Son Gohan. Upon witnessing this, Son Gohan immediately departed the heavenly realm alongside Piccolo. It was truly astonishing how rapidly Gohan had matured. As the two left, Krillin expressed a sense of nostalgia. Indeed. Tien nodded in agreement. We had always regarded Sun Wukong as our aspiration. After hearing this, Krillin and the others lowered their heads. Although they yearned to catch up to Sun Wukong, they were acutely aware that his innate talent and diligence far surpassed their own. Following a brief moment of silence, Yamcha suddenly lifted his gaze and addressed Krillin. Well then, Krillin, why don't you go and discuss the gravity chamber with Bulma? Certainly. Krillin nodded in affirmation. After all, he was no longer the primary force. With that, Krillin promptly exited the heavenly realm. Meanwhile, on the other side, Son Gohan and Piccolo have returned to their training grounds. So, Gohan, shall we train together from today onwards? Train together? Indeed. Although your power has surpassed mine, I can still serve as your sparring partner. Very well then. In West City, at Bulma's residence, Bulma sat idly at a table, perusing a magazine. Suddenly, a figure descended from the heavens. It was Krillin. Bulma. Ah. Startled by Krillin's abrupt arrival, Bulma leapt from her chair. Once she recognized him, she playfully slapped Krillin's bald head. Krillin, are you trying to give me a heart attack? What? Bulma, I clearly called out to you. It was you who didn't hear me. Bulma scoffed. So, what brings you here today so unexpectedly? Well, you see, Gohan came to me today and asked if you could help him create a gravity chamber with 100 times the gravity. 100 times gravity chamber? Bulma exclaimed in surprise. Yes, Gohan is currently the strongest among us. The strongest? But isn't he only 5 years old? Indeed. However, Gohan is a scion, and his potential is extraordinary. I see. But I've never constructed a gravity chamber before. I'm not sure if I can succeed. Don't worry. Just do your best. All right. A day later, Son Gohan's fighting power has reached 100,000. At this moment, he is seated in a meditative posture atop a small mountain peak. Ding! Congratulations to the master for surpassing the 100,000 mark in fighting power, thus acquiring the transformation technique. Transformation technique? As soon as the words left his mind, a plethora of memories regarding the transformation technique flooded Son Gohan's consciousness. Reward complete. Please continue your diligent training, master. Very well. What is the matter, Gohan? Piccolo inquired, noticing Son Gohan's sudden daze. It's nothing, Uncle Piccolo. Is that so? With that, Piccolo promptly closed his eyes to engage in meditation and training. A week swiftly passed. In the span of a single week, Son Wukong's power level soared beyond 1 million. At this moment, he was engaged in one-handed push-ups. Ding! Congratulations, Master. Your power level has surpassed 1 million. You are rewarded with instant transmission, a chewing gum ghost, and 99 cents of beans. No sooner had the words been spoken than a plethora of memories regarding instant transmission and the chewing gum ghost flooded Son Wukong's mind. Rewards concluded. Please continue your diligent training, Master. A chewing gum ghost? Upon hearing this, Son Wukong was momentarily taken aback. He recalled that this technique seemed to belong to Gotenks. System, could you possibly provide me with something more legitimate? Legitimate? Wherein lies the lack of seriousness in my Master-esque gum ghost technique? No, this technique is far too juvenile. But Master, are you not merely a child yourself? I may appear as a child, yet my inner age has long surpassed that of an adult. Oh, still a child. Nonetheless, I dare you, System, come forth and challenge me, witness as I obliterate your virtual head. Upon hearing this, the System promptly yawned. Master, I reside within you. If you possess the courage, strike yourself. You think I would hesitate? Then go ahead and strike. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong gently tapped his chest with his right fist. The System, witnessing this, fell into a silent contemplation. Dare you strike with more force? Do you truly think me a fool? After hearing this, the System became disinclined to engage in a verbal spar with Son Wukong. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong resumed his training. In the blink of an eye, 3 weeks had swiftly elapsed. At this moment, Son Wukong's son, Son Gohan, has attained a battle power of 5 million. He stands resolutely atop a mountain peak. His fists clenched tightly as he endeavors to transform into a Super Saiyan. With a mighty roar, an extraordinarily potent aura suddenly emanates from Son Gohan.'s being. The ground within a radius of several 100,000 miles trembles violently under the influence of his energy. As Son Gohan's aura expands, Tien Shinhan and the others in the otherworld sense the overwhelming power radiating from him. What an immense energy! Could this possibly be Gohan's? Yamcha, upon hearing this, swallows hard and nods slightly. Meanwhile, in Korin Tower, Yajiro, who was engaged in a tussle with the cat god over fish, halts his movements, his face reflecting disbelief. Is this energy truly Gohan's? Indeed, the cat god affirms. Could this boy have transformed into a monster? With a serene expression, the cat god gazes down at the world below. Gohan. At this moment, Krillin, hurrying towards Gohan's location, also wears a look of incredulity as he hastens his pace. On North Kai's planet, Son Wukong, who is training diligently, senses his son's energy as well. Is this energy Gohan's? It cannot be. How could he possibly become so powerful so suddenly? North Kai, upon hearing this, responds gravely, this energy is indeed Son Gohan's. It truly is Gohan. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong was taken aback. Although he was aware that Son Wufan possessed immense potential within him, he never anticipated that it was to such an extraordinary extent. Chapter 7. The Prodigy on Earth. At this moment, Son Wukong has elevated his energy to its zenith, fueled by rage. Gohan gritted his teeth tightly, suddenly recalling the unfortunate events of his past life. With a thunderous roar, the ground within a radius of thousands of miles began to tremble violently, and the earth around Gohan was enveloped in a massive cloud of dust. What is happening? Piccolo exclaimed in astonishment. He had just believed that Gohan had reached the pinnacle of his power, yet to his astonishment, Gohan's energy surged once more, escalating to a level that Piccolo could scarcely comprehend. At that moment, Gohan's hair transformed into a radiant gold, standing upright, while his eyes shifted to a striking light green, engulfed in a golden aura. This was the Super Saiyan. What is this? Piccolo gasped in disbelief. Meanwhile, on King Kai's planet, the North Kai observed this spectacle with immense surprise. What is going on? Gohan's energy has skyrocketed exponentially in an instant. A Super Saiyan. What is a Super Saiyan? The Super Saiyan is a legendary warrior among your kind, said to possess extraordinary strength. Today, I am witnessing a Super Saiyan for the very first time. A legendary warrior among the Saiyans? Indeed. On Earth. At this moment, Son Wukong has descended from the small peak and approached Piccolo. Are you Gohan? Yes, Uncle Piccolo. And what is the meaning of this hair? I believe this must be the transformation of a Saiyan. Transformation of a Saiyan? Son Gohan nodded and proclaimed. I shall name this transformation Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan. Indeed. Son Gohan nodded. Piccolo glanced at him, and memories of their first encounter flooded his mind. At that time, Gohan was smaller, prone to tears, timid, and burdened by many concerns. Yet now, he exhibited a profound silence and had attained an unfathomable level of strength. Piccolo felt a mixture of joy and frustration, He was elated that Gohan was his pupil, but incensed that Gohan had surpassed him in just 7 months. It is worth noting that even Gohan's father was only slightly stronger than him in the past. What troubles you, Uncle Piccolo? Oh, it's nothing. Piccolo quickly snapped back to the present. Gohan, while your strength is indeed formidable, you must continue to train diligently. It's possible that one of Raditz' companions is also a Super Saiyan. Understood. Son Gohan nodded. Upon hearing this, King Kai, who resided on the North Kai planet, fell silent. Is it truly the case that a Super Saiyan like Piccolo is as ubiquitous as cabbage? Son Wukong, Lord of the King of Worlds. I wish to converse with Gohan and the others. Ah, very well. Place your hand upon my back, and you shall be able to communicate with them telepathically. Gohan, Piccolo. Do you hear me? It is me, Son Wukong. Father. Son Wukong nodded. Gohan, you are truly remarkable. You have managed to transform into a Super Saiyan in such a short span of time. A Super Saiyan. Piccolo was taken aback. Wasn't that name something Gohan had whimsically concocted? How could Son Wukong possibly be aware of it? Father, how are you faring over there? I am well. Gohan. Although you have become exceptionally powerful, you must continue your training diligently. For no one can predict the strength of the Scions that will arrive on Earth in a little over 4 months. Then, Father, shall we assist in your resurrection? Not just yet. Wait until those 2 Scions arrive. Then you may help me return. Understood. Well then, Gohan, Piccolo shall take his leave for now. Upon finishing his words, Son Wukong gradually withdrew his hand from the back of the North King. That Wukong, in fact, is not as formidable as you might imagine, even though he is a Scion who arrives on Earth 4 months later. With Gohan's current strength, he could undoubtedly defeat him. I am aware of this. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong's expression grew solemn as he remarked, Do you understand? My previous words were spoken with the hope that Gohan would become stronger. Indeed, however, that young lad's talent is truly extraordinary. At merely 5 years of age, he has already attained the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan. If he continues to cultivate his powers diligently, who can fathom how formidable he may become in the future? He must persist in his training. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong immediately thought of Chi-Chi, who had consistently opposed Son Gohan's training, wishing instead for him to focus on his studies and ultimately become a renowned scholar on Earth. Just as Son Wukong and Son Gohan concluded their conversation, a figure descended from the sky. It was Krillin, glancing at Son Gohan in his Super Saiyan form. Krillin hesitantly inquired, Is that you, Gohan? Yes, Uncle Krillin. As Son Wukong spoke, he immediately transformed back to his normal state. Upon witnessing this change, Krillin's face quickly lit up with a radiant smile as he exclaimed, Indeed, it's Gohan. I never anticipated that your strength has ascended to such remarkable heights. Son Wukong nodded. By the way, Gohan, what was that transformation you just performed? That was the transformation into a Super Saiyan. A Super Saiyan transformation? Indeed, Uncle Krillin. Has the gravity chamber been completed? Yes, I've come here today to inform you. I see. As Son Wukong spoke, he immediately turned to his companion Piccolo. Uncle Piccolo, would you care to accompany me to Aunt Bulma's house? Piccolo glanced at Son Wukong and nodded in agreement. Krillin, upon noticing Piccolo's impending presence, felt a surge of trepidation. It was well known that both he and Bulma harbored a certain apprehension towards Piccolo. Thus, his inclusion would undoubtedly startle Bulma. However, given Son Wukong's insistence, he had no choice but to acquiesce. Then, Uncle Krillin, let us set forth. Indeed, Krillin replied with a nod. With that, the trio ascended into the sky. After a considerable duration, they arrived at the backyard of Bulma's residence. Piccolo, upon spotting Piccolo arriving with Krillin, Bulma, seated on a chair in the backyard, was so startled that she leapt to her feet. Piccolo merely snorted, refraining from uttering a word. Observing this, Bulma quickly moved behind Krillin and whispered, Krillin, why did you bring him along? Krillin offered a wry smile in response. It wasn't my decision. It was Wukong who insisted on bringing him. Wukong. Aunt Bulma. Bulma, hands on her hips and visibly displeased, glared at Son Wukong. Wukong, you could have come alone. Why did you have to bring Piccolo with you? With keen hearing, Piccolo shot a disgruntled glance at Bulma. Am I unwelcome here? Chapter 8. The gravity room is ready. Bulma, upon hearing this, quickly donned a smile. Oh, not at all. I merely meant that you could have informed me earlier about his presence. Humph. Piccolo scoffed. Enough with the chatter. Direct us to the gravity room. Bulma, though somewhat irked, realized that if it weren't for Goku's sake, she wouldn't assist Son Wukong in constructing a gravity room. Nonetheless, despite her displeasure, she understood the necessity of augmenting Wukong's strength. After all, who would safeguard Earth when the Scions arrived? Follow me. The three nodded in compliance. Bulma then led them to a spacious house, which featured a kitchen, a bathroom, and a grand hall. Bulma, is this the gravity room, or merely a residence? This is, of course, the gravity room. But one must eat and rest while training, right? That is true. Thus, I have repurposed a house into the gravity room. It is just a little further ahead. Oh. Bulma spoke, leading the three of them into the gravity chamber. The chamber was exceedingly spacious, only slightly smaller than the entire area outside. The floor was laid with synthetic red bricks, and at the very center of the room stood a large machine. This machine was the control panel for the 100-fold gravity chamber. Gohan, this is the control panel for the gravity chamber. The switch on the left allows you to increase the gravity by 1-fold with a simple press, while the switch on the right decreases it by 1-fold. The switch in the middle resets everything back to 0. All right, I understand, Aunt Bulma. Gohan replied. Good. Bulma nodded. Now, Gohan, do you intend to train here at my home or seek another location? Another location? Indeed. This gravity chamber can be stored within a capsule, making it exceptionally convenient to transport. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Son Wukong cast a glance at his companion Piccolo. Uncle Piccolo, what are your thoughts? Whatever you wish. Then I shall remain at Aunt Bulma's. Piccolo, upon hearing this, glanced at Bulma but remained silent. Uncle Piccolo, Uncle Krillin, would you care to stay and train together? Together? Krillin pondered for a moment. Never mind, I think I will train with Tien and the others instead. Regardless of their efforts, they could never surpass Son Wukong. And you? Uncle Piccolo? I will assess the situation. Well then, Wukong, you focus on your training here. I shall return to the other world. All right, Uncle Krillin, travel safely. Indeed. Krillin nodded. Bulma then added, shall I also step out? After all, I am not training. Yes. Son Gohan nodded. Once they stepped outside, he immediately adjusted the gravity to 10 times its normal level. How incredibly heavy! Piccolo, already clad in weighted attire, found his body rendered immensely burdensome under the intensified gravitational force. As he spoke, he cast a glance at Son Gohan. Son Wukong's expression remained unchanged, as if nothing had transpired. Uncle Piccolo, are you all right? I'm perfectly fine. In that case, I shall commence my training. As Son Wukong spoke, he began performing single-finger push-ups. 1, 2, 3, ding. Congratulations, Master. You have completed a push-up, increasing your combat power by 10. Observing this, Piccolo joined in as well. The morning swiftly passed, and before long, it was already noon. This morning, Son Wukong performed a remarkable 10,001 finger push-ups and an equal number of sit-ups. As a result, his combat power surged by an astounding 200,000. In addition to the rewards bestowed by the system, his Scion bloodline also contributed several thousand to his prowess due to his rigorous training. The modest increase can be attributed to the relative ease of this morning's regimen. Gulu gulu. The sound of hunger emanated from Son Wukong's stomach. At that moment, a voice from outside the gravity chamber called out, Gohan, it's time for dinner with Piccolo. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong immediately ceased his training. Uncle Piccolo, it's time to eat. I have no need for sustenance. You may go ahead and eat. Son Gohan nodded. Well, Uncle Piccolo, if you feel thirsty, there is water in the kitchen. All right, you should go and have your meal. Son Gohan nodded and departed from the gravity chamber. As soon as he left, Piccolo immediately escalated the gravity to 20 times. He understood that Gohan had only increased the gravity to 10 times this morning in order to train alongside him. Otherwise, Gohan could effortlessly amplify it to 100 times. The weight was indeed formidable. As the twin-fold gravity bore down upon him, Piccolo instantly felt an overwhelming heaviness. This oppressive sensation was so intense that it nearly left him breathless. Yet, with thoughts of Gohan in his mind, he persevered. In the backyard of Bulma's home, Son Gohan has now taken a seat at the dining table in Bulma's backyard. Bulma's mother, Mrs. Brief, and her father, Dr. Brief, are also seated at this table. Bulma. This is Goku's son, Gohan. Mrs. Brief inquires with a twinkle in her eyes and a cheerful smile. Indeed, mother. He truly resembles Goku in his youth. Dr. Brief adds, yes. Gohan, please, partake in the meal. Make yourself at home and enjoy. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong immediately seized the chopsticks and began to eat. With remarkable speed, the food on the table vanished into his stomach as if swept away by a tempest. Bulma, witnessing this spectacle, widened her eyes in astonishment. Although she had anticipated that Son Wukong, being a scion, would possess a substantial appetite, she was nonetheless taken aback by the fact that at merely 5 years old, his capacity for consumption rivaled that of the legendary Son Wukong in his prime. He was, in essence, a miniature version of the great warrior. Mrs. Brief, observing the scene, couldn't help but chuckle with delight. The more Son Gohan eats, the more it attests to the delectable nature of the meals prepared for him. Burp. After a considerable time, Son Gohan emitted a resounding belch. Bulma observed his demeanor, noting that he was a far cry from the Gohan she once knew. What have you been consuming during these 6 months of training with Piccolo? She inquired. Apples, dinosaur meat, wild boar meat, essentially everything found in the mountains. Dinosaur meat? Really? Yes. Why do you ask? I'm just a bit taken aback. Did Piccolo provide you with that dinosaur meat? Or did you hunt down a dinosaur yourself? Neither, actually. I was being pursued by a dinosaur, and I managed to sever its tail. I see. I heard from Krillin that your strength has grown significantly, to the point that even Piccolo is no match for you. Is that true? Indeed. Son Wukong nodded. Splendid. Bulma exclaimed with delight as she sprang to her feet. With you around, I need not fear that fellow Piccolo. Speaking of which, his visage is rather intimidating. But Aunt Bulma, Uncle Piccolo is quite kind. He merely appears fierce. Chapter 9. You are within me, and I am within you. Humph. Bulma scoffed. Still, I find it difficult to grow accustomed to that green face. Aunt Bulma. I am full now. I wish to take a nap. Very well, we shall tidy up here. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong promptly returned to the gravity chamber, where he found Piccolo still engaged in his training. Uncle Piccolo, you are still training, he exclaimed. Breathing heavily, Piccolo nodded in acknowledgement. Would you like to take a break? Son Wukong asked. Of course, replied Piccolo as he adjusted the gravity settings of the chamber. Once the gravity was restored, Piccolo let out a deep sigh of relief. Subsequently, the two retired to their respective rooms for a brief afternoon nap. In the afternoon, after awakening from their slumber, they resumed their training in the gravity chamber. 3 days later, in order to avoid hindering Son Wukong's progress, Piccolo ultimately decided to train outside. Though Son Wukong felt a tinge of reluctance in his heart, he ultimately consented to allow Piccolo to train outside, knowing he could seek him out at any moment. After Piccolo departed, Son Wukong immediately increased the gravity in the gravity chamber by 100 times for his training. Ding! Congratulations, Master, you have completed one one-finger push-up, gaining 100 combat power. Ding! Congratulations, Master, you have completed 2 one-finger push-ups, gaining 200 combat power. 4 days later, Son Wukong's base combat power reached 10 million. Ding! Congratulations, Master. Your combat power has reached 10 million. As a reward, you receive a celestial mirror capable of traversing all universes without detection by angels, allowing travel to the past and future, and enabling you to see everything you desire without being discovered, including from the Omni King, while sealing enemies with power inferior to yours. Mind-reading ability, Fusion. As soon as the proclamation concluded, an ancient mirror materialized in the system's inventory. Steal? What theft? Master, you must have misheard. Never mind. I shan't dwell on this. As Son Wukong spoke, he retrieved the celestial mirror from the system's inventory. Is this truly the celestial mirror? Indeed, my master. At that moment, the mirror revealed the image of North Kai's planet, where Son Wukong was currently engaged in training. So, system, how might I traverse to other universes? Dear master, simply envision your destination, and the mirror shall display the scenes of other universes. When that occurs, merely touch the celestial mirror, and you shall effortlessly enter that universe. I see. And how does one use this celestial mirror to seal others? This too is quite simple. Just shine the mirror upon the individual, and it shall draw them into its depths. What if I inadvertently direct the mirror at someone else? Fear not, for the celestial mirror shall act according to your will. Should you not desire to seal that person, it will refrain from drawing them in. It complies with my intent. Ahem. The system cleared its throat. Master, please be serious. I am quite serious. However, system, why have you not granted me the Kaioken? Master, if I were to bestow the Kaioken upon you now, what rewards would I have for you in the future? Reward me with the Ultra Instinct, or perhaps the erasure of Xeno would suffice. Let us discuss that when you grow stronger. Does that imply I shall receive it? We shall see in due time. So, will I receive it, or not? As time swiftly passed, a month had elapsed. During this period, Son Wukong had instructed Bulma to upgrade the gravity chamber, which now could enhance gravity up to 300 times. Presently, Son Wukong examined his current combat power. Name, Son Wukong. Gender, male bloodline, half Scion age, 5 years. Normal combat power, 60 million potential. Yet to be developed, intelligence, 60. What on earth? When did the intelligence category appear? Replying to the master, this was added after the system upgrade. System, You wouldn't be doing this intentionally, would you? Am I that kind of system, my master? If you are not, then who is? Forget it. I am magnanimous. I shall not stoop to argue with you. My little system. No sooner had he said this than the intelligence on the character panel immediately changed to 250. What the system, if you have the audacity? Come out of my body and see if I don't smash your head. I refuse to emerge. Let us see how you will strike me. The little system remained steadfast, unwilling even to exit his body. Who are you calling little? Upon hearing this, the system became incensed. I called you small. If you dare, come forth and let us engage in a fair fight. The system let out a cold snort. If you truly wish to engage in combat with me, there is no necessity to venture outside. No necessity to venture outside. As the words fell, Son Wukong's son, Gohan, instantly materialized in a realm akin to the Hyperbolic Time Chamber. Where's this? This is the system's alternate dimensional space, where you can unleash your full potential without the fear of external discovery. Oh, then where are you, system? Ahem. The system cleared its throat. Master, I am omnipresent. Omnipresent? Indeed, Master. Are you not aware that I reside within your very being? You encompass me, and I encompass you. Upon hearing this, Son Gohan fell into a contemplative silence. How am I supposed to fight you now? He inquired. No sooner had he spoken than another figure, identical to him, materialized before him. Master, this is my doppelganger. If you wish to engage in battle, you must first contend with him. A doppelganger? Then who exactly is the master now? Son Gohan questioned. The system chuckled softly. Master, did I not just explain? Our current relationship is one of interdependence. You exist within me, and I within you. Very well. I shall defeat him first, and then proceed. As Son Wukong spoke, he immediately clenched his fists and charged towards himself. Son Wukong mirrored this action, rushing forward with his own fists clenched. Whoosh! Bang! 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 In no time, the two found themselves face to face, their fists colliding with the force of a tempest. With a resounding crash, their right fists struck each other's faces simultaneously, sending them both hurtling backward. Whoosh! Thud! They stomped their feet firmly against the ground, gradually coming to a halt. Ha! With a powerful shout, Son Wukong clenched his fist once more and lunged forward. Observing this, Son Wukong mirrored his actions, charging towards his opponent with fist at the ready. Once again, they collided with each other, their punches and kicks moving like the swift winds, striking with unyielding force. Suddenly, Son Wukong crouched low and executed a sweeping kick with his right leg aimed at Son Wukong. In response, Son Wukong leaped into the air, soaring high above. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong ascended into the sky. Whoosh! Bang! 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 The two figures swiftly engaged in combat amidst the heavens. Chapter 10, Planet Namek. With a powerful strike, their right fists collided, unleashing a tremendous gust of wind. After a brief stalemate, they exerted force, sending each other hurtling away. Are you imitating me? Son Wukong glanced at himself and realized that his movements were nearly identical to his own. This clone of mine is you. Thus it is impossible for you to triumph over him. With a cold snort, Son Wukong clenched his fist tightly. Ha! With a resounding shout, he transformed into a Super Saiyan. A Super Saiyan indeed. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong too underwent the metamorphosis into a Super Saiyan. With a clenched jaw, Son Wukong propelled himself forward with the swiftness of lightning, charging directly at his opponent. Observing this, Son Gohan mirrored his actions, racing towards him with equal fervor. Whoosh! Slash! Bang! 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 The two engaged in a fierce exchange, evading one another's strikes while launching their own relentless assaults. How infuriating! In a fit of anger, Son Wukong employed the mind-reading technique he had recently acquired, hoping to discern Son Wufan's thoughts. Yet, he found himself unable to penetrate the depths of his mind. Was it that there were no thoughts at all? Master, apart from mimicking your moves, there exists no independent thought within. Mimicry. Indeed, Master. Then let us see how you replicate this technique of mine. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong placed both hands upon his forehead and declared, Solar Fist. As soon as the words escaped his lips, a blinding radiance erupted from his hands. Son Wukong, taken aback, swiftly closed his eyes. After a few moments, as the intensity of the light began to wane, he opened his eyes with great haste and charged towards Son Wukong. Bang! Gohan delivered a powerful blow with his right fist to Goku's face, sending him hurtling through the air. After soaring nearly 1,000 meters, Gohan forcefully planted his feet on the ground, gradually bringing his body to a halt. With a thunderous shout, Son Wukong propelled himself forward like a bolt of lightning towards Son Gohan. Upon witnessing this, Son Gohan promptly placed both hands upon his forehead and declared, solar flare. As the words left his lips, an incredibly intense beam of light emanated from his hands. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong swiftly halted his movements, shielding his eyes with his hand. After a brief moment, he gradually opened his eyes, only to behold a diminutive fist hurtling towards him. The proximity was so close that he had no time to react. With a single, tiny punch, he was sent soaring 1,000 meters away. With a powerful stamp of his feet upon the ground, Son Wukong came to an abrupt halt. How infuriating! He pondered whether the technique of instantaneous movement would prove beneficial against him. As Son Wukong spoke, he placed his right index finger on his forehead and, in an instant, vanished, reappearing behind Son Gohan. At that moment, Son Gohan executed a swift teleportation, finding himself suspended in the air above Son Wukong. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong promptly lowered his index finger from his forehead and soared towards the Son Wukong in the sky. In no time, he reached the presence of Son Wukong and delivered a powerful kick with his right foot. Son Wukong's figure flickered as he swiftly ascended into the air. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong immediately pursued. Whoosh! Bang! 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 Soon, Son Wukong found himself once again face to face with his adversary, engaged in an intense battle. After a considerable duration, both warriors, having exhausted their physical strength, collapsed onto the ground simultaneously. Are you capable, Master? You couldn't even defeat my clone. Son Gohan let out a cold snort. System. Do not be too complacent. Today, I am not in my best form, but once I regain my composure, I will undoubtedly defeat this imposter. All right, Master. Then do your best. So, System, how do I exit now? Exit? You are not going to strike me anymore? Ahem. Son Gohan coughed softly. Have I ever uttered such words? Indeed, replied the System, playing a recording of Son Gohan's recent utterance. Damn it, System. You dare to reveal yourself? Just wait until I smash your head. As the recording played, Son Gohan's expression turned distinctly awkward. System, you even have a recording function? What of it? If it weren't for the necessity of our system to inhabit human forms, we would have long been invincible in this world. System, you ought to abandon your fanciful dreams and allow me to fulfill your aspirations. The System scoffed. What is so impressive about that? Regardless of how powerful you become, you will never defeat me, hence I remain the foremost entity in this world. With that, the System promptly returned Son Gohan to the realm of reality. Upon surveying his surroundings, Son Wukong was astonished to find that all his injuries had miraculously vanished. System, how have my wounds healed? He inquired. The alternate dimension you just entered belongs to the realm of the mind. Thus, regardless of the extent of your injuries within, you return to reality unscathed, the System explained. The realm of the mind, he exclaimed. Indeed, my master. Subsequently, Son Wukong glanced at his character panel and noted that his intelligence rating had risen to 90. Recognizing the System's concession, he decided to refrain from further disputes and began to attune himself to the energy of the Namekians within the gravity chamber. With less than 3 months remaining until Vegeta and the others arrived on Earth, he recalled that Frieza and his cohorts had traveled to Namek after Vegeta's arrival on Earth. Thus, he resolved to seek the assistance of the Grand Elder of Namek to unlock his latent potential, while also warning them of Frieza's impending visit to seize their Dragon Balls. Moments later, Son Wukong sensed numerous energies akin to Piccolo's within the gravity chamber. Found you, he declared, as Son Wukong spoke. He placed his right index finger upon his forehead and, in an instant, transported himself to a village on Namek, where he beheld numerous Namekians resembling Piccolo. So many Uncle Piccolos. At that moment, the gathered Namekians, engaged in conversation, were taken aback by Son Wukong's sudden appearance, their faces betraying a hint of astonishment. Who are you? Inquired a medium-built Namekian. Greetings, my name is Son Wukong, and I hail from Earth. Earth? Son Gohan nodded. Was that just now a technique of instantaneous movement employed by the Urdratians? A slender Namekian stepped forward and inquired. Son Wukong nodded once more. What brings you here? He inquired. I am here to seek an audience with your elder, came the reply. Pray tell, what business do you have with our elder? This matter pertains to your planet, Namek, thus I can only discuss it with your elder. It concerns Namek. The moderately built Namekian pondered for a moment and then responded. Please wait here while we seek out the elder and ascertain whether he is willing to meet with you. Very well. Son Gohan nodded. Chapter 11. The Sheep Incident. Upon witnessing this, the Namekian immediately took the other Namekians to see the Grand Elder. Inside a 3-story white castle, there was a massive stone chair, upon which sat an exceedingly corpulent Namekian, the Grand Elder himself. At that moment, several Namekians suddenly flew in through the castle windows. Upon entering, they promptly bowed before the Grand Elder. "We have come to pay our respects, Great Elder." The Grand Elder nodded in acknowledgement. "Car, what brings you here?" "Great Elder, there is a child named Son Gohan who claims to be from Earth. He wishes to see you regarding an urgent matter concerning Namek." The Grand Elder pondered for a moment before responding, "In that case, bring him to me." "But Great Elder, he appears to be a scion." "That is of no concern. Just bring him here." "Understood, Great Elder." After a while, Son Gohan was brought before the Grand Elder. "Great Elder, I have brought the person you requested." "Good. You may leave now. I wish to speak with him in private." "Alone?" Car's expression turned slightly anxious. "Do not worry. This child is not a villain." "Very well," Car said, and promptly departed with the other Namekians. "You are Son Gohan, correct?" "Yes, Great Elder." "What is it that you seek?" "Great Elder, do you believe I am from the future?" "I do," the Grand Elder replied after a moment of contemplation. "But what is the purpose of your visit?" "Great Elder, Frieza and his forces may arrive on your planet in a few months." "Frieza?" "Indeed, their target is the Dragon Balls of Namek. I have come to warn you that your people must migrate to escape this calamity." The Grand Elder fell into thought for a while, then spoke. "Though the universe is vast, there will inevitably come a day when one is found. Son Gohan, may I ask a favor of you?" "Please, Great Elder. I wish for you to help us defeat Frieza." "Do you think you can accomplish this?" "I can, but you must keep my origins a secret." "Agreed." The Grand Elder nodded. "Furthermore, I would like to ask you for another favor." "What is it?" "I desire for you to help awaken my latent potential." "Of course." The Grand Elder swiftly consented. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong immediately approached the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder, after observing, placed his hand gently upon Sun Wukong's forehead. A stream of white energy emanated from the Grand Elder's hand, flowing into the entirety of Sun Wukong's being. Upon sensing the immense potential within Sun Wukong's body, a look of incredulity instantly appeared on the Grand Elder's face. After a brief moment, the Grand Elder slowly withdrew his right hand from Sun Wukong's forehead. "It is done." Sun Wukong nodded thoughtfully. At that moment, a voice echoed in Sun Wukong's ear. "Ding! Congratulations, Master, your combat power has surpassed 100 million. And you have been rewarded with the 20-fold injury-free King S-Fist, the reflective armor, 60 reflection damage, and the magic sealing wave." As soon as the announcement concluded, a pink reflective armor materialized in Sun Wukong's inventory. "The rewards have been bestowed. Please continue your diligent training." "Has it truly surpassed 100 million? As Sun Wukong spoke, he promptly opened his character panel and discovered that his current combat power had reached an impressive 110 million. "So, Sun Wukong, when will you assist us in dealing with Frieza?" "Let's wait until he arrives on Namek." "Are we truly waiting for him to come here?" "Indeed, the universe is vast. I am uncertain of his current location. Furthermore, we Scions cannot survive in the vacuum of space. We can only vanquish him once he descends upon a planet. In that case, I will inform you at the very moment he arrives on Namek." "Very well. If the Elder has no other matters to attend to, I shall take my leave." The Elder nodded in agreement. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong instantaneously teleported away from planet Namek. Not long after Sun Wukong departed, the Elder summoned Karl and the others. "Elder, where is Sun Wukong?" "He has returned to Earth." "Returned?" "Indeed. But he has brought forth a matter of utmost significance for our planet, Namek. A matter of great importance." The Elder nodded in acknowledgement. Upon his return to Earth, Sun Wukong felt an unparalleled sense of elation. Given his current pace of training, it would typically require him over 10 days to surpass the 100 million mark. Yet, he accomplished this feat in mere minutes. "If only I could grow stronger without the need for training." "My master, that is an erroneous belief. True strength is attained solely through diligent effort and training. But I long to be a naturally gifted warrior, akin to Broly." "My master, while Broly possesses a formidable lineage, he is ultimately but a human. I can assist you in achieving divinity, granting you eternal life. Furthermore, did you not express a desire to acquire the ability to erase universes, as the Omni King does? With determination, not only will you erase universes, but creating time and space will also be within your grasp." Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong gently stroked his chin. "System, are you attempting to deceive me?" "Master, would I ever be that kind of person?" Sun Wukong nodded. "It seems that you are rather loquacious, dear system." "Master, are you implying that I speak too much?" "Not at all. I simply believe that tranquility suits you better. Let me recount a myth." Upon hearing this, the system immediately began to play a song. "Master, I trust this is a more subdued approach?" Moments later, Sun Wukong returned to his dwelling, where a laptop sat upon a desk. This laptop had been borrowed from Bulma, so that he might learn the ways of technology. Son Gohan claims to have borrowed the concept, yet in truth, he sometimes indulges in the pastime of programming out of sheer boredom. Recently, he has been developing a game titled Sheep's Game, a highly popular creation from his previous life. This game bears resemblance to Candy Crush, yet it distinguishes itself with a unique twist. Many of the cards are concealed beneath others, leaving players in suspense about what lies hidden below. To unveil the cards beneath, one must first flip over those on top. Initially, the game presents merely 2 levels, and countless players have spent sleepless nights attempting to conquer the second level. Consequently, many who consider themselves intellectually superior are drawn to challenge this game, eager to showcase their prowess. One of Son Wukong's motivations for engaging in this game is the pursuit of financial gain. Though Son Wukong's family is affluent, the sheer magnitude of their appetites is truly astonishing. Had they not resided in the mountains, where an abundance of rare delicacies is readily available, they would have long since been impoverished by their voracious consumption. This also elucidates why, in the original Dragon Ball series, Chi-Chi consistently encourages Gohan to diligently study and earn money. Chapter 12. Homecoming. The passage of nearly 3 months has been swift, and the day to resurrect Son Wukong is upon us. In the celestial realm, Krillin and the others have already gathered the Dragon Balls, poised to summon the eternal dragon and bring Son Wukong back to life. At this moment, Son Gohan and Piccolo stood nearby. "Come forth, Shenron. Grant my wish," Bulma exclaimed, glancing at the Dragon Balls scattered on the ground. No sooner had she spoken than the sky above the earth darkened, and a magnificent azure dragon swiftly materialized before them. This majestic creature was none other than Shenron. "State your wish. Any wish can be fulfilled, but only one," the dragon proclaimed. "We wish to resurrect Son Wukong," they declared. "Very well," Shenron responded, his crimson eyes instantly glowing with brilliance. Meanwhile, on King Kai's planet, Son Wukong felt a sudden disappearance of the halo surrounding him. "Am I resurrected?" Son Wukong gently touched his head and remarked, The North King nodded in acknowledgement. "Thank you, Lord King, for your care along with Baburus and the others during this period. I shall return to Earth today. May we meet again in the future." Upon hearing this, Gilagri and the others displayed expressions of reluctance. Although Son Wukong may have been somewhat reckless, he possesses a kind heart. The 3 of them have remained on this planet, feeling quite lonely. "I have successfully resurrected Son Wukong. Until we meet again." After the dragon spoke, it instantly transformed back into the 7 Dragon Balls, scattering across the earth. Jiaozi inquired, "He has been resurrected?" The earth deity nodded. Since Wukong's physical form resides on planet North Kai, it stands to reason that his resurrection will also occur there. "I see. But when will Wukong return to Earth?" Jiaozi continued to ask. "I do not know. However, I believe it should not take long." Yamucha remarked, "In that case, shall we all wait here for Wukong's return?" The others nodded in agreement. Woohoo! On the path to the underworld, Son Wukong was filled with immense joy at the prospect of reuniting with Krillin and the others. However, his greatest delight stemmed from the anticipation of seeing his son, Son Wufan. Several months prior, Son Wukong had already ascended to the status of a Super Saiyan. It stands to reason that his strength has reached new heights. Contemplating this, he hastened his flight forward. In the celestial realm, Krillin and the others had been waiting for quite some time. "It's strange. Wukong has been resurrected for so long yet has not returned," Krillin remarked. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a sudden sound of footsteps echoed from a room in the celestial realm. The group turned to behold Son Wukong, clad in his signature orange martial arts uniform, alongside the fortune-telling elderly woman seated upon a crystal ball. "Wukong, father, it has been far too long, everyone." Son Wukong greeted everyone with a smile. Upon hearing this, Krillin and the others immediately approached him to engage in conversation. "Wukong, how has your training with King Kai enhanced your strength?" "It's not bad, just a tad stronger than you all." "Just a tad?" "Indeed. Gohan's current power is already the strongest among us." Krillin nodded in agreement. As Son Wukong spoke, he cast his gaze towards Son Gohan, who stood behind Krillin and the others. For some inexplicable reason, he found the Gohan before him somewhat unfamiliar. The Gohan of yesteryears was innocent, timid, and fond of clinging to him. Yet the current Gohan exuded an air of remarkable composure, one that belied his youthful age. Could it be attributed to the influence of Piccolo? In his heart, Son Wukong quietly pondered. The fortune-telling old woman said, "If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave now. Thank you, esteemed fortune-teller, for your assistance this time." "It is no trouble at all," With that, the fortune teller departed from the heavenly realm, her crystal ball in tow. Once she had left, Son Wukong immediately approached and embraced Son Gohan, caught off guard by a sudden advance. Son Gohan felt a momentary sense of disorientation. Although he currently appeared as a child, his previous life's age was quite comparable to that of Son Wukong. After Son Wukong lifted Son Gohan into his arms, he swiftly set him back down on the ground. It has been a year since we last met. And it seems that you have gained quite a bit of weight, Gohan. Indeed. At just 5 years old, his body is bound to grow even more. Son Wukong smiled. So, Wukong, do you have confidence in defeating the Scions who will arrive on Earth tomorrow? Krillin inquired. I am uncertain, but with Gohan by my side. Even if I cannot prevail, I have Gohan. Krillin nodded. Well, it's getting late. I should be on my way. Going back? Indeed. It has been quite some time since I last saw Chi-Chi. Shall we return, Gohan? Son Wukong and Son Gohan exchanged nods. Uncle Piccolo, may I take my leave now? Certainly. With that, Son Gohan departed the celestial realm alongside Son Wukong. At Baozi Mountain, the residence of Son Wukong, Chi-Chi had grown increasingly haggard from not having seen Son Wukong and Son Gohan for an entire year. At that moment, she sat in the house, sighing heavily. Chi-Chi. Today marks Goku's revival. You shouldn't dwell on your sorrows, exclaimed the Bull Demon King. Daddy, it's been a year since Gohan was taken away by Uncle Piccolo, and I can only imagine how far behind he has fallen in his studies. Can you blame me for lamenting? Do not fret, Chi-Chi. Gohan is quite intelligent. Simply find a tutor to help him catch up, and he will swiftly regain his lost knowledge. But, Daddy, that is not the same, and hiring a teacher costs money. Just then, a commotion erupted from outside. Chi-Chi, do you think Goku and the others have returned? Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi sprang from her chair and hurriedly flung open the door, revealing 2 exceedingly familiar figures. They were none other than Son Wukong and Son Gohan. Goku. Gohan. Upon seeing them, tears welled in Chi-Chi's eyes. Mother. Chi-Chi. At that moment, the Bull Demon King emerged from the house. Goku. Gohan. The 2 nodded in acknowledgement. Seeing this, Chi-Chi rushed to Son Gohan and embraced him tightly. Mother. Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi released her grip and scrutinized Son Gohan closely. You've lost weight and grown taller. But where is your tail? My tail was removed by Uncle Piccolo. Removed? Why? Because whenever I see a full moon, I transform into a giant ape. I see. But having no tail is not a problem. Your father doesn't he have one either? Indeed. Son Wukong nodded. Well then, Gohan, let us return home. For mother has prepared a delicious meal for you. Son Wukong nodded once more. Upon seeing this, Chi-Chi immediately took Son Wukong's hand and led him back inside. Ox King remarked. Well then, Goku, shall we enter as well? Oh, certainly. Upon returning home, Son Wukong surveyed his surroundings. Although his abode was not as grand as Bulma's, it exuded a comforting warmth. Chapter 13. The Art of Cloning. What troubles you, Gohan? Chi-Chi inquired, noticing Gohan's momentary distraction. Oh, it's nothing. I simply haven't returned in quite some time. Is that so? Then I shall prepare a delightful meal for you right away. Indeed. Son Wukong nodded. Upon witnessing this, Chi-Chi joyfully dashed into the kitchen. That Goku. I heard from the fortune teller that Gohan has already surpassed you, hasn't he? The Bull Demon King whispered. Indeed. Son Wukong nodded. So, do you intend for him to continue his martial arts training or pursue his studies? I am uncertain. It ultimately depends on Gohan himself. I see. However, it seems to me that Chi-Chi is quite insistent on Gohan focusing on his education. Indeed. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong helplessly scratched his head. He had previously encouraged Chi-Chi to embrace martial arts, yet she always insisted that the world was at peace. And it was far more important for Son Gohan to focus on his studies, growing up to achieve success and earn a substantial income. Nyoamo Wang, after listening, let out a resigned sigh. In truth, he shared the same desire as Wukong for Son Gohan to pursue martial arts. After a while, Chi-Chi finished preparing the meal, and the dining table was laden with an abundance of dishes. All right, Wukong, Gohan, it's time for dinner. Great. Nyoamo Wang nodded, and together with Son Gohan, they took their seats. Son Wukong, Chi-Chi, shall we commence our endeavor? Chi-Chi nodded in agreement. Upon witnessing this, Son Wufan and the Bull Demon King immediately seized the chopsticks and bowls from the table, indulging in their meal with great enthusiasm. The sound of clattering dishes echoed through the air as Son Wukong and his companions devoured the food at an astonishing pace, leaving numerous plates filled with delicacies empty and pushed aside. Chi-Chi, observing the scene, chuckled softly and remarked, Wufan, now that you have returned, it is about time you resumed your studies. Ahem. Upon hearing this, Sun Wufan was immediately choked by the rice he had just consumed. Wufan, are you all right? Chi exclaimed, swiftly offering him a glass of water. After taking a sip of water, Sun Wukong choked and swallowed his food hastily. Are you all right, Gohan? Chi inquired with concern. I'm fine. Mom, I still want to fight the Scions with Dad tomorrow. I think I'll put off studying until the day after. Gohan replied. Chi, fixating her gaze on him, spoke gravely. Gohan, have you been swayed by Piccolo and decided against studying? No, I simply want to fight alongside Dad tomorrow. Gohan insisted. Gohan, dear, battles are for adults. Your father can handle tomorrow's fight alone. Besides, it's dangerous. What if you get hurt? Chi cautioned. But Dad could get hurt too. Gohan retorted. That's different. Your father is strong and can withstand minor injuries. Isn't that right, Goku? Indeed. However, Chi. Tomorrow's battle is crucial for Earth. Gohan's strength surpasses mine, so I believe we should delay his studies, Goku remarked. No way. Chi shouted at Son Goku. Since your passing, Gohan has been taken away by Piccolo and has studied for a year. He has fallen behind his peers. If we don't allow him to study now, he will fall even further. But Chi, the battle tomorrow is truly significant. Yes, Chi. Ox King chimed in, supporting her. After considering, Chi finally conceded. All right. But you must ensure Gohan's safety. Otherwise, I will never agree. Understood. Son Wukong nodded. After finishing his meal under the guidance of Chi, Son Gohan returned to his room to study. At that moment, he sat at his desk with a sense of melancholy, twirling the pencil in his hand. Despite possessing a combat power exceeding 1 billion, he found himself relegated to the task of studying. Indeed, the strongest being in the universe was none other than his mother. Chi. After a brief moment of gloom, Son Gohan suddenly attempted to inquire, System, O mighty master, as I find myself confined here due to my studies, shouldn't you lend a helping hand to your devoted servant? Mighty? Ahem. Son Wukong coughed lightly and, with a bold demeanor, declared, Do not concern yourself with such trivialities. The most pressing matter is to liberate your master from his plight. If you offer me a compliment, I shall assist you. System. You are the most formidable system I have ever encountered. Modesty. The system replied, brimming with pride. Then, dear master, I shall bestow upon you the technique of duplication. The technique of duplication? Indeed, master can utilize a single strand of his hair to create a duplicate that can undertake his studies. That is indeed a splendid idea, however. Would I not be oblivious to the actions of my duplicate? Fear not, master, for upon reclaiming the hair, you shall acquire the memories of the duplicate. Is that so? Then shall I receive the technique of duplication now? Indeed. Son Gohan nodded. Subsequently, a vast array of memories regarding the technique of creating clones flooded his mind. Son Wukong plucked a hair from his head and, with a gentle breath upon it, the hair instantly transformed into a likeness of Son Wukong himself. Son Wukong glanced at his doppelganger and said, So, you shall remain here to read for me? The doppelganger nodded in affirmation. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong instantaneously teleported to the peak where Piccolo was training. Gohan. Piccolo rose from the summit. Son Wufan nodded. Wufan, did you not return home with Son Wukong? How did you end up here? No, I sneaked out. You sneaked out? Yes, because my mother does not allow me to train. Piccolo snorted softly. What about Son Wukong? My father is unable to do anything about it. Is that so? Are you anxious about tomorrow's battle, Wufan? Not at all. I heard my father say that those two Scions are not super Scions. Piccolo nodded. Subsequently, Son Wufan practiced with Piccolo for a while. The next morning, after having breakfast, Son Wukong eagerly joined Krillin and the others. Krillin inquired, Goku, will you take the lead in today's battle, or shall we let Gohan go first? Son Wukong chuckled and said, Gohan's current strength has already surpassed mine. If he were to take the stage first, I fear there would be little for me to do. Moreover, I am eager to engage in battle with those two Scions as well. Son Wukong, a fervent warrior, would undoubtedly seize this exceptional opportunity without hesitation. Upon finishing his words, Son Wukong immediately turned his gaze towards Son Gohan beside him. Gohan, I trust you have no objections, do you? Upon hearing this, Son Wukong nodded emphatically. Regardless of whether it was Nappa or Vegeta, he could effortlessly dispatch either with a mere finger. Yamcha exclaimed, What about you, Goku? We wish to join the battle. You? Indeed. Krillin and I have been diligently training in the other world for a year. Even if we cannot match them in strength, we still have your support, don't we? Very well. At that moment, two Scion spacecraft appeared in the outer space of Earth. These vessels belonged to Nappa and Vegeta. Chapter 14. Confrontation with the vegetable people. As the two spacecraft approached, Son Wukong and the others on Earth quickly sensed their energy. They arrived, Krillin said with a serious expression. No sooner had he spoken than two brilliant beams of white light pierced the sky, heralding the arrival of Vegeta's ship. With two thunderous crashes, the spacecraft descended heavily onto the ground, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Moments later, as the dust settled, two sizable craters were revealed. Vegeta and Nappa simultaneously opened the doors of their spacecraft and emerged. Are they truly the companions Raditz spoke of? Yamcha gasped in horror. Initially confident in his abilities, he now realized that the power emanating from Vegeta and Nappa far exceeded his expectations. With a swift motion, Vegeta and Nappa soared from the craters created by their landing. Kakarot, you have indeed returned, Vegeta said, a smile gracing his face as he addressed Son Wukong. Son Wukong nodded. Are you the companions of Raditz? Indeed, Kakarot. My name is Nappa, and standing beside me is the prince of our Scion race, His Highness Vegeta, the prince of the Scions. 1, 2, 3, 7, 8. More have arrived. Vegeta counted the number of Son Wukong and his companions. Nappa, why don't you entertain them for a while? Yes, Your Highness. Nappa replied as he activated the battle power detector worn over his left eye. Beep, beep, 1220, 1083, 1480, 1830, 610. What is this? Just a bunch of weaklings. Nappa scoffed at the numbers displayed on the detector. Nappa, what is Kakarot's battle power? Vegeta inquired. I haven't checked yet, but I suspect his power isn't much higher than theirs. Nappa, do not underestimate him. Kakarot may not be as simple as you think. Vegeta admonished. Krillin and the others appeared quite tense, yet Son Wukong and Son Wufan remained remarkably calm, based on his years of combat experience. Son Wukong knew that both he and Son Wufan possessed formidable strength. Yes. Nappa, upon hearing this, quickly pointed the battle power detector at Son Wukong. Beep, beep, 1000. Seeing the figure on the detector, Nappa immediately sighed in relief. Your Highness, Kakarot's battle power is 1000. Only 1000? I had such high expectations for him. And what about that little brat? Vegeta glanced at Son Wufan. Upon hearing this, Nappa aimed the detector at Son Wufan. Beep, beep, 980. Nappa reported Son Wufan's battle power. Upon hearing this, Vegeta stroked his chin thoughtfully. Then, as if struck by a realization, he spoke. I understand now. Kakarot and the little boy have concealed their battle powers, which explains their calm demeanor. Concealed battle power? Nappa, do you not recall? Kakarot's battle power was only over 400 when he fought Raditz, and somehow later, he managed to increase it to over 900. Ah, I see. However, Your Highness, even if Kakarot has concealed his power, it cannot possibly exceed mine, can it? Theoretically, it shouldn't be possible, but it is wise to remain cautious. Understood, Your Highness. Nappa nodded. Are we not to begin? As Son Wukong observed the prolonged conversation between the two, he interjected, after such a lengthy discourse, are you truly so eager to embrace death, Kakarot? Embrace death? Upon hearing this, Son Wukong gazed at Nappa with a look of bewilderment. Although Nappa's aura was formidable, he remained confident in his ability to defeat his opponent. As for Vegeta, that was a different matter altogether. Nappa smirked and approached a patch of earth, planting several seeds into the soil. What is he doing? Yamcha inquired, puzzled. Beats me, Krillin replied, shaking his head. Just then, the ground erupted with a tremendous bang, and 6 diminutive green creatures emerged from the earth. These creatures, known as the Scion warriors, were one of the traditional weapons of the Scions. However, they were not an invention of the Scions, rather. They were organisms discovered on a distant planet. The cultivated beings could fight on their own, serving as convenient tools, yet harvesting the seeds for cultivation was a challenging task, with their scarcity rendering them precious and expensive, thus not accessible to everyone. Each Scion warrior possessed a combat power of 1200, rivaling that of Raditz, who had a power level of 1500. Despite their lowly status, their strength was formidable. These are the Scion warriors, each boasts a combat power of 1200, exclaimed Krillin in alarm. 1200. That sounds alarmingly close to Raditz's power level. Indeed, but Raditz is but one individual, whereas they number 6. Krillin gulped nervously. Yamcha, are you sure you want to face them alone? I believe it would be prudent for everyone to attack together. Piccolo scoffed in disdain at this suggestion, his expression revealing his contempt. Krillin and the others stiffened at his words. Nappa let out a mocking laugh, raising his hand toward the Scion warriors. Charge. At his command. The 6 Scion warriors surged forward, charging at Son Wukong and his companions. With a swift motion, Son Wukong struck a powerful blow, piercing through the body of an approaching vegetable creature. With a swift motion of his right hand, Son Gohan unleashed a wave of energy that obliterated the approaching vegetable creature. Observing this, Krillin raised his right hand, concentrating a rapidly spinning orb of light. "Spirit Slash!" he shouted, propelling the orb towards the advancing foe. With a sharp slicing sound, the vegetable creature was cleaved in two, collapsing to the ground. "Excellent!" Yamcha exclaimed, confidently gathering an energy sphere in his hands to direct at the remaining vegetable creature. Just then, the creature's head abruptly split open, releasing a spray of corrosive liquid. Reacting swiftly, Yamcha retreated, maneuvering his energy sphere to curve away from the impending attack. With a resounding explosion, the vegetable creature was vanquished. The 2 remaining vegetable creatures, witnessing this, became noticeably apprehensive. "No retreat," Nappa bellowed, seeing their hesitation. Reluctantly, the creatures charged towards Piccolo and Tien. With a disdainful grunt, Piccolo delivered a powerful blow to the abdomen of the oncoming vegetable creature. A pained scream erupted as the creature crumpled to the ground, suffering. With his left hand, Piccolo unleashed an energy wave, eliminating the creature entirely. Chapter 15. Goku vs. Nappa. At this moment, Tien had also dispatched his own vegetable foe. Nappa was taken aback. He had initially believed the vegetable creatures could overpower them, but he was astonished by the extraordinary strength of Krillin and his companions. "Now that the vegetable creatures have been dealt with, it's your turn." "Very well, Prince Vegeta," Nappa replied, clasping his hands into a fist with a sinister grin. "Who among you wishes to meet your demise first?" Upon hearing this, Krillin and the others fell silent, their gazes shifting toward Goku and his son. Nappa's power was overwhelmingly formidable. Even with their combined strength, they were uncertain of emerging victorious. "Then allow me the honor of facing you." Son Wukong took a few steps forward and spoke. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept through, lifting his hair. The other figure chuckled and said, "Very well, I shall deal with you first, and then with those earthlings. Let us see if you possess the capability to withstand this." Son Wukong spoke calmly, "Humph." Upon hearing this, Ba displayed a look of utter disdain and retorted, "Kakarot, even if it is you, your brother Raditz would not dare to be so arrogant in my presence." "Is that so?" With a soft chuckle, Son Wukong released the energy he had previously reined in. The combat power detector adorning Nappa's left eye immediately sprang to life, emitting a series of beeps as the numbers ascended rapidly. As the reading soared to 2,000, then 3,000. A bead of cold sweat broke out on Nappa's forehead. Ultimately, Son Wukong's combat power reached an astonishing 5,000. 5,000. Upon witnessing the final figure, an unsettling chill crept down Nappa's spine. In the span of merely 1 year, Son Wukong astonishingly elevated his combat prowess from over 400 to an impressive 5,000. Upon hearing this, Vegeta too was taken aback, yet his astonishment was fleeting. His own baseline battle power had reached a formidable 14,000, thus 5,000 was hardly a challenge for him. 5,000! Exclaimed Krillin and the others, equally astonished. Although they were aware that Son Wukong's strength surpassed theirs, they had not anticipated such a significant disparity. "I must now be stronger than Raditz," one of them pondered. At this, Bardock scoffed. "And what of it? I am a warrior of noble lineage, while you are merely the offspring of a lowly soldier. You stand absolutely no chance of defeating me." Upon hearing this, Son Wukong smiled faintly. "Is that so? If that is the case, shall we begin?" Upon hearing this, Dabba immediately lowered his arms, which were crossed over his chest, and his expression transformed into one of grave seriousness. "Huh!" Suddenly, Dabba let out a loud roar, and like the wind, he swiftly approached Son Wukong, launching a vigorous attack. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Son Wukong deftly maneuvered to the left and right, effortlessly evading the attacks from Nappa. "What?" Startled, Nappa immediately retreated, launching a wave of energy towards Son Wukong with his right hand. Son Wukong swiftly shifted his body to the left, deftly evading the impending danger. With a thunderous roar, a colossal explosion obliterated the mountain behind him. Infuriated, the foe unleashed a barrage of energy waves towards Son Wukong with both hands. With a subtle shift of his body, Son Wukong deftly evaded the attack once more. Observing this, Nappa charged at Son Wukong again. In no time, Nappa reached Son Wukong's front, delivering a powerful downward strike with his right fist. Son Wukong raised both hands skyward, successfully blocking the incoming punch. Nappa was taken aback. In that moment, Son Wukong forcefully lifted his hands, sending Nappa staggering back several paces. "Well, you have been on the offensive for quite some time. Now it is my turn." Upon hearing these words, Nappa felt a surge of tension, yet with Vegeta positioned right behind him, he could only feign composure. Kakarot, I am eager to see just how formidable your strength truly is. As he spoke, Nappa clenched his fists tightly and charged once more at Son Wukong. Son Wukong shifted his body to the left and delivered a powerful punch to the face of the barbarian. Bang! With a powerful strike. Son Wukong's right fist collided with Nappa's face, instantly knocking out two of his teeth and sending his body hurtling backward like a projectile, crashing into the mountain behind him. The ground erupted in a cloud of dust and debris. As the dust settled, Nappa, gasping for breath, managed to rise from the earth, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with his right hand. TCH, what a useless fool. Vegeta observed with a look of disdain. Nappa, sensing Vegeta's contempt, felt a weight of seriousness settle upon his expression. Having followed Vegeta closely, he understood the merciless nature of his companion. If he failed to defeat Son Wukong, he would surely face severe repercussions. With this thought in mind, Nappa resolved to stake everything on this battle, determined to vanquish Son Wukong at any cost. With a loud shout, Nappa suddenly concentrated a wave of energy in his right hand, launching it towards Krillin. Son Wukong was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Nappa would strike at Krillin. However, given his current speed, he was utterly unable to reach Krillin in time to save him. Bang! At that moment, Son Gohan swiftly moved, positioning himself in front of Krillin, and with a single strike, he deflected Nappa's energy wave behind them. With a resounding explosion, the energy wave detonated behind Krillin and the others. Gohan! Krillin exclaimed in astonishment, then glanced toward the source of the explosion. Did you just save me? Yes. Son Gohan nodded. Nappa was taken aback. What was this little brat doing appearing before the bald-headed one? At that moment, a trace of solemnity appeared on Vegeta's face. He had initially believed that Goku was the strongest among them, but it seemed that Son Gohan's strength was likely on par with Goku's. How intriguing. Moments later, a subtle smile graced Vegeta's lips as he raised the corners of his mouth. Just then, Nappa swiftly clapped his hands together, unleashing a torrent of golden energy waves directed at Tien and the others. Upon witnessing this, Tien and his companions hastily retreated. How infuriating. In a fit of rage, Son Wukong clenched his fists with great intensity. Kaiken. With a resounding shout, he transformed into a streak of crimson light, hurtling towards Nappa. What? Vegeta exclaimed, lowering his arms in astonishment. Bang! At that moment, Son Wukong materialized before Nappa, delivering a powerful blow to his abdomen. Nappa let out a piercing scream as his body was propelled like a projectile, crashing heavily into the mountain behind him. With a thunderous roar, a cascade of rocks tumbled down, burying Nappa beneath their weight. The ground swiftly erupted into a cloud of dust. After a brief interval as the dust settled, Nappa's combat power plummeted from 4,000 to a mere 2. Indeed, they were nothing but a collection of worthless fools. Witnessing Nappa's complete loss of fighting spirit, Vegeta's disdain deepened significantly. Chapter 16, Son Wukong vs. Vegeta. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong immediately glanced at Vegeta and declared, Vegeta, your companions are still alive. If you leave now, I shall allow you to depart. Allow us to depart? Vegeta responded, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke, bursting into laughter. Kakarot. Do not presume that your modest strength grants you the audacity to boast before me. To speak frankly, my combat power far exceeds that of that individual by several magnitudes. Several magnitudes. Upon hearing this, Krillin's face instantly displayed a hint of astonishment, while Son Gohan observed Vegeta as if he were a performer on stage. Had Son Gohan chosen to intervene, a mere flick of his hand could have obliterated Vegeta. However, he refrained from doing so merely to indulge the desire of Son Wukong and Vegeta to engage in battle. Several magnitudes. Though Son Wukong retains a modicum of strength, his current Kaioken technique can only augment his power by a mere twofold, unless he disregards his physical form and seeks to elevate the multiplier further. He will inevitably face the consequences of his body succumbing to the strain. Indeed, Kakarot, are you not fearful? Son Wukong chuckled and said, if I were truly afraid, I would not engage in battle with you. Indeed, Vegeta replied, raising his right hand to unleash a blue energy wave towards the massive rock pinning Nappa. Boom. With a resounding explosion, Nappa and the boulder were obliterated into smithereens. A cloud of dust and thick smoke instantly billowed into the air. Vegeta. Have no need for useless trash? Upon witnessing this, Krillin and the others were immediately struck with a sense of dread. They had not anticipated that Vegeta would resort to killing one of his own. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong immediately clenched his fists. Vegeta let out a soft chuckle and soared to a small peak behind him. Upon witnessing the scene, Son Wukong immediately soared to a nearby hill opposite Vegeta. The distance between the two small peaks was but a few meters. A gentle breeze swept through, tousling the hair atop their heads. You should feel honored. It is exceedingly rare for a superior warrior like myself to engage in combat with someone of your lesser stature, Vegeta declared with a smile, arms crossed. From the moment a scion is born, they undergo a rigorous assessment of their warrior potential. If deemed inadequate, they are dispatched to places devoid of formidable foes. Much like yourself, you are universally recognized as a fool. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong not only refrained from anger, but instead revealed a faint smile as he spoke. Thanks to your efforts, I have been brought to this earth. I truly owe you my gratitude. Moreover, the distinction between genius and fool is merely a fine line. Through relentless endeavor, one can surpass even the most gifted. Upon hearing this, Vegeta let out a cold chuckle. An amusing jest indeed. Allow me to demonstrate the insurmountable chasm that your efforts will never bridge. As he spoke, Vegeta assumed a combative stance, ready for battle. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong likewise assumed a combat stance. A gentle breeze began to swirl from all directions, stirring the atmosphere around them. Suddenly, Son Wukong clenched his fist with determination. Stepping forward with his right foot, swiftly soaring to the peak where Vegeta stood. With a resounding shout, Son Wukong unleashed his fist like the wind, launching an assault towards Vegeta's form. Vegeta, with both hands raised in defense, deflected the trajectory of Son Wukong's impending strike. With a swift motion, Son Wukong retracted his fists, launching yet another tempestuous assault upon Vegeta. In response, Vegeta raised his hands, deftly parrying the blows while simultaneously counterattacking Son Wukong. After exchanging dozens of blows, Vegeta propelled himself backward, leaping effortlessly to the peaks of distant mountains. Whoosh! Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong immediately gave chase. Vegeta let out a soft chuckle, forcefully thrusting his right foot against the mountain peak behind him, propelling his body swiftly to intercept Son Wukong. With a powerful strike, he swung his right fist forward. Bang! Son Wukong's face was struck with great force, propelling his body backward. Just as he was about to collide with the towering mountain behind him, he forcefully pushed off the ground with his feet, swiftly soaring into the air. As Son Wukong surveyed his surroundings, Vegeta's figure suddenly emerged from behind him, launching a swift attack with a lethal strike from his right hand aimed at Son Wukong. Whoosh! As Son Wukong descended, he swiftly pivoted and delivered a kick towards Vegeta. Vegeta nimbly retreated, evading the strike. Subsequently, the two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, their fists and feet moving like the wind amidst the sky. With a flurry of sound and impact, after dozens of exchanges, Vegeta accelerated his movements, delivering powerful punches that struck Son Wukong's body with force. With a piercing scream, Son Wukong slightly lowered his body. Just then, Vegeta's figure appeared above him, his hands clasped as he launched a powerful strike towards Son Wukong's body. With a resounding crash, Son Wukong plummeted to the ground like a bolt of lightning. Just as he was about to crash onto a small peak, he executed a backflip, landing gracefully on the summit behind him. Observing this, Vegeta immediately descended to the small peak in front of Son Wukong. He is truly formidable, from the beginning until now. He has never fought earnestly. In terms of both speed and combat prowess, he far surpasses me. Son Wukong gazed at the confidently assertive Vegeta before him, unable to restrain his admiration. Hurry and make your move. Could it be that you've exhausted all your strength? I see. Allow me to show you. As Son Wukong spoke, he clenched his fist with great force, emanating a substantial amount of heat, causing his entire body to flush a vibrant red. Subsequently, a crimson aura enveloped him. King Kai Fist. With a swift motion of his right hand, Son Wukong unleashed a dazzling crimson light. Startled, Vegeta propelled himself upward with great force. In an instant, a thunderous explosion echoed as the peak upon which Vegeta had stood was dramatically obliterated. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong instantly transformed into a streak of red light, soaring towards the sky where Vegeta resided. Bang! With a powerful strike, Son Wukong's right fist struck Vegeta's face, causing his head to immediately recoil backward. Seizing the opportunity, Son Wukong unleashed a flurry of punches upon Vegeta's face with the swiftness of the wind, delivering dozens of strikes in an instant. Subsequently, Son Wukong forcefully raised his right leg, sending Vegeta soaring through the air with a powerful kick. Bang! With a swift clench of his fists, Son Wukong descended rapidly to the ground, charging towards the airborne figure of Vegeta. At that precise moment, Vegeta's form flickered, and he swiftly appeared before Son Wukong, delivering a powerful kick aimed squarely at his chin. As the aura of the King Kai Fist emanated from Son Wukong, his body was propelled backward, soaring through the air for a considerable distance. Sun Wukong was drenched in cold sweat, his expression grave as he gazed intently at Vegeta. Noticing this, Vegeta smirked slightly and remarked, "If this is your utmost limit, it is rather disappointing." Chapter 17, the Kaioken X3 and the Kamehameha. While the two were engaged in a fierce battle, Son Gohan was meticulously surveying their surroundings. In the original Dragon Ball series, Dr. Gero had mentioned that he dispatched miniature robots to gather combat data on Son Wukong and Vegeta. After scanning the area for a while, Son Gohan spotted a minuscule white robot, smaller than a fingernail. Found it. As Son Wukong spoke, his figure flickered, and he seized the diminutive robot, the tiny automaton. Sensing its capture, immediately began to resist against Son Wukong. Son Gohan let out a cold snort and stored it in the system's inventory. At that moment, Piccolo and the others also noticed Son Gohan appearing in the distance. Son Gohan nodded and swiftly flew to Piccolo's side. "Gohan, what has transpired?" Piccolo inquired. "Nothing much. I merely thought I caught a glimpse of a figure, but I must have been mistaken." "I see," Piccolo responded, immediately turning his gaze towards the battle involving Goku. Initially, he had presumed that even after a year of training on King Kai's planet, Goku would not surpass him by much. However, he was taken aback by the considerable gap that had now emerged between them. Contemplating this, Piccolo clenched his fists tightly. Once this battle concluded, he resolved to dedicate himself to training, striving to catch up with Goku. Just then, Vegeta clenched his fists, emanating a formidable aura that surged upwards. Boom! The ground trembled violently under the influence of Vegeta's energy, and a multitude of sand and stones were sent flying. A radiant golden light enveloped Vegeta, while a colossal dark cloud loomed overhead, obscuring the sky. What an overwhelming energy! As soon as the thought crossed his mind, a fierce wind erupted from Vegeta's being. Son Wukong raised his right hand to shield himself from the fierce gale, retreating a short distance. At that moment, Vegeta unleashed a powerful roar, radiating an extraordinarily brilliant light from his entire being. Moments later, as tranquility returned, Vegeta elevated his battle power to 18,000. The tremors of the earth ceased, and the dark clouds in the sky dissipated. Son Wukong glanced around and spoke. Immediately after, he turned his gaze towards the formidable Vegeta before him. Due to the surge of energy, Vegeta's expression became remarkably serene. At that moment, Vegeta suddenly let out a fierce shout, his body darting towards Son Wukong with the swiftness of lightning. Startled, Son Wukong had no time to react before he was forcefully propelled away by the shoulder of the charging Vegeta. In an instant, Vegeta's figure flickered, swiftly appearing before the flying Son Wukong, his right elbow striking fiercely against Son Wukong's back. Bang! Son Wukong was struck down, landing upon a small mountain peak. Son Wukong's feet firmly planted on the ground, his entire being once again radiated a considerable amount of crimson energy. Double Kaioken. With a resounding shout, Son Wukong instantly transformed into a streak of red light, hurtling towards Vegeta. In a swift motion, Vegeta vanished and reappeared behind Son Wukong. Son Wukong swiftly turned around, only to witness a long leg soaring towards him in a flying kick. Bang! Vegeta's right foot struck forcefully against Son Wukong's chest, propelling him like a projectile into the towering peak behind him. Wukong, Krillin, and the others, witnessing the event, felt an immediate surge of concern. Vegeta let out a chilling laugh. "Kakarot, is this truly the extent of your strength?" Upon hearing this, Son Wukong immediately soared from the great mountain, landing on a small peak where he began to breathe heavily. After a brief moment, his gaze suddenly grew resolute. There was no alternative. Even if it meant enduring injury or risking his life, he had no choice but to elevate the Kaioken to 3 times its power. "What's the matter, Kakarot? Have you run out of tricks?" Vegeta remarked with a smirk as he observed Son Wukong's hesitation. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong slowly closed his eyes. "You must endure." "My body." Vegeta's expression flickered with surprise. Just then, Son Wukong's eyes flew open, radiating an immense aura of crimson energy. Triple Kaioken. With a powerful shout, Son Wukong transformed into a streak of red light, charging towards Vegeta. Startled, Vegeta had no time to react before Son Wukong's right fist struck him with tremendous force. Bang! With a resounding crash, Vegeta was propelled through the air like a projectile. With a thunderous roar, Son Wukong propelled himself with the swiftness of light, appearing directly above Vegeta. Subsequently, with immense force, he thrust his right fist forward, delivering a devastating blow that sent Vegeta plummeting from the sky. In a cacophonous crash, a colossal mountain was toppled by Vegeta's descent, sending a massive cloud of dust swirling into the air. Son Wukong exhaled deeply, the fiery aura enveloping him gradually dissipating. Son Wukong had just employed the Kaioken technique at triple its usual strength, inflicting injury upon Vegeta. However, this forceful exertion placed a considerable strain on his own body. Contemplating this, Son Wukong cast a fleeting glance at his companion, Son Gohan, who stood behind him. In truth, had Son Gohan engaged in this battle, it would likely have reached its conclusion long ago. Nevertheless, after spending a year in rigorous training on the North Kai's planet, he sought to test his mettle against Vegeta. At that moment, Vegeta let out a thunderous roar, emanating an overwhelming aura that sent the stones weighing him down flying into the air. Upon inspecting his hands, Vegeta was astonished to find them stained with blood. "I am injured," he exclaimed in disbelief. With a surge of fury, he lifted his gaze towards Son Wukong hovering in the sky. With a mighty leap, Vegeta propelled himself into the heights above. Due to the immense burden that the triple Kaioken places on his body, Son Wukong has collapsed onto a small mountain peak. At this very moment, Vegeta brings his hands together behind him, emanating arcs of purple lightning from his palms. What? Son Wukong was taken aback. He then glanced behind him. Could it be that he intended to annihilate the earth? Vegeta let out a cold snort. "Indeed, Kakarot, if you wish to hide, feel free to do so. But the earth behind you will be beyond salvation." Upon hearing this, Son Wukong clenched his fists tightly and declared, "I shall not evade." Upon concluding his statement, Son Wukong immediately emanated a vast amount of crimson energy, his hands gradually coming together behind him as he declared, "The Kaioken times 3. Kamehameha." At that moment, Vegeta completed his energy accumulation, forcefully thrusting his hands forward as he proclaimed, "Final Flash." With that, a violet beam of light surged forth from Vegeta, directed towards Son Wukong. With a resounding roar, Son Wukong unleashed the Kamehameha wave. Chapter 18, The Trump Card. Boom. A violent clash ensued as the Kamehameha collided fiercely with the Gallic Gun. The ground trembled violently around them, due to Vegeta's superior strength over Son Wukong. The Gallic Gun swiftly overpowered the Kamehameha. How infuriating. In a fit of rage, Son Wukong exerted his strength, propelling his hands upward, causing the Kamehameha wave to retreat slightly. Observing this, Vegeta immediately let out a fierce shout, forcefully suppressing the Kamehameha wave. With a cry of despair, Son Wukong felt his body beginning to falter. Gohan. Upon witnessing this, Krillin and the others immediately turned their gaze to Gohan. It is only he who can intervene and potentially save the Earth. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong maintained his composure. At that very moment, Sun Wukong, who had been trembling, suddenly clenched his hands into fists. With a resounding shout, he unleashed the Kaioken at 4 times its normal strength. An overwhelming surge of power instantly infused the Kamehameha, propelling it back towards Vegeta's energy blast. "What?" Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment, and even as he attempted to evade, it was already too late. Boom. With an incredibly deafening sound, Vegeta was struck by his own energy blast, letting out an astonishingly anguished scream. After a brief pause, as the explosion subsided, the sky was devoid of Vegeta's presence. "Krillin, has he been obliterated?" "Not yet." Son Gohan shook his head. "Is there none?" Son Gohan nodded, his figure swiftly appearing beside the gravely injured Son Wukong. "Gohan." With a voice remarkably frail, Son Wukong called out to Son Gohan. Son Wukong nodded and placed a mystical bean into Son Wukong's mouth. Son Wukong swiftly swallowed the magical beans, mending his physical wounds. Upon the restoration of his body, he realized that his strength had significantly surpassed its previous limits. What? Concealed within the clouds, Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing this. Each time a Saiyan narrowly escapes death, their combat power multiplies exponentially. This meant that Son Wukong's current strength now eclipsed his own. How infuriating. With this thought, an overwhelming rage surged within him. Had he known, he would not have held back earlier and would have dispatched him swiftly. At that moment, Son Wukong ascended from below. Gritting his teeth, Vegeta concentrated his energy, forming an artificial moon and hurled it into the heavens. Son Wukong was taken aback, poised to intervene. Suddenly, he witnessed Vegeta's eyes blaze crimson, and an abundance of dark fur erupted across his body. With a thunderous roar, Vegeta transformed into a colossal ape. The transformation had occurred. Krillin and the others, upon witnessing the spectacle, immediately widened their eyes in astonishment. Boom. As the words left their lips, Vegeta leaped from the heavens, his feet crashing down upon the earth. The ground was instantly upheaved, sending clouds of dust swirling into the air. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong's expression grew solemn. At that very moment, Vegeta let out a fierce roar, unleashing his fist with great force upon the surrounding peaks. Several mountains crumbled under the might of Vegeta's powerful blows. Had he lost control? Just as the words left his lips, Vegeta suddenly pivoted, swiftly extending his hands forward in a decisive grasp. Son Wukong was taken aback and swiftly retreated. Was he not out of control? Son Wukong glanced at Vegeta. At that moment, Vegeta suddenly burst into laughter. Kakarot, we, as elite warriors, shall never lose control during the transformation into great apes. Isn't that so? Upon hearing this, Son Wukong clenched his fists with great intensity and, like a bolt of lightning, charged towards Vegeta. Vegeta leapt into the air with remarkable speed. King Kai Fist. With a resounding roar, Son Wukong transformed into a streak of crimson light, swiftly darting behind Vegeta. Startled, Vegeta barely had time to react when Son Wukong delivered a powerful flying kick to his back. With a piercing scream, Vegeta was sent hurtling like a projectile, crashing violently into the mountain behind him. The impact reverberated with a thunderous roar, causing a cascade of rocks to tumble down, stirring up a vast cloud of dust upon the ground. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong immediately dissipated the crimson aura enveloping him and proclaimed, Vegeta, you are no longer my match. I advise you to concede and depart from Earth. Krillin, observing the scene, expressed his confusion. What is happening? Wukong's strength was clearly inferior to his just moments ago. Yet after consuming his Senzu Bean, his power has surged remarkably. I have no idea, Tien Jinhan replied, shaking his head. Concede. Upon hearing this, Vegeta felt a surge of indignation. Had it not been for Son Wukong's consumption of the Senzu Bean, which restored his injuries, he would have already triumphed over him, allowing Wukong to exhibit such arrogance. With this thought, Vegeta clenched his fists tightly and declared, Kakarot, had you not relied on that bean to heal, you would have been defeated long ago. True, without the Senzu Bean, I would have indeed succumbed to you. However, even so, you stand no chance of victory. Kakarot, what do you mean by that? To be frank, Gohan's current power far surpasses mine. If he were to intervene, you would have been vanquished already. That little brat. Vegeta's gaze shifted towards Gohan in the distance. From the very beginning, he had sensed Gohan's exceptional nature. Yet he never anticipated that he would be their trump card. Kakarot, you claim that little brat's strength exceeds yours. So why do you still engage me in battle? Why? Perhaps it is because I yearn to confront formidable foes and elevate my own strength. Formidable foes. Vegeta smiled faintly at this assertion. Despite his disdain for Son Wukong, the sentiment brought him a modicum of joy. You just stated that little brat's power is far beyond yours? Indeed. Son Wukong nodded. Upon hearing this, Vegeta immediately opened his mouth and unleashed a powerful energy blast towards Son Gohan. Calm and composed, Son Wukong stood firm, gently tapping the energy cannon with his right index finger, instantly neutralizing its power. Vegeta was taken aback. He had previously thought Son Wukong was deceiving him, but he was astonished to discover that Son Wukong's strength far exceeded his expectations. In that moment, Son Wukong's figure flickered, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Vegeta. Before Vegeta could comprehend, Son Wukong swiftly gathered a golden energy blade in his right hand and severed Vegeta's tail in a single stroke. With a resounding crash, the tail fell heavily to the ground. Oh no! Vegeta's expression changed dramatically upon witnessing this. As the words left his lips, his body began to shrink gradually, reverting to its humanoid form. Seeing his transformation, Vegeta's face filled with intense anxiety. In his grade 8 form, he was already no match for Son Wukong and the others. Now, back in his human form, he was even less capable of contending with them. Chapter 19. The battle concludes. Vegeta, you must leave. In your current state, victory is impossible, Son Wukong suddenly declared. Upon hearing this, Vegeta clenched his teeth in fury. Kakarot, this time I concede defeat, but when we meet again, I assure you, I will not be bested. Son Wukong nodded. Upon witnessing this, Vegeta promptly turned and soared towards his spaceship. Moments later, he activated his vessel and departed from Earth. Krillin exclaimed, he has gone. Indeed. After all, Gohan possesses such formidable strength that he could never hope to defeat him. Yamcha remarked. That is true. At that moment, Son Wukong and Gohan approached from a distance. Wukong. Gohan. Krillin called out to them with a beaming smile. The two acknowledged him with a nod. By the way, Wukong, why did you let that fellow go? After gaining strength, he might very well return to Earth. Krillin inquired. It's nothing much. I merely heard Lord Kai say that we Scions are down to just a few of us, so I thought I might show him some mercy. I see, Krillin replied. Humph. Piccolo scoffed. Wukong, your excessive compassion will surely lead to your own downfall one day. Son Wukong chuckled and said, Piccolo, when did you become so concerned about me? Piccolo replied, I am not concerned about you. I merely wanted to remind you for Gohan's sake. Gohan. With a glance at Gohan, Son Wukong spoke, Piccolo, you have worked tirelessly this past year. Without your guidance, Gohan would not have attained such remarkable strength. Piccolo let out a cold snort. Do not misunderstand, Son Wukong. My training of Gohan was solely to harness his power in our battle against the Saiyans. Son Wukong nodded with a smile. Now that the battle has concluded, shall we all return? Meanwhile, on the other side, Vegeta, having departed from Earth, clenched his fists tightly as he gazed upon the vast universe before him. Kakarot, Gohan. When we meet again, I shall undoubtedly defeat you both. Back on Earth, at Wukong's residence in Baozi Mountain. At this moment, Son Wukong and Son Gohan soared back to the doorstep of their home. Thud, thud. Son Wukong gently tapped on the door. Shortly thereafter, Chi-Chi emerged and opened it. Gohan. Upon seeing Son Gohan safe and sound, Chi-Chi rushed forward to embrace him tightly. Taken aback by Chi-Chi's warm gesture, Son Gohan felt a delightful surprise. At that moment, the Ox King also stepped out from within the house and lifted Son Gohan off the ground in a heartfelt gesture. Son Wukong felt a tinge of helplessness regarding the situation. In truth, he was not particularly fond of being held, yet at the tender age of 5, being cradled by others was quite a common occurrence for a child. Was it you or Goku who defeated that Saiyan? After a brief moment of being lifted by the Ox King, Son Wukong was swiftly returned to the ground. It was my father who vanquished him. Is that so? Then the Saiyan must not have been very formidable. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong smiled and remained silent. Well then, Gohan, since the battle has concluded, it is time for you to return to your room and resume your studies. Grandpa. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong immediately turned his gaze towards the Bull Demon King. The Bull Demon King appeared to be in a quandary. On one hand, there was his beloved daughter, and on the other, his cherished grandson. Regardless of whom he chose to assist, the decision was fraught with difficulty. Perhaps Chi-Chi should allow Gohan to finish his lunch before delving into his studies. Father, Chi-Chi exclaimed, her expression immediately shifting to one of displeasure as she regarded the Bull Demon King. We agreed yesterday that Gohan must study upon his return today. Yet you continue to indulge him. All right, I understand, Chi-Chi. I shall send Gohan to his studies at once. Now that sounds more like it. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong glanced at his companion, Son Wukong. Silent as ever, Son Wukong appeared to harbor no expectations. Consequently, Son Gohan refrained from further conversation and dutifully returned to his room to study. Upon entering his chamber, Son Gohan retrieved the computer gifted to him by Bulma from the system's inventory. Lacking internet access at home, he instructed the system to activate its Wi-Fi. Once the computer powered on, he promptly produced the miniature robot captured earlier that day and, utilizing the system's scanning capabilities, located the device's computer connection port. Through this connection, Son Gohan swiftly decrypted the minimal data gathered by the robot, which consisted solely of the combat information from the day's skirmish involving Son Wukong and Vegeta. Son Wukong erased this information and, utilizing micro-robots, located the supercomputer that controlled these diminutive machines. Originally, Son Wukong intended to infiltrate this supercomputer. However, its formidable defenses rendered such an endeavor impossible with his current technological prowess. The system, Dr. Gero's supercomputer, is exceedingly difficult to breach. Do you possess any means to assist me in penetrating this supercomputer? The system coughed lightly. Master, I am a cultivation system, not an omnipotent one. Son Wukong smiled and remarked. So, it appears you too have your limitations. It is not a matter of inability. Rather, I am a legitimate system. Assisting individuals in breaching computers is certainly not the conduct of an upstanding entity. Is that so? In that case, I shall embark on a solitary journey to explore the intricacies of infiltrating this computer. If I cannot succeed in a day, I will extend my efforts to 2 days. If 2 days prove futile, I shall dedicate a month or even a year. The system, upon hearing this, fell into a contemplative silence. Son Wukong's son, Gohan, is evidently threatening him. That master, I have just contemplated that Dr. Gero is indeed an antagonist. My assistance to you is, in fact, a contribution to justice. Son Wukong nodded. System, how can I infiltrate this supercomputer? It's quite simple. I shall do it. No sooner had he spoken than Son Wukong's computer successfully breached Dr. Gero's supercomputer. Impressive. Upon witnessing the successful infiltration, Son Wukong immediately began to examine the data stored within Dr. Gero's supercomputer. Before long, he discovered information pertaining to androids 16 through 20. Notably, Android 16 had already been successfully created by Dr. Gero, while Androids 17 and 18 were still in the process of being developed. As for Androids 19 and 20, only design blueprints had been drafted. Androids 17 and 18. As Sun Wukong gazed at the design schematics displayed on his computer, he found himself immersed in deep contemplation. The androids, number 17 and number 18, were the result of human modification, and Dr. Gero's mastery over the controlling technology was rather rudimentary. Thus, even if Sun Wukong were to alter Dr. Gero's original programming, it would bear little significance. However, there existed the possibility of experimenting with the programming of androids number 19 and 20. The uncertainty lingered as to whether Dr. Gero would, akin to the original narrative, transform himself into android number 20. Chapter 20. Sun Wukong's clone versus Piccolo. After a moment of contemplation, Sun Wukong exited Dr. Gero's supercomputer, retracting the microbots back into the system. The androids number 19 and number 20 had yet to be created, rendering him incapable of inputting any programs for them. It was at this juncture that Sun Wukong was suddenly alerted by the sound of the doorknob being turned. Sun Wukong was instantly startled and swiftly stowed his computer into the system. As the door swung open, a tall and robust figure entered the room. It was none other than Sun Wukong's grandfather, the Bull Demon King. Wufan, it is time for dinner. All right. Sun Wukong nodded. After lunch, Gohan was taking a peaceful afternoon nap at home. As the clock approached 2 o'clock, Chi-Chi knocked on the door and entered Gohan's room, rousing him from his slumber. Gohan. It is already 2 o'clock. It's time to study. Son Gohan, in a state of confusion, inquired, you should freshen up, and then begin your studies and exercises. All right. As Sun Wukong spoke, he promptly arose and rushed into the bathroom. Upon entering, he swiftly closed the door behind him and retrieved a strand of hair that had fallen earlier that day, transforming it into a replica of himself. You shall read on my behalf, he declared. Indeed, nodded the doppelganger. In an instant, Sun Wukong teleported to the summit where Piccolo was engaged in meditation. Sensing the energy of Sun Wukong, Piccolo immediately opened his eyes. Wukong, Uncle Piccolo. Upon hearing this, Sun Wufan immediately replied, Wufan, did you not return home? How did you end up here? My mother wishes for me to focus on my studies, yet I am not particularly inclined to do so. Hence I came to visit you. I see. However, doesn't that concern your mother? Not at all, Uncle Piccolo. I left a doppelganger at home. A doppelganger? As Sun Wukong spoke, he promptly plucked a hair from his own head, transforming it into a doppelganger. Uncle Piccolo, behold, this is my clone. Piccolo was momentarily taken aback upon witnessing the spectacle. The doppelgangers of Sun Wukong possess an indistinguishable resemblance to him, both in essence and appearance. It would indeed be quite challenging to differentiate them without careful observation. So, how many such duplicates can you conjure, Wukong? I am unsure. But I believe I could manage a few thousand without much difficulty. A few thousand? Indeed. Are they capable of combat? Certainly, although their strength is merely 1,000th of mine. 1,000th. Can they transform into super scions? If their battle power is sufficient, I believe it is possible. Upon hearing this, Piccolo immediately envisioned a multitude of super scions in his mind. If Wukong were to truly attain such strength, he feared he would pale in comparison to even a single strand of Wukong's hair. Contemplating this, Piccolo's resolve to grow stronger became even more unwavering. So, Wukong, would you be able to have your doppelgangers engage in battle with me? Son Gohan, even in his significantly weakened state, is he truly incapable of prevailing? Sun Wukong paused in surprise. Uncle Piccolo, are you going to battle my doppelganger? Indeed. Is there a problem with that? Sun Wukong smiled and said, No. I am merely feeling somewhat astonished. He could not confess that Piccolo was unable to defeat his doppelganger. Upon hearing this, Piccolo felt a mixture of skepticism and belief. In that case, let him have a match with me first. Oh, very well. Son Gohan nodded. Upon finishing his words, his doppelganger immediately positioned itself in front of Piccolo. The two exchanged a brief glance before swiftly retreating, creating a significant distance between them for their battle. Shall we begin? Piccolo addressed Son Gohan's doppelganger. Sun Wukong's doppelganger nodded slightly. Upon witnessing this, Piccolo immediately shouted, clenching his fist as he charged towards Sun Wukong's doppelganger. In no time, Piccolo reached the front of Sun Wukong's doppelganger, launching a flurry of punches akin to the swift movement of the wind. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Son Gohan's doppelganger shifted slightly, effortlessly evading Piccolo's attack. What? Piccolo gasped, swiftly retreating. In that instant, Son Gohan's apparition flickered and reappeared before Piccolo, delivering a powerful strike to his abdomen with his right fist. Piccolo let out a cry of agony as his body was propelled backward, crashing into the mountains behind him. Upon witnessing the scene, Son Gohan immediately concealed his face with his hand. Initially, he intended for his doppelganger to retain its hands, yet with Piccolo right beside him, he found it inappropriate to voice his thoughts directly. Had he foreseen this, he would have requested the system to teach him telepathy. At that moment, Piccolo was panting heavily, gradually rising from the ground. After scrutinizing Son Gohan's doppelganger for a brief moment, Piccolo charged at it once more. Whoosh! Bang! 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 Piccolo's fist struck forcefully against the doppelganger, which was simultaneously defending itself while retreating. Boom! Just as Piccolo cornered the doppelganger against a towering mountain, its figure suddenly vanished, causing Piccolo's right fist to crash heavily against the mountain. Curse be it! Piccolo exclaimed in fury, swiftly turning around. At that instant, Son Gohan's doppelganger reappeared in midair, executing a spinning kick aimed at Piccolo. With a resounding thud, Piccolo was propelled into the mountain behind him, the ground erupting in a cloud of dust. Whoosh! As Sun Wukong's doppelganger touched the ground with both feet, he stood before Piccolo with a serene expression. Upon witnessing this, Gohan immediately flew towards his clone and exclaimed, "Uncle Piccolo, why did you strike so fiercely?" Piccolo replied, "But didn't you just instruct me to engage him?" Gohan retorted, "I did ask you to spar with him, but I didn't mean for you to go so hard." Piccolo countered, "I have shown restraint. I assumed you desired me to train him." Just then, Piccolo rose from beneath the heavy boulder and said, "Gohan, do not hold back your clone. Let him unleash his full potential." "All right." Son Wukong's son nodded. At that moment, a figure suddenly descended from the sky, and it was none other than Son Wukong himself. "Father." As soon as the words escaped his lips, Son Wukong swiftly landed before the two. Son Wukong glanced at Sun Wufan and his doppelganger, a look of astonishment immediately gracing his face. "Two Wufans? Not two Wufans, rather. It is a doppelganger of one Wufan," Piccolo remarked, his arms crossed. "A doppelganger, you say?" Piccolo nodded in affirmation. "I thought as much. How else could there be three distinct energies emanating from Wufan?" Sun Wukong gazed upon the true form of Son Gohan and inquired, "You must indeed be the genuine Gohan, correct?" Sun Wukong nodded. "Is the Gohan at home also a manifestation of you?" Chapter 21, The Grandfather in the Dream. Son Gohan nodded once more. "So, Gohan, your doppelganger shouldn't be discovered by Chi-Chi, right?" "No, my doppelganger possesses the same memories as I do." "Is that so? But where did you learn such an impressive technique?" "I acquired it in my dreams." "In your dreams?" "Indeed. While I was dreaming, I encountered an old man who taught me the art of creating doppelgangers." "In your dreams? You can still recall everything from your dream, Gohan?" Piccolo expressed his skepticism. "Yes. That old man not only imparted the technique of creating doppelgangers, but also taught me the art of instantaneous movement." "Instantaneous movement? What is instantaneous movement, Gohan?" Sun Wukong inquired. Upon hearing Sun Wufan's nonsensical ramblings, the system could not help but let out a cold snort, saying, "What a dream about an old man. It is clearly I who imparted this knowledge to you." Upon hearing this, Son Gohan disregarded the system and proceeded to elucidate the technique of instant transmission to Sun Wukong. Instant transmission is an art that allows one to perceive the energy of another and instantly arrive in their vicinity. The range of this technique is vast. Even if the individual you seek resides on a distant planet in the cosmos, as long as you can sense their energy, you can transport yourself directly to their world. Is it truly possible to teleport to another's planet? Son Gohan nodded. "Well, Gohan, could you teach me this technique?" "Certainly, but this technique is rather challenging to master. It may require a significant amount of time." "That's all right. I can learn at a leisurely pace," Sun Wukong remarked, casting a glance at Piccolo, who was still adorned with remnants of sand and dust. "Piccolo, were you just engaged in battle with Gohan?" "No. I was merely contending with his doppelganger." Sun Wukong gazed at the weakened doppelganger of Sun Wufan. "So, Piccolo, did you manage to defeat Wufan's clone?" "No." Piccolo shook his head. "Well then, Wufan, may I engage in a spar with your doppelganger?" "Of course." As Sun Wukong spoke, he cast a meaningful glance at his doppelganger. The combat prowess of Sun Wukong's doppelganger exceeds 800,000 points. Given Sun Wukong's current strength, it is simply implausible for him to prevail against it. Thus, he intends to allow his duplicate to hold back, ensuring that Sun Wukong does not suffer an exceedingly embarrassing defeat. Upon witnessing Sun Wukong's agreement, he swiftly soared to a nearby clearing. Upon witnessing the manifestation of Sun Wukong's doppelganger, Son Gohan swiftly soared to a position several hundred meters in front of Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong chuckled softly, positioning his hands into a combat stance and said, "Well then, Wufan, shall we begin?" Son Gohan nodded. "Huh." Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong immediately let out a mighty roar, swiftly propelling himself toward the avatar of Son Gohan. Launching a flurry of punches and kicks with the swiftness of the wind in a fierce assault, Son Gohan deftly shifted his body, effortlessly evading Goku's assault. Sun Wukong was taken aback. At that moment, the shadow of Son Gohan's clone suddenly vanished, reappearing behind Sun Wukong. No, it had disappeared. As the words left his lips, Son Gohan's clone leaped into the air, forcefully kicking towards Sun Wukong with its right foot. Bang! Sun Wukong was violently propelled away, his body colliding forcefully against a towering mountain ahead. A cascade of immense boulders immediately tumbled down from the mountain, burying Sun Wukong beneath them. How infuriating! With a roar of fury, Sun Wukong swiftly rose from the ground. King Kai Fist. Accompanied by his thunderous shout, a blazing crimson aura enveloped him. In an instant, he surged forward like a streak of red lightning, charging towards Gohan's doppelganger. Just as he drew near, Gohan's illusion abruptly vanished. Bang! Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong immediately halted his movements and cast a glance around. At that moment, the figure of Son Gohan's clone unexpectedly materialized to Sun Wukong's left side, delivering a powerful kick toward his body with his right foot. Bang! With the swiftness of a meteor, Sun Wukong was propelled from the sky and came crashing down. A tremendous roar echoed as he struck the ground with great force, sending a vast cloud of dust soaring into the air. After a brief moment, as the swirling dust settled, a considerable crater was revealed on the surface beneath him. Sun Wukong gasped for breath, his eyes fixed intently on the figure of Son Gohan in the sky. How formidable! In just 2 moves, I nearly found my body unable to withstand the pressure. Huh! With a fervent declaration, Sun Wukong clasped his hands together with great force and unleashed the Kaioken technique once more. Fivefold Kaioken, he exclaimed, and in an instant, his form transformed into a brilliant flash of crimson, surging toward Gohan's doppelganger. The fivefold Kaioken represented the pinnacle of his current physical prowess. Should Gohan's replica prove a match even for this formidable technique, then there would be no purpose in continuing the battle. What? Piccolo gasped in astonishment. At present, Sun Wukong's combat prowess is estimated to be around 20 to 30,000. Should he employ the Kaioken technique at 5 times its normal capacity, his battle strength would soar to over 100,000. Bang! It is at this moment that Sun Wukong approaches the doppelganger of Son Gohan. Launching a powerful right punch forward with all his might, Sun Wukong's clone swiftly sidestepped, evading the blow. With a swift leap, Sun Wukong soared behind the doppelganger of Son Gohan, only to descend rapidly back to the ground. Bang! With a resounding impact, Sun Wukong's right fist struck forcefully against the semblance of Son Gohan. Sun Wukong's doppelganger was suddenly sent flying 1,000 meters away. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong immediately concealed his aura and flew to Son Gohan's side, inquiring, "Gohan, did you instruct your doppelganger to hold back?" Sun Wukong frequently engages in combat, allowing him to gauge the strength of his opponents. However, the primary issue lies in the fact that Sun Wufan's clone has just been too lenient, lacking substance in its performance. I suspect he is intentionally holding back a bit. At that moment, Piccolo, with a displeased expression, interjected, "Wufan, if your clone continues to go easy on us, we will confront you directly." "Understood, Uncle Piccolo." Son Gohan lowered his head and spoke. Observing Son Gohan's gesture of contrition, Piccolo chose not to pursue the matter further. "So, Gohan, what is the approximate strength of your doppelganger?" 1,000th. 1,000th. Sun Wukong was taken aback. "Are you implying that my current strength is less than 1,000th of Gohan's?" Piccolo replied, "It's not just you. I am in the same predicament." Upon hearing these words, Sun Wukong felt a flicker of solace within his heart. "Very well, from this day forth, I shall diligently cultivate my abilities." Striving to catch up with Gohan at the earliest opportunity, Piccolo remained silent after this statement. As it stood, he was already surpassed by Sun Wukong, making the prospect of matching Gohan seem utterly unattainable. So, Gohan, how did you become so powerful over the course of this year? Chapter 22, Frieza. It's nothing much. I simply perform push-ups daily, and Aunt Bulma has provided me with a gravity chamber set to 100 times Earth's gravity. A gravity chamber? Indeed, father. As Sun Wukong spoke, he produced a universal capsule and pressed its switch, casting it onto a nearby open space. With a plume of white smoke, a semicircular structure materialized. This edifice was none other than Sun Wukong's gravity chamber. "Father, this is Aunt Bulma's gravity chamber." Upon uttering his words, Sun Wukong opened the door, ushering Sun Wukong and Piccolo into the house. Sun Wukong glanced around the hall and remarked, "Gohan, is this not merely an ordinary house?" To which Gohan responded, "Father, this is our dwelling. The gravity room is situated within. Is that so?" Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong immediately followed Son Gohan inside. After a brief moment, the three of them arrived at the gravity chamber. Son Gohan briefly introduced the gravity chamber to Son Goku. The maximum gravity is 300 times, right? Indeed, Father. If we wish to increase the gravity further, we would need to seek assistance from Aunt Bulma. No worries, I don't need it at the moment anyway. Sun Wukong's son, Sun Wufan, nodded. Subsequently, the three began their training in the gravity chamber. At Baobao Mountain, the home of Sun Wukong, Chi-Chi was currently reviewing the exercises completed by Sun Wufan's clone. Upon examining the answers, Chi-Chi found that the clone had answered all the questions correctly. Excellent, all correct. Indeed. My son Wufan is the brightest. So Wufan, would you like to eat tonight? Mother will prepare it for you. Braised pig trotters, sweet and sour ribs. Son Gohan's doppelganger spoke extensively about the various dishes he enjoys. Ah, splendid. Then, Gohan, do continue your diligent studies. Indeed. Son Wukong's doppelganger nodded. Upon witnessing this, Chi-Chi promptly exited Son Wukong's chamber. What kind of dish is this sweet and sour spare ribs? Evening. Upon observing that his training for the day was nearly complete, Son Gohan retrieved the celestial mirror to check on the situation at home. Through the mirror, he saw Chi-Chi busily preparing a meal in the kitchen. After ascertaining the state of affairs at home, Son Gohan instantaneously teleported back to his room, exchanging places with his doppelganger. As time swiftly passed, more than half a month elapsed. During this period, Son Gohan had been diligently training alongside Piccolo and others in the Northern Galaxy. At this moment, a colossal spacecraft resembling a disc was en route to planet Namek. This vessel belonged to Frieza. Following Vegeta's defeat, Frieza had learned from his subordinates of Vegeta's intentions to travel to Earth. Subsequently, he recalled that Dragon Balls also existed on planet Namek, prompting him to instruct his followers to take him there. In the command chamber of Frieza's spaceship, he held a wine glass, filled a third of the way with red wine, gazing out at the cosmos. How much longer until we reach planet Namek? He inquired, replying to Lord Frieza. We should arrive in approximately 10 minutes, came the answer from a subordinate. Ah, Frieza responded nonchalantly, savoring the wine in his glass. Lord Frieza, what wish do you intend to make by personally collecting the Dragon Balls on planet Namek? Dodoria, feeling bored, curiously posed the question. Frieza smiled and replied, I desire to remain eternally youthful, thus enabling me to maintain my reign indefinitely. Indeed, that is quite a splendid wish. Frieza nodded in agreement. On planet Frieza 79, a world under Frieza's dominion, Vegeta's spaceship had just landed. Vegeta, gravely injured, had succumbed to unconsciousness. Yet, even in his stupor, he continually muttered the names of Son Wukong and Son Gohan. With a soft sound, the spaceship door opened. Frieza's subordinates, recognizing the vessel as belonging to Vegeta, stood respectfully on either side, prepared to receive him. As the door fully opened, Frieza's soldiers quickly beheld the severely wounded Prince Vegeta. Prince Vegeta, exclaimed a team captain among Frieza's ranks, immediately commanding his men to carry Vegeta for treatment. On Earth, at this moment, Son Wukong was engrossed in his training when suddenly a voice resonated in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, Master, your combat power has reached 1 billion. As a reward, you are granted the ability to survive in cosmic space, the Shadow Battle Axe. The Super Spirit Bomb, which allows you to harness the energy of others without raising your hands, and 999 magic beans. The Shadow Battle Axe. As soon as the system concluded, a wealth of knowledge regarding the Super Spirit Bomb flooded into Son Wukong's mind. Instantly, a purple axe materialized in the system's inventory, and the count of magic beans surged from 88 to 1087. System, what am I to do with an axe? Am I to chop wood? He queried. Cough, cough. The system cleared its throat. Master, the Shadow Battle Axe can slice through iron like mud. It is undoubtedly a formidable weapon, but I am not fond of using weapons. Fear not, Master. The Shadow Battle Axe can assist you in combating enemies without requiring your direct control. Without my control? Indeed, Master. This is the most advanced battle axe. Simply command it to slay, and it shall obey. Is it truly that impressive? Indeed it is. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong promptly retrieved the Shadow War Axe from the system. Weighing 1,000 pounds, the axe posed no burden for Son Wukong. Shadow War Axe. Assist me in felling the tree before us. Sun Wukong pointed towards the towering tree ahead. The shadow battle axe, upon receiving Sun Wukong's command, swiftly swung towards the tree. With a soft crack, the axe felled the tree effortlessly. Excellent. Can you fell 10 trees at once? Upon hearing this, the shadow battle axe twirled in midair, conjuring 10 shadowy axes. Subsequently, all 10 axes simultaneously struck the 10 trees before them. With a series of soft cracks, the trees toppled simultaneously. The 10 shadowy axes suddenly merged into one, resembling a phantom. What is the maximum number of axes you can manifest at once? After this inquiry, the shadow battle axe spun in the sky. Hundreds of shadow axes aligned neatly into 10 rows. 100. The shadow battle axe nodded in acknowledgement, almost human-like. Just then, a voice from the system echoed, Master, Frieza and his team have already set off for Namek, and they will arrive in 1 minute. All right, I understand. As Sun Wukong spoke, he swiftly conjured a doppelganger from his own hair to remain behind, and in an instant, he teleported to a village on the planet Namek. Chapter 23. Relocating the Namekians. Are you Sun Wukong? A Namekian with a keen memory recognized the suddenly appearing figure of Sun Wukong. Son Gohan nodded. Frieza is approaching swiftly. Please take me to the Grand Elder at once. Additionally, gather everyone, for I shall lead you all to Earth. Earth. Indeed. I will escort you to the Grand Elder immediately. Neru, go summon the villagers. Understood. Neru affirmed. With that, the Namekian promptly guided Son Gohan to the Grand Elder. Moments later, Son Gohan stood before the Grand Elder. Grand Elder, Son Gohan has arrived. The Grand Elder nodded and inquired, Gohan, have you come to aid us in vanquishing Frieza? Yes, however, prior to confronting Frieza, I must first escort you to a secure location. A secure location. Do you mean Earth? Indeed. Very well, I shall ensure they follow your instructions. Sun Wukong nodded. Meanwhile, Frieza's spaceship had descended upon Namek. Gazing through the spacecraft's windows, Frieza beheld the pristine azure sky outside. Is this Namek? He inquired. Indeed, Lord Frieza. Dodo replied. Then, you two shall assist me in locating the Dragon Balls of Namek. Yes, Lord Frieza. On the other side, the Grand Elder had summoned all the Namekians together. With a swift instant transmission, Sun Wukong transported a portion of Namek to Earth. Dodo and Sabo, who were preparing to embark on the quest for the Dragon Balls, were taken aback when they noticed a significant number of formidable power levels vanishing from their scouters. Sabo, I just witnessed a multitude of power levels disappearing. Could it be that someone has preempted us in locating the Namekians? There is a possibility, but who could it be? I'm uncertain. But if someone has indeed reached the Namekians before us, that individual's strength must surpass ours. Sabo nodded in agreement. Though their own powers were considerable, they were not confident in their ability to eliminate so many Namekians in such a short span of time. Nevertheless, regardless of who it might be, it was likely that they would not dare to offend Lord Frieza. In a forest on Earth, a multitude of Namekians had gathered. These were the Namekians that Sun Wukong had brought back from their home planet. Due to the overwhelming presence of Nail and others, they quickly attracted the attention of Krillin and his companions. Oh no, there are so many Namekians! Krillin exclaimed, feeling his legs weaken as he stumbled back a few steps. Uncle Krillin. At that moment, Sun Wukong emerged from the crowd of Namekians. Wukong. Son Gohan nodded with a smile. Who are they? They're the Namekians. And also the kin of Uncle Piccolo. Krillin exclaimed, Piccolo's kin. No wonder they resemble him so closely. Indeed. Sun Wukong nodded. So, how did they come to be here? Frieza invaded their planet, so I brought them to Earth. You brought them? Krillin exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed. Just then, Sun Wukong and Piccolo descended from the sky. Upon seeing Piccolo, the surrounding Namekians immediately displayed expressions of surprise. Gohan, is he the Uncle Piccolo you mentioned? Inquired a Namekian named Nick. Yes. Gohan nodded. Uncle Piccolo. Who are they? They are Namekians from the planet Namek. Namekians? How did they come to be here? Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong immediately informed Piccolo and the others about Frieza's intention to seize the Dragon Balls on Namek. Frieza? How did you come to know about the Namekians, Gohan? Sun Wukong smiled and said, These are all things that the old man in my dreams told me. Is that so? Piccolo replied, feeling somewhat skeptical. Then, Gohan, is this being named Frieza truly that powerful? Sun Wukong inquired, remarkable. Is that so? If given the opportunity, I would truly like to engage in a duel and see for myself. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong's son seemed to have suddenly recalled something. Father, Uncle Piccolo, shall we go meet the Elder together? The Elder? Son Gohan nodded and led the two individuals to meet the Elder. Before long, Son Gohan brought them before the Elder. Elder. The elder nodded and inquired, Gohan, who are they? This is my father, Son Wukong, and this is Uncle Piccolo. Elder. Piccolo addressed him with utmost respect. The elder acknowledged with a nod. Could it be that you are a descendant of Catus? Catus? Indeed, many years ago, when the planet Namek experienced a cataclysm, Catus departed alone and was never heard from again. It appears he has arrived on Earth. So that is how it is. The elder nodded. You brought him here to unveil his lineage, did you? No. Son Gohan shook his head and said, Great Elder. I implore you to assist them in unlocking the latent potential within themselves. Son Wukong, unleash your potential. Excellent. The Grand Elder, upon hearing this, swiftly agreed. Now, Son Wukong, please step forward along with your companions. Oh. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong immediately positioned himself before the Grand Elder. Observing this, Piccolo promptly stood to Son Wukong's left. The Grand Elder, witnessing the scene, placed his hand upon Son Wukong's forehead, and a surge of white energy instantaneously flowed into Son Wukong's being. Very well, Son Wukong. You may summon Piccolo now. The Grand Elder gradually lifted his hand and spoke. All right. As Son Wukong spoke, he immediately stepped back. Witnessing this, Piccolo promptly approached the Grand Elder. Upon seeing him, the Grand Elder raised his right hand, awakening Piccolo's latent potential. It is done. Piccolo, upon hearing this, glanced at his hands, realizing that his strength had significantly increased. Thank you, Grand Elder. The Grand Elder nodded in acknowledgement. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong promptly led them back to Krillin and the others. Goku, have you encountered the Elder? Krillin inquired. Indeed, we have met the Elder, who assisted us in unlocking our inner potential. Unlocking our inner potential? Son Wukong nodded. Then, Wukong, could you ask the Elder to help me unlock the potential within me? You must inquire with Gohan. Wukong replied. Gohan. Krillin turned to look at Son Gohan. At that moment, Nailu, who had been standing among the crowd, stepped forward. The Elder has little time left. I hope you will refrain from bothering him. Chapter 24. Sabo and Dodoria little time left? Krillin's eyes widened in astonishment. Yes, Nailu affirmed. In that case, we shall not trouble the Elder any further, Krillin said with a smile. Nailu nodded in agreement. So, Gohan, when will you assist us in defeating Frieza? Defeating Frieza? Krillin and the others gazed at Gohan in disbelief. Gohan, are you going to help them vanquish Frieza? Yes. Son Wukong nodded. I have already given my word to their elder. Frieza, unable to obtain the Dragon Balls on Namek, will undoubtedly turn his attention to the Dragon Balls on Earth. Therefore, rather than waiting for him to arrive, it would be far more prudent to take the initiative. In that case, Gohan, I shall accompany you. Son Wukong declared. Piccolo, Gohan. I shall accompany you. Krillin, witnessing this, contemplated speaking up but ultimately decided against it, considering his own limitations. All right. Son Wukong nodded. However, upon arriving at Namek, you must all heed my command. The two of them nodded in agreement. Upon witnessing this, Son Gohan instantaneously transported himself and the two companions to planet Namek. During their departure, he had sensed Frieza's energy, thus enabling him to return to Namek as long as he could detect Frieza's presence. Upon their arrival, the trio soon espied a colossal spaceship, which was none other than Frieza's vessel. At that moment, Frieza was aboard his ship, reprimanding the returning Dodoria and his companion. Suddenly, he caught sight of Piccolo and the others outside the spacecraft. Sabin, Dodoria, are those not Namekians? Dodoria and Sabin immediately followed Frieza's gaze and beheld Son Wukong. Namekians. Not only Namekians, but also Scions. Sabin remarked, observing Son Wukong's hairstyle. Scions? Yet it seems he lacks a tail. It may have been removed, Dodoria speculated. However, aside from Vegeta, aren't the only remaining Scions those few from Earth? Indeed. Sabin nodded in agreement. Thus, it is highly likely he hails from Earth. Earth. Frieza interjected. I do not care from where this Scion originates. My primary concern lies with the Dragon Balls on planet Namek. You too. Capture that Namekian and inquire about the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls. Yes, Lord Frieza. The two hastened to comply, rushing outside. Before long, they emerged and confronted the trio. Who are you? Have you hidden the Namekians on this planet? Dodoria questioned, scrutinizing the three. Piccolo let out a disdainful scoff. We have not concealed any Namekians. They have merely ventured to another planet. Another planet? Which one? Dodoria pressed. Piccolo smirked. Do you truly believe I would divulge that information? How dare you toy with me? Dodoria retorted, clenching his fists tightly. What of it? If you were wise, you would promptly vacate this planet. Otherwise, you shall never escape. Is that so? Dodoria said. activating the scouter on his left eye. Beep, beep, 20,000, 22,000. Upon seeing the readings on the scouter, a look of astonishment crossed Dodoria's face. Initially, he had assumed Piccolo was merely boasting, but it appeared he possessed genuine prowess. However, Piccolo's power level was only 20,000, while his own was 22,000. Thus, if he unleashed his full strength, he should be able to defeat him. Power level of 20,000, is it? Upon hearing this, Sabo's expression grew somewhat grave. Dodoria nodded. What about the other two? Let me take a look. As Dodoria spoke, he directed his combat power detector towards Goku and Gohan. Beep beep. 5,000, 5,000. Upon seeing that both of their combat powers registered at 5,000, Dodoria immediately breathed a sigh of relief. 5,000, is it? Sabo remarked with a disdainful gaze directed at the father and son duo. Then Dodoria, you can handle that Namekian while I take on these two. Dodoria, upon hearing this, shot Sabo a discontented look. He was tasked with confronting a formidable opponent, while Sabo was left to contend with two weaker ones. One could not help but think Sabo was truly being unreasonable. What is the matter? Sabo, you should deal with that Namekian while I engage those two Saiyans. Are you afraid of that Namekian? Who fears that Namekian? I merely wish to switch opponents. Is that not permissible? Piccolo, observing this exchange, fell silent. He was tempted to assert that he was the weakest among them. Dodoria proposed, let us settle this with rock, paper, scissors. Whoever wins shall battle the two Saiyans. Rock, paper, scissors it is. As they prepared to play, Piccolo suddenly unleashed an energy wave at the two. They swiftly dodged aside as the energy wave exploded behind them with a thunderous roar. Damn it! Dodoria clenched his fists, his face contorted with fury as he glared at Piccolo. Sabo, too, was filled with outrage. Piccolo scoffed. You two underestimate me, even together. You are no match for me. What did you say? Dodoria's fury ignited at Piccolo's words. Initially, he thought dealing with Piccolo would be a hassle, which was why he had been deferring to Sabo. However, with Piccolo's taunt, he felt compelled to teach him a lesson. Sabo, we need not play rock, paper, scissors. I'll take care of this guy. All right. Sabo nodded in agreement. Without delay, Dodoria turned his attention towards Piccolo. With a thunderous shout, Dodoria rushed at Piccolo like lightning. Piccolo clenched his fists in response, preparing to meet him head-on. Boom, boom, boom. In no time, they found themselves face to face, exchanging powerful blows. Observing this, Sabo quickly thrust his hands forward, launching several energy waves towards Goku and Gohan. With a swift motion, Son Wukong raised his right hand, effortlessly deflecting the energy wave launched by Sabo. What? Sabo exclaimed in astonishment. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Son Wukong's figure abruptly materialized before him, delivering a powerful punch to Sabo's abdomen. Sabo cried out in agony, his body hurtling backward to collide forcefully with the spaceship behind him. The impact produced a resounding crash, creating a gaping hole in the underside of the vessel, from which thick smoke immediately billowed forth. Chapter 25, The Honest Man. Dodoria, Lord Sabo. Sabo, Dodoria, and the surrounding soldiers were taken aback, their faces betraying shock. Seizing the opportunity, Piccolo launched Dodoria away with a decisive blow. How infuriating! Dodoria planted his feet firmly, quickly halting himself on the ground. He then checked Sabo with his power detector, discovering that Sabo's combat strength had plummeted to a mere fraction. How could this be? That little brat's combat power was clearly only 5,000. How could he have so easily defeated Sabo? Piccolo chuckled. Your so-called power detector must measure the intensity of our energy, which is why you believe Wukong's strength is merely 5,000. Energy intensity? Precisely. As Piccolo spoke, he clenched his fists, emanating an astonishing aura. At that moment, the power detector affixed to Dodoria's left eye began to beep incessantly. Beep, beep, 21,000, 22,000, 35,000, 35,000. Dodoria was taken aback. His maximum combat power was only 22,000, while Piccolo surpassed him by a staggering 13,000. Now you should understand. I comprehend. Beads of cold sweat formed on Dodoria's forehead and back. It turned out that the three of them were merely pretending to be weak, while he alone was the fool. Could you spare my life? It was Lord Frisia who ordered me to eliminate you. Upon hearing this, Piccolo immediately gathered a golden energy wave in his right hand and directed it towards Dodoria. Piccolo. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong initially intended to intervene, but Dodoria had already been vanquished by the energy wave unleashed by Piccolo. Piccolo scoffed. Son Wukong, I shall not show mercy as you do. Besides, these individuals were invaders from the very beginning. I understand, Piccolo. Son Wukong nodded. Then, Piccolo, let us meet this individual known as Frieza. Indeed, Piccolo replied, affirming his agreement. At that moment, Frieza emerged from the spacecraft, accompanied by Captain Jinyu and a multitude of soldiers. Upon Frieza's appearance, the three turned their gaze upon him. Frieza let out a cold chuckle and addressed Jinyu beside him. Jinyu, apprehend that Namekian and eliminate the other two. Upon hearing this, Jinyu trembled. Lord Frieza, Dodoria and Zarbon are no match for them. I fear I cannot. Enough. Frieza interrupted, fixing a frigid stare upon him. Very well. I shall comply with your orders and eradicate those two scions at once. Jinyu declared, dashing towards Son Wukong and the others. In no time, Jinyu reached Son Wukong, launching a powerful right punch forward. Son Wukong slightly retreated, evading the attack. Observing this, Chiyo continued to raise his fist, aiming to strike Son Wukong. At that moment, Son Wukong swiftly lifted his right hand and delivered a powerful blow to Chiyo-Yi's abdomen. Chiyo-Yi let out a piercing scream and collapsed to the ground. Frieza, witnessing this, immediately shouted to the surrounding soldiers, "What are you doing? Why aren't you advancing?" With that command, the soldiers surged forward towards Son Wukong and his companions. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong promptly retrieved the Shadow Battle Axe from his inventory. Shadow Battle Axe, annihilate them all, he commanded. The Shadow Battle Axe obeyed his directive, transforming into a colossal axe that cleaved through the advancing soldiers. With a resounding crash, the ground was rent asunder, creating a vast chasm into which numerous soldiers plummeted, victims of the tremors caused by the Shadow Battle Axe. Subsequently, the axe whirled through the sky, unleashing formidable arcs of energy that descended upon the soldiers. In no time, those soldiers were vanquished by the might of the axe's wrath. Piccolo, taken aback, turned to Son Wukong and inquired, Gohan, where did you acquire this axe? I found it on the ground, Gohan replied. Piccolo, at a loss for words, felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. Previously, Gohan had spun elaborate tales about the transformation technique, fabricating a mysterious old man, yet now he offered no embellishment whatsoever, simply stating that he had found it on the ground. Found it on the ground? Pray tell, where exactly did you stumble upon it? Son Wukong inquired. Is it truly atop Baozi Mountain? Son Wukong spoke, glancing at Frieza, who was seated in a baby carriage. Frieza, all of your subordinates have been defeated by us. I advise you to vacate planet Namek. Frieza let out a cold laugh. This is the first time I have ever heard someone suggest that I depart from another's planet. Son Wukong let out a cold snort. Is it wrong to ask you to leave this planet, which is not even yours? Frieza chuckled. How intriguing. It is the first time I have encountered someone as fascinating as you. Might I inquire your name? My name is Son Wukong. Son Wukong. Frieza mused, stroking his chin. That does not seem to be a scion name. Indeed, it is not a scion name, for I am a scion raised on Earth. A scion raised on Earth. You say? So, you have defeated Vegeta? Yes. Son Wukong nodded. Your name is Son Wukong, is it? Then who are those two individuals? And who is that little ghost? Son Wukong nodded. What is his name? His name is Sun Wufan. And what about that Namekian? He is called Piccolo. Now, Son Wukong, would you be so kind as to inform me where the Namekians on this planet have gone? If you are willing to share this information, I could offer you the opportunity to succeed Captain Chiyo-Yi in his position. Son Wukong let out a cold snort. Who would want to be your subordinate? Even if I knew, I wouldn't divulge it. Is that so? Frieza replied with a chilling laugh. In that case, I shall have to take matters into my own hands and extract the information from you. At that moment, Son Gohan unexpectedly pointed at Frieza's flying chair and exclaimed, Is that what Uncle Piccolo rides? A baby carriage? A baby carriage. Frieza, upon hearing this, glared at Son Gohan with a face full of fury. Son Gohan remarked that his chair resembled a baby stroller, which could be interpreted as a jest about his stature. However, I believe that is not the case. Just then, Frieza unleashed a death beam from the index finger of his right hand, aimed directly at Son Gohan. Suddenly, the Shadow Battle Axe descended from the heavens, positioning itself protectively in front of Son Gohan. The death beam struck the Shadow Battle Axe, dissipating upon impact as if raindrops were falling into a river, swiftly absorbed by the weapon. What? Frieza exclaimed in astonishment. His death beam, capable of obliterating a mountain, had encountered the Shadow Battle Axe without eliciting any reaction whatsoever. Chapter 26, Son Goku vs. Frieza. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong promptly stepped forward and said, Well then, Gohan, would you allow me to engage in battle with this fellow first? Certainly. Son Wukong nodded. At present, he was more than capable of effortlessly dealing with Frieza. On the North Kai's planet, the North Kai was taken aback upon hearing that Son Wukong intended to challenge Frieza as a notorious and malevolent emperor of the universe. Frieza was far beyond the current capabilities of Son Wukong. Contemplating this, the North Kai immediately conveyed a message to Son Wukong, saying, "Wukong, can you hear me? This is Lord Kai." "Lord Kai?" Wukong responded, slightly puzzled. The North Kai nodded. "Wukong, Frieza's power is exceedingly formidable. I advise against confronting him directly. Perhaps it would be wiser to leave this task to Gohan." Son Wukong chuckled and said, "It is precisely because of his formidable strength that I long to engage in battle with him. However, fear not, Lord of the North Kai. If I find myself unable to prevail, there is always Gohan, is there not?" The North Kai pondered for a moment before replying, "Then you must exercise utmost caution." "Indeed." Son Wukong nodded. "What are you muttering to yourself about, Son Wukong? Have you perhaps become so aware of my strength that it has driven you mad?" Frieza laughed heartily at the sight of Son Wukong speaking to himself. "Oh, it is nothing. I was merely conversing with Lord Kai." Son Wukong chuckled. "Lord of the King of Worlds?" Upon hearing this, Frieza's laughter abruptly ceased. "Indeed. It's pointless to explain it to you anyway." Frieza responded with a cold snort, his expression turning grave. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong promptly addressed the Shadow Battle Axe before him. "Shadow Battle Axe? Could you enlarge yourself so that Uncle Piccolo and I may ride upon you?" The Shadow Battle Axe, upon hearing this, felt utterly speechless. How could it? A formidable Shadow Battle Axe be reduced to the status of a mere steed by Son Wukong? What has become of the Shadow Battle Axe? Upon witnessing the Shadow Axe remain utterly still, Son Wukong inquired. In response, the Shadow Axe had no choice but to obediently enlarge itself and descend to the ground. Upon witnessing this, Gohan promptly ascended to the head of the Shadow Battle Axe and seated himself. "Uncle Piccolo, do join me, won't you? I believe I shall abstain." "No need to worry, Uncle Piccolo. Soon we shall observe the battle, and this Shadow Battle Axe will offer us protection." "Very well then." After a moment's hesitation, Piccolo flew to the Shadow Battle Axe. However, unlike Gohan, he did not take a seat but stood upright upon it. At that instant, Frieza raised his right index finger, unleashing a violet beam directed at Goku. With a swift motion of his right hand, Son Wukong sent the violet beam hurtling aside, where it detonated upon striking the ground. "What?" Frieza gasped in astonishment as he unleashed a series of death beams from his right index finger, each shot echoing with a sharp hiss followed by explosive impacts. Bang! 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 Boom! 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 With a swift motion of his right hand, Son Wukong deflected the deadly beam unleashed by Frieza, sending it crashing into the ground all around him. The earth was soon engulfed in a cloud of dust, obscuring Son Wukong's figure from view. Frieza, believing he had vanquished his foe, couldn't help but wear a smug smile as he proclaimed, "This is the fate that befalls those who dare oppose me, Frieza. Is it not?" However, as his words hung in the air, the swirling dust began to dissipate, revealing Son Wukong once more. Son Wukong stood unscathed in his original position. "How is this possible?" Frieza exclaimed in astonishment. The earlier death beam attack was something even Jinyu would find difficult to withstand. How could a mere scion like Son Wukong emerge unharmed? With this thought, Frieza promptly activated the combat power detector affixed to his left eye. Beep beep 5000. Once the detector was operational, Frieza quickly observed the combat power reading of 5000. Just 5000? Could it be that the detector is malfunctioning? Frieza muttered, immediately removing the device from his eye and crushing it in his grip. He then slowly descended from his hover chair and took a few steps forward. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept by, ruffling Son Wukong's hair. Frieza chuckled lightly, stretching his limbs. "Son Wukong, it has been quite some time since I personally dispatched someone. Thus, you should consider yourself fortunate. Is that so? However, with your current strength, you stand no chance against me." Upon hearing this, Frieza erupted into laughter. "Son Wukong, you are indeed quite arrogant. Allow me to reveal a truth. I possess 3 transformation opportunities, and with each transformation, my power multiplies several times. Several times. Indeed." As Frieza spoke, he clenched his fists tightly, unleashing an astonishing aura that surged upwards. Boom. The ground around them trembled violently. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong stood silently in place, awaiting Frieza's transformation. At that moment, a Scion spaceship unexpectedly descended from the sky. This vessel belonged to Vegeta. Having recovered from his injuries, Vegeta learned from Frieza's subordinates about Frieza's intent to seize the Dragon Balls on Namek, prompting him to hasten to the scene aboard his spaceship. Throughout the years, Vegeta harbored animosity towards Frieza. However, Due to Frisia's overwhelming power, he understood that he could not defeat him, thus feigning allegiance. Yet, deep within, he longed to vanquish Frisia. His urgent arrival was driven by the fear that Frisia would collect the Dragon Balls from Namek and wish for immortality, leaving him eternally unable to exact his revenge on Frisia. Vegeta, Son Wukong, glanced up at the sky. Having clashed with Vegeta before, he was undeniably familiar with the aura emanating from him. As Vegeta descended towards the ground, he too sensed the presence of Son Wukong and his companions, the energy of Kakarot, the Young One, and the Namekian. At that moment, the ground beneath Frisia's feet began to crumble, revealing a modest pit. Subsequently, Frisia's form elongated and expanded, his dark spines transforming into a pair of formidable horns. This marked Frisia's first transformation. Once the metamorphosis was complete, Frisia immediately unleashed the energy he had amassed. Just then, Vegeta's spaceship fortuitously landed on the surface. The spaceship. Frisia cast a curious glance at the vessel, pondering who might make such an unexpected arrival on Namek. As Frisia contemplated this, the hatch of Vegeta's spacecraft opened. Vegeta. Upon recognizing him, a glimmer of delight appeared on Frisia's face. With a powerful leap, Vegeta swiftly emerged from the depths of the spacecraft's crater, landing on the ground. Vegeta. Son Wukong greeted Vegeta. In the 27th chapter of this fierce battle, Vegeta disregarded Son Wukong and turned his gaze towards Frisia in his first form. It was the first time he had witnessed Frisia transform. Damn it, Kakarot. How is it that you have pushed Frisia to this point? Vegeta clenched his fists, silently contemplating. At that moment, Frisia suddenly burst into laughter. Vegeta, have you come here specifically to assist me? He sneered. Vegeta scoffed in response. Frisia, do not misunderstand. I am merely concerned that you might seize the Dragon Balls of Namek, which is why I've come. The Dragon Balls of Namek. Frisia narrowed his eyes upon hearing this. Vegeta, do you intend to betray me? Vegeta smiled wryly. I have never harbored any loyalty towards you, so how could there be any question of betrayal? Frisia chuckled coldly. It appears you are just like your father, feigning loyalty to me. However, since you have chosen to betray me, you should be aware of the consequences. Upon this, Vegeta immediately turned to Son Wukong beside him. Kakarot, shall we temporarily join forces? Join forces? Frisia laughed derisively. Vegeta, do you truly believe that teaming up with Son Wukong will enable you to defeat me? How will we know unless we try? Vegeta retorted. Is that so? Then let it be that you shall all perish here today. Frisia declared, raising his right index finger and directing a deadly beam towards Vegeta. Vegeta, dodge. With a resounding shout, Son Wukong swiftly approached Vegeta, forcefully knocking him to the ground. In an instant, a tremendous explosion echoed as an island behind Vegeta was obliterated, giving rise to a colossal white mushroom cloud. What on earth? Vegeta gasped in sheer terror as he glanced back. Had it not been for Son Wukong's timely intervention, he would have surely perished at the hands of Frisia. Ha ha ha. Upon witnessing Vegeta's rescue, Frisia let out his distinctive laughter. Well done, Son Wukong. But I wonder how many times you can save him. As he spoke, Frisia's right index finger unleashed a barrage of deadly energy beams directed at Vegeta. With a flicker of movement, Son Wukong appeared before Vegeta, effortlessly deflecting Frisia's deadly energy beam, sending it crashing into the surrounding ground. Instantly, the earth erupted in a cloud of dust. As the haze settled, Son Wukong stood unharmed before Vegeta. Vegeta, retreat to Gohan's side, he commanded. Upon hearing this, Vegeta cast a quick glance at Gohan, who lay leisurely on the shadow axe. Very well, he replied, darting towards Gohan. Frisia, this time, refrained from intervening, instead fixing his gaze upon Son Wukong. Son Wukong, your strength is commendable. If you are willing to submit to me, I can offer you the position of captain of the Cho-E team. Son Wukong chuckled and replied, thank you for your kind offer, but I have no intention of becoming your subordinate. Is that so? What a pity, Frisia remarked with a look of regret. However, this outcome was entirely within my expectations. For you Scions are notoriously obstinate. Then, Frisia, shall we continue our battle now? Indeed, Frisia nodded. With a thunderous roar, Son Wukong propelled himself towards Frisia with the swiftness of lightning. In a blink, he closed the distance, his fist striking like bolts of electricity aimed at Frisia. Frisia, with a fierce grip of his hands, engaged in a fierce combat with Son Wukong. The sounds of impact echoed, bang, bang, bang. The two warriors moved in tandem, exchanging blows with fervor. Vegeta observed their fierce clash, his fist clenched tightly in frustration. In such a brief period, Son Wukong's power had evidently surpassed his own. However, despite Son Wukong's formidable enhancement, his presence here was fraught with peril. Having betrayed Frieza, he knew that should Frieza vanquish Son Wukong, he would undoubtedly not spare him either. Contemplating this, Vegeta cast a glance at his spaceship. It lay at a considerable distance. If he attempted to reach it now, he risked being obliterated by Frieza. At this moment, he found himself reliant on Son Wukong and the others. Suddenly, with a powerful grip of his right fist, Son Wukong sent Frieza hurtling away. Curse be! Frieza bellowed in rage, unleashing a barrage of energy waves towards Son Wukong with his outstretched fingers. With a swift leap backward, Son Wukong evaded the onslaught of energy waves. Boom, boom, boom. The ground was instantly bombarded by a relentless barrage of energy. Witnessing this, Frieza unleashed another wave of energy towards Son Wukong. With a powerful leap, Son Wukong soared into the air. Bang! Frieza clenched his fists, emanating a wave of purple energy as he ascended towards the sky. In no time, Frieza positioned himself before Son Wukong, striking forward with both fists. Ha! With a resounding roar, Son Wukong unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, swift as lightning. Engaging in a fierce battle with Frieza. Soon, the sky reverberated with the intense sounds of their combat. Bang! Son Wukong delivered a powerful strike with his right fist to Frieza's face. Yet, in the next instant, his own visage met with a fist from Frieza. Their fierce confrontation unfolded as a relentless exchange of blows. After dozens of rounds of combat, Son Wukong forcefully thrust his right knee towards Frieza, eliciting a piercing scream from the latter as he was sent flying backward. In a fleeting moment, Son Wukong appeared above Frieza. His hands clasped in a powerful strike aimed at Frieza's body. With a resounding crash, Frieza was propelled downward like a comet, crashing into the ground. The earth erupted in a cloud of dust. After a brief interval, the dust began to settle, revealing a considerable crater where Frieza lay, covered in dirt. Vegeta gazed at Frieza, now grounded, his mouth agape in disbelief. Could it be that Kakarot is transformed into a Super Saiyan? No, it is impossible. How could Kakarot, a lowly warrior, embody the legendary Super Saiyan? Even if the legend were true, the Super Saiyan should rightfully be me. At that moment, Piccolo, standing nearby, interjected. Son Wukong is not a Super Saiyan right now. Not? Vegeta responded, indeed, for I have witnessed Gohan transform into a Super Saiyan. Gohan! Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment. At merely 5 or 6 years of age, Son Gohan has already attained the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan. In that moment, he felt as though his dignity and pride were being ruthlessly trampled upon. As a noble prince of the Saiyan race, he found himself overshadowed by the offspring of a lower-class Saiyan. Upon witnessing Vegeta's astonished expression, Son Gohan could not suppress a chuckle. Initially, he had intended to maintain a low profile, yet unexpectedly, Piccolo had disclosed to Vegeta that he had mastered the Super Saiyan transformation. Alas, it seems that desiring to remain inconspicuous was a futile endeavor. Observing Son Gohan's amusement at his expense, Vegeta let out a disdainful snort, crossing his arms defiantly. However, since Son Gohan was indeed a Super Saiyan, there was no need for him to devise an escape plan. Vegeta. Run. Chapter 28. Frieza's final form. As Vegeta resumed his aloof demeanor, Son Gohan redirected his gaze towards Goku and the others. At this moment, Frieza had risen from the ground, gasping for breath. Son Wukong descended gracefully from the sky, landing before Frieza. Frieza, he proclaimed, with your current strength, you stand no chance against me. I suggest you unleash your utmost power. Frieza, filled with fury, clenched his fists tightly. It was the first time in his life that he had witnessed such audacity from another, particularly from a Saiyan, whom he loathed. System. Do you have any insight into my father's current strength? Upon witnessing the unwavering confidence of Son Wukong, Son Wufan could not help but feel a surge of curiosity. Master. It appears that Son Wukong's current strength is approximately 3 million. 3 million. Son Gohan was taken aback. In the original Dragon Ball series, Son Goku attained a formidable battle power of 3 million only after enduring rigorous training and fierce battles. Yet now, after merely 2 weeks of training, and with the Elder's assistance in unlocking his latent potential, he has achieved the same level of power. One cannot help but acknowledge the privilege of being the protagonist. Frieza declared, Son Goku, do not let arrogance cloud your judgment. Once I unleash my true strength, you shall stand no chance against me. Son Wukong chuckled softly. Then by all means, unleash your full strength. Very well, but you mustn't regret it later. Rest assured, I shall have no regrets whatsoever. Upon witnessing the two individuals dawdling, Son Gohan promptly conjured a doppelganger, dispatching it back to Earth to gather a selection of wild fruits. Two Son Gohans. Vegeta rubbed his eyes, harboring doubts about whether he had indeed misperceived the scene before him. Just then, Frisia clenched his fist with tremendous force, emanating an astonishing aura that rapidly ascended. With a resounding boom, the ground surrounding Frisia trembled violently, sending countless stones and sand soaring into the air. What an immense energy! Vegeta gasped in astonishment. Ah! Frisia let out a thunderous roar, his muscles swelling further as his form began to expand laterally. This was Frisia's second transformation. Boom! As the metamorphosis reached completion, Frisia unleashed the energy that had accumulated around his body. At that very moment, Son Gohan's doppelganger returned with an abundant harvest of wild fruits, all meticulously rinsed with water. Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. Son Gohan's confidence is truly remarkable. Even at this moment, he finds the leisure to indulge in wild fruits. At this juncture, the transformed Frisia also took note of Gohan's actions. Earlier, Gohan had perched himself upon the Shadow Battle Axe, observing their duel, which had already irked Frisia. Now, he appeared to be eating while watching the spectacle unfold. Did he truly regard him as a mere monkey to be entertained? Contemplating this, Frisia swiftly unleashed a death beam directed at Son Gohan. However, before the Shadow Battle Axe could reach Gohan, it was intercepted by another manifestation of the Shadow Battle Axe. An axe? Vegeta, still oblivious to the unfolding events, paused momentarily upon witnessing the diminutive Shadow Battle Axe. Crack! As Sun Wukong took a bite of the wild fruit. It seemed as though nothing had transpired. How infuriating! Frisia seethed with rage, poised to launch yet another assault against Sun Wukong. Suddenly, Sun Wukong shouted towards Frisia, "Frisia, your opponent is me." Upon hearing this, Frisia immediately turned his gaze towards Sun Wukong. "Since you are so eager to meet your demise, I shall oblige you," Frisia declared. And in an instant, he vanished from sight, swiftly reappearing before Sun Wukong to launch an attack. With both hands clenched into fists, Sun Wukong engaged in a fierce battle with Frisia. The ground was instantly upheaved, sending colossal clouds of dust swirling into the air. Boom! After exchanging blows for a time, Sun Wukong tightened his right fist and delivered a powerful punch that sent Frisia soaring into the mountains behind him. Enraged, Frisia swiftly emerged from the mountains and retaliated with a punch aimed directly at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong swiftly sidestepped, delivering a powerful strike to Frisia's abdomen with his right fist. Frisia let out a piercing scream, expelling a mouthful of bitter liquid. Subsequently, Sun Wukong forcefully kicked forward with his right foot, propelling Frisia into the nearby mountain. The ground erupted in a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, Frisia was pinned against the mountain in a cruciform position. How infuriating! Frisia roared, quickly emerging from the mountainside. "Frisia, will you not reveal your true strength?" Frisia scoffed. "Very well, Sun Wukong, I shall oblige and unleash my true power." With that, Frisia clenched his fists, emitting an overwhelmingly potent aura that surged upward. A circular protective barrier swiftly enveloped Frisia's body. The ground within a radius of thousands of miles trembled violently under the influence of Frisia's energy, as countless stones and sand were lifted into the air. "What an immense power!" Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment. Just then, the ground surrounding Frisia shattered, and the ocean for thousands of miles roiled violently. A bolt of lightning struck down from the heavens. "Ah!" Frisia bellowed as the spikes on his body gradually diminished, transforming him into a much smaller form, his third transformation. With a resounding crash, Frisia released the amassed energy surrounding him. "I apologize for the wait. It is rare for me to assume this form, hence the delay." Sun Wukong chuckled and remarked, "Frisia, I never anticipated that your ultimate form would be quite so diminutive." Frisia smirked in response. "Sun Wukong, it seems you can only be so audacious at this moment." As he spoke, Frisia raised his right index finger, unleashing a barrage of death beams aimed at Sun Wukong. "Here comes that trick again." With a swift motion of his right hand, Sun Wukong deflected Frisia's deadly energy beam to the ground. Instantly, the earth erupted, sending massive clouds of dust into the air. In a flash, Frisia's figure vanished, reappearing in the blink of an eye behind Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong swiftly pivoted his body, delivering a powerful kick with his right foot. Frisia raised his left hand to block, retreating several steps. "Ha!" With a thunderous roar, Sun Wukong unleashed a flurry of punches, akin to lightning, directed towards Frisia. Frisia deftly evaded the onslaught, skillfully maneuvering to the left and right to dodge Sun Wukong's strikes. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong instantly lifted his right foot and delivered a series of kicks aimed at Frisia's head. As Frisia deftly dodged, he retaliated with his own assaults against Sun Wukong. In a flurry of motion, the sound of impacts echoed through the air. Moments later, both figures flickered and ascended into the sky to engage in combat. Chapter 29. The Tenfold King's Fist. Due to the extraordinary speed at which they moved, ethereal images of the two warriors danced across the sky. with a resounding clash. Their right fists struck together with immense force, unleashing a powerful gust of wind. Almost immediately, they withdrew their fists and launched new attacks at one another. The air once again filled with the sounds of their fierce confrontation. With a swift motion, Frisia's tail lashed forward, ensnaring Sun Wukong's body. With a forceful exertion of his hands, Sun Wukong endeavored to liberate himself from the grasp of Frisia's tail. In response, Frisia swung his arms forward with great intensity, delivering a powerful blow to Sun Wukong's visage. Sun Wukong immediately emitted a series of anguished cries. Frisia let out a cold chuckle and abruptly ceased his assault. Just as Frisia was reveling in his triumph, Sun Wukong suddenly sank his teeth into Frisia's tail with great force. With a crisp crack, Frisia's tail was instantly stained red. Frisia howled in agony, retracting his tail in haste. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Wukong delivered a powerful blow with his right fist aimed at Frisia's abdomen. A resounding impact reverberated through the air as Frisia was sent crashing to the ground like a shooting star. The earth was instantly enveloped in a cloud of dust. Moments later, Frisia, his face contorted with fury, rose from the ground and charged towards Sun Wukong, who remained suspended in the sky. The two engaged in a fierce battle once again amidst the heavens. After a brief yet intense exchange, they both descended to the ground, gasping for breath. Suddenly, a smirk appeared on Frisia's face. Sun Wukong, it seems your strength amounts to little more than this. Little more than this? What do you mean, Frisia? Sun Wukong inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. Frisia chuckled, revealing the truth. To be honest, I have only utilized 3% of my power thus far. 3%. Indeed. Should I unleash merely half of my strength, you would be effortlessly obliterated. 3%. Upon hearing this, Vegeta's expression turned grave. However, upon noticing that Son Gohan's demeanor remained as composed as ever, he felt a sense of reassurance wash over him. Sun Wukong, despite not being a Super Saiyan, was able to compel Frisia to unleash his final form. Thus, it stands to reason that Son Gohan, who possesses the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan, would undoubtedly be capable of vanquishing Frisia. In that case, why not exert just half of your power? Frisia sneered. Let me demonstrate to you the extent of my 50% strength. As he spoke, Frisia clenched his fists tightly, an overwhelming aura emanating from his body, rapidly intensifying. The ground beneath them trembled violently in response to Frisia's rising energy. 4%, 5%, 6%. Frisia announced the escalating percentages of his power. Vegeta and Piccolo, sensing Frisia's surging energy, involuntarily clenched their fists. Once adversaries of Sun Wukong, they had harbored thoughts of defeating him. Now, confronted with the vast disparity in their abilities, feelings of discontent stirred within them. On North Kai's planet, the North Kai observed Frisia preparing to unleash half of his power, and concern for Sun Wukong began to creep into his thoughts. On planet Namek, as Frisia's energy continued to rise, Sun Wukong's expression grew increasingly grave. 48%, 49%, 50%. At that moment, Frisia elevated his energy to 50%. Clenching his fists, he released the energy that had coalesced around his body. Very well, Sun Wukong. Let us continue. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong struck a combat pose with both hands. Frisia let out a soft chuckle and, like a flash of lightning, charged towards Sun Wukong. With a mighty roar, Sun Wukong thrust his fists forward with great force. At that moment, Frisia's figure unexpectedly vanished, reappearing behind Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, seemingly sensing danger, turned around to behold an enormous fist hurtling towards him. Sun Wukong raised both hands defensively, retreating a few steps. At that moment, Frisia's figure abruptly appeared before him, executing a spinning kick with his right foot, which sent Sun Wukong crashing to the ground. With a deft backflip, Sun Wukong retreated behind him. Frisia let out a chilling laugh as a crimson aura suddenly manifested from his hands, aimed directly at Sun Wukong. Before Sun Wukong could react, his body was ensnared by a spherical force, rendering him immobile. With a light chuckle, Frisia swiftly approached Sun Wukong and delivered a powerful upward kick with his right foot. Bang! Sun Wukong soared through the air like a football, propelled by a powerful kick. In a flash, Frisia appeared above him, swiftly delivering a kick towards the sphere that confined Sun Wukong. With a piercing cry, Sun Wukong plummeted swiftly from midair. A resounding crash echoed as he struck the ground with formidable force, sending a cloud of dust swirling into the air. As the dust settled, a sizable crater emerged beneath him. Frisia chuckled softly, casting his gaze towards the distant lava. Farewell, Sun Wukong, he declared, forcefully kicking forward and sending Sun Wukong hurtling towards the molten depths. Vegeta, witnessing this, felt an overwhelming surge of anxiety. Despite his disdain for Sun Wukong, who had spared him once and recently rescued him again, he found himself unwilling to see him meet his demise. Just as Son Wukong's body was about to collide with the lava, he suddenly regained his mobility and soared into the sky. Son Wukong took a deep breath, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. That was indeed a close call. The North Kai, witnessing this, also exhaled in relief. He then communicated telepathically with Son Wukong, saying, "Wukong, with your current strength, you cannot defeat him. I suggest you let Gohan take over." "I understand. Yet, I still wish to battle him for a while." "Very well." As Frieza observed Son Wukong's escape, he was not surprised. Rather, a faint smile appeared on his face as he looked at Son Wukong. "Wukong, I see you have concealed your true power, but even if you unleash your full strength, you will still not be my match. I am aware. Yet I still wish to give it a try." As Son Wukong proclaimed, he clenched his fists, and a crimson aura enveloped his entire being. Tenfold King Kai Fist. With a resounding shout, Son Wukong transformed into a streak of red light, hurtling towards Frieza. In a swift motion, Frieza repositioned himself behind Son Wukong, launching a powerful assault towards his opponent's body with both fists. With a piercing cry, Son Wukong swiftly turned and launched an attack. Frieza's figure flickered and appeared to Wukong's left, delivering a swift kick. Whoosh! Bang! 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 Due to Frieza's astonishing speed, Son Wukong's Kaioken times 10 was utterly futile against him. In that moment, Wukong realized that Frieza's earlier words were not mere bluster. Chapter 30. The Annihilation of Frieza Bang. With a powerful kick, Son Wukong was sent crashing into the sea beyond the island. Piccolo exclaimed, "Gohan, your father has exerted all his strength. I believe it is time for you to intervene." "Wait a moment." "Wait?" Just then, the ocean was stirred by an overwhelming force, creating a colossal wave. This force emanated from Son Wukong, who had plunged into the depths of the sea. Son Wukong stood upon the surface of the sea, gasping for breath. Exhaustion etched across his face. Vegeta, witnessing this, clenched his teeth and muttered, "Kakarot still possesses strength." Frieza, observing the scene, let out his distinctive, chilling laughter and proclaimed, "Son Wukong, your desperate resistance is futile. You are no longer my equal." Wukong replied, "I am aware of that. Yet I still wish to unleash my full power and engage you in battle." Frieza sneered, "In that case, let me witness your utmost strength." With a nod, Son Wukong clenched his fists tightly, a crimson aura enveloping his entire being. 20-fold Kaioken. With a resounding shout, he transformed into a flash of red light, charging towards Frieza. Bang! Frieza, taken aback, had no time to react before Son Wukong's fist sent him soaring into the air. Seizing the moment, Son Wukong swiftly brought his hands together, concentrating a wave of azure energy that he hurled toward Frieza. At that instant, Frieza, who had been propelled into the air, steadied himself and used his hand to deflect Son Wukong's energy wave. As the energy dissipated, Frieza maintained his right hand in an elevated position, revealing a layer of charred substance upon his palm, his eyes blazing with fury as they fixated on Son Wukong. He was injured, and it was at the hands of the Scion, whom he despised the most. With this thought, Frieza immediately raised his index finger, preparing to launch an attack against Son Wukong. It was almost time. Upon witnessing this, Son Gohan swiftly appeared beside Son Wukong. At that moment, Son Wukong was gasping for breath, utterly devoid of strength. "Gohan." Son Gohan nodded and said, "All right, father, leave the rest to me." "Very well." Son Wukong nodded. Frieza let out a cold sneer. "Little brat, you are the son of Son Wukong, are you not?" "Indeed, and what of it?" "Oh, nothing much. It just so happens that with all you Scions gathered together, I can annihilate you all in one fell swoop." Son Gohan chuckled softly and said, "Let us see if you possess the capability." Enraged, Frieza exclaimed, unleashing a barrage of death beams from his right index finger towards Son Gohan. In an instant, Son Gohan teleported Son Wukong onto the Shadow Battle Axe. "What?" Frieza exclaimed in astonishment. To his astonishment, Son Wukong instantaneously teleported to the Shadow Scythe, right beneath his gaze. Infuriated, Frieza let out a furious exclamation and unleashed a series of death beams from his right index finger towards the Shadow Scythe. In response, a multitude of Shadow Scythes materialized before it, forming a circular shield. Frieza's death beam struck the shield, only to be absorbed by the illusionary Shadow Scythes. In that moment, Son Wukong executed another teleportation, appearing directly in front of Frieza. Startled, Frieza's expression shifted to one of grave concern. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong took a deep breath and exhaled 3 white apparitions resembling himself. These were none other than the Gum Spirits. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong was taken aback. "Piccolo, what is this?" "I'm not certain either." Frieza, too, displayed a look of astonishment. for it was the first time he had encountered such a technique. Son Gohan, count off. Upon hearing this, the three gum spirits immediately organized themselves in unison and began to count. 1, 2, 3. Although Frieza was unaware of Son Gohan's intentions, he was determined to fulfill Son Gohan's wishes. Therefore, he concentrated a wave of energy in his right hand and directed it towards the gum spirits in an attack. Son Wukong's silhouette flickered as he deftly evaded the attack. Boom. The energy wave erupted upon impact with the ground, instantly enveloping the area in a thick, billowing cloud of smoke. The three gum spirits of Son Wukong deftly evaded, their forms darting like the swiftest winds, charging towards Frieza. With a cold smirk, Frieza's figure flickered before one of the gum spirits, and he unleashed a powerful punch aimed at it. Bang! In that very instant when Frieza's fist connected with the gum spirit, a sly smile appeared on its face. Subsequently, the entirety of the gum spirit erupted in a radiant golden light, exploding spectacularly. The other two gum spirits, witnessing this, promptly rushed into the explosion, colliding with Frieza's body. Boom! Boom! The two gum spirits detonated, and Frieza let out a piercing scream of agony. After a moment, as the thick smoke cleared, Frieza lay on the ground, his body battered and a trace of blood staining his mouth. In this moment, he glared at Son Wukong with unparalleled fury. It was the first time in his life that he had sustained such severe injuries, and the one responsible was merely a young scion. Contemplating this, Frieza swiftly rose from the ground. Frieza, you are no match for me. I advise you to leave this planet, he declared. No match for you. Frieza seethed with rage upon hearing this. Leave. Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment. Surprisingly, Son Wukong intends to spare Frieza. Not only Vegeta but also Piccolo shares this sentiment at this moment. Namek, being his home planet, renders Frieza's invasion for the Dragon Balls particularly detestable to Piccolo. Moreover, Frieza's formidable power poses a significant threat. Should Son Wukong choose to let him go, it is certain that he will return with vengeance. However, both Vegeta and Piccolo are overestimating the situation. Son Wukong's decision to forgive stems from his compassionate nature, as he believes it will reflect his kindness to others. Yet, as a devoted fan of Dragon Ball, he is acutely aware that Frieza would never accept such goodwill. Both Frieza and Vegeta are individuals of immense pride. Son Gohan nodded. At that moment, Frieza clenched his fist with great force and charged towards Son Gohan. In a fleeting moment, Son Wukong darted behind Frieza, delivering a powerful kick that sent him soaring into the air. Swiftly, he brought his hands together, declaring Kamehameha. A deep blue energy wave coalesced from his palms, hurtling towards Frieza, who, taken aback, quickly raised his hand to deflect the Kamehameha. Ha! With a mighty roar, Son Wukong propelled his hands forward with all his might. Boom! Accompanied by a tremendous explosion, the Kamehameha wave detonated in the sky. No! Frieza screamed in agony, his body torn apart by the fierce storm generated by the Kamehameha's blast. After a moment, as tranquility returned to the heavens, Vegeta gazed blankly at the sky and pondered, has it truly been annihilated? Chapter 31. Return to Earth. Witnessing this, Piccolo remained silently contemplative. Son Gohan had just expressed his intention to spare Frieza, yet in an instant, he annihilated him. What has become of your kindness? Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong felt a twinge of regret. Although Frieza was not a virtuous individual, he was undeniably a being of formidable strength. Just then, Son Gohan soared in from a distance. Father, Uncle Piccolo, shall we return? Indeed. Son Wukong and Piccolo nodded simultaneously. Wait. At that moment, Vegeta suddenly spoke up. What is it, Vegeta? Son Wukong inquired. Kakarot, are you intending to return to Earth? Indeed. Son Wukong nodded. And what of your spacecraft? We possess no spacecraft. It was Gohan who transported us here using instant transmission. Instant transmission? Indeed. In essence, it is a technique that allows one to teleport by sensing energy. Kakarot. I heard that Namekian mentioned Gohan has already achieved the transformation into a Super Saiyan? Yes. What of it? I wish to witness the prowess of a Super Saiyan. Do you wish to battle Gohan? At this, Vegeta fell silent, lost in thought. Son Gohan could now defeat him with a mere flick of his finger. Engaging in battle with Son Gohan would be tantamount to courting death. Kakarot, what I mean to say is, I wish to witness Son Gohan's transformation. Oh. So it is not about fighting Son Gohan after all. Son Wukong chuckled and said, well then, Gohan, why not transform and show Vegeta? Son Wukong glanced at Vegeta and said, if you wish to witness the transformation into a Super Saiyan, I have a small condition. What condition? Vegeta inquired. It is quite simple. You just need to follow my lead and learn. Learn? Indeed. As Son Wukong spoke, his expression suddenly turned grave. In order to prevent the world from being destroyed, Vegeta, repeat after me. In order to prevent the world from being destroyed. Vegeta's voice was stiff. To safeguard the peace of the universe. To safeguard the peace of the universe. Vegeta's face flushed with embarrassment. This was the first time he had uttered such shameful lines. Yet for the sake of Super Saiyan, he endured. To uphold love and genuine evil. To uphold love and genuine evil. Charming and delightful protagonists. Charming and delightful protagonists. Son Gohan. Son Gohan. Vegeta, you should say, I am Vegeta. I am Vegeta. Vegeta gritted his teeth. Upon witnessing this, Son Gohan could not contain his laughter. Kakarot. Vegeta, filled with immense fury, cast a furious glance at Kakarot. We are the rocket team traversing the galaxy. We are the rocket team traversing the galaxy. A white hole. A luminous tomorrow awaits us. A white hole. A luminous tomorrow awaits us. Indeed, that is the case. Vegeta's face had turned a deep shade of crimson by this point. If Raditz and the others were still alive, they would undoubtedly be in fits of laughter upon hearing the lines he just recited. Enough. Now, Gohan. Can you transform into a Super Saiyan for me to witness? Son Gohan nodded. With a resounding shout, a golden aura enveloped Son Gohan's entire being. His hair transforming into a golden crest that stood upright, and his eyes shifting to a light green hue. This was indeed the Super Saiyan. Is this truly the Super Saiyan? Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment. The aura emanating from Son Gohan now surpasses that of Frieza by countless magnitudes. In this moment, he finally comprehends the reason behind Son Gohan's earlier tranquility. It is because the two are not even in the same league. Upon witnessing this, Son Gohan immediately reverted his body to its normal state. Well then, father, shall we return? Indeed. Son Gohan nodded. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong promptly reduced the shadow battle axe to the size of his palm and, in an instant, teleported Son Wukong and Piccolo to their destination. Kakarot, Sun Wukong. I shall undoubtedly train to become stronger, surpassing both of you. Vegeta declared firmly to himself. Earth. At this moment, Son Wukong and his companions had returned to the forest where the Namekians had gathered. Upon seeing their return, Krillin approached and inquired, Wukong, how did things fare on Namek? Frieza has been vanquished by Gohan. Vanquished? A Namekian, standing not far away, immediately approached and asked, is it true that Gohan has indeed defeated Frieza? Indeed. Son Wukong nodded. Upon hearing this, several Namekians immediately surrounded Son Gohan, exclaiming, Son Gohan, you are truly remarkable. Indeed. At merely 6 years of age, he defeated Frieza. He will undoubtedly grow even stronger in the future. It's nothing. Son Wukong smiled as he scratched his head. Many younger Namekians gathered around upon hearing this, including Tian from the original Dragon Ball series. So, Wukong, did you engage in battle with Frieza? Son Wukong nodded. That individual possesses formidable strength. Had it not been for Gohan's presence, I fear I would have already perished at his hands. Indeed. Alas, my own power is too feeble. Otherwise, I would truly wish to behold what that person looks like. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong let out a dry chuckle. If Krillin were aware that in the original tale, he met his demise at the hands of Frieza's explosive powers, he would likely refrain from making such remarks. Moreover, I encountered Vegeta on planet Namek. Vegeta? Indeed. For reasons unknown, that fellow suddenly appeared on Namek. Did he engage in battle with you? No, and it turns out his strength is no match for ours. Quite true. After a brief conversation, Son Wukong proceeded to visit the Grand Elder. Son Wukong, you have arrived. Son Wukong nodded. Elder, I have vanquished Frieza for you. However, Frieza has many subordinates, and I fear they may seek vengeance upon you. Therefore, it would be prudent for you to utilize your Dragon Balls to relocate your planet to a safer realm. Very well, the Elder acquiesced. Now, please gather all the Namekians together, and I shall employ instant transmission to escort you back. Thank you for your assistance. Shortly thereafter, all the Namekians assembled in one place. Son Gohan, through the presence of his doppelganger remaining on Namek, executed a swift teleportation, bringing them back to Namek. They've returned. Upon their arrival, all the Namekians exhibited immense excitement. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong instantaneously transported himself back to Earth. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had elapsed. The news of Frieza's demise had been reported by his subordinates to his father, King Cold. However, King Cold could not fathom that Frieza could fall at the hands of a Saiyan, thus he dispatched his minions to planet Namek. Chapter 32, Smartphones. On Earth. Atop the Bowsy Mountain. At this moment, Son Wukong and Piccolo are engaged in a fierce battle high in the sky. due to the monotony of his daily training. Son Wukong found himself seated alone upon the verdant grass. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he retrieved an ancient mirror from the system. This mirror was none other than the celestial mirror. Upon its unveiling, 3 silhouettes swiftly materialized upon its surface. One figure was diminutive, with azure skin and adorned with a small round hat. This was none other than Pilaf, the antagonist from the first saga of Dragon Ball. Accompanying him were his subordinates, Shu and Mai. At that moment, the trio was engaged in the construction of a combat robot. Although Pilaf had yet to succeed in gathering the 7 Dragon Balls, he remained undeterred in his quest to fulfill his ambition of dominion. Upon seeing the 3 individuals, Son Wukong immediately touched the surface of the celestial mirror, and in an instant he was transported directly before Pilaf and his companions. The sudden appearance of Son Wukong startled Pilaf and his companions, who exclaimed, "Who are you?" Son Wukong's son smiled and said, "My name is Son Gohan." Son Gohan? Why does that name sound so familiar? Indeed. His name is quite similar to that of the legendary Son Wukong, Ashu remarked, stroking his chin with his right hand. Upon hearing the name Son Wukong, both of them immediately turned pale with fear. Son Wukong is indeed a nightmare for the 3 of them. Had it not been for him, they would have gathered the Dragon Balls long ago and ruled the entire world. Do you know my father? Your father. Upon hearing this, the 3 were immediately startled and stumbled back a few steps. Indeed, as Son Wukong approached the robot crafted by the trio, he inquired, "Is this the robot you have created?" "Indeed," they replied. "What purpose does this robot serve?" He pressed. "Oh, nothing much, merely a pastime." Pilaf chuckled awkwardly. "Yes, just for fun." Shiwu echoed. "Is that so? Would you be able to assist me in constructing a mobile phone?" "A mobile phone?" "Certainly," as Son Wukong spoke. He picked up a piece of paper from the table and sketched a smartphone. The creation of the Dragon Ball anime took place during the late 1980s and early 1990s. Hence Akira Toriyama's depiction of mobile phones was limited to the technology of his era. Consequently, in Dragon Ball Z, Earth was devoid of smartphones. It was only in the later series, Dragon Ball Super, that smartphones made their appearance. What sort of device is this? It doesn't even have any buttons. This is called a smartphone. A smartphone. Yes, it operates through a touchscreen interface, thus eliminating the need for physical buttons. Touchscreen? Son Wukong nodded. By the way, I have been conversing with you for quite some time, yet I do not know your names. My name is Pilaf. I am called Xiaowu, with Wu denoting dance. I am Ashu, with my name signifying the repair of air conditioning. Pilaf, Ashu, and Sister Xiaowu. Wait a moment, why do you address Xiaowu as sister while you refer to us by our names? Upon hearing this, Pilaf's expression turned sour. Son Wukong glanced at the 2 individuals and remarked, "You both are of similar height to me. I had assumed you were children as well." "What did you say?" Pilaf retorted, visibly irked by the comment. "Calm down, King Pilaf." Asu and Shiwu quickly intervened to restrain him. "Let it go, King Pilaf. He is merely a child, so there's no need to take offense." "Indeed," Pilaf huffed in response. Falling silent. "Now, Pilaf and Asu, let us resume our discussion about mobile phones." "Mobile phones?" "Yes. In addition to the touchscreen features, I would like to elaborate on the other functionalities of this device." "Other functionalities?" "Indeed, this mobile phone is equipped with Bluetooth, GPS positioning, and internet connectivity." Son Gohan elaborated extensively on the applications of smartphones. Initially, Pilaf intended to create a simple phone merely to appease Son Gohan. However, upon realizing the immense business potential of smartphones, he found himself increasingly intrigued. The sole concern was that they had never ventured into such a domain before, which could prove to be quite time-consuming. If you manage to develop this phone, we can engage in extensive promotion and create a plethora of mobile applications. We can assist with the phone's development, but how will we address the issue of mobile networks? Rest assured, I will seek assistance from Aunt Bulma. "Bulma? The heiress of the Capsule Corporation?" asked Shiwu. "Indeed. Well then, do your best. I shall take my leave now." Pilaf nodded, eager for Son Gohan to depart. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong vanished in an instant. "He has disappeared," exclaimed Ashu in astonishment. Xiaowu nodded in acknowledgement. "Do we truly need to assist that young lad in creating a smartphone, King Pilaf?" "Indeed," replied Pilaf with a nod. "But King Pilaf, aren't we in pursuit of the Dragon Balls?" Ashu inquired. "Certainly not," Pilaf retorted, lightly tapping Ashu on the head. "If we can successfully craft the smartphone the lad spoke of, we could amass considerable funds to continue our search for the Dragon Balls." In West City, at Bulma's residence, Bulma was leisurely reclining in a chair in her backyard, engrossed in a newspaper when suddenly, a figure appeared before her. It was Son Wukong. Aunt Bulma. Upon hearing his voice, Bulma immediately lifted her gaze from the newspaper. Gohan. Son Wukong nodded. Gohan, what brings you here so unexpectedly today? Son Gohan smiled and said, Aunt Bulma, I would like you to increase the gravity in the gravity chamber to 500 times. 500 times? Bulma exclaimed in surprise. But Gohan, I recently helped you raise it to 300 times. That's all right, Aunt Bulma. I have fully adjusted to the 300 times gravity. By the way, Gohan, didn't your mother previously wish for you to focus on your studies? Has she stopped insisting on that now? Upon hearing this, Son Wukong let out a dry chuckle. Truly, one should not mention the unmentionable. No, I currently have a doppelganger at home studying on my behalf. A doppelganger? Indeed. As Son Wukong spoke, he plucked a single hair from his head and transformed it into a doppelganger. To Gohan's. Bulma exclaimed in astonishment. Son Gohan chuckled and said, Aunt Bulma, the other one is my doppelganger. Bulma inquired, so, Gohan, can this doppelganger assist you with everything? Indeed, it can, he replied, but it has one flaw. What flaw? She asked. It cannot partake in the basic human needs of eating, drinking, and relieving itself. Bulma was left speechless. Is that truly a flaw? It seems more like an advantage. However, upon further reflection, she considered that if Son Gohan's doppelganger were to be fed by Chi-Chi while studying, it would certainly be easily discovered. Chapter 33, Super Saiyan 2. So, Gohan, if you have the doppelganger read your books, wouldn't that mean you have no idea what you are actually studying? Son Wukong smiled and said, as long as my clone can revert to hair, I can access the memories of that day. That's impressive. Gohan, could you possibly teach me this cloning technique? I can, but the technique requires chi. And Bulma, since you have never practiced martial arts, you will need to start with that first. I see, then perhaps I should pass on that. And Bulma, you must keep the matter of the cloning technique a secret. Bulma nodded. And what about the gravity chamber? I will rest today and help you enhance the gravity in the chamber tomorrow. All right. Son Wukong nodded. Then, Bulma, I shall take my leave. Indeed. Bulma nodded in response. Upon witnessing this, Son Gohan instantaneously teleported back to the lookout. Gohan, Piccolo exclaimed, soaring towards him from a distance. Where have you been? I visited Aunt Bulma. I requested her assistance in enhancing the gravity of the gravity room. Gohan replied. Piccolo, after hearing this, refrained from further inquiries. 2 weeks swiftly passed. After dedicating herself to the task, Bulma finally elevated the gravity of the training chamber to 500 times that of Earth. All right, Gohan. I have successfully increased the gravity to 500 times. Son Wukong nodded. Thank you, Aunt Bulma. However, the gravity in this training room becomes increasingly difficult to enhance. So you must endure this 500 times gravity for a longer duration. I understand, Aunt Bulma. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave now. Bulma nodded. Upon witnessing this, Son Gohan instantaneously teleported back to the sacred grounds of Mount Paozu. In the vast cosmos, upon a desolate and uninhabited planet, a solitary figure was engaged in performing one-handed push-ups. This individual was none other than Vegeta. 9999, 10,000. Vegeta declared, exerting force through the index finger of his right hand, propelling his body upward from the ground. This is insufficient. With this current training regimen, even if I were to devote my entire life to it, I would never be able to catch up to Kakarot and the others. Vegeta exclaimed, immediately directing his gaze towards his spacecraft. Moments later, he departed the planet aboard his vessel. 2 months swiftly passed. With the gravity chamber now capable of amplifying the gravitational force by 500 times, Son Gohan was able to augment his combat power by an astonishing 10 million each day. Presently, his baseline combat power had soared to an impressive 2 billion. At this moment, Son Gohan stood upon a verdant meadow on Mount Paozu, while Goku and Piccolo observed from a distance. Suddenly, with a fervent grip of his hands, Son Gohan unleashed an overwhelming aura that radiated with unparalleled intensity. Boom! A golden aura enveloped Son Wukong, his hair transformed into a golden hue, standing upright, while his pupils shifted to a light green. This was the manifestation of a Super Saiyan. As Son Wukong underwent this transformation, Krillin, who was on Earth, soon sensed the immense power emanating from him. However, they presumed that Son Wukong was merely training, thus they paid little heed to it. Suddenly, Son Wukong clenched his fist once more, releasing an overwhelmingly potent energy that surged upward. The very ground of Baozi Mountain trembled violently under the influence of Son Wukong's aura. The grass beneath Gohan's feet was instantly whipped into a whirlwind by the potent energy radiating from him. What an astonishing force! At that moment, Krillin, feeling Gohan's overwhelming aura, was taken aback, his face betraying a hint of astonishment. Ah! With a resounding roar, Gohan's energy surged dramatically, enveloping him in a golden flame that took on a fiery appearance. His hair stood even more erect, and as he emanated energy, lightning crackled around his body. This was indeed the transformation into Super Saiyan 2. Bang! Once the transformation was complete, Gohan immediately released the amassed energy surrounding him. Is this the evolution beyond Super Saiyan? Piccolo remarked, glancing at Gohan. Indeed. Son Wukong nodded. I have named this transformation Super Saiyan 2. Super Saiyan 2. Son Gohan nodded, reverting his body to its normal state. At that moment, Son Goku and the others suddenly sensed an energy approaching Earth from beyond. This energy belonged to Vegeta. Vegeta, Piccolo remarked, nodding in acknowledgement. It seems to be his energy. But what could bring him to Earth so unexpectedly? I have no idea, Piccolo replied, shaking his head. Should we go and investigate? Absolutely. With that, the three of them swiftly made their way to the location where Vegeta's spaceship was about to land. Moments later, Vegeta's spacecraft touched down on Earth. He emerged from the vessel and soared towards Son Goku and the others. Long time no see, Vegeta. Son Wukong greeted Vegeta with a smile. Vegeta merely snorted in response, remaining silent. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong remained indifferent and inquired, Vegeta, what brings you to Earth so unexpectedly? Are you here to challenge me to a battle? Not at all. I have come to Earth to train, Vegeta replied. Training on Earth? Does that imply you intend to reside here? Indeed, Vegeta affirmed with a nod. Then where will you be staying, Vegeta? I have no idea, Kakarot. Have you already attained the form of a Super Saiyan? Yes, Son Wukong nodded. Upon hearing this, Vegeta immediately clenched his fists. Had he known earlier, he would have come to Earth to cultivate much sooner. Kakarot, could you possibly enlighten me on how you attained the status of Super Saiyan in such a brief period? What is the secret to your training? Son Wukong pondered for a moment and said, I am training in the gravity room alongside Gohan and the others. The gravity room? Indeed, it is a creation of Bulma's, and it can currently enhance gravity up to 500 times. 500 times gravity? Then where is the gravity room located now? Upon hearing this, Son Wukong immediately pointed towards the nearby gravity chamber. That is the gravity chamber, he exclaimed. And what about Kakarot? Where is that Bulma now? Bulma is currently in West City, came the response. Can you take me to find her? I can, but you must tell me why you wish to seek her out. I wish for her assistance in constructing a gravity chamber. Very well, I shall take you there, but you must promise me that you will not harm Bulma. I promise. Vegeta agreed without a moment's hesitation. His sole desire was to grow stronger and surpass Son Wukong and the others. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong promptly took Vegeta and made his way to Bulma's residence. Son Gohan and Piccolo also followed along. Chapter 34. The smartphone is ready. West City, Bulma's home. At this moment, Bulma was leisurely reclining on a beach chair, perusing the latest fashion magazine. Suddenly, 4 figures descended from the sky. These 4 were none other than Son Goku, Piccolo, Son Gohan, and Vegeta. Goku. Bulma. Bulma nodded in acknowledgement. Goku, who is he? He is Vegeta. V.E. Vegeta. Bulma exclaimed in surprise. He is the Saiyan who intends to invade our Earth? Indeed. Vegeta scoffed disdainfully upon hearing this. Then why have you brought him here? He wishes for your assistance in constructing a gravity chamber. A gravity chamber. Upon hearing this, Bulma was instantly enraged. Goku, I am not your family's laborer. I am under no obligation to assist you for free. Bulma, it is Vegeta who seeks your help with the gravity chamber, not us. What difference does it make? I refuse to do it. Damn it. Vegeta felt a surge of indignation. As the prince of all Saiyans, when had he ever been subjected to such humility? What do you intend to do? Bulma, noticing Vegeta's furious expression, felt a pang of anxiety. Vegeta, upon hearing her, quickly suppressed his rising anger. Bulma sighed in relief at his restraint. By the way, Aunt Bulma, Vegeta has a spaceship. Why not ask him to give it to you? A spaceship? Bulma's interest was immediately piqued. Son Gohan, indeed. Bulma turned to Vegeta. As long as you can assist me in perfecting the gravity chamber, I shall grant you that spaceship. It's settled. Now, Bulma, if there are no further matters to discuss, shall we take our leave? Son Wukong declared, excellent. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong immediately led Sun Wufan and the others back to Bao Bao Mountain. Only Vegeta remained in Bulma's courtyard. Seeing that Son Wukong and the others had departed, Bulma could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety regarding her earlier words. With Son Wukong present, she felt no fear of Vegeta. However, now that they had left, how could a delicate girl like her contend with him? Surely he wouldn't act recklessly towards me, Bulma pondered silently. At that moment, Vegeta suddenly addressed Bulma. Earth woman of inferior status, how long will it take for the gravity chamber to be completed? Bulma, incensed by his words, retorted, I am not some inferior Earth woman. My name is Bulma. She pointed her right index finger at Vegeta's chest. Vegeta, grinding his teeth in anger, replied, and if you dare to act against me, I will immediately summon Wukong and the others back. Humph. Vegeta scoffed. I care not for your name. I only wish to know how long it will take to complete the gravity chamber. Bulma responded with a huff. If you desire my assistance in constructing the gravity chamber, you must treat me with respect. Otherwise, even if you were to threaten my life, I would not aid you. Vegeta, incensed, gritted his teeth. Fine. I shall address you as Bulma. That is more acceptable. A new gravity chamber will take approximately half a month to complete. Additionally, bring your spaceship to my residence. I intend to convert it into a gravity chamber. Very well, I understand. Vegeta proclaimed, soaring into the sky. Thus, Vegeta settled on Earth. Half a month later, the gravity chamber was completed, and Vegeta commenced his training. Time swiftly passed, and 3 months had elapsed. After 6 months of diligent research, Pilaf and his gang finally succeeded in creating the smartphone that Son Wufan had mentioned. The lengthy process was attributed to the design schematics and a lack of materials and funds. They rejoiced over the newly developed device. King Pilaf, we have succeeded. Indeed. Pilaf nodded. Next, we shall establish a factory to mass-produce these smartphones and reap substantial profits. Should we inform Son Wufan of our success in creating the smartphones, King Pilaf? Upon hearing this, Pilaf promptly tapped Ashio on the head. Are you foolish? This is the result of our tireless research. Why would we share it with Son Wufan? Ashio, covering his head, replied, King Pilaf, could you refrain from striking my head so often? If I do not strike your head, will this wooden head of yours ever comprehend anything? At that moment, a figure suddenly emerged before the 3 individuals. It was none other than Son Wukong. Upon seeing Son Wukong, the trio was instantly taken aback in surprise. Son Wukong glanced around and remarked, Pilaf, when did you change your workplace without informing me? Upon hearing this, Pilaf inwardly grumbled, I switched to this location precisely to avoid encountering you. Despite his unspoken thoughts, Pilaf maintained a cheerful demeanor. We were engrossed in our research and simply forgot to tell you. He replied, Oh, have you completed the mobile phone yet? Not quite. Pilaf chuckled. Is that so? Might I take a glimpse at the nearly finished phone? At this, Pilaf felt a pang of guilt, yet he still handed his mobile phone to Son Wukong. Here you go. Upon unlocking his mobile device, Son Wukong discovered that the touchscreen was remarkably responsive, and the phone operated with impressive fluidity. Pilaf, this phone is quite commendable. Is there an issue? He inquired. The speaker quality leaves much to be desired. I believe some enhancements are necessary, replied Pilaf. No worries. I shall take this device to Aunt Bulma for her assistance in its improvement. But Bulma, this is the culmination of our tireless efforts. Pilaf protested. It's perfectly fine, Pilaf. I merely intend to show it to Aunt Bulma. You both remain the creators of the smartphone. Son Wukong reassured him. All right, but you must return this phone to me. Pilaf insisted. Agreed. Upon completing his words, Son Wukong instantaneously vanished. He has disappeared once more, exclaimed Dasu. Do you truly believe that Gohan will return the phone? Inquired Pilaf. I am uncertain. In West City, at Bulma's residence, she was strolling in the garden when a figure suddenly materialized in midair. It was none other than Gohan. Gohan. Son Wukong nodded and descended from the sky. Gohan, what brings you here today? Aunt Bulma, I have something to show you. Son Wukong inquired as he retrieved his smartphone. What is this? This is a smartphone. A smartphone? As Son Wukong spoke, he activated the smartphone. A touchscreen? Indeed. Son Wukong nodded. Gohan, where did you acquire this mobile phone? Chapter 35. Mass-produced smartphones. This is something I had someone assist me with. Assist you? Who aided you in this endeavor? His name is Pilaf. Pilaf? That name sounds somewhat familiar. Yet, for him to create such a device is indeed quite an accomplishment. Indeed. Son Wukong nodded. Where is he now? He is currently in a house on the outskirts of West City. The outskirts of West City? Son Gohan nodded once more. So, Gohan, are you handing me this phone merely for me to glance at it? Son Gohan smiled and said, Of course not. I would like to ask Aunt Bulma for assistance in mass-producing this phone. Are you suggesting that I help in the production of this phone? Son Wukong nodded. Bulma pondered for a moment and said, It is indeed possible, but why do you wish to produce this mobile phone? Need you even ask? It is, of course, to make money. Make money? Indeed. If I have money, my mother will no longer be troubled by financial worries. And perhaps I will not be forced into becoming a scholar. I see. I can find someone to assist you in manufacturing the phone. But you must summon Pilaf so that I can understand the components and materials required. All right. Moreover, since I am the one arranging for the phone's production, should it prove profitable, I shall require half of the earnings. Agreed. Son Gohan chuckled softly. All right, Bulma Auntie, I shall go fetch Pilaf right away. In an instant, Sun Wukong teleported to a house on the outskirts of the western capital. Sun Wukong. Son Gohan nodded. Pilaf, shoo. I have already discussed with Aunt Bulma, and she has agreed to assist us in manufacturing the mobile phones. If they sell, the three of you will receive 25%. 25%? On what grounds? We were the ones who created the phone. Why should we only receive a quarter? Pilaf exclaimed indignantly. Do you three possess the funds to establish a factory? Sun Wukong inquired. Upon hearing this, Pilaf fell silent immediately. Furthermore, Bulma's family company is a significant enterprise, with her assistance in promotion. Our mobile phones are bound to sell exceedingly well. Even a mere 25% share would amount to trillions. The three of them were instantly transported into vivid daydreams of their affluent future, even salivating at the thought. Ahem. After indulging in his fantasies for a moment, Pilaf deliberately cleared his throat and, with a serious demeanor, turned to Sun Wukong and said, Wukong, it was my lack of foresight earlier. The fault lies entirely with me. And I sincerely apologize to you. Sun Wufan smiled and said, It's nothing. So, Wufan, when can the factory commence operations? He was now eagerly anticipating the day when his creation, the smartphone, would be mass-produced, propelling him to the status of a world-renowned entrepreneur, surrounded by beautiful women each day. I came to see you for this matter. To see me? Yes, Aunt Bulma mentioned she wants to know about the materials and components required for manufacturing this smartphone. So she wishes to meet you. Meet me. Upon hearing this, Pilaf's expression instantly transformed into one of profound anxiety. Having previously captured both Sun Wukong and Bulma, it was highly likely that she would recognize him. If Bulma were to identify him, he would stand to lose a considerable 25% of his prospects. Contemplating this, Pilaf promptly feigned illness to decline the meeting with Bulma and proceeded to divulge the design schematics, materials, and components of the smartphone to Sun Wufan. With a sense of helplessness, Sun Wufan took the design sketches created by Pilaf, along with the blueprints detailing the materials and components for the mobile phone, and made his way back to Bulma's residence. Wufan, where is Pilaf? Bulma inquired. Aunt Bulma, he is feeling somewhat unwell, so he couldn't come. However, he entrusted me with the design blueprints for the mobile phone. Son Gohan remarked, handing a substantial stack of papers to Bulma. I see. Bulma responded promptly, eagerly examining the blueprints. So, Aunt Bulma, how long will it take to mass-produce this mobile device? Some components are not available in West City and must be sourced from elsewhere, so it will likely require about a week, she replied. I understand. Bulma nodded thoughtfully. By the way, Aunt Bulma, is Vegeta currently training in the gravity chamber? Indeed, that fellow spends nearly all his time training, except for meals and sleep. He is remarkably similar to your father. Is that so? Son Gohan remarked as he retrieved a USB flash drive from his pants pocket and handed it to Bulma. Aunt Bulma, this is for you. Bulma inquired, Gohan, what is this? Son Gohan smiled and said, this is a video of Vegeta on Namek. A video of Vegeta? Yes. Just open it on the computer and you'll see. Sun Wukong smiled, gazing at the computer. Son Gohan nodded and, in an instant, vanished from sight. Bulma, witnessing this, had no choice but to enter the house and connect a USB drive to her computer. Upon doing so, she discovered a file that contained a video of Vegeta on Namek. The content of the video featured Vegeta reciting lines from Team Rocket alongside Son Gohan. Upon viewing the video, Bulma could not contain her laughter, replaying it several times. Who would have imagined that the typically aloof Saiyan Prince would utter such lines with Son Gohan? Outside West City, Ash and Xiaowu were puzzled by Pilaf's refusal to meet Bulma. Pilaf, why don't you want to see Bulma? Ash questioned. You two are foolish. We once captured that woman. If she discovers that we are behind this phone, she might not give us even that 25%. Pilaf retorted. Hearing this, Ash and Xiaowu's dreams were instantly shattered. Then what should we do, Pilaf? Should we forego that 25%? Ash inquired. Impossible. I was prepared for Son Gohan's sudden visit, but next time, we can disguise ourselves so that she won't recognize us. Indeed, Pilaf. That is why you're the boss. Pilaf replied. By the way, can you actually disguise yourself? Pilaf glanced at Xiaowu, who, being a woman, should surely know how to apply makeup. At noon, upon hearing Bulma's mother call him for lunch, Vegeta immediately ceased his training and exited the gravity chamber. As he stepped into the yard, he was greeted by the sight of Bulma, her face beaming with joy. Vegeta snorted dismissively and continued walking forward. Suddenly, Bulma began to recite lines from Team Rocket to prevent the destruction of the world, to protect the peace of the universe. Upon hearing this, Vegeta's steps faltered momentarily. Bulma smiled and remarked, "This line sounds familiar, doesn't it?" Vegeta, gritting his teeth, replied, "Bulma, who told you that?" Guess. Chapter 36, Obtaining a Driver's License. Humph. Vegeta scoffed. "I don't even need to guess. It must have been that brat Gohan." "Exactly, and he even sent me a video." "A video? The one of you on Namek?" Vegeta's anger surged as he clenched his jaw. "Damn it, that guy actually dared to record a video of me." "Bulma, where is that video now?" "What for? Do you want to delete it?" "Even if you erase it, Gohan surely has a backup." Upon hearing this, Vegeta, filled with indignation, clenched his teeth and declared, "Bulma, you must never show this video to anyone else, do you understand? Otherwise, I will end you." "But my mother has already seen it." "I am referring to from this moment onward," Vegeta exclaimed loudly. "All right, I was merely jesting with you. No need to be so furious," Bulma replied with a smile. Vegeta scoffed and turned to walk away. At that moment, he silently vowed that once he surpassed Gohan in strength, he would deliver a thorough beating to him. At Bowsy Mountain, at Goku's home. Achoo! At that moment, Son Wukong was enjoying his lunch at home when he suddenly felt an itch in his nose and let out a sneeze. "What is the matter, Wukong?" Chi-Chi inquired with concern. "I'm fine, mother," he replied. Though Son Wukong spoke these words, his heart pondered whether Vegeta was berating him. The following day, after a day of rigorous training, Son Wukong and Piccolo, as per their usual routine, removed their sweat-soaked garments for Chi-Chi to wash. Upon glancing at the discarded clothes, Chi-Chi's expression darkened, and she turned to them with displeasure. "Wukong, all you do is train tirelessly, yet you remain oblivious to the hardships I endure for our household. Do you have any idea that this morning, while I was out buying groceries, I was chased by a wild boar and nearly lost my life?" "But Chi-Chi, aren't you skilled in martial arts?" Wukong replied. "My hands were full of bags. How could I possibly use my skills?" "All right, I understand your struggles, Chi-Chi. Tomorrow, I shall capture that wild boar for you to vent your frustrations." "Is that the crux of the matter, Wukong? What is truly important?" "Wukong, you should consider obtaining a driver's license." "A driver's license?" "Yes. Once you have it, you can drive me to West City. There's a couple next door. She is picked up by her husband to go grocery shopping. And Piccolo, you should come along too." "Me?" Piccolo exclaimed, taken aback. "Why am I being dragged into this?" "Indeed, you dine at my home every day. Shouldn't you accompany us?" Piccolo was at a loss for words. "I merely had a sip of water." "In any case, starting tomorrow, both of you will pursue your driver's licenses. But Chi-Chi, we have the flying Nimbus. You could use it to go shopping." "I have a fear of heights and cannot get accustomed to the Nimbus. By the way, you could use Gohan's axe to assist you in your grocery shopping." "Gohan's axe?" "Yes. That axe can change size and even protect you in times of danger." "Does such an axe really exist?" "Indeed." Son Wukong nodded. "Even so, I refuse to ride." "Why?" "Inquire with Piccolo. Would he ever ride an axe out?" "He would," Piccolo affirmed. "But Piccolo is not a conventional individual, regardless. I absolutely refuse to venture out seated upon an axe. Both of you must accompany me to driving school. Otherwise, I shall cease to prepare your meals." "Very well, then." Son Wukong reluctantly agreed. Chi-Chi spoke as she turned and entered Son Wukong's room. "Mother." Chi-Chi nodded. "Wu Fan, I heard from Wukong that you possess an axe that can change in size. Is that true? Are you referring to the Shadow Battle Axe, Mother?" "The Shadow Battle Axe?" "Indeed. Would you be able to lend me that axe?" "I can, but what do you intend to do with it, Mother?" "To hunt wild boars." Upon hearing this, Son Wukong felt a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Subsequently, he retrieved the Shadow Battle Axe from the system. Is this truly the Shadow Battle Axe? Upon observing that the axe was merely the size of a thumb, Chi-Chi harbored some doubts about its capability to fell a wild boar. Son Wukong nodded and declared, "Shadow Battle Axe, enlarge." As soon as the words left his lips, the Shadow Battle Axe immediately grew significantly larger. Chi-Chi was taken aback. This axe could indeed change in size. Son Wukong nodded. "From today onward, the Shadow Battle Axe will accompany my mother to protect her. But it must not take any lives and must obey her commands." Upon hearing this, the Shadow Battle Axe nodded as if it were a sentient being. Chi-Chi was taken aback. "Wukong, Does this axe truly comprehend human speech? Indeed. Son Wukong nodded. So, where did you acquire that axe, Gohan? I found it. Where did you find it? On Baozi Mountain. The next day, Chi-Chi set out with the shadow battle axe, and on her way back, she encountered the wild boar from the previous day once more. At that moment, the boar glared fiercely at Chi-Chi. Observing this, Chi-Chi's expression turned serious as she directed her gaze towards the floating shadow battle axe. Shadow battle axe, slay that wild boar for me. Let it be our meal for today. Upon hearing this, the shadow battle axe emitted a brilliant white light and swiftly severed the boar's head. Chi-Chi smiled faintly, placing the freshly slain boar atop the enlarged shadow battle axe. The axe, however, remained silently perplexed. It was undeniably a weapon of death, yet it had been transformed into a mere transport. What kind of master had it encountered? As time swiftly passed, a week had gone by in the blink of an eye. The assembly line for smartphones had been established, and production of the devices had commenced at Baozi Mountain, home of Son Wukong. Due to an inadvertent slip of the tongue by Son Wukong regarding the battle with Son Gohan just a few days prior, a cloud of suspicion has enveloped Chi-Chi. Consequently, Son Gohan has been dutifully confined to his home, diligently engaging in his studies. At this moment, he languidly occupies his room, idly twirling a pencil between his fingers. Suddenly, a series of knocks resound from outside the door. Gohan, I am coming in. Hearing the knock on the door, Son Wukong immediately straightened up and gazed at the exam papers laid out on the table. At that moment, the door swung open and Chi-Chi entered, carrying a plate of fresh apples, which she placed on the table beside Son Wukong. Wukong, you have been studying diligently. Why not have an apple? Chi-Chi suggested, offering him one of the apples. Oh, mother, I don't feel like eating right now, he replied. Son Gohan, imitating his usual appearance, remarked, just have one, Gohan. Very well then. Son Wukong took the apple that Chi-Chi handed him and took a bite. Was I perhaps overthinking? Chi-Chi mused silently to herself, smiling as she gazed at Son Wukong. Well then, Gohan, you shall continue your diligent studies while I step out for a while. Okay, Mom. With that, Chi-Chi promptly exited Gohan's room. During this period, Sun Wufan's doppelganger has been diligently studying, avoiding water and fruit altogether. Thus, today, Chi-Chi decided to test him with an apple. As soon as Chi-Chi departed, Sun Wufan sighed in relief. For the past few days, she had employed various methods to probe his thoughts. Fortunately, his telepathy allowed him to discern her intentions. It seems that relying on the doppelganger is not a sustainable solution. It is time to confront her with the truth. Sun Wukong pondered silently. By the way, system, do you possess the art of war? What? Master, I am a system, not a library. Oh, I see. Master, what purpose do you have for the art of war? It's nothing. Chapter 37. The confrontation time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, a month had elapsed. Through the promotion of the Universal Capsule Corporation, smartphones had become the trend among the youth. During this past month, Sun Wukong, alongside Pilaf and his companions, has developed several software applications reminiscent of those from his previous life, such as QQ, WeChat, and Free Tomato novels. As smartphones have only just begun to hit the market, neither Sun Wukong nor Pilaf has yet profited from smartphone sales. However, their creation of applications has proven to be quite lucrative. Many affluent individuals, recognizing the immense potential of these applications, have sought to purchase them from Sun Wukong and his team. Yet, Sun Wukong has consistently turned down their offers. The applications developed by Pilaf are based on those that were immensely popular in Sun Wukong's former life, and he is acutely aware of their worth, making it improbable that he would sell them casually. Within a restaurant situated in West City, Sun Wukong and Pilaf, at this moment, were celebrating the profits they had earned over the past month. Shiwu exclaimed, King Pilaf, this is wonderful. Our app has been generating hundreds of thousands in revenue each day. Pilaf, with a hearty laugh, responded, what is a few hundred thousand? When our smartphones are ubiquitous across the globe, earning tens of millions daily will be merely trivial. Ashu added, indeed, with such wealth, we shall be able to gather the Dragon Balls. Son Gohan, Dragon Ball? No, he mentioned glass marbles. Asu adores collecting glass marbles. Is that so? Indeed. By the way, Gohan, we have yet to express our gratitude to you. Without your assistance, we could not have amassed such wealth. As Pilaf spoke, he promptly raised his cup filled with juice. Asu and Xiaowu, upon observing this, lifted their own cups in unison. Cheers! Pilaf exclaimed, and without hesitation, he downed his drink. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong and his companions hastily consumed the juice in their hands. Following this, the trio dedicated their days to developing software and managing their newly established company. So consumed were they by their endeavors that they completely overlooked the task of gathering the Dragon Balls. Time swiftly passed, and 3 months elapsed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Son Wukong's strength had significantly increased. His combat power had now reached an impressive 4.5 billion. At this moment, Son Wukong sat in the living room of his home. A look of apprehension etched on his face as he prepared to disclose to Chi-Chi the existence of the company he co-founded with Pilaf. Wukong, what is it that you wish to discuss with me? Chi-Chi inquired. Mother, I have actually started a company. A company? Wukong, you must be jesting. You are merely 7 years old. How could you possibly run a company? Just then, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door. Wait a moment. I shall answer the door, Chi-Chi exclaimed, dashing to the entrance. Upon opening the door, she was greeted by 2 impeccably dressed gentlemen, each carrying a black briefcase. Good day. May I inquire who you are? Greetings, we are employees of Mr. Son's company. We have been sent by Mr. Son today. Mr. Son, Chi-Chi gasped. Her expression one of disbelief as she turned to Son Wukong. Are you referring to Wukong? Indeed, the men affirmed with a nod. Skeptical, Chi-Chi pinched her left hand, murmuring. Ouch, this isn't a dream. You mentioned you were summoned by Wukong. What is his purpose? Mr. Son instructed us to bring money. Money? Precisely. One of the men set down the briefcase and opened it, revealing a substantial sum of money. Goodness, so much money. There is a total of 50 million here. The man announced. 50 million. Chi-Chi exclaimed in astonishment. She raised her right hand to pinch her own cheek. Ouch. It seems this is indeed reality. Is all this money Wukong's? Yes. The man confirmed with a nod. Turning to Son Wukong, Chi-Chi pressed. Wukong, what on earth is happening? You haven't used the Dragon Balls, have you? No, Mother. I merely collaborated with someone to assist in manufacturing phones and developing some mobile software, which resulted in this profit. Some profit? 50 million is merely some now? But Wukong, aren't you supposed to be studying every day? Chi-Chi scrutinized him intently. I worked on the phones during my spare time. Oh, is that so? It appears you have quite a bit of free time. Chi-Chi smiled and said, that Mother. Then this 50 million. With a cold snort, she continued, Gohan, although our family is impoverished, we have never resorted to theft or robbery. Therefore, unless you clarify the source of this money, I shall categorically refuse to accept it. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong reluctantly retrieved his phone from his pocket and dialed Bulma. Before long, the call was connected. Gohan, is there something you need? Aunt Bulma, my mother does not believe that I have established a company, so I would like to speak with her. I see. Please hand the phone to Chi-Chi. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong promptly handed the phone to Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi. That's me. Bulma. Bulma. Concerning the matters of Wukong Corporation, it is all indeed true. The Capsule Corporation has recently launched a state-of-the-art smartphone, developed in collaboration with Wukong and his companions. Smartphone, Chi-Chi exclaimed, glancing at the device in her hand. In recent times, Shidu had indeed seen a surge in the availability of smartphones. However, they were prohibitively expensive, which deterred Chi-Chi from making a purchase. To her surprise, this particular smartphone was the product of Wukong and his friends' efforts. Yet, Wukong was merely a 7-year-old child. How could he possibly possess the capability to manufacture a smartphone? Such a notion seemed implausible. Wukong, please be honest with me. Did you and your friends truly create this phone? No. I merely shared the functionalities of the smartphone with my friends. They, along with their associates, took charge of the research and production. Your friends? Yes, they are all adults. Upon hearing my ideas, they expressed great admiration and subsequently brought the smartphone to fruition. Is that so? Chi-Chi pondered, her heart filled with skepticism. And what about the company? After my friends developed the smartphone, I collaborated with Aunt Bulma to manufacture a substantial quantity, and subsequently, my friends and I established a company together. Despite his words, Chi-Chi remained somewhat unconvinced. Wukong, do not deceive me. Be wary of being misled by those unfamiliar acquaintances. Rest assured, Mother, I promise you. Indeed, Chi-Chi. Wukong is exceptionally intelligent and astute. I have visited his company, and everything is entirely legitimate and compliant. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi felt a semblance of relief. Then, Mother, I trust this means you believe me now. With a scoff, Chi-Chi replied, Wukong, even if you have truly started a company, you must not place your trust in strangers indiscriminately. Understood. Son Gohan nodded. Then, Mother, may I refrain from studying so many books? The volumes and exercises assigned to him by Chi-Chi were several times greater than those of his peers. Chapter 38, The Arrival of King Kurd. You may study less, but you must still engage in your studies. All right. Son Wukong nodded. As long as Chi-Chi did not impose such strict oversight, his doppelgangers could easily manage. But what about that 50 million? Cough. Chi-Chi cleared her throat and gazed at Son Wukong with a serious expression. Gohan, you are still a child, for the time being. I shall take responsibility for safeguarding this money. The man standing nearby chuckled awkwardly upon hearing this. Although Son Wukong is but a child, he embodies the lifelong aspirations of these laborers. So, Mr. Sun, if there are no other matters at hand, shall we take our leave? Son Wukong nodded. Upon witnessing this, the two men promptly departed from Son Wukong's residence. Gohan, why don't you return to your room and study? Oh. As Son Wukong spoke, he returned to his chamber. 50 million. Upon seeing the sum, Chi-Chi immediately began counting the stacks of money with a glint of avarice in her eyes. With such wealth, I could purchase a home in West Capital and allow Wukong to attend school in the city, in the cosmos, at the location of the planet Namek. A spacecraft identical to Frisia's loomed in the vastness of space. This vessel belonged to King Cold, Frisia's father. At this moment, King Cold stood in the main control room of the spacecraft, gazing out into the cosmos. A staff member suddenly approached him, trembling with urgency. Your Majesty Cold. Namek has vanished. Vanished? King Cold inquired, narrowing his eyes slightly. Yes, Your Majesty, the staff member stammered. According to our observations, the planet did not explode. As there is no debris from an explosion surrounding it, I suspect it may have been relocated by the Dragon Balls of Namek. Relocated? King Cold mused, his interest piqued. And what of the scion who defeated Frisia? Reports indicate he is on Earth, Your Majesty. Then we shall set course for Earth. Yes, Your Majesty. A week swiftly passed. Since Son Wukong's revelation, his life had considerably improved, and Chi-Chi had grown gentler towards both father and son. At this moment, Son Wukong and his companions were training atop the mountain of steamed buns when they suddenly felt an overwhelming and formidable energy. This energy was none other than that of King Cold. What an incredibly powerful presence! Piccolo remarked, his expression grave. And this energy bears a striking resemblance to Frisia's. Son Wukong remarked. Piccolo nodded in agreement. However, shouldn't Frisia have already been vanquished by Gohan? I am uncertain. Son Wukong shook his head. Piccolo, then let us go take a look. All right. As Son Wukong spoke, he led the two individuals to the site where the Kurdish king was poised to descend. Meanwhile, on Earth, Krillin and his companions sensed the formidable aura of the Kurdish king. Such an overwhelming presence. Could it be that yet another powerful entity was about to arrive on Earth? The turtle hermit nodded thoughtfully. Then you should investigate. Understood, Master Roshi. Krillin replied, and with that, he departed from the turtle hermit's island. On the other side, at this moment, Son Wukong and Piccolo arrived at a towering mountain outside the western capital. The three of them gazed skyward, catching sight of a disc-shaped spacecraft. This vessel belonged to King Cold, who was currently breaching the atmosphere, poised for descent to Earth. It resembled the spacecraft of Frisia. Piccolo remarked with a grave expression. Indeed. Son Wukong nodded. Just then, Vegeta soared in from a distance. With a resounding thud, he landed beside Son Wukong. Vegeta, he acknowledged with a nod. Gazing at the approaching spaceship of King Cold. Boom. A minute later, King Cold's spacecraft successfully touched down on the ground. At that moment, Krillin and the others arrived as well. Krillin, Uncle Krillin, it has been a long time. Goku, Gohan. The two nodded in response. Goku, who exactly are these newcomers? I do not know. Son Wukong shook his head. However, his spaceship bore an uncanny resemblance to Frisia's vessel, and his energy felt strikingly similar to that of Frisia. Frisia, the very being whom Wukong could not vanquish. Previously, I was unable to defeat him, but now I possess absolute confidence in my ability to triumph over him. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Krillin felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. At that moment, the spaceship of King Cold opened, and a multitude of soldiers clad in Scion battle attire emerged, forming two orderly lines. With the sound of heavy footsteps, a man who bore an extraordinary likeness to Frisia's first form stepped out of the spaceship. This individual was none other than Frisia's father, King Cold. Who is this person? And why does he resemble Frisia so closely? Vegeta clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. He had previously believed that Frisia had not been slain by Son Gohan. I have encountered King Cold. Just then, the soldiers standing at attention respectfully bowed to King Cold. King Cold nodded in acknowledgement. Cold. Upon hearing this, Vegeta immediately recognized the name of King Cold. At that moment, King Cold suddenly glanced over and inquired, I ask you, which one of you is Son Gohan? Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong promptly stood up. Are you truly Sun Wukong? Indeed. Sun Wukong nodded. So, did my son Frieza perish at your hands? Frieza's father, King Cold, inquired. Upon hearing this, Vegeta and the others were instantly taken aback. It was I who ended his life, Sun Wukong declared. Immediately, King Cold's expression turned icy as he processed this revelation. Until now, he had harbored a glimmer of hope regarding Frieza's survival, but with Sun Wukong's admission, that hope extinguished. Eliminate them, King Cold commanded his soldiers. Yes, your majesty. The soldiers responded in unison. Then, all the soldiers swiftly armed themselves and charged towards Sun Wukong and his companions. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong and Krillin swiftly clapped their hands together, unleashing an abundance of golden energy waves. Boom, boom, boom. With the resounding echoes of tremendous explosions, Sun Wukong and his companions obliterated all the soldiers. What a truly worthless bunch. King Cold, with a frigid expression, cast a fleeting glance at the fallen bodies, taking a few steps forward. Indeed, you possess a certain skill. Had it not been for your slaying of Frieza, I would have genuinely considered taking you as my subordinate. Son Gohan let out a cold snort and swiftly approached King Cold, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. Ah! King Cold screamed in agony, spewing forth a mouthful of bitter liquid. Chapter 39. The bewildered Trunks. King Cold clutched his stomach with both hands, gazing at Son Gohan before him with sheer terror. Although it was merely a single blow, the pain it inflicted upon him was excruciating beyond measure. With a cold snort, Son Gohan delivered a powerful punch to King Kurd, sending him soaring into the air. Swiftly, he brought his hands together, proclaiming Kamehameha. A deep azure wave of energy coalesced from his palms, hurtling towards King Kurd. No! King Kurd bellowed in desperation, filled with regret for coming to Earth. Boom! The Kamehameha struck King Kurd, erupting in a violent explosion amidst the sky. An immense storm materialized, instantly shredding King Kurd's form to pieces. After a brief moment, as the explosion dissipated, dark remnants of ash began to fall from the heavens, only to vanish without a trace as a gust of wind swept by. Has it been extinguished? Krillin stared blankly at the sky. The overwhelming energy of King Kurd was swiftly obliterated by Son Gohan, who had not even transformed into a Super Saiyan. Indeed, Son Wukong nodded. Standing beside him, Vegeta gritted his teeth in response. As Son Wukong's strength continues to escalate, the challenge for Gohan to keep pace becomes increasingly formidable. Contemplating this, Vegeta immediately ascended into the skies. He could no longer afford to squander time here. He needed to return to his training and become stronger than anyone else. Krillin appeared momentarily taken aback. Why did Vegeta depart without so much as a farewell? He must have been spurred on by Gohan's prowess, remarked Yamcha. Indeed. Speaking of which, Vegeta is also a Saiyan. Do you think he will eventually reach the same level of strength as Goku and the others? Certainly. With unwavering determination in his eyes, Son Wukong proclaimed. At that moment, Son Gohan descended from the heavens, landing gracefully before Piccolo and the others. Gohan, you are truly remarkable. You effortlessly vanquished such a formidable foe, Krillin exclaimed with joy, praising Son Gohan. Indeed, Son Wukong nodded. Soon after, he and Krillin chatted for a while before returning to their respective training grounds. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. On North Kai's planet, the North Kai was lounging leisurely in a chair, savoring freshly brewed tea. Suddenly, a figure appeared before the North Kai, startling him and causing him to spit out the tea he had just sipped. The figure that had suddenly materialized was none other than Son Wukong. Lord Kai, are you all right? He inquired. Coughing slightly, the North Kai replied, Wukong, how did you suddenly appear on my planet? Son Wukong chuckled and said, Lord King Kai, I have come here to cultivate. Cultivate? Replied the king, indeed. Your planet is far more conducive to my training. Upon hearing this, North Kai was left speechless. Wukong, my planet is not your personal gym. I'm aware, Lord King Kai, I merely wish to train here for a while. Very well, North Kai ultimately relented, softening his stance. By the way, Wukong, what you just performed was instant transmission, wasn't it? Indeed. Son Wukong nodded. Was it Gohan who taught you? Indeed. It took me nearly a year to master it. Does Gohan know about your training here? He does. He insists that I return home after my daily practice. I see. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, for months had elapsed. During this period, everything remained tranquil. In the western metropolis, Son Wukong's family purchased a residence and settled in. With newfound wealth, Chi-Chi now spends her days not only preparing meals and doing laundry for Son Gohan and the others, but also indulging in shopping excursions with Bulma during her leisure time. Suddenly, atop a grand mountain outside the city, a yellow machine resembling a rocket materialized. This contraption was none other than the time machine from the Dragon Ball universe. Upon its arrival, it swiftly descended from the heavens. A young man with purple hair, carrying a long sword on his back, emerged from the time machine. This individual was none other than Trunks from the future. After disembarking, Trunks promptly stowed the time machine within a capsule and soared forward. Shortly thereafter, Trunks arrived at the site where King Cold's spaceship had landed 4 months prior. However, the surroundings were desolate and devoid of any presence. As he surveyed the area, a flicker of uncertainty crept into his mind. Strange, he pondered. According to Mother, Frieza and the others should have already arrived on Earth. Yet, where are they? Could it be that traveling back in time has altered the past? Or perhaps this isn't even 20 years ago? Never mind. I shall wait and see. With that, Trunks found a sizable rock to sit upon. After 10 minutes of waiting, still no sign of Frieza and his cohorts. Consequently, he rose from the stone and made his way to the western metropolis. At Bulma's residence in the city, she was lounging on a chair in the backyard, a white facial mask adorning her face. Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky, landing on the grassy ground of her courtyard. It was Trunks. Upon witnessing his sudden appearance, Bulma instinctively stood from her chair. Hello. I mean no harm. I hail from the future and am searching for Mr. Son Wukong. Wukong? Upon hearing this, Bulma's apprehension lessened slightly. May I inquire what year and day it is? What year? What day? Bulma, perplexed, relayed the date to Trunks, sensing that he bore no ill intent. Today is August 3rd, 764. August 3rd? Yes. What of it? Nothing. Trunks replied, shaking his head as he stroked his chin. Deep in thought. It appears I have indeed returned to 20 years prior, yet the history here seems to diverge from what I know. At that moment, Bulma removed the facial mask from her face and inquired, Who are you? Why are you wearing clothing emblazoned with the Capsule Corporation logo? I cannot disclose that information at the moment. The only thing I can share with you is that I hail from the future. And I have a matter of utmost importance to discuss with Mr. Goku. The future, Bulma exclaimed in astonishment. Yes. However, I implore you to keep this matter confidential. Very well, but what is it that you wish to discuss with Goku? I am truly sorry, but this is something I can only reveal to Mr. Goku himself. I see. Then may I inquire about something? What is it? Are you familiar with Frieza? Yes, I am. Why do you ask? Has he come to Earth? Earth? Was he not vanquished by Gohan on Namek? He was defeated by Gohan. Trunks gasped in disbelief. Frieza was not defeated by Mr. Goku? No, he was defeated by Gohan. What on earth is happening? This is entirely inconsistent with the history I know. Inconsistent? Indeed. Trunks nodded. Chapter 40. Trunks meets Son Goku. Do you know where Mr. Goku is now? I seem unable to sense his energy on Earth. Goku. Bulma pondered for a moment. I heard from Gohan that he is training with King Kai. King Kai? Yes. Bulma nodded. What about Vegeta? Trunks, having come from the future, naturally wished to see his biological father. In his timeline, Vegeta had perished when Trunks was very young, so he had only ever seen photographs of him and had never encountered him in person. Vegeta? He is currently training in the gravity chamber. Is there something you need to discuss with him? No. I was merely curious. Upon hearing this, Bulma felt a mix of disbelief and suspicion. At that moment, a figure approached from a distance. It was none other than Vegeta. Father, Trunks thought to himself. Vegeta, Bulma exclaimed in surprise. Vegeta, the epitome of a Saiyan warrior. How could he suddenly appear at this time? Vegeta ignored Bulma and turned his gaze toward Trunks. Who are you? Why do you possess the aura of a Saiyan? A Saiyan? Bulma gasped. Trunks is indeed a Saiyan. I come from the future, but I cannot yet reveal my identity. From the future? Upon hearing this, Vegeta began to contemplate silently. Could this individual be Kakarot's son? No, that cannot be. Kakarot's hair is black, and so is Gohan's. Miss Bulma, do you know where Gohan is? I wish to see him. I'm not certain. He could be at home or perhaps at the lookout, Bulma replied. I see. Then I shall first visit his home. Do you know where he lives? Bulma inquired. Isn't his home on the lookout? That was once the case, but he recently purchased a residence in West City, so he now resides there. He lives in West City. Trunks exclaimed, taken aback. This contradicted what his future mother had told him. Let me call Gohan and inquire about his whereabouts. Oh, all right. Trunks nodded. Bulma promptly retrieved her smartphone and dialed Gohan's number. After a brief moment, the call connected. Bulma, Andy. Gohan, where are you right now? Someone wishes to meet you. I'm at the lookout. Okay, I understand, Bulma said before ending the call. Vegeta, upon witnessing this exchange, lost interest and returned to the gravity chamber to continue his training. His initial curiosity about Trunks stemmed from the Saiyan aura he emitted. To his knowledge, apart from himself and Goku, there were no other Saiyans in the universe. However, upon learning that Trunks was not a pure-blooded Saiyan and hailed from the future, his interest waned. Gohan is currently at the lookout. All right, I understand. I shall take my leave. Yes, Bulma nodded. With that, Trunks promptly departed from Bulma's residence. At the lookout. At this moment, Son Wukong is seated in a meditative posture upon a patch of grass, engaged in his cultivation practice. Although Son Wukong's current strength is formidable, his mastery over that power remains lacking. In the Dragon Ball Super movie, during the Super Android saga, Vegeta once remarked that their strength is indeed comparable to that of Jiren. However, their control over that power does not match his. This observation was further affirmed by Whis. Moments later, a figure suddenly descended from the sky. It was none other than Trunks. Upon seeing Trunks, Son Wukong immediately recognized him, pondering internally, "Who are you?" Piccolo, with a serious expression, inquired of Trunks. "Greetings, I hail from the future, and I am here to seek Wukong." From the future? Trunks nodded, casting his gaze upon the seated Son Wukong, silently reflecting, is this truly the younger version of Wukong? No sooner had he voiced his thoughts than Son Wukong sprang to his feet. "You are looking for me?" "Indeed. I heard from Miss Bulma that you vanquished Frieza." Son Gohan nodded. "Is there something you wish to discuss with me?" "Actually, I was hoping to find your father, Mr. Son Wukong. However, I heard from Bulma that he is currently training with King Kai. Therefore, I came to seek you out, hoping to learn when Mr. Son Wukong will return, as I have a matter of utmost importance to discuss with him. My father is likely to return by evening, but if you have urgent business with him, I can summon him back at this moment. I would greatly appreciate that." Son Gohan nodded and, in an instant, teleported to the North Kai's planet. "Where did he go?" Trunks exclaimed in surprise. "That was instantaneous movement," Piccolo remarked. "Instantaneous movement?" "Indeed," Piccolo affirmed. No sooner had he spoken than Son Gohan reappeared, accompanied by another figure, none other than Son Wukong. "Mr. Son Wukong," Trunks called out excitedly. "Do you know me?" "Yes," Trunks replied, nodding. "I hail from the future, and it is somewhat inconvenient for me to disclose my name at the moment. Mr. Son Wukong, may I speak with you privately?" "Certainly." Son Wukong nodded. Upon witnessing this, Trunks immediately took flight with Son Wukong toward the distance. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong immediately pursued. With a soft sound, the two arrived at a location over 1,000 miles away from where Son Gohan and the others were. Son Wukong cast a glance at Piccolo and the others, who were at a considerable distance, and spoke. "Now, you may reveal your identity." "Very well, my name is Trunks, hailing from the future, 20 years hence." "Trunks." "Indeed. I was hesitant to disclose my name earlier due to the presence of Gohan and the others." "And why is that?" At that moment, the astute Piccolo, with his keen hearing, was eavesdropping on their conversation. "It is because I feared that uttering my name might alter the course of history. However, it seems that history here has already been irrevocably altered." "Already altered?" Upon hearing this, Son Wukong wore an expression of perplexity. "Trunks, what exactly do you mean by that?" "I hail from the future, so I naturally possess knowledge of past events. However, everything occurring here is entirely divergent from the history I am aware of." "Entirely divergent?" "Indeed. According to what my mother has recounted to me, 20 years ago, it was you who triumphed over Frieza on Namek. Yet, from my mother's account in this timeline, it was Gohan who vanquished Frieza." "Your mother?" "My mother is Bulma." "Bulma?" Son Wukong was taken aback. Bulma, who is still unmarried, who astonishingly has such a grown son 2 decades later. Chapter 41, The Androids. "Indeed. Then, who is your father?" "Yamcha." "No, my father is Vegeta." "Vegeta? Are you implying that Vegeta and Bulma are together?" Son Wukong was taken aback. "Indeed." Trunks nodded affirmatively. "Is that so? I once thought Bulma would marry Yamcha." "No. That was not the case. Uncle Yamcha was far too fickle, which led my mother to part ways with him. Later, she encountered my lonely father, and she could not help but be drawn to him. However, my father never officially married my mother." Trunks blushed as he spoke. "I see. So, what brings you from the future to seek me out?" "Well, 3 years from now, the Earth will witness the emergence of 2 exceedingly powerful androids, both possessing boundless stamina." "Boundless stamina?" "Yes, it implies that their energy is inexhaustible. Endless. Trunks nodded in affirmation. These two were created by Dr. Gero of the Red Ribbon Army. The very same organization you defeated. The Red Ribbon Army. Precisely. After the disbandment of the Red Ribbon Army, Dr. Gero continued his research on androids and subsequently created the two I just mentioned. Tragically, he was also slain by his own creations. He was killed by the very androids he brought to life. Indeed, those two androids are nothing short of machines of slaughter. Our future world has been plunged into a hellish nightmare because of them. Trunks exclaimed, his anger palpable. Thus, I have journeyed from the future in hopes that you, Mr. Son Wukong, can vanquish these two and alter the tragic fate of our world. Very well. Son Wukong nodded. However, Trunks, why don't you seek Gohan? Gohan. Indeed. His prowess far surpasses mine. Gohan possesses strength greater than yours? Yes. What of it? Nothing in our future world. Gohan only mastered Super Saiyan after your demise. Demise? So, did I perish at the hands of those two androids? Not quite, Mr. Son Wukong. You did not battle them. Rather, you succumbed to a viral heart disease. A viral heart disease? Indeed, it is an ailment that cannot be treated in this era. However, in 20 years, with the advancements in medicine, a remarkable cure has been developed. A remarkable cure? As Trunks spoke, he produced a vial of medicine from his attire. This is the special remedy I brought from the future. Once you ingest this, it will cure the viral heart disease. Is that so? I am truly grateful to you. Son Wukong took the medicine and remarked, it is nothing. By the way, Mr. Son Wukong, I just remembered to inform you that in 3 years, those two androids will appear on a small island 9 kilometers south of the West capital around 10 o'clock on May 12th. May 12th at 10 o'clock. Trunks nodded. By the way, Mr. Son Wukong, are you aware of Frisia's father, Cold? Yes, I know him. Why do you ask? Nothing much, but according to the original history, he was supposed to bring Frisia to Earth today to seek revenge against you. However, I did not see him when I arrived today. Frisia? Wasn't he eliminated by Gohan on Namek? No. According to the original timeline, you had spared Frisia on Namek. Subsequently, he was rescued by his father, Cold. And together they came to Earth to avenge you. Mr. Son Wukong, could you kindly share with me all that transpires in your world? Very well. Son Wukong nodded. He then began recounting his encounter with Bulma. After a considerable time, he concluded the narrative of his growth journey. What Mr. Son Wukong shared was largely in alignment with my own knowledge. However, everything changed dramatically from the moment my father invaded Earth. Changed. Trunks nodded thoughtfully, glancing at Son Gohan in the distance. So, Mr. Son Wukong, shall we proceed? Oh, certainly. With that, the two swiftly soared towards Son Gohan and the others. Father. Son Wukong nodded. Can you engage in combat with me, Son Gohan? At that moment, Trunks unexpectedly addressed Son Gohan. Combat? Absolutely, Trunks declared, clenching his fists tightly and transforming into a Super Saiyan. A Super Saiyan. Piccolo gasped. Although he was aware that Trunks was the son of Vegeta, he was astonished that he too could attain the Super Saiyan transformation. As Trunks transformed, the Dragon Ball Z warriors on Earth swiftly sensed his formidable energy. What an immense power. This is the aura of a Super Saiyan. Vegeta, who was training in the gravity chamber, immediately lost focus upon sensing Trunks' energy. Is it that young lad from earlier? Vegeta remarked as he promptly exited the gravity chamber. On Mount Payaz, after Trunks transformed, he swiftly contained his golden aura. Son Gohan, I have now transformed into a Super Saiyan. You should also transform and fight me. Do you truly wish to battle me? Indeed, Trunks affirmed with a nod. In that case, feel free to attack. Trunks was taken aback. Aren't you going to transform into a Super Saiyan? To defeat you. I need not transform into a Super Saiyan. Is that so? Then I shall strike. Trunks proclaimed as he drew his sword with a flourish. Huh! With a resounding shout, Trunks swung his sword forward with the swiftness of lightning. With a swift motion, Son Wukong raised his right index finger, successfully parrying the long sword swung by Trunks. Startled, Trunks quickly lifted his sword once more, launching a rapid series of strikes. Clang, clang, clang. All of Trunks' assaults were effortlessly thwarted by Son Wukong's right index finger. Observing this, Trunks retracted his sword and reverted to his normal state. Impressive. I never anticipated that your strength, Son Wukong, would truly surpass that of Mr. Son Wukong. Son Gohan nodded. Well, it is getting late, and I should be heading back. Until we meet again. Trunks bid farewell to the three. All right. Son Wukong nodded. Upon witnessing this, Trunks immediately took to the skies, soaring into the distance. Just as Trunks departed, Vegeta descended from the heavens. Vegeta, he exclaimed with a scoff. Did a fellow with purple hair just come here? Indeed. However, he has already left. Did he transform into a Super Saiyan? Yes. Son Wukong nodded. So where has he gone now? He has returned. Has he gone back to the future? What matter does he seek you for from the future? This. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong found himself at a loss for words, unsure of where to begin, and he had also forgotten much of what Trunks had just conveyed. Allow me to take the lead, exclaimed Piccolo suddenly from the side. Chapter 42, bringing Trunks to the primary timeline. Son Wukong cast a glance at Piccolo. Our Namekian auditory senses are exceptionally acute, and I inadvertently overheard your conversation just now. Rest assured, I shall refrain from uttering anything inappropriate. Very well. Piccolo promptly recounted what Trunks had just disclosed, though he deliberately omitted any mention of Trunks' true identity. Upon hearing this, Vegeta's face immediately lit up with a flicker of excitement. How intriguing, Kakarot. When those two androids arrive in 3 years, you need not intervene. I alone shall be capable of dealing with them both. You alone? Upon hearing this, Son Wukong expressed his skepticism. Humph. Vegeta scoffed disdainfully. Kakarot, while my strength may not match yours at present, rest assured that in 3 years' time, I shall undoubtedly surpass you. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Son Wukong let out a faint smile. Vegeta, noticing his demeanor, promptly turned and departed. Shortly after Vegeta's exit, Krillin and the others arrived. Inquiring about the recent events, Son Wukong then recounted what had just transpired. After listening, Krillin and the others expressed their resolve to train diligently. For no one wishes to meet their demise. In the future timeline, Trunks had already returned via the time machine. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noted that the future remained unchanged from his previous visit, and he immediately returned to his home in that era. Upon seeing Trunks return, Bulma's face brightened with joy. Did you go back to the past? She asked. Yes. Trunks replied with a nod. Did you encounter Son Wukong? I did, and I also saw Dad, Mom, Gohan, and Uncle Piccolo. You met Vegeta. Trunks nodded again. Mom, the past I returned to is different from what you described. Different? Yes. I don't know if it's because I traveled to the past. Would you care to share more about it? Sure. Trunks agreed. And he recounted all that he had learned from Son Wukong to Bulma. Trunks, the Gohan you mentioned is not the same as the one I know. Indeed, Trunks affirmed. In the future timeline, Gohan was his mentor, so he was naturally familiar with him. Mom, could it be that the time machine brought me to a different timeline? I believe that is unlikely. Then what could it mean? Could the issue lie with Gohan? Gohan, do you think he could be a reincarnate? Reincarnate? ISNT that how stories often unfold? Trunks chuckled awkwardly, momentarily at a loss for words. Mom, if the past changes, can we truly alter our future? I think perhaps not. Bulma replied thoughtfully after a brief silence. Originally, I believed that by changing the past, we could reshape the future, but from your journey, it seems we might need to seek out the past Son Wukong to salvage our future world. Trunks nodded thoughtfully. However, due to insufficient energy for the time machine, he could only return to the past 3 years later to seek out Goku and the others. Time swiftly passed, and before long, 3 days had elapsed. Ever since Goku and his companions learned of the androids, everyone had begun to train diligently. In the future timeline, Trunks found himself in a desolate city, gathering energy sources to activate the time machine. Suddenly, a hand emerged from behind him, pulling him into an invisible ripple. By the time Trunks regained his composure, he was standing atop a great mountain. Before him stood a masked figure cloaked in black. Instantly, Trunks heightened his vigilance and inquired, "Who are you? Where is this place?" The figure offered no response, instead leaping skyward with remarkable agility. Without hesitation, Trunks pursued him. Just then, the figure descended rapidly, landing within a forest. Trunks followed suit. But upon reaching the forest floor, the mysterious figure had vanished without a trace. "No, he has disappeared," Trunks exclaimed, startled. After searching the vicinity and confirming there was no sign of the man, he abandoned the quest. "Where am I? I don't believe I have ever seen this place before." Trunks mused, when suddenly he sensed the familiar energy of Vegeta and the others. Is that my father's energy? Could it be that I have returned to the past? Meanwhile, on Mount Payaz, the black-cloaked figure Trunks had been pursuing stood before a grand tree. In front of him stood a child, none other than Gohan. However, this was not the true Gohan, but rather a projection conjured by him. Suddenly, a white mist enveloped the cloaked figure, and as it dissipated, he transformed into Gohan himself. The reason for Gohan's disguise was to conceal his ultra-divine water, a remarkable artifact capable of traversing time and space and peering into the realms of the Omni King, making it an immensely potent treasure. Sun Wukong's son, naturally, wished to keep such a precious treasure concealed from others. A common man is innocent but possesses a jewel, and thus invites trouble. Indeed, this celestial mirror is truly remarkable, capable of summoning even the future Trunks. This is, of course, undeniable. Son Gohan smiled and remarked, "Isn't this heavenly mirror quite convenient for thievery?" "Disgraceful," the system retorted with a snort. "I was merely jesting. Did you truly take me seriously? However, Master, what is the purpose of bringing Trunks from the future?" Son Gohan chuckled, saying, "I wish to take him as my disciple." "Take on a disciple? Master, how old are you? You intend to accept Trunks as your pupil?" Sun Wukong let out a cold snort. "Though my physique may be diminutive, my mental maturity has long surpassed that of Trunks. Moreover, there is a saying that goes, those who excel become teachers. Given my superior strength compared to Trunks, why should I not impart my martial arts skills to him?" "Very well, Master, you are indeed impressive." "Indeed." Sun Wukong nodded. In West City, at Bulma's residence, Trunks, upon learning of his potential return to the past, hastened to his home. "It's you." Bulma immediately recognized Trunks upon seeing him. As Trunks could not reveal his true name to Bulma for fear of disrupting his own existence, he had previously withheld this information. "It seems I have indeed returned 20 years into the past, but why did that man in black bring me here?" Observing Bulma's recognition, Trunks pondered silently. Chapter 43, Teaching Trunks the Kaioken. "Aren't you supposed to be back in the future?" Trunks nodded in response. "Indeed, I did return, but due to certain circumstances, I have come back again. Miss Bulma, you may call me Little Trunks." "Little Trunks?" "Yes," Trunks affirmed. "Well then, Miss Bulma, I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." With that, Trunks departed swiftly. On the summit of Bowsy Mountain, at this moment, Son Gohan was practicing on a patch of grass when a figure suddenly descended from the sky. It was none other than Trunks. In no time, Trunks landed before Son Gohan. "Trunks." Upon hearing his name, Trunks paused for a moment, then quickly recalled that he had revealed his true identity to Goku. With this thought in mind, Trunks nodded and inquired, "Where is Mr. Goku?" "Father is currently training with King Kai." "Once again with King Kai?" "Indeed." Son Gohan nodded. "Trunks, did you not return? What brings you back?" "Some events occurred, prompting my return." "I see. Should I call my father over?" "I believe that won't be necessary for now." "Not necessary?" "Indeed, as the energy to activate the time machine has been depleted. I may need to stay with you for a while." "Is that so?" "Yes." Trunks nodded. "How long will you stay?" "I'm uncertain. Once I gather enough energy for the time machine, I will return." "Trunks, could you share with me the events of the future?" "Of course." Trunks nodded and recounted the happenings of the future timeline to Son Gohan. "Have you ever considered defeating those two androids by yourself?" "By myself?" "Yes. I have contemplated it, but their strength is overwhelming. I am no match for them. But you can train. My father couldn't even defeat Raditz at one point." Trunks nodded in acknowledgement. "Actually, that has crossed my mind as well. By the way, Gohan, do you usually train here?" "Not really. I primarily train in the gravity chamber." "The gravity chamber, you say?" Trunks pondered, stroking his chin. "How about we train together from now on?" "Together." Upon hearing this, Trunks immediately recalled Son Gohan from the future timeline. "All right." After a moment's contemplation, Trunks nodded in agreement. The following day, Sun Wukong and the others have become aware of Trunks' endeavors in their timeline for cultivation atop Bao Mountain. At this moment, Sun Wukong and Trunks are training in the gravity chamber, set to 300 times the Earth's gravity. Due to Sun Wukong's insistence that Trunks refrain from transforming into a Super Saiyan during their training, Trunks finds it exceedingly difficult, not only to train but even to simply stand. Son Gohan chuckled softly, effortlessly performing one-handed push-ups. "Damn it!" Trunks gritted his teeth, struggling immensely as he attempted to do push-ups with both hands. Son Gohan smiled and said, "Trunks, you cannot defeat those two androids like this." "I know," replied Trunks, as he quickened the pace of his push-ups. The morning hours swiftly passed, and soon it was noon. Trunks, having exhausted himself from the morning's training, found his stomach grumbling incessantly. "Why not come to my house for lunch?" suggested Gohan. Initially, Trunks intended to decline, but his rebellious stomach betrayed him with its loud protests, compelling him to accept the invitation. In the afternoon, after awakening from his nap, Trunks joined Gohan on a patch of grass near the Bowsy. "Gohan, aren't we going to train in the gravity chamber this afternoon?" Sun Wukong nodded. "This afternoon, I shall teach you the art of instant transmission." "Instant transmission? Is that the technique that Mr. Sun Wukong used to travel to King Kai's realm?" "Indeed." Sun Wukong nodded. "Once you master this technique, Should you encounter an adversary you cannot defeat, you will be able to employ this skill to escape. It does sound rather appealing. Yet there lingers an odd sensation about it. Son Gohan nodded. Subsequently, he began to instruct Trunks on the art of instant transmission. Under Son Gohan's guidance, Trunks learned to harness his ki. Mastery of ki is paramount for achieving instant transmission. After imparting the technique, Son Gohan proceeded to teach Trunks the Kaioken technique, originally intending to pass on the 20-fold damage-free variant. However, considering the considerable difficulty of the 20-fold Kaioken compared to the regular version, he opted instead to teach him the basic Kaioken. Following this, Trunks devoted each day to rigorous training, focusing on instant transmission and the Kaioken. As time swiftly passed, a year went by in the blink of an eye. Thanks to Son Gohan's year-long tutelage, Trunks had successfully mastered both instant transmission and the Kaioken. However, having spent an extended duration in the main timeline, Trunks grew increasingly anxious about his mother in the future. Yet, with the energy for the time machine still not fully collected, his worries left him with no choice but to remain. Upon learning of Trunks' concerns regarding the future of Bulma, Son Gohan immediately offered him words of comfort, saying, "There is nothing to worry about, Trunks. Aunt Bulma will surely be safe." Trunks nodded in agreement. At that moment, a sudden voice resonated in Gohan's ear. "Ding! Congratulations, Master. Your combat power has reached 10 billion. As a reward, you are granted the basic Ultra Instinct technique, the Seed of the Universe, the Angel's Staff, which contains a teleportation cube, the invisibility technique, and 999 sins of beans." No sooner had the announcement finished than Gohan's mind was flooded with memories of the Ultra Instinct technique and the invisibility technique. Reward complete. Please continue your diligent training, Master. What happened, Gohan? Trunks inquired, noticing Gohan's momentary distraction. Nothing at all, Gohan replied. Then, Gohan, shall we continue our training? Indeed. Son Wukong nodded. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had elapsed. In West City, at the home of Son Wukong. At this moment, Son Gohan is checking on his computer whether Android 17 and Android 18, created by Dr. Gero, have been completed. Through his computer, Son Gohan discovers that the production of Android 17 and Android 18 is nearing its completion. Is it almost finished? Son Gohan murmured to himself, suddenly recalling that Dr. Gero had once mentioned that the Androids 17 and 18 had long since awakened, yet their disobedience had led to their reprogramming. After a while, he observed the newly activated Android 19 and proceeded to alter the instructions within Dr. Gero's supercomputer, changing the command to assassinate Goku to one that would compel the android to eliminate Dr. Gero himself. It was likely that Dr. Gero could scarcely fathom that all the creations he had brought to life were destined to turn against him. Chapter 44. The third level of Super Saiyan. Upon completing the modification, Son Gohan promptly exited the supercomputer. In a solitary villa in West City, a girl with twin ponytails was engrossed in playing the latest mobile game, Sheep on Sheep. This girl was none other than Biddy Lee. After a short while, she failed to clear a level and felt an overwhelming urge to physically confront the creator of the game. For the past few days, she had been diligently attempting to conquer Sheep on Sheep, brimming with confidence that she could surpass the second level. However, she was taken aback by the game's astonishing difficulty. Not only were the images devoid of any discernible pattern, but it also continually led her into traps. After a period of training, Son Gohan and Trunks suddenly found themselves on a patch of grass atop Boz Mountain. Gohan, what do you intend to do? I wish to attempt a new transformation. A new transformation? With a nod, Son Wukong clasped his hands tightly. Huh. With a resounding shout, he transformed into a Super Saiyan. What an overwhelming energy. Trunks was taken aback. Although he had witnessed Son Wukong's transformation during their training sessions months ago, the current display of power was far beyond what he had seen then. Huh. At that moment, as Son Wukong clenched his fists, an incredibly potent aura emanated from him, rapidly escalating. Crackle. Boom. With an astonishing surge of energy, Son Wukong ascended to Super Saiyan 2. Trunks was astonished. It was his first time witnessing Son Wukong's transformation into Super Saiyan 2. Wukong, is this what you meant by Super Saiyan 2? Son Gohan nodded. In West City, at Bulma's residence, Vegeta, who was currently training in the gravity chamber, was struck with profound astonishment upon sensing Gohan's energy. Soon after, his face twisted in anger as he clenched his teeth and exited the gravity room. On Turtle Island, Krillin, immersed in his own training, also sensed Gohan's formidable energy. Such an overwhelming force. Even if I trained my entire life, I doubt I could ever reach such strength. And Gohan, That kid is only 8 years old and already possesses such power. Krillin thought to himself, feeling a wave of discouragement wash over him. In this moment, he suddenly comprehended the significance of birth and innate talent. Some individuals are born at the pinnacle of the pyramid, while others toil throughout their lives, never ascending beyond the second tier. On North Kai's planet, North Kai and Goku also felt the overwhelming strength emanating from Gohan. Currently, Son Gohan has merely transformed into a Super Saiyan 2, yet his base combat power has soared to an astonishing 10 billion. Consequently, upon assuming the Super Saiyan 2 form, his combat prowess escalates to a staggering trillion. It is noteworthy that in the original Dragon Ball series, Goku's initial transformation into a Super Saiyan at the third tier only granted him a combat power of 900 billion. This indicates that Gohan's current Super Saiyan 2 strength has reached the level of Majin Buu. North Kai, Goku. Do you believe those 2 androids that will appear in 2 years will pose a challenge for Gohan? No, but I am eager to engage with those androids. North Kai nodded in agreement. In the Kaioshin realm, the immense energy emanating from Gohan was palpable, prompting East Kaioshin and Jebbet to take notice. What an overwhelming aura! Moreover, this energy originates from the distant Earth, exclaimed Jebbet, astonished. East Kaioshin nodded in affirmation. Furthermore, the source of such formidable energy is merely an 8-year-old Saiyan. Saiyan? I thought the Saiyan race was believed to have been annihilated by Frieza? Perhaps only a few Saions remain. On Earth. Upon transforming into a Super Saiyan 2, Son Gohan did not cease his ascent. Rather, he continued to elevate his energy further. Is it even possible to augment it further? Trunks was taken aback. The very notion of Super Saiyan 2 was already astonishing to him, yet Son Gohan's energy seemed capable of further amplification. Suddenly, a tremendous rumbling shook the very ground of the earth, and the clouds, which had previously drifted languidly, began to race across the sky. With a thunderous roar, Son Gohan's golden hair cascaded down to his waist, his eyebrows vanished, and his brow bone pressed closely to his eye sockets. In his once singular light green irises, deep blue pupils emerged, and the golden aura surrounding him transformed into a radiant glow, solidifying in its brilliance. This was the third transformation of the Super Saiyan. Bang! Upon completing his transformation, Son Gohan immediately released the energy that had gathered around his body. Trunks, upon witnessing Gohan's third Super Saiyan form, was left in awe. His mouth agape. Gohan, is this the new transformation you spoke of? Sun Wukong nodded and declared, I shall name this new transformation Super Saiyan 3rd level. Super Saiyan 3rd level. No sooner had the words left his lips than a figure suddenly materialized beside them. It was none other than Sun Wukong himself. Father. Sun Wukong nodded and glanced at Sun Wufan, saying, Wufan, is this the transformation you have newly mastered? Sun Wukong nodded and said, This is known as the Super Saiyan 3rd grade. The Super Saiyan 3rd grade. At that moment, Vegeta and Piccolo arrived as well. Upon seeing Sun Wukong, expressions of astonishment adorned their faces. Gohan, is this your new Super Saiyan transformation? Tien Shinhan inquired. Son Gohan nodded and declared, This is the Super Saiyan 3rd level. The Super Saiyan 3rd level. Upon hearing this, Vegeta clenched his teeth in frustration. He had yet to master even the basic Super Saiyan form, while Son Gohan had already attained the 3rd level. Fortunately, Son Goku's power had not surpassed his own by a significant margin. Otherwise, Vegeta feared he would lose all confidence in his training. With this thought in mind, Vegeta promptly turned to leave. Vegeta, Krillin exclaimed, taken aback. Don't mind him. He must be unable to accept that Gohan is so much stronger than he is, so he is off to train. Is that so? Krillin pondered, feeling a similar sentiment to Vegeta, struggling to accept that Gohan had outstripped him in strength. However, as Gohan's elder, he resolved to remain strong. At that moment, Son Gohan exhaled softly, reverting to his normal state. After a long absence, Krillin and the others engaged in conversation with Son Goku for a while before they departed. Once Krillin and the others had left, only Son Goku, Son Gohan, Piccolo, and Trunks remained on the summit of the Baozi Mountain. Gohan, it has been a long time since we fought together. How about we have a spar today? Sure. Son Gohan nodded. After speaking, the two of them immediately soared into the sky. Chapter 45. System upgrade, shall we commence? Sun Wukong declared. Sun Wukong nodded slightly. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong immediately let out a thunderous roar and charged towards Son Gohan. Swift as the wind, he quickly reached Gohan's side, his fist striking like lightning. However, Gohan deftly evaded each attack. Sun Wukong clenched his teeth and, with all his might, launched a powerful strike forward with both fists. Sun Wukong swiftly sidestepped, delivering a powerful thrust with his right knee towards Sun Wukong's abdomen. With a resounding cry of anguish, Sun Wukong expelled a mouthful of saliva. At that moment, Son Gohan clenched his right fist with great determination and delivered a powerful blow to Sun Wukong's face. The body of Sun Wukong was instantly propelled backward. With both hands clenched into fists, Sun Wukong swiftly halted his descent mid-air, wiping the abrasions from his face. Subsequently, he tightened his grip with renewed vigor. With a resounding shout, Sun Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan. Whoosh! After transforming, Sun Wukong swiftly appeared before Son Gohan, launching a powerful forward assault with his fists. Whoosh! Bang! 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 Sun Wukong raised his fist with both hands, engaging in a fierce battle with Sun Wufan. Soon, the sky was filled with astonishing gusts of wind. After a brief exchange of blows, Sun Wukong suddenly let out a mighty roar and launched a powerful kick forward with his right leg. Son Gohan swiftly sidestepped, seizing Goku's right foot with his left hand, and flung him outward, Goku's body following suit as it was propelled away. With a resounding cry, Sun Wukong swiftly suspended himself in midair. At that moment, Son Gohan unexpectedly materialized behind him, executing a powerful flying kick that sent Sun Wukong crashing to the ground. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the earth was instantly engulfed in a massive cloud of dust. Just then, a figure abruptly appeared behind Son Gohan, launching a forceful right punch. It was none other than Sun Wukong. Instantaneous movement. Trunks gasped in astonishment. Just as the words left his lips, Sun Wukong's right fist penetrated through Son Gohan's form. This is bad. Sun Wukong seemed to sense something amiss, abruptly turning around with remarkable speed. At that moment, he suddenly beheld a small yet formidable fist hurtling towards him. The proximity was so alarming that he was sent flying into the mountains behind him by the sheer force of the blow. Witnessing this, Piccolo furrowed his brow, initially intending to engage in combat with Gohan. However, given the current circumstances, it was evident that should he confront Gohan, he would likely be vanquished in an instant. Moments later, as the dust settled on the ground, Sun Wukong, panting heavily, gradually emerged from the mountains. Gohan, you have become extraordinarily powerful. I find myself utterly unable to match you, even in my Super Saiyan form. Gohan nodded. Father, how about you? Trunks and Uncle Piccolo join me in battle? Join you? Are you suggesting that the three of us fight alongside you? Yes. Sun Wukong nodded. Piccolo, Trunks. Sun Wukong gazed at the two individuals. I have no objections. Trunks declared with a grave expression. Neither do I. Although Piccolo was somewhat reluctant to engage in battle with Son Gohan, he could not allow Sun Wukong and the others to perceive his hesitation. Very well, then we shall all three charge together. Indeed. Trunks nodded in agreement. With that, the trio ascended into the sky simultaneously. Soon, they stood before Son Gohan, launching a powerful assault with their fists. Whoosh! Slash! Bang! 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 As Sun Wukong deftly evaded his opponents, he launched an assault against the trio. With a resounding thud, he clenched his right fist tightly and delivered a powerful blow that sent Piccolo flying. Observing this, Trunks promptly transformed into a Super Saiyan to engage in battle with Sun Wukong. After a considerable duration, Sun Wukong, in his normal state, triumphed over all three adversaries, making it abundantly clear to them the vast gulf that lay between their abilities and his. Trunks exclaimed, Gohan, we have been defeated. Do not worry, Trunks. If you dedicate yourself to training diligently, you too can attain strength akin to mine. Indeed. Trunks nodded in agreement. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had swiftly elapsed. Today, Sun Wukong's son, Gohan, was engaged in training with Trunks on the sacred grounds of the Baozi Mountain, as was customary. Ding! The system has successfully undergone an upgrade, introducing a feature that enhances combat power through walking. Walking? Indeed, my master. This implies that even while walking, your combat power will increase. What about while sleeping? Alas, that is not feasible. How much combat power can I gain from walking? Under normal gravity, each step will augment your combat power by 10. In a chamber with 100 times the gravity, it would be an increase of 100. And in a 500 times gravity environment, the enhancement would multiply fivefold. Can I run? Certainly. Running will also be calculated based on your steps. Furthermore, if you perform a standard one-finger push-up, your combat power will increase by 20. 20. That's double what it was before. If you are training under 800 times the gravity, a single one-finger push-up would approximately yield an increase of 1,600 in combat power. If you were to do 10,000 of them, that would amount to 16 million. 16 million. Indeed, my master. It seems I must seek Bulma's assistance to upgrade the gravity chamber. What's wrong, Gohan? Trunks inquired, noticing Gohan's momentary distraction. It's nothing. I suddenly feel that the gravity in this chamber is too light and needs to be intensified. Trunks fell silent upon hearing this. Indeed. While 500 times the gravity was insufficient for Gohan, it was overwhelmingly burdensome for him. The following morning. Early in the morning, Gohan arrived at Bulma's residence, seeking her assistance in upgrading the gravity chamber. With a reluctant expression, Bulma responded, Gohan, do you truly want me to enhance the gravity chamber once more? Yes, please. Aunt Bulma. Although Bulma was somewhat hesitant to assist Gohan with the upgrade, the earnestness in his plea softened her resolve, and she ultimately agreed. Very well, however. This time I will elevate the gravity chamber to 800 times Earth's gravity, and you must not come to me for another 3 years. No, 5 years. Thank you. Aunt Bulma. Son Wukong chuckled. Then, will you grant me the gravity chamber? Upon hearing this, Son Wukong promptly handed the gravity chamber's universal capsule to Bulma. Aunt Bulma. How long will it take for you to enhance the gravity chamber to 800 times? I'm not entirely certain, but once I have it ready, I will give you a call. Son Wukong nodded. Then I shall trouble you, Aunt Bulma. Upon hearing this, Bulma nodded in agreement. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong promptly departed from Bulma's residence. At that moment, a tremendous explosion reverberated from Vegeta's gravity training chamber. That guy's at it again. Bulma sighed as she gazed toward the direction of the gravity chamber. Ever since Vegeta learned about the androids, he had been training in the chamber with an almost frenzied intensity, frequently causing significant explosions. On several occasions, he nearly obliterated himself. Chapter 46. The initial level of Ultra Instinct on the summit of Mount Payaz. Trunks was engrossed in his training when a figure suddenly descended from the sky. It was none other than Son Wukong. Gohan, you have returned. Son Wukong's son nodded. So, how long will it take for the gravity chamber to be enhanced to 800 times? I'm not certain. But she mentioned that she would call me once it is ready. I see. Then, Trunks, shall I take you to my father's training grounds? To Uncle Goku's, then? Son Gohan nodded and placed his left hand on Trunks' shoulder. In an instant, he teleported them both to the North Kai's planet. Upon seeing the two, Goku, who was diligently training, immediately ceased his exercises. Son Wukong nodded. At that moment, King Kai and Babris approached. Are you the Lord of the Kai? Son Gohan inquired. For it was his inaugural visit to the North Kai's planet. Indeed, I am the North Kai, exclaimed the North Kai, simultaneously engaging in a gesture of scratching an itch. Son Wufan and Trunks sat together, uncertain of what the North Kai was engaged in. Ahem. The North Kai cleared his throat, quickly regaining his serious demeanor, and inquired, Wufan. Trunks, what brings you both here unexpectedly? In response, Trunks found himself momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, Son Wufan spoke up. Lord Kai. We have come here to train. Train, exclaimed the North Kai, taken aback. Son Wukong's son can now vanquish him with a mere finger, yet he chooses to train here. Indeed, Lord King Kai. Son Gohan chuckled. Gohan, weren't you training on Earth? What prompted you to bring Trunks here to Master King Kai for training? Son Wukong inquired. Indeed. The North Kai also harbors similar thoughts. I have taken the gravity chamber to enhance it for Aunt Bulma. You took the gravity chamber to enhance it? Yes. Son Wukong nodded. Son Wukong gazed towards the North King. Might you permit Gohan and the others to train here as well? Upon hearing this, the North King felt a moment of hesitation. The Saiyans were indeed quite a handful, just with Son Wukong alone. There have been several instances where his North Kai planet nearly met its untimely demise. If Son Gohan and Trunks were to train here, it would likely be quite a challenge for him. At that moment, Son Goku suddenly smiled and addressed King Kai. Mr. King Kai, would you allow Gohan and the others to train here for a while? After all, as soon as Bulma completes the gravity chamber, they will return. Very well, King Kai replied, somewhat reluctantly. Thank you, Mr. King Kai. Trunks expressed his gratitude towards King Kai. King Kai nodded slightly, hoping that Gohan and Trunks would not wreak havoc on his North Kai's planet like Goku had done. However, this hope seemed rather unlikely. Thus, Gohan and Trunks remained on North Kai's planet to train. Time swiftly passed, and 2 weeks flew by. At the end of this period, Bulma had finally upgraded Gohan's gravity chamber to 800 times Earth's gravity. At that moment, Gohan stood in the backyard of Bulma's home. All right, Gohan. I've increased the gravity in the chamber to 800 times. Thank you, Aunt Bulma. Oh, it's nothing. Well then, if there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. Sure. Bulma nodded. Upon witnessing this, Gohan teleported back to the sacred land of the Kais. Gohan, You have returned, exclaimed Trunks joyfully upon seeing Gohan's arrival. Son Gohan nodded, activating the switch of the universal capsule and tossing it to the ground. With a resounding bang, a house materialized before them. This edifice was none other than the gravity room. Let us enter, he exclaimed. All right. In no time, the two stepped into the gravity room, beholding its refurbished interior. It appeared that Aunt Bulma had given the gravity room a makeover. Indeed. Shall we commence our training at 500 times the gravity? Absolutely, Trunks affirmed with a nod. Upon witnessing this, Gohan immediately elevated the gravity in the training chamber to 500 times its normal level. As the immense weight bore down upon him, Trunks found himself struggling to catch his breath. Are you all right, Trunks? I'm fine, he replied, clenching his fists tightly and transforming into a Super Saiyan. Once transformed, Trunks felt a significant lightness in his body. At that moment, Gohan, with a firm fist, suddenly emanated an incredibly potent aura, causing the very ground of the gravity chamber to tremble violently. Trunks was taken aback. At that instant, Gohan's hair shifted to a striking purple. Standing upright, his eyebrows vanished, and the brow bone nestled closely against his eye sockets, while his pupils also transformed into purple. This was the rudimentary form of Ultra Instinct. Unlike Beerus's divine technique, Gohan's preliminary Ultra Instinct could be harnessed even by mortals devoid of divine energy. Although its power paled in comparison to the true Ultra Instinct, it was still formidable. Furthermore, Gohan's preliminary Ultra Instinct possessed the capacity to annihilate everything in existence, similar to that of a god of destruction, albeit at the cost of substantial stamina. What is this? Trunks exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing Gohan's transformation. This is called Ultra Instinct. Ultra Instinct? Indeed. Son Wukong nodded. So, Gohan, can I also transform into such a form? Son Gohan smiled and said, certainly, but you must first cultivate to the third level of Super Saiyan. The mention of the third level of Super Saiyan caused Trunks to immediately abandon the idea. He had yet to master even the second level of Super Saiyan, let alone the third. So, how does the Ultra Instinct technique compare to the third level of Super Saiyan? Ultra Instinct is not merely a transformation. It is a divine technique. Yes, it can indeed be layered upon the foundation of the third level of Super Saiyan, but such an approach is unnecessary. The transformation into the third level of Super Saiyan is exceedingly taxing on one's stamina. If one were to further augment the state, it is likely that one would exhaust their energy in a very short time. I see. Then without augmentation, how formidable is it? Ultra Instinct. In the state of Ultra Instinct, it can unleash all the power within you. Ah, such a pity that my current strength is insufficient. Otherwise, I would truly like to witness the true extent of the power of Ultra Instinct. Upon hearing this, Son Gohan smiled but remained silent. Chapter 47. I guard the present. You guard the future. On North Kai's planet, the North Kai sensed the energy radiating from Son Gohan, who was employing the basic self-extreme technique. What is this? Why does Gohan's aura resemble that of Lord Beerus so closely? Lord Beerus. Upon hearing this, the training son Wukong immediately approached. Lord Kai, who is Lord Beerus? Lord Beerus is the god of destruction responsible for annihilating planets. God of destruction? Indeed. The North Kai nodded. My planet was not always so small. It shrank in size after offending Lord Beerus. Oh, is he very powerful? Without a doubt. Even Frieza would not dare to act recklessly in his presence. Is that so? Where is he now? Lord Beerus is currently in slumber. Asleep? How long will he remain asleep? How would I know? At the very least, he will sleep for several decades. Several decades? Lord Beerus certainly has a talent for sleeping. The North Kai replied, somewhat at a loss for words. Lord Beerus is a deity, and gods have lengthy lifespans. A mere few decades is inconsequential to him. Do you know how old Lord Beerus is now? How old? Son Wukong inquired with curiosity, at least 1 or 200 million years old. 1 or 200 million years. Indeed. Unlike your Saiyans, who live for merely a little over 100 years, that is hardly a fraction of Lord Beerus' age. Son Wukong chuckled and inquired, Lord Kai, where is Beerus at this moment? I won't tell you, came the reply. Please, don't be like that, Lord Kai. With a face full of flattery, Son Wukong remarked, regardless. Even if I tell you, you wouldn't comprehend it. That place is exceedingly distant from us, and even if you possess the ability to teleport, you would still be unable to reach it. In the realm of the 7th universe, a towering figure with bluish-green skin and flowing white hair adorned with purple eyes and lips held a staff, gazing towards the northern galaxy of the universe. This individual was none other than Whis, the angel of the 7th universe. Moments ago, He had sensed the aura emanating from Son Gohan as he employed his elementary mastery of Ultra Instinct. Although the energy radiated by Son Gohan was significantly different from the destructive aura of a true god of destruction, the mere fact that a human could exude a semblance of such energy piqued Whis' curiosity. Son Gohan, he murmured, retracting his gaze from the northern galaxy after a brief observation. Time passed swiftly, and before long, a year had elapsed. During this time, Trunks finally gathered the energy required for the time machine. In West City, at Son Wukong's residence, Trunks was bidding farewell to Son Wukong and the others, preparing to return. Gohan, I truly appreciate your assistance over the past 2 years. Without you, my strength would not have surged so rapidly. Not at all, Trunks. As you return to the future to confront Android 17 and Android 18, do not forget to continue your training. I shall safeguard the present, while you protect the future. I understand, Gohan. Trunks nodded earnestly, his thoughts drifting to the fallen Son Gohan of the future timeline. Well then, Uncle Wukong and everyone, I shall take my leave. Trunks said his goodbyes to the group, who nodded in acknowledgement. Trunks, the future rests in your hands. Krillin affirmed. Indeed, Uncle Krillin. Trunks declared, promptly boarding the time machine. Tears welling in his eyes as he waved farewell to his companions. With a whoosh, the time machine activated, swiftly transporting Trunks back to the future. The Earth of the future was still rife with ruins, unaltered from its previous state. Upon stepping out of the time machine, Trunks hurried home and was greeted by the sight of Bulma from the future, seated in their dwelling. Trunks, she exclaimed, tears glistening in her eyes as she rushed to embrace him tightly. Mom, Trunks replied, and as she loosened her grip, Bulma asked, where have you been for the past 2 years? Trunks promptly recounted his experiences of being taken to the past. A man in black? Bulma inquired, to which Trunks affirmed. Yes, Mom. Thanks to this mysterious figure, I was able to train in the past, and now my strength has surpassed that of Android 17 and Android 18. Indeed. In the future timeline, Bulma nodded. Then, Mother, I shall go and eliminate Android 17 and Android 18 at once. Very well, but please exercise utmost caution. Trunks nodded in agreement and swiftly departed from their home in search of Android 17 and Android 18. That man in black. After Trunks left, Bulma suddenly muttered to herself. Just as Trunks had vanished, she had encountered the man in black he had mentioned. This mysterious figure had reassured her that Trunks was unharmed. Merely taken to a place for training, and instructed her not to disclose their meeting to Trunks. In the desolate ruins of a city in the future timeline, a pair of individuals were mercilessly slaughtering the survivors. These two were none other than Android 17 and Android 18. With cries of terror echoing. One human after another fell victim to their onslaught. At that moment, a figure suddenly materialized. It was Trunks. Trunks. Upon seeing Trunks appear unexpectedly, Android 17's face twisted into a cold smirk. Long time no see, Trunks. I thought you had lost the courage to confront us and would spend your life in hiding. Humph. Trunks retorted with a scoff. Today, I am here to avenge my father, Gohan, and all the innocent lives you have taken. Eliminate us? Android 17 erupted into laughter, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke. After 2 years apart, you've started telling jokes, Trunks. Upon hearing this, Trunks' expression hardened. Whether it's a joke or not, you shall soon find out. With that, Trunks clenched his hands tightly, transforming into a Super Saiyan. He then unsheathed his sword and charged at the two androids. Android 17, clenching his fists, also surged toward Trunks. Suddenly, Trunks vanished from sight, reappearing behind Android 17. Watch out, 17. Android 18 exclaimed in alarm, urgently warning Android 17. What? Android 17 turned around just as Trunks' right hand coalesced a golden energy wave directed at him. Boom. With a resounding explosion, Android 17 was obliterated. 17. Android 18 gasped in shock. Android 17 had been vanquished in mere moments. Trunks, observing the scene with an icy demeanor, turned his gaze to her. Now, it is your turn. Chapter 48. The Seed of the Universe. Upon hearing the words, Android 18's face was filled with terror. What on earth is happening? How could your strength have grown so formidable? I returned to the past and, under the guidance of Gohan, trained for 2 years. Gohan? Son Gohan? Trunks nodded, swiftly launching himself towards Android 18. Startled, Android 18 quickly raised her hand and unleashed an energy wave towards Trunks. With a flash, Trunks dodged and appeared before Android 18, piercing her body with his sword. Android 18 screamed in agony, expelling a gushing torrent of blood. In that moment, Trunks withdrew his sword with his right hand and gathered a golden energy wave in his left, directing it at Android 18. With a thunderous explosion, Android 18 was obliterated. As he gazed at the vanquished Android 18, memories flooded Trunks' mind of his return to the future and the words spoken by Gohan. I protect the present. You protect the future. Gohan. Trunks looked up at the sky, as if he could see both the past and future versions of Gohan manifest before him. I will safeguard the future. Time swiftly passed, and a month flew by in the blink of an eye. On a deserted island in the southern part of West City, a research facility spanning hundreds of square meters lay concealed. This was none other than Dr. Gero's laboratory. Androids 17 and 18 had been completed just yesterday. However, Dr. Gero hesitated to activate them, fearing he might lose control once they were awakened. At that moment, the two lay quietly in their respective sleep chambers. Observing the dormant forms within the chambers, Dr. Gero grappled with indecision, pondering whether to activate them now. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he finally resolved to press the button on the sleep chamber. As the chamber opened, the two immediately began to slowly awaken, rising from their slumber. Dr. Gero. Upon seeing the scientist, Android 18's face contorted with intense hatred. If it weren't for you, I would never have been transformed into an android. Android 18. Dr. Gero, sensing her hostile demeanor, felt a surge of anxiety. Indeed, I am Dr. Gero. I am the one who created both of you, and therefore, you must obey me. Android 18 scoffed disdainfully in response. You old fool, not only did you capture us, but you also transformed us into androids. Now you expect us to follow your commands? Truly, it seems you are difficult to control. Dr. Gero, upon hearing the words of Android 18, contemplated silently within himself. At that moment, Android 18 clenched her fists and charged towards him. Observing this, Dr. Gero hastily pressed the prepared emergency stop button, halting the movements of both Android 17 and Android 18. With a sigh of relief, Dr. Gero recognized that transforming humans into obedient androids was far more complex than he had initially envisioned. In West City, at Goku's residence. At this moment, Son Wukong was rather bored, listening to Pilaf's report on the current state of the company. Gohan. Our company is now among the top 10 in West City. The top 10. Indeed. However, several companies have recently begun to imitate our app. No matter. As long as we continue to perfect our own app. Pilaf nodded in agreement. Well then, Gohan, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. MHM. Son Wukong nodded. Upon witnessing this, Pilaf promptly departed from Son Wukong's residence. After Pilaf's exit, Son Wukong suddenly recalled the cosmic seed he had stored in his inventory. The cosmic seed is a crystal utilized in Dragon Ball heroes for the creation of new universes. Once it absorbs sufficient energy, it can blossom into the cosmic tree, thereby generating an entirely new universe. Additionally, the cosmic seed grants individuals certain superpowers and allows for fusion with others. Contemplating this, Son Wukong swiftly retrieved the cosmic seed from the system. A vibrant, multicolored cube soon materialized in his hand. System, how is the cosmic seed to be utilized? Returning to the master, the cosmic seed is currently inactive and requires energy for activation. Energy? It necessitates the absorption of energies produced by the collision of two forces, meaning it must be activated through combat. Combat? Indeed. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong immediately sought out Piccolo. After a brief while, Son Wukong arrived at Piccolo's training grounds, eager to engage in combat. Do you wish to spar with me? Son Gohan nodded and said, Rest assured, Uncle Piccolo, I shall not exert my full strength. Very well. Piccolo replied, though somewhat reluctantly, he acquiesced. Then, Uncle Piccolo, shall we begin? Upon witnessing Piccolo's agreement, Son Wukong swiftly descended to the ground some distance away and exclaimed, Excellent. Piccolo nodded in acknowledgement. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong made a gesture with both hands and charged towards Piccolo. In no time, Son Wukong reached Piccolo's front, and they engaged in a fierce battle. However, due to Son Wukong's overwhelming strength, Piccolo could merely defend himself. Bang! After a brief moment, Son Wukong knocked Piccolo to the ground. Son Wukong gazed at the cosmic seed cradled in his palm, and suddenly, it emitted a faint glimmer. System, has it been activated? Indeed, Master. The cosmic seed has currently accumulated a mere 0.01 of energy. 0.01? This is the result of the energy generated from your recent battle with Piccolo. Should you gather sufficient energy, the cosmic seed can evolve into the cosmic tree or channel its energy into your being, granting you unprecedented power. Ah, but on Earth, I find no worthy adversaries. Then, Master, you may seek combat in other universes or dimensions. Other universes. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong gently stroked his chin. and a sudden thought of Hit from Universe 6 crossed his mind. However, given his current strength, he was uncertain if he could truly stand against Hit. If I were to observe the battle, would it allow the Seed of Universe to absorb the energy generated from their combat? Indeed, my master. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong swiftly retrieved the celestial mirror and journeyed to the depths of hell. At that moment, Frisia and King Cold stood arrogantly before a throng of minions. Chapter 49. Ragus. Son Wukong. The sudden appearance of Son Wukong elicited a flicker of surprise on Frisia's face. Son Gohan chuckled softly. It has been a while, Frisia. Frisia, consumed by rage, clenched his fists tightly. Suddenly, he burst into laughter. Son Gohan, how have you come to be here? Have you perished? Not at all. I merely found myself bored today and thought I would pay you both a visit. Both? King Cold, upon hearing this, immediately realized that Gohan was referring to him. Frisia, this fellow is far too conceited. I suggest we join forces and teach him a lesson. Very well, father, Frisia replied, commanding the soldiers behind him to charge at Son Gohan. With a swift motion, Son Wukong effortlessly dispatched the minions. Frisia let out a cold chuckle, suddenly charging towards Son Wukong. Observing this, King Cold followed suit, rushing into the fray. Whoosh! Bang! 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 With both hands clenched into fists, Son Wukong engaged in a fierce battle with the two adversaries. Frisia, witnessing the alliance with King Cold and their ability to match Son Wukong's strength, could not help but display a faint smile. Suddenly, in a flash, Son Wukong vanished and reappeared behind them. Before they could react, he struck them with a powerful punch and a swift kick, sending them hurtling into the blood pool. The force of his blows was considerable. Son Wukong glanced at the two individuals in the blood pool and remarked. Initially, he intended to engage in a prolonged battle with them. But upon catching sight of the smile on Frisia's face, he could not restrain himself from sending him flying into the crimson waters. Having spoken, Son Wukong immediately assessed the energy collected from the cosmic seed. 0.03, and defeating both of them only yielded an increase of 0.02? Indeed, master. Upon hearing this, Son Gohan promptly departed from the underworld and returned to Earth. Upon his arrival, he once again retrieved the celestial mirror and beheld a planet reminiscent of glass. This celestial body, known as the Glass Planet, is the home of the Glass Clan. The members of the Glass Clan possess the remarkable abilities of glass manipulation and generation, having been rigorously trained from a young age, which endows them with formidable combat prowess. Consequently, many have sought to capture the members of the Glass Clan to mold them into their own warriors, yet they have met with fierce resistance from the clan. In the Dragon Ball Heroes series, Lagus is one of the clan's kin. However, the Glass Planet is not a realm of the primary timeline, but belongs to an alternate dimension. Upon witnessing the dire state of Glass Star, Son Wukong immediately utilized the celestial mirror to arrive on the planet. His intention was to rescue Ragusa and enlist her into his ranks. Upon his arrival, Son Wukong swiftly spotted a towering figure attempting to seize a young girl with azure skin and twin ponytails. This girl was indeed a member of the Glass Clan. Halt! Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong immediately shouted towards the man. The man, upon hearing, turned his gaze towards Son Wukong and inquired, "Who are you? How did you come to be on Glass Star?" Son Wukong replied, "It is of no consequence to you, for you shall soon meet your demise at my hands." "Such arrogance!" exclaimed the man, as he swiftly concentrated a wave of energy in his right hand and launched it towards Son Wukong. Son Wukong stood motionless in place. Boom! In an instant, a shockwave struck Son Gohan's body. The man let out a cold sneer, his expression one of disdain. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared before him, delivering a powerful blow to the man's chin with a right fist. Bang! The man was propelled into the air like a ray of light. Immediately thereafter, a surge of violet destructive energy emanated from Son Wukong's right hand, striking towards the man suspended in the sky. Boom! With a tremendous explosion, the man was obliterated. However, it was precisely this colossal detonation that attracted other invaders on this planet. Son Gohan cast a glance at the girl, and upon sensing the absence of any other members of the Glass Clan on this planet, he swiftly teleported before her, transporting her back to Earth in the primary timeline. The girl surveyed her surroundings, a look of bewilderment crossing her face as she inquired, "Who are you? Where is this place?" "My name is Son Gohan, and this is Earth," he replied. "Earth?" She echoed, "What is your name?" "Lalagus," she stated, her expression shifting to one of wariness as she regarded Son Gohan. Son Wukong smiled and said, "Rest assured, I am not a villain." Ragusa looked at him with skepticism. A true villain would not wear their malevolence upon their visage. Do you seek vengeance? Ragusa nodded. Then, should I grant you the opportunity for retribution, how would you express your gratitude? I promise to fulfill any request you make. As long as it is within my capabilities, you shall take me as your mentor. Take you as my mentor? Ragusa glanced at Son Wukong, who was only slightly taller than herself, and replied, Indeed, once you become my disciple, you will be required to serve me with tea and assist with my homework. Very well, as long as you allow me to exact my revenge, I shall take you as my mentor. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong smiled with satisfaction. Furthermore, regarding your matters, you must not disclose them to others. If anyone inquires, simply state that you have always resided on Earth. Very well. Ragusa nodded. Can you fly, Ragusa? Indeed. Ragusa replied, and immediately ascended from the ground. Are you capable of conjuring glass? Upon hearing this, Ragusa swiftly formed a palm-sized diamond-shaped piece of glass in her hand. So small. The largest glass I can currently conjure is only this size. No worries. With diligent practice, you will surely be able to create larger glass in the future. Ragusa nodded in agreement. At that moment, a rumbling sound emanated from her stomach. Are you hungry? Shall I take you out for a meal? Ragusa nodded once more. Upon this, Son Wukong immediately returned home with Ragusa. Upon their arrival, Chi-Chi gazed curiously at the newcomer and inquired, Wukong, who is she? Mother, her name is Ragusa, and she is my new friend. A friend? Indeed, mother. I am rather hungry. Could you please prepare something to eat? Oh, certainly, Chi-Chi exclaimed, and promptly dashed into the kitchen to prepare a meal for Son Wukong. After a considerable time, Chi-Chi brought the prepared dishes to the grand dining table. All right, Wukong and Ragusa, the food is ready. You may eat now. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong and Ragusa immediately sprang into action. After taking a bite of the chicken leg prepared by Chi-Chi, Ragusa's face suddenly registered surprise as she exclaimed, Auntie, this chicken leg is truly delicious. Is it? If you find it tasty, then do indulge a bit more. Chi-Chi responded, her face lighting up with joy. Indeed. Ragusa nodded in agreement. After the meal, Son Wukong took Ragusa to the gravity chamber on Baozi Mountain for training. Chapter 50, 1,000 times gravity. Wukong, what is this place? Call me Master. Oh, Master. What is this place? This is the gravity chamber, your training ground from now on. Gravity chamber? Yes. Here I can increase the gravity in the chamber up to 800 times. 800 times. Son Wukong nodded in agreement, increasing the gravity in the training chamber to 10 times its normal level. Instantly, a profound weight bore down upon the two individuals. How immensely heavy! Son Wukong let out a light chuckle. 10 times the gravity is rather mild. I usually train under 800 times the gravity. 800 times. Ragusa exclaimed in astonishment. The mere 10 times was already overwhelming her, and she wondered how she could possibly survive under 800 times the pressure. Indeed. Therefore, you must diligently train, striving to eventually endure the 800 times gravity chamber. Ragusa nodded uncertainly, her mind filled with doubt. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong promptly retrieved the cosmic seed. System, can this cosmic seed exert gravity upon individuals? Indeed, Master. Can it also impose gravity upon oneself? Certainly, Master. By allowing the cosmic seed to hover above you, it will be able to apply gravity upon you. Upon hearing this, Son Gohan immediately summoned the colorful cube to hover above his head. In an instant, a radiant beam of multicolored light emanated from the cosmic seed, enveloping Son Gohan in its brilliance. Master, what is this? Ragusa inquired, gazing at the luminous glow produced by the cosmic seed. This increases gravity. You must not touch it. Increases gravity. Ragusa exclaimed, taken aback. Just moments ago, she had contemplated reaching out to the light emitted by the cosmic seed. 100 times the gravity. Son Wukong gazed upon the cosmic seed and, as soon as he spoke, the cosmic seed immediately imposed a gravity of 100 times upon him. Given that the gravity chamber already exerted 10 times the force of gravity, the additional 100 times from the cosmic seed escalated it to a staggering 1,000 times. Such an immense weight. As Son Wukong gritted his teeth, he transformed into a Super Saiyan 2. What a striking transformation. Ragusa was taken aback. Upon metamorphosis, Son Wukong felt considerably more at ease. He then, with a hint of curiosity, inquired of the system. I instructed the cosmic seed to increase the gravity by 100 times, yet it seems to exert a force greater than 800 times. Why is that? Master, do you not recall? You have activated 10 times the gravity, and thus 100 times that is equivalent to 1,000 times. I see. So if I were to command the cosmic seed to apply 100 times the gravity under 800 times, would that result in a gravity of 80,000 times? Master, you are overthinking it. Setting aside whether your gravity chamber can withstand 80,000 times. The cosmic seed cannot simultaneously endure 800 times gravity while applying an additional 100 times. That is true. Then, what is the maximum gravity that the cosmic seed can exert? 1,000 times under normal conditions. However, if you gather enough energy, it can be elevated to 1,500 times gravity. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong fell silent. He had only gained a mere 0.02 of energy from defeating Frieza and his father. To fully gather the energy of the universe seed, it seemed he would have to train until he achieved Super Saiyan 4 and engage in battle with others. At that moment, Ragusa approached and inquired, Master, what transformation is this? Son Gohan chuckled and said, this transformation is known as Super Saiyan 2. Super Saiyan 2? Master, why do you refer to this transformation as Super Saiyan 2 and not Super Saiyan 1? Because this is the second transformation of a Super Saiyan. Then, Master, what does the transformation of Super Saiyan 1 entail? That is simply called Super Saiyan, not Super Saiyan 1. As Son Wukong spoke, he reverted his transformation back to Super Saiyan. This is the essence of Super Saiyan. Ragus nodded in acknowledgement. Well then, Ragus, shall you commence your training? Certainly, Master. The evening descended. After concluding a day of rigorous training, Son Wukong bid farewell to Ragus and prepared to return home for dinner. Master, are you heading back? Son Gohan nodded. There is food in the refrigerator. Feel free to prepare whatever you desire. Master, I am afraid. Afraid of what? I fear that those individuals may come looking for us during the day. Master, could you possibly stay here with me at night as well? Upon hearing this, Son Wukong scratched his head and reassured, Lagus, there is no need for fear. This place is entirely safe. Master, Lagus looked at him with a pitiful expression. Very well then, I shall leave a clone here with you. A clone? Son Gohan nodded, plucking a strand of his hair from his head, transforming it into a doppelganger. 2 masters. Son Gohan smiled and said, it is not 2 masters, but rather a clone. How impressive, Master. Could you possibly teach me this technique as well? Son Wukong smiled and remarked, you should first overcome 100 times the gravitational force before making such claims. Ragus let out a cold snort. Tomorrow, I shall train under 100 times the gravity. Son Wukong smiled and remarked, the cattle on the ground are almost bursting from your boasting. Upon hearing this, Ragusi blushed and asked, Master, is your doppelganger truly formidable? Not at all. He merely requires 1,000th of my power. Just 1,000th? Ragusi responded, her face filled with disappointment. Indeed, without transforming into a Super Saiyan, he possesses a battle power of merely tens of millions. Tens of millions? Master, are you truly that powerful? Son Gohan appears to be roughly of the same age as her, yet astonishingly possesses far superior strength. Furthermore, she is unable to match even a fraction of his power, falling short of even 1,000th of his capability. Son Wukong nodded. Well, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Ragusi nodded in agreement. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong instantaneously teleported back to his abode. After his departure, Ragusi immediately turned to one of Son Wukong's duplicates and inquired, Master, I lack the ability to cook. Do you possess such a skill? No, came the reply. Oh. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, a year had elapsed. Through a year of diligent training, Ragusi had acquired the ability to train under 50 times the normal gravity. At this moment, Ragusi found himself in a place filled entirely with glass. Glass. With a gentle command, a diamond-shaped piece of glass, roughly the same size as Ragusi, materialized on the ground. With this much glass, one could surely establish a glass factory. Son Wukong glanced at the gathered glass surrounding Lagus and remarked, Master, behold. The glass I have coalesced this time is significantly larger than the last. Chapter 51. The Birth of Trunks. Son Wukong nodded. Master, when shall you impart to me the technique of the clone jutsu? Cough, cough. Son Gohan cleared his throat. Perhaps you should first overcome the gravity of 100 times. He suggested. Ragusi, feeling irritated, retorted, Master, I will eventually conquer 100 times the gravity. Why not teach me first? I shall indeed teach you, but only after you have surmounted 100 times the gravity. The irritable master replied, You insufferable master. Ragusi cursed inwardly upon hearing this. What did you say? Panic washed over Ragusi as he recalled that his master possessed telepathic abilities. I said nothing. He quickly denied. At the laboratory of Dr. Jero, The esteemed scientist hastened the creation of Android 19, having found Androids 17 and 18 resistant to his commands. He stood before the slumber chamber of Android 19, feeling anxious as he observed the lifeless form within. Since embarking on his research into androids, he had produced a total of 19 iterations, including himself, that made 20. Of these, Androids 1 through 7 were failures, while Android 8, though successfully created, possessed a kind heart and ultimately befriended Son Goku. Androids 9 through 12 also failed. And Androids 13, 14, and 15 were under construction at another facility, managed by a supercomputer. Although Androids 16, 17, and 18 were successfully created, they all refused to obey his orders, with 17 and 18 even attempting to kill him. This left Dr. Gero in a precarious situation, as none of his creations, save for those still in development, had adhered to his commands. Thus, he felt particularly apprehensive about the newly created Android 19. After a prolonged observation, Dr. Gero finally activated Android 19. As the slumber chamber opened, Android 19 swiftly opened its eyes. "Dr. Gero," it stated flatly, casting a blank gaze upon him before emerging from the chamber. "Is it a success?" Dr. Gero inquired eagerly, relieved to see no immediate signs of malfunction. Just then, in a flash, Android 19 lunged and attacked him. Dr. Gero was taken aback, unable to react in time, and was swiftly knocked to the ground by a forceful punch from Android 19. "You," he gasped in disbelief. Dr. Gero glared furiously at the android number 19 before him. He had once believed he was on the verge of creating a compliant android, yet he found himself met with failure once more. Ignoring his words, Android No. 19 raised its fist once again, aiming a strike at Dr. Gero. Realizing the imminent danger, Dr. Gero quickly sprang into action, fleeing from the scene, in hot pursuit. Android number 19 followed him outside. Once in the open, Dr. Gero swiftly retrieved the emergency shutdown button from his pocket, commanding the android to cease its movements. With a sigh of relief, he observed as android number 19 became still. However, his frustration mounted as he made his way back to the laboratory. How infuriating. Where had he gone wrong? Why did the androids he created refuse to heed his commands? Time flew by, and before he knew it, 3 days had passed. Meanwhile, in West City, at Sun Wukong's home. At this moment, Sun Wukong and Sun Wufan were seated upon the sofa in the living room, indulging in fruit when Chi-Chi unexpectedly emerged from the kitchen. "Wukong, Wufan," she announced. "I heard from Bulma that the World Martial Arts Tournament is set to take place in West City tomorrow." "The World Martial Arts Tournament," Wukong exclaimed. "Indeed. Ever since our marriage, it has been quite some time since this grand event was held. Why don't the two of you participate in it tomorrow?" "Participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament?" Wufan questioned. "Yes. I've heard that the champion receives a substantial prize." "Ah, Chi-Chi, isn't Wufan's earnings sufficient?" "What do you know? Money is always a welcome addition. However, Chi-Chi, the tournament no longer features formidable opponents." "No formidable opponents? Are you suggesting that Krillin and the others should be called to participate?" "Regardless, you two must certainly take part in the World Martial Arts Tournament tomorrow." "Very well." Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong resignedly acquiesced. Seeing this, Sun Wukong could only nod in agreement. After speaking, he immediately went to find Krillin and the others, inquiring whether they wished to join the tournament of the world's strongest martial artists. Initially, Krillin and his companions were somewhat reluctant to participate in the event. However, out of respect for Sun Wukong, they ultimately acquiesced. Meanwhile, in a hospital in West City that afternoon, a baby with a tuft of purple hair was born. This infant was none other than Trunks. Dr. Brief and Mrs. Brief were beaming with joy as they gazed upon their newly arrived grandson. "Bulma, the child is adorable." "It's a boy," exclaimed Mrs. Brief. "A boy, indeed," replied Bulma, nodding in affirmation. "Bulma, have you decided on a name for the child? If not, I have some suggestions that you might consider," Dr. Brief offered. "No need, Dad. I have already chosen a name for him. His name shall be Trunks." Bulma responded without a moment's hesitation, dismissing her father's well-meaning suggestion. Dr. Brief, known for his whimsical ideas, was not someone she wished to entrust with naming her son. "Trunks," Dr. Brief remarked, immediately glancing at the infant. "Bulma, while Trunks is a fine name, I believe the name Butalang would also be quite delightful." "Dad," Bulma retorted, gazing at Dr. Brief with indignation. "All right, I understand. He shall be called Trunks." The following morning, after having breakfast, Sun Wukong and his family arrived early at the venue of the world's premier martial arts tournament. As Chi-Chi gazed upon the familiar arena, A wave of nostalgia washed over her. It was here, in this very place, that she and Son Wukong had once announced their marriage. Wukong, do you remember? It was here that you promised to marry me, and then we welcomed Gohan into our lives. Indeed. Son Wukong nodded with a smile. No sooner had the words left his lips than a green figure descended from the sky. It was none other than Piccolo. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong greeted Piccolo with a warm smile. Uncle Piccolo. Piccolo nodded in acknowledgement. This fellow Piccolo certainly chosen an opportune moment to appear. Chi-Chi, noticing Piccolo's interruption of their nostalgic reminiscence, couldn't help but feel a twinge of annoyance. Chapter 52. The Battle Against Videl. Gohan, have you registered? Not yet. Son Wukong shook his head. Is that so? Then shall we proceed to register now? Certainly. Son Wukong nodded. Afterward, he and his companions proceeded to register. Due to the overwhelming number of participants this time, they stood in line for quite a while before it was their turn. Name? Son Wukong. Age? 29. Where do you reside? West City. All right. Next. Name? Son Wufan. Age? 10 years old. Only 10? The staff inquired. Yes. Well, according to the regulations of the World Martial Arts Tournament, you are only eligible to compete in the junior division. Junior division? Indeed. This is a new regulation for the World Martial Arts Tournament. Anyone under the age of 15 may only participate in the junior division. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong felt a surge of speechlessness within him. He was undeniably the strongest among them, yet he could only participate in the youth category of the competition. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong smiled and said, well then, Gohan, why not participate in the youth competition? Son Gohan nodded and walked to the side. Although participating in the youth competition seemed somewhat mundane, he had merely come to pass the time, as the number of participants in the youth division was rather limited. Gohan quickly completed his registration. Suddenly, he spotted several familiar figures approaching. They were Krillin and his companions. Uncle Krillin, Gohan exclaimed. It has been quite a while, Gohan. Krillin replied with a smile. At that moment, Goku and Chi-Chi approached from a distance. Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, Kaiatsu. Goku called out. Son Wukong nodded. Krillin, have you just arrived? Indeed. Wukong, have you registered? Yes, we have. Is that so? Then let us first complete our registration and converse afterward. All right. Son Wukong nodded. After a while, Klin and the others finished their registration and gathered once more with Son Wukong. At that moment, the venue was suddenly filled with the announcement that the competition for the youth group was about to commence. The youth group? Klin recalled that there had not been any youth group competitions in the past. Son Wukong nodded. In this newly established martial arts tournament, those under the age of 15 are only permitted to compete in the youth category. If they are under 15, then Gohan, too, is affected. Son Wukong nodded. Then, father, shall I go participate in the competition with Uncle Piccolo? Son Wukong nodded. Well then, Gohan, you must strive diligently to secure the championship in the youth category. Chi-Chi remarked. Son Wufan let out a dry chuckle and nodded. The champion of the youth category? Were it not for his age, he could easily claim the title of the adult category champion. Subsequently, Son Wufan made his way to the arena for the youth competition. Since his opponents were merely children, he effortlessly advanced to the finals. Joining him in the final showdown was a young girl, the daughter of Mr. Satan, named Biddy Lee. At the tender age of 10, Biddy Lee was nearly as tall as Son Wufan. Ladies and gentlemen, after a morning filled with competition, we have finally arrived at the grand finals of the youth category, featuring the 10-year-old contestants, Son Wufan and Biddy Lee. Do not let their youth deceive you. Both of their fathers are formidable martial artists, especially Son Wufan's father, Son Wukong, the reigning champion of the previous World Martial Arts Tournament. As Mr. Satan sat in the audience, he couldn't help but feel a pang of concern for Biddy Lee upon hearing this. The son of a champion. Intrigued by this revelation, Biddy Lee immediately took an interest in Son Wufan. Now, who will you support? The host inquired of the audience. Son Wufan. Biddy Lee. The crowd cheered enthusiastically. All right. I hereby officially declare the youth finals to commence. Huh. At this, Biddy Lee let out a spirited shout and charged towards Son Wufan. Son Gohan stood motionless in place. System, how many moves do you suggest I use to defeat her? The system remained silent. Master, you should decide such matters for yourself. As they spoke, Videl had already approached Son Gohan, executing a horizontal kick with her right leg aimed directly at him. Son Wukong deftly shifted his body backward, narrowly evading the onslaught. With gritted teeth, Biddy Lee unleashed a flurry of strikes, her fists slicing through the air like the wind, aimed squarely at Son Wukong. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. As Son Wukong deftly evaded the barrage of attacks from Biddy, he meticulously counted each of her strikes. Upon the 10th blow, he unleashed a powerful swing of his right fist, generating a gust of wind that sent Biddy soaring off the competition stage. Both the host and the audience were momentarily taken aback, having anticipated a fierce contest, only to witness such a swift conclusion. Though tinged with disappointment, they understood that both competitors were merely children. Ouch! Biddy exclaimed as she landed, quickly rising to her feet and brushing off her rear. The announcement soon followed. Biddy has fallen from the stage, and Son Wukong is declared the victor. Congratulations to Son Wukong for securing the championship title, along with a prize of 1 million for the youth division. Overjoyed, Chi-Chi leaped from her seat, exclaiming, "Wonderful! Gohan has won." Meanwhile, Krillin and the others exchanged awkward chuckles, recognizing that with Gohan's prowess, claiming the championship in the youth division was a mere formality. And even the adult division would pose little challenge. "Piccolo, Gohan's match has concluded. We should prepare for our own competition," Krillin suggested, to which Piccolo nodded in agreement. With that, they departed from the audience area, heading towards the competition stage. After his victory, Son Wukong swiftly leaped off the stage and approached Biddy. "Are you all right?" he inquired. "I am fine, but how exactly did you defeat me?" Biddy asked. "It was the force of my punches." "The force of your punches?" she replied, bewildered. "In simple terms, it is the powerful gust of wind generated when I strike." "A powerful gust of wind from your punches? Surely you jest." Son Gohan chuckled and said, "Believe it or not." Videl snorted coldly, "Your name is Son Gohan, is it? Next time we meet, I certainly shall not be defeated by you again." "Very well." Son Wukong smiled and nodded. Upon seeing the smile on Son Wukong's face, Biddy felt a surge of anger and exclaimed, "What are you smiling about?" "Oh, I'm just thrilled to have won the championship," Son Wukong replied. Hearing this, Biddy chose not to say anything further. Chapter 53, Illusion. It's all an illusion at that moment. Mr. Satan made his way from the audience to the stage. "Dad," he greeted. Mr. Satan nodded in acknowledgement. "Biddy, although you didn't win the championship this time, please do not be disheartened. I believe in you. Next time, you will surely triumph." Biddy nodded in response. "Dad, your competition is coming up soon, so you must give it your all." Mr. Satan smiled reassuringly. "Rest assured, Biddy, I will secure a championship for you to witness." Biddy affirmed with a nod. As Mr. Satan spoke, he glanced around and noticed that Son Wukong, who had just been standing nearby, had mysteriously vanished. Shortly thereafter, the adult competition commenced. Son Wukong and his companions effortlessly advanced to the top 8, while Mr. Satan, fortunate enough to avoid encountering them, also secured a place in the quarterfinals. In the first match of the top 8, Mr. Satan faced off against Spobovich, triumphing in a fiercely contested battle. The second match featured Tianjin Fan competing against Yamcha, with Tianjin Fan decisively defeating Yamcha with ease. In the third match of the quarterfinals, Son Wukong went head-to-head with Jiaozi. Son Wukong effortlessly triumphed over Jiaozi. In the fourth match of the quarterfinals, Piccolo faced off against Krillin. Without any doubt, Piccolo defeated Krillin, advancing to the semifinals. In the first match of the semifinals, Piccolo went up against Mr. Satan. As anticipated, Mr. Satan succumbed to Piccolo. Upon witnessing Mr. Satan's defeat, Videl felt a twinge of surprise. However, she soon reconciled herself to the reality that competitions inevitably yield both victors and vanquished. Following Piccolo's victory, Son Wukong prepared to battle Tien Shinhan. Without a doubt, Son Wukong triumphed over Tianjin Fan. In the grand finale, the illustrious Son Wukong and the formidable Piccolo take center stage. Esteemed audience, after an exhilarating afternoon of competition, we have finally arrived at the climax of this tournament. Now, let us invite the esteemed competitors, Son Wukong and Piccolo, to the stage. The host, filled with a surge of excitement, reflects on the passage of 11 years. Astonished at the opportunity to witness Son Wukong's prowess once more, he recalls the most thrilling matches he had ever seen, which were, without doubt, those featuring Son Wukong. "Isn't Son Wukong the father of Gohan?" asks Biddy, turning to Mr. Satan beside her. Mr. Satan nods in affirmation. Upon receiving this confirmation, Biddy quickly directs her gaze towards the arena. Since Son Wukong is the father of Son Gohan, it stands to reason that Son Gohan would also attend this match. "Biddy, what are you watching?" "I am searching for Son Gohan." "Son Gohan? Is he not the lad who just defeated you?" "Biddy, you can't possibly have developed a liking for that boy, can you?" Upon hearing this, Mr. Satan immediately grew wary. His wife had already passed away, leaving only him and his daughter to rely on one another. He certainly did not wish for his daughter to be whisked away by some boy at such a tender age. "Dad, what are you talking about? I merely want to see if that guy is here." After scanning the area, Biddy found no trace of Son Gohan. It was that Son Gohan was absent. Rather, the venue for the World Martial Arts Tournament was vast and overcrowded, making it easy for someone of Son Gohan's stature to be obscured from view. Not seeing Son Gohan left Biddy with a slight sense of disappointment. Had she known, she would have asked for Son Gohan's address earlier, so she could visit him for some sparring in the future. On the competition stage, the battle between Son Wukong and Piccolo has commenced. Yet the rapid movement of the two combatants renders their conflict almost imperceptible to the spectators below. The host, equally baffled, struggles to comprehend the unfolding spectacle. However, despite the obscured view, the host can distinctly sense the powerful winds generated by their clash and the thunderous reverberations of their fists colliding. "Father, what is happening? I cannot see where they are at all," exclaimed Biddy. "It's an illusion. It's all a trick." "A trick?" she questioned. "Indeed. They must have secretly prepared a cloth that matches the color of the arena's bricks." "A cloth?" "Yes, while we were distracted. They lifted that cloth to obscure their bodies, creating the effect of disappearing from our sight." "Is it truly so?" Biddy pondered, her belief wavering. Suddenly, the figures of the two warriors appeared suspended in midair. "Look, they are in the sky," a spectator exclaimed excitedly to those around. "In the sky?" Biddy gasped, glancing upwards. "Father, what is going on now?" "It's a projection. They must be using some kind of projection, or perhaps they are suspended by fishing lines. How else could ordinary people fly?" "An illusion. It's all an illusion," Mr. Satan said, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. In truth, even he found his own words hard to believe. Yet, to maintain a formidable image before his daughter, he could utter nothing else. Admitting ignorance would shatter the powerful figure he had carefully constructed in Biddy's eyes. "Projection? Fishing lines?" Biddy mused, gazing at the heights above the arena. Several hundred meters in the air. It seemed nearly impossible for a projection to reach such altitudes. As for fishing lines, that too appeared implausible. If they were indeed suspended by fishing lines, an aircraft would be necessary for such heights. The noise of a flying plane would be unmistakable, yet throughout this entire time, she had not heard a single sound of a jet aircraft. Bang! At that moment, Piccolo descended from the sky like a ray of light. Just as he was about to touch the ground, he executed a somersault and forcefully landed on the arena. Instantly, the surface of the arena cracked open in a spiderweb-like pattern. Suddenly, Goku appeared behind Piccolo with a swift teleportation. Sensing the impending danger, Piccolo moved forward a few steps. Yet he was still struck by Goku's right fist, sending him flying out of the arena. With Piccolo eliminated, Goku emerged victorious, claiming the title of champion once again at the World Martial Arts Tournament, along with a prize of 1 million. The host immediately announced this to the audience below. 1 million. Upon hearing this, Kiki joyfully stood up from her seat in the audience. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong immediately soared down to the stage. "Piccolo, are you all right?" "I'm fine," Piccolo responded, brushing off the dust from his attire. "Is that so? Then let us seek out Gohan and the others. I shall treat you all to a meal." Piccolo remained speechless. "As an Namekian, I require only water." "That may be so, but even without partaking in a meal, you can still join us for a delightful conversation." "Very well," Piccolo conceded after some hesitation, thinking of Gohan's company. Chapter 54. An encounter at the restaurant. Seeing Piccolo acquiesce, Son Wukong promptly led him to find Krillin and the others. As twilight descended, Son Wukong guided them to a nearby restaurant for their repast. This establishment was the very same where Son Wukong had first participated in the World Martial Arts Tournament, where Master Roshi had treated them to a meal. "Krillin, do you remember this restaurant?" "Of course. This is the very place where Master Roshi once treated us. You devoured his prize money in a single sitting." "Indeed. Alas, Master Roshi is not here with us this time." With a hint of sentiment, Son Wukong remarked, "Very well. What dishes would you like to have?" "I shall place the order for you," inquired Chi-Chi. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong immediately enumerated a plethora of dish names. Just then, a father and daughter entered the restaurant. This pair was none other than Mr. Satan and his daughter, Biddy. "Biddy, what would you like to eat?" Mr. Satan inquired. Biddy, initially poised to express her culinary preferences, suddenly caught sight of Son Gohan seated with Piccolo and others. Additionally, she noticed that all those who had advanced to the top 8 today were gathered around Son Gohan. "Is the background this profound?" "Father, isn't that the Piccolo who defeated you?" Biddy remarked. Following her gaze, Mr. Satan indeed spotted Piccolo, as well as Krillin and the others. Son Gohan. Though Biddy verbally dismissed any fondness for Son Gohan, as a concerned father, Mr. Satan could not help but worry that Biddy might be swept away by him. Biddy nodded and made her way towards Son Gohan's table. Biddy, Mr. Satan exclaimed, immediately rushing after her. Biddy. Upon noticing Biddy approaching, Son Wukong promptly uttered a remark. Hearing this, Krillin immediately followed Son Wukong's gaze towards Biddy. Wukong, do you know this girl? Son Wukong nodded. She is the runner-up of the youth group. A runner-up, which means you have triumphed over her. Indeed. Son Wukong nodded. At that moment, Biddy had already approached Son Wukong. We meet again, Son Wukong. Son Wukong nodded. As soon as he spoke, Mr. Satan immediately approached Videl and inquired, Videl, what brings you here? Just as Videl was about to respond, Son Wukong interjected, aren't you the one who was defeated by Piccolo? I am not just that guy. My name is Mr. Satan. Mr. Satan retorted angrily. I apologize. I simply couldn't recall your name for a moment. Son Wukong chuckled. Mr. Satan snorted softly, still feeling a twinge of indignation at the way Son Wukong had addressed him. That uncle, you must be Gohan's father. Am I right? At that moment, Videl suddenly directed her question towards Gohan. Son Wukong nodded. So, dear uncle, where is your home? The moment these words escaped his lips, a look of astonishment spread across the faces of Chi-Chi and the others. How could Biddy approach merely to inquire about the whereabouts of Son Wufan's residence? Have the youth of today matured so swiftly? Biddy. Upon hearing this, Mr. Satan immediately turned to Biddy, a hint of shame washing over him. Typically, it is the boys who ask girls about their homes, yet here was his daughter directly inquiring about Son Wufan's. Although Biddy was still quite young and did not fully comprehend the implications, a sense of embarrassment lingered within Mr. Satan's heart. What is it, father? Mr. Satan, taken aback by her question, found himself at a loss for words. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong did not ponder for long and promptly revealed his family's address. Our home is located in the western capital, XXXX. Thank you, uncle. You are called Biddy, aren't you? Biddy nodded in affirmation. Then, Biddy, what is the purpose of your inquiry regarding our home address? Meanwhile, Krillin and the others looked on in utter disbelief. Although Son Wukong is nearly 30 now, his thoughts remain as innocent as ever. He casually divulged his home address. The reason? I wish to spar with Son Gohan. Spar? Indeed. I lost to Son Gohan in today's junior competition, and I aspire to defeat him in our next encounter. Defeat Gohan? Upon hearing this, Krillin and the others cast peculiar glances at Biddy. Currently, Son Wukong possesses the mightiest strength among them all. Even the formidable Mr. Satan pales in comparison to the audacious Biddy, who shamelessly declares her intent to defeat Son Wukong. At that moment, Mr. Satan suddenly grasped Biddy's hand and said, All right, Biddy, it is about time we ordered. As Biddy was led away, Son Wukong and the others promptly took their seats, eagerly awaiting the arrival of their meal. Shortly thereafter, a waiter presented an array of delectable dishes upon the dining table. Well then, Chi-Chi, may we commence our feast? Inquired Son Wukong, whose stomach had been growling in anticipation as he gazed at the roasted suckling pig on the table. Indeed, Chi-Chi nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong swiftly reached for the food on the table with both hands and began to eat. The noise of his feasting was so pronounced that it quickly attracted the attention of other patrons in the establishment, including Mr. Satan and his daughter. As Son Wukong set forth, Son Wufan and the others followed suit. Though Son Wukong's son, Son Gohan, exhibits a more refined demeanor while dining, he nonetheless consumes his meals at an astonishingly rapid pace, far exceeding that of the average individual. Witnessing this spectacle, Mr. Satan and his companions found themselves momentarily dumbfounded. Is this truly human? Boss, we're out of dishes. At that moment, Son Wukong called out to the proprietor of the establishment. The owner, upon hearing this, hurriedly approached to collect the plates and replenish the food. Burp. After a considerable time, Son Wukong let out a resounding belch. Meanwhile, both the owner and the waitstaff were utterly exhausted, for the appetites of Son Wukong and his companions were insatiable. They had just served 6 tables laden with food. Furthermore, due to the rapidity with which they consumed their meals, the staff found themselves juggling the tasks of serving new dishes while simultaneously clearing away empty plates. Boss, it's time to settle the bill, Kiki called out to the proprietor. Certainly, but please bear with me for a moment, the owner replied, picking up the lengthy bill that had fallen to the ground to calculate the total. Are they not monsters? Mr. Satan, who had been dining with Biddy, Couldn't he help but silently critique the situation? After a considerable duration, the owner completed the calculation and presented the long bill to Kiki. Dear guest, your total expenditure amounts to 1,300,000. Is it truly that much? Could we perhaps receive a discount? Regrettably, no, dear guest. However, I can offer you a discount of 10,000. The owner shook his head. Very well then. Upon hearing this, Kiki promptly handed her card to the owner. In an instant, her bonus had been significantly diminished. Chapter 55, Vegeta challenges Son Wukong. Son Wukong chuckled and remarked, isn't there still half of the prize left? Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi dismissed Son Wukong's comment with indifference. For someone like Son Wukong, who held little regard for money, any further discussion would be futile. After settling the bill, Son Wukong and his companions departed from the restaurant. As time flew by, 5 days had passed in the blink of an eye. Today marked the day when the androids would make their appearance. Early in the morning, Krillin and the others arrived in West City, ready to join Son Wukong in their quest to locate the androids. However, unbeknownst to them, Dr. Gero had no intention of appearing, as android number 19 was beyond his control. Although he was confident in his current abilities, he had no desire to put himself at risk, for life is precious. As the clock approached 10, Son Wukong and his group reached the location indicated by Trunks. Yet, due to the multitude of small islands in the vicinity, they were uncertain where androids number 17 and 18 would emerge, prompting them to split up. Wukong, there are simply too many islands here. I think we should divide our efforts, Krillin suggested. If any one of us manages to find those 2 androids, we should immediately raise our energy to the maximum in order to alert the others that we have located the androids. And then you all should come quickly to provide support. Agreed. Son Wukong nodded. However, for the sake of safety, let us pair up. Krillin, you will team up with Yamcha, and Tien will partner with Kaiatsu. As for myself and Piccolo, along with Gohan, we shall operate solo. Very well. Krillin agreed. With that, the 7 of them soared towards the nearby island in search of the androids. After a considerable time, they had scoured all the islands and reconvened. Wukong, did you all fail to locate the androids? Indeed. Son Wukong nodded. Could it be that Trunks' arrival has altered the course of history, preventing the creation of those 2 androids? Yamcha inquired. I am uncertain, Krillin replied, shaking his head. However, even if those 2 androids were never brought into existence, Dr. Gero would likely devise other androids to exact revenge on Goku. Indeed, Yamcha affirmed with a nod. At that moment, a figure flew in from the distance. It was none other than Vegeta. Vegeta. As soon as the words left his lips, Vegeta came to a halt before Son Wukong. Kakarot, where are those 2 androids? Upon hearing this, Son Wukong scratched the back of his head and remarked, as for those 2 androids, we are equally in the dark about their whereabouts. Uncertain? Indeed. They have not manifested here as Trunks had claimed. They are absent, then? Son Wukong nodded. If that is the case, how about we engage in a battle? Vegeta chuckled. Battle with me? Indeed, in truth, I yearn more to conquer you than to defeat those androids. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong immediately cast a glance at his sidekick. Son Gohan. Very well. With Son Wukong's acquiescence, a faint smile graced Vegeta's face. Subsequently, Vegeta led Son Wukong to a secluded, uninhabited island. Son Wukong and his companions followed at a distance, observing the 2 individuals. Kakarot, what do you think of this battlefield? It's quite acceptable, Vegeta replied with a faint smile. Kakarot, I have awaited this day for an extended period. You have long anticipated this day? Indeed, Kakarot. As a scion, I have been a prodigy since the moment of my birth. Prior to my encounters with you in Sun Wufan, I held absolute confidence in my own abilities. However, upon arriving on Earth and being defeated by the son of a lowly warrior like you, I felt that I had utterly lost my dignity and pride, and I must prove that I am superior to you. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Son Wukong smiled faintly. Unlike Vegeta, he did not overthink the situation. To him, a loss was merely a loss, and a victory was simply a victory. The moment he caught sight of the smile on Son Wukong's face, Vegeta could not help but grit his teeth in frustration. He despised that smile, as it seemed to mock him, insinuating that he could never triumph over Son Wukong. Then let us begin, Kakarot. All right, Son Wukong proclaimed, raising his hands to assume a combat stance. Vegeta let out a light chuckle and charged towards Son Wukong. With both hands clenched into fists, Son Wukong charged toward Vegeta. Whoosh! Bang! 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 In no time, the 2 warriors found themselves face to face, engaging in a fierce battle. The ground was instantly enveloped in a cloud of dust and debris. Bang! With a powerful blow, Son Wukong was sent crashing to the ground. And Vegeta seized the opportunity to raise his right foot and stomp down forcefully onto Son Wukong's body. Son Wukong rolled to the side, using his right hand to push against the ground, propelling himself upward and landing gracefully on the earth behind him. Vegeta emitted a cold snort, his hands suddenly clenching with immense force. With a resounding shout, an overwhelmingly powerful aura surged from Vegeta's being. Upon sensing this formidable energy, Krillin and the others were instantly struck with a look of astonishment. At that moment, the very ground of the island began to tremble violently, as clouds of sand and stone were thrust into the air. Could it be? Krillin gasped. Before he could finish his thought, Vegeta's hair transformed into a brilliant gold, his eyes shifting to a light green hue, radiating a dazzling golden aura. Indeed, he had ascended to the Super Saiyan form. So it is the Super Saiyan, Krillin exclaimed. Hearing this, Piccolo gritted his teeth, a surge of indignation swelling within him. Once, he and Son Wukong had been nearly equal in strength, but now, with Son Wukong and the others mastering the Super Saiyan transformation, he felt as though he had been left far behind. Though not a Saiyan himself, Piccolo had dedicated the past 3 years to rigorous training. A Super Saiyan indeed. As Son Wukong spoke, he clenched his fist with great determination and transformed into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta let out a disdainful snort, his body darting forward like lightning, charging towards Son Wukong. Son Wukong clenched his fists and charged forward. With a series of intense combat sounds, the two engaged in a fierce battle, their fists and feet moving with lightning speed, stirring up clouds of dust from the ground. With a powerful shout, Vegeta tightened his right fist and delivered a blow that sent Son Wukong flying. Son Goku exerted forcefully on the ground with his feet and began to breathe heavily. Piccolo, noticing Goku's unusual condition, felt a flicker of concern arise within him. What could be the matter? Goku had seemingly expended little energy, so why was he panting so intensely? Chapter 56, The Search for Dr. Gero Kakarot. At that moment, Vegeta also recognized Goku's peculiar state and halted his preparations for attack. Could it be the viral heart condition Trunks had mentioned? Son Gohan exclaimed, viral heart disease. All eyes turned towards him. However, didn't Trunks already give the medicine to Goku? Krillin inquired. But Dad has always been in good health, so he never took the medicine. Trunks replied. Upon hearing this, Vegeta quickly thought of their newly born son at home. Not only did the two share the same name, but their hair color was also identical. Could it be? At that moment, Goku suddenly writhed on the ground in pain, reverting to his normal state. Goku. Krillin and the others rushed over upon witnessing this. Vegeta let out a cold snort, transforming back to his usual form. You lot. Why aren't you taking Kakarot back to receive treatment? Are you waiting for him to die from this illness? Oh, right. Krillin responded, immediately coming to a realization. Then I shall take Dad back. Son Gohan remarked, and Piccolo nodded in agreement. Son Gohan's ability to instantaneously transport himself indeed grants him a considerable advantage in speed. What if the androids suddenly appear while Gohan is away? Yamcha inquired. Although they were numerous, in Yamcha's estimation, the only ones capable of defeating the androids were Son Goku and Son Gohan. Upon hearing this, Vegeta's face contorted with rage. Without Kakarot and Gohan, am I not still present? I have now entirely surpassed Kakarot. Observing the fury etched on Vegeta's face, Yamcha instinctively took a few steps back. Though Vegeta was no longer an adversary, Yamcha still harbored a sense of trepidation towards him. Well, Uncle Yamcha, perhaps you should accompany me back? Son Gohan remarked, all right. After hearing this, Yamcha cast a glance at Krillin and the others, saying, though it is somewhat shameful to return with Son Gohan, I cannot contend with the androids alongside Krillin and the rest. It is far wiser to accompany Son Gohan for the sake of survival. Humph. Upon hearing this, Vegeta snorted disdainfully, feeling an even greater contempt for Yamcha in his heart. Upon witnessing this, Son Gohan instantaneously teleported, bringing Yamcha and Son Goku back to his home. At that moment, Chi-Chi was preparing lunch inside when she heard Goku's agonizing cries, prompting her to rush out of the house. Goku! Chi-Chi exclaimed loudly, then turned to Son Gohan and inquired, Gohan, what has happened to your father? Dad is suffering from viral heart disease. Gohan replied, viral heart disease. Is that the ailment that the boy from the future mentioned? Son Wukong nodded. Then, Mother, where have you placed the medicine for this ailment? I shall procure it from within the house at once. Chi-Chi exclaimed as she hurried inside, promptly retrieving the medicine. Meanwhile, on the side of Vegeta, after Son Wukong and the others departed, Vegeta immediately inquired about the androids from Krillin. Hey, bald head, what did that guy mean when he said the androids would appear? I'm not called bald head. My name is Krillin. Krillin retorted, feeling a surge of indignation at Vegeta's choice of words. He wondered why everyone enjoyed referring to him in such a manner, and adding the term little was clearly a mockery of his stature. All right, Krillin. What did that fellow mean when he mentioned the androids? Vegeta pressed on. Vegeta. You must know that the two androids Trunks mentioned were created by Dr. Gero of the Red Ribbon Army, who was defeated by Son Wukong, right? Yes, I am aware. But what of it? Vegeta responded casually. Since the androids were created to exact revenge on Goku, I suspect that even if androids 17 and 18 do not appear today, they will surely emerge in the future. Are you suggesting that those two androids have yet to be created? Krillin inquired. I do not know. However, I am certain that Dr. Gero will not abandon his quest for vengeance against Goku. Dr. Gero, do you have any means to locate him? Krillin asked. What do you need Dr. Gero for? To inquire whether the androids have been completed so that I can personally defeat them. Personally defeat them? Krillin echoed in disbelief. Indeed. Over the past 3 years, I have trained relentlessly to surpass Kakarot and those two androids. Today, I had believed I could finally vanquish Kakarot and the androids. Yet during our battle, Kakarot suddenly suffered a heart attack, and the androids did not appear as Trunks had said. The more Vegeta spoke, the more his frustration grew. He yearned to reclaim his pride, yet it seemed an insurmountable challenge. To find Dr. Gero, there is a method, but it requires the power of the Dragon Balls. Dragon Balls? Yes, if we make a wish to the dragon, we should be able to ascertain Dr. Gero's whereabouts. However, using the Dragon Balls to locate him might be somewhat wasteful, wouldn't it? Perhaps we should simply wait for the androids to show themselves? After all, with Gohan's strength, he could undoubtedly defeat those androids. Vegeta scoffed. I want to locate Dr. Gero now. Where are the Dragon Balls? The Dragon Balls are scattered across the Earth. We must utilize Bulma's Dragon Radar to find all 7. Bulma. Just then, a jet descended from the sky. Once it landed, Yajirobe emerged, carrying Bulma, who held Trunks in her arms. Bulma. Krillin greeted Bulma, who nodded in response. Where are Goku and the others? He inquired. Goku suffered a heart attack. And Gohan and Yamcha took him back, she replied. A heart attack? Didn't that boy from the future give him medicine? Surely he took it, didn't he? Krillin nodded. Bulma. What brings you here so suddenly? Oh, I was merely curious about the androids created by Dr. Gero, she explained. Krillin chuckled awkwardly, while others were terrified of the androids. Bulma was not only unafraid but also intrigued by their appearance. One could not deny Bulma's remarkable courage. At that moment, Vegeta, who had been standing nearby, suddenly spoke up. Bulma, where is the Dragon Radar? I left it at home. Why? She asked. Vegeta intended to use the Dragon Balls to locate Dr. Gero. Dr. Gero? What do you need him for? Krillin questioned. Since the androids haven't appeared today, I want to find Dr. Gero to inquire about their whereabouts, Vegeta replied. The androids haven't shown up? Indeed, Krillin affirmed. Perhaps it's because history has changed. I see. If you truly wish to find Dr. Gero, you need not rely on the Dragon Balls, for I know where he is at present. You do? Krillin and the others were taken aback. Yes, Bulma nodded. If you knew, why didn't you tell us sooner? Krillin felt somewhat exasperated at this remark. But you never asked me. Besides, Vegeta insisted on personally defeating those two androids. So I kept quiet. What does that have to do with Vegeta? Krillin inquired. It has everything to do with him. I saw how relentlessly Vegeta trained. So I suggested that he eliminate Dr. Gero before the androids were created, but he refused, claiming he wanted to defeat Dr. Gero himself. Bulma exclaimed angrily. I see. Krillin replied, awkwardly smiling. That certainly sounds like Vegeta's style. Vegeta snorted. So, Bulma, where exactly is Dr. Gero now? Upon hearing this, Bulma immediately revealed the location of Dr. Gero's laboratory. With a sudden rush, Vegeta took off towards the laboratory. Bulma, how did you know where Dr. Gero's lab is? Krillin asked, watching Vegeta fly away. It's mainly thanks to Gohan.At company. Gohan.At company? Yes. While conducting business, an employee from the Wufan company inadvertently stumbled upon Dr. Gero's laboratory. Business? Promotion of mobile phones and mobile applications. Is that so? Bulma nodded. Well then, Piccolo, shall we also go take a look? Krillin inquired. Indeed. Piccolo nodded. I shall accompany you as well. Tien Shinhan declared. With that, the 4 of them promptly departed from the small island. Within Dr. Gero's laboratory, he was currently examining the brain of Android 19. Suddenly, he discovered that his directives had been altered. Eliminate Dr. Gero. Obey Son Gohan. Son Gohan. Upon seeing the command, Dr. Gero's heart filled with rage. He finally comprehended why Android 19 had disobeyed his orders and sought to kill him. It was all orchestrated by Son Gohan. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside the laboratory, drawing Dr. Gero's attention. The front door was suddenly blown open, startling him as he gazed outside. He beheld a proud figure standing at the entrance, none other than Vegeta. Vegeta. Upon recognizing Vegeta, a flicker of panic crossed Dr. Gero's face. It was not that he feared Vegeta, but rather, he was aware that none of the androids he had created obeyed him, leaving him hesitant to activate them. If Vegeta were to destroy his laboratory, all his years of effort would be in vain. Vegeta snorted derisively. So, you are Dr. Gero? I am not Dr. Gero. I am Android 20, created by him. Oh. Vegeta responded nonchalantly. And where's Dr. Gero? I do not know. Dr. Gero shook his head. Do you know where Androids 17 and 18 are? Dr. Gero was taken aback, pondering silently. How peculiar that Vegeta is aware of Androids 17 and 18. Could it be that Son Gohan informed him? Hey, I'm asking you a question. Vegeta pressed as Dr. Gero remained silent. I do not know. Dr. Gero reiterated. Then what is that behind you? Vegeta glanced at the sleeping pod behind Dr. Gero and spoke with a hint of skepticism. He was not naive enough to be easily deceived by Dr. Gero. The doctor, taken aback by Vegeta's words, found himself momentarily speechless. Suddenly, four figures descended from outside the research facility. They were Krillin and his companions. Upon noticing that Goku and Gohan were not among them, Dr. Gero felt a flicker of unease. At that moment, Vegeta swiftly maneuvered around Dr. Gero, eager to ascertain whether the sleeping pod housed androids 17 and 18. Realizing Vegeta's intention, Dr. Gero immediately raised his hands in an attempt to restrain him, for he could not allow Vegeta to activate androids 17 and 18. If he did, his adversaries would extend beyond just Vegeta and his allies. Vegeta, sensing Dr. Gero's attack, spun around and deftly evaded it, chuckling, "You're an android too. I might as well have some fun with you." However, he quickly reminded himself, "No, I cannot engage in battle here." Unperturbed, Dr. Gero contemplated, "Very well. How about we take this fight outside?" "Agreed. You choose the location." Vegeta replied with a grin. Without hesitation, Dr. Gero soared towards the exit of the research facility, with Krillin and the others promptly clearing a path for him. Did Vegeta just refer to himself as an android? Krillin inquired as soon as Dr. Gero departed. Indeed. Piccolo nodded. Perhaps he is referring to other androids created by Dr. Gero. Then we should go witness their battle, shouldn't we? Krillin suggested. Yes, Piccolo affirmed. With that, the four of them pursued the two combatants. Upon realizing that Krillin and the others had followed, Dr. Gero felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had been worried they might enter the research facility and activate androids 17 and 18, but it seemed fortune was on his side. After a brief flight, Dr. Gero and Vegeta descended upon a nearby island, with Krillin and his companions landing shortly thereafter. Is this the grave you have chosen for yourself? Vegeta surveyed the surroundings, his voice laced with derision. Dr. Gero scoffed. Whose grave it is remains to be seen. Oh, it seems you are quite confident. Yet, those who are overly confident often meet a more gruesome fate. Dr. Gero chuckled coldly. Are you speaking of yourself, Vegeta? You'll find out who I refer to shortly. Vegeta declared, clenching his fist and transforming into a Super Saiyan. What is this? Dr. Gero was taken aback. In the data he had gathered, there was no information regarding the transformation of a Super Saiyan. Vegeta chuckled and remarked, this is what they call a Super Saiyan. A Super Saiyan? Chapter 58. The Demise of Dr. Gero. Vegeta nodded. Well then, let us commence in earnest. With a fierce determination, Dr. Gero gritted his teeth and lunged swiftly toward Vegeta. Vegeta let out a light laugh, clenched his fists, and charged at Dr. Gero in kind. Soon, the two found themselves face to face, their fists clashing with the ferocity of a tempest. Wherever they passed, the surrounding boulders were shattered into fragments. Bang! With a resounding strike, Vegeta's right fist landed heavily on Dr. Gero's face, sending him hurtling through the air. Gritting his teeth, Dr. Gero quickly managed to stabilize himself on the ground. At that moment, Vegeta's form suddenly appeared before him, delivering a powerful sidekick aimed at his face. Bang! Dr. Gero let out a piercing scream as he was sent flying 1,000 meters away. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta swiftly gathered his hands and unleashed a golden energy wave towards Dr. Gero. Dr. Gero was taken aback and hastily raised his hands to absorb Vegeta's energy wave. What? Krillin gasped in astonishment. Seeing the shock on Krillin's face, Vegeta also displayed a hint of surprise. Dr. Gero, noticing their astonishment, could not help but wear a smug smile. Vegeta, thank you for the energy you just provided. Absorbing energy, is it? Vegeta inquired. Indeed, Vegeta, hence your energy attacks are ineffective against me. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Vegeta chuckled, seemingly devising a plan in his mind. Observing Vegeta's confidence, Dr. Gero's expression shifted to one of seriousness. Although he had absorbed Vegeta's energy wave, he had not gained the upper hand in their prior skirmish. Just as Dr. Gero pondered this, Vegeta charged at him once more. Hearing Vegeta's voice, Dr. Ger with a thunderous explosion, Dr. Gero's body shot forward like a projectile, crashing heavily against the mountainside behind him. The ground was instantly engulfed in a massive cloud of dust. After a brief moment, as the dust settled, Dr. Gero emerged from the mountains, gasping for breath and appearing quite disheveled. Following Vegeta's recent powerful strike, the energy emanating from Dr. Gero had significantly diminished. Vegeta chuckled softly, gradually advancing towards Dr. Gero. The latter gritted his teeth, feeling a surge of trepidation towards Vegeta. After the recent battle, he fully comprehended the slim chances of prevailing against Vegeta. The only viable strategy to defeat him was to absorb Vegeta's energy, reverting him to a more vulnerable state. However, this approach carried considerable risk for Dr. Gero, as he could not be certain he would successfully absorb Vegeta's energy. Thus, his most prudent course of action was to flee. In the grand scheme of tactics, retreat appeared to be the wisest option. With this thought in mind, Dr. Gero's gaze swiftly shifted towards Krillin and the others. Although fleeing was his best choice at present, escaping from Vegeta's grasp would not be a simple task. Therefore, he resolved to take Krillin and his companions hostage as a means to escape Vegeta's clutches. What happened to your earlier bravado? Vegeta observed Dr. Gero's growing fear, a sense of pride swelling within him. Humph. Dr. Gero scoffed. Do not rejoice too soon, Vegeta. Your energy wave may not affect me, but I can still utilize energy waves myself. The outcome of our battle remains uncertain. Energy waves. Haha. Vegeta erupted into laughter. Even without using energy waves, I can still eliminate you. Upon hearing this, Dr. Gero immediately concentrated a substantial amount of energy into his hands and hurled it towards Vegeta. Boom, boom, boom. The ground surrounding Vegeta quickly erupted into clouds of dust. While dodging, Vegeta closed in on Dr. Gero. Damn it, Dr. Gero exclaimed. Realizing his energy blasts had missed their target, and he aimed to charge towards Krillin and the others. At that moment, Vegeta appeared before him, executing a high kick aimed squarely at Dr. Gero's chin. With a pain scream, Dr. Gero was sent sprawling several meters away. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta unleashed a flurry of punches, striking relentlessly at Dr. Gero's abdomen. Bang, bang, bang. Under Vegeta's unyielding assault, Dr. Gero's cries of anguish echoed through the air. At this moment, Vegeta clenched his right fist with great force, delivering a blow that pierced through Dr. Gero's body. Upon witnessing his own body being penetrated, a look of sheer terror instantly spread across Dr. Gero's face. He felt an overwhelming sense of regret for engaging in battle with Vegeta. Had he known the extent of Vegeta's power, he would have never dared to confront him. With a cold snort, Vegeta withdrew his hand from Dr. Gero's body. Although Dr. Gero's physical form had been compromised, he was no longer entirely human, and a faint breath still lingered within him. Vegeta, Dr. Gero snarled, suddenly grasping Vegeta's body with both hands, attempting to siphon his energy. Vegeta let out a derisive laugh. Even at this juncture, you still wish to absorb my energy? Very well, I shall grant you your desire. As he spoke, Vegeta gathered a surge of energy in his right hand and unleashed it towards Dr. Gero. The latter let out a horrific scream as his body was obliterated into countless fragments. Once Dr. Gero was no more, Vegeta released his grip. Inspecting the contraption on his hands used for energy absorption, a smirk crossed his face. So it was indeed a device to siphon energy. With that, Vegeta reverted to his normal state. Although Dr. Gero's power was not formidable, he had recently battled Son Goku and had some of his energy drained by Dr. Gero, leaving Vegeta with diminished stamina. After resolving the matter with Dr. Gero, Vegeta cast a glance towards Krillin and the others before soaring back towards the research facility. Is he heading back to Dr. Gero's lab? Krillin inquired. I suppose so, Piccolo affirmed, also making his way towards the facility. Seeing this, Krillin and the others promptly followed suit. Inside the Gero Research Institute, Vegeta arrived once more and beheld the dormant androids, number 17, 18, and 19. Ah, 3 androids, Vegeta remarked, eyeing the numbers above them. At this juncture, Krillin and the others caught up with him. Chapter 59, Vegeta vs. Android 17. Vegeta. What do you intend to do? Krillin asked. What else? I plan to activate them. Vegeta replied with a grin. But Goku and the others are not here. Upon hearing this, Vegeta's smile vanished. Even without Kakarot and the rest, I can defeat them alone. There is no room for doubt. By the way, do you have a Senzu bean to spare? Without hesitation, Krillin retrieved a Senzu bean from his attire and tossed it to Vegeta. With a swift motion, Vegeta caught it and consumed the bean, quickly recovering his injuries and stamina. Piccolo, do you think Vegeta will be all right? I don't know, Piccolo replied. Big shook his head. At that moment, Vegeta opened the sleeping chambers of androids 17 and 18. As the chambers unsealed, the two quickly awakened and gazed at Vegeta standing before them. Vegeta chuckled lightly. You two are awake. Did you open this sleeping chamber? Android 18 inquired. Indeed, but do not mistake my intentions for benevolence. My sole purpose is to defeat you and subsequently annihilate you. Oh, Android 17 said nonchalantly, surveying the surroundings. Where's Dr. Gero? Has he been eliminated by you? I have not seen Dr. Gero, but I did eradicate an android known as Android 20. Android 20? What does he look like? An old man with a white beard. A white-bearded old man. Android 17 pondered momentarily. Could it be that Dr. Gero transformed himself into an android? That fellow must be Dr. Gero, based on your description. Android 17 replied. Is that so? No wonder his power was so feeble. Vegeta laughed. Even though you awakened us with the intent to defeat us. I must express my gratitude, Vegeta, for without your intervention, we would likely remain in slumber for an eternity. Furthermore, thank you for eliminating Dr. Gero. As a token of our appreciation, we shall refrain from killing you. Spare me? Vegeta scoffed. Do you truly believe you possess the capability to kill me? Disinterested in further argument, Android 17 inquired, what about Goku? Why didn't he join you? Vegeta huffed. Kakarot is occupied with other matters. However, my strength has now surpassed his. Is that so? If that is the case, let us engage in battle. Very well. Just then, Android 18 glanced at the sleeping chamber of Android 19 beside her. Initially, she intended to open it, but upon seeing the terrifying visage of Android 19, she abandoned the thought. What is it, 18? There is another android here. I believe he must be a new creation of Dr. Gero. However, he is far too hideous. I shall leave him be. Android 17 nodded in agreement. At that moment, Android 18 suddenly spotted another sleeping chamber some distance away. This chamber belonged to Android 16. 16. Android 18 approached the sleeping chamber and through the glass. She quickly beheld the visage of Android 16. Although Android 16 was not particularly handsome, he was far more agreeable to the eye than Android 19 had been. After a moment's contemplation, Android 18 opened the sleeping chamber. Android 16 promptly awoke and exited the chamber. Another android. Krillin was taken aback. Vegeta snorted dismissively and soared into the sky. After casting a glance at Android 16, Android 17 followed suit and flew away. What is your name? Android 18 inquired of Android 16. Android 16, he replied. Were you also created to eliminate Goku? Yes, Android 16 nodded. Shall we depart? Indeed, he affirmed. Seeing this, Android 18 swiftly led Android 16 out of the research facility. Once outside, Android 18 concentrated a wave of energy in her right hand, obliterating Dr. Gero's laboratory. Piccolo, should we return to find Gohan? Krillin asked, apprehensive at the sudden increase in their adversaries. Though Vegeta was formidable, the presence of three foes caused him great concern regarding Vegeta's ability to contend with them. Very well, Piccolo agreed. Krillin, you should go back and find Gohan. Me? Yes. Piccolo confirmed. Understood. Krillin responded, promptly turning to leave. Have they fled? Android 18 queried. Perhaps to summon reinforcements. Android 17 chuckled. Are you referring to Goku? Indeed. Android 17 nodded. Very well, let us commence. Vegeta declared resolutely, directing his gaze towards Android 17. Upon hearing this, Android 17 nodded in acknowledgement. Vegeta, in response, unleashed a powerful shout, transforming into a Super Saiyan. What is this? Android 17 remarked, a flicker of astonishment crossing his face. There was no mention of Super Saiyans in his data. This is called a Super Saiyan. A Super Saiyan? I see. No wonder you possess such confidence. Huh. Vegeta, uninterested in further discourse with Android 17, charged directly at him. Android 17 remained motionless, standing his ground. In an instant, Vegeta reached Android 17, unleashing a flurry of punches akin to lightning. Swish. Bang. 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 Android 17 skillfully evaded while raising his fist to engage in combat with Vegeta. Soon, the ground surrounding them was engulfed in swirling dust. With a resounding impact, Vegeta struck Android 17 squarely in the face with a powerful right punch, sending him flying hundreds of meters away. Enraged, Android 17 charged back toward Vegeta with swiftness. Initially, he had intended to merely toy with Vegeta, but he was taken aback by the Scion's formidable strength, prompting him to take the fight more seriously. In a flash, Android 17 stood before Vegeta, his fists and feet moving with the speed of lightning, relentlessly pushing Vegeta backward. Gritting his teeth, Vegeta swiftly extended his hands forward, seizing Android 17's fist mid-attack. Chapter 60, All of you attack together, ha! Android 17 grunted, pushing forward with all his might. Vegeta, seeing this, mirrored the action with equal force. The ground beneath them shattered under the pressure of their feet. With a thunderous noise, the two grappled for dominance, ultimately forcing each other back with a simultaneous exertion of strength. Both warriors breathed heavily, their eyes locked in a fierce gaze. Android 18 let out a disdainful huff, a hint of irritation bubbling within her. 17, haven't you had enough of him yet? Isn't it about my turn? Android 17 chuckled in response, patience, 18. The battle has only just begun. Then hurry up. All right. He nodded. Vegeta, feeling the scornful disregard from the two, found his anger rising. Ha! With a mighty roar, he surged toward Android 17 like a bolt of lightning. Taken aback, Android 17 quickly raised his hand to counter Vegeta's advance. The two engaged in a furious exchange of blows, their fists clashing with incredible speed. Moments later, Vegeta clenched his right fist with determination, delivering a powerful punch that sent Android 17 reeling. Before Android 17 could regain his composure, Vegeta swiftly closed the distance, channeling a golden energy wave in his right hand and unleashing it toward Android 17. Instinctively, Android 17 raised his arms to defend himself. Boom! Vegeta's energy wave surged forth like flames, striking the Android 17. Instantly, a golden energy wave enveloped Android 17's form, generating a thick cloud of smoke. As the smoke dissipated, Android 17 remained in a defensive stance, though a significant portion of his attire had been charred. Observing the damage to his beloved clothing, a flicker of intense rage crossed Android 17's face. You dare to ruin my favorite outfit, he exclaimed, propelling himself towards Vegeta with remarkable speed. In no time, he appeared before Vegeta, his fist moving with the swiftness of lightning as he launched an assault. Fueled by anger, both his strength and speed had notably increased compared to before. Vegeta deftly dodged while engaging in combat with Android 17. At that moment, the impatient Android 18, who had been waiting, suddenly flew toward the two combatants. She quickly positioned herself beside Android 17, joining him in the assault against Vegeta. I don't need your help. I can handle him alone, Android 17 retorted, feeling a twinge of displeasure at Android 18's sudden involvement. I am not here to assist you. You've been fighting for too long, and now it's my turn, Android 18 huffed. Just then, two figures appeared, Gohan and Krillin. Piccolo, Gohan. Son Gohan nodded and turned his gaze towards Androids 17 and 18. Isn't it rather unjust for you two to gang up on me? Upon hearing this, Android 18 immediately ceased her assault and looked at Son Gohan. Since you believe it to be unfair, I shall direct my attacks at you instead. With a laugh, Android 18 swiftly pivoted and charged towards Son Gohan. Son Gohan chuckled softly, standing motionless in place. Before long, Android 18 dashed in front of him, her fist striking with the swiftness of lightning as she launched her assault. As Sun Wukong's body swayed, he effortlessly evaded the assault of Android 18. How infuriating! Android 18 exclaimed in anger, unleashing a powerful strike with her right fist. As Sun Wukong raised his right hand, he deftly intercepted the punch. The android 18 was taken aback and swiftly lifted her right leg to deliver a kick towards Sun Wukong. Son Gohan's figure flickered and materialized several hundred meters behind him. As Sun Wukong stifled a yawn, he languidly remarked, I suggest you all face me together. Perhaps that way, the battle might endure a little longer. Upon hearing this, Android 18 clenched her fist in indignation, feeling belittled by a mere child. Android 16, noticing Sun Wukong's words, exhibited a flicker of emotion but refrained from intervening. Meanwhile, engaged in combat with Vegeta, Android 17 abruptly sent Vegeta flying, having realized that his recent exertions had significantly weakened him, rendering him no match for Android 17. Sun Wukong. Vegeta, sensing the collective gaze upon him, gritted his teeth in frustration. He was acutely aware that Son Wukong's current prowess far surpassed his own. Nevertheless, he yearned to demonstrate his superiority over both Son Wukong and the androids. Resolute in his thoughts, Vegeta summoned all his strength and charged at Android 17. With a dismissive grunt, Android 17 deftly evaded Vegeta's assault, maneuvering behind him. Startled, Vegeta swiftly turned to face his opponent, only to find Android 17's hand striking forcefully at his neck, rendering him unconscious. Vegeta! Krillin gasped, a wave of concern washing over his features. Despite his personal grievances, he acknowledged that Vegeta was now Bulma's husband. Should Vegeta perish, he would struggle to explain the situation to Bulma. Just as Krillin anticipated Android 17 might deliver a fatal blow to Vegeta, Android 17 unexpectedly darted towards Android 18, landing gracefully beside her. Son Gohan smiled, gazing at the distant Android 16. "Will you not join them in battling alongside me?" he inquired. Android 16 shook his head in response. "No. Even if I were to fight alongside them, I would not stand a chance against you. Moreover, I was created with the sole purpose of eliminating Son Goku." Son Wukong smiled and remarked, "You truly are an intriguing fellow." Upon hearing the words of Android 16, he immediately lifted his gaze to survey his surroundings, as if everything occurring at that moment bore no relevance to him. After speaking, Son Gohan promptly beckoned to Androids 17 and 18 with a gesture of his finger. How infuriating! Android 17, incensed by Gohan's provocation, charged towards him in a fit of rage. Witnessing this, Android 18 joined the fray, racing alongside her companion towards Gohan. In no time, the two reached Gohan and launched their assault. With his hands clasped behind his back, Son Wukong effortlessly evaded all of their attacks. Chapter 61. The Visit from Biddyly. Android 17 was taken aback, his mind struggling to comprehend that their combined efforts with Android 18 had failed to even graze Son Wukong. At that moment, Son Wukong's figure suddenly materialized behind Android 17, delivering a swift strike that rendered him unconscious. 17. Android 18 exclaimed in shock, quickly pivoting her body to launch a forceful kick backward. In a swift motion, Son Wukong's figure materialized before Android 18, his right hand emanating an astonishing aura directed towards her. With a startled cry, Android 18 staggered backward, retreating several paces. "Do you wish to continue this battle?" she inquired, gritting her teeth. "I cannot defeat you, Son Wukong, but I implore you to spare Android 17. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong smiled and replied, "Have I ever stated my intent to slay you? If you do not intend to kill us, do you not fear that we might take the life of Son Wukong?" Upon hearing this, Son Gohan immediately stifled a yawn. "If you possess the capability, then go ahead and kill us," questioned Android 18. "Gohan," Piccolo shouted towards him. "Indeed, have you not spared Vegeta?" At that moment, Android 16 approached and hoisted the fallen Android 17. "Let us depart, 18. Android 18 was taken aback. "You are the swiftest to flee, yet you refuse to engage in battle. Pray tell, how old are you, Android 18? Son Gohan suddenly interjected. "How old?" "Yes, you are designated as 18. Does that not imply you are 18 years of age?" "Humph." Android 18 scoffed. "Then does that mean he, being called 16, is 16? Moreover, one should never inquire about a woman's age. Why is that? You shall come to understand when you mature." "Mature." With that, Android 18 promptly departed alongside Android 16. Just then, Piccolo and the others flew in from the distance. "Gohan, why did you release them?" Piccolo inquired. "Because I believe they are not as ruthless as Trunks claimed." As Son Wukong spoke, he immediately turned his gaze towards the fallen Vegeta. "Krillin, do you have any senzu beans?" "Yes," Krillin replied, swiftly flying to Vegeta's side to feed him a senzu bean. After consuming the bean, Vegeta soon regained consciousness and inquired, "Where are androids 17 and 18? They've already left." "Left? How infuriating." Upon hearing this, Vegeta's heart surged with immense anger. He had intended to defeat androids 17 and 18 to prove his strength. Yet he had not only failed to conquer them, but had also been bested by android 17, resulting in a significant loss of face. "Then, Krillin, shall we return?" "All right." Krillin nodded in agreement. With that, Krillin and the others soared into the sky, leaving Vegeta standing alone on the ground. "Vegeta." Krillin glanced back at him and said. Piccolo reassured, "It's fine, let him cool off for a moment." Krillin nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Android 17 was brought to the side of a small river, where Android 16 provided him with water, helping him regain consciousness. "Where's Gohan?" Android 17 quickly scanned his surroundings upon waking. "He is not here." Android 16 responded. Not here? Indeed, after defeating you in Android 18, he allowed us to leave. 18. Upon hearing this, Android 17 immediately looked towards Android 18, who was leaning casually against a nearby tree, arms crossed. 18. Did he knock you out as well? No. Android 18 replied coolly. Not at all. Android 17 exclaimed in surprise. Son Gohan merely incapacitated one of them. What? Are you disappointed that I remain unscathed? Upon witnessing this, Android 18 cast a somewhat frosty gaze towards Android 17. No, I was merely curious. In response, Android 17 shook his head repeatedly. So, 18. Where shall we go next? I do not know. Shall we take a stroll in the nearby town? Android 17 nodded. Time swiftly passed, and before long, 3 days had elapsed. After 3 days of battling viral heart disease, Son Wukong has finally begun to recover. Throughout this period, Chi-Chi has been almost inseparable in her care for him. Chi-Chi. Son Wukong gazed at Chi-Chi, who lay nestled within his blanket, feeling a surge of emotion within. Upon hearing Son Wukong's voice, Chi-Chi immediately awoke. Wukong. Son Wukong nodded slightly. Wukong, have you recovered? I should be nearly well by now. As Son Wukong spoke, he rose from his bed. You have truly endured much these past few days. It is nothing. All of this is what I ought to do as a wife. And what of Gohan? He is currently in the living room. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Son Wukong immediately strode towards the door. Father. Son Wukong nodded and inquired. Gohan, have you located the androids? Indeed, we have. He replied. But have you eradicated them? Not yet. Why not? Are they stronger than you? It appears they differ from the androids Trunks described, so I chose to spare them. I see. Just then, a sudden ring of the doorbell echoed through the room. Son Gohan opened the door and beheld a girl with twin ponytails. This girl was none other than Biddy Lee. Biddy Lee, she exclaimed with a light laugh. Gohan, is this truly your home? At that moment, Son Wukong also approached from the living room. Hello, uncle. My name is Biddy Lee. We met previously at the restaurant. Oh, I remember now. May I inquire what brings you here? Biddy Lee smiled and replied, I have come to seek Gohan. Gohan? Yes. I wish to engage in a friendly spar with him. I see. Son Wukong turned to Son Gohan and said, Gohan, since Dilly has come to seek you out, why not engage in a friendly spar with her? All right. Son Wukong nodded. Thank you, uncle. After Biddy Lee finished speaking, she immediately turned to Son Wukong with a beaming smile and said, So, Wukong, shall we spar in your backyard? As Son Wukong gazed upon Biddy's cheerful demeanor, he suddenly felt as though he had encountered a mischievous woman. How delightful. Although Son Wukong's interest in sparring was rather limited, he could not refuse when Biddy Lee took the initiative to approach him. Chapter 62. Biddy Lee seeks instruction from Son Wukong. Upon hearing this, Biddy Lee immediately grasped Son Wukong's arm and led him towards the courtyard. Once they arrived in the courtyard, Biddy Lee positioned herself a few dozen meters in front of Son Wukong, adopting a combat stance with her hands poised. Shall we begin now? She inquired. Absolutely, came the enthusiastic reply from Wukong. Son Wukong nodded. Upon hearing this, Biddy Lee immediately let out a loud shout and charged towards Son Wukong. In no time, Biddy Lee reached Son Wukong's front, her fist flying like the wind, launching an assault towards him. As Son Wukong's body shifted, he effortlessly evaded Biddy Lee's assault. To the untrained eye, her strikes might have appeared swift, yet to him, they moved as slowly as a snail. Infuriated, upon realizing her attacks had failed to connect with Son Wukong, Biddy Lee promptly raised her right leg, aiming a kick at him. Son Gohan stepped back, deftly evading Vidal's attack once more. Vidal, you cannot defeat me. I advise you to concede. Oh, Son Gohan, do not be overly confident. I shall grow stronger and vanquish you. Do you have anything else to discuss? Indeed, there is one more matter I wish to inquire about. What is it? Son Gohan, during your father's match in the finals of the World Martial Arts Tournament, he appeared in the sky. Was that merely a trick? A trick? Upon hearing this, Son Wukong wore a look of utter disbelief. Surely, this must be yet another tall tale spun by her father, the perennial trickster. Indeed, for what rational being could ever soar through the skies? No sooner had the thought crossed her mind than Son Wukong began to levitate, ascending gracefully into the firmament. Biddy Lee stood in astonishment. What are the principles of science, the laws of Newton? Could it be that she was ensnared in a dream? Ouch! Biddy Lee pinched her own cheek, quickly awakening to a sharp sensation. She dared not pinch too hard, however. Whoosh! With a swift motion, Son Wukong descended from the heavens, landing before Biddy Lee. Son Wukong, you can fly too? She exclaimed. Indeed. Not just me, but Uncle Krillin and the others can fly as well. Who is Uncle Krillin? Biddy Lee inquired. He asked the one in the restaurant, about my height, with a completely bald head. Oh, but Sun Wukong, how do you all manage to fly? In simple terms, we harness the energy within us to achieve flight. Energy within us? Sun Wukong nodded, raising his right hand, from which a golden energy emanated from his palm. This is what is known as Qi. As Sun Wukong spoke, he swiftly allowed the energy in his hands to dissipate. Oh, Sun Wukong, could you possibly teach me how to fly? No. Why not? There is no time. Please, Sun Wukong. After all, we are friends. Friends? When did we become friends? Right now? Beidali smiled. At that moment, a figure descended from the sky. It was Ragusi. Master. Ragusi. With a nod. Ragusi turned to Beidali and inquired, who is your master? Her name is Beidali, the runner-up of the youth division in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Ragusi replied with a smile. I am Ragusi, Sun Wukong's disciple. Sun Wukong's disciple. Beidali exclaimed in surprise. At merely 10 years of age, Sun Wukong has already taken on a disciple. Indeed, my master is extraordinarily formidable. There is no one on earth who can rival him. Just as he began to elaborate, Sun Wukong abruptly covered his mouth with his hand. No one on earth can rival whom? No one. Son Gohan chuckled. Upon hearing this, Biddy Lee's face immediately donned a hint of skepticism. Since Son Gohan has taken you as his master, why not allow me to also take you as my mentor? Take me as your mentor? Indeed, considering your remarkable prowess, it would be of little consequence for me to seek your guidance. Upon hearing this, Legus's expression grew somewhat displeased. If Sun Wukong were to take on an additional disciple, he would undoubtedly have less time to devote to her instruction. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong immediately found himself in a state of hesitation. If you do not agree, I shall come to your home every day to seek you out. Very well then. Upon hearing this, Ragusi's face instantly flushed with indignation. Had she known, she would not have ventured to West City to find Sun Wukong today. Then, Sun Wukong, could you teach me how to soar through the skies? Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong immediately cast a glance at her and inquired, what shall I call you, master? Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong smiled faintly. Master, can you now teach me how to soar through the skies? And Ragu, could you impart the art of aerial dance to her? Me? Ragu was taken aback. Indeed. Is there any issue? None at all. After hearing this, Ragu had no choice but to instruct Bidalai in the art of aerial dance. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong stepped back into the house with an air of nonchalance. Another assistant has been added to our ranks. Ragusi, how old are you this year? 9, and what of it? Oh, merely a curious inquiry. So, how long have you been apprenticed to Sun Wukong? For a year now. 1 year already? Exclaimed Bidalai, astonished. Indeed. Do not let my master's youthful appearance deceive you. His strength is formidable. Bidalai nodded in agreement. Though she was uncertain of the extent of the strength Ragusi mentioned, it was undoubtedly greater than her own. Then, Bidalai, do you know what Ki is? I do not. Bidalai shook her head. In a city located in the southern part of Earth, a striking blonde woman and a dashing young boy adorned in a red scarf strolled along the sidewalk. These two were none other than androids 17 and 18. Following closely behind them was a tall figure, android 16. Since their defeat at the hands of Sun Wukong, they had decided to explore the cities of Earth, indulging in the purchase of exquisite clothing and mobile phones. The funds for their shopping spree were acquired from notorious gangs. At this moment, their hands were laden with numerous garments. 18. The technological advancements on Earth are indeed convenient. One can purchase anything with just a smartphone. Indeed. Android 18 nodded. So, what are your plans next? With Dr. Jero now deceased, they no longer had to heed anyone's commands and could simply live according to their own desires. I haven't decided yet. Do you intend to challenge Sun Wukong in battle? Do you believe you can surpass Sun Wukong? His strength may not necessarily match that of Sun Wukong. Not interested. Let's see if you can defeat Sun Wukong first. Android 17 scoffed. Once my strength increases, I shall surely vanquish that fellow. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had elapsed. Under Ragusi's tutelage, Bidalai had learned to levitate her body. Chapter 63. What sister? She is your master's wife in West City, at Sun Wukong's residence. Bidalai was in the courtyard practicing her levitation technique. After a prolonged session, she grew weary and settled onto a chair in the yard. Moments later, a projection of Sun Wukong's doppelganger emerged from the house. Master, Bidalai called out loudly to the projection, nodded and approached. How is your training going, Biddy? He inquired. I can now fly in the sky. Is that so? She replied. By the way, Master, why do you study at home with a tutor instead of attending school? Because studying with a tutor allows for fewer restrictions than at school. I see. So, Master, how are your studies progressing? Not too bad, Master. Yesterday, the school asked us to come up with a slogan for traffic safety. Could you help me think of one? There are countless roads. But safety is the foremost rule. If driving is not regulated, it will bring tears to loved ones. Son Gohan's doppelganger remarked. Driving without adherence to regulations brings forth tears from loved ones. Master, your slogan is truly remarkable. By the way, do you have any particular sayings you cherish? Sayings? Well, replied Bidalai, if I desire something, the heavens shall not deny it. If I seek to be devoid of it, the heavens shall not permit its existence. Master. That statement exudes such authority. And you, Bidalai, do you possess a favorite saying? Indeed. A phrase I hold dear is, humility fosters progress, while arrogance leads to decline. Upon hearing the words of Son Wukong, Son Gohan was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Bidalai, despite her tender age, possessed such profound insight into martial arts. Yet, it was unfortunate that she remained merely a terrestrial being, destined to reach no greater heights than that of Krillin at best. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, a month had elapsed. According to the timeline of Dragon Ball, Cell should have already appeared on Earth. However, due to Son Gohan's guidance in training the future Trunks from an alternate timeline, the future Cell not only failed to eliminate Trunks and seize the time machine, but was ultimately vanquished by him instead. On Earth, at the site of the Baozi Mountain, Bidalai had, over the course of a month, mastered the art of flight. Having taken Son Gohan as her mentor, he felt compelled to devise a rigorous training regimen for her. At that moment, she was diligently performing push-ups while bearing a purple turtle shell on her back, which Son Gohan had borrowed from Master Roshi, weighing a substantial 20 kilograms. 99, 100. Bidalai exclaimed, releasing a long sigh of relief. Through this period of training, she finally came to understand the reasons behind her inability to surpass Son Gohan. Sun Wufan's daily training is undoubtedly far more arduous than hers. If she were able to defeat Sun Wufan, it would indeed be a miracle. Behind a large tree in the distance, someone was observing this scene, Android 17. Ever since his defeat at the hands of Sun Wufan, Android 17 has felt a lingering sense of dissatisfaction and yearns for a rematch. Thus, he stealthily ventured to Baozi Mountain today to assess Sun Wufan's progress. Who is this little girl? Could she be Sun Wufan's disciple? Android 17 pondered silently. Just then, a figure flew in from afar. It was Ragusi. Ragusi. Bidalai greeted her. Ragusi nodded in acknowledgement. How's your training going? Not bad. Android 17 wondered. Who is this fellow? Never mind. My primary focus now is to train and grow stronger. With this thought, Android 17 swiftly departed from Baozi Mountain. In a milk tea shop in West City, a golden-haired, blue-eyed woman was simultaneously sipping milk tea while engrossed in her phone. This was Android 18. Since Android 16 preferred solitude, he had parted ways with them a week prior. 18. Upon hearing her name, Android 18 turned around to see Android 17 approaching. 17. Android 17 nodded. 18. Sun Wufan is currently training at Baozi Mountain, and it seems he has taken on 2 female disciples. Female disciples? Indeed. I was too afraid of being discovered by him, so I didn't dare to confirm. Android 18 replied, taking a sip of her milk tea. And then, what else? I simply want to know where he is, and once I become stronger, I will defeat him. 18. Would you like to train with me to defeat Sun Wufan? Not interested. You should put in the effort on your own. After hearing this, Android 17 snorted coldly and turned to leave. Sun Wufan. Once Android 17 had departed, Android 18 slurped her bubble tea and then stood up to exit the milk tea shop. At Baozi Mountain, in the gravity chamber. At this moment, Sun Wukong was training under the luminous radiance of the cosmic seed, enduring 1,000-fold gravity. Suddenly, Ragusi entered from outside and said, Master, there is a lady outside seeking your presence. A lady? Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong immediately stepped outside and beheld a figure that was quite familiar to him. It was none other than Android 18. 18, he exclaimed, and she nodded in acknowledgement. What brings you here? 18. Are you still dissatisfied with your last defeat and seeking another battle with me? Sun Wukong, I have not come to challenge you today. Instead, I am here to request a favor, she replied. A favor? He echoed, intrigued. Indeed, Android 17 has been unable to accept the outcome of our previous encounter. He wishes to challenge you once more after he has grown stronger, and I hope that when he comes to you for a rematch, you might show him some leniency. Very well. Son Wukong nodded. Do you have any other matters to discuss? None. Is there not an explosive device within you in Android 17? Android 18 was taken aback. How did you know? I possess all knowledge. Would you like me to ask Aunt Bulma to assist in disarming the explosive device within you? Thank you for your kindness. But that won't be necessary. Android 18 shook her head. Shall I use the Dragon Balls to remove the explosive device? No need. Android 18 shook her head once more. Can you tell me how old you are now? Android 18 smiled and replied, I'll tell you when we meet next. With that, she immediately turned and flew away. Master. Who exactly is that sister? Sister? That is your master's wife. Master's wife. Regis was taken aback. Master, do you prefer someone so mature? What's wrong with that? And remember, you must not disclose this to anyone, or I shall expel you from the sect. Chapter 64. Activating Androids 13, 14, and 15. Yes, Master. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong immediately turned his gaze towards the distant figure of Biddy, who was diligently training. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 6 months had elapsed. During this tranquil period, Ragus, after half a year of arduous training, finally commenced his regimen under a gravity that was 100 times heavier. Meanwhile, Biddy also made significant progress during this time. However, her advancements were somewhat constrained due to her academic commitments. Master, I have now conquered the 100-fold gravity. You should be able to teach me the technique of duplication now, right? In the gravity chamber atop Bowsy Mountain, Ragus was earnestly tugging at Son Wukong's hands. Indeed. I can teach you, but you must promise me that once you learn it, you shall not impart this knowledge to anyone, not even to Biddy. Son Wukong nodded. Good master, I promise you. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong promptly imparted the art of the shadow clone technique to Ragusi. Must one truly pluck a hair? Ragusi inquired, glancing at her long tresses cascading down to her waist. Indeed. However, if you are reluctant, you need not proceed. No. I wish to learn. Is it merely a single strand? I possess over 3,000. How can you be so certain you have 3,000? Doesn't the book state there are 3,000 strands of troubles? The book also claims there are golden houses within its pages and beauties like jade. Do you truly believe such words? Is that not the case? Of course not. Son Wukong was rendered speechless. If it is absent, then so be it. Master, I have now plucked a hair from my head. Please instruct me on how to transform it into my doppelganger. Very well. Son Wukong nodded. The morning swiftly passed, and Son Wukong had imparted the essence of the multiplication technique to Ragusi. Now, it was solely dependent on Ragusi to comprehend and master the technique. Time was also running late. It was nearly time for me to return home for a meal. Very well, master. If I master the multiplication technique, can you teach me instant transmission? Let us discuss that once you have acquired the multiplication technique. Understood, master. I will certainly strive to succeed. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong instantaneously teleported back to his home. In the afternoon, after awakening from his slumber, he opened his computer to inspect the 3 androids at Dr. Gero's other research facility. Although Dr. Gero had been vanquished, the supercomputer at the alternate laboratory continued its operations undeterred. Presently, androids number 13, 14, and 15 were nearing completion. However, these nearly finished creations had their original directives altered by Son Wukong, transforming them into obedient guardians of Earth. Dr. Gero could scarcely have anticipated that the androids he designed to eliminate Son Wukong would ultimately become valiant protectors of the planet. The appearances of the trio resembled those from the Dragon Ball movies. Android 13 was a robust man with white hair. Android 14 was a tall figure with pale skin and a long braid atop his head, and Android 15 was a diminutive being with purple skin. Is it nearly finished? He mused, and as if in response, the computer screen promptly displayed the words completed. Thus, it was accomplished. As Son Wukong spoke, he retrieved the heavenly mirror and made his way to another research facility of Dr. Gero. There, the androids number 13, 14, and 15 lay quietly within their slumber chambers. Upon casting a glance at the trio, Son Gohan promptly pressed the switch of the sleep pod. The 3 soon awakened from their slumber and emerged. Son Gohan. They greeted in unison. Son Gohan nodded. What brings you here, Son Gohan? Inquired Android 13. It's nothing much. I merely came to activate you all. I see. Furthermore, the Earth is currently at peace, so the 3 of you may engage in some benevolent deeds on this planet. Very well, responded Android 13 with a nod. Son Gohan gazed at the android number 13, who bore a villainous countenance and obediently adhered to his commands. To his surprise, he found himself somewhat unaccustomed to this dynamic. He was now a virtuous individual, not one of malevolence. In his heart, Sun Wukong silently uttered a phrase before departing from the research facility. After Sun Wukong departed, the three swiftly exited the research facility. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had elapsed. Despite 2 days of diligent training, Ragusi still found herself unable to transform her hair into a clone. Though the technique of creating clones is not particularly formidable, mastering it proves to be far from simple. Son Gohan's ability to master his powers instantaneously is entirely due to the system. West City, home of Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong was practicing in his courtyard when he suddenly noticed a multitude of dark energies manifesting in the azure sky. What could this be? No sooner had he spoken than the voice of the North King resounded in his ears. Wukong, we have a grave situation. A substantial amount of dead energy has been unleashed upon Earth. Dead energy? Wukong echoed. Indeed, this dead energy poses a significant threat to both humans and plants. Your planet can endure it for no more than 100 days. If you cannot resolve this dead energy within that time frame, all life on Earth will perish. Then, dear King, do you have any knowledge of the origin of this dead energy? At present, the source remains unknown. I shall investigate this matter for you. I am truly grateful, noble King. The North King nodded solemnly. Dead energy. As Sun Wukong spoke, he hurriedly dashed into the house in search of Sun Wufan. With Chi-Chi now expecting their second child, he needed to devise a way to eliminate the deadly aura to prevent any harm to the fetus. Upon entering the room, Sun Wukong swiftly conveyed the situation regarding the deadly aura to Sun Wufan. The deadly aura. Sun Wukong nodded. Gohan, do you possess any method to swiftly resolve the essence of death? I shall give it a try. As Sun Wukong spoke, he stepped out of the room and retrieved the celestial mirror from the system. Through this mystical artifact, he swiftly arrived before the device that emitted the lethal aura. At that moment, 2 figures materialized before him, Frisia and King Cold. However, they were not their corporeal forms, merely fragments of their souls. Get lost. Sun Wukong bellowed upon seeing the obstruction. Instantly, an overwhelming force radiated from his body, causing the 2 specters to dissipate into nothingness. Boom. Once they vanished, Sun Wukong concentrated a wave of energy in his right hand and obliterated the device that released the deadly aura. He then proceeded to the next location, demolishing other devices that unleashed the lethal energy. Once all the apparatuses were destroyed, the ominous aura in the sky significantly diminished, yet traces still lingered in the air. Chapter 65, The Demonic Light Cannon Beyond Earth. A small asteroid was hurtling toward the planet. This asteroid, known as the Dark Planet, was composed of a multitude of discarded machines. It was created by a Zephyrian named Dr. Loki. Initially, Dr. Loki was the foremost scientist on the planet Zephyr. During the genocide of the Zephyrians by the Scions, he completed the creation of the Grudge Wave Amplifier, Hachiak, intending to flee Zephyr with the device. However, he was slain by the Scions before he could escape. Later, he was resurrected due to the very device he had crafted, and thus commenced his vengeful scheme against the Scions. The lethal aura on Earth was a result of missiles he launched, which delivered the deadly devices to the planet. At this moment, Dr. Loki realized that the devices he had deployed on Earth had been destroyed. Damn it. I never anticipated those Scions would act so swiftly, demolishing my devices on Earth so quickly. Dr. Loki clenched his fists, seething with rage. Suddenly, a figure appeared before him. It was Sun Wukong. Scion. Dr. Loki gasped in surprise. He had not expected Sun Wukong to find him so quickly. Son Gohan gazed at him coldly and said, The energy of extinction on Earth was unleashed by you. Was it not? Upon hearing this, Dr. Lychee erupted into laughter. Indeed. My intention is to eradicate you despicable Scions with this very energy of extinction. Were it not for your loathsome Scion kind, our race, the Tsufals, would not have faced annihilation. I seek vengeance for my people. Is that so? As Sun Wukong spoke, he gathered a golden energy in his right hand and directed it towards Dr. Lychee. Startled, Dr. Lychee hastily summoned a green protective shield before him. Boom. With a resounding explosion, both Dr. Lychee and his shield were reduced to ashes. The ground soon became enveloped in the thick smoke produced by the blast. As the dust gradually settled, a dark mist was drawn into the malevolent amplification device, which was none other than Dr. Lychee's vengeful spirit. At that moment, Sun Wukong suddenly sensed an overwhelming aura. Crash! The glass of the device, which had been accumulating a plethora of vengeful spirits, shattered, and from the broken glass emerged a towering figure with crimson skin, adorned with a blue gem on his head, hands, feet, and chest. This being was named Hachiak, a life form evolved from the absorbed hatred of the Zephyr people. Whoosh! Upon his emergence, Hachiyak swiftly charged towards Sun Wukong. Whoosh. Bang, bang, bang. Sun Wukong clenched his fists and engaged in combat with Hachiyak. Due to Hachiyak's remarkably resilient physique, Sun Wukong's attacks inflicted minimal damage upon him. Bang. With a single powerful punch, Sun Wukong sent Hachiyak flying. Swiftly, he retrieved 3 strands of hair from his attire, transforming them into his replicas. With a resounding shout, the 3 duplicates simultaneously transformed into Super Saiyans, charging towards Hachiyak and engaging in a fierce battle. Taking advantage of the moment, Sun Wukong placed his fingertips upon his forehead. Channeling his energy, after a brief period, he completed the gathering of his power and directed it towards his doppelgangers, commanding them to seize the target. Upon hearing his orders, the 3 manifestations immediately restrained Hachiyak by his hands and feet. Demonic converging energy cannon, Sun Wukong suddenly shouted, thrusting his right hand forward as 2 fingers unleashed a powerful beam of energy, enveloped in spiraling forces. Hachiyak, attempting to break free from Sun Wukong's doppelgangers, found their strength insurmountable, rendering him unable to escape. With a resounding crash, Sun Wukong's demonic converging energy cannon pierced through Hachiyak's body, propelling him like a meteor out of the dark planet. In that instant, Hachiyak's body shattered upon being penetrated, leading to a catastrophic self-detonation. The dark planet, triggered by Hachiyak's demise, initiated its self-destruction. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong promptly employed the celestial mirror, transporting his doppelganger to the earth. Boom. After Gohan departed, the dark planet swiftly erupted within the cosmos. Upon returning to Earth, Gohan promptly borrowed the Dragon Radar from Bulma to seek out the Dragon Balls, requesting Shinron to completely eradicate the pervasive aura of despair that engulfed the sky. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, another 6 months had elapsed. Son Gohan's younger brother, Son Goten, has been born today. Thanks to Son Gohan's angelic staff, Chi-Chi experienced little to no pain during the delivery of Son Goten. In West City, at the home of Son Goku, Bulma is currently visiting the newly born Son Goten with Trunks. Upon hearing that Chi-Chi had no discomfort, she turned to Son Gohan with a radiant smile and said, "Gohan, where did you acquire that staff your mother mentioned? Why didn't you assist me during my childbirth?" "Aunt Bulma, I received this staff from a kind old man in my dreams." Bulma, somewhat skeptical, responded, "Next time, you must help me during my delivery." "Oh, certainly." Son Gohan nodded. "Trunks, this is your younger brother Goten." "Younger brother Goten?" Trunks, being merely 2 years old, did not grasp the full meaning of Bulma's words. So he simply responded with a sound of acknowledgement. "MMM." Bulma nodded. "From now on, you must take good care of your brother. By the way, Aunt Bulma, how is Uncle Vegeta doing lately? What else can he be doing? He still trains every day, insisting that he will defeat you and Goku." "I see." After a brief conversation between Bulma and Chi-Chi, she took Trunks and departed. Goten. Son Gohan glanced at his younger brother and suddenly realized that he had wet his pants. "Father, Goten has soiled his trousers. Please come quickly to assist with the change." "All right, I shall fetch him a new pair at once." Time flew by. And before they knew it, a month had passed in the blink of an eye. After a month, Sun Wutian has begun to walk. Due to her household chores and cooking, Chi-Chi has little time to care for the child, thus entrusting this responsibility to Sun Wufan. Due to his commitment to training, Sun Wukong entrusted this matter to Biddy. The adage to raise an army for 1,000 days is to use it for a single moment aptly applies here, as it is precisely at this juncture that Biddy proves most invaluable. However, this is contingent upon a specific condition. Sun Wukong must impart to her the Kamehameha technique. On Earth, atop the Baozi Mountain. At this moment, Sun Wukong sat upon a grassy expanse, assessing his battle power. Name, Sun Wukong, age, 11, gender, male. Battle power, 70 billion. Just 30 billion more. Chapter 66, Battle Power of 100 billion, Divine Fishing Rod. According to the battle power assigned by the system, it was improbable for Sun Wukong to reach 70 billion so swiftly. However, as a scion endowed with immense potential, his training progressed at an astonishing pace. No sooner had he finished speaking than a figure descended from the sky. It was none other than Android 17. Android 17 nodded. "Sun Wukong, I am here today to challenge you." "A challenge?" "Indeed. Although I was defeated by you before, my training has significantly enhanced my strength, and this time I shall not be vanquished. What on earth is wrong with this fellow?" Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong contemplated silently. In the original Dragon Ball narrative, while Android 17 is indeed competitive, his fervor is not as pronounced. However, when comparing the Android 17 from the future to the present one, the former is merciless, whereas the current Android 17 does not embody such ruthlessness. With this thought in mind, a faint smile appeared on Son Wukong's face as he spoke. Very well. Upon hearing this, Android 17 let out a powerful shout and charged towards Son Wukong. As Son Wukong's son, Gohan, swiftly evaded the assault of Android 17. He demonstrated remarkable agility. Damn it! Android 17 exclaimed angrily, unleashing a powerful strike with both fists directed forward. Son Gohan swiftly sidestepped, evading the assault of Android 17 once more. In response, Android 17 retreated, channeling a tremendous surge of energy into his hands before unleashing a barrage of attacks towards Son Gohan. Whoosh! Boom! 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 As Son Wukong swiftly evaded, he deftly dodged all the energy blasts from Android 17. With gritted teeth, Android 17 readied himself to charge at Son Wukong once more. However, a sudden voice emerged from behind him. You have lost. Upon hearing this, Android 17 turned to glance back, only to find Son Wukong raising his right hand directly at him. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Android 17's forehead. Why do you not strike me? Upon hearing this, Son Wukong immediately lowered his hand and remarked, I have promised Android 18 to show mercy towards you. Android 18, has she sought you out? Indeed. When did this occur? It must have been about a year ago. A year ago? Could it have been when Android 17 mentioned it? With that, the android swiftly turned and departed. Upon witnessing this, Son Gohan glanced at the tail that had sprouted behind him. Having ascended to the third level of Super Saiyan, he found himself at a crossroads with three possible paths, the first being to further pursue the transformations of Super Saiyan, ultimately mastering the form of Super Saiyan 4. The second, to embark on the divine path, achieving the transformation of Super Saiyan God. And the third, akin to the original narrative, to adopt the enigmatic route of Mystic Gohan, thereby attaining the form of Beast Gohan. Beast Gohan represents a new transformation that emerges when he is engulfed in fury, differing from Super Saiyan 4 in that it does not rely on a tail to transcend his limitations. Moreover, Gohan's mystical state can only be achieved with the assistance of the Elder Kaioshin, who remains sealed within the Z-Sword. Hence, to master Beast Gohan, he must first liberate the Elder Kaioshin. However, Gohan is not in haste to attain the Beast Gohan form, nor is he anxious to rescue the Elder Kaioshin. As time swiftly passed, a year had gone by in the blink of an eye. After a year of rigorous training, Son Wukong finally elevated his combat power to an astonishing 100 billion. Ding! Congratulations, Master, your combat power has reached 100 billion. As a reward, you have received the Self-Extremity Technique, a divine fishing rod capable of catching skills, combat power, and various treasures, the Divine Instant Transmission, Flash Technique, and 999 senza beans. No sooner had the announcement resounded than a plethora of memories flooded Son Wukong's mind. The Divine Fishing Rod. Indeed, Master. Can it be utilized for fishing anywhere? Absolutely, Master. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong immediately produced his Divine Fishing Rod and settled by the waterfall of Baozi Mountain, beginning to fish. Ding! Congratulations, Master. You have caught a power level of 100. Ding! Congratulations, Master. You have caught a power level of 999. Ding! Congratulations, Master. You have caught a 100-fold Solar Fist. As soon as the words left his lips, a memory of the 100-fold Solar Fist instantly materialized in Son Wukong's mind. Although this divine fishing rod was remarkable, it was still somewhat slower than his own training. Well, Master, you must continue to train diligently. Ding! Congratulations, Master. You have caught 10 Spirit Tree Fruits. The Spirit Tree Fruits. Initially intending to reel in his line, Son Wukong immediately lowered his hand upon hearing this. After a considerable time, Son Wukong managed to catch 10 beans of the immortal, but nothing else of note. Perhaps it is best to reel in the line after all. As Son Wukong spoke, he swiftly reeled in the line, and from the waterfall emerged a magnificent fish. This fishing rod indeed proved to be quite effective, Son Gohan remarked, bringing back the fish and presenting it to Ragusi. Master, from where did you procure this fish? From the waterfall on the mountain. It wasn't he caught. It was fished. Oh, then what inspired you to fish today, Master? Is it not permissible for me to indulge in such a pastime? Of course, Master. Your wisdom and prowess are unparalleled in every endeavor you undertake. Enough with the flattery. How goes your practice of the clone technique? Master, I am now capable of producing 2 clones. 2, you say? How many can you create, Master? Over 3,000. By the way, I have some fruit here. Would you care to have some? Fruit? As Sun Wukong spoke, he retrieved 2 spirit tree fruits from within his garments. Master, what are these fruits? I have never seen them before. These are known as spirit tree fruits. Consuming them will enhance your strength. Is that so? Then, Master, shall I wash these fruits now? Indeed. Son Wukong nodded. He was uncertain whether Ragusa disdained him for placing the spirit tree's fruit in his attire or if she was merely particular. Well then, Ragusa. Shall I take my leave? Very well, Master. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wufan instantly teleported back to his home. Master, in the yard of Sun Wukong's residence, Biddy Li, who was tending to Sun Wutian, felt a surge of joy at Sun Wufan's return. At last, she could relinquish her duties of caring for Sun Wutian and return home. Sun Wukong nodded and handed 2 fruits from the Tree of Might to Biddy Li. Biddy Li, these are the fruits of the Tree of Might. Consuming them will enhance your strength. Upon hearing this, Biddy Li's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she swiftly accepted the 2 fruits. Her arduous efforts were finally yielding some rewards. Brother. At that moment, Son Gohan, who had been standing nearby, suddenly spoke up. Although Sun Wukong is still quite young in years, he is already capable of expressing himself verbally. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong immediately lifted him up. Chapter 67, A Father-Daughter Duel. So, Wukong, shall I take my leave? Oh. Very well. Sun Wufan nodded. Upon returning home, Biddy Li washed the spirit tree fruit given to her by Sun Wufan before consuming it. With a crisp crunch. After taking a few bites, Biddy Li suddenly felt an overwhelming surge of power within her. It seems my strength has truly increased, she exclaimed, glancing at the other spirit tree fruit in her hand. If one fruit could enhance her abilities so significantly, consuming the other would surely amplify her strength even further. With this thought in mind, Biddy Li hastened to finish the second fruit. She then reclined on the sofa behind her, reflecting on her encounter with Sun Wufan. Before meeting him, she had believed her father's strength was formidable. However, after crossing paths with Sun Wufan, it felt as though she had glimpsed an entirely new world, one brimming with wonder. The following day, after having breakfast, Sun Wukong returned to the waterfall atop Baozi Mountain to indulge in fishing once more. Although fishing may not yield results as swiftly as cultivation, it afforded Sun Wukong the opportunity to acquire certain skills and treasures. Thus, he was eager to continue his angling in hopes of reeling in something remarkable. The day swiftly passed, and before he knew it, evening had descended. Today, Sun Wukong's son, Gohan, cast his line and unexpectedly reeled in a diamond crown, over 20 magical beans, and a small spacecraft. How infuriating. I refuse to believe that I cannot catch something remarkable. Thus, Gohan continued his fishing endeavors for 3 more days. Yet, he still failed to land anything of worth. Master. Fishing relies heavily on fortune. I believe that focusing on your training is of greater significance at this moment. Ding. Congratulations, Master, for catching the Earth's Dragon Ball, which grants a wish once a year. The system was rendered speechless. What a wretched fishing rod. Just as it intended to advise Gohan to prioritize his training, he inadvertently hooked a Dragon Ball. Indeed, the system was correct. Fishing is undoubtedly a game of chance. As Sun Wukong gazed at the shimmering Dragon Ball nestled within his inventory, he inquired, System, must this Dragon Ball be utilized in the same manner as the Earth's Dragon Balls to summon Shenron? No, simply utter your wish, and I shall grant it, came the response. Oh, so you effectively become Shenron? He mused. Indeed. So would you like to make a wish, Master? The system replied with a hint of sarcasm. Not at all. Sun Wukong retorted, prompting the system to lose interest in further conversation. Noticing the system's silence, he promptly returned home. The following day, Son Gohan resumes his training once more. In the West City, within the confines of Mr. Satan's martial arts dojo, Videl, displeased by Mr. Satan's reluctance to allow her to practice martial arts with Son Gohan, challenges him to a duel. Although Mr. Satan initially hesitates to accept this challenge, he realizes that declining would hinder his efforts to persuade Videl to abandon her training with Son Gohan. Consequently, he reluctantly agrees, despite his acquiescence to Videl's challenge. A palpable anxiety grips his heart. At that moment, the two stand in a secluded room of the dojo, a place where Mr. Satan typically hones his skills. Fearing defeat, he ensures that they are alone. Well, Dad, can we begin? Videl inquires. All right. Mr. Satan nods. In an instant, Videl moves with swiftness and brings Mr. Satan crashing to the ground. Ouch! He exclaims, but suppresses his cry, unwilling to lose face before Videl. You lost, Dad, she proclaims triumphantly. No, I merely let my guard down. Shall we have another go? Sure, but no cheating this time. Videl retorts. Is your father the type to cheat? He questions. only to be met with her silence. Ahem. Mr. Satan coughs. Now, Videl, let us commence. She nods in agreement. With a fierce shout, Mr. Satan charges at Videl. Just as he approaches her, she unexpectedly slips beneath him and executes a shoulder throw, sending him sprawling to the mat. Ouch! He cannot contain his yelp of pain. As he recovers, he finds himself gazing into her clear eyes, causing a flush to rise to his cheeks, the sting of defeat painfully evident. Dad! Videl exclaims. All right. I promise not to obstruct your training with Son Gohan any longer, but you must keep my loss a secret. Fine, Dad. She replies, nodding enthusiastically. By the way, Videl, could you inquire if Son Gohan is still accepting disciples? Accepting disciples? She echoes. Yes. I would also like him to teach me martial arts. But Dad, wouldn't that make me your senior disciple? Mr. Satan is momentarily at a loss for words, having not considered this angle. Well, it seems I shall not be taking Son Gohan as my master after all, he declares, shaking his head. His initial whimsy dissipates upon hearing Videl's words. Though you cannot formally become his disciple, I shall still guide you in your training, Videl asserts confidently. Upon hearing this, Mr. Satan was instantly filled with anger. However, he reconsidered, realizing that Bidalai was merely guiding him in his training, and she was not attempting to have him become her disciple. What do you think, Father? Mr. Satan cleared his throat. So, Bidalai, how did Gohan instruct you in your training? Gohan, at first, had me carry a 20-pound turtle shell. A turtle shell? Mr. Satan's mind immediately conjured up an image of himself laboriously climbing while burdened by such a shell. Bidalai recounted all that Gohan had taught her to Mr. Satan. Once she finished her tale, Mr. Satan gazed at her with a serious expression. Bidalai, I must ask you not to disclose how Gohan instructed you to anyone else. Of course, Father. Bidalai nodded. If there is nothing more, I shall take my leave. Mr. Satan nodded in agreement. Time swiftly passed, and a month slipped by in the blink of an eye. As Goten had grown, he no longer required Bidalai's daily assistance. At this moment, Bidalai stood upon a grassy expanse atop Bowsy Mountain, her face alight with envy as she observed the clones conjured by Ragus. Ragus, your technique for creating clones is remarkable. Could you possibly teach me as well? Certainly, but you must agree to one condition. What condition? You cannot tell Master about my teaching you this technique. Not tell Master? Why? Because I promised Master that I wouldn't teach it to anyone else. I see. But why would you agree to teach me? Ragus chuckled. Master knows many things. Yet he is somewhat reluctant to teach me. Thus, we can learn different techniques from him. You teach me, and I shall teach you. That makes sense. But wouldn't that be inappropriate? Why worry? We are his only 2 disciples. If he doesn't teach us, who else would he teach? Bidalai nodded in understanding. Then Ragus, what have you learned from Master? Solar Flare, Kamehameha, Clone Technique, Afterimage Fist, Drunken Fist. What about you? I've only mastered the Kamehameha for now. He advised me to focus on my training first, and once I become stronger, he will teach me the others. Master told me the same initially, and after much practice. He eventually taught me the clone technique. What about the others? The rest were quite simple. I learned them in just a few days. Now I wish to learn Master's instant transmission. In that case, I fear it might be quite some time before I receive Master's teaching. Don't worry. Bidalai, when Master finally teaches you, be sure not to mention that you wish to learn the clone technique or instant transmission. Understood. Meanwhile, in the heavenly realm, within the room of spirit and time. At this moment, Sun Wukong sat on the ground of the Hyperbolic Time Chamber, engaged in the tranquil art of fishing. Ding. Congratulations, Master. You have caught a power level of 1888. Ding. Congratulations, Master. You have acquired 20 cents of beans. Ding. Congratulations, Master. You have attained a power level of 1999. Indeed, the Hyperbolic Time Chamber proves to be a haven for fishing. Listening to the incessant notifications from the system, Sun Wukong stifled a yawn and remarked, Ding. Congratulations, Master. You have reeled in the Kaioken sword. The Kaioken sword? Yes, Master. But it is not the one that seals the old Kaioken. Ding. Congratulations, Master. You have caught a regular longevity peach, which can extend your life by 10 years. A longevity peach? Isn't that an item from the realm of immortals? Indeed, Master. So, system. Is it possible for this divine fishing rod to catch a potion that could enhance height by 5 centimeters? I believe that may be quite unlikely. But do you not possess the Dragon Balls, Master? No, I was merely inquiring casually. After spending half a day fishing, Sun Wukong withdrew his line and exited the Hyperbolic Time Chamber. Though half a day had elapsed within, Only a few minutes had passed outside. In the blink of an eye, another year had slipped away. At the tender age of 3, Sun Wutian has reached a stage where he no longer requires any assistance and spends his days joyfully playing alongside Trunks. During this year, although Sun Wukong's combat power has surged remarkably, he still finds himself somewhat distant from his modest target of 1 trillion. At this moment, Sun Wukong is instructing Son Goten in their training atop the Baozi Mountain. Goten conjured several white apparitions from his mouth, transforming them into his likeness. This technique is known as the chewing gum spirit. Let the count begin. After Sun Wukong spat out all the chewing gum spirits, he declared, 1, 2, 3, 4. Excellent. Number 1, your target is the large rock ahead. Yes, responded number 1, and immediately charged towards the imposing boulder. With a tremendous explosion, the rock was shattered into countless fragments. Number 2, your target is the pond in front. Yes, replied number 2, who then swiftly soared towards the water's surface. With a resounding blast, a towering wave erupted, sending a multitude of fish into the air. So many fish. Brother, we can feast on fish today? Sun Wukong gazed at the fish that had been propelled into the air by the explosion. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong let out a dry chuckle. Truly, the fate of the fish was rather grim, either ensnared by his hook or blown to bits by Son Goten's explosives. Number 3, number 4. Your target is the wild boars ahead. Understood. The 2 gum spirits immediately charged towards the 2 wild boars that had suddenly appeared. Boom, boom, with 2 resounding explosions. The wild boars were left in a gruesome state. Goten, let's refrain from detonating the wild boars. Oh, then shall we collect these fish and take them back, brother? Absolutely. Son Gohan nodded. Upon returning home, Son Gohan and Son Goten presented the fried fish to Chi-Chi. Gohan, where did you acquire this fish? She inquired. It's fried. Goten replied. Fried, you say? Indeed, Goten is a scion after all. Chi-Chi acknowledged. However, you must keep an eye on Goten. Make sure he doesn't harm anyone. Understood. Sun Wukong nodded. At that moment, a voice from the system suddenly echoed in his ears. Ding. System upgrade complete. The master's training has once again doubled. Doubling means that the master can now increase his battle power by 60 with just 1 finger push-up, and under 1,000 times gravity, that would amount to 60,000, which translates to 600 million with 10,000 repetitions in a day, and 2 billion with 20,000, reaching a staggering 36 billion in a month. Indeed. Master, in 3 months, that would accumulate to 100 billion, and in a year, 400 billion. What a remarkable ascent. Yes, Master, thus you must diligently devote yourself to training. With 9 years remaining until Beerus awakens, I estimate I could cultivate my battle power to around 40 trillion. The enhancement of Super Saiyan 4 ranges from 8,000 to 20,000 times, which would place my battle power at approximately 800 quadrillion. The unit following billion is trillion, the unit after trillion is quadrillion, and the unit after quadrillion is quintillion. 10 trillion equals 1 quadrillion, 10 quadrillion equals 1 quintillion, and 10 quintillion equals 1 sextillion. Beyond sextillion come septillion, octillion, nonillion, decillion, undecillion, and duodecillion, with each unit differing by a factor of 10,000. Afternoon. Son Gohan had not napped for long before he arrived at the gravity training grounds atop Baozi Mountain. Master, why have you come so early today? Ragusi inquired with curiosity. Typically, Son Gohan would not arrive for training until 2 o'clock, yet today he appeared at 1:30. Oh, it's nothing. I simply felt a sudden urge to train diligently today. I see. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Bidalai also arrived at Baozi Mountain for her training. A year had passed, and her strength had significantly increased. Having consumed the fruit of the Tree of Might, her combat power had soared to over 1,500. Although she still lagged far behind Ragusi, she had become quite formidable. Bidalai, you're here. Bidalai nodded in acknowledgement. Bidalai, Master seems a bit unusual today. Arriving for training at 1:30. 1:30? Indeed. Master usually comes at 2. Perhaps he didn't train in the morning? By the way, Bidalai, has Master taught you any particularly powerful techniques lately? No, Bidalai replied, shaking her head. In truth, Sun Wukong wished to impart some formidable techniques to Bidalai. However, her combat prowess was simply too limited. Even if he were to teach her now, she would struggle to grasp them. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 10 months had elapsed. After 10 months of rigorous training, Sun Wukong's combat power has ascended to an astonishing 500 billion. Chapter 69, The Old Supreme Kai atop the Baozi Mountain. At this moment, Son Gohan stood upon a verdant meadow, imparting the technique of the twin-fold unscathed King Kai fist to his younger brother, Son Goten. Although the 20-fold unscathed King Kai fist is more challenging to master than the standard King Kai fist, Gohan, being his own brother, was more than willing to share his knowledge. King Kai fist. With a gentle command, a fiery crimson aura enveloped Goten's form. Well done, Goten. Just like that. At that instant, Ragusa and Bidalai soared in from the distance. Ragusa, Bidalai. Ragusa nodded with a smile. Master, what technique is this? Could you possibly teach me as well? Ragusa, you should not always seek to learn powerful techniques. Instead, devote more time to your training. But Master, why do you know so many techniques? I have not learned them. They are all of my own creation. Upon hearing this, Ragusa gazed at him with a face full of skepticism. All right. I shall teach you. Thank you, Master. Ragusa beamed. Ah, had I known. I would never have taken on a disciple. Truly, teaching a student has left the master in want. With a sigh, Sun Wukong remarked, Master, I shall ensure that you do not go hungry. I will gather wild fruits for you. Is that all you have to offer? Then, Master, tell me what you desire, and I shall procure it for you. Now that is more like it. But could you also impart some teachings to me? Replied Bidalai. Since spending time with Ragusa, Bidalai had become as cunning as she. Perhaps this is the effect of being close to those of different dispositions. Very well. But you must first enhance your strength a little more. Enhance my strength? Indeed. Starting today, you shall train in the gravity chamber. The gravity chamber? Bidalai exclaimed in shock. The immense hundredfold gravity would be unbearable for her. You need not train alongside us. Simply begin with 10 times the gravity. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Bidalai immediately felt a sense of relief. However, she quickly reconsidered that 10-fold gravity did not seem light either. In the afternoon, upon awakening from his midday slumber, Sun Wukong retrieved the heavenly mirror from the system and descended to the realm of the Kaishin. Sun Wukong's current battle power has reached an astonishing 5 trillion, and naturally, he must contemplate the path he wishes to pursue. His deliberations lead him to the conclusion that he aspires to master Super Saiyan 4, Super Saiyan God, and Beast Gohan. Just as Ultraman Tiga possesses 3 distinct forms, why should he not be able to harness 3 transformations? Achieving Super Saiyan 4 requires the presence of a full moon, while Super Saiyan God necessitates training in the realm of divinity. As for Beast Gohan, Sun Wukong must seek the assistance of the old Kai to unlock the latent potential within him, transforming into the enigmatic Gohan. The first 2 transformations are relatively straightforward, whereas the mysterious Gohan presents a greater challenge. However, if the old Kai can indeed aid him in awakening his inner potential, it is plausible that he could subsequently master the first 2 transformations, significantly enhancing his strength. Upon the appearance of Son Gohan, the East Kaishin and Jebet in the Kaishin realm swiftly sensed his presence. Son Gohan. The East Kaishin had taken note of him due to the significant commotion caused when Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan at the 3rd level. Do you recognize me? The East Kaishin nodded. How did you arrive here? Instant transmission. Instant transmission? Jebet gasped in astonishment. How is it that you can perform instant transmission? And even to our Kaishin realm? It was taught to me by the Kaishin of another universe. Another universe? Are there other universes with Kaishins? I'm not entirely certain about that, Gohan replied. I see. Then, Son Gohan, what brings you here? Jebet inquired. I am here to draw the sword of the Kaishin. The sword of the Kaishin? Indeed. Are you planning to stop me? The sword of the Kaishin is a treasure of our realm. Upon hearing this, Jebet immediately sought to intervene, but was halted by the East Kaishin. Jebet, if he wishes to draw the sword of the Kaishin, let him proceed. But, my lord, that is a treasure of our divine realm. It is said that whoever can draw the sword of the Kaishin will obtain the might of the universe. The might of the universe. With a light chuckle, Sun Wukong swiftly ascended to a stone pillar above a tranquil pond, where he beheld the sword of the king. Embedded within the stone, the blade was nearly entirely buried in the earth, with only the hilt protruding from the ground. Sun Wukong took a deep breath and forcefully drew the sword of the King of Worlds. Instantly, the entire stone pillar began to tremble violently. The surface of the water in the pond churned tumultuously. Upon witnessing this, East Kai and Jebet widened their eyes in astonishment, silently praying that Sun Wukong would refrain from drawing the sword of the King of Worlds. Just then, with a sudden shout, Sun Wukong extracted the sword. At that moment, the ground beneath his feet rapidly shattered and collapsed. With both hands gripping the sword, Sun Wukong soared swiftly into the air. It's drawn, exclaimed Jebet in astonishment. The Eastern Kai nodded in acknowledgement. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Sun Wukong descended right before the two. If there is nothing else, my Lord Kai, I shall take this sword with me. Take it? Jebbet gasped. You intend to carry this sword away? Indeed. Is there an issue with that? After all, you have no use for it, do you? Very well. The Eastern Kai affirmed with a nod. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong instantaneously transported himself back to Earth. Lord King Kai, why did you allow him to take the King Kai sword? Jebbet, do you truly believe I could have hindered him? Upon hearing this, Jebbet fell silent. Neither he nor East Kai could draw the King Kai sword, while Sun Wukong effortlessly extracted it. It would indeed be a marvel if the two of them could ever hope to defeat him. On Earth, upon returning with the King Kai sword, Sun Wufan promptly retrieved another King Kai sword from the system and placed it upon the ground. With both hands, he forcefully struck down the sword that sealed the old King Kai. Boom. Clash. Accompanied by a resounding noise, the King Kai sword forcefully collided with the other. The ground immediately sank, raising a substantial cloud of dust. The strike was unrelenting. Upon witnessing this, Son Gohan raised the King Kai sword once more and, with great force, struck down upon the King Kai sword resting on the ground. With a resounding clang, the King Kai sword unleashed an immensely fierce whirlwind. The sword on the ground sank deeper, igniting a trail of sparks. Crack. Upon witnessing the scene, Sun Wukong intended to sheath his sword, only to be startled as the King Kai's sword in his grasp shattered into pieces. Simultaneously, the King Kai's sword lying on the ground met the same fate. Success. After a brief interlude, as the dust and debris stirred up from the ground settled, an elderly figure clad in the King Kai's attire emerged. This figure was none other than the old King Kai. Chapter 70. Super Saiyan 4. Upon seeing the old King Kai, Sun Wukong's face instantly brightened with a cheerful grin. Observing the mischievous expression on Sun Wukong's face, the old King Kai's demeanor shifted to one of cautious alertness. Were you the one who drew the King Kai sword and liberated me? He inquired. Aside from myself, do you believe anyone else is present? And what might your name be? My name is Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong. Indeed. Sun Wukong nodded. So you had long known that I was sealed within this sword? Indeed. Then your intention behind rescuing me must be ulterior, correct? Son Gohan nodded. What do you want me to assist you with? I wish for you to help me unlock the potential within me and elevate it to its utmost. The old Supreme Kai was taken aback. How do you know that I possess the ability to awaken one's latent potential? I am all-knowing. The old Supreme Kai, upon hearing this, wore an expression of disbelief. So, will you assist me in unlocking my inner potential? The old Supreme Kai glanced at the two broken Supreme Kai swords on the ground and nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes. However, it may take me a day to help you unleash your inner potential. Very well. As Sun Wukong spoke, he settled himself upon the lush grass nearby. This fellow, does he possess knowledge of my forthcoming actions? The old Supreme Kai mused to himself. Shall we not begin? Indeed, let us commence. Is this place truly Earth? Subsequently, under the old Supreme Kai's guidance, Sun Wukong placed his hands before him. Meanwhile, the old Supreme Kai circled around Sun Wukong, reciting words that the latter could not comprehend. As the enhancement of potential required a full day, Sun Wukong, after sitting for half a day, felt the weight of drowsiness upon him. Yet, in pursuit of greater strength, he resolved to persevere. As for his home, he had long since left a replica to tend to matters there. The day swiftly passed, and before long, it was already the afternoon of the following day. Is it not yet complete? Sun Wukong glanced at the sky and remarked, it won't be long now. Meanwhile, the old Kaioshin, engrossed in his manga, chimed in. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong promptly accessed his character panel to take a look. Name, Sun Wukong. Age, 14. Gender, male. Combat power, 80 billion. Mystical state. Without transforming into a Super Saiyan, he can maintain a combat power of 300 trillion. 80 billion. Upon witnessing the magnitude of his own combat power, Son Gohan was immediately struck with astonishment. After years of arduous training, he had only managed to attain a staggering 500 billion. Yet, the elder Kaioshin had elevated his power by an astounding 300 billion in merely a single day. This newfound capability was indeed more formidable than he had ever imagined. In the original Dragon Ball narrative, Son Gohan's initial combat power stood at 800 billion. But following the enhancement by the elder Kaioshin, it soared to an impressive 20 trillion. However, this remarkable figure was achieved without transforming into a Super Saiyan. Once he underwent that transformation, sustaining such immense power became unattainable. In simpler terms, it represented an ultimate state of being without transformation. All right, Gohan, I have completed your enhancement. Sun Wukong nodded and stood up from the ground. Can I leave now? Of course. Would you like me to accompany you? No, it's fine. I can return on my own. The old Kai, upon hearing this, waved his hands repeatedly. Is that so? The old Kai nodded, and in an instant, he teleported back to the Kai's realm. Son Wukong chuckled softly, retrieving the heavenly mirror with his right hand, and entered the time chamber for a brief slumber. In the realm of the Kaioshin, ever since the Kaioshin sword was taken by Son Wukong, the East Kaioshin and Jebit have been closely monitoring the events unfolding on Earth. Lord Kaioshin, who is that elderly figure clad in the Kaioshin uniform? Could he be a Kaioshin from another universe? I do not know. No sooner had the words escaped their lips than a figure materialized behind them. It was none other than the old Kaioshin. Whom do you speak of as a Kaioshin from another universe? Startled, the two turned to face him. Who are you? I am the Kaioshin from approximately 15 generations before yours. The old Kaioshin declared. The Kaioshin from over 115 generations ago. They gasped in astonishment. Indeed, the current Kaioshins seem to be of diminishing caliber. I had anticipated that it would be a certain generation's Kaioshin who would draw the Kaioshin sword. Yet, to my surprise, not only did you fail to extract the sword, but you allowed a mere human to carry it away. Fortunately, that human is not malevolent. Otherwise, I might have perished at his hands. I am truly sorry. The East Kaioshin replied, his face flushed with shame. Upon hearing this, the old Kaioshin snorted disdainfully and seated himself upon the grass. Pray tell, ancestor, how is it that you find yourself within the Kaioshin sword? Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, a fortnight had elapsed. After a fortnight of rigorous training, Son Gohan has significantly enhanced his strength. This evening coincides with the full moon, providing the perfect opportunity for him to attempt the transformation into a Super Saiyan 4. As night falls, a resplendent full moon hangs majestically in the sky. Son Gohan stood in a vast expanse on Mount Baozi, gazing up at the sky. Bang, bang, bang. Upon beholding the full moon, his heart began to race with fervor. In an instant, his eyes turned a crimson hue, and an abundance of hair sprouted from his body as he grew taller and larger, transforming into a colossal golden ape. Ah! Son Gohan let out a powerful roar, forcefully stomping his feet against the ground. Master! At that moment, the system addressed Son Gohan. Upon hearing the voice of the system, Son Wufan felt a modicum of calm. Yet he continued to bellow towards the heavens. Master, Master, if you do not awaken soon, the title of the strongest in the universe shall be claimed by another. Upon hearing these words, Son Wukong immediately ceased his roaring, his gaze fixated intently ahead. Ah! Suddenly, Son Wukong thrust his hands toward the heavens, emanating a tremendous surge of crimson energy from his entire being. Boom! At that moment, the sky was abruptly rent by several bolts of golden lightning. Son Wukong firmly planted his feet on the ground, emanating an astonishing aura from his entire being. As Son Wukong's son, Son Gohan, gradually began to shrink and revert to his humanoid form, a moment later, a man emerged from the ground, his body covered in crimson fur, save for his head, chest, palms, and soles. His golden eyes, framed by red eyelids and eye sockets, were striking, and he donned a pair of yellow trousers. This individual was none other than Son Gohan, who had successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan 4. Following this transformation, Son Gohan's stature had significantly increased, and his physique had grown considerably larger. In the realm of the Kaioshin, the East Kaioshin and others were taken aback by the overwhelming aura emanating from Son Gohan, their faces reflecting disbelief. Is this fellow a monster? His power now surpasses anything we have ever seen, remarked Jebit, his body trembling slightly. The East Kaioshin gritted his teeth, emphasizing, this is not the most critical point. The most astonishing fact is that he is merely 14 years old, with the Saiyan lifespan exceeding a century. I can scarcely fathom how powerful he will become in the future. Meanwhile, in Universe 7, the god of destruction, Whis, had also sensed Son Gohan's formidable energy. Son Gohan, he murmured, lost in thought. On Earth, Son Wukong and his companions had begun to feel the surge of Son Gohan's energy and were hastening towards Baozi Mountain. Has he succeeded? Son Gohan clasped his hands, sensing the power coursing through his body. At that moment, two figures materialized before him, none other than Son Wukong and Son Goten. Father, is that you, Gohan? With a look of astonishment, Son Wukong gazed at Son Gohan, remarking that Super Saiyan 4 has the ability to transform the childlike appearance of Son Gohan into that of an adult. Son Wukong nodded. What transformation is this? This is Super Saiyan 4. Super Saiyan 4. At that moment, two figures descended from the sky. These two were none other than Vegeta and Piccolo. Uncle Piccolo. Piccolo was taken aback. Is that you, Gohan? Son Wukong nodded. Upon seeing Son Gohan in the form of Super Saiyan 4, Vegeta's heart surged with indignation as he inquired, "Gohan, what transformation is this?" "This is Super Saiyan 4, the latest transformation I have mastered," Gohan replied. Hearing this, Vegeta clenched his fists tightly. Even now, he had yet to fully grasp Super Saiyan 2, while Gohan had astonishingly advanced to Super Saiyan 4. It was truly infuriating how one could surpass another so drastically. Fortunately, Son Wukong's strength was somewhat comparable, which provided Vegeta with a semblance of solace. "Master, Gohan." At that moment, Ragus and Krillin also hurried over. Son Wufan nodded. "Are you Wufan?" Krillin inquired, noticing that Son Wufan had grown nearly as tall as Son Wukong. "Yes, Uncle Krillin. Is this the new transformation you have mastered? You have so much hair." "Indeed. The transformation into Super Saiyan 4 is achieved after transforming into a great ape under the full moon," Vegeta interjected. "A transformation following the great ape form?" "Yes, however, to successfully achieve the Super Saiyan 4 transformation, one must possess tremendous inherent strength." Son Gohan remarked, "I see." To which Vegeta responded, "Is that so?" Gohan nodded. "So, Gohan, how did you come to know about this transformation?" Son Wukong inquired. "Typically, the transformation into a Super Saiyan occurs from a humanoid form. I have never contemplated a transformation stemming from the great ape form. This notion just crossed my mind." "Is that so?" Upon hearing this, Son Wukong gave it little thought. After all, an extraordinary series of events had already unfolded concerning Son Gohan. Vegeta let out a cold snort and suddenly soared into the sky, departing from the Bowsy Mountain. The others were accustomed to such behavior. Yet Trunks gazed at Vegeta's retreat with a look of confusion. Upon returning home, Vegeta, having been provoked by Son Gohan's Super Saiyan 4, immediately dashed into the gravity chamber to train. The following day, after having breakfast, Son Gohan was preparing to head to Bowsy Mountain for training when he noticed Trunks had arrived at his home early in the morning. "Trunks." Upon spotting Trunks, Son Goten felt an immediate surge of joy and approached him with enthusiasm. Trunks nodded and glanced at Gohan, who stood behind Son Goten. "Gohan, may I join you in your training?" he inquired. "Of course," Gohan replied. I wish to take you as my master." Trunks exclaimed. "Take me as your master? But why?" Goten asked, intrigued. "Because I desire to become as strong as you," Trunks affirmed. "Is that so? Have you discussed this intention with your father?" Gohan queried. "Discussed with my father?" Trunks echoed, surprised. "Indeed. While Uncle Vegeta may not match my strength, his combat experience far surpasses yours. If he were to mentor you, it would undoubtedly be beneficial." Upon hearing this, Trunks hesitated, for he knew Vegeta had always been strict with him, and he lacked skills and techniques such as instant transmission and the Kaioken. Son Wukong smiled and said, "Trunks, I suggest you consult your father's opinion before returning to seek my guidance." Trunks nodded in response. Upon witnessing this, Son Gohan executed a swift instant transmission, bringing Son Goten to the majestic Bowsy Mountain. "Master," the ever-enthusiastic Videl, who had arrived at Bowsy Mountain earlier, immediately approached with a radiant smile upon seeing Son Gohan and Son Goten. "Master," Son Wukong nodded. Last night, Bidily had been preoccupied with her homework at home and thus did not make a special trip to Bowsy Mountain to witness Son Wukong's transformation. However, early this morning, she heard about the events of last night from Ragusi. "Master, I heard from Ragusi that you transformed into Super Saiyan 4 last night?" Although Bidily had not witnessed the Super Saiyan 4 transformation, Ragusi's description made it sound incredibly impressive, sparking her curiosity, especially about the sight of Son Wukong's 8-pack abs. Son Gohan nodded once more. "Master, could you transform into Super Saiyan 4 for me to witness?" "No." Son Gohan shook his head. "Why?" Bidily, upon hearing this, wore a look of disappointment. Had she known earlier, she would have refrained from doing her homework last night. It's not for any particular reason. He had transformed into a Super Saiyan 4 at her request, and as a result, his status as a teacher felt diminished. "Master, please, just transform for me to see?" Bidily immediately adopted a playful tone. "Brother, why not transform into Super Saiyan 4 for Sister Bidily to witness?" "Very well." Upon hearing this, Bidily felt a pang of jealousy. When this disciple implored him, he refused, yet when Son Goten asked, he complied without hesitation. However, despite her jealousy, Bidily was still quite eager to witness Son Gohan's transformation into Super Saiyan 4. At that moment, Son Gohan clenched his fist and transformed into Super Saiyan 4. How incredibly handsome! Bidily felt a flutter in her heart as she beheld Son Gohan's transformation. Just then, Ragusi, who had been training in the gravity chamber, sensed Son Gohan's immense energy and immediately soared out of the chamber. Master. Son Wufan nodded and reverted to his usual form. All right, Bidalai. Then you should focus on your training, yes? MHM. In West City, at Bulma's residence, Trunks had returned home. Feeling somewhat hesitant about whether to inform Vegeta of his desire to take Son Wufan as his mentor. Chapter 72, Vegeta, what's the matter, Trunks? Bulma inquired, noticing her son lost in thought in the yard. And nothing, Mom. Trunks replied, quickly snapping back to reality, ultimately deciding to postpone the conversation for another day. Oh, Bulma responded, her heart filled with a mixture of skepticism and curiosity. Afternoon. Son Gohan instructed Son Goten and the others to train on their own, while he utilized the heavenly mirror to arrive at the battlefield where Vegito faced off against Kid Buu 3 years later. Due to the power of invisibility, the newly fused Vegito and Kid Buu remained oblivious to his presence. Son Gohan's motivations for being there were twofold. Firstly, he had now mastered Super Saiyan 4, granting him a measure of self-preservation. Secondly, he wished to observe Vegito and simultaneously gather energy from the universe seed. As the king of the Dragon Ball realm, Vegito's prowess is beyond question, yet his flair for showmanship undoubtedly places him at the pinnacle of the Dragon Ball universe. As Son Gohan, a devoted fan transported into the world of Dragon Ball, yearns to meet the legendary Goku, the East Kaioshin stands in a state of palpable anxiety, observing the emergence of Vegito. On Earth, Vegito is currently stretching his limbs, exhilaration coursing through him. This is absolutely magnificent, even more splendid than I had envisioned. Upon hearing this, Majin Buu, who is gathering an energy wave, immediately dissipates it. It seems you are also filled with trepidation, remarks Vegito, as he gestures forward with his right hand, unleashing a fierce gale. Majin Buu, caught off guard, sustains a cut across his face. How do you feel? In truth, there is little to fear. Majin Buu scoffs, swiftly healing the wound on his face. Since you are the fusion of Kakarot and Vegeta, I shall call you Vegito. I was concerned about the outcome, yet it appears you are faring quite well. Let us continue our battle. Majin Buu responds, I see. But do you genuinely believe that your fusion grants you victory over me? In response, Vegito chuckles and waves at Majin Buu, enraged by this provocation. Majin Buu grits his teeth in fury. Vegito, still smiling, beckons once more. You dare to toy with me? Majin Buu roars, charging swiftly towards Vegito. Just as Majin Buu is about to reach him, Vegito performs a leap, soaring behind Majin Buu, swiftly pivoting to deliver a powerful kick. At that moment, Majin Buu turns around, only to have Vegito's right foot connect squarely with his face. Ah! Majin Buu cries out, spitting saliva as he tumbles forward. With a forceful kick, Vegito sends Majin Buu hurtling downward. As Majin Buu nears the ground, he clenches his fists, halting midair, before launching himself at Vegito with impressive speed. Soon, he stands before Vegito, unleashing a barrage of punches to Vegito's face. Bang! 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 Majin Buu relentlessly assaults Vegito, then swiftly circles around to deliver a fierce kick to Vegito's back. With a thunderous explosion, the ground erupts in a cloud of thick smoke. Majin Buu gathers a massive energy wave in his hands and hurls it downwards. With another mighty explosion, the energy wave detonates upon impact, creating a deep crater in the earth. Vegito stands confidently within the crater, gazing up at the furious Majin Buu, who grits his teeth in anger. As Sun Wukong observed the fierce battle between the two, he couldn't help but exclaim, "The king is indeed the king. These lines alone are enough for me to learn." "System, have you been recording this?" "Recording in progress, master," came the reply. That last hit truly stung, Vegeta remarked, rubbing his right shoulder with his left hand. "Is that so? However, I must admit, I was holding back just a bit." Majin Buu, upon hearing this, decided to flaunt his prowess. "Ah!" he exclaimed, extending his arms downward as he lunged toward Vegeta. With a swift leap, Vegeta charged at Majin Buu. In response, Majin Buu flicked his antennae forward, ensnaring Vegeta's right leg. Vegeta was taken aback. In that instant, Majin Buu swung his head, spinning Vegeta around several times before hurling him towards the ground. Boom! Vegeta crashed heavily into a nearby mountain, sending a cloud of dust soaring into the air. "What? You wouldn't perish from such force, would you?" Majin Buu mused, a hint of pride swelling within him. No sooner had he spoken than the earth erupted in a dazzling display of golden light, shattering the boulder that had fallen upon Vegeta. Vegeta re-emerged, casually pressing his hand against his shoulder. "Well, that was a decent warm-up." Majin Buu scoffed, a glimmer of anticipation crossing his face. Although he found Vegeta's strength somewhat irksome, he like Goku and the others, harbored a fondness for battle. However, in his mind, he could not tolerate anyone surpassing him in strength. My apologies. I wasn't quite accustomed to this body earlier, but rest assured, I am now prepared to fight you earnestly. That would be splendid. If you were to perish so easily, it would be a disservice to my expectations of you. Majin Buu chuckled. The real spectacle begins now, Vegeta declared confidently. With that, both combatants assumed their battle stances. Boom. Vegeta forcefully planted his feet, soaring into the sky. As he ascended, just before reaching a considerable height, his figure suddenly flickered and appeared right before Majin Buu. Majin Buu, startled and unprepared, was met with a colossal fist aimed squarely at him. Bang! Vegeta's right fist struck Majin Buu's face with tremendous force, causing him to spit out saliva and turn his head to the left. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta unleashed a flurry of punches toward Majin Buu's face. Bang! 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 Majin Buu's face was pummeled as he was pushed back from the force of the blows. Bang! At that moment, Vegeta propelled himself forward with a swift kick, sending Majin Buu flying. With a flourish, Vegeta gathered a sphere of azure energy in his hands and unleashed it towards the soaring Majin Buu. A tremendous explosion resonated through the air as the energy wave detonated, illuminating the sky with an exceedingly brilliant light. Instantly, a thick cloud of smoke enveloped the atmosphere. Majin Buu plummeted from the haze, his arm and lower body obliterated, presenting a remarkably disheveled appearance. Goodness! Majin Buu exclaimed in fury. The Elder Supreme Kai was indeed correct. The power after fusion is overwhelmingly immense. Chapter 73. Broly and Reg. Upon hearing this, Majin Buu immediately began to regenerate his body. That's more like it. Vegeta chuckled. Subsequently, the two commenced their battle in a manner reminiscent of the original tale. In his quest to gather energy, Son Wukong departed from this timeline upon witnessing Vegeta being absorbed by Majin Buu, returning instead to the primary timeline. During this endeavor, a mere 0.5 of energy was amassed by the seed of the universe. This indicates that even beings of Majin Buu's caliber can yield only 0.5 of energy. It becomes apparent that to swiftly accumulate the energy required by the seed of the universe, one must witness battles of Super Saiyan level 4. As Son Wukong contemplated, his thoughts immediately turned to Broly. Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan, possessed formidable combat prowess from the moment of his birth. In the film of Dragon Ball Super, despite having undergone little training, Broly effortlessly overpowered both Goku and Vegeta. Although a decade remains until Broly's appearance in the Dragon Ball films, one cannot dismiss the possibility that he currently possesses power rivaling that of Super Saiyan 4. However, as the day was drawing to a close, Son Wukong resolved that if he were to seek out Broly, it would have to wait until the following day. The next morning arrived. Son Gohan, citing pressing matters, instructed Son Goten and the others to train independently. In the vast cosmos, upon a planet characterized by an exceedingly harsh environment, a young boy, approximately 13 or 14 years of age, traversed the land besieged by fierce winds. This boy is none other than Son Gohan. The planet, notorious for its unforgiving conditions, is the very world to which Broly was exiled, known as Planet Vampa. It appears that Broly's formidable combat prowess may indeed be partially attributed to the challenging nature of this planet. Son Gohan glanced around and spoke. Subsequently, he produced the celestial mirror. Through this mirror, Son Gohan beheld a man who bore a striking resemblance to Vegeta. This individual, named Reg, is a character from the Dragon Ball fan universe known as Dragon Ball New Era, and he is Vegeta's elder brother, possessing an innate battle power of 50,000 from the moment of his birth. King Vegeta, fearing that Reg would pose a threat to his status as he matured, thus banished him to the planet Bimp. The Reg who Son Wukong encounters is that of this timeline. In contrast, the Reg from the Dragon Ball New Era emerged after the conclusion of GT. There is at least a 20-year age difference between the two. However, despite Reg's youth, he possesses an exceptionally potent Saiyan lineage, akin to Broly. Otherwise, it would be improbable for Reg to transform into Super Saiyan 5 without undergoing rigorous training. Yesterday, Son Wukong originally intended to confront Broly alone. However, upon further contemplation, he realized the uncertainty surrounding Broly's strength. It would be far more prudent to enlist the assistance of another. Broly's father, Paragus, harbors a deep-seated animosity towards King Vegeta, the father of Vegeta himself. Were it not for King Vegeta, they would not have been trapped on planet Vampa for decades. Thus, Son Wukong recalled the existence of Vegeta's brother, Raditz. Initially, he was uncertain whether Raditz existed in this realm, as he is merely a character from a fan-created narrative. Fortunately, He possesses the celestial mirror, which allows him to locate any individual he seeks. Should the mirror yield no results, it would signify the non-existence of that person in this world. One can only wonder who among them would emerge as the stronger warrior. Son Gohan gazed into the mirror at Reg, employing his invisibility technique to render his body unseen. With a swift motion, he reached out towards Reg in the celestial mirror. Unbeknownst to Reg, whose hands had become invisible, he was swiftly drawn to planet Wampa. By the time Reg became aware of his surroundings, he found himself on Wampa, bewildered by the fierce winds that lashed the landscape. Where am I? He pondered, surveying his surroundings. Just moments ago, he was merely admiring the scenery, and now he had been transported to this tempestuous locale. After a moment of contemplation, Reg took to the skies. He soon discovered that the conditions here were not only harsh but also teeming with formidable creatures. Fortunately, these beings posed little threat to him. As he soared through the air, a sudden sight caught his attention. A tall, muscular man engaged in combat with a swarm of spiders the size of rabbits. This man was none other than Broly. A scion, Reg exclaimed upon spotting Broly's tail, prompting him to descend. At that moment, Broly had concluded his battle and turned his gaze towards the descending Reg. Who are you? Greetings. My name is Reg. Could you kindly inform me of my whereabouts? You are on planet Wampa, Broly replied. Isn't that a planet with an exceedingly harsh environment? Broly nodded in acknowledgement. And your name? How did you come to be on this planet? I am Broly. Just as Broly was about to elaborate, a distant voice rang out. Broly. Reg followed the sound and beheld a slightly limping middle-aged man. This man was Broly's father, Paragus. Vegeta. Paragus mistakenly identified Reg as Vegeta upon seeing him. Vegeta. Reg was unaware of the existence of a brother, having been exiled to planet Bimp before Vegeta's birth. However, the similarity in names between Vegeta and King Vegeta led Reg to wonder if Paragus had mistaken him for the king. After a brief moment, Paragus approached Broly's side. Father. Paragus nodded and turned to Reg, inquiring, Broly, who is this individual? He claims to be Reg, someone I just encountered. Reg. Paragus was taken aback. As a former subordinate of King Vegeta, he had indeed heard of Reg. Reg was the firstborn son of King Vegeta, though for reasons unknown. The king had banished him to the desolate planet of Bimp. While devoid of human life, Bimp boasted a relatively hospitable environment. Furthermore, King Vegeta had also exiled a female scion to that planet, allowing Reg to propagate. This female scion was none other than Reg's wife, Suppali. Do you know who I am? Reg inquired, observing the astonishment etched on Paragus' face. Paragus nodded in acknowledgement. I was once a subordinate of your father. Is that so? Then how did you both end up here? This is all thanks to your father. Paragus retorted angrily. Thanks to my father? Indeed, when Broly was born, his power level reached 10,000. Your father, King Vegeta, feared that Broly would pose a threat as he matured. Thus he banished him to this planet. I, too, am trapped here to rescue Broly. A power level of 10,000? Paragus nodded thoughtfully. Chapter 74, Broly vs. Reg. Though I am unaware of why your father exiled you to Bimp, since fate has brought us together today, you shall not leave. Reg scoffed. So, you intend to make a move against me? Allow me to be candid. King Vegeta exiled me to Bimp because my power level at birth was 50,000. 50,000. Paragus gasped, harboring some doubts in his mind. Why the disbelief? Reg sneered. Humph. Paragus scoffed. Even if your power level was indeed 50,000 at birth, Broly is the legendary Super Saiyan. The Super Saiyan? Hearing this, Reg burst into laughter. Do you think I'm not one as well? You too are a Super Saiyan. Indeed. If Broly, with a mere 10,000 power level at birth, can become a Super Saiyan, why cannot I? Paragus' expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this. At that moment, Reg's lips curled into a slight smile. Broly possesses considerable strength. If you both are willing to serve under me, I may spare your lives. Spare us. Upon hearing these words, Paragus was immediately consumed by an overwhelming fury. In the past, he had diligently served King Vegeta, only to find his son Broly exiled to this desolate planet due to his superior combat prowess compared to Vegeta. Now, King Vegeta's son, Reg, demanded that both he and his son serve him, a request he could never acquiesce to. Why would I consent? Reg shot a chilling gaze at Paragus. Indeed. From the moment your father, King Vegeta, banished Broly to planet Vampa, I could no longer pledge my allegiance to your family. Paragus declared, immediately calling out to Broly. Broly. Eliminate him. Father. Broly hesitated at the command. Reg let out a soft laugh, clenched his fist, and launched an attack toward Broly. Bang! Broly raised his arms defensively. stepping back several paces. Observing this, prowess quickly retreated to the side. Both combatants possessed immense power. A mere punch from either could spell his doom. If he did not distance himself, it would be tantamount to seeking death. Have they begun to fight? Son Gohan, who had been monitoring the situation with the crystal ball, instantly utilized it to transport himself to a safe distance from prowess. Since Gohan remained cloaked, neither prowess nor the others noticed his presence. As Son Gohan gazed at prowess, his mind involuntarily recalled the poignant scene from the Dragon Ball movie where Frieza mercilessly dispatched prowess. It was precisely due to Prowess's demise that Broly spiraled into utter chaos. Thus, upon encountering prowess, Son Gohan found himself grappling with an urge to eliminate him. However, recalling his righteous nature, he quelled that thought and shifted his attention to Reg and Broly. At that moment, the two were locked in a serious stare, their expressions grave. Having tested the waters, Reg was now convinced of Prowess's claims. Although he had merely thrown a simple punch moments ago, its force was sufficient to obliterate a high-level warrior. Suddenly, a smile crept across Reg's face. How intriguing. I have yet to face anyone since my birth, and here I am, having departed from the planet Bim, encountering a Super Saiyan. With that, Reg clenched his hands tightly, transforming into a Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan. Prowess was taken aback. He had witnessed Broly ascend to Super Saiyan before, but that was in a state of uncontrollable rage. Yet, Reg appeared to maintain his composure even in this transformed state. However, there seemed to be a distinction between Reg and Broly's Super Saiyan forms. While Broly's hair turned golden upon transformation, his aura radiated green. Boom. Just as Prowess contemplated this, Reg propelled himself forward, fist clenched, charging at Broly. In an instant, he was upon Broly, his punches and kicks striking like lightning. Swish, bang. Bang, bang. Broly, caught unprepared, found himself being pushed back relentlessly by Reg's attacks. Broly, Prowess exclaimed, a wave of concern surging within him. Bang. At that moment, Reg's right fist tightened, delivering a powerful blow that sent Broly hurtling hundreds of meters away. Swish. Reg gathered a golden energy wave, launching it toward Broly. Seeing this, Broly instinctively raised his arms in defense. Boom. With a deafening explosion, the energy wave detonated upon impact with the ground, sending a cloud of dust and smoke soaring into the air. Broly, Prowess shouted desperately. Huh. Just then, a feral roar erupted from within the thick smoke. A green aura materialized, dispersing the surrounding haze. Reg was taken aback. At that moment, a massive crater formed in the ground as Broly, moving with astonishing speed, charged toward Reg. So swift was Broly that before Reg could react, Broly's right fist struck him forcefully, causing him to spit out a mouthful of bitter fluid. Broly let out a thunderous roar, his fist rapidly striking toward Reg. Bang, bang, bang. Broly unleashed a flurry of punches, landing over 10 blows on Reg. Well done, Broly, Prowess exclaimed joyfully. Just at that moment, Broly clenched his right fist with great force and delivered a heavy blow to Reg's abdomen. Reg let out a piercing scream, his body hurtling backward and crashing into a mountain behind him. Excellent work, Broly, a so-called genius with a power level of 50,000 at birth. And yet his strength is merely this. How infuriating. At that moment, Reg clenched his fists, emanating an overwhelming aura. The mountain behind him crumbled under the sheer force of his energy. What? Prowess, who had been elated, was suddenly struck with dread upon witnessing this transformation. In that instant, Reg transformed into a Super Saiyan 4. A Super Saiyan 4. Hidden, Gohan felt a slight shock within. Although he was aware of Reg's remarkable talent, he had not anticipated it to be this formidable. Reg was at most 40 years old, and without any training, he had achieved the form of a Super Saiyan 4. This was undoubtedly the epitome of genius. What is this? Prowess exclaimed in astonishment. This is called Super Saiyan 4. Indeed, I have just transformed into a Super Saiyan to gauge Broly's strength, but I did not expect his power to exceed my expectations. However, it is only somewhat so. If you reconsider your stance now, I might spare your lives. Chapter 75, The Legendary Super Saiyan. Upon hearing this, Prowess gritted his teeth firmly. Reg, do not become too complacent. Broly has yet to transform into a Super Saiyan. You have a point, Reg replied, glancing at Broly. The Super Saiyan has always been a legend among our kind, and I too wish to ascertain who among the two legendary Super Saiyans is indeed superior. Prowess immediately turned to Broly and urged, Broly, unleash your full power, otherwise we shall both perish at his hands. Understood, father. Broly nodded. With a cold sneer, Reg swiftly approached Broly, his fists and feet striking like lightning. Whoosh. Bang. 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 Due to the incredible speed of Reg's attacks, Broly scarcely had time to comprehend Reg's movements before his body was subjected to the onslaught. Bang. After a flurry of attacks, Reg clenched his fist tightly and delivered a heavy blow to Broly's abdomen. Broly let out a loud cry, expelling a torrent of bitter liquid from his mouth. In that moment, Reg forcefully raised his right leg and kicked Broly's body away. With a thunderous crash, Broly collided violently with a towering mountain behind him. The ground around the mountain was instantly engulfed in a cloud of dust and debris. Reg snorted coldly, gathering a golden energy wave in his right hand and directing it toward the mountain. Boom! With a tremendous explosion, the mountain was obliterated, and the ground was shrouded in a thick haze of dust and smoke. As the dust settled, a massive crater emerged in the earth. Gasping for breath, Broly stood in the crater, seething with rage. Reg smirked, preparing to launch another attack on Broly. Suddenly, Broly clenched his hands tightly and let out a mighty roar. An incredibly powerful aura emanated from his body, causing the ground beneath him to tremble violently. The earth at Broly's feet shattered into pieces. A vibrant green energy swirled around him, and Reg's expression shifted to one of surprise as he beheld the emerald flames rising from Broly's form. At that moment, Broly's muscles swelled, his eyes transformed into a golden hue, and his hair stood on end. This was Broly's great ape transformation, a manifestation of the immense strength of the great ape, stored in a humanoid form. With this transformation, he ceased to amplify his energy. This was his most potent form under control. Reg felt a twinge of disappointment as he observed Broly's great ape form. He had anticipated that Broly would transform into a Super Saiyan to fight him, but it seemed that Broly had chosen not to take that path. Do you look down on me? Fueled by irritation, Reg charged toward Broly. Broly, fists clenched, met him head-on. In an instant, they clashed fiercely, stirring up clouds of dust from the ground. Wherever they battled, the surrounding boulders were shattered to pieces. Just then, Reg tightened his right fist and punched Broly away, sending him flying hundreds of meters. Broly dug his feet into the ground, and upon regaining his balance, charged at Reg like a fierce beast. Reg, smirking, unleashed a barrage of energy waves toward Broly. With a fierce cry, Broly dodged while sprinting forward at full speed. Boom, boom, boom. The energy waves unleashed by Reg were crashing around Broly, resulting in a series of explosive detonations that filled the ground with dense smoke. At that moment, Broly surged forward, striking with fists and feet like flashes of light against Reg. With clenched fists, Reg retaliated, and soon the two engaged in a fierce battle on the ground once more. Bang! Reg's right fist tightened with immense force, sending Broly hurtling toward the mountains behind him. Paragus, witnessing this, was immediately engulfed by a wave of concern. Just then, Reg lifted his right hand, gathering a massive energy wave aimed at Broly. Paragus shouted loudly to Broly, "Broly, ah!" Upon seeing the incoming energy wave, fear flickered across Broly's face. With a thunderous roar, the overwhelming power of the energy wave obliterated the mountain, sending Broly soaring through the air. "Broly!" Paragus cried out in despair. As the energy wave neared its detonation, Broly, staring at the impending threat, suddenly erupted in a primal roar as if jolted by an unseen force. Boom! An immense aura radiated from Broly, his hair and brows turning golden, his pupils vanishing as he lost his rationality. This was the fabled Super Saiyan. Has he finally transformed? Reg mused, his eyes narrowing slightly. In that instant, Broly let out a mighty roar, enveloped in an incredibly powerful aura that neutralized the energy wave. Reg, with a disdainful snort, instantly vanished from sight, reappearing before Broly. Broly, now completely out of control, saw Reg materialize before him and immediately launched a fist towards him. Reg, too, clenched his fists, retaliating against Broly. Whoosh! Boom! Boom! With a cacophony of earth-shattering sounds, the two engaged in aerial combat, their bodies moving like arrows through the sky. The air was filled with numerous golden and green circles, manifestations of their clashing energies. Whoosh! Bang! Bang! Because Broly had lost all sense of pain, he countered Reg's every strike with fierce retaliation, undeterred by the agony. "Damn it!" Reg exclaimed, observing the uncontrollable Broly, and with a swift leap into the sky, unleashed a barrage of arrow-like energy waves at him. Broly's transformation had rendered him equally formidable. And with a strategy of trading blows, even if Reg were to emerge victorious, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. As Broly observed the incoming energy waves, he deftly evaded them while charging towards Reg, simultaneously unleashing energy blasts from his right hand. Whoosh! Boom! 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 With a series of thunderous explosions, The two energy waves collided in the sky, instantly enveloping the atmosphere in a thick cloud of smoke created by the blasts. Gritting his teeth, Reg seized his energy wave assault and lunged at Broly. Whoosh! Bang! 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 Boom! 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 Chapter 76, Conclusion in no time. The two engaged in a fierce aerial battle. Broly truly exhibited remarkable prowess. At just over 30, he possessed strength rivaling that of a Super Saiyan 4. Fortunately, my cunning allowed Reg to test the waters first. Witnessing this, Son Wukong contemplated silently. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, Reg's right fist clenched fiercely, delivering a powerful blow that sent Broly crashing into the ground. With a thunderous sound, Broly's body descended like a shooting star, striking the earth with tremendous force. A vast cloud of dust was instantly uprooted from the ground. Gasping for breath, Reg cast a weary glance at Broly, who lay on the ground. At that moment, Son Wukong extended his right hand, observing the energy of the cosmic seed he held, realizing he had nearly gathered 5% of it. If he could collect 5% from one battle, it would only require him to witness 20 such encounters to fully amass the energy of the cosmic seed. Moments later, as the dust settled, a sizable crater revealed itself on the ground, where Broly stood, panting heavily. With a mighty roar, Broly charged towards Reg in the sky. Whoosh! Boom! 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 The two soon engaged in a fierce aerial battle. Upon witnessing this, Son Gohan stroked his chin thoughtfully. Although Broly appeared formidable, he seemed to be showing signs of fatigue. In the Dragon Ball movie, the uncontrollable Broly effortlessly overwhelmed Super Saiyan Blue Goku and Vegeta, even subjecting Golden Frieza to an hour-long beating. If the current Broly possessed the same strength as in the film, he should still have ample stamina left. This indicated that Broly's current power might not be as overwhelming as it seemed. Suddenly, with a resounding bang, the two locked hands in a fierce struggle high in the sky, both exerting their strength as they began to descend. Just as they were about to reach the ground, Broly exerted his force, sending Reg flying. Reg, with a powerful push of his feet against the ground, charged back at Broly. Broly let out a mighty roar and unleashed a full-force punch toward Reg. Reg clenched his right fist tightly, meeting Broly's strike head-on. With an explosive sound, the ground around them trembled violently. Their fists radiated an incredibly powerful aura, expanding outward. After a brief stalemate, both fighters exerted their strength simultaneously, pushing each other back. Gasping for breath, Reg prepared to charge at Broly once more. At that moment, however, his body unexpectedly reverted to its normal state. What? Reg exclaimed in astonishment. He had not anticipated that he would exhaust himself so quickly in combat against Broly. He had changed back. Paragus observed this development with a slight smile. Reg's transformation indicated that he was no longer capable of battling Broly. The outcome of this confrontation was clear. Broly had emerged victorious. Damn it. Reg gritted his teeth and lunged at Broly again. Broly clenched his right fist tightly and delivered a devastating punch that sent Reg crashing to the ground, where he immediately fell unconscious. Broly glanced at the fallen Reg, and his body suddenly reverted to its normal state, causing him to lose consciousness as well. A draw? Paragus, witnessing both warriors in a state of unconsciousness, swiftly flew toward Reg. With a swift motion, Paragus landed before Reg, intent on finishing him off. Suddenly, he felt an intense pain and succumbed to unconsciousness himself. Son Gohan gazed at the unconscious Paragus and promptly retrieved the celestial mirror from the system, sending Reg back to planet Benbi. He then returned to planet Wampa to awaken the dazed Broly. The landscape of planet Wampa was teeming with monstrous creatures, and if Gohan did not revive Broly, he could very well become prey for those beasts. On planet Benbi, after a period of unconsciousness, Reg finally awoke to find Sapari seated at his bedside. "You are awake," she exclaimed. Reg nodded. "Is this planet Benbi?" "Yes. Is something wrong?" "By the way, Reg, how did you sustain such severe injuries?" "I was taken to planet Wampa today." "Planet Wampa? Isn't that a planet with an extremely harsh environment?" "Indeed. I encountered a Super Saiyan named Broly there." "Super Saiyan?" Sapari gasped. While Super Saiyans were not uncommon on planet Benbi, they were a rarity on other worlds. It is noteworthy that before Reg's birth, Super Saiyans were mere legends among the Saiyans. It was only after Reg's arrival on planet Benbi that Sapari first beheld the fabled Super Saiyan. Due to Reg's unique identity and appearance, Sapari quickly fell in love with him and bore many children, all of whom, upon reaching a certain age, could transform into Super Saiyans. Reg nodded. "Moreover, he is unlike any other Super Saiyan. Yes, that fellow possesses a green aura, and has only one transformation. A green aura. How formidable is he? His strength is tremendous. Even my Super Saiyan 4 was defeated by him. What? Even your Super Saiyan 4? Reg affirmed with a nod. Broly's battle power was already at 10,000 upon his birth, which is precisely why King Vegeta exiled him to planet Wampa. Then how did you return from that planet? I do not know. After being defeated by Broly, I fainted, and when I awoke again, I found myself here. I see. Yes, I suspect I was set up. Set up? Reg nodded in agreement. The perpetrator's intention must have been to compel me to fight Broly. Fight? What advantage could he gain from such actions? I do not know. However, if I discover the identity of that person, I shall not show him mercy. Suppari nodded in understanding. Meanwhile, on Earth. After returning home, Son Gohan felt an immense sense of joy as he guided Son Goten in his training. He was also mentally preparing for the next energy collection plan for the Cosmic Seed. In West City, at Bulma's residence, Trunks, after a day of hesitation, finally decided to confide in Vegeta about his desire to take Son Gohan as his master. At that moment, Vegeta was immersed in his training within the gravity chamber. Trunks opened the heavy door and approached him. Vegeta glanced at Trunks but continued his rigorous workout. Dad, what is the matter? Vegeta inquired while performing one-handed push-ups. I want to take Goten's brother as my master, Trunks declared. Goten's brother? Upon hearing this, Vegeta immediately halted his finger push-ups. Yes, Trunks responded, his expression tense. If you wish to train, why not do so with me? Vegeta asked, his tone somewhat fierce. The fact that his son did not train alongside him was already disheartening. But the notion of him seeking out Son Gohan as a mentor was infuriating. Father, it's mainly because I do not wish to be outdone by Goten. Not want to be outdone by Goten? Vegeta echoed. Yes, Dad. Gohan is currently teaching Goten the 20-fold and scathed King Kai Fist. If I do not work hard, I might not even be able to defeat Goten in the future. 20-fold and scathed King Kai Fist? Vegeta was taken aback. Yes, Dad. Goten told me that this technique can be used even in Super Saiyan form. It can be used in Super Saiyan form? Vegeta exclaimed in surprise. If the 20-fold and scathed King Kai Fist could indeed be utilized in Super Saiyan form, it would unleash a combat power 20 times that of a Super Saiyan. Trunks nodded affirmatively. Dad, Gohan can also instantaneously move and use the clone technique. Can you do those? Upon hearing this, Vegeta shot an irritated glare at Trunks. No. After all this, it seemed Trunks believed he lacked any formidable skills. Startled, Trunks quickly rectified himself. Dad, I was wrong. If you disagree, I want to take Gohan as my master. Vegeta's expression softened slightly. You may take Son Gohan as your master, but I have one condition. What is that condition, Dad? Trunks inquired. The condition is that you must never lose to Son Goten. Vegeta, being fiercely competitive, could not bear the thought of Trunks' strength being inferior to that of Goten, who was a year younger. All right, Dad. Then I'm going to find Goten right now. Vegeta nodded. Seeing this, Trunks joyfully departed from the gravity chamber. On Mount Bowsy, Sun Wukong and Ragusi are currently engaged in mastering the 20-fold, injury-free King Kai Fist. However, they are still in the preliminary stage of controlling the King Kai Fist, and the mastery of the 20-fold, injury-free version remains a distant goal. While they were training, a figure approached swiftly from afar. It was Trunks. Trunks, he exclaimed as he landed gracefully on the grass before them. Wukong, where is your brother? My brother is currently training in the gravity chamber. Is that so? What brings you here, Trunks? Son Goten inquired. Father has consented to my request to take Gohan as my master. Trunks replied. Is that so? How splendid. Trunks nodded in affirmation. I shall seek Gohan now and return shortly. Very well. Sun Wutian nodded. As Trunks finished speaking, he immediately soared towards the distant gravity chamber. Shall we have another junior disciple? Ragus remarked, observing Trunks flying away. A junior disciple? That refers to someone who shares the same master as I do, but joined the ranks later. I see. Then Ragus, am I your junior disciple? No. Gohan is your elder brother. He teaches you martial arts because you are his younger brother. I understand. Inside the gravity chamber, Sun Wukong is currently performing one-handed push-ups when, unexpectedly, the door to the gravity chamber swings open. Sun Wukong turned his head to glance behind him and caught sight of Trunks. Trunks. Trunks nodded and said, Brother Gohan. My father has agreed to let me take you as my mentor. Whoosh. Thud. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong supported himself with his right hand and swiftly rose from the ground. Indeed, Trunks remarked, preparing to step into the gravity chamber, but was halted by Sun Wukong. Trunks, do not enter. The gravity inside is 800 times. 800 times. At this revelation, Trunks' body trembled, and he quickly withdrew his raised foot. His father usually trained under a gravity of 500 times, and even then, only while transformed into a Super Saiyan. Yet, astonishingly, Son Wukong could train under 800 times gravity without the need for transformation. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong immediately restored the gravity in the gravity chamber to its normal state and approached Trunks. "Trunks, do you truly wish to take me as your master?" Trunks nodded earnestly. "In that case, you should go outside and train with Goten and the others." "All right, Brother Gohan. But could you teach me the multiplication technique?" "First, train with Goten and the others, and then I will have Ragus teach you." "Okay, Brother Gohan, not master." "It's fine. You may call me Brother Gohan as well." Although Trunks shares no blood relation with Son Wukong, in his heart, Son Wukong regards him as a younger brother. "All right, Master Gohan. I shall take my leave now." "MHM." Son Wukong nodded. As evening fell, Trunks returned home after a day of training. Not long after he settled down, Vegeta unexpectedly emerged from the gravity chamber. "Dad." Trunks greeted him. Vegeta acknowledged him with a nod and approached, inquiring, "How was your training today, Trunks? Was it satisfactory?" "Well, sort of. Do you want to train with me for a bit?" "Train with you, Dad?" "Indeed." "Are you reluctant?" No. I'm just a bit fatigued from training. Perhaps I could join you tomorrow instead?" Upon hearing this, Vegeta fixed him with a cold stare and replied, "But didn't you express your desire not to be outdone by Goten today?" Without waiting for Trunks' consent, he swiftly took him to the gravity chamber. "Dad," Trunks thought to himself, silently shedding tears. Earlier that morning, he had believed Vegeta to be a reasonable father, but it seemed he had overestimated him. In the days that followed, Trunks not only trained with Son Wukong but also endured Vegeta's rigorous training regimen upon his return. The pressure was relentless. Time passed swiftly, and before long, 5 months had elapsed. After 5 months of rigorous training, Son Wukong finally elevated his combat prowess to an astonishing trillion. "Ding! Congratulations, Master. Your battle power has reached 1 trillion, rewarding you with the mastery of the ultimate technique, including the ability to manifest external forms, the Time Prison. The power to distort energy in space, 1 Super Dragon Ball, usable only once a year, and 999. Super Dragon Ball." Son Wukong was taken aback. He had initially intended to venture to the 6th universe to gather the Super Dragon Balls, but unexpectedly, the system had rewarded him with the Super Dragon Balls directly. "Indeed. My master," he exclaimed. "So, if my strength were to reach 10 trillion, would that mean I would be granted the erasure of the Omni King? Once you cultivate your power to 10 trillion, you shall naturally discover the answer," replied the system. "And the Super Dragon Balls, they can grant wishes, correct?" "Yes, master." "Do you have any wishes in mind?" "I wish for the Earth's defenses to become cosmic level, but only beneath the surface, not above ground." "Understood, master. Your wish has been fulfilled." "Fulfilled already?" Chapter 78, Son Wukong vs. Hit. "Indeed, master. Why not give it a try?" "Try what?" "I certainly do not wish to obliterate the Earth." As Son Wukong spoke, he promptly retrieved the celestial mirror from the system to ascertain the whereabouts of Hit from Universe 6. Previously, he had harbored the desire to engage in combat with Hit, and now, having mastered the Ultra Instinct, he was eager to test his skills against him. Through the celestial mirror, Son Wukong beheld a man adorned in a black coat, with skin as purple as amethyst, seated at a bar, indulging in a drink. This individual was none other than Hit. Upon spotting Hit, Son Wukong immediately transported himself to the bar where Hit was located. As Hit, immersed in his drink, noticed the sudden appearance of Son Wukong, a flicker of wariness ignited within him. As the foremost assassin of Universe 6, Hit possessed an acute sense of danger. "You are Hit, are you not?" Son Wukong approached Hitler and inquired. Upon hearing this, Hitler immediately set down his glass of red wine and replied, "I am. May I ask what brings you here?" "I seek to engage you in battle." Son Wukong remarked, "A battle?" "Indeed, a confrontation. I apologize, but I am a mercenary. Matters beyond my assignments do not pique my interest. What if I were to hire you for a duel?" "Compensation, you inquire?" "Alas, I have none on me at the moment, but I promise to provide it next time." "In that case, let us discuss this only when you are prepared." "Is that so? Then I must take my leave with regret." As Son Wukong spoke, he immediately transformed into his Super Saiyan 4, leaving Hit in astonishment. Son Wukong clenched his fists tightly and struck towards Hit. It rose from his chair, deftly evading the attack. Sun Wukong clenched his fists with great intensity and advanced towards Hit with determination. In an instant, Hit's figure flickered, and he swiftly departed from the bar. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong immediately pursued. After a while, Hitler led Sun Wukong to a desolate mountain, where he came to a halt. "What made you decide to engage in battle with me?" Sun Wukong glanced around and spoke. "No, I simply wish to avoid entanglements." To this, Hit replied, "Regardless, I am truly delighted that you are willing to fight alongside me." Upon hearing this, Hit immediately activated his time skip technique and charged towards Sun Wukong. With both hands clenched into fists, Sun Wukong thrust forward. A crimson light materializes, instantly transporting his fist before Hit. This marks the emergence of Sun Wukong's latest ability, the power to distort energy and space. Bang, bang, bang. Caught off guard by the sudden arrival of Sun Wukong's fists, Hit is struck squarely in the face, causing him to stagger backward several steps. Wiping the blood from his face, Hit's expression swiftly shifts to one of seriousness. As Sun Wukong smiled, he was poised to once again employ his ability to manipulate energy and distort space, directing an assault towards Hit. In an instant, Hit's figure flickered, and he swiftly appeared before Sun Wukong, launching an attack forward. Son Gohan thrust his arms forward, his body being repelled backward. At that moment, Hit once again activated his time skip technique, charging towards Son Gohan. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong similarly activated his instant transmission technique. Bang! With a powerful strike from his right fist, Sun Wukong delivered a blow to Hit's abdomen. Hit let out a loud, anguished cry, clutching his midsection. "Time skip!" Hit exclaimed, gazing intently at Sun Wukong. "Who are you? How can you also wield time skip?" Sun Wukong replied, "I am known as Sun Wukong, but I cannot disclose the secrets behind my mastery of time skip." After hearing this, Hit, enduring the pain in his abdomen, lowered his hand. "Sun Wukong, your time skip is faster than mine by 0.2 seconds, is it not?" Sun Wukong nodded. Indeed, he had elevated his instant transmission technique to traverse a distance of 0.3 seconds in all directions. In contrast, Hit's current mastery of instant transmission allowed him to only navigate 0.1 seconds in the same manner. Observing this, a purple aura immediately enveloped Hit, and his expression grew serious. Upon witnessing this, Son Gohan clenched his fists, and a crimson aura enveloped his entire being. King Kai's fist. No sooner had the words left his lips than the ground around him began to tremble violently. Hitler, taken aback, nevertheless charged at Son Gohan with unwavering resolve. Tenfold King Kai's fist. With a resounding shout, Son Gohan transformed into a radiant flash of red, instantly appearing before Hit. Bang! Gohan delivered a powerful blow with his right fist, striking Hitler in the abdomen and sending him hurtling through the air. With a resounding crash, Hitler's body, akin to a projectile, collided forcefully with the mountain behind him. The impact stirred up a massive cloud of dust and debris. Sun Wukong let out a powerful shout, unleashing a torrent of energy waves towards the mountain. Whoosh! Boom! 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 Under the relentless barrage of energy, the mountain was swiftly reduced to rubble. At that moment, a figure suddenly materialized behind Sun Wukong. It was none other than Hit. Son Gohan shifted his body forward and turned to face Hit. At that moment, Hit's figure abruptly vanished, reappearing to the left of Son Gohan. With both fists clenched, Sun Wukong launched an assault on Hit. In a flash, Hit deftly aimed a powerful blow at Sun Wukong's abdomen. Just as Hit's right fist was about to make contact, a hand suddenly intercepted it, Sun Wukong's right hand. "You are not the only one capable of instantaneous movement." Upon hearing this, Hit retracted his fist and retreated several hundred meters. At that moment, Sun Wukong clenched his fist once more, and a towering crimson aura enveloped him. Boom! The ground within a radius of tens of thousands of miles trembled violently. 20-fold Kaioken. Son Gohan let out a thunderous roar, transforming into a crimson flash as he charged towards Hit. Taken aback, Hit immediately summoned a violet aura around himself to meet the oncoming assault. In an instant, with a flurry of strikes, the two warriors found themselves face to face. Their speed akin to a bolt of lightning as they engaged in aerial combat, due to the astonishing velocity of their attacks. Each strike landed upon the other with remarkable precision. With a resounding shout, Son Gohan clenched his right fist tightly and delivered a powerful blow, sending Hit plummeting from the sky to the ground below. The impact echoed like a thunderclap as Hit descended like a projectile, crashing forcefully into the earth. The ground erupted in a cloud of dust and debris. Sun Wukong took a deep breath, dissipating the aura of the Kaioken technique. As the dust settled, A profound crater several meters deep emerged on the ground. Hitler, panting heavily and appearing somewhat fatigued, stood within the depths of the pit. "I have been defeated." Sun Wukong was taken aback. He was astonished that Hitler had voluntarily conceded. As soon as Hitler finished speaking, his figure instantly vanished from the spot. As Sun Wukong glanced around to ascertain that Hit had indeed departed, he promptly retrieved the seed of the universe, which he had concealed within his garments. The seed now contained a mere 10% of its energy. This indicated that his battle with Hit had amassed approximately 5% of energy. Thus, a daunting 90% still remained to be collected. Chapter 79. Unveiling Vidal's Potential. Son Gohan secured the seed of the universe, initially believing that he would require the Ultra Instinct technique to contend with Hit. However, he soon realized that Hit was not as formidable as he had anticipated. In his current realm, aside from the gods of destruction and angels, the only beings of considerable strength were Jiren, Toppo, Broly, and Reg. Since Jiren, Toppo, and the others had established connections, Son Gohan had no intention of engaging them in combat. As for Reg and Broly, they were worth contemplating. Nevertheless, even if he were to battle them, he could only elevate the seed of the universe's energy to a mere 20%. After some contemplation, Son Gohan resolved to return to his training, believing that once he had sufficiently strengthened himself, everything would naturally fall into place. Time swiftly passed, and a year had gone by in the blink of an eye. Biddy had now reached the age of 15. Due to the early maturation of girls, she had grown to resemble her animated counterpart quite closely. At that moment, she was on the grassy expanse of the Korin Tower, attempting to lift the Xeno's sword from the ground. Yet, no matter how hard she tried, she could not manage to pick up the Xeno's sword. Observing from the side, Son Goten and Trunks could not help but laugh. "Sister Biddy, you will never be able to lift the Xeno's sword." Biddy huffed in defiance, asserting, "What is so impressive about that? Once I become stronger, I will certainly be able to lift the Xeno's sword." Upon hearing this, Sun Wutian strained to lift the King Kai sword. This particular sword was not the one from the King Kai realm. Rather, it was one that Sun Wufan had casually fished out during his leisure time. He had managed to catch over 10 swords in total, and thus he gifted one to each of them. As for Biddy Lee, although Sun Wufan wished to present her with a sword as well, she was unable to even lift it, so he naturally refrained from offering her one. Upon raising the sword of the Supreme Kai, Son Goten instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan. Videl let out a cold huff and proceeded towards the gravity chamber where Gohan was training. "Sister Videl," Sun Wutian called out to Biddy Lee. Seemingly oblivious, Biddy Lee continued to walk ahead. Before long, she reached the entrance of the gravity chamber and swung the door open. Inside, she spotted Sun Wufan and Ragus engaged in their training. "Biddy Lee," Ragus exclaimed, addressing her. Biddy Lee nodded and called out to her master, Sun Wufan. "Master." Sun Wukong glanced at Biddy Lee. "Is there something you need, Biddy Lee?" "Master, do you have any spirit tree fruits left?" "I do have some, but not in abundance." Son Gohan glanced at the 30 spirit tree fruits within the system and said, "Master, could you grant me one? I aspire to grow stronger than I am now." "Master, I too wish for one." Ragusa interjected, clearing her throat. Son Gohan coughed lightly. "If you truly wish to become stronger, consuming the fruit of the Tree of Might is not the only option." "Not consuming the fruit of the Tree of Might? Then, Master, what other methods do you have to help us enhance our strength?" Ragusa inquired. Upon hearing this, Son Gohan promptly restored the gravity in the gravity chamber to its normal state. "Follow me," he commanded. "Yes, Master." The two immediately followed Son Gohan as they exited the gravity chamber. Once outside, Son Gohan swiftly flew before Son Goten and the others. "Brother, Gohan." Son Wukong nodded. "Goten, Trunks, do you desire to become stronger than you are now?" "Yes, of course." "Do you, Gohan, possess a method to enable Goten and me to become formidable in an instant?" Son Wukong nodded. At that moment, Ragusi and Biddy Lee descended beside him. "Everyone, place your hands on my back, and I shall take you to Namek." Biddy Lee exclaimed, "Namek?" Son Wukong nodded. Upon hearing this, Biddy and the others immediately placed their hands on Son Wukong's back. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong executed a swift instant transmission, transporting the 4 individuals to a village on Namek. This village was indeed inhabited by the Namekians. How delightful it is to encounter so many of Uncle Piccolo's kin. Upon witnessing the multitude of Namekians surrounding them, Son Goten and Trunks were immediately taken aback, though Videl and Launch remained silent. They too were startled by the sheer number of Namekians present. Only Son Gohan, you are Gohan. After the arrival of the five, several Namekians promptly recognized Son Gohan. Despite the passage of several years, during which Son Gohan's height and hairstyle have undergone some transformation, his facial features remained largely unchanged. Son Wukong nodded. Who are the individuals accompanying you? Nairu inquired. These two are my disciples, and he is my younger brother, Son Wutian, while this is Trunks. Oh, and what brings you here? I wish to meet the newly appointed Grand Elder and request his assistance. Very well, I shall fetch the Grand Elder for you at once. Son Gohan nodded. Brother, where are we? Son Goten inquired, is this planet Namek, the homeland of Uncle Piccolo? Ah, that explains why there are so many individuals resembling Uncle Piccolo. Shortly thereafter, the newly appointed Grand Elder arrived. Upon seeing Gohan, the Grand Elder greeted him warmly. It's been a long time, Gohan. What brings you here? Gohan replied, these individuals are my disciples, and I seek your assistance in unlocking their latent potential. Unlocking potential, you say? The Grand Elder's forehead immediately beaded with cold sweat. What's the matter? Gohan asked. It's just that although I have inherited the title of Grand Elder, I lack the ability to unlock potential as the previous Grand Elder did, he explained. Is that so? Gohan responded. The former Grand Elder was the eldest among us Namekians, and his ability required time to master. I, unfortunately, do not possess such skills. I see. Nonetheless, while I may not be able to assist them in unlocking their potential, the Dragon Balls of Namek can. The Dragon Balls. Would that be too much trouble for you? Gohan asked. Not at all. You saved our Namek. And a mere wish from the Dragon Balls is nothing in comparison. In that case, please allow me to express my gratitude on their behalf. The Grand Elder nodded in acknowledgement. Soon after, Nail and the others produced the Dragon Balls of Namek and summoned the Eternal Dragon, Purunga. State your wish. For any desire can be fulfilled, but only 3 wishes may be granted. Purunga announced. Gohan declared, my wish is to help these 4 unlock their latent potential. The Grand Elder gestured towards Goten and his companions. Understood. Purunga replied, his eyes flashing red as the latent potential within the 4 was unleashed. Instantly, they felt their powers surge significantly. Your wish has been granted. Do you have any other wishes? Purunga inquired. Not at the moment, the Grand Elder replied. Very well, until we meet again. Purunga concluded, swiftly transforming back into the Dragon Balls of Namek. Chapter 8. The East Kaioshin arrives on Earth. Master, has our potential truly been unlocked? Biddy Lee asked. Indeed. Son Wukong nodded. So, Elder, shall we return? Ah, very well. The Elder replied, also nodding. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong executed a swift teleportation, returning the 4 individuals to Earth. Once back on their home planet, the quartet was filled with joy. Their strength had significantly surged without the need for training. As for Dilly, shall I continue my training? Son Gohan cast a glance at Bidalai and said, Bidalai nodded in response. The following morning, as Ragusa had mastered the 20-fold and scathed Kaioken, he was set to impart the art of instant transmission utilized by the Urdratians. However, it would not be Ragusa himself delivering the lessons, but rather his doppelganger assuming the responsibility, given that instant transmission imposes no particular restrictions on power levels. Bidalai was also able to partake in the learning. At that moment, Son Gohan's doppelganger stood upon a lush expanse of grass, instructing the 4 individuals. To learn instant transmission, the foremost skill to develop is the ability to sense ki, so let us begin with that. Bidalai inquired, sensing ki? Indeed. You may start by attempting to sense your father's ki, and then progress to perceiving ki that is more distant. All right, I'll give it a try. Bidalai declared as she focused her breath and concentration. Due to the overwhelming presence of ki on Earth, it took Bidalai quite some time to locate Mr. Satan's ki. I found it. Son Wukong's doppelganger nodded. Now, attempt to perceive the more distant energies. Discover how far your senses can reach. And you, Ragusi, do the same. The 4 of them nodded in agreement. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, half a year had gone by. During this period, Son Wukong had grown significantly taller, now nearly matching the height of the Son Wukong who faced Majin Buu. At this moment, Son Wukong's doppelganger was atop the Baozi Mountain, instructing Son Wutian and the others in the art of instantaneous movement. After 6 months of instruction from Son Wukong, Son Goten and his companions have acquired the ability to teleport. However, their teleportation skills are inconsistent, and due to their imprecise perception of energy, they often misplace their destinations. Therefore, during their practice sessions, Son Gohan's clones accompany them to ensure that mishaps are avoided. It was during one of these training sessions that two figures suddenly materialized atop the Buns Mountain. These two individuals were none other than the East Supreme Kai and Jebit. Supreme Kai. As Son Gohan beheld the newcomer, he spoke calmly. It has been a long time, Son Gohan. The East Kaishin, upon hearing this, feigned composure and replied, Brother. Do you know them? Son Goten inquired. He is the Supreme Kai, is he not? The Supreme Kai? He holds a rank 2 levels above that of the King Kai. Is that so? And what of the other? That would be his attendant. Attendant? So that implies a subordinate, does it not? Upon hearing this, Jebit felt a flush rise to his cheeks. Akin to that. Now, pray tell, what brings you to Earth today? Son Gohan's doppelganger gazed at the two individuals. Son Gohan. It is imperative that you understand. A remarkably perilous being has recently arrived on your planet. A remarkably perilous being? Indeed, this being is known as Babidi, a sorcerer of immense power. A sorcerer? Biddy exclaimed. Yes, long, long ago, when humanity first learned to walk. The universe was presided over by 5 deities known as the Kaishins, consisting of the 4 cardinal Kaishins and their overseer, the Grand Kaishin. The cosmos once enjoyed a tranquil existence, until one fateful day when an evil sorcerer named Bibidi conjured a creature known as Majin Buu. Driven by his desire to dominate the universe, Bibidi unleashed Majin Buu upon countless planets, wreaking havoc across the cosmos. Majin Buu possessed overwhelming strength, obliterating numerous celestial bodies in a matter of days. The valiant South Kaishin, upon learning of this calamity, rushed forth to confront him, only to be absorbed by Majin Buu. Subsequently, the North Kaishin attempted to engage Majin Buu but met a tragic fate at his hands. Upon hearing of this disaster, the West Kaishin joined me in battling Majin Buu, yet his formidable power proved insurmountable, and in a bid to protect me, the West Kaishin also perished at the hands of Majin Buu. Ultimately, the Grand Kaishin intervened. Initially, he held the upper hand, but realizing he could not overcome the Grand Kaishin, Majin Buu resorted to absorbing him as well. Upon hearing Son Gohan's words, he thoughtfully stroked his chin and inquired, why did the 5 Supreme Kais not confront him together? The East Supreme Kai gritted his teeth and replied, we never anticipated that Majin Buu would possess such formidable strength. And what transpired thereafter? Legus asked. Eventually, Bibidi, for reasons unknown, sealed Majin Buu away, placing him upon your Earth. Earth, indeed. Subsequently, while Majin Buu was imprisoned, I discovered Bibidi's lair and vanquished him. Initially, I thought that would be the conclusion of our troubles, yet recently, a dreadful incident has transpired. A dreadful incident? Sun Wutian remarked. It appears that Bibidi has a son named Babidi, who, like his father, is also a malevolent sorcerer. Furthermore, he possesses the ability to unseal Majin Buu. Not long ago, Babidi arrived on Earth. I am concerned that he will resurrect Majin Buu, which is why I specifically came to seek out Sun Wufan. Master. Legus and Biddy Lee immediately turned their gaze towards Sun Wufan's doppelganger. Master, shall we seek out this Babidi? No need. If Majin Buu truly reemerges, I will take action myself. The East Kai was taken aback. Sun Wufan, I acknowledge your formidable strength, but Majin Buu is not as straightforward as you might believe. Very well, I understand. When Majin Buu appears, I will personally deal with him. That is not what I mean, Sun Wufan. Majin Buu is indeed more complex than you can fathom. You must trust me. All right. I will see when I have the time and help you eliminate that fiend. After listening to Gohan's words, he displayed a hint of impatience. Observing this, the East Kaishin felt it prudent to refrain from further discussion and took his leave with Jebit. In the Kaishin realm, the elder Kaishin was leisurely seated upon the grass. Suddenly, 2 figures materialized. They were none other than the East Kaishin and Jebit. What brings you here? The elder Kaishin inquired, glancing at them. He did not provide a direct answer, but merely suggested that when time permits, they should assist in dealing with the menace known as Majin Buu. The East Kaishin lowered his head and responded, it appears he is merely deflecting your request. Nevertheless, there is no cause for excessive concern. Gohan possesses formidable strength. The Majin Buu you speak of may very well find himself outmatched by Gohan. Chapter 81. The search for Babidi. Is Gohan truly that powerful, revered ancestor? Indeed, on the day he transformed into Super Saiyan 4, did you not sense the overwhelming aura he emanated? I did feel it, yet Gohan's presence has always been formidable. I had no inkling he had reached such heights. Never mind the affairs of Earth. With Gohan present, it is unlikely any calamity will befall it. On Earth, after the departure of the East Kaishin, Goten and Trunks expressed keen interest in Babidi and Majin Buu. Brother, Shall we embark on a quest to uncover the whereabouts of this Babidi? Son Goten inquired. What? Are you intrigued by this character named Babidi, Goku? Indeed, brother. Son Wukong nodded. Very well, but you must first master instant transmission. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong felt a tinge of disappointment in his heart. Furthermore, I wish to impart to you a new technique. A novel technique. Upon hearing these words, Son Wukong's eyes instantly brightened with excitement. What technique is it, brother? This technique is called fusion. Fusion? In simple terms, it involves two individuals of comparable strength merging into one, resulting in an immensely powerful entity. I see. But will the two remain fused together indefinitely? Trunks inquired. No. The duration of the fusion is only 30 minutes. After that, they will automatically separate. Would you like to learn it, Biddy and Ragusa? After exchanging glances, Biddy and Ragusa shook their heads in unison. I think we shall pass. Biddy was not averse to merging with Ragusa. However, given their significant disparity in strength, their fusion might actually lead to a regression in power. Very well then. The doppelganger of Son Wukong began to instruct Son Goten and the others on the art of fusion. Out of curiosity, Biddy and the others observed how the doppelganger guided Son Goten in this intricate process. As the doppelganger demonstrated the fusion dance, Biddy instantly felt a sense of embarrassment at the postures involved. In the blink of an eye, half a year had swiftly elapsed. After 6 months of rigorous training, Sun Wutian and his companions finally mastered the art of instantaneous movement. This achievement came as a result of Sun Wufan's promise to take them to seek out Babidi once they had acquired this skill. On Earth, within the vast expanse of a desolate mountain range. At this moment, Son Gohan is leading Son Goten and the others towards a white edifice. This white structure is an elevator of the Babidi spaceship. Is this it, brother? Son Goten glanced at the elevator doors and remarked, indeed, inside Babidi's spaceship. Babidi was observing Son Gohan and the others outside through a crystal ball. Beside Babidi stood a tall man clad in blue, the king of the demon realm, Dabura. Who are those individuals? How did they manage to find their way here? Dabura inquired, shaking his head in uncertainty. However, it seems they possess a formidable energy within them. If we could harness their power, it might facilitate the early resurrection of Majin Buu. Is that so? I believe it would be prudent to lure him in and then seize the energy from them. Babidi's face broke into an ominous smile upon hearing this suggestion. As they conversed, Son Gohan had already brought Videl and the others to the 3rd level of the spaceship via the elevator. They've entered on their own. How splendid. It saves me the trouble of bringing them in. Babidi nodded in approval. Then I shall contact Pui Pui to deal with them. Indeed, Dabura agreed. Thus, they continued their scheming on the 3rd level of Babidi's spaceship. At this moment, Son Wukong and Trunks surveyed their surroundings. Brother, is Babidi truly hiding here? Their ISNTA soul in sight. No sooner had he spoken than a grand door swung open, revealing a man whose body was clad in white armor. With the exception of his head, while his skin was as dark as night. This man was none other than the character known as Pui Pui, mentioned by Babidi. Upon his appearance, Son Wukong and Trunks quickly turned their gazes toward him. Who are you? Pui Pui smiled and replied, My name is Pui Pui, and I am a subordinate of Lord Babidi. Lord Babidi? Son Wukong exclaimed, Indeed. Who are you all? How dare you trespass upon the domain of Lord Babidi? My name is Son Wukong. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong's expression turned naive as he scoffed lightly. Regardless of who you are, now that you have arrived here, do not even think about leaving. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong immediately turned to Trunks beside him and said, Trunks, how about we entrust this fellow to me? No, let us settle it with a game of rock, paper, scissors. The victor shall claim him. Very well. With that, the two of them promptly engaged in their game. Rock, paper, scissors. Pei, witnessing their antics, was filled with indignation. It was as if they completely disregarded his presence. Contemplating this, Pei was ready to take action when suddenly he heard Son Wukong's joyous exclamation. I won. I won. Then you shall take the lead this time. Trunks feigned calmness on his face, yet internally he pondered how he could possibly have lost. Son Wukong nodded slightly and turned to Pei. Then allow me to be your opponent. Pei snorted disdainfully. You little brat, soon you will regret this decision. You will engage in battle with me. Why, you ask? Sun Wutian spoke innocently, because I will kill you. Pei responded coldly, Oh, enough of this chatter. I shall end your life right now. As Pei uttered these words, he clenched his fist and charged towards Sun Wutian. In no time, Pei stood before Sun Wutian, his fists moving like the wind, launching an assault against him. Son Goten deftly maneuvered left and right, effortlessly evading all of Pei-Pei's assaults. Infuriated, Pei-Pei unleashed a powerful strike with his right fist. Bang! With a swift motion. Sun Wukong effortlessly intercepted Pei-Pei's right punch with his left hand. Is this all the strength you possess? Upon hearing this, Pei-Pei promptly withdrew his right fist and stepped back. Observing the clash between the two through a crystal ball, Babidi turned to his companion Dabura and inquired, "What advantages does Pei-Pei possess in this battle?" Dabura pondered for a moment before responding, "I believe it must be the high-gravity planet of Pei-Pei's birthplace." "A high-gravity planet," Babidi exclaimed, nodding in agreement. Seizing the moment, Babidi cast a spell, transforming the environment around them into that of a high-gravity planet. "It feels as though the gravity has intensified," Videl remarked as she surveyed her surroundings. Pei-Pei chuckled softly, picking up a stone from the ground, and declared, "This is a high-gravity planet, my homeland, where the gravity is 10 times that of Earth." Chapter 82. The Clash of Combat. Upon hearing this, Sun Wutian turned around and cast a glance behind him. "Brother, may I vanquish him?" Sun Wukong nodded. "You scoundrel." He spat in indignation and swiftly charged towards Sun Wutian. In an instant, Sun Wutian's figure flickered, and he appeared behind Pei-Pei, unleashing a golden blaze from his right hand. Striking towards Pei-Pei. "Ah!" Pei-Pei cried out in agony, his body reduced to ashes. Upon witnessing this, Babidi's eyes widened in astonishment. Despite his tender age, Sun Wutian possesses an astonishing level of strength. In response, Dabura displays a countenance of utter disdain. How pathetic this fellow is, having been so swiftly vanquished. Meanwhile, on the third level of Babidi's spaceship, at this moment, Sun Wutian was filled with a sense of joy as he addressed his brother, Sun Wufan. "Brother, I have vanquished him." Although the creature he faced was undeniably feeble, it was Sun Wutian's inaugural battle against an extraterrestrial being, and thus, he felt a thrill of excitement within. Sun Wukong nodded. "Well then, Goten, shall we explore the next level?" "All right." With that, Sun Wukong led the 4 companions to the next level. The elevator ascended swiftly, and before long, the 5 arrived at the 2nd floor. They glanced around and noticed it was devoid of any presence. "Brother Gohan, it seems there is no one on this level." Just as the words left his lips, an automatic door on the 2nd floor swung open. A creature, resembling a green mantis, emerged from within. This being was named Yigo, a subordinate of Babidi, captured in the vast cosmos. As Yigo walked, saliva dripped from his mouth. "Trunks, look! A giant mantis has appeared." "Goten, this is no mere mantis. It is clearly a monster." "Mantis? What is that?" Yigo inquired, intrigued by their conversation. "A mantis is a type of insect." Trunks replied. "What? You two dare to compare me to an insect? You vile little brats, I shall devour you both." Trunks chuckled lightly. "Monster, do not think I fear you simply because of your size. You may soon find yourself crying and begging for mercy. Vile little brat, you are exceedingly arrogant." Yigo retorted, leaping towards Trunks with a powerful spring from the ground. "Ha!" Trunks shouted, transforming into a Super Saiyan and charging at Yigo. As Yigo beheld the golden light emanating from Trunks, he opened his mouth and inhaled deeply. Immediately, a tremendous force emanated from Yigo, drawing in all of Trunks' Super Saiyan energy. Consequently, Trunks reverted to his normal state. "What?" Upon witnessing his transformation back, Trunks halted in disbelief. At that moment, Yigo grinned triumphantly at Trunks. "That light you emitted was utterly delectable." "Light? Are you saying you enjoy consuming light?" "Indeed. So, will you transform again?" Yigo chuckled. "Sure," Trunks replied, once more transforming into a Super Saiyan. "You fool, you truly transformed again. In that case, I shall not hold back," Yigo declared, preparing to absorb Trunks' Super Saiyan energy once again. Soon, Trunks found himself reverting to his normal state yet again. "Bring it on." Trunks let out a mighty roar, once again transforming into his Super Saiyan form. Jaeger, with a hearty laugh, absorbed Trunks' Super Saiyan energy for the 3rd time. His belly, having consumed a vast amount of Super Saiyan energy, radiated with a bright glow. Suddenly, Jaeger's abdomen swelled, as if it could no longer intake any more energy. Witnessing this, Trunks immediately shouted, forcefully channeling his Super Saiyan energy into Jaeger's mouth. With a resounding explosion, Jaeger's body detonated in place. The spaceship belonging to Babidi shook violently from the impact of the explosion. After a brief moment, a large hole was blasted into the 2nd layer of the spaceship. That scoundrel Jaeger had self-destructed due to overconsumption of energy. Babidi, observing Jaeger's self-detonation within the crystal ball, felt a surge of anger. The colossal egg-sealing Majin Buu was currently housed within this very spaceship. If the recent explosion inadvertently awakened Majin Buu, it would spell trouble. Although Babidi desired Majin Buu's revival, he intended for it to occur only after amassing sufficient energy. He was uncertain if Majin Buu could truly be resurrected after all this time. A misstep leading to Buu's unsuccessful revival would fill him with regret. Contemplating this, Babidi quickly checked the colossal egg containing Majin Buu. Upon confirming that the seal was intact, he let out a sigh of relief. Dabura, what shall we do now? It seems the time has come for me to take action. No matter how strong they are, they cannot surpass me, the king of the demon world. Dabura declared with utmost confidence. Babidi nodded. Then I shall entrust everything to you. Indeed, Dabura replied affirmatively. In the second layer of Babidi's spaceship, after Jaeger's demise, Gohan and the others swiftly made their way through the gaping hole to the first layer. Drawing from their previous experiences, Goten and the others chose silence this time, patiently awaiting the appearance of their adversary. Moments later, a blue figure emerged from an automatic door. It was none other than Dabura. He has arrived. But since both of us have fought before, who will take the lead now? Son Goten glanced at Dabura and, upon hearing this, Trunks immediately turned his gaze towards Son Gohan standing nearby. Son Gohan glanced at Ragusi and proposed, how about you engage him in battle? Although Ragusi was not a scion, her strength was formidable, and she was considerably older than Goten and the others. Very well, master. Ragusi nodded in agreement. One of the reasons Son Gohan had brought them to confront Babidi was to provide them with valuable experience. Despite their impressive power, Ragusi and her companions seldom engaged in combat, making this an opportune moment for growth. Dabura scoffed. You underestimate me by sending a mere girl to fight? Do you truly think you're formidable? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Dabura, the king of the demon realm. Oh, I've never heard of you, Ragusi retorted, provoking Dabura further. His anger flared as he responded, you insolent brat. At that moment, Ragusi called out sharply, and an abundance of diamond-shaped glass materialized around her. Dabura was taken aback. Suddenly, the glass surrounding Ragusi launched forth like a storm of arrows, aimed at Dabura. He swiftly dodged to the side, but the shards rained down around him. Observing this, Babidi swiftly cast a spell, transforming their surroundings into a mountainous landscape, complete with a pristine lake nestled among the hills. Ragusi was momentarily distracted by the sudden change in environment. Seizing the opportunity, Dabura conjured a large blade in his right hand and charged at Ragusi. Glass dragon, Ragusi shouted, summoning a dragon formed of glass that appeared behind her. The glass dragon was several times larger than Ragusi, boasting a pair of wings. Dabura, startled, raised his blade to strike at her. Ragusi spread her arms wide and made a sweeping motion toward Dabura. Unbeknownst to him, the glass dragon mimicked her gesture, flapping its wings vigorously toward him. A powerful gust, reminiscent of a tornado, erupted from the dragon's wings, surging toward Dabura. Realizing the impending threat, he quickly halted and raised his arms to shield himself from the oncoming wind. Ha! Ragusi shouted, and the glass dragon unleashed a barrage of shards from its mouth, hurtling towards Dabura. Caught off guard, Dabura hastily raised his blade to defend himself. Clang, clang, clang. While he managed to deflect a significant number of shards, several still grazed his body, leaving him with cuts. Damn it! Dabura growled in fury, his figure flickering as he appeared behind Ragusi, lifting his blade to deliver a powerful strike at the glass dragon. Bang! With a swift strike, a considerable portion of the glass dragon's back was severed. As Ragus swiftly pivoted, his right hand unleashed a wave of energy towards the underside of the dragon's left wing. Bang! Dabura, taken aback by Ragus's unexpected attack from the left wing, found his right foot struck by the energy wave, letting out a cry of anguish. Seeing this unfold, Ragus prepared to command the glass dragon to turn, but Dabura, amidst his cries, unexpectedly spat at the glass dragon. Bang! The spit hit the glass dragon, and it immediately transformed into a stone dragon at a visibly accelerated pace. The transformation rendered the dragon too heavy for Ragus to control, causing the stone dragon to crash heavily to the ground. With a resounding boom, dust and debris erupted from the earth. The glass dragon is turned to stone, Trunks exclaimed in terror. Indeed, Sun Wukong nodded in acknowledgement. It was due to the spittle recently expelled by Dabura. Spittle? Indeed. Upon hearing this, Biddy immediately shouted towards Ragusi, Ragusi, be cautious. Do not allow yourself to be hit by his saliva. Spittle. Ragusi, upon hearing this warning, fixed a serious gaze upon Dabura. Dabura snorted coldly and swiftly lunged towards Ragusi. Glass! Ragusi exclaimed, and immediately, a multitude of glass shards materialized around him, launching an assault on Dabura. Dabura evaded while raising his large blade, shattering the incoming glass. In the blink of an eye, Depura approached Ragusi, raising his sword to strike. Just then, Ragusi executed a sudden teleportation, positioning himself behind Depura, causing Depura's strike to miss entirely. "Wah, he's vanished," Depura exclaimed in surprise. Just as the words left his mouth, Ragusi forcefully kicked upward towards Depura. With a resounding crash, Depura was propelled through the air like a projectile. Seizing this opportunity, Ragusi directed the surrounding glass shards towards Depura. In no time, a barrage of glass struck Depura's body like bullets. Depura let out a piercing scream, his body resembling that of a porcupine. Observing this, Ragusi swiftly brought his hands together. Kamehameha! A deep blue energy wave coalesced beneath Ragusi's hands and surged towards Depura. Boom! With a tremendous explosion, the Kamehameha erupted in the sky, creating an immense tempest. Depura! Babidi felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Depura was his formidable lieutenant. If he were to be vanquished, Babidi knew he would stand no chance against them. After a brief moment, as the thick smoke in the sky dissipated, Depura's figure had long since vanished. "Has he been eliminated?" Trunks exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed." Son Wukong nodded. "The Glass Clan is indeed formidable, Master." At that moment, Raygas descended from the sky, landing beside Son Wukong. Son Gohan nodded. In the control room, Babidi, witnessing the demise of Depura, immediately became exceedingly anxious. "This is bad. This is bad. If even Depura has been vanquished, once they find me, it will surely spell my doom." Babidi lamented, casting a glance at the colossal egg that sealed Majin Buu. Ordinarily, Majin Buu would require a full accumulation of energy to revive, yet the current circumstances afforded him no opportunity to gather such power. Even in a state of insufficient energy, Majin Buu could potentially break free from his confinement. However, Babidi was concerned that the prolonged sealing might hinder Majin Buu's revival if he did not assist in amassing the requisite energy. Yet now, if he did not release Majin Buu, upon his own demise, there would be no one left to undo the seal. Contemplating this, Babidi made a resolute decision. "Very well, I shall unseal Majin Buu. Otherwise, with those individuals approaching, I shall truly have no means of survival." On the first level of Babidi's spacecraft, after Depura's defeat, Son Gohan promptly led Son Goten and the others in search of Babidi, in a bid to buy himself more time to unseal Majin Buu. Babidi commanded his soldiers to engage in battle with Son Gohan and his companions. However, due to the overwhelming strength of Son Gohan and his allies, within mere seconds, all of Babidi's soldiers were vanquished. Boom! Just as Son Gohan and his group were about to burst into Babidi's control room, the colossal egg sealing Majin Buu opened, revealing nothing within, save for a swirling mass of pink energy. "What is this? Why is there nothing inside?" Babidi, upon seeing the emptiness within the egg, was suddenly engulfed by a profound sense of despair. At that moment, Son Gohan and his companions stormed in. "Are you Babidi?" Son Goten inquired. Upon hearing this, Babidi gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Who on earth are you?" Chapter 84. Majin Buu. "Who are you?" Upon hearing this, Son Wukong was poised to respond when suddenly he noticed a swirling mass of pink energy above him, gradually morphing into a humanoid figure. What an overwhelming aura! Trunks gritted his teeth in astonishment. "What?" Babidi exclaimed, immediately looking up. He beheld a rotund man with pink skin, half naked on top, clad in white trousers and dark brown shoes, adorned with wristbands on both arms, his hands robust, and his visage plump. This man was none other than Majin Buu. With the emergence of Majin Buu, the Z warriors on Earth and the East Kai and the Kaioshin realm swiftly sensed the formidable energy radiating from him. What a tremendous power! Could it be that an exceptionally potent being has appeared on Earth? Tien Shin'an remarked, gazing in the direction of Majin Buu. In the Kaioshin realm, upon sensing the aura of Majin Buu, the East Kai trembled in fear. "Majin Buu has been resurrected." "Majin Buu?" "Indeed." The East Kai nodded affirmatively. There is no mistaking it. This is undoubtedly the energy of Majin Buu. Oh, the old Kai, upon hearing this, immediately retrieved a crystal ball to assess the situation on Earth. Through the crystal, the old Kai witnessed Son Gohan and others alongside Majin Buu. "Is this the individual you spoke of, Majin Buu?" The East Kai approached to gaze into the crystal ball. "Indeed, he is Majin Buu. And Son Gohan and Babidi are present as well," the old Kai confirmed. It appears that Son Gohan and his companions sought out Babidi, leading to the release of Majin Buu from his seal. Curse be it, had I and Jebet anticipated this, we could have devised a plan to prevent Babidi from resurrecting Majin Buu. No matter, since Son Gohan has taken Son Wukong and the others to confront Majin Buu, he must possess a means to contend with him. The East Kai, though hopeful, remained skeptical. On Earth, upon witnessing that Majin Buu was still alive, Babidi was filled with immense joy. Boom! Majin Buu, upon hearing this, descended from the air, deliberately stomping his feet against the ground with force. The floor of the entire spaceship trembled as if an earthquake had struck. Babidi was instantly knocked to the ground by the tremendous vibrations. Ha ha! Majin Buu laughed heartily at the sight of the fallen Babidi. Cursed! Babidi seethed, pushing himself off the ground. Majin Buu, I am your master Babidi. If you dare to disrespect me again, I shall seal you away once more. Upon hearing this, Majin Buu quickly altered his demeanor. I have the honor of meeting you. Master Babidi. Now that is more like it. Babidi uttered incantations and immediately conjured a magical transformation, enveloping the surroundings in a landscape surrounded by majestic mountains. Where are we? Vidalai inquired, surveying the area. I believe this must be a location on Earth. Son Gohan exclaimed, Really? Just then, a figure suddenly appeared before them. It was none other than Goku. Uncle Goku. Vidalai greeted him warmly. Son Wukong nodded and spoke. Gohan, who is this individual? How can his power be so formidable? His name is Majin Buu, replied the Supreme Kai, and he was a tremendously powerful being long ago. Is that so? Just then, Vegeta and Piccolo arrived. Uncle Piccolo. Piccolo nodded in acknowledgement. Gohan, what has transpired? Who is this person? Krillin inquired. Uncle Krillin, it's nothing serious. It's just that a being named Majin Buu has been resurrected. Just that? Krillin was momentarily at a loss for words upon hearing this. The aura of Majin Buu was so overwhelming. Yet Gohan casually referred to it as merely the resurrection of a being named Majin Buu. Indeed, they were living in the same world, yet were not of the same realm. Upon hearing this, Vegeta scoffed and directed his gaze at Trunks. Trunks, what are you doing here? Father, it was Gohan who brought us here. Trunks replied, feeling somewhat guilty. In truth, it was Gohan who had led them to seek Babidi, primarily due to suggestions made by him and Goten. If Vegeta were to discover that they intended to confront such a powerful foe, he would likely reprimand them severely. Oh, is that so? Vegeta turned his attention to Gohan. At this moment, Babidi, who stood before them, quickly grasped the reason why Gohan and the others sought him out after overhearing their conversation. Are you all sent by the Supreme Kai? No, Supreme Kai, they clarified. He merely informed us of your connection with Majin Buu. Sun Wuqian remarked, is that so? I wonder when that timid Supreme Kai has acquired such formidable allies. Timid? Indeed. That fellow did not dare to confront my father when Majin Buu was not yet sealed. Only after Majin Buu was confined did he muster the courage to challenge my father in the Supreme Kai realm. The Supreme Kai glared at Babidi with a face full of fury, although Babidi had just spoken the truth. To label him as cowardly in front of so many was a tremendous affront to his dignity. As Babidi spoke, Majin Buu interjected, Babidi, allow me to handle these pests. Of course, Lord Babidi. With that, Majin Buu began to approach Sun Wukong and the others, skipping and leaping with glee. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong immediately addressed Krillin, Vidalai, and the others behind him. Vidalai, Ragus, and Uncle Krillin, retreat at once. This foe possesses formidable strength. Understood. Krillin and the others responded promptly, turning to withdraw. They were keen to avoid being a burden to Sun Wukong and his companions. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong turned to Vegeta and inquired, Vegeta, do you intend to engage in battle with this fellow? His strength is indeed formidable. Vegeta merely snorted in response. Precisely because of his formidable strength, I am eager to ascertain just how powerful he truly is. Is that so? With a resounding thud, Vegeta clenched his fists with great determination, transforming into a Super Saiyan. Oh! Majin Buu halted in his tracks at this sight. Ha! Vegeta, maintaining his intensity, clenched his fist once more, evolving into a Super Saiyan 2. Dad! Exclaimed Trunks. Yet, Majin Buu continued his advance. With a disdainful snort, Vegeta moved with the speed of lightning, positioning himself directly before Majin Buu. He then unleashed a barrage of punches, striking toward Majin Buu's face with the swiftness of a thunderbolt. Chapter 85. The axe approaches swish. Bang, bang, bang. Vegeta's fists collided forcefully with Majin Buu's face, causing it to cave in almost instantly. Majin Buu. Babidi was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the Majin Buu he had long awaited would be so easily defeated. Vegeta snorted again, swiftly lifting his right leg to deliver a kick at Majin Buu. Bang! Majin Buu was propelled like a projectile, crashing into a nearby mountain. With a thunderous roar, the ground around the mountain erupted in a cloud of dust, reminiscent of an explosive mushroom cloud. spreading outward. After a brief moment, Majin Buu emerged from the mountain, his face still bearing the imprint of the earlier assault. Observing this, Vegeta scoffed dismissively. At that moment, Majin Buu placed his index fingers over the 2 holes on his forehead. With a puff, his face instantly returned to its original form. Subsequently, the din in his abdomen also healed completely. Wonderful, Majin Buu. Babidi sighed in relief upon seeing that Majin Buu was unharmed. Majin Buu is his lifeline. Should he perish, Babidi would be close behind. I am enraged. After regaining his form, Majin Buu opened his eyes wide, and a plume of white energy erupted from the holes in his head. Bang! Without hesitation, Majin Buu charged toward Vegeta. He swiftly closed the distance, launching a series of powerful punches aimed at Vegeta's face. Swish! Bang! 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 Due to the astonishing speed of Majin Buu's assault, Vegeta found himself unable to react in time, being forced to retreat under the relentless barrage. Dad! Trunks shouted fervently, intending to charge towards Majin Buu, but was halted by Gohan, who interjected, Trunks, if you wish to assist your father, your only recourse is to merge with Goten. Upon hearing this, Trunks immediately turned to his side where Goten stood. Just then, a resounding crash echoed as Vegeta was sent flying by Majin Buu's kick, landing atop a distant mountain. Goten! Let us fuse, Trunks exclaimed, urgency flooding his heart. All right, Goten replied. Son Wukong nodded. Upon witnessing this, Son Gohan swiftly darted to the front of Majin Buu. Majin Buu clenched his fists and charged towards Son Gohan. In an instant, Son Wukong's figure flickered and appeared high in the sky. Upon witnessing this, Majin Buu immediately soared upwards to meet him. At that moment, Son Wukong summoned the Shadow Battle Axe from the system. Axe, come forth. Upon hearing his command, the Shadow Battle Axe transformed into hundreds of shadowy axes, hurtling towards Majin Buu. Seeing the onslaught of flying axes, Majin Buu unleashed a barrage of energy waves from both hands, targeting the approaching weapons. Whoosh! Boom! Boom! With each tremendous explosion, the sky was soon enveloped in a thick cloud of smoke created by the detonations. Merge! Seizing the opportunity, Goten and Trunks initiated their fusion. A brilliant white light enveloped them, and from it emerged a robust figure, his hairstyle reminiscent of Vegeta's, with purple hair on the sides and black in the center, adorned in the attire of the Majin race. This being was none other than Gotenks, the fusion of Goten and Trunks. Fusion? Have Goten and Trunks truly combined? Krillin inquired. Indeed, Chi-Chi affirmed with a nod. Their fusion is named Gotenks. In the sky, as Majin Buu unleashed an energy wave, the Shadow Scythe absorbed the energy, rendering Buu's attack ineffective, while the scythe inflicted several cuts upon his body. However, these were mere superficial wounds, and Majin Buu quickly healed them. On the ground, Vegeta had finally emerged from the mountains. Damn it, he muttered, casting a resentful glance at the Majin Buu above. He could hardly believe that, aside from Goku and Gohan, there existed someone stronger than himself. At that moment, Gotenks teleported to Gohan's side. Brother Gohan, leave this Majin Buu to me. All right, but you must be cautious, Gohan replied. Gotenks nodded in affirmation. As Son Gohan witnessed the unfolding scene, he instantaneously teleported to the side of Son Wukong. Is it truly fine to leave Majin Buu to those two? He pondered. I am uncertain, but it presents a splendid opportunity for training. Indeed. In the sky, Majin Buu was taken aback to see Son Gohan refrain from fighting him and instead allow a child to engage in battle. Nevertheless, despite his surprise, he did not underestimate the figure before him. Gotenks. Who are you? Majin Buu inquired. My name is Gotenks. Gotenks? Very well, it shall be I who brings you down. Oh, is that so? I am eager to witness the extent of your abilities. With a cold snort, Gotenks declared, you will soon find out. As he spoke, he clenched his hands tightly and transformed into a Super Saiyan. Are you ready? Majin Buu asked. Ready. In an instant, Gotenks surged forward toward Majin Buu. Approaching quickly, he unleashed a flurry of rapid punches. Boom. Majin Buu raised his arms, retreating as he did so, with a fierce grip. Gotenks sent a powerful punch that propelled Majin Buu through the air. Majin Buu swiftly halted his descent in the sky. Is this truly the extent of your power? Infuriating. Gotenks felt a surge of anger at those words and charged once more at Majin Buu. Just as Gotenks was about to reach Majin Buu, the latter suddenly vanished and appeared behind him. Before Gotenks could react, Majin Buu leapt and delivered a swift kick to his back. Boom. Accompanied by a deafening sound, Gotenks was sent crashing to the ground like a meteor, raising a cloud of dust. After a moment, having landed headfirst and ingested a fair amount of dirt. Gotenks rose and spat out the sand from his mouth. Well done, Majin Buu. Babidi cheered, witnessing the event unfold. Shadow Battle Axe, go and strike him down. With Babidi's command, the Shadow Battle Axe soared towards him. Chapter 86. Gotenks vs. Majin Buu. Babidi, alarmed, called out to Majin Buu. Majin Buu, come quickly to my aid. However, Majin Buu remained stationary, seemingly oblivious to the plea. How infuriating. Babidi gritted his teeth, preparing to threaten the fiendish Majin Buu. Just then, the Shadow Battle Axe approached. Swinging menacingly towards him, Babidi raised his hands forward, swiftly reciting a spell, conjuring a protective shield before him. Whoosh! The Shadow Battle Axe struck with great force, cleaving through Babidi and his shield diagonally. In that instant, Babidi felt as though the world had splintered into two, and then he completely lost consciousness. Majin Buu gazed upon the fallen Babidi, a flicker of delight crossing his face. He had been pondering how to deal with the troublesome Babidi when unexpectedly, Gotenks had intervened, eliminating Babidi for him. How infuriating, he exclaimed. At that moment, Gotenks clenched his fists tightly, emanating an astonishing aura that surged upwards. Boom. The ground within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles trembled violently under Gotenks' energy, and the clouds that had been lazily drifting in the sky began to race. With a tremendous roar, Gotenks' hair elongated to his waist, his eyebrows vanished, and his brow pressed closely against his eye sockets. Deep blue pupils emerged within his formerly singular light green irises, and the golden aura enveloping him transformed into a radiant blaze, solidifying. This was indeed the third transformation of a Super Saiyan. Oh. Majin Buu's interest was piqued at the sight. The Super Saiyan third stage. Krillin and the others looked on in astonishment. Noticing their expressions of shock, Gotenks felt a surge of pride welling up within him. What do you think, Majin Buu? Are you intimidated by my Super Saiyan third stage? No. Majin Buu replied nonchalantly. What? Gotenks felt a swell of anger. Is that so? Then you shall soon understand my might. As he spoke, Gotenks took a deep breath and unleashed several identical white ghostly figures. What is this? Krillin asked, taken aback. These are Gohan's gum ghosts. Son Wukong exclaimed, Gum Spirit. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately turned their gaze towards Son Gohan. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong's expression immediately turned somewhat awkward. He had not anticipated that Gotenks would employ such a tactic at this moment. It was nothing short of a monumental social faux pas. Everyone, line up and count off. Gotenks commanded the bubblegum spirits. Yes, the bubblegum spirits replied in unison. 1, 2, 3, 4, 11. Krillin was once again taken aback. Goku, what exactly is Gotenks trying to accomplish? Son Wukong chuckled softly and remarked, You will soon find out. Ah, excellent. All of you, gum spirits, heed my command and charge at Majin Buu. Yes. Upon hearing this, the gum spirits immediately surged towards Majin Buu. In response, Majin Buu likewise launched himself at the approaching gum spirits. Before long, the distance between the gum spirits and Majin Buu shrank to mere meters. The leading gum spirit grinned and propelled its body forward at full speed towards Majin Buu. With a powerful grip of his right hand, Majin Buu struck at the gum spirit. Whoosh! Boom! At the moment Majin Buu's fist made contact with the gum spirit, a radiant golden light erupted from the gum spirit's body, resulting in a tremendous explosion upon impact. Witnessing this, the remaining gum spirits charged one after another into the billowing smoke of the explosion. Boom, boom, boom. Soon, a series of explosions echoed from within the smoke, with massive white mushroom clouds rising from the ground. Krillin and the others stared wide-eyed in astonishment. So, this is how the gum spirits operate. After a while, as the smoke gradually dissipated, a sizable crater appeared on the ground, with Majin Buu's body reduced to countless tiny fragments scattered across the earth. What? Majin Buu has been vanquished like this? I still have many tricks up my sleeve. Gotenks, believing he had defeated Majin Buu, felt a surge of pride. Just then, the fragments of Majin Buu that lay on the ground began to writhe like insects and ascended into the sky. Before long, all the fragments converged in the air, reassembling into the form of Majin Buu. Majin Buu has restored himself. Jebbet, witnessing this from the Kaioshin realm, was filled with dread. On Earth, as Majin Buu regained his form, his face twisted with fury as he glared at Gotenks. What the? I thought you were dead. Gotenks replied with a grin. I am furious. Majin Buu roared, white energy surging from the hole atop his head. With that, Majin Buu charged at Gotenks at full speed. Gotenks chuckled lightly and likewise propelled himself towards Majin Buu with great velocity. Whoosh! Bang! 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 Soon, the two individuals charged towards each other, engaging in a fierce battle amidst the skies. With a swift flick of his antenna, Majin Buu ensnared Gotenks' neck as if it were a lasso. In response, Gotenks opened his mouth and bit down forcefully on the antenna. Crack! With a crisp sound, the antenna was bitten down upon, prompting a pain cry from Majin Buu as he immediately retracted it. Gotenks then thrust his right knee forward, delivering a powerful blow to Majin Buu's abdomen. Majin Buu screamed in agony, his body propelled backward. Gotenks swiftly advanced, launching a barrage of punches towards Majin Buu, who was momentarily taken aback. Majin Buu was met with a relentless onslaught of Gotenks' fists, causing him to stagger further back. At that moment, Gotenks halted his assault, delivering a powerful kick towards Majin Buu's body. Boom! Majin Buu was sent flying by the force of the kick. Gotenks then clasped his hands together, gathering a golden energy wave, which he hurled at Majin Buu. With a resounding explosion, the energy wave detonated in the sky, creating a massive storm of wind and smoke. After a brief interval as the smoke gradually dissipated, Majin Buu stood mid-air, his expression filled with fury. Gotenks chuckled lightly, his figure flashing before Majin Buu as he aimed a kick towards the latter's head. Bang! Majin Buu raised his right hand, successfully blocking the strike. Gotenks shouted loudly, his fists moving with the swiftness of lightning as he continued his assault on Majin Buu. Buu raised his hands to deflect Gotenks' punches while gradually retreating. After a moment, Gotenks aimed a kick at Majin Buu's face. Majin Buu cried out in distress, spitting out a mouthful of saliva. Gotenks shouted again, bringing his fists down heavily towards Majin Buu's head. With a thunderous crash, Majin Buu's body plummeted to the ground like a projectile, causing a cloud of dust to erupt from the impact. Gotenks roared triumphantly, unleashing a barrage of energy waves towards Majin Buu. Whoosh! Boom! 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 As Gotenks unleashed a torrential barrage, immense white mushroom clouds ascended from the ground. Moments later, Gotenks ceased his energy wave assault, and as the thick smoke dissipated, a vast crater emerged in its place. Above this colossal pit hovered a swirling mass of pink energy, the remnants of Majin Buu, who had been reduced to mere dust. In an instant, this pink essence began to coalesce into the form of Majin Buu in the sky. Following the recent energy wave attack, Majin Buu initially reformed with charred skin, but after a brief interval, his body was completely restored. Is he truly indestructible? Piccolo inquired with a grave expression. No. It is possible that he was not entirely obliterated. Son Gohan remarked, is it not completely eradicated? Indeed, there are residual cells. Gohan, should you take action to eliminate it? Let us hold off for now. Allow Gotenks to engage first. Very well. As Majin Buu's body fully restored, he glared at Gotenks with a face full of fury. Since his birth, he had never endured such a profound humiliation. The more Majin Buu contemplated, the angrier he became, as white gas began to emanate from the hole in his head. Are you angered? Gotenks chuckled. Suddenly, Majin Buu let out a tremendous roar and charged at Gotenks with full speed. In no time, he reached Gotenks and unleashed a flurry of rapid punches. With swift agility, Gotenks evaded the assault, darting to the sides. Majin Buu then bellowed, forcefully thrusting his right knee towards Gotenks. Gotenks promptly retreated to avoid the strike. At that moment, Majin Buu clasped his hands together, concentrating a pink energy wave, which he hurled at Gotenks. In response, Gotenks shouted, delivering a powerful kick that sent Majin Buu's energy wave hurtling back. Unprepared for such a counter, Majin Buu was struck by his own energy wave, resulting in a thunderous explosion that obliterated his form. Observing this, Gotenks patiently awaited Majin Buu's restoration. After a brief interval as the thick smoke dissipated, Majin Buu's silhouette did not emerge from the haze. Instead, he had inexplicably positioned himself behind Gotenks. With a sweeping kick, Majin Buu aimed to strike Gotenks. Just as Majin Buu's foot was about to make contact, Gotenks vanished, reappearing behind him. Huh! Gotenks shouted, lifting his right foot as if to kick a soccer ball towards Majin Buu. The impact sent Majin Buu flying forward. Seizing the opportunity, Gotenks swiftly brought his hands together. Kamehameha! A deep blue energy wave coalesced from his hands, directed at Majin Buu. The Kamehameha struck Majin Buu, propelling him forward. With a colossal explosion, the energy wave detonated in the sky, radiating an intensely brilliant light. Subsequently, an immense storm arose, sweeping through the surroundings. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong and his companions instinctively shielded their eyes. After a brief moment, as the billowing smoke from the explosion dissipated, a cloud of pink mist materialized in the sky. This mist was none other than the remnants of the demon Majin Buu, shattered into fragments. Is he still not vanquished? Tianjin remarked, his expression grave. No sooner had he spoken than the pink mist coalesced once more into the form of Majin Buu. How infuriating! Majin Buu gritted his teeth, his heart seething with rage as he cast a furious glance at Gotenks. Although Gotenks appeared to be just a mere child, his power utterly overwhelmed Buu. Even the Kamehameha wave cannot obliterate him? Gotenks replied nonchalantly. Regardless, with Gohan on our side, even if I cannot defeat Majin Buu, he will surely find a way to do so. Suddenly, like a madman, Majin Buu charged at Gotenks. Gotenks clenched his fists and surged forward to meet him. The two collided with a resounding impact. However, Gotenks held the advantage, swiftly forcing Majin Buu back. In an unexpected move, Majin Buu flicked his antennae, unleashing a violet beam toward Gotenks. This beam possessed the power to transform beings into chocolate. Gotenks deftly sidestepped to the left, narrowly avoiding the attack. Majin Buu, have you exhausted all your options? Buu, witnessing his transformation beam miss its target, felt a wave of despair wash over him. His only recourse now was to absorb Gotenks, a strategy he loathed. Yet, faced with dire circumstances, he found no alternative. As the thought crossed his mind, a sinister impulse surged within his brain, attempting to seize control. The intensity of this malevolence made Buu feel as though a battle raged within his mind. Ah! He cried out in agony, expelling a mass of black energy from his mouth. What just happened? Krillin gasped in astonishment. At that moment, the black energy gradually morphed in the sky into a figure resembling Majin Buu, albeit with black skin and a gaunt physique, starkly contrasting with the original Buu. Two Majin Buus. The East Kaioshin, observing from the Kaioshin realm, was immediately taken aback. One Majin Buu was already a formidable challenge. Now, another had emerged. Chapter 88. Subduing Majin Buu. As a Kaioshin, you ought to maintain your composure and refrain from overreacting. The old Kaioshin, upon witnessing the scene, felt somewhat speechless. I apologize, esteemed ancestor, but I am genuinely concerned about the situation on Earth. What is there to worry about? Have you not noticed that Gohan remains composed? As Kaioshins, we must always maintain our tranquility. Understood, revered ancestor. The old Kaioshin nodded slightly. Meanwhile, on Earth, the malevolent Majin Buu emerged. His face instantly contorted with hostility towards his opponent. Although they both bore the name Majin Buu, only one could exist in this world. How intriguing, Gotenks remarked, a glimmer of amusement crossing his face at the sight of yet another Majin Buu. I do not comprehend how there are two of you. But let us see you unite in your assault against me. The two Buu, however, paid him no heed and charged at each other instead. Whoosh, boom, boom. The two Buus soon engaged in a fierce battle high in the sky. How dare you ignore me? Gotenks exclaimed as he sprinted towards the two Majin Buus. With a swift motion, he arrived before the evil Majin Buu and delivered a powerful kick that sent him flying. Quickly pivoting, he launched an attack towards the other Majin Buu. With a firm clench of his right fist, Gotenks sent the second Majin Buu hurtling away. So, what say you? Majin Buus? Do you still dare to disregard me? Piccolo and the others remained silent, observing the scene. Though Gotenks was undeniably powerful, he still possessed the temperament of a child. Gohan, perhaps it would be best if you took over, Krillin suggested. Son Wukong nodded and, in a flash, appeared beside Gotenks. Brother Gohan. Son Gohan nodded and said, Gotenks, let us conclude today's battle here. I shall take it from here. Very well. Although Gotenks felt a twinge of reluctance, he acquiesced. Upon Son Gohan's arrival, the expressions on the faces of the two Majin Buu transformed into a grave seriousness. Though they had not engaged in numerous battles with Son Gohan, the aura he unintentionally emanated during combat was sufficient for them to sense that his strength was indeed formidable. As Son Wukong observed the two Majin Buu approaching, he instantly charged towards the malevolent Majin Buu. With a swift motion, he unleashed a powerful kick, sending the wicked creature crashing to the ground with a resounding bang. The earth trembled beneath them, kicked up by a massive cloud of dust. Incredible speed, exclaimed Tien Shinhan in astonishment. In response, the malevolent Majin Buu raised his right hand, preparing to retaliate against Son Wukong. Suddenly, a figure appeared, delivering a fierce kick that sent Majin Buu crashing down in a manner akin to the evil version. The ground was once again engulfed in a whirlwind of dust and debris. Before anyone could react, Son Wukong had already reached the fallen evil Majin Buu. Gritting his teeth, the creature glared at him. Majin Buu, I hope in your next life you can be reborn as a good person. With that, Son Wukong concentrated a golden energy in the palm of his right hand and unleashed it toward the malevolent Majin Buu. With a thunderous explosion, The golden energy erupted like a fierce blaze, engulfing the wicked creature in flames. Majin Buu let out a piercing scream as his essence was utterly obliterated. Has he been eradicated? Beast Kaioshin inquired softly of the old Kaioshin. I believe so, the old Kaioshin replied. Has he truly been vanquished? Indeed. The old Kaioshin nodded. Son Wukong's prowess is astonishing. He has managed to defeat a Majin Buu so swiftly, and he hasn't even transformed into a Super Saiyan. The old Kaioshin affirmed. That is precisely why I insisted you needn't fret about Earth. Your concern should lie with those unfortunate souls who might venture there. Unfortunate souls? Yes, with Wukong's current strength. There are hardly any challengers left in the entire universe. Meanwhile, on Earth, Krillin and the others gazed at Son Wukong in sheer disbelief. While they were aware of his formidable strength, the rapidity with which he subdued the malevolent Majin Buu was astonishing. Barely a minute had elapsed since he engaged. Upon defeating the evil Majin Buu, Son Wukong turned his attention to the original Majin Buu. Majin Buu, do you wish to meet the same fate as him? Or would you prefer to reform, or perhaps be sealed away again? Sealed away? The original Majin Buu's face paled at the suggestion. He had only just escaped. He would do anything to avoid being sealed once more. However, recognizing Son Wukong's overwhelming power, he realized he was no match. After some contemplation, the original Majin Buu chose to embrace redemption. I am willing to reform. Will you let him go, Wukong? Clin inquired. Indeed, Uncle Clin. But is this truly without consequence? This individual possesses remarkable strength, and currently, only you can keep him in check. Fear not, Uncle Clin, I shall guide him towards the right path. Very well then. Upon witnessing this, Son Gohan immediately soared to the front of Majin Buu. Greetings, my name is Son Gohan. Son Gohan, Majin Buu uttered, as a rumbling sound emanated from his stomach. Are you hungry? Allow me to take you for a meal first, and then we shall discuss your potential reformation. A meal? Will there be candies and cakes? As much as you desire. Son Gohan chuckled softly. Upon witnessing this, Vegeta let out a disdainful snort and turned away. Subsequently, Son Gohan took Majin Buu to a restaurant in West City for a meal. After dining, Son Gohan imparted some rules to Majin Buu, since Chi-Chi would not permit him to stay at home. Son Gohan had no choice but to arrange for Majin Buu to reside in another apartment that he purchased in West City. Due to their curiosity about the formidable Majin Buu, Son Goten and his companions accompanied Son Gohan to that particular house. Son Wutian and Trunks seemed to have forgotten their previous battles against Majin Buu, engaging in cheerful banter with him. Due to Majin Buu's propensity to become irate over trifles, Sun Wufan decided it would be best for him to remain in his residence and work on tempering his disposition. Time swiftly passed, and before long, half a year had elapsed. During this period, Majin Buu had largely stayed within Sun Wufan's abode, seldom venturing outside. After 6 months of guidance, while Majin Buu's temperament remained somewhat volatile, he had notably improved compared to his former self. At this moment, under the leadership of Sun Wutian and others, Majin Buu found himself at the bustling market of West City. Chapter 89. High School. Outside a cake shop in West City, Majin Buu was fixated on the delectable cakes inside, drooling with anticipation. Majin Buu, do you wish to have some cake? Son Goten inquired. Is that so? Majin Buu nodded emphatically. Then, let us procure some cakes at once. With that, the trio entered the shop. Welcome. How may I assist you today? A cheerful saleswoman inquired. I wish to purchase every cake in your establishment. Son Goten exclaimed. Everything. The female attendant was taken aback. Indeed. Is there an issue? She inquired with a smile. Little brother, are you jesting? Not at all, he replied earnestly. I am speaking the truth. As Sun Wutian spoke, he produced a golden card. The female attendant, upon witnessing this, promptly summoned the store manager. Initially, the manager assumed that Sun Wutian was jesting, but only after he genuinely paid for the entire cake selection did she become completely convinced. Who are your parents, young lad? The manager inquired. Her curiosity piqued regarding Sun Wutian's identity. My father is Sun Wukong, and my mother is Chi-Chi. With a smile, Sun Wutian said, Sun Wukong, Chi-Chi. The shopkeeper pondered for a moment, seemingly unfamiliar with the two. And that little brother? The shopkeeper inquired, glancing at Trunks. My father is Vegeta, and my mother is Bulma. Bulma, exclaimed the shopkeeper in astonishment. Is your mother not the current chairwoman of the Capsule Corporation? Indeed. Trunks nodded affirmatively. The chairwoman of the Capsule Corporation. The female shop assistant, upon hearing this, wore an equally astonished expression. At that moment, Majin Buu began to feast within the store, with his prodigious appetite. It was not long before half of the shop's cakes had vanished into Majin Buu's belly. The The shopkeeper and the female assistant were taken aback. Though the store was modest in size, half of the cakes still amounted to a significant quantity. After a considerable while, Majin Buu devoured the entirety of the shop's cakes. "Are you full now?" Son Goten inquired. "Not yet. I am only 4/10 full." Trunks, left speechless, mused that if Majin Buu were to participate in an eating contest, he would undoubtedly emerge as the champion. "Then let us depart, Trunks, Majin Buu." "Oh, very well." The two nodded in agreement and followed Son Goten out of the store. "Manager, am I dreaming?" The female employee stood dazed in her spot after the two had left. Upon hearing her, the manager pinched her cheek and asked, "Does it hurt?" "Indeed," the employee exclaimed loudly. In West City, at Son Goku's residence, Son Gohan, now 17, had reached the age for high school. Consequently, Chi-Chi wished for Gohan to enroll in a secondary school. Initially, she was indifferent to whether Gohan pursued high school, but her neighbor, who lived next door, incessantly boasted about her son's academic achievements, which sparked Chi-Chi's desire for Gohan to attend high school. With a sense of resignation, Sun Wukong agreed to let Chi-Chi send Gohan to high school. However, it was not Gohan himself who would attend. Rather, he would dispatch a clone to do so. In West City, at Orange Star High School. At this moment, Sun Wukong's son, Gohan, is donning the same orange high school uniform as depicted in the original Dragon Ball series while attending school, accompanied by a group of lively young girls bouncing behind him. Among them is none other than Videl. "Master, I never imagined that one day you would accompany me to school. I wonder what expression our teacher would wear upon discovering that her student is the strongest man on earth." Upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, Son Gohan immediately cast a glance at Bidalai. "Bidalai, it seems that I have been remiss in your training lately, for you dare to jest with your master." Upon hearing this, Bidalai's expression changed. "I was wrong, master. I was merely joking with you. Please forgive my petty transgression." As Sun Wukong's doppelganger let out a cold snort, he chose not to utter a word. Shortly thereafter, the two arrived at their classroom. Since Sun Wukong was a new transfer student, the teacher provided a brief introduction about him. "This is Sun Wukong, an exceptionally talented student who has entered our school with perfect scores in 3 subjects." A blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl remarked, "With perfect scores, his academic prowess must be impressive." Her name was Eliza, a close friend of Biddy. "Good grades merely make one a bookworm," chimed in a blonde-haired, blue-eyed boy seated not far from Eliza. His name was Sharp, a suitor of Biddy. "That may not necessarily be the case," Biddy interjected with a smile. "Not necessarily? Biddy, do you know him?" Sharp inquired, having promised Sun Wukong not to reveal their master-disciple relationship. Biddy refrained from disclosing that Sun Wukong was her mentor. She merely nodded in response. Sun Wukong is actually the champion of the youth category from last year's World Martial Arts Tournament. Upon hearing this, Sharp was suddenly dissuaded from underestimating Sun Wukong. The World Martial Arts Tournament is a globally renowned event, and for Sun Wukong to claim victory there was no small feat. "So, does that mean Biddy stole your championship?" Eliza commented, well aware of Biddy's past participation in the tournament 7 years prior. "Indeed," Biddy confirmed with a nod. On the platform, after the teacher's brief introduction of Sun Wukong, he turned to him and said, "Sun Wukong, why don't you introduce yourself to everyone?" "Hello everyone. My name is Sun Wukong, I am 17 years old, and I reside in West City." The teacher was taken aback. "Is that all for your introduction?" "Yes." Son Gohan's doppelganger nodded. "Very well, Son Gohan, please take a look at where you are seated. Right here, here." Upon hearing this, Eliza immediately shouted towards Son Gohan's doppelganger on the stage. Sun Wukong is handsome and exceptionally talented in both literature and martial arts. If Eliza claims to be uninterested in him, it must surely be a falsehood. Now, dear classmate Sun Wukong, why not take a look at the empty seats below? You are welcome to sit wherever you please. "Very well, teacher." As Sun Wukong's doppelganger spoke, he took a seat beside Eliza. "Hello, Sun Wukong. My name is Alif, and I am a close friend of Biddy. I heard from Biddy that you two are acquainted." Sun Gohan's doppelganger nodded slightly. "So, Sun Gohan, are you exceptionally skilled in martial arts?" "It's all right. You need not be so modest. For even Miss Dilly has informed me that you are the champion of the youth category in the World Martial Arts Tournament." Sitting nearby, Sharp felt a pang of jealousy at Son Gohan's popularity. In the afternoon, the first class was physical education. So Son Gohan's doppelganger and Dilly made their way to the school playground. Chapter 90, a challenge from Sharp upon observing Dilly closely following Son Gohan's doppelganger. Sharp's envy towards Son Gohan intensified. He resolved to compete with Son Gohan's doppelganger. While he could not surpass him academically, he was determined to excel in sports. Just as Sharp contemplated this, the physical education teacher suddenly whistled, calling everyone to assemble. The students quickly arranged themselves in an orderly fashion. "Ah, we have a new student," the PE teacher remarked upon noticing Son Gohan's doppelganger, who appeared somewhat unfamiliar. "Indeed, Mr. Liu, his name is Son Gohan, a transfer student who just joined today." A bespectacled classmate chimed in. "Furthermore, Son Gohan is the champion of the youth category in the World Martial Arts Tournament," Sharp added. "Is that so?" A hint of surprise flashed across Mr. Liu's face. Although the youth category champion may be considered less formidable than that of the adult category, it is still an achievement not easily attained by ordinary individuals. The clone of Sun Wukong remained silent. "Well, let us proceed as usual today. First, we shall circle the playground twice." "Ah, more running." Some students, who were not particularly fond of exercise, immediately felt a twinge of discontent upon hearing this. "What is the issue with running? I, for instance, must complete 20 laps daily." 20 laps. Upon hearing this, the discontented students felt a sudden reluctance to voice their complaints. At that moment, Sharp, who stood behind the clone of Sun Wukong, suddenly addressed him. "Sun Wukong, you are the champion of the youth division in the World Martial Arts Tournament. You must be quite swift at running, correct? How about we have a race?" "A race?" "Yes, let us see who can complete these 2 laps first." "All right." Sun Wukong's doppelganger nodded. "Now, my dear classmates, as soon as I blow the whistle, you shall officially commence your run," declared Teacher Liu. "Understood." The students chorused in agreement. Observing their readiness, Teacher Liu promptly blew the whistle. Upon hearing it, Shapu immediately surged forward, determined to demonstrate his formidable prowess to the entire class. In no time, Shapu found himself leading the pack. "Shapu!" exclaimed Eliza and the others in astonishment, subsequently turning their gaze towards Sun Wukong's doppelganger. At this moment, Gohan's doppelganger was leisurely jogging, seemingly indifferent to Sharp's challenge, whether out of disregard or intentional nonchalance. Before long, Sharp completed a lap. Upon noticing that Gohan's doppelganger lingered at the rear of the group, a flicker of irritation surged within him. Sun Wukong firmly believed that Son Gohan could secure the championship title in the youth division of the World Martial Arts Tournament. He could not fathom that his strength could be so feeble. Thus, he was convinced that Gohan was merely being dismissive. "Son Gohan, regardless of whether your prowess is genuine or not, victory is assuredly mine this time," Eliza inquired, slightly ahead of Son Gohan's doppelganger. "Did you not just promise to compete against Sharp?" "Indeed. If that is the case, why are you lagging behind so?" Son Gohan's doppelganger chuckled softly. "Since this is a competition, it is only intriguing if it lasts a while. If one were to win instantly, the opponent would lack the sense of struggle." "A sense of struggle?" The clone of Sun Wukong nodded and, in an instant, surged forward like a whirlwind. The ground was immediately stirred up in a cloud of dust. Fortunately, the track was made of rubber. Otherwise, everyone, including Dilly, would have been engulfed in dirt. The speed of Sun Wukong's clone was so astonishing that many did not catch a glimpse of him, but merely felt a gust of wind rush past them, including Sharp. "What?" Sharp looked ahead and discovered a figure standing before him. It was none other than Sun Wukong's clone. "Sun Wukong." Sharp's face reflected disbelief. He had just been ahead of Sun Wukong's clone, yet in the blink of an eye, he had been overtaken. Sun Wukong. Teacher Liu, witnessing this, was equally astonished. Though he often engaged in physical training, even he could not match such speed. Sun Wukong is truly remarkable. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. Upon seeing Sun Wukong's clone complete 2 laps ahead of everyone else, Eliza immediately turned to Dilly with a starry-eyed expression. Dilly, upon hearing this, remained silent. Indeed, Sun Wukong is exceptional. However, it is regrettable that her master is not. Yet, it seems that romances between mentors and disciples are quite prevalent in television dramas. How infuriating. After completing 2 laps, Sharp felt a surge of indignation. Today, he had intended to showcase his abilities before Bidalai, but alas, his efforts backfired. Not only did he fail to outpace Sun Wukong, but he also suffered a humiliating defeat at his hands. Following the running session, it was time for free activities. Unwilling to accept his recent loss to Sun Wukong, Sharp once again challenged his counterpart. "Sun Wukong, I may have lost in the race. But how about we compete in something else?" "Something else?" "Yes, let us contest in shot put. Who can throw the shot put farther?" "Excellent." Son Gohan's doppelganger nodded in agreement. Upon witnessing Son Gohan's consent, Shappa promptly retrieved 2 identical weighted iron balls from the equipment room. "Son Gohan, shall you throw first or shall I?" "You may go first." "Very well." As the 2 prepared for their contest, several classmates rushed over to witness the competition. "Shall who?" Who do you believe will throw farther? I think it should be Son Gohan, as Shappu is known to be the champion of the youth division in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Xiaoji, what is your opinion? I believe Shappu will prevail. Shappu? Indeed. Have you not noticed the muscles on Shappu's arms? Moreover, Son Gohan's championship was achieved 7 years ago. Just as the discussion unfolded, Shappu let out a mighty shout and launched the iron ball with great force. Thud. The iron ball struck the ground. A classmate hurried over to measure the distance. 7 meters. Shappu chuckled lightly, turning to Son Gohan's doppelganger. It is now your turn, Son Gohan. Upon hearing the words of his doppelganger, Sun Wukong swiftly picked up the shot put from the ground and gently tossed it upwards a few times. Sun Wukong, have you never thrown a shot put before? If you are unfamiliar with the technique, simply emulate my previous method of throwing. So, may I indeed throw the shot put? As Sun Wukong's doppelganger inquired, throw? After a moment of contemplation, Shappu replied, Dear Sun Wukong, it matters not whether you throw or toss. As long as your distance surpasses mine, you shall emerge victorious. Upon hearing the words of his doppelganger, Sun Wukong effortlessly tossed the lead ball skyward as if it were a mere pebble. Sharp, witnessing this unexpected display, couldn't help but chuckle, remarking, Dear classmate Sun Wukong, a lead ball thrown upwards cannot travel far. Just then, another student in the class exclaimed loudly, The lead ball has soared into the clouds. What? Sharp exclaimed in astonishment, promptly gazing upwards. However, the lead ball had already pierced through the cloud cover, rendering it invisible to his sight. Chapter 91. Was nothing at all. I see nothing. Sharp protested. I truly saw the lead ball, the classmate insisted. And noticing the sincerity in his eyes, Sharp once more directed his gaze towards the heavens. Yet again, he beheld naught but the vast sky. Classmate Sun Wukong, it seems your lead ball has vanished without a trace. Perhaps it would be prudent for you to throw another? Sun Wukong's doppelganger chuckled and said, No need for that. The lead ball will fall down shortly. Shortly? Are you implying that the lead ball is in the sky? Indeed. Son Gohan's doppelganger nodded. Very well, I shall await the moment to see if that lead ball is truly cast into the heavens. Moments later, a blazing sphere descended from the sky. The very lead ball that Son Gohan's doppelganger had just hurled upward. A fireball, exclaimed Shappu in astonishment. After a brief pause, the lead ball plummeted to the ground like a meteorite, crashing heavily onto the grassy expanse of the playground. How many meters? Sun Wukong's clone inquired of Shappu. Upon hearing this, Shappu hurried over to investigate. A distance of 330 meters. At that moment, Teacher Lu came running from afar. Student Sun Wukong, may I request to be your disciple? Teacher Lu. As these words were uttered, the onlooking classmates displayed a look of astonishment. It was indeed remarkable for a physical education teacher to seek guidance from a student. Sun Wukong's doppelganger smiled and said, Teacher Lu, you are my mentor. How could I possibly become your master? However, if you wish to grow stronger than you currently are, I would be delighted to offer my guidance. After a moment of contemplation, Teacher Lu nodded in agreement. As long as Sun Wukong could provide him with instruction, he did not mind whether Sun Wukong assumed the role of his master. So, Sun Wukong, would you be able to teach me? Inquired a sporty classmate from the back of the room. Absolutely. With a smile, Sun Wukong's doppelganger replied, Well then, classmate Sun Wukong, might you offer me some guidance? A girl of unremarkable appearance in the class inquired. Her intention was not genuinely to seek instruction from Sun Wukong on his training, but rather to find an opportunity to draw closer to him. Son Gohan hesitated regarding the prospect of training others. While instructing one or two individuals posed no significant burden, the task became increasingly time-consuming with the addition of more students. What troubles you, Son Gohan? At that moment, Videl stepped forward. Son Gohan has already promised to teach me martial arts, so he simply cannot spare the time to instruct you. Upon hearing this, the female classmate reluctantly abandoned her hopes of drawing closer to Son Gohan through guidance. Videl, Sharp observed the scene, his heart aching. If he could not discern the complexity of the relationship between Videl and Son Gohan at this point, he would truly be beyond redemption in terms of perception. Videl, Eliza, who had harbored some feelings for Son Gohan, resolved to interrogate Videl thoroughly after witnessing this interaction. If Videl also held affections for Son Gohan, she would have no choice but to relinquish her pursuit of him. The scene unfolded at the Bowsy Mountain, within the gravity chamber. At present, Son Gohan is training with Ragusa in the gravity chamber when suddenly, the entrance swings open. A tall figure, with skin of a bluish-green hue, adorned with long, flowing white hair, and possessing purple pupils and lips, stands at the threshold, a large light blue halo resting around his neck. This individual is none other than Whis. Upon seeing Whis, Gohan's expression shifts slightly in surprise, but he quickly rises from the floor of the gravity chamber. I sincerely apologize for interrupting your training. Greetings. My name is Whis, servant of Lord Beerus, the god of destruction. Whis. Indeed. May I enter? Whis inquired. Of course. Son Wukong nodded. Upon witnessing this, Whis promptly entered the gravity chamber. As Ragusu observed Whis traversing the chamber with ease under 300 times the normal gravity, a look of astonishment crossed his face. Greetings. Your name is Son Wukong, is it not? Whis inquired as he approached Son Wukong. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong nodded, his heart brimming with anxiety. It seemed he had not done anything out of the ordinary, yet Whis had approached him unbidden. Son Wukong, I have come to inquire about the destructive energy. Destructive energy? Indeed. As it is a technique exclusive to the gods of destruction, I am curious as to where you acquired such a skill. An elderly gentleman in a dream taught me. An elderly gentleman in a dream. Whis responded, his expression one of disbelief. What did this gentleman look like? He had white hair and a white beard, and wore a blue garment adorned with stars. Stars? Yes. Son Wukong nodded. After hearing this, Whis stroked his chin with his right hand and inquired, So, Son Wukong, would you be willing to become a god of destruction? What is a god of destruction? A god of destruction is one who is tasked with the annihilation of planets. Their position is equivalent to that of the Supreme Kai. Equivalent, indeed. However, the Supreme Kai generally does not dare to provoke a god of destruction. And how does the god of destruction compare to Lord Beerus? Lord Beerus is the current god of destruction. But do you not already have a god of destruction? Yes, precisely. That is why I have come to inquire whether you would be interested in becoming the next god of destruction. And if I agree, when would I assume the role of god of destruction? I cannot say for certain. It depends on when Lord Beerus is willing to abdicate. It could be in a few years, a few decades, or even thousands of years. Son Wukong found himself at a loss for words. If that is the case, why did you not seek me out when Lord Beerus was willing to abdicate? No. My purpose for coming to Earth this time is primarily to inquire about the nature of destructive energy. However, if you are inclined to assume the role of a god of destruction, I would be more than willing to instruct you in your training once Lord Beerus awakens. Awaken? Indeed, Lord Beerus is currently in slumber, and it shall be approximately 5 years before he stirs once more. Is that so? Well, Whis. Do you possess knowledge on how to transform the energy within oneself into divine energy? Transform into divine energy? Yes. Son Gohan nodded. The process of transforming into a god of destruction is, in essence, quite straightforward. First, you must elevate the energy within you, and then allow it to transcend into the realm of divinity. Transcendence? Indeed, unlike the Super Saiyan transformation, to ascend to the divine realm, one must first cultivate a state of tranquility within oneself. Cultivate tranquility? Yes. Whis affirmed with a nod. So, Son Gohan, do you wish to become the next god of destruction? Son Gohan smiled and remarked, Let us wait until Lord Beerus is willing to relinquish his position before discussing this further. Very well then. If that is the case, I shall take my leave. With that, Whis promptly exited the gravity chamber. Before departing, he cast a glance at Ragusa. While he was largely familiar with the myriad races of the universe, he had never encountered Ragusa. However, Whis did not dwell on this thought. The universe is vast, and it was entirely plausible that Ragusa was a newly emerged race. Chapter 92. Love Letters. Calm yourself. Once Whis had departed, Son Gohan immediately endeavored to follow Whis's advice and focus his mind to transform. With a resounding shout, he transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Master, Ragusa was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of Son Gohan's intentions. No, wait. At that moment, Son Gohan reverted to his normal state, elevating his energy and converting it into God Ki. After a brief period, Son Gohan clenched his hands tightly, and his hair transformed into a brilliant red hue. His physique became leaner, enveloped in an aura akin to the flames of the sun. His eyes enlarged, revealing distinct pupils, and his skin became fairer, rendering his appearance youthful and boyish. This was the transformation into Super Saiyan God. In Universe 7. As Whis was en route back to the realm of the gods of destruction, he sensed the presence of Super Saiyan God and immediately halted in space. Utilizing his staff, he scrutinized the situation on Earth. Through the crystal orb atop his staff, Whis swiftly beheld Son Gohan in his Super Saiyan God form. One could only wonder what level of power Son Gohan might attain by the time Lord Beerus awakens. If his strength could rival that of Lord Beerus, a splendid spectacle would surely ensue. With that thought, Whis lowered his staff and continued his flight. On Earth, upon witnessing Son Gohan's transformation into Super Saiyan God, Ragusa's face instantly brightened with a smile. Master, you have once again mastered a new transformation. Son Wukong nodded slightly. What is this transformation of yours? Why can I not sense your energy at all? This is the Super Saiyan God. The Super Saiyan God? To put it simply, it is a divine transformation of the Super Saiyan. Since mortals cannot perceive divine energy, this is why you are unable to sense mine. I see. Then, Master, is this Super Saiyan God transformation more powerful than the Super Saiyan 4? No, it simply represents a different path compared to Super Saiyan 4. I understand. But I still prefer Super Saiyan 4. Of course, I also admire your other transformations, Master. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong let out a long sigh and returned to his normal state. The following morning, due to Son Wukong's outstanding performance in physical education class, Shappo had completely abandoned his thoughts of pursuing Bidalai. Eliza, unwilling to relinquish her pursuit of Son Wukong so easily, seized the opportunity during the break to take Bidalai outside the classroom. Eliza, is there something you wish to discuss with me? Bidalai inquired. Indeed, I have a matter of utmost importance to ask you. Eliza replied eagerly. Of utmost importance? Bidalai echoed, intrigued. Yes. Bidalai, do you harbor feelings for Son Wukong? Son Wukong. Upon hearing this, Bidalai's face flushed crimson. So it is true, she does have feelings. No, I do not. Bidalai insisted, shaking her head vehemently. Is that so? In that case, I can pursue Son Wukong without worry. Eliza declared. Pursue Son Wukong. Bidalai was momentarily taken aback. If Eliza were to be with Son Wukong, she would become her mentoress wife. Indeed, Son Wukong is exceptionally talented in both academics and athletics, handsome, and hailing from a good family. He is truly the Prince Charming in the hearts of every girl. That is not true, Eliza. Son Wukong has many flaws. Flaws? Eliza turned her gaze towards Bidalai. Do you know Son Wukong quite well, Bidalai? Realizing her slip of the tongue, Bidalai quickly corrected herself. Not really. Bidalai, you would happen to have feelings for Son Wukong, would you? Absolutely not. Is that so? Then from this day forth, I shall pursue Son Wukong. Ding ding ding. Just as Bidalai was about to respond, the bell signaling the start of class rang. Class has begun, Bidalai. Shall we return to the classroom? Ah, yes. Bidalai nodded. The morning swiftly passed, and before long, it was noon. Bidalai had been preoccupied with thoughts of Eliza pursuing Son Wukong, thus spending the entire morning observing Eliza's movements. According to her observations, Eliza had yet to make any advances. In the afternoon, while Eliza was engaged in light-hearted conversation with Son Wukong, she still had not confessed her feelings. As Son Wukong's doppelganger observed Bidalai gazing at him intently, an immediate sense of unease began to stir within him. Subsequently, he discreetly employed his telepathic abilities to uncover Bidalai's innermost thoughts. Upon grasping the essence of her sentiments, a smile involuntarily spread across Son Wukong's doppelganger's face. Evening fell. After Son Wukong finished organizing his backpack and was about to return, he noticed Eliza placing a letter in his hand before swiftly turning away. Eliza, beside him. Bidalai crushed the pen in her grasp upon witnessing this. Gohan's doppelganger cast a glance at Bidalai before placing the letter into his backpack and departing. Observing this, Bidalai hastily organized her belongings and exited the classroom. Upon returning home, Gohan's doppelganger unfolded the letter gifted by Eliza. The missive turned out to be a love letter, filled with expressions of Eliza's deep affection for him. Upon finishing reading the letter, Son Wufan's doppelganger immediately proceeded to Bagu Mountain to present the love letter to Son Wufan. Son Wukong retracted his doppelganger and swiftly became aware of all that transpired today. Master, what is this? He inquired. For Ragusa was also present and had witnessed the love letter that the doppelganger had bestowed upon Son Wukong. It is nothing, as Son Wukong spoke. He placed the love letter into the system's inventory. Upon witnessing this gesture, the system expressed its disdain. Master, could you refrain from placing such refuse in the inventory? What refuse? This is a love letter, rich in sentimental value. It represents my youth. Do you comprehend the essence of youth? Ah. So your implication is that you will be considered elderly at the age of 100? Cough cough. Son Wukong coughed softly. For ordinary humans, reaching the age of 100 is indeed considered old. However, with a master as illustrious and formidable as you, do you truly believe one can only live for a century? Or do you merely wish to live for 100 years? That is not what I meant to convey. I intended to express that your youth is boundless. Oh, so that is what you meant. Your understanding is commendable. Once your dashing master ascends to become the supreme being of the universe, I shall bestow upon you the title of the second in the cosmos. Nonsense. I am the true champion of the universe. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong lost interest in further arguing with the system. Ragus, it's getting late. I should be on my way. Indeed, Ragus nodded. Master, what was that letter all about? Oh, it was nothing significant. After Gohan finished speaking, he instantaneously teleported back to his home. Chapter 93, Goku vs. Vegeta. The following morning. Early in the morning, Son Wukong's clone arrived at the classroom, ready for lessons. Have you seen the letter from yesterday? Whispered Eliza, who sat beside him. Yes, I have. What are your thoughts on it? Upon hearing Son Gohan's words, he cast a glance at the eavesdropping Videl, whose ears were perked up in curiosity. Well, I shall discuss this with you later, he suggested. Later? You mean after class? All right. Eliza nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, Videl promptly ceased her clandestine listening, though a sense of unease began to stir within her. The class passed swiftly, and before long, the bell signaled the end of the lesson. Son Wukong's doppelganger escorted Eliza outside the classroom. Amidst this, Bidalai feigned a need to visit the restroom. Casually passing by the two, Son Gohan's doppelganger wore a smile that was both enigmatic and teasing as he gazed at Bidalai. Had he been discovered? At that moment, Bidalai felt a surge of panic within her. Bidalai. It was then that Eliza caught sight of Bidalai. Eliza. Bidalai turned to cast a glance at Eliza, who nodded in acknowledgement. Bidalai, what brings you here? I just went to the restroom. Bidalai replied, hastening her steps forward. Eliza watched as Bidalai's figure receded and immediately turned her attention back to Son Gohan's doppelganger. So, what have you concluded, Son Gohan? Thank you for your admiration. But you do not align with my preferences. Upon hearing this, Eliza felt a pang of disappointment. What type does Son Gohan prefer? Is it someone like Bidalai? I am drawn to those who possess martial prowess and exhibit gentleness and thoughtfulness. Son Wukong's clone chuckled. I see. If we speak of martial arts, then Bidili is indeed a fitting match. However, as for gentleness and thoughtfulness, I am at a loss. So, do you truly like or dislike Bidili? Eliza. We are about to commence our class. Son Gohan's doppelganger smiled and said, Dear Son Gohan, why not just share it with me? I assure you, I shall never reveal it to Bulma. Upon hearing the words of Son Wukong's clone, a look of disbelief adorned her face. They were close friends, and it was likely that upon his utterance, Eliza would hastily betray him. Contemplating this, Son Wukong's clone promptly turned and returned to the classroom. After a while, the school bell rang and Eliza re-entered the classroom. Bidili, upon seeing Eliza, felt a wave of displeasure wash over her and inwardly rejoiced. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. Today was the weekend, and thus, Bidili arrived early at Steam Bun Mountain to train. Bidili. Ragusi greeted her. Bidili nodded in acknowledgement. Bidili, Master received a letter a few days ago. I have no idea what it is, and he has shown it to me. A letter? Bidili pondered, seemingly recalling something. Indeed. Bidili. Do you have any idea what it might be? It's a love letter. A love letter? Ragusi exclaimed in surprise. Master has received quite a few love letters in these past 2 days. If there are many, does that mean I am on the verge of having a Master-S wife? I do not know, but Master has not yet consented to any of them. That is good. Speaking of which, a few years ago, a golden-haired sister came looking for Master, claiming to be his wife. A golden-haired sister? Really? She practices aerial techniques, is quite tall, and has a lovely figure. Is that so? Ragusi nodded in agreement. As time swiftly passed, a week had gone by. Steamed Bun Mountain. At this moment, Son Gohan stood upon a verdant expanse, assessing his combat prowess. Name, Son Gohan. Gender, male. Power level, 2, 1 trillion. With the World Martial Arts Tournament set to be held in West City in just over 2 weeks, Videl was eager to participate and thus submitted a request to her school for a leave of absence. At this very moment, she stood in a grassy field, diligently practicing the Kaioken technique. Kaioken. With a powerful shout, a crimson aura enveloped Videl. Double Kaioken. Just then, a figure descended from the sky. It was none other than Vegeta. Son Gohan. Uncle Vegeta. Vegeta nodded. Gohan, where is your father? My father is currently on the North Kai's planet. Once again on the North Kai's planet? Yes, Uncle Vegeta. When will he return? I believe it should be in the evening. In the evening? Can you call him back now? I wish to challenge him to a duel. A duel? I was supposed to face Kakarot 7 years ago, but at that time, Kakarot suddenly suffered a heart disease, which led to the cessation of our battle. Thus, I have come once more to seek a confrontation with Kakarot. Then let me ask my father. As Gohan spoke, he instantly teleported to King Kai's planet. Gohan. Son Gohan nodded and said, "Father, Uncle Vegeta wishes to challenge you to a duel." "A duel? But I am currently immersed in my training. Perhaps another day would be more suitable?" "This matter is still yours, Father. You should convey the message to him." With a nod, Sun Wukong executed a swift instant teleportation, finding himself back on Earth in an instant. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong also returned to Earth, exclaiming, "Kakarot." Sun Wukong nodded and said, "Vegeta, regarding your desire to battle me, Gohan has informed me. However, I must focus on my training at the moment. Perhaps another day?" "Humph." Vegeta scoffed. "Training can be pursued at any time. This day is no exception. Kakarot, I am determined to establish a definitive victor between us today." "Very well then." Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. "Do we dare to engage in battle?" Upon hearing that the two were about to fight, Dilly and the others immediately ceased their training. "Ha!" Vegeta clenched his fist with great intensity, emanating an astonishing aura that rapidly surged upward. Before long, Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan, progressing towards the second transformation of Super Saiyan. ZZZ. Boom. With an overwhelming display of power, Vegeta achieved the second transformation into a Super Saiyan. Sun Wukong let out a mighty roar and transformed into a Super Saiyan too. Vegeta chuckled and said, "Well then, Kakarot, shall we begin?" "Absolutely." Sun Wukong nodded. Just as his words fell, Vegeta immediately charged towards him. With a firm grip of his hands, Sun Wukong stood his ground. Suddenly, with a rapid succession of strikes, Vegeta launched a lightning-fast assault towards him. As Sun Wukong deftly evaded, his fists collided with those of Vegeta, sending a cloud of dust swirling around them. Boom. At that moment, Vegeta clenched his right fist with great force, delivering a powerful blow that sent Sun Wukong reeling backward. Chapter 94. Encounter with Android 18. With a resounding roar, Sun Wukong propelled himself swiftly towards Vegeta, delivering a powerful kick forward with his right foot. Bang! Vegeta raised his left hand to block, taking several steps back. In the following moment, Vegeta swiftly lifted both fists, launching an assault towards Sun Wukong. The figure of Sun Wukong flickered and appeared in the sky. In a similar fashion, Vegeta's silhouette also flashed into the air. In an instant, both warriors erupted with a golden aura, charging towards one another. Soon, they collided mid-air, engaged in a fierce struggle. Whoosh! Bang! 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 The rapidity of their movements rendered Dilly utterly incapable of discerning the details of their battle. Whoosh! Bang! Boom! 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 At that moment, both combatants simultaneously concentrated vast amounts of energy in their hands, unleashing powerful waves towards each other. The sky was soon filled with a multitude of explosions and the fiery light they generated. "Ha!" Vegeta bellowed, propelling himself at full speed towards Sun Wukong. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong swiftly charged towards Vegeta with equal fervor. Whoosh! Bang! Bang! In the blink of an eye, the two warriors stood face to face, engaging in a fierce battle. With a resounding thud, Sun Wukong's right fist struck forcefully against Vegeta's abdomen. Vegeta let out a cry of agony, his body enduring the searing pain in his midsection as he retaliated with a punch aimed squarely at Sun Wukong's abdomen. With a heart-wrenching cry, Sun Wukong unleashed a powerful strike with his right fist towards Vegeta. Bang! With a powerful strike, Sun Wukong's right fist landed heavily upon Vegeta's face. However, in the very next moment, Vegeta retaliated with equal ferocity, delivering a forceful blow to Sun Wukong's visage. The exchanges between the two were nearly indistinguishable in their intensity. Whoosh! Bang! Bang! After a brief yet fierce clash, Vegeta launched his right foot forward, delivering a decisive kick that sent Sun Wukong crashing to the ground. The earth was instantly upheaved, scattering a great cloud of dust. Gasping for breath, Vegeta's gaze remained fixed on the ground. Just then, a golden aura erupted from the swirling dust, dispersing it in all directions. With a light chuckle, Vegeta swiftly appeared before Sun Wukong, preparing to launch his next assault. Sun Wukong raised his arms high, simultaneously fending off Vegeta's onslaught while retreating. Bang! Vegeta clenched his right fist with great force, delivering a powerful blow that sent Sun Wukong reeling. Before Sun Wukong could regain his composure, Vegeta swiftly conjured a golden energy sphere in his right hand and hurled it towards him. Boom! With a tremendous explosion, the shockwave erupted upon impact with the ground, enveloping the area in a thick cloud of smoke. A hint of triumph graced Vegeta's lips as he smirked. At that moment, a figure suddenly emerged behind Vegeta, swiftly raising a leg to deliver a kick. Boom! Vegeta was propelled forward by the force of the kick, crashing into a towering mountain ahead of him. The mountain was instantly engulfed in a swirling storm of dust and debris. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong let out a long breath. How infuriating! Vegeta, filled with rage, swiftly emerged from the mountains, his hands gathering an immense amount of energy waves to launch an assault on Son Wukong. This technique is none other than the legendary Prince's combat style known throughout the Dragon Ball universe. Whoosh! Boom! 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 In response to Vegeta's energy wave attack, Son Wukong quickly evaded to the sides. Gritting his teeth, Vegeta surged forward at full speed towards Son Wukong. Before long, Vegeta reached Son Wukong's front, preparing to strike. As Son Wukong deftly evaded, he engaged in a fierce battle with Vegeta. With a resounding crash, their right knees collided with tremendous force. Instantly, they grasped each other's hands and exerted all their strength against the ground. The earth trembled under the weight of their combined power. At that moment, Bidalai was rendered speechless, utterly astonished by the intensity of their clash. Although she could not discern the intricacies of their combat, the thunderous sounds and the devastation they wrought upon the terrain were unmistakably audible and visible to her. After a brief stalemate, both warriors exerted force simultaneously, forcing each other to stagger back. Exhausted from the exertion, they paused, panting heavily. Kakarot. After a moment, Vegeta looked at Son Wukong with a grin. This battle, though exceedingly arduous, affirmed that his strength was now on par with that of Son Wukong, and perhaps he had even surpassed him. Vegeta. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong also broke into a smile. However, his grin stemmed from a mutual admiration between the rivals. Ha! Accompanied by a resounding shout. The two once more charged at one another, engaging in a fierce battle atop Bao Mountain. After a considerable duration, both fell to the ground simultaneously, completely exhausted. Struggling to rise, they found even standing to be a formidable challenge. A tie, perhaps? Dealey exclaimed with wide eyes. Son Wukong nodded and swiftly ascended, administering 2 sacred beans to them. After consuming the beans, both individuals rapidly regained their vigor and healed their wounds. Kakarot, our battle this time resulted in a stalemate. Next time, as I train to become stronger, I shall undoubtedly defeat you. All right. Son Wukong nodded. Upon witnessing this, Vegeta promptly turned and soared towards the direction of West City. Father. Son Wukong's son, Son Wutian, hastened to his father's side. Son Wukong nodded and glanced at Son Gohan and Son Goten, saying, Well then, Gohan, Goten, I shall return to the North Kai's planet to cultivate. The two replied with a nod. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong instantaneously transported himself back to the North Galaxy King Star for his training. The North Galaxy King, taken aback by the sudden appearance of Wukong, was immediately startled. Wukong, you have just fought with Vegeta. Do you not wish to rest before resuming your training? Is there a problem, Lord King? Wukong inquired. Did not Vegeta also return to train? The North Galaxy King, rendered speechless by Wukong's response, sighed, Never mind. I simply cannot comprehend you Scions. It seems that aside from battling and growing stronger, you have no other pursuits. Lord King, what about eating and sleeping? Wukong retorted, leaving the North Galaxy King at a loss for words once more. He felt that conversing with him was utterly futile. As time swiftly passed, it was soon over 2 weeks later. Today marked the day of the World Martial Arts Tournament. This time, aside from Son Goten, Trunks, Biddy, and Ragus, the other participants chose not to partake in the tournament. Son Wukong merely came to observe the festivities. As the World Martial Arts Tournament is divided into youth and adult categories, the younger Son Goten and Trunks can only compete in the youth division. Once the 4 of them had completed their registrations, Son Wukong took them for a leisurely stroll outside. Suddenly, he caught sight of a figure that was strikingly familiar. It was none other than Android 18. Chapter 95, Videl vs. Android 18. Son Gohan called out to Android 18. Upon hearing his voice, Android 18 swiftly spotted Son Gohan and his group of 5. Son Wukong nodded. Android 18, are you here to participate in this conference? The android nodded in affirmation. What about your father? Aren't they attending the conference? No. So, will you be participating in this conference? Android 18 continued to inquire. If Son Wukong were to participate, she certainly had no hope of claiming victory. I shall not participate. I am here to bring my disciple to this conference. Your disciple? Android 18 glanced towards Ragus and the others. Son Wukong nodded. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave now. Very well. With a smile, Son Wukong observed as Android 18 spoke and then proceeded forward. Ragus gazed at Android 18's departure, maintaining a facade of silence, yet internally, A tempest of emotions surged within her. Previously, Regis had assumed that Son Wukong's statement about making Android 18 his mentor was merely a jest. However, given their serendipitous encounter at the World Martial Arts Tournament and Son Wukong's recent demeanor towards Android 18, it seemed increasingly plausible that she might indeed become his mentor. Shortly thereafter, the youth division of the World Martial Arts Tournament commenced, as the adult category was scheduled to begin only after the youth matches concluded. Regis and her companions joined Son Wukong in observing the bout featuring Son Goten and the others. Son Wukong and Trunks possess formidable strength, effortlessly advancing to the finals. Congratulations to competitors Son Wukong and Trunks for reaching the championship match. Now, let us invite both participants to the stage for the finals of this youth tournament. With a swift leap, the two ascended the competition platform. Do either of the contestants have anything they wish to express? I inquired. Upon receiving no response, I proceeded. If there are no further remarks, I shall officially declare the commencement of the match. Both competitors shook their heads in negation. Observing this, the referee loudly proclaimed to the audience, I hereby announce that the finals of the 25th World Martial Arts Tournament for the youth category is now officially underway. Upon hearing the call to battle, Sun Wutian and Trunks immediately assumed their combat stances. With a resounding shout, Sun Wutian charged forward, leading the charge against Trunks, who swiftly followed suit. The sound of their clash echoed, whoosh, bang, bang, bang. In no time, the two found themselves face to face, engaged in a fierce skirmish. Their movements were so swift that the spectators could scarcely catch a glimpse of them. Even when visible, it was only as they abruptly halted. Whoosh, bang, bang, bang. With each thunderous crack, the ground beneath their feet shattered under the force of their strikes. Whoosh, bang, bang, bang. Moments later, both warriors soared into the air, continuing their fierce confrontation. As Son Gohan forbade the use of energy waves, they resorted solely to their fists and feet for the assault. After a lengthy exchange, Trunks clenched his right fist tightly and delivered a powerful punch, sending Sun Wutian flying. He then swiftly maneuvered Sun Wutian, descended towards the arena like a meteor, plummeting swiftly. Just as he was about to crash onto the stage, his body abruptly halted midair, and he gracefully employed the technique of flight to land on the platform. At that moment, Trunks descended from the heavens, standing before Sun Wutian. With a playful grin, Son Goten clenched his fist once more and charged towards Trunks. Whoosh, bang, bang, bang. In no time, Son Goten reached Trunks, launching an assault. Trunks raised his arms defensively, fending off Son Goten's strikes while retreating. Bang. After a brief withdrawal, Trunks executed a swift maneuver akin to a gust of autumn wind, sending Son Goten tumbling to the ground. With a powerful push from his right hand, Son Wukong swiftly propelled his body backward onto the ground. Trunks let out a light chuckle, stepping forcefully onto the ground behind him, surging forward towards Son Wukong. Whoosh, bang, bang, bang. Before long, Trunks had arrived before Son Wukong, relentlessly battering him back. After retreating several dozen meters, Son Wukong suddenly halted, delivering a heavy right punch to Trunks' face. Bang! Following the impact of Son Wukong's fist, Trunks quickly retaliated. The spectators in the audience, witnessing this spectacle, instantly gasped in astonishment. Is this truly just a match for the youth division? Bang! Just as the crowd was taken aback, the two young fighters struck their right fists against each other with tremendous force, unleashing a vast wave of energy that radiated out toward the arena. Subsequently, they swiftly retracted their fists, their strikes as rapid as lightning, engaging in a fierce exchange. After a considerable duration, Trunks seized the opportunity while Son Wukong was momentarily distracted, ultimately knocking him off the competition stage. As Son Gohan watched his younger brother being defeated, a sense of helplessness washed over him. He had genuinely invested time in teaching Son Goten, yet his younger sibling's playful nature, coupled with Vegeta's rigorous training of Trunks, had resulted in Trunks possessing a slight edge in strength. Nonetheless, Gohan accepted the outcome of the match with equanimity. Following the conclusion of the junior division's competition, the adult division was set to commence shortly. Consequently, after observing the matches, Videl and Regis hastened to participate in the adult tournament. In contrast to the original storyline, this time the competition did not involve a punching machine. Instead, it was based on a random draw for matchups. Videl and Regis easily advanced through the preliminary rounds, securing their places in the top 8. The absence of Mr. Satan from this tournament did not deter him from feeling immense joy upon learning of Videl's advancement to the quarterfinals. At that moment, Regis and Videl stood together, engaged in conversation. Videl, that Android 18 is what Master referred to as his wife. Regis exclaimed. Wife? Videl gasped in surprise. Indeed, Master was present earlier, which is why I refrained from mentioning it. Moreover, your upcoming opponent is her. Videl nodded slightly. She seems incredibly strong, Regis affirmed. It appears she can finish her opponents with a single strike, so you must exercise caution. Understood, Videl responded, swiftly leaping onto the arena. Ah. So you were Son Gohan's disciple, Android 18 remarked, also ascending to the competition platform with agility. Now that both contestants are on stage, let the match commence. The referee declared, observing both participants nod in agreement before stepping away from the ring. With a fierce determination, Videl charged toward Android 18, recalling Regis's warning. Whoosh. Bang. Bang. Chapter 96, Regis vs. Android 18. Android 18 deftly defended herself, retreating under Videl's onslaught. Suddenly, with a powerful thrust, Android 18 sent Videl soaring away. Videl braced herself, forcefully pushing off the ground to stabilize her descent. At that moment, Android 18's figure abruptly appeared behind Videl. Videl, Regis shouted, intending to warn her. But it was too late. Android 18's right foot had already struck Videl's back. Bang! Videl was propelled through the air, soaring beyond the edge of the competition platform. Thanks to her ability to manipulate her flight, she did not plummet but instead hovered gracefully in midair. This astonishing display left many spectators in awe. She can fly. As Bidalai observed, she was relieved not to have fallen off the competition stage. Swiftly, she turned around and soared back onto the platform. Android 18 let out a light chuckle, moving with the swiftness of lightning as she charged towards Bidalai. With a serious expression, Bidalai immediately prepared to confront her. Just as Android 18 was about to reach Bidalai, her figure suddenly vanished, reappearing behind her. Startled, Bidalai gasped. In that moment, Android 18 clenched her right fist tightly and delivered a powerful blow, sending Bidalai flying off the stage. Bidalai was eliminated, and Android 18 emerged victorious. Seeing this, Regis rushed to assist Bidalai. Are you all right? She inquired. I'm fine, but that Android 18 is incredibly formidable. You must be cautious when you face her, Bidalai warned. Understood. Regis nodded in agreement. Soon after, the second match of the quarterfinals commenced, and Regis led Bidalai to a side area to watch. The two male contestants in the second match were of the same caliber as Mr. Satan, thus lacking in excitement. When it was Regis's turn for the third match, she effortlessly defeated her opponent, securing a place in the finals. The fourth match of the quarterfinals, much like the second, also failed to capture much interest. Regis and Android 18 did not face each other in the finals, allowing both to advance to the Grand Championship bout. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now reached the grand finale of this tournament. Let us welcome Regis and Android 18 to the stage. Upon hearing this, Regis and Android 18 quickly leaped onto the competition platform. Esteemed audience, this tournament is markedly different from previous ones. As you can see, both finalists are female competitors. Android 18, upon hearing this, cast an unhappy glance at the referee. Do you have an issue with female competitors? The referee asked. No. It's just that it is rare for female contestants to reach the finals, and I wanted to highlight that. Enough with the pleasantries. Please announce the commencement of the match, Android 18 insisted. Yes. The referee nodded. Well then, esteemed audience, I shall not prolong the anticipation any further. I hereby declare the commencement of the 25th World Martial Arts Tournament Grand Finals. Upon the referee's announcement, he swiftly descended from the competition platform. Android 18, perceiving this, immediately struck a battle-ready posture, her gaze fixed on Ragusu. In an instant, Android 18 lunged towards Ragusu. In response, Ragusu charged forth as well. Soon, the two found themselves face to face, their fists and feet moving with the swiftness of the wind, engaging in relentless strikes against one another. They evaded and countered, each attempting to gain the upper hand, with Gohan forbidding Ragusu from employing glass or energy waves. She was compelled to rely solely on her physical prowess to vanquish Android 18. Bang! Moments later, Ragusu clenched her right fist with determination, delivering a powerful blow that sent Android 18 reeling backward. Gritting her teeth, Android 18 quickly regained her composure and surged forward once more. Suddenly, Ragusu's figure flickered and appeared behind Android 18. Startled, Android 18 spun around, only to be met with a fist hurtling towards her. The proximity of the punch caught her off guard, striking her chin and forcing her to stagger backward. Seizing the opportunity, Ragusu swiftly advanced towards Android 18. launching a series of attacks. Bang, bang, bang. Under the relentless onslaught from Ragusa, Android 18 was forced to retreat continuously. Just then, Ragusa tightened her right fist, propelling Android 18 towards the edge of the competition platform. Observing the precarious situation, Ragusa contemplated forming glass to strike at Android 18. But the recollection of Gohan's warning instantly quelled that intention. Android 18 glanced at the edge of the platform, a bead of cold sweat forming on her forehead. Initially, she had presumed Ragusa's strength to be merely a few times greater than that of Videl, but she now realized the vast chasm separating their capabilities. In that moment, Ragusa charged at Android 18 once more. With a powerful thrust of her right foot against the ground, Android 18 propelled herself forward to meet Ragusa. Bang, bang, bang. The two collided again, yet Ragusa's superior strength and speed quickly placed Android 18 at a disadvantage. Frustrated, Android 18 ascended into the sky. Ragusa, in a flash, followed suit. With the sounds of a tempest echoing around them, the two engaged in aerial combat. Bang. After a brief exchange, Ragusa executed a flying kick that sent Android 18 soaring beyond the confines of the competition platform. Android 18 was disqualified, and Ragusa emerged victorious. Gohan. Android 18 brushed off the dust from her attire and glanced at Gohan, who was seated in the audience. Ragusa was her protégée, and if it weren't for her, the title of champion would have undoubtedly belonged to her. Esteemed contestants and audience members, I hereby announce the official champion of the 25th World Martial Arts Tournament, our very own contestant, Ragusa. Ragusa, do you have anything to say? The referee directed the microphone towards Ragusa. Nothing much. I merely wish to inquire about the whereabouts of the 10 million prize money. Oh, the prize money. You need to ask the staff about that. However, I estimate it won't be available until tomorrow. I see. Then it seems I cannot treat my master to dinner today. Master, may I ask who your teacher is? My master is Gohan. Gohan. The referee gasped in astonishment. Are you referring to the champion of the previous tournament's junior division? Gohan. Indeed. Ragusa nodded affirmatively. In the audience, Sharp and others, who had come to support Videl in the tournament, were taken aback upon hearing Ragusa's declaration. Gohan is the master of this tournament's champion. Indeed. Eliza nodded. While I was aware of Gohan's prowess, I never imagined he was this formidable. Observing from the audience, Gohan found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Prior to the competition, he had explicitly instructed Ragusa not to mention his name. Yet she had completely forgotten upon achieving victory. He was already quite renowned in school, and with Ragusa's revelation, it was likely that many would now seek him out as a mentor. Nevertheless, at this point, even if he were to address Ragusa, it would be of little consequence. Did my master not say to refrain from disclosing his name? On the competition stage, shortly after mentioning Gohan's name, Ragusa suddenly regained her memory. She hurriedly descended the stage, accompanied by Videl, to find Gohan. Master, I apologize. I forgot that I shouldn't have mentioned your name. Ragusa expressed her remorse. It's all right. Just focus on your training when you return. Gohan reassured her. With a smile, Son Wukong remarked, shall we train diligently? Indeed. Starting tomorrow, let us double our efforts. Oh no, Master. I truly forgot in a moment of distraction. Biddy, please assist me in imploring Master. Master, perhaps Ragusa merely had a fleeting lapse. Could you kindly forgive her this once? Yes, yes. Ragusa nodded earnestly. Then it shall be for half a month. Master. Ragusa gazed at Son Wukong with an expression of innocence. Then it shall be for a month. Master, half a month. You previously stated half a month. A gentleman's word is his bond, as difficult to retract as a team of 10 horses. Indeed, as hard to retract as a team of 4 horses. Biddy interjected. As hard to retract as a team of 4 horses. Ragusa smiled. Very well. Master, I will receive a prize of 10 million for winning, once my reward arrives tomorrow. I shall treat you to a meal. Son Gohan nodded. The following day, Ragusa once again arrived at the venue of the World Martial Arts Tournament, where she received a prize of 10 million. 10 million. As she gazed at the banknotes in her hands, a smile spread across her face. Ever since she had come to Earth, her every need had been catered to by Son Gohan. And this was the first time she had earned money that belonged solely to her. She intended to use this sum to purchase several exquisite outfits and a mobile phone. After determining how to allocate her newfound wealth, Ragusa promptly sought out Son Gohan and his companions, treating the 4 of them to a lavish meal at a restaurant. When it came time to settle the bill, she was taken aback by the staggering amount exceeding 1 million, despite having eaten modestly alongside Biddy. It became evident that Son Gohan, Trunks, and Son Goten had consumed the bulk of the meal, costing her over $1 million. This meant that her 10 million prize would only suffice for 10 such extravagant dinners. Fortunately, she had not invited Son Wukong to join them. Otherwise, she would have probably spent nearly 200,000 on his meal. Astonished as she was, Ragusa nonetheless paid the bill. After the meal, since Son Gohan and his companions showed little interest in shopping, Biddy Lee accompanied Ragusa to purchase clothing, while Son Gohan and Son Goten returned home. Upon arriving home, Son Gohan retrieved the celestial mirror from the system to check on the situation in the GT universe. The GT timeline is over a decade apart from that of Dragon Ball Super. Therefore, in the GT timeline, Baby had already emerged and possessed Vegeta. Using the Black Star Dragon Balls that Son Wukong had collected in the GT timeline, the planet Tuffle was created. The significant time discrepancy between the two timelines arises primarily because, after the conclusion of Dragon Ball Z, Akira Toriyama intended to end the series. Subsequently, Toei Animation secured authorization from Shueisha to produce a sequel to the Dragon Ball Z universe, known as Dragon Ball GT. Although the storyline was not crafted by Toriyama himself, he did contribute to some character designs and related illustrations. Dragon Ball Super was produced long after the conclusion of Dragon Ball GT, further widening the temporal gap between the two timelines. Through the Celestial Mirror, Son Gohan witnessed the transformation of Son Wukong in the GT timeline, as he changed into a golden great ape under the influence of the Barusu light emitted from Earth. Is it about to begin? Upon witnessing the devastation wrought by the GT timeline's Goku, Gohan promptly utilized the heavenly mirror to arrive at the planet Zephyr within the GT timeline. "Father!" exclaimed a startled Xiaofang, her face betraying a mixture of surprise and recognition at Gohan's sudden appearance. However, she quickly discerned the differences between him and the Gohan of the GT timeline. Although the GT version was undeniably handsome, he had aged significantly, and their attire was markedly distinct. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed as the city created by Baby was once again ravaged by the uncontrollable Goku from the GT timeline. Observing this chaos, Xiaofang rushed to intervene. "Grandpa, it's me, Xiaofang. Please wake up, Grandpa," she cried out desperately, attempting to rouse the GT timeline's Goku. Yet, he remained oblivious, continuing his rampage. "Grandpa," she shouted once more, her mind flooded with memories of their time together. Tears welled in her eyes as she retrieved a family photograph from her backpack. "Look, Grandpa, this is you, and this is Grandma Chi-Chi," she said, presenting the image to the GT Goku. In response, the GT Goku let out a fierce roar and lunged towards Xiaofang. She instinctively recoiled, but in the process, the photograph was accidentally torn apart, falling into his hands. The GT Goku gazed at the fragments, and slowly, his dormant memories began to resurface. "Grandpa!" At that moment, a single tear cascaded from Xiaofang's eye, landing on his finger. Curiously, he lifted his finger to taste the tear. Instantly, his memories surged back to life. He grasped the sky and unleashed a mighty roar, an immense energy radiating from his being. With a resounding crash, lightning struck, and a whirlwind of dust enveloped him. Moments later, a striking figure emerged from the dissipating dust, a man with vibrant red fur and clad in yellow pants. The GT Goku had successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan 4. You are Grandpa?" Xiaofang stammered, her eyes wide with astonishment. The GT Goku beamed at her, a smile illuminating his face. "It truly is you, Grandpa." Xiaofang rejoiced. "Now, can you defeat Baby?" "Not sure," the GT Goku replied, glancing at a nearby mirror, which shattered almost immediately. "By the way, Grandpa, I just saw someone who looks remarkably like Dad." Upon hearing this, the GT Goku fixed his gaze upon Gohan. "Who are you?" he inquired. "I am Gohan from another timeline." "Another timeline? What brings you here?" "It's nothing. I merely came to witness the battle." "Witnessing a battle? Surely you would not harm Xiaofang, would you?" As the Son Gohan from the GT timeline has been ensnared by Baby's control, he remains wary of the Son Gohan, who has suddenly appeared before him. Son Gohan smiled and remarked, "If I truly wished to harm Xiaofang, I could have easily done so when you lost control just moments ago." In the GT timeline, Son Goku observed the brightness in Son Gohan's eyes, indicating he had not been controlled, which eased his prior concerns. "As for Xiaofang, you shall remain here while I confront Baby." "All right, Grandpa." Xiaofang nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Son Goku immediately soared towards Baby's location. Within a building, Baby was currently in a state of panic, contemplating his next move. After successfully transforming into Super Saiyan 4, Son Goku's aura was overwhelmingly powerful, In his current control of Vegeta's body, Baby stood no chance against GT Timeline Son Goku. Damn. What is happening? Isn't Vegeta a pure-blooded scion? Why has he been affected by the blood's waves emanating from Earth and transformed into a great ape? It must be due to the absence of his tail, Lord Baby, remarked GT Timeline Bulma, who stood beside him. The tail. Indeed, Lord Baby. While Vegeta currently lacks a tail, we can amplify the energy of the blood's waves 1,000-fold and direct it at him. I believe that even without a tail, he should still be able to transform into a great ape. 1,000-fold. But could that be dangerous? There is no time to ponder, Lord Baby. This is the only method we have to defeat Son Goku. Bang. As the words left her lips, GT Timeline Son Goku burst through the window, standing before Baby. I found you, Baby. Son Goku. Baby hissed through clenched teeth, glaring at GT Timeline Son Goku with fury. Had he known that matters would escalate to this point, he should have dealt with GT Timeline Son Goku decisively earlier. You despicable scion. GT Timeline Bulma spat with disdain towards GT Timeline Son Goku. Her thoughts now influenced by Baby's control, embodying the mindset of a Tuffle. Bulma. GT Timeline Son Goku exclaimed, quickly shifting his gaze to Baby. Baby. It is time we bring this to a conclusion. Upon hearing this, Baby promptly turned and flew away. Conclusion? This is clearly unwinnable. GT Timeline Son Goku chuckled softly as he swiftly positioned himself in front of Baby. Damn. I will fight you to the end, Baby declared, gathering energy in both hands to unleash an attack upon GT Timeline Son Goku. Son Goku easily evaded Baby's energy blast with agile movements. What? Baby exclaimed in surprise. Is this all you are capable of, Baby? Damn it. Baby let out a low growl, raising both hands towards the heavens. All Zuffians, raise your hands and lend me your strength to vanquish this detestable scion. Upon hearing this, the Earthlings of Planet Suf raised their hands, channeling their energy to Baby. In no time, a massive sphere of dark energy coalesced in Baby's palms. This dark energy orb was none other than the Vengeful Death Ball, which had nearly obliterated Son Goku from the GT timeline. Vengeful Death Ball, Baby shouted, launching the orb towards Son Goku of the GT timeline. Observing this, Son Goku merely chuckled, remaining motionless in his stance. Just as the Vengeful Death Ball was about to make contact with his body, Son Goku suddenly bellowed, delivering a powerful kick that sent the orb flying away from Planet Suf. With a thunderous explosion, the Vengeful Death Ball detonated in the cosmos. Incredible, Grandpa, Xiaofang exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement. At that moment, Mr. Satan, standing nearby, sensed the gaze of Son Gohan upon him. Following Mr. Satan's line of sight, Xiaofang quickly spotted Son Gohan looking in her direction. Although this Son Gohan was not from their timeline, he could still be considered her father. My name is Xiaofang. How should I address you? Xiaofang inquired of Son Gohan. At the tender age of 17, Sun Wukong is not significantly older than Xiaofang. Thus, Xiaofang inquired how she should address him. Sun Wufan smiled and said, just call me brother. Brother. Xiaofang gazed at Sun Wufan's face, finding it difficult to address him as such. No matter how she looked at it, his face resembled that of her father. How old are you? 17. A 17-year-old father. Xiaofang pondered to herself. If Sun Wufan were indeed only 17, perhaps calling him brother was not so inappropriate after all. Moreover, she recalled that her parents had met when they were both 17. How did you come to our timeline? Did you, like Trunks, arrive via time machine? Not at all. Sun Wukong shook his head. Then how did you arrive in our dimension? A secret. Son Gohan smiled. Seeing this, Xiaofang chose not to inquire further. Just then, Baby was forcefully knocked to the ground by GT Timeline Son Goku. The ground quickly erupted in a cloud of dust. Once the dust settled, GT Timeline Son Goku swiftly descended before Baby. At that moment, GT Timeline Bulma approached, having readied the Bulma Ray device, and aimed it at Baby. Master Baby, I'm here to assist you. No, Bulma, Baby exclaimed, intending to stop her, but Bulma had already pressed the launch button. A dazzling beam of light emanated from the Bulma Ray device, illuminating Baby. GT Timeline Son Goku was taken aback. Ah, Baby screamed, his body transforming into a golden great ape, just like the previous GT Timeline Son Goku. After transforming, Baby immediately began wreaking havoc around him. Master Baby. GT Timeline Bulma's expression turned to one of terror upon witnessing this. She had intended to help Baby, but instead, she had triggered his loss of control. Enraged, GT Timeline Son Goku flew in front of Baby to intervene. Chapter 99. Son Gohan takes action. A fiery energy blast coalesced in Baby's mouth. aimed at the airborne GT Timeline Son Goku. Startled, GT Timeline Son Goku quickly dodged. Boom. The energy blast missed, exploding in the sky. At that moment, GT Timeline Son Goku appeared to have an epiphany, his eyes widening. You haven't lost control? Haha. Baby laughed. Indeed, Son Goku, I have not lost control. It was Vegeta who transformed into the gorilla, not I. How could I possibly lose control alongside him? Damn it. GT Timeline Son Goku retorted angrily. Baby sneered. All right. Son Goku, didn't you say you wanted to settle things with me? Let us conclude this now. All right. GT Timeline Son Goku nodded. Baby chuckled lightly, suddenly vanishing and reappearing behind GT Timeline Son Goku. Grandpa, watch out behind you. Xiao Fang shouted to GT Timeline Son Goku. Huh. Baby bellowed, launching a powerful punch forward. GT Timeline Son Goku swiftly evaded the blow. Baby snorted coldly and rapidly advanced. Whoosh. Boom. 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 Amidst a cacophony of violent sounds, the two engaged in fierce battle high in the sky. Moments later, Baby seized GT Timeline Son Goku with both hands, squeezing tightly. GT Timeline Son Goku let out a cry of agony. Haha. Baby laughed heartily. Sun Wukong, weren't you just feeling quite pleased with yourself? Indeed, replied Sun Wukong from the GT Timeline, a faint smile gracing his face. What? Baby exclaimed in surprise. Suddenly, Sun Wukong from the GT Timeline let out a powerful roar, breaking free from Baby's grasp. Curse you. Baby seethed, realizing too late that Sun Wukong had merely been toying with him moments before. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong touched his chin thoughtfully. Previously, he regarded Vegeta as the epitome of arrogance, a true king of bravado. However, after observing the battle between Goku and Baby in the GT Timeline, he suddenly gained a deeper understanding. While Vegeta certainly embodied arrogance, Goku too possessed an impressive flair for it, and since Vegeta was the fusion of Goku and Vegeta, it was primarily Goku who wielded control. Thus, it could be concluded that the true king of bravado had always been Goku. At that very moment, as Sun Wukong pondered this, Goku from the GT Timeline seized Baby's right hand with both of his and slammed him forcefully into the ground. With a thunderous crash, Baby was violently thrust to the earth, sending a plume of dust and debris soaring into the air. Moments later, Baby rose from the ground and soared into the city skyline. Goku chuckled. How do you like that, Baby? Baby scoffed. Don't get too cocky, Goku. Our battle has only just begun. Is that so? Goku replied as he darted towards Baby in a flash. Swiftly, Goku closed the distance, launching an attack. Baby shouted defiantly, retaliating with his own dual-handed strike. Whoosh. Bang. 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 Due to Goku's smaller stature and remarkable speed, Baby found himself on the receiving end of most of the blows. With a resounding crash, Baby plummeted to the ground like a meteor, creating a towering cloud of dust. As the dust settled, Baby lay in a massive crater, looking quite disheveled. Gritting his teeth, he quickly rose to his feet. Whoosh. Goku from the GT Timeline flew before Baby. Observing this, Baby raised his right index finger and unleashed a pink energy wave towards Goku. Goku swiftly sidestepped to his left, evading the energy blast. Baby, where are you aiming? Goku taunted. How dare you underestimate me? Baby retorted angrily. As he spoke, he suddenly caught sight of Chi-Chi and Biddy behind Goku. Goku, I recall they are your family, aren't they? Upon hearing this, Goku turned to look behind him, spotting Chi-Chi and Biddy. What are you planning, Baby? With a malicious laugh, Baby concentrated a pink energy wave in his right index finger, directing it toward the two women. You despicable fiend! Goku exclaimed, immediately pivoting to rescue them. Just then, a figure appeared, executing a sudden teleportation that whisked the two away. It was Son Gohan. Boom. The energy wave detonated upon impact with the ground. Son Gohan. Upon seeing Son Gohan, Baby's face immediately revealed a hint of astonishment. He had once possessed Son Gohan, and it seemed implausible for Gohan to suddenly come to their aid. Furthermore, the Gohan before him appeared significantly younger than the one he was familiar with. Gohan. In another timeline, Sun Wukong also displayed a moment of surprise. Although he was aware that the Gohan before him belonged to a different dimension, he had not anticipated that he too could utilize instant transmission. After Sun Wukong rescued Chi-Chi and Biddy, he promptly brought them to the side of Xiao Fang and Mr. Satan and retrieved the Shadow Battle Axe from the system, declaring, Shadow Battle Axe, safeguard them. The Shadow Battle Axe nodded in acknowledgement. An axe? Xiao Fang was taken aback. At that moment, Sun Wukong soared to confront Baby, who inquired, Who are you? Why do you resemble Sun Wukong? Son Gohan smiled and said, "Because I am also Son Gohan." "You are Son Gohan too?" "Indeed. But I hail from a different dimension." "A different dimension?" "Precisely." As Sun Wukong uttered these words, he clasped his hands tightly, exuding an aura of unfathomable strength. With a resounding shout, he transformed into Super Saiyan 4, an extraordinary Super Saiyan 4. The GT timeline's Sun Wukong was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this remarkably youthful Sun Wukong before him had mastered Super Saiyan 4. What? Baby's expression shifted to one of profound tension upon witnessing Sun Wukong's transformation. One Super Saiyan 4 was already a formidable challenge, and now with the addition of Sun Wukong, the situation became even more daunting, especially as Sun Wukong's aura surpassed that of his counterpart from the GT timeline. "Baby, I had no intention of intervening in this battle, but you should not have laid a hand on my mother." Upon hearing this, Baby clenched his teeth in frustration. Had he known that this Sun Wukong had already acquired mastery over Super Saiyan 4, he would have refrained from provoking him and attacking Chi-Chi and the others. After Sun Wukong finished speaking, his figure swiftly darted towards Baby's abdomen, delivering a powerful blow with his right fist. Baby let out a piercing scream, staggering backward several steps before crashing to the ground. Chapter 100. The demise of Baby. How infuriating! Baby exclaimed in rage. At that moment, Sun Wukong unleashed a golden energy wave towards Baby with his right hand. Boom! With a resounding explosion, the energy wave struck Baby, erupting into a brilliant display. Baby cried out in agony, his body enveloped in a cloud of black smoke. As the smoke dissipated, Baby glared at Sun Wukong with an expression of unbridled fury. Previously, he had deemed Sun Wukong detestable, yet now, as he endured consecutive assaults from Sun Wukong, he suddenly realized that Sun Wukong's son was just as loathsome. "Is this truly all the power you possess?" With a proud expression, Sun Wukong gazed at Baby. Baby snorted disdainfully and quickly rose from the ground, proclaiming, "Sun Wukong, do not be too arrogant. Those who are excessively boastful often meet with a most tragic fate." Sun Wukong smiled and remarked, "Baby, are you referring to yourself?" "How infuriating!" Baby exclaimed angrily, as he suddenly gathered a deep blue energy behind him with both hands. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong raised his right hand towards Baby and declared, "Gravity Crush?" No sooner had he spoken than Baby felt an overwhelming force of gravity pressing down upon him. In an instant, before Baby could react, Sun Wukong's figure materialized beside him, delivering a swift kick that sent the energy wave he held soaring into the sky. With a resounding explosion, the energy wave detonated amidst the clouds. Infuriated, Baby swung his fist forward with great force. Sun Wukong deftly shifted to the left and right, effortlessly evading Baby's assault. With a mighty roar, Baby thrust his right fist forward with all his might. Bang! With a swift motion, Sun Wukong raised his left hand to intercept the blow. What? Baby was taken aback. His full-force strike had been effortlessly deflected by Sun Wukong. How astonishing! Little Fawn exclaimed, realizing that the strength of this alternate reality's father surpassed even that of her grandfather. In her mind, the Sun Wukong from the GT timeline had always been an intellectual figure. To her surprise, the version from this different realm was immensely powerful and strikingly cool, embodying the very essence of her idol. Son Gohan chuckled softly. "Have you exhausted your skills, Baby?" In a fit of rage, Baby roared loudly, gathering energy with both hands towards the sky. "All Z fighters on planet Z, I implore you to lend me your strength to vanquish this detestable Saiyan." Upon hearing Baby's call, the Earthlings on planet Z immediately raised their hands, channeling their power to him. Before long, Baby's hands coalesced into a massive orb of dark energy. This formidable sphere was none other than the Revenge Death Ball. With a triumphant laugh, Baby swiftly hurled the Revenge Death Ball towards Son Gohan. Son Gohan stood motionless in place. Just as the Revenge Death Ball was mere meters away from him, he suddenly let out a thunderous roar. Catching the ball with both hands, significantly slowing its descent, Baby laughed heartily, convinced that Son Gohan could not withstand the force of the Revenge Death Ball. However, at that moment, Son Gohan unleashed another powerful shout, swiftly redirecting the ball back with impressive force. Baby, taken aback, hastily moved aside to evade the impending danger. With a resounding explosion that echoed through the cosmos, the Revenge Death Ball detonated outside the planet's sphere. Son Gohan smiled and asked, "Baby, do you have any other tricks up your sleeve?" Enraged by this, Baby gritted his teeth. The recent Revenge Death Ball had been his most formidable technique to date, yet it had been effortlessly neutralized by Son Gohan. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, Baby turned to face the earth. Super Gallic Gun. With both hands clasped behind him, he concentrated a deep blue energy and unleashed it toward the planet. In a fleeting moment, Sun Wukong's silhouette appeared before the Super Gallic Gun launched by Baby. With a cold smirk, Baby assumed that Sun Wukong intended to futilely obstruct the formidable attack with his own body. However, to Baby's astonishment, Sun Wukong simply raised his hand and effortlessly neutralized the Super Gallic Gun, employing a technique characteristic of the God of Destruction. Not again. Baby gasped in surprise. In the next instant, Sun Wukong suddenly materialized in front of Baby, delivering a powerful kick to his face. With a resounding crash, Baby let out a scream as he was forcefully sent crashing to the ground, displacing a massive cloud of dust. Master Baby. GT Timeline Bulma's expression shifted to one of concern upon witnessing this. At that moment, Sun Wukong swiftly descended to the ground, grasping Baby by his tail, and spun him around several times before launching him into the sky. Subsequently, he swiftly brought his hands together, declaring, Kamehameha. A deep blue energy wave coalesced in Sun Wukong's hands and surged toward Baby. No, Wukong. GT Timeline Goku cried out in an attempt to intervene. But it was too late. With a thunderous explosion, the Kamehameha wave detonated in the sky, generating an immense storm of debris and smoke. Moments later, Baby's body plummeted to the ground like a meteor, creating a vast cloud of dust upon impact. Sun Wukong gazed at the cosmic seed in his hand. Having amassed a total of 14.5%. As Sun Wukong spoke, he swiftly approached Baby, channeling a purplish energy blade in his right hand, severing its tail. Once the tail was cut off, Vegeta's body immediately began to shrink at an astonishing rate. Baby, having just witnessed Vegeta's enlargement, now found himself reduced to the size of an ordinary human. With Vegeta's body shrinking, Baby felt increasingly constricted within, realizing that if he did not escape from Vegeta's form, he would ultimately be crushed, even if Sun Wukong did not eliminate him. With this thought, Baby hastily emerged from Vegeta's back, making his escape. At that moment, Sun Wukong from the GT timeline observed Baby emerging from Vegeta's body, his face lighting up with joy. Just then, a figure appeared before Baby, none other than Sun Wukong himself. Sun Wukong! Baby exclaimed in fury, turning to flee. In an instant, Sun Wukong reappeared in front of Baby once more. Damn it, I will fight you. Baby seethed. At that juncture, Sun Wukong raised his right hand, summoning a surge of destructive energy, aimed at Baby. Destruction, he declared. The moment the words left his lips, Baby's body vanished at an observable speed. What kind of technique is this? Sun Wukong from the GT timeline gasped, astonished, as it was the first time he had witnessed such a move. Upon witnessing this, Son Gohan sighed in relief and reverted to his normal form. Chapter 101. No skill can surpass a kitchen knife. Incredible. The father from another dimension is truly remarkable. Xiao Fang expressed her excitement to Mr. Satan. Indeed. Mr. Satan nodded in agreement. Lord Baby. In the GT timeline, Bulma's expression instantly shifted to one of despair upon seeing Baby's demise. Noticing this, GT timeline Son Goku swiftly flew to Son Gohan's side and inquired, Gohan, what was that technique you just used? How did you manage to eliminate Baby so effortlessly? That move is called destruction, a technique of the God of Destruction. God of Destruction? Since my timeline differs from yours, you may not be familiar with what a God of Destruction is. I see. Nevertheless, that technique is quite impressive. I wonder if you could teach it to me. This technique requires time to master, so I cannot impart it to you immediately. I understand. Father. At that moment, Jebit, accompanied by GT Timeline's Son Gohan and his companions, approached from a distance. The East Kaishin of the GT timeline had fused with Jebit using the Patera earrings and had not separated through the Namekian Dragon Balls. Thus they remained in their fused state. Great Kaishin. Jebit acknowledged with a nod. Goku, I have used the super divine water to awaken them. I see. Observing this, GT Timeline Trunks immediately flew to the side of GT Timeline Vegeta. Father. Upon hearing Trunks' voice, GT Timeline Vegeta awoke instantly, gazing at GT Timeline Son Goku and Trunks. Kakarot. Trunks. GT Timeline Son Goku nodded in response. Vegeta, are you alright? I'm fine. What about Baby? GT Timeline Vegeta inquired weakly. He has already been defeated by Gohan. Gohan. GT Timeline Vegeta turned his gaze towards Son Gohan. Indeed, although he is not our Gohan, he hails from another timeline. I see. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong glanced at everyone and said, All right, everyone, it is time for me to take my leave. Until we meet again. Is it really time to go? Xiao Fan thought, feeling a pang of reluctance as she gazed at Son Wukong. She had hoped to hear more tales from another dimension, but alas, he was departing so soon. Indeed, Son Wukong nodded with a smile. If you continue to strive diligently in your training, we may yet have the chance to meet again. Indeed, Xiao Fang replied earnestly. I shall become stronger in the future to protect everyone. Excellent. Upon finishing his words, Son Wukong promptly retrieved the celestial mirror and returned to the primary timeline. Upon his return, Videl and Ragish had already completed their shopping and arrived at his home. Master, what do you think of this outfit? Ragish inquired as she gracefully approached Son Wukong, adorned in a stunning blue chi pao. It looks quite good, he replied. Just quite good? She pressed. Indeed. As Son Wukong spoke, he cast a glance at Biddy Li. Biddy Li, after such a lengthy outing, have you not purchased a single piece of clothing? Upon hearing Son Wukong's sudden concern for her, Biddy Li felt her heart race slightly. Without my master, I have ample clothing at home. I see. After a brief conversation with Ragusi, Son Wukong returned to Baozi Mountain, while Biddy Li made her way back to her own home. Once they had departed, Son Wukong couldn't help but recall the likeness of Xiao Fang from the GT timeline. There were certain resemblances between her and both himself and Biddy Li, particularly with Biddy Li. The following day, Son Wukong's doppelganger, as was customary, set off for school. Due to the events surrounding the World Martial Arts Tournament, he had become the most renowned figure at Orange Star High School. Thus, this morning, upon arriving at school, Son Wukong's doppelganger encountered a multitude of unfamiliar faces, all eagerly greeting him. These unfamiliar faces belonged to his new admirers, who had been captivated by the tales of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Son Wukong's doppelganger felt a sense of helplessness. Although he had not participated in the World Martial Arts Tournament, his fame had somehow eclipsed that of Ragusa, the champion. This phenomenon perhaps illustrates the adage that even when one is absent from the realm, legends of their prowess continue to resonate throughout. At this moment, just as Son Wukong's doppelganger was lost in thought, he suddenly heard a voice that was strikingly familiar. It was none other than Sharp. Son Wukong's alter ego politely replied. Sharp nodded with a smile and said, Son Wukong, I wish to apologize for the competition we had at the beginning of the school year. Apologize? Indeed. To be frank, the reason I challenged you was because I wanted to impress Miss Dilly. No worries. After all, you could never surpass me. Sharp was left speechless. Could you refrain from extinguishing the conversation with a single remark? Not to mention, Son Wukong, would you be willing to teach me martial arts? Teach you martial arts? Certainly. As long as you are willing to instruct me, I would agree to anything. Oh, then what is your motivation for learning martial arts? To strengthen my body and then discipline the local ruffians. Well, Sharp, I agree with your first point, but I cannot endorse the second. You disagree with the second? Are you implying that we should not exert power over the weak? Not at all. My point is that confronting ruffians can be perilous. We must always prioritize safety above all else. Have you not heard the saying? No matter how skilled one is, a kitchen knife can still pose a threat. Thus, we usually practice martial arts for self-defense. I see. So, do you still wish to train? Well, perhaps not. Observing Sharp being successfully dissuaded, Son Wukong's alter ego immediately wore a satisfied smile. In the ensuing days, whenever someone sought to learn from Son Wukong, he would employ various arguments to dissuade them. At Orange Star High School, Class 1. At this moment, Dilly sat in her seat, lost in thought. After Ragus informed her about Android 18, she became somewhat anxious that Son Wukong might be taken away by Android 18. Yet, as a disciple of Son Wukong, she found it challenging to confess her feelings for him. Time swiftly passed, and 10 days flew by. On the summit of Baozi Mountain, at this moment, Son Wukong stood upon a verdant expanse, observing the circumstances of the GT timeline. According to the chronology of GT, following the conclusion of the Baby Saga, the Super Android 17 and the Malevolent Dragons would make their respective appearances. This presented Son Wukong with a splendid opportunity to gather the energy of the universe seed. Through the telescope of heaven, he beheld that Dr. Jero had indeed created the hellish Android 17, and he was currently endeavoring to facilitate a convergence between the hellish Android 17 and the earthly Android 17, in order to unlock the gateway between the realms of hell and the mortal world. In the previous chapter, the King Kai Fist has been revised. Concerning combat power, I have adhered to the parameters of the GT universe. In the GT timeline, Goku effortlessly overpowered Hell S Cell without transformation, thus establishing that Goku's base form possesses a minimum combat power of 1 trillion. Initially, I intended to elevate the overall combat power within the Dragon Ball universe, but I shall now align it with this specific power level. indicating that the protagonist's base form is 21 times that of Goku in the GT timeline. Chapter 102. Is the Super Android 17 about to commence? Upon witnessing this, Son Gohan promptly arrived in the GT timeline. At that moment, a colossal black hole suddenly manifested on Earth. This black hole was, in fact, the gateway to hell, opened by Dr. Gero through the collaboration of the hellish Android 17 and the GT timeline's Android 17. With the emergence of this infernal portal, numerous foes, previously vanquished by GT timeline's Son Wukong, emerged from the depths of hell, wreaking havoc upon the Earth. Upon witnessing this, Son Gohan immediately charged towards the adversaries. Whoosh! Bang! Boom! With a series of colossal explosions, the nefarious Android 19 and several other villains were vanquished by Son Gohan. Just then, a familiar figure materialized before him. It was none other than the hellish Android 17. Son Wukong nodded and asked, "Are you also willing to accompany them to their demise?" To their demise. The android from the underworld, number 17, chuckled. Son Wukong, it seems you possess a considerable amount of confidence in your abilities. It is not just seeming confidence. It is unwavering confidence. With a disdainful snort, the android swiftly lunged towards Son Wukong. In a fleeting moment, Son Wukong's silhouette vanished and reappeared behind the Android 17 in the underworld, delivering a powerful kick that sent him crashing to the ground. With a resounding boom, a cloud of dust erupted from the impact. Upon witnessing this, Dr. Gero, still confined in the depths of hell, was instantly struck with astonishment. Son Wukong is aware of this, yet the question lingers. When did his strength escalate to such formidable heights? How infuriating. Moments later, as the ground gradually dissipated, the hellish Android 17 emerged slowly from a vast chasm. With a resounding shout, Android 17 propelled himself skyward, darting towards Son Wukong like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, he arrived before Son Wukong, unleashing a powerful assault with both fists aimed forward. Son Gohan swiftly maneuvered to the left and right, effortlessly evading the attacks of the hellish Android 17. "Damn it!" roared the hellish Android 17, launching a powerful right punch forward. As Son Wukong deftly shifted to the right, his fist struck with great force towards the head of Android 17 from hell. With a resounding crash, Android 17 was sent hurtling back 1,000 meters. "You truly are weak," Son Wukong taunted. Infuriated by these words, Android 17's anger surged. Soon, a figure descended from the distance, revealing itself to be Android 17 from the GT timeline. Upon emerging from the depths of hell, Dr. Gero and Self followed closely behind. "Cursed be this Son Wukong for disrupting our original plans," Dr. Gero exclaimed, his frustration palpable. "Fear not. I have faith that both Android 17s will surely triumph over Son Wukong," Dr. Mew replied with a hint of hope. Meanwhile, amidst the chaos wrought by numerous villains in West City, Trunks and his allies from the GT timeline swiftly mobilized to engage in battle against these nefarious foes. 2 Android 17s. Son Gohan smiled as he looked at the two. Upon hearing this, the hellish Android 17 gritted his teeth and declared, "Son Gohan, do not become too complacent. Soon you shall witness our true power." With that, he proceeded to merge with the GT timeline's Android 17. After a brief moment, their fusion was successful, resulting in the creation of a Super Android 17, significantly more robust than the original. "Very well, Son Gohan. I shall now demonstrate the consequences of your recent affront. Is that so?" As Son Wukong spoke, he clenched his hands with great force, transforming into Super Saiyan 4. "What is this?" Dr. Gero exclaimed in astonishment. While he was familiar with the transformation into Super Saiyan 4, the metamorphosis exhibited by Son Wukong was something he had never even heard of. This is Super Saiyan 4, a transformation that surpasses the third level of Super Saiyan. If it transcends the third level of Super Saiyan, what about Son Wukong? Has he also mastered this transformation? Inquired the Super Android 17. Son Gohan nodded. At that moment, a young man with a mane of purple hair soared in from the distance. This individual was none other than Trunks from the GT timeline. Super Saiyan 4, could it be that he was the Gohan who appeared previously? Just then, Vegeta from the GT timeline also approached, flying in from afar. "Father! Trunks, father!" The Super Android 17 observed the two arriving figures, a faint smile emerging on his face. In a flash, both GT Trunks and Vegeta arrived at Son Gohan's side. "It is good to see you again, Gohan." Vegeta from the GT timeline greeted Son Gohan. Son Gohan nodded and turned his gaze towards Super Android 17. "Ah, 17. Upon seeing Super Android 17, Vegeta from the GT timeline swiftly recalled the moment he was bested by Androids 17 and 18 in his past. Uncle Vegeta. He is not merely Android 17. He is a fusion of Hell's Android 17 and Earth's Android 17, Super Android 17. Indeed, and all of this was orchestrated by Dr. Gero. Dr. Gero. Upon hearing this, Vegeta from the GT timeline immediately directed his attention towards Dr. Gero. The latter instinctively took a few steps back. Vegeta let out a cold snort, then cast a glance at Cell and Frieza, who stood beside Dr. Gero. Long time no see, Cell, Frieza? It has indeed been a while. Cell replied nonchalantly. At that moment, Son Gohan and Super Android 17 suddenly surged towards one another. In no time, they stood before each other, launching their attacks. Whoosh, slash, bang, bang, bang. As Son Wukong deftly evaded attacks, he relentlessly targeted the Super Android 17. Given Son Wukong's overwhelming power, the assaults from Super Android 17 were largely ineffective. With a resounding thud, a powerful kick sent Super Android 17 crashing to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Observing this from the GT timeline, Vegeta swiftly approached Frieza and Cell. Vegeta. The GT timeline Vegeta chuckled. Frieza, Cell? It has been decades since we last met. I wonder if your strengths have significantly increased over the years. Of course, we have improved, Vegeta. Cell replied. But where's Goku? Why isn't he here? I don't know. All I know is that both of you will soon meet your demise at my hands. Cell sneered. Vegeta, do not be so arrogant. Remember, you were once defeated by us. The GT timeline Vegeta's expression darkened at this remark. While Cell spoke the truth. It was a distant memory. Reflecting on this, the GT timeline Vegeta clenched his fists, transforming into a Super Saiyan 2. The formidable aura emanating from him instantly rendered Frieza and Cell serious. GT timeline Trunks glanced at Dr. Gero and Dr. Mew, who immediately sensed the impending threat. Both scientists, despite Dr. Gero's modifications, were no match for Trunks' strength. Realizing this, Dr. Gero turned his attention to Super Android 17, who was currently being battered by Son Wukong, allowing the Cosmic Seed to absorb the energy generated from their conflict. Initially, Son Wukong believed that the Cosmic Seed required both parties to engage in combat to absorb energy. However, it became evident that the Cosmic Seed primarily absorbed energy from one-sided assaults, effectively expelling energy from the opponent's body through combat. Seeing Super Android 17 incapacitated, Dr. Gero's thoughts shifted towards escape. Suddenly, with a flash, the GT timeline Vegeta appeared behind Frieza and swiftly eliminated him. Frieza, startled. Cell rushed towards the GT timeline Vegeta with a raised fist. Without hesitation, Vegeta vanished from sight, reappearing behind Cell and unleashing a golden energy wave that obliterated him. Frieza, Cell, Dr. Gero, witnessing the annihilation of the two individuals, unhesitatingly retreated. Observing this, Dr. Mew also hastily fled. Don't run. GT timeline Trunks, upon seeing the scene, immediately transformed into a Super Saiyan and pursued them. Soon, GT timeline Trunks stood before the two. Damn it, I will fight you. Dr. Gero exclaimed in fury as he charged at GT timeline Trunks. In a flash, GT timeline Trunks appeared before Dr. Gero and delivered a powerful punch, sending him flying. Subsequently, he swiftly launched an energy wave at Dr. Gero. With a resounding explosion, Dr. Gero was obliterated. Dr. Gero, Dr. Mew exclaimed as he immediately turned to flee. However, before he could escape far, a golden energy wave surged from the distance and annihilated him. At that moment, GT timeline Goku and his companions arrived. Dad, no. It's another version of Dad, Little Pan remarked, observing Gohan effortlessly overpowering Super Android 17. As soon as she finished speaking, Gohan stepped back, gasping for breath. Although Super Android 17 was not particularly powerful, he possessed the ability to absorb energy. As Son Wukong had just struck him, a considerable amount of energy was absorbed from him. The Super Android 17, having endured a relentless barrage from Son Wukong, appeared disheveled, with his hair in disarray and his clothing tattered in various places. Son Wukong. Super Android 17 bellowed furiously at him. What is it, 17? Son Gohan chuckled. I shall eliminate you. As the words escaped the lips of the Super Android 17, his form surged forward at full speed towards Son Gohan. Son Wukong let out a light chuckle, standing still in his place. Soon, the formidable Android 17 charged towards him, launching powerful punches forward. Son Gohan swiftly shifted his body to the sides, evading the attack. The formidable android 17 gritted his teeth and unleashed a torrent of energy blasts towards Son Gohan. Upon witnessing this, Son Gohan concentrated a substantial amount of energy in his hands and launched an attack towards the Super Android 17. With a smile, Super Android 17 spread his arms wide, absorbing Gohan's energy waves. All the energy was consumed. Goku, from the GT timeline, was taken aback. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong not only refrained from halting his energy wave assault, but intensified it with greater ferocity. The Super Android 17, after absorbing the energy bestowed by Sun Wukong, instantly experienced a significant increase in the size of his arm muscles. In the GT timeline, Sun Wukong immediately called out to Sun Wukong, urging him, "Wukong, he is absorbing your energy. Therefore, you must not unleash energy wave attacks against him." To which Wukong responded, "I understand." Son Gohan replied, "Do you know?" Upon hearing this, Son Goku from the GT timeline was filled with confusion, pondering the intentions of Son Gohan. Just then, Son Gohan abruptly ceased his energy wave assault. "What? No longer employing energy blasts?" Super Android 17 laughed. "Indeed, I shall not." As Sun Wukong spoke, he retrieved a magical bean from the system and consumed it. The miraculous bean. The Super Android 17 was taken aback. He had wondered how Sun Wukong could possibly provide him with energy. It turned out to be the magical bean. Yet, what could be his true intention behind offering this energy? Just as Super Android 17 pondered this, the rejuvenated Sun Wukong suddenly emanated a formidable aura. 17. Are you prepared for the second wave of punishment? The phrase second wave of punishment ignited a fury within Super Android 17, who gritted his teeth and swiftly charged towards Sun Wukong. It was evident that Sun Wukong viewed him merely as a punching bag. With a swift motion, Son Gohan appeared before the Super Android 17, launching an offensive strike. Whoosh! Bang! 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 After absorbing Son Gohan's energy, Super Android 17 experienced a significant enhancement in power, now capable of exchanging blows with Son Gohan. Boom! Moments later, Son Gohan managed to knock Super Android 17 back. Noticing that the energy of the cosmic seed was nearing a 20 accumulation. Is it almost 20? As Sun Wukong spoke, he clenched his fists with great intensity, and a formidable aura suddenly emanated from his entire being. Dragon Fist. With a firm grip of his right fist, Son Gohan summoned a magnificent golden dragon that coiled around him, propelling him towards the formidable Super Android 17. The dragon let out a resounding roar as it swiftly pierced through the body of the superhuman adversary. What is this? Super Android 17 thought incredulously, gazing at the gaping hole in his form. Dragon Fist. Vegeta from the GT timeline was taken aback. The Dragon Fist technique belonged to Goku. He was astonished to witness Gohan wielding it as well. In that moment, Gohan executed a rapid turn, gathering energy waves in his right hand and launching them at Super Android 17. Chapter 104. The Evil Dragon. Boom, boom, boom. With a series of explosive sounds, Super Android 17 was vanquished. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong felt a sense of relief and reverted to his normal state. The time-traveling Sun Wukong and his companions immediately flew over. "Father, we meet again," exclaimed Little Fong with great delight as she addressed Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong nodded slightly. "Gohan, what brings you here so suddenly?" inquired Sun Wukong from the GT timeline. "Oh, it's nothing much. I merely came for a stroll and happened to encounter Dr. Gero and his companions." Goku from the GT timeline, upon hearing this, felt a mix of belief and skepticism. "Father, could you share some tales about your timeline with me?" Xiao Fang asked Gohan with a beaming smile. "Certainly." Son Gohan nodded with a smile. "Uncle Wukong, many lives have been lost due to the connection between Hell and Earth this time. I think we should seek out the Dragon Balls to resurrect those people. Don't you think?" "Indeed." In the GT timeline, Son Gohan affirmed, "Are we searching for the Dragon Balls? I wish to accompany you." Upon hearing this, Xiao Fang's face immediately brightened with interest. Trunks from the GT timeline chuckled and said, "There's no need, Xiao Fang. The Dragon Balls on Earth are not like the Black Dragon Balls. Uncle Wukong and I can find them quite swiftly." "Very well," Xiao Fang replied, turning her gaze back to Son Gohan. "Then, Dad, do tell me about your timeline." "Of course." Son Wukong nodded and began discussing matters pertaining to the primary timeline with her. After a considerable time, Son Wukong and Xiao Fang arrived at Bulma's residence in the GT timeline. At that moment, Son Goku and his companions in the GT timeline had successfully gathered all the Dragon Balls, placing them upon the grassy expanse of Bulma's yard. "Come forth, Shenron, and grant my wish." Bulma from the GT timeline called out to the Dragon Balls. As her words echoed, the skies above the earth instantly darkened, and a plume of black smoke emerged from the Dragon Balls, transforming into a malevolent blue dragon adorned with wings. The sinister creature was seen puffing on a cigar. Upon witnessing this evil dragon, Xiao Fang was immediately struck by its unsettling appearance. "Aunt Bulma, is this the Shenron?" she inquired. "I am unsure, but it certainly does not resemble the previous incarnation. Nonetheless, since it has emerged from the Dragon Balls, it must be Shenron." Bulma from the GT timeline responded, gazing intently at the evil dragon. "Shenron, I implore you to revive the humans who perished due to the chaos in the afterlife." Upon hearing this, the evil dragon expelled a series of ascending rings. "I am not Shenron. I am the evil dragon," it proclaimed. "An evil dragon? Indeed. From this day forth, I shall no longer heed the commands of humanity." No longer heed the commands of humanity? Are you implying that the Dragon Balls can no longer be utilized from this day forward? Bulma from the GT timeline questioned. "Correct. And I shall also bring about the destruction of your planet. Destroy the Earth." Bulma exclaimed in shock. At that moment, the evil dragon suddenly transformed back into the 7 Dragon Balls, scattering across the Earth. The Dragon Balls have once again dispersed throughout the planet. Son Gohan from the GT timeline remarked with a grave expression, although he was uncertain as to why the 7 Dragon Balls had suddenly changed. He sensed that it was an ominous sign. In the realm of the Kaioshin, the old Kaioshin of the GT timeline, upon witnessing this event, immediately used telepathy to contact Son Goku of the GT timeline. "Goku, can you hear me? I am the old Kaioshin." "Old Kaioshin." Goku from the GT timeline nodded in acknowledgement. "Did you hear what the evil dragon just said?" "I did, old Kaioshin." "Does that mean he truly intends to destroy the Earth?" The old Kaioshin nodded once more. "The Dragon Balls are inherently disruptive to the natural order. Yet you have persistently disregarded my warnings, particularly Bulma." "Me?" Bulma protested. "Of course, it is you. Typically, gathering the Dragon Balls requires a considerable amount of time. Yet you invented the Dragon Radar, expediting the collection process. Each use of the Dragon Balls generates a bit more negative energy. Originally, the Dragon Balls would automatically purify the negative energy generated by wishes after a certain duration, but you have upgraded them to allow for 3 wishes. The malevolent dragon has emerged. Who else is there to blame if not you?" The old Kai exclaimed with indignation. "Indeed, I am the inventor of the Dragon Radar. Yet I am merely a frail woman. Without the assistance of Goku and the others, how could I ever collect all 7 Dragon Balls?" Upon hearing this, Bulma from the GT timeline immediately sought to absolve herself of responsibility. "Therefore, Goku, you must bear this burden." "Me?" Goku from the GT timeline pointed at himself. "Indeed." Bulma from the GT timeline nodded in affirmation. "All right, I understand. So, what shall we do next, old Kai?" Goku from the GT timeline inquired. The old Kai from the GT timeline pondered for a moment and replied, "You must defeat the evil dragon and purify the negative energy within the Dragon Balls." Upon hearing this, Goku chuckled and said, "So, it means that as long as we retrieve the 7 Dragon Balls, we will be fine, correct?" "Yes, but Goku, the evil dragon is far more formidable than you might imagine." Goku from the GT timeline, after hearing this, stretched his limbs and declared, "Fear not, old Kai. I will surely defeat them all and gather the Dragon Balls." The old Kai from the GT timeline felt somewhat speechless at this. Goku is such a reckless fellow. No matter how much I explain, it seems futile. "Very well, just ensure you collect the 7 Dragon Balls, or else the entire universe faces the peril of annihilation." "I understand, old Kai." The old Kai from the GT timeline promptly severed communication with Goku from the GT timeline. "Ancestor, is this evil dragon truly that formidable?" Jebet asked. "Indeed, there was once a planet that faced destruction due to the excessive use of the Dragon Balls. On Earth. Dad, how about I join you in the quest for the 7 Dragon Balls this time?" Gohan from the GT timeline volunteered eagerly. "Grandpa, I wish to accompany you as well." Little Fong chimed in. "Little Fong, do not be foolish." Biddy from the GT timeline admonished her. "Mom, I am not being foolish. I went with Grandpa to search for the Dragon Balls before. Biddy, please allow Little Fong to accompany me." Goku from the GT timeline insisted. "Very well then, Little Fong. I appreciate your assistance, Dad." "All right." Goku from the GT timeline nodded. At that moment, Gohan suddenly spoke up. "Dad, may I help you collect the Dragon Balls as well?" Gohan. "Dad." Everyone was taken aback. "No need, Gohan. I can handle the evil dragon with Little Fong. Besides, do you not like a Dragon Radar?" In the realm of time and space, Sun Wukong gracefully declined, saying, Not to worry, Father. Today, I happen to be in possession of the Dragon Ball radar. As Son Wukong spoke, he retrieved a Dragon Ball radar from the system. This radar was a gift he had acquired through a wish made with an ordinary Dragon Ball. The others were momentarily taken aback, filled with suspicion that Son Wukong must have anticipated the emergence of the malevolent dragon. Otherwise, who among the ordinary populace would carry a Dragon Ball radar at all times? Well then, Wukong, if you are resolute in your decision, let us proceed separately and gather all 7 Dragon Balls together, suggested Son Wukong from the GT timeline. Son Wukong nodded. Well then, shall I set off now? All right. Everyone responded with a nod. Xiao Fang said, Grandpa, let us swiftly bring Ji Lu and embark on our journey. Very well. Let us compete with Wukong and see who can gather more Dragon Balls. Indeed. Xiao Fang nodded in agreement. Son Wukong chuckled softly, ascending towards the heavens. In the realm of the Great King, the old Kaishin, who had been attentively observing the events on Earth, felt a surge of curiosity upon witnessing this scene. Son Gohan made his debut following the creation of planet Suffer by Baby. Initially, he refrained from taking action, however. He was compelled to intervene when Baby attacked Chi-Chi and Videl, ultimately vanquishing Baby. His subsequent appearance occurred when the realms of Hell and Earth became intertwined. He harbored a suspicion that Son Gohan had come with a purpose, yet the true nature of that purpose eluded him. Nevertheless, with Earth facing an immense crisis, he had little time to ponder this matter. His sole hope was that Son Gohan could assist Goku and the others in overcoming this peril. In a desolate city on Earth, a malevolent dragon, known as the Two-Star Dragon or the Miasma Dragon, was unleashing a noxious mist that spread across the planet. This nefarious creature, with green skin reminiscent of a frog, was the embodiment of pollution. Just as the Two-Star Dragon wreaked havoc on the surrounding environment, a figure suddenly descended from the heavens. It was none other than Son Gohan. Son Wukong nodded, and with a swift motion of his right hand, he unleashed a golden energy wave towards the Two-Star Dragon. The Two-Star Dragon was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Son Wukong would suddenly attack without a moment's hesitation. The surprise was too great for the Two-Star Dragon to react in time, and he was struck by the golden energy wave. With a thunderous explosion, the Two-Star Dragon was obliterated, reverting back to its normal Two-Star Dragon Ball form. How utterly weak he truly is. As Son Wukong approached the Two-Star Dragon Ball, he picked it up, searching for the next one. Meanwhile, in the GT timeline, Son Wukong and his companions also set off. Grandfather, Father has already departed. We must hasten our journey and cannot afford to lag behind him. All right, replied GT timeline's Son Wukong as he accelerated his flight. In a desolate city on Earth, a colossal malevolent dragon resembling a mole was causing earthquakes. This nefarious creature was known as the 7-Star Dragon, also referred to as the Earth Dragon. He had come into existence after Vegeta, having slain countless innocent civilians, made a wish on the Dragon Balls for their resurrection. Possessing the ability to inhabit the bodies of others, the 7-Star Dragon wreaked havoc by continuously generating tremors, leading to the collapse of numerous buildings and the loss of human lives. Amused by the devastation he caused, the 7-Star Dragon laughed heartily at the sight of those perishing due to the earthquakes. Just then, a figure soared through the sky from a distance. It was Son Wukong. Sensing the energy emanating from Son Wukong, the 7-Star Dragon swiftly turned to gaze in his direction. Son Wukong. Upon recognizing him, the 7-Star Dragon narrowed his eyes. He believed that currently the mightiest being on Earth was Son Wukong, yet he was surprised that Son Wufan had also come seeking the Dragon Balls. As the 7-Star Dragon contemplated this, Son Wufan had already landed before him. You are the 7-Star Dragon, correct? Each evil dragon possesses a Dragon Ball, so one can ascertain their identity by counting the stars on the Dragon Balls they bear. Indeed, I am the 7-Star Dragon. Where is Son Wukong? Why hasn't he come? He is currently engaged in battle with other evil dragons. Other evil dragons? So, you have split into 2 groups? Yes. Son Wukong nodded. The 7-Star Dragon chuckled and said, in that case, I shall first eliminate you, and then I will vanquish Son Wukong. Son Wukong smiled and said, 7-Star Dragon, do you truly possess such power? How dare you underestimate me? Retorted the 7-Star Dragon, immediately unleashing his ability to create an earthquake. The ground beneath Son Wukong trembled violently. Sensing the upheaval, Son Wukong swiftly ascended into the air, his hands swiftly coming together behind him. Kamehameha. A deep blue energy wave swiftly coalesced between Son Wukong's hands. The 7-Star Dragon was taken aback in astonishment. To everyone's astonishment, Son Gohan initiated his ultimate move right from the outset, seemingly disregarding the principles of martial ethics. Just as the seven-star dragon was casting disparaging remarks, Son Gohan executed a swift instant transmission, materializing beneath the seven-star dragon. With a resounding cry, he unleashed the Kamehameha wave towards the formidable creature. Realizing the peril he was in, the seven-star dragon's expression shifted dramatically at such a close range. Even a deity would find it impossible to evade. With a thunderous explosion, the seven-star dragon was obliterated, reverting to its ordinary form, the Dragon Ball. As it plummeted towards the ground, as Son Wukong descended from the sky, he retrieved the seven-star Dragon Ball into the system. Meanwhile, in the GT timeline, Son Wukong and his companions were soaring above a vast ocean in search of the Dragon Balls. Jiru, we have detected a Dragon Ball ahead. Upon hearing this, the two immediately gazed forward and beheld a woman with pale blue skin and long purple hair, clad in a green garment. She bore a blue six-star Dragon Ball upon her forehead. This woman was none other than the six-star dragon, also known as the Ocean Dragon, the embodiment of water and wind. She was born from the negative energy generated when Oolong requested a pair of female underwear from the dragon. Grandfather, the Dragon Ball. Xiao Fang exclaimed upon spotting the six-star dragon and quickly noticed the Dragon Ball on her forehead. 1, 2, 3, 6. It is indeed the six-star dragon. Son Wukong of the GT timeline counted. Yes. Xiao Fang nodded in agreement. I have awaited your arrival for quite some time, Son Wukong. The six-star dragon declared with a smile. Awaited us for long? Indeed, from the very moment of my inception, I knew we would become adversaries. Is that so? Son Wukong of the GT timeline chuckled. Then let me witness the extent of your prowess. Chapter 106, Five-Star Dragon with a Grin. The six-star dragon swiftly summoned a multitude of air orbs around her body. Air burst, she shouted, and the surrounding orbs surged forth like marbles. Launching an assault on Son Wukong of the GT timeline, Son Gohan soared upwards, evading the barrage of air orbs. Boom, boom, boom. With each tremendous explosion, the orbs detonated in the sky, creating colossal storms. In a desolate city on Earth, an evil dragon with crimson skin and a bird-like appearance was wreaking havoc. This malevolent entity was known as the Five-Star Dragon. Despite its diminutive stature, the Five-Star Dragon possessed astonishing power, capable of unleashing lightning. It could also generate electrical slime, siphoning energy from all objects to empower itself. As the Five-Star Dragon unleashed a torrent of lightning, devastating the city, Son Gohan suddenly appeared from a distance, flying directly in front of the Five-Star Dragon. Son Gohan, the Five-Star Dragon exclaimed. Son Wukong's son nodded. Where is Son Wukong? Why have you come alone? He is engaged in battle with another malevolent dragon elsewhere. Is that so? In that case, I shall first deal with you, and then confront Son Wukong. Son Gohan smiled and remarked, the seven-star dragon said the same just moments ago, but I have since dealt with him. Upon hearing this, the five-star dragon's expression immediately turned grave. Indeed, Son Gohan nodded. Upon witnessing this, the five-star dragon immediately conjured a bolt of lightning to strike at Son Gohan. Dragon Ball lightning? As the words left his lips, a sphere of lightning was unleashed from the five-star dragon's hands, hurtling towards Son Gohan. As Son Wukong shifted his body to the left, he swiftly gathered energy behind him with both hands, exclaiming Kamehameha. A deep blue wave of energy coalesced from his palms, hurtling towards the five-star dragon. Startled, the five-star dragon promptly manipulated the electrical slime beneath him to form a protective barrier. Bang! The Kamehameha struck the electric slime, which, possessing the ability to absorb energy from objects, astonishingly thwarted Son Wukong's attack. With a sigh of relief, the five-star dragon realized he had narrowly escaped an untimely demise at Son Wukong's hands. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong's expression shifted slightly in surprise. He had not anticipated that the protective barrier of the electric slime could withstand his Kamehameha. What do you think, Son Wukong? The five-star dragon inquired, a sense of pride swelling within him. Not impressive at all. As Son Wukong charged toward the five-star dragon, the creature swiftly employed the surrounding electrical slime to conjure a colossal replica of itself. It then maneuvered to the abdomen of this giant effigy, asserting control over it. At that moment, Son Wukong had already closed in on the five-star dragon. Flash electric strike. The five-star dragon bellowed, unleashing a bolt of lightning towards Son Wukong. In an instant, he teleported, transporting the five-star dragon above a vast ocean. Upon beholding the expanse of the sea, the expression on the five-star dragon's face shifted to one of alarm. Despite the formidable nature of its electrical slime, it harbored a critical vulnerability, a fear of water. In that very moment, Son Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan 4, enveloping the five-star dragon in his arms as they plunged toward the ocean. With a resounding splash, both plunged into the water, and the five-star dragon, upon contact with the sea, unleashed a torrent of electricity, some of which even struck Son Wukong. Due to Son Wukong's transformation into Super Saiyan 4, the bolts of lightning that struck him held little significance. However, a multitude of fish and shrimp in the sea perished from the electric discharge unleashed by the dragon of the five stars. Upon making contact with the vast expanse of seawater, the dragon of the five stars swiftly self-destructed, creating towering waves that surged hundreds of feet high. Following its detonation, the dragon of the five stars was promptly vanquished, reverting to its ordinary form as the standard Dragon Ball of the five stars. As Son Wukong dove downward, he swiftly retrieved the five-star Dragon Ball and began to ascend. In an instant, he teleported on the Kaioshin realm, the ancient Kaioshin of the GT timeline. Upon witnessing this event, immediately displayed a hint of astonishment upon his face. Son Gohan did not employ the instant transmission of the Yard Rats, but rather the divine instant transmission. What of instant transmission? Have you not observed that there were no onlookers surrounding the vast ocean where Son Gohan recently teleported? This implies that the instant transmission he utilized was indeed that of our Supreme Kai. Yes, this Son Gohan is shrouded in mystery. It remains uncertain whether he is friend or foe. Friend or foe? Ancestor, do you suggest that he might be our adversary? It is uncertain, yet. This Son Gohan is formidable in both age and power. Jebbit nodded in agreement. On Earth, in the GT timeline, Son Goku, after an intense battle with the six-star dragon, finally triumphed over it and acquired the first Dragon Ball. Splendid, Grandpa. We have finally obtained a Dragon Ball, Son Goku of the GT timeline affirmed. Jiru. 3 Dragon Balls have vanished. 3 Dragon Balls have vanished. At that moment, Jiru exclaimed suddenly. Xiao Feng, startled, turned to Jiru and inquired, Jiru, what on earth happened? How could 3 Dragon Balls disappear? I do not know. Jiru replied, shaking his head. Xiao Feng, do you think Gohan might have destroyed the Dragon Balls? Son Goku of the GT timeline speculated. Dad, did he really destroy the Dragon Balls? Indeed. Son Goku nodded. If that is the case, then haven't we already defeated 3 malevolent dragons? Grandpa, we must hasten to find the other Dragon Balls. Otherwise, we shall surely lose to Dad. Son Goku was left speechless. Xiao Feng, our priority now is not the competition but the missing Dragon Balls, correct? Then, Grandpa, do you truly believe that the other timeline's dad has destroyed 3 Dragon Balls? I do not know. Let us seek Gohan first. Yes, Xiao Feng agreed. In the ruins of a city on Earth, a figure clad in green with a pair of wings emerged, traversing the desolate landscape. With each step he took, the ground ahead would freeze over. This being was known as the 3-star dragon, also referred to as the ice dragon, capable of manipulating frost and creating ice that cannot melt. Suddenly, a figure appeared overhead in the abandoned city. It was Son Gohan. The 3-star dragon seemed to sense his presence, turning to behold Son Gohan in the sky. Son Gohan. Chapter 107. The 4-star dragon. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong let out a light chuckle and swiftly descended before the 3-star dragon. What of Son Wukong? Why did he not accompany you? Son Gohan chuckled and remarked. It appears that all of you malevolent dragons are quite concerned about Son Goku. Your very first inquiry upon meeting me revolves around him. The 3-star dragon responded with a grin. The reason for our existence as these wicked dragons is indeed a consequence of your father's influence. And since Son Goku stands as the mightiest among you, it is only natural that we hold a keen interest in him. Is that so? Son Wukong smiled and remarked. You may not have the chance to meet my father, for I shall take care of you. Is that so? Replied the 3-star dragon. As a beam of freezing light suddenly erupted from his eyes, Son Gohan was taken aback and swiftly dodged to the left. At that moment, the ground behind him was instantly encased in ice due to the freezing beam, creating a vast expanse of frozen terrain. Son Gohan cast a fleeting glance at the frozen ground behind him, swiftly dashing towards the 3-star dragon. Observing this, the 3-star dragon immediately raised its hand to unleash a blast of ice towards Son Gohan. In a swift motion, Son Wukong appeared before the 3-star dragon, delivering a powerful punch to its face. Bang! With a single punch, Son Wukong sent the 3-star dragon soaring through the air, its body hurtling like a projectile, demolishing several towering edifices in its wake. The ground was instantly upheaved, sending colossal clouds of dust swirling into the atmosphere. Moments later, as the dust settled, the 3-star dragon emerged from the ruins, its visage contorted with rage as it glared at Son Wukong. With a light chuckle, Sun Wukong suddenly unleashed a torrent of energy waves towards the three-star dragon. Whoosh! Bang! 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 The three-star dragon, witnessing the fireworks of energy waves approaching, immediately attempted to evade in all directions. However, due to the astonishing speed of Sun Wukong's attack, one of his energy waves inadvertently struck the shoulder of the three-star dragon's right arm. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong immediately ceased his energy wave assault and charged towards the three-star dragon. Gritting his teeth, the three-star dragon summoned a frigid wave of light from its wings behind it, launching an attack towards Sun Wukong. In a fleeting moment, Sun Wukong appeared before the formidable three-star dragon, delivering a powerful blow to its chin with his right fist. The three-star dragon let out a resounding scream, its body propelled skyward by the force of the strike. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Wukong swiftly brought his hands together, declaring, Kamehameha. A deep blue energy wave rapidly coalesced in his palms and surged towards the three-star dragon. No. Before the three-star dragon could steady itself, its expression shifted dramatically. Boom. The Kamehameha struck the three-star dragon. With a thunderous roar, the energy wave erupted in the sky, generating an immense explosion of power. The three-star dragon was obliterated in this colossal blast, reverting back to its original Dragon Ball form. As Sun Wukong's silhouette flashed, he deftly caught the descending Dragon Ball. At that moment, two figures soared through the distant sky. These two were none other than Sun Wukong and Xiao Fang from the GT timeline. Soon, they gracefully descended to the ground. Xiao Fang, she greeted with a cheerful nod. Dad, how many Dragon Balls have you collected? 4, came the response. And you? Just 1. Xiao Fang replied, her voice tinged with hesitation. Had she known that Sun Wukong would find the Dragon Balls so swiftly, she would have joined him in the search. Then, Dad, did you destroy the Dragon Balls you collected? Not at all. Not at all? Then how could Jiro claim that 3 Dragon Balls have vanished? Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong immediately retrieved the 3 Dragon Balls stored in the system. Look, here are the Dragon Balls. Indeed. With a jubilant exclamation, Jilu proclaimed that the vanished Dragon Balls had reappeared. Xiaofang, slightly exasperated, tapped Jilu on the head and remarked, Jilu, is your Dragon Ball radar malfunctioning? The Dragon Balls were here all along, causing us unnecessary worry. No, Jilu's Dragon Ball radar is definitely not broken. Jilu protested, feeling quite wronged. Witnessing this, Sun Wukong from the GT timeline hurried to defend Jilu, saying, all right, Xiaofang, since the Dragon Balls are here, let us not blame Jilu. Xiaofang nodded. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Dragon Balls. Grandpa, we only need to find 2 more to gather them all. Indeed. Sun Wukong from the GT timeline replied with a smile. Just then, Jilu's radar began to beep excitedly. A Dragon Ball is approaching us. A Dragon Ball is approaching us. Dragon Ball? Xiaofang glanced around, noticing that no one was in sight. At that moment, Sun Wukong felt the temperature rising around them, the sun in the sky seemingly drawing ever closer. Could it be that, as if struck by a sudden inspiration, Sun Wufan directed an energy wave towards the sun in the sky? What? Exclaimed GT timeline Sun Wukong and Xiao Fang in astonishment. At that moment, the sun in the sky abruptly shifted to the left, deftly evading Sun Wufan's energy wave. Then, before their eyes, the sun descended to the ground, revealing a malevolent dragon-like figure with red skin and wings. This being was known as the 4-star dragon, whose body temperature matched that of the sun's surface, capable of soaring to an astonishing 6,000 degrees Celsius. The 4-star dragon was birthed from the negative energy created when Piccolo Daimao wished to regain his youth during the childhood of Sun Wukong, thus forging a bond of mutual recognition between them. An evil dragon, Xiao Fang remarked upon seeing the 4-star dragon. The 4-star dragon, GT timeline Sun Wukong noted, observing the number of Dragon Balls on the creature's forehead. The 4-star dragon was a relic left to Sun Wukong by the elder Sun Wufan, instilling within him a unique sentiment toward the 4-star Dragon Balls. Indeed, Sun Wukong, I am the 4-star dragon, the creature proclaimed with a sinister grin. Oh, and what negative energy brought you into existence? Sun Wukong inquired. I am the negative energy born from Piccolo Daimao's wish to reclaim his youth. Piccolo Daimao? Sun Wukong echoed. Yes, I have long desired to battle you. Is that so? GT timeline Sun Wukong responded, promptly assuming a fighting stance. The 4-star dragon glanced at Sun Wufan. Although his target was Sun Wukong, Sun Wufan's strength appeared to rival that of Sun Wukong. After a moment's contemplation, the 4-star dragon resolved to first engage with Sun Wukong. Just then, GT timeline Sun Wukong shouted, charging toward the 4-star dragon. The four-star dragon merely chuckled, remaining still in his position. Soon, GT Timeline's Son Wukong reached the four-star dragon, his right fist poised to strike. As GT Timeline's Son Wukong was about to make contact, the four-star dragon instantly elevated his body temperature to 6,000 degrees Celsius. Chapter 108, Sun Wufan vs. One-star dragon sizzle. As GT Timeline's Son Wukong's fist struck the four-star dragon's form, he immediately cried out in agony. The four-star dragon chuckled, "I almost forgot to mention, Son Wukong. My body can reach the same temperature as the sun's surface, 6,000 degrees Celsius. 66,000 degrees Celsius. GT Timeline's Son Wukong exclaimed, blowing on his hand. Indeed. So be prepared to be thoroughly roasted, Son Wukong. The four-star dragon taunted. Son Wukong chuckled, I was merely careless. I will not be roasted by you. As the Son Goku of the GT timeline concluded his words, his figure instantly flashed into the air. The four-star dragon, in a swift motion, appeared behind the GT timeline Son Goku. Sensing the temperature radiating from the four-star dragon, the GT timeline Son Goku furrowed his brows and swiftly evaded. Observing this, the four-star dragon followed suit, mirroring his movements with precision, trailing him wherever he went. As Son Wukong observed the fierce battle between the two, he swiftly retrieved it from his attire and cast it onto the ground. With a resounding bang and a cloud of white smoke, a plethora of sunflower seeds and a refrigerator materialized. Snacks. Xiao Fong was momentarily taken aback by the sight. At this moment, Son Wukong surprisingly still had the leisure to indulge in snacks. Son Wukong paid no heed to Xiao Fang's gaze. Instead, he proceeded to open the refrigerator and retrieved 2 cans of cola, offering one to Xiao Fang. Father, it doesn't seem to be the time for snacks, does it? What does it matter? After all, they are currently engaged in a game of hide and seek. Hide and seek? Have you not noticed that one is hiding while the other is seeking? Moreover, your grandfather has yet to reveal his true prowess, has he? You speak the truth, Xiao Fang exclaimed, promptly opening the can and taking a refreshing sip of cola. This cola is indeed delightfully chilled. Son Wukong smiled as he retrieved the shadow battle axe from the system. An axe? Xiao Fang exclaimed, momentarily taken aback by the sight of the floating weapon. Father, what is this axe? This axe is known as the shadow battle axe. It is capable of safeguarding us. Safeguarding us? Is this axe truly that formidable? Indeed it is. Son Gohan spoke as he opened a can of cola and began to drink. He then picked up some snacks from the ground. Seeing this, Xiao Fang also grabbed a bag of sunflower seeds to munch on. Meanwhile, in the Kaioshin realm, the old Kai from the GT timeline observed the two, utterly speechless at their apparent leisure in enjoying snacks and cola. After a considerable time, GT timeline's Son Goku ceased his game of hide-and-seek with the four-star dragon and transformed into a Super Saiyan 4. Is this truly Super Saiyan 4? The four-star dragon exclaimed, astonished. Indeed, if one transforms into Super Saiyan 4, even a temperature of 6,000 degrees Celsius is inconsequential. Is that so? The four-star dragon chuckled in response. Since you are now employing your true abilities to battle me, I shall likewise reveal my full strength. With a hearty laugh, the four-star dragon clenched his fists, unleashing an extraordinary aura. As his energy surged, the skin on his body turned a fiery red and began to crack. With a resounding shout, the fiery skin of the four-star dragon shed, revealing a yellow complexion beneath. Let us commence in earnest, Son Goku. GT timeline Son Goku nodded and raised his right fist, striking towards the four-star dragon. The four-star dragon mirrored his action, launching his own assault. Boom. Bang. The air resonated with earth-shattering sounds as the two figures clashed in the sky like bolts of lightning. Super Fireball. The four-star dragon shouted, conjuring a fireball in his right hand and hurling it at GT timeline Son Goku. Swiftly, GT timeline Son Goku sidestepped to evade the attack. In a flash, the four-star dragon appeared before GT timeline Son Goku, delivering a powerful punch to his face, sending him hurtling away. GT timeline Son Goku wiped the blood from his face and glared at the four-star dragon. Son Goku, it seems my speed surpasses yours. The four-star dragon remarked with a grin. That may be so, but my strength exceeds yours, replied GT timeline Son Goku, asserting his dominance. Nodding in acknowledgement, the four-star dragon prepared for another charge. Boom. Bang. The two engaged once more, their bodies moving like light in the sky as they fought. After a while, both warriors rapidly gathered their energy, unleashing waves of power upon one another. The sky was illuminated by the brilliant explosions of their energy clashes. Dad, who holds the advantage now? Xiao Fang inquired, cracking open a sunflower seed. Both are equally matched. Equally matched, you say? Indeed. Son Wukong nodded. At that moment, the shadow axe suddenly transformed into hundreds of shadow axes, encircling the two of them. Father, what is happening? How could the shadow axes multiply so suddenly? We have enemies. Son Gohan spoke with a grave expression. As soon as his words fell, a malevolent dragon with white skin and numerous black spikes protruding from its back materialized. This creature was none other than the one-star dragon. Xiaofang exclaimed, "Evil dragon." The one-star dragon chuckled and remarked, "You two seem rather at ease, don't you? Is there an issue?" Son Gohan chuckled. Upon hearing this, the one-star dragon's figure flickered, and in the blink of an eye, it appeared before Son Gohan. Huh. Upon witnessing this, Son Gohan immediately let out a mighty roar and transformed into a Super Saiyan 4. The one-star dragon chuckled softly, raising his right hand in a fist, and launched an attack towards Son Gohan. In a fleeting moment, Son Wukong ascended into the sky. The one-star dragon, noticing this, promptly looked upward. At that instant, Son Wukong executed a powerful flying kick aimed at the one-star dragon's head. With a thunderous impact, the one-star dragon, caught off guard, was forcefully knocked to the ground by Son Wukong's strike, raising a cloud of dust from the earth. Enraged, the one-star dragon swiftly rose from the ground. Xiaofang, move away. All right, father. Upon hearing this, Xiaofang immediately took flight with Jilu towards the distance. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong swiftly appeared before the one-star dragon, launching an assault. The one-star dragon, taken aback, hastily raised its arms to defend itself. Whoosh! Bang! 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 Son Gohan struck the one-star dragon with formidable force, repeatedly driving him back. Bang! Moments later, Gohan clenched his right fist tightly and delivered a powerful blow that sent the one-star dragon reeling. Damn it! The one-star dragon roared in fury as he charged swiftly towards Gohan. Before long, he stood directly before Gohan, launching an aggressive attack. Chapter 109, Super One-Star Dragon. Whoosh! Swoosh! Son Gohan subtly shifted his body to evade the attack of the one-star dragon. The one-star dragon. As the battle between the two unfolded, the four-star dragon swiftly took note of the one-star dragon's presence. Boom. Seizing the opportunity while the four-star dragon was momentarily distracted, the GT Timeline's Son Goku delivered a powerful punch, sending him soaring through the air. Upon witnessing this, the four-star dragon quickly regained his focus and resumed his fierce confrontation with the GT Timeline's Son Goku. Whoosh. Bang. On the side of Son Wukong, Son Gohan's strength entirely surpasses that of the one-star dragon. The one-star dragon's attacks are hardly able to reach Son Gohan, who effortlessly counters with energy waves, leaving the one-star dragon in a state of disarray. Is this truly the extent of your abilities, one-star dragon? As Son Wukong gazed at the disheveled one-star dragon, a chuckle escaped his lips. Upon hearing this, one-star dragon clenched his teeth tightly and retorted, Son Wukong, do not revel in your triumph. I merely let my guard down. Is that so? One-star dragon exclaimed, suddenly opening his mouth to inhale deeply. A tremendous suction force immediately emanated from his mouth. Xiao Fang's backpack began to levitate, and the 5 Dragon Balls inside soared out. The Dragon Balls! Xiao Fang exclaimed, attempting to retrieve them, but their speed was too swift, and they quickly vanished into one-star dragon's mouth. After absorbing the 5 Dragon Balls, one-star dragon radiated an astonishing aura, with the 5 newly acquired Dragon Balls materializing on his chest. Empowered by the strength of the Dragon Balls, one-star dragon grew increasingly confident and declared, Son Wukong, soon you shall pay for the words you just uttered. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Son Wukong smiled nonchalantly. In response, the one-star dragon suddenly unleashed a beam of light from its eyes, attacking Son Wukong. This beam was none other than the freezing ray of the 3-star dragon. As Son Wukong retreated, the ground before him instantaneously froze over. Son Wukong smiled and said, Is this the technique of the 3-star dragon? The 1-star dragon scoffed, gathering a bolt of lightning with both hands and launching it towards Son Wukong. Son Wukong soared towards the heavens, deftly evading the impending strike. This was the technique of the 5-star dragon. Upon hearing this, the 1-star dragon's 6-star Dragon Ball shimmered with brilliance, as it unleashed a barrage of energy blasts akin to razor-sharp blades from its hands. Son Wukong raised both arms forward to deflect the incoming energy blade attack. The 1-star dragon let out a light chuckle and swiftly charged towards Son Wukong, who was suspended in midair. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong promptly lowered his raised arms. With a thunderous roar, the 1-star dragon unleashed a powerful strike with his right fist. In a fleeting motion, Son Wukong's figure appeared above the 1-star dragon, his hands coalescing a wave of energy, which he unleashed upon the beast. With a resounding boom, the energy wave struck the one-star dragon, resulting in a magnificent explosion amidst the heavens. The one-star dragon let out a wretched cry as it plummeted rapidly towards the ground. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong swiftly appeared before the one-star dragon, delivering a powerful kick to its chest. With a resounding crash, the one-star dragon plummeted to the ground like a shooting star, creating a massive cloud of dust upon impact. As the dust settled, a colossal pit emerged on the surface, with the one-star dragon lying in the very center, looking disheveled and defeated. Have you truly remained so feeble after absorbing 5 Dragon Balls? With gritted teeth, the one-star dragon quickly rose from the depths of the pit. With a light chuckle, Son Wukong swiftly positioned himself before the one-star dragon, launching an assault. Whoosh! Bang! 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 The sheer velocity of Son Wukong's fists was so extraordinary that the one-star dragon scarcely had time to react before being subjected to a flurry of blows. Moments later, Son Wukong delivered a powerful kick, sending the one-star dragon hurtling backward, crashing into several towering buildings behind him. The ground erupted into a cloud of dust and debris. After a brief interval, the one-star dragon rose from the rubble and charged towards Goku and his companions from the GT timeline. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong's figure flickered as he pursued. Damn it! The one-star dragon, seeing this, concentrated an energy wave in his right hand and launched an attack towards Son Wukong. As Son Wukong's figure flickered, he evaded the impending danger. Seizing this opportunity, the one-star dragon dashed towards the 4-star dragon. The 4-star dragon, initially believing that the one-star dragon intended to form an alliance, remained unguarded. Suddenly, at that very moment of complacency, the one-star dragon raised his right index finger, unleashing a beam of white light aimed directly at the 4-star dragon. Be cautious, shouted Son Wukong from the GT timeline, alerting the 4-star dragon. What? Before the words could fully escape his lips, the beam shot through the 4-star dragon's chest. He let out a harrowing scream, struggling to comprehend that the 1-star dragon would turn against him. 1-star dragon, he gasped with his last breath. As he spoke, his form began to fade, reverting to the 4-star Dragon Ball. The 1-star dragon let out a cold chuckle, advancing to catch the 4-star Dragon Ball, which he promptly consumed. Upon absorbing the 4-star Dragon Ball, the 1-star dragon's power surged once more. You wretched fiend! Son Wukong from the GT timeline seethed with fury upon witnessing the treachery. The 1-star dragon scoffed. 4-star dragon was always so naive. Had he unleashed his full strength from the outset, perhaps I would not have had to eliminate him. Do not delude yourself. You were clearly unable to contend with Son Gohan and sought the power of the 4-star dragon. The 1-star dragon smirked. So you have seen through me. Indeed, it was his strength that compelled me to act. While the 4-star dragon may have been innocent, he was still formidable among the 7 of us. Son Wukong from the GT timeline scoffed in response. Enough of your prattle. I shall avenge the 4-star dragon now. Prepare to meet your end. The 1-star dragon replied with a smile. Is that so? Just based on your prowess? Indeed, based on my prowess. Son Wukong declared as he charged towards the 1-star dragon. The 1-star dragon merely chuckled, sidestepping Son Wukong's assault effortlessly, gritting his teeth. Son Wukong unleashed a barrage of punches with all his might. At that moment, the 5-star Dragon Ball on the 1-star dragon's chest began to radiate with brilliance. A bolt of lightning shot forth from his hand, striking Son Wukong directly due to their proximity. In that instant, the 1-star dragon's eyes emitted a frigid ray, encasing Son Wukong's chest in ice. Having never battled the 3-star dragon, Son Wukong found himself immobilized, entrapped by the chilling grip of the 1-star dragon's power. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong's figure flickered and in the blink of an eye, he appeared to the left of the 1-star dragon, launching an attack forward. The 1-star dragon, taken aback, swiftly retreated. Chapter 110, GT Timeline. Son Wukong surpasses the limits of Super Saiyan 4. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong's son, Son Gohan, promptly approached the GT Timeline's Son Wukong. With his right hand, he summoned a brilliant crimson energy to melt away the ice encasing his chest. Thank you, expressed the GT Timeline's Son Wukong, gratefully acknowledging Son Gohan's assistance. Son Wukong nodded in acknowledgement, casting his gaze towards the 1-star dragon. The 1-star dragon, upon witnessing this, regarded Son Wukong with a solemn expression. Son Wukong is confident in his ability to defeat his opponent. However, Son Gohan possesses formidable strength. If it were a 1-against-2 scenario, it would likely prove quite challenging for him to withstand. What about Son Gohan? Are you truly considering joining forces with Son Wukong to battle against me? The one-star dragon provocatively inquired. Son Wukong's son, Gohan, smiled and said, "No. I alone am sufficient to handle you." "Is that so?" Upon hearing this, Yixing Long immediately felt relieved. "Gohan, could you entrust him to me?" At that moment, the alternate timeline Son Wukong unexpectedly spoke up. "Father, do you wish to battle him?" The alternate timeline Son Wukong nodded. "Very well then." Although Son Gohan is aware that Goku from the GT timeline cannot defeat the one-star dragon, he is nonetheless willing to confront him. Eager to demonstrate the disparity between himself and the Super One-Star Dragon, while simultaneously allowing the Cosmic Seed to absorb more of their battle energy. This is, after all, one of the purposes of his visit to the GT timeline. Following the recent battle among the four fighters, the Cosmic Seed has already gathered 26% of the energy. Upon hearing that Goku from the GT timeline intends to battle him, the One-Star Dragon immediately reveals a hint of disdain. While Goku from the GT timeline possesses formidable strength, he still pales in comparison to the Super One-Star Dragon. With a resounding shout, Goku from the GT timeline clenches his right fist and charges toward the One-Star Dragon. The One-Star Dragon sneers, launching a blade-like energy blast from his right hand. This is a technique of the Six-Star Dragon. Goku, having previously battled the Six-Star Dragon, recognizes the attack. In that moment, the One-Star Dragon brings his hands together, conjuring a massive fireball directed at Goku. This is a move from the Four-Star Dragon. Goku swiftly evades the attack. Seeing this, the One-Star Dragon swiftly appears before Goku and delivers a powerful kick to his abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground. With a thunderous crash, a cloud of dust erupts from the impact. Seizing the opportunity, the One-Star Dragon unleashes a barrage of energy waves toward Goku. Boom, boom, boom. As the ground shakes with each explosive impact, Goku cries out in agony from the force of the energy waves. "Grandpa!" Xiaofang shouts towards Goku. The One-Star Dragon snorts dismissively, halting his assault of energy waves. Moments later, as the dust settles, numerous craters of varying sizes mar the ground, with Goku half buried in one of them. Damn it! Goku grits his teeth and struggles to rise from the ground. The One-Star Dragon chuckles mockingly. "Goku, your power is utterly inadequate. You are no match for me." Goku responds with a cold snort. "The battle has only just begun," he declares, charging once more at the One-Star Dragon. Whoosh! Bang! 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 In a fierce confrontation, the One-Star Dragon clenched his fists, engaging in battle with the GT timeline's Son Goku. However, the power and speed of GT timeline's Son Goku were inferior to that of the One-Star Dragon, who soon had him retreating repeatedly. In the realm of the Kaioshin, the GT timeline's Kaioshin observed the conflict on Earth with a bemused expression. "You know, Son Gohan could easily defeat the One-Star Dragon. Why must he allow Goku, who revels in combat, to engage in this fight? Master Ancestor, do you believe Son Gohan can vanquish the One-Star Dragon, who has absorbed all the Dragon Balls?" queried Jebet. "That should be feasible. Otherwise, why would he permit Goku to face him alone?" "Should be? Indeed, I am not Son Gohan. How could I possibly know whether he can triumph over the One-Star Dragon? But you just mentioned that as a hypothesis. Do you understand?" "Oh." Jebet, upon hearing this, bowed his head in silence. On Earth, with a resounding crash, GT timeline's Son Goku was propelled like a projectile, sent flying into a building by a kick from the One-Star Dragon. "Grandpa." Upon witnessing this, Xiaofang immediately turned to Son Gohan for assistance. "Daddy, will you not help Grandpa?" Son Gohan smiled and said, "It is not that I refuse to assist my father, but rather that he insists on battling alone. Fear not. I shall intervene when he can no longer endure." Upon hearing this, Little Fong felt a measure of relief. At that moment, the One-Star Dragon turned to gaze upon Son Gohan. "Son Gohan, your father is no match for me. I believe we should continue our fight." "Very well." As Son Wukong spoke, he swiftly approached the One-Star Dragon. The One-Star Dragon smiled and forcefully swung his right fist forward. With a swift lift of his left hand, Son Gohan deflected the incoming attack. Subsequently, the two combatants engaged in a rapid exchange on the ground, their fierce battle stirring up clouds of dust and sand. The sounds of impact echoed, whoosh, bang. After a brief skirmish on the surface, they ascended into the air to continue their fierce confrontation. Their astonishing speed created the illusion of ripples cascading across the sky. How infuriating! Goku from the GT timeline gritted his teeth and rose from the ground just as his counterpart, GT Gohan, arrived on the scene. "Gohan." GT Gohan nodded in acknowledgement. "Father, what is the current situation? From what I can discern, your counterpart from another timeline currently holds the advantage. Is that so?" GT Goku nodded thoughtfully. By the way, since you all are here, why not lend me your powers? Give our strength to you, Father? Indeed. I wish to transcend the limits of Super Saiyan 4 and see if I can defeat that pesky one-star dragon. Father, do you still intend to battle one-star dragon? That will depend on the circumstances. If your counterpart can vanquish him, then I shall refrain from intervening. Understood. Upon hearing this, GT Gohan immediately transformed into a Super Saiyan alongside GT Trunks and the others, channeling their energy to GT Goku. What? One-star dragon exclaimed in shock. As Son Wukong seized the moment when the one-star dragon was momentarily distracted, he delivered a powerful blow to the creature's abdomen with his right fist. The one-star dragon let out a piercing scream, its body hurtling towards the ground like a projectile. Chapter 111. The infuriated one-star dragon. I'm at my limit, Father. If you continue, your body won't be able to withstand it. GT Timeline Son Wukong cautioned. Do not worry, just keep supplying me with energy. Very well. Reluctantly, GT Timeline Son Wukong continued to channel energy to GT Timeline Son Wukong. Moments later, GT Timeline Son Wukong clenched his fists forcefully, unleashing a tremendous aura that sent GT Timeline Son Wukong and his companions flying. Meanwhile, the one-star dragon had risen from the ground, filled with resentment as it gazed at Son Wukong in the distance. Despite having absorbed all the Dragon Balls, it still found itself unable to match Son Wukong's strength. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong smiled and remarked, One-star dragon, have you exhausted all your options? The one-star dragon snorted in response, Son Wukong, do not become overly confident. This is your doing. With a sudden, thunderous shout, the one-star dragon summoned forth a magnificent red energy sphere, its 7 Dragon Balls glowing intensely at his chest. This formidable red orb represented a negative energy blast. Raising the negative energy sphere with his right hand, the one-star dragon ascended to an altitude of several hundred meters. If you wish to evade it, by all means, do so. However, I cannot predict the fate of the Earth. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong smiled and replied, I shall not evade. I will defeat you with honor. With gritted teeth, the one-star dragon hurled the negative energy blast towards the ground. Son Gohan stood motionless in place. Soon, the negative energy orb descended to a mere few dozen meters above the ground. Just then, Son Gohan sprang into action, appearing beneath the negative energy orb in the blink of an eye, and delivered a powerful kick forward with his right foot. Bang! With a resounding crash, the negative energy orb soared upwards like a bouncing ball. Before long, it was propelled out of the Earth's atmosphere. Boom! Accompanied by a tremendous explosion. The orb detonated beyond the Earth, unleashing an enormous storm that swept across the planet. The dark clouds that had shrouded the sky swiftly dissipated beneath the force of this colossal tempest. Once again, the Earth transformed back into its azure splendor. The Earth has returned to its original state. The old Kai of Time exclaimed joyfully to the god Jebet. Indeed, Jebet nodded in agreement. On Earth, the one-star dragon gazed at the now brilliant blue sky, his face reflecting astonishment. What is happening here? He exclaimed. In simple terms, my previous kick converted the energy of your negative force into positive energy. Negative times negative results in positive. The one-star dragon gritted his teeth. Precisely. Now, one-star dragon, do you have any other tricks up your sleeve? The one-star dragon scoffed, simultaneously launching energy waves towards Son Gohan with all 10 fingers. Whoosh! Bam! 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 Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong's figure flickered and, in the blink of an eye, he arrived before the one-star dragon, delivering a powerful punch to its chin. Bang! With a resounding crack, the one-star dragon was sent soaring upward like a comet. Seizing the opportunity, Son Gohan swiftly brought his hands together and declared, Kamehameha. A deep blue energy wave coalesced from his palms and surged toward the one-star dragon. Startled, the one-star dragon attempted to evade, but it was too late. Boom! The Kamehameha struck the one-star dragon, propelling his body upward for a distance. With a resounding explosion, the Kamehameha detonated in the sky, emitting an exceedingly brilliant light. An immense storm erupted, sweeping outward in all directions. Beneath the tremendous explosion, the one-star dragon let out a chilling, anguished scream. The warriors from the GT timeline, including Son Wukong, shielded their eyes from the blinding spectacle. After a moment, as the thick smoke in the sky began to dissipate, a figure resembling Ash stood suspended in midair. It was none other than the one-star dragon, though he still drew breath. The 6 Dragon Balls he had consumed were forcefully expelled, cascading to the ground. Astonishingly, the one-star dragon had survived. Son Gohan from the GT timeline exclaimed in disbelief. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong gazed upon the seed of the universe and discovered that its energy had accumulated to 31%. 31%, indeed. Son Gohan murmured to himself, contemplating whether to eliminate the one-star dragon at that moment. The one-star dragon was the ultimate antagonist of the GT timeline, and the longer Son Gohan battled him, the more energy the dragon of the universe could absorb. Just as Son Gohan pondered this, the one-star dragon absorbed the 6 Dragon Balls that had fallen to the ground, transforming back into the Super One-Star Dragon. This is bad. He has absorbed all the Dragon Balls again, Trunks from the GT timeline remarked. Indeed. Goku from the GT timeline nodded in agreement. Well then, let us collect an additional 5%. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong immediately retrieved a healing bean from the system and consumed it. Although Super Saiyan 4 possesses immense strength, it also entails significant physical exertion. While he still retained some stamina, it was evident that it would not last long. The healing bean. In the GT timeline, Goku and his companions were taken aback as they observed Sun Wukong ingest the healing bean. In their era, these beans had become exceedingly rare. However, the youthful Sun Wukong before them presumably hailed from a time when such beans were still somewhat available. Upon this realization, One-Star Dragon clenched his teeth in frustration. He had been perplexed by Sun Wukong's audacious confidence, only to discover that he was equipped with healing beans. Initially, he had intended to exhaust Sun Wukong's energy before defeating him. However, it appeared that this plan was now futile. Furthermore, he remained oblivious to the number of healing beans Sun Wukong possessed. If it were merely one bean, he might devise a strategy to outlast him. Boom. Just as One-Star Dragon contemplated this, the now rejuvenated Sun Wukong clenched his fists tightly, a crimson aura enveloping his entire being. All right, One-Star Dragon, shall we continue our battle? Sun Wukong declared. You despicable scoundrel. One-Star Dragon retorted angrily. Scoundrel? It is your malevolent dragons who are wreaking havoc upon Earth. How have I become the villain here? In response, One-Star Dragon dismissed any further conversation with Sun Wukong, channeling energy waves through his 10 fingers to launch an assault. Swish. Bang. 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 Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong swiftly darted towards the One-Star Dragon. The One-Star Dragon, upon noticing his approach, immediately ceased its energy wave assault and advanced to meet him. In no time, the two found themselves face to face, their fists and feet moving with the swiftness of light, launching a barrage of attacks. Whoosh. Bang. 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 As Sun Wukong deftly evaded, he launched an assault on the One-Star Dragon. The ground was swiftly stirred up, creating massive clouds of dust. Bang. Moments later, Sun Wukong clenched his right fist with determination, delivering a powerful blow that sent the One-Star Dragon reeling backward. Chapter 112. Sun Wukong arrives at Planet Bambi. How infuriating. The One-Star Dragon roared in anger, propelling itself once more towards Sun Wukong. Just as the One-Star Dragon was about to reach him, Sun Wukong sidestepped, striking fiercely at the dragon's abdomen with his right fist. The One-Star Dragon let out a piercing scream, spewing forth a mouthful of bitter liquid. With a swift motion, Sun Wukong thrust his right knee upwards, propelling the One-Star Dragon into the air. The One-Star Dragon gritted his teeth as his body rapidly came to a halt mid-flight. In that instant, Sun Wukong vanished from sight, reappearing behind the One-Star Dragon, and with both hands clenched into fists, he delivered a powerful strike to the creature's body. Bang. Boom. With a resounding explosion, the One-Star Dragon plummeted to the ground like a shooting star, sending a vast cloud of dust and debris swirling into the air. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Wukong swiftly amassed a tremendous surge of energy in both hands, launching a barrage of energy waves towards the One-Star Dragon. Whoosh. Bang. Boom. 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 Under the relentless assault of Sun Wukong's overwhelming energy waves, the One-Star Dragon emitted a series of anguished cries. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong immediately ceased his energy wave assault. After a brief interval, as the thick smoke on the ground dissipated, numerous craters of varying sizes emerged upon the surface. The One-Star Dragon lay in a rather disheveled state at the center of these deep pits. In a fleeting moment, Sun Wukong appeared before the One-Star Dragon. The One-Star Dragon, taken aback, hastily rose from the ground. At that instant, Sun Wukong raised his right hand, concentrating a surge of violet destructive energy, directing it towards the One-Star Dragon. Destruction. As the words left his lips, the One-Star Dragon's form vanished at a speed visible to the naked eye, ultimately disappearing entirely from this world. Following the One-Star Dragon's demise, the 7 Dragon Balls adorning his body reverted to their normal state, cascading onto the ground. "We did it!" exclaimed Xiaofang joyfully. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong let out a long sigh and returned to his normal state. Although the one-star dragon's strength was inferior to his own, the battle had nonetheless proven quite exhausting. At that moment, the eternal dragon unexpectedly emerged from the Dragon Balls without any summons, and the sky remained unclouded. The eternal dragon had appeared of its own volition. Son Goten from the GT timeline was taken aback. After hearing this, the dragon's crimson eyes flickered as it gazed upon Sun Wukong from the GT timeline. "Sun Wukong, you must realize that the realms of the living and the underworld have merged, and the emergence of the evil dragons is a consequence you should comprehend, is it not? Indeed, it is the result of the Dragon Balls behaving erratically, is it not? No, it is due to your excessive misuse of the Dragon Balls. Henceforth, the Dragon Balls shall no longer be at your disposal, nor shall they be for my use," exclaimed the dragon. "Are we forbidden from using the Dragon Balls?" inquired Trunks from the GT timeline. "Indeed," replied the dragon with a nod. "I acknowledge that we have previously relied too heavily on the Dragon Balls. Yet if all that is transpiring now is due to them, I implore you one final time, please assist us in resurrecting those innocent lives that have perished." Sun Wukong from the GT timeline pleaded earnestly. "Very well, but this shall be the last time," the dragon declared, its crimson eyes glowing as it resurrected all the innocent lives lost on Earth. "It is done," the dragon proclaimed before ascending into the heavens, departing from Earth without taking Sun Wukong with it. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong pondered silently within himself. At that moment, the alternate dimension Sun Wukong and his companions approached. "I truly appreciate your help, my counterpart from another timeline." "It was nothing." Sun Wukong smiled and said, "It's getting late. I should be heading back soon." "Are you leaving already?" Xiaofang inquired. "Indeed. But, Father, when will you return to our time?" "I cannot say for certain at the moment. When we meet again, will you teach me martial arts?" "Certainly." As Sun Wukong bid farewell to their counterparts in the GT timeline, he returned to the primary timeline. Only 64 remaining. Upon his return, Sun Wukong glanced at the seed of the universe in his hand and pondered. "I wonder if battling Beerus will allow me to gather the remaining 50 of energy. If so, I would only need to collect an additional 14. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days had gone by. During this period, all remained remarkably tranquil. In pursuit of gathering an additional 14% of the cosmic seed, Sun Wukong arrived at the planet Benbi, where Reg resides. Following his previous battle with Broly, Reg's strength had significantly surged. At this moment, Reg stood before a towering mountain, exerting his might to shift its colossal form. With a resounding shout, the entire mountain quaked violently. Subsequently, the base of the mountain fractured, revealing a deep crevice, and the upper portion was forcefully displaced. An echo of the age-old tale of the determined old man moving mountains resonated in the air. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong stroked his chin thoughtfully. If the foolish old man possessed such strength, he could undoubtedly move mountains in an instant. Just then, Reg turned around and gazed at Sun Wukong, inquiring, "Who are you?" "My name is Sun Wukong." "Sun Wukong? That does not seem to be a scion name." "Indeed, it is not a scion name, but rather a name of earthling origin." "Earthling? Does this mean you were raised on Earth since childhood?" "Since childhood. Does this imply that you are not a pure-blooded scion?" Cough, cough. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong coughed lightly. "Reg, is your focus misplaced?" Reg was taken aback. "How do you know my name?" "I am omniscient." Reg, upon hearing this, wore a skeptical expression. "Then what brings you to this planet?" "I have come to challenge you to battle." Reg chuckled in response. "Sun Wukong, this is the first time I've heard such a humorous jest." "Humorous?" "Indeed, I shall be frank with you. I am the legendary Super Scion." "Oh, nowadays, Super Scions are everywhere on Earth. Are all Scions migrating there?" "No, I refer to the fortunate few who survived." "Fortunate survivors?" "Yes, for planet Vegeta was obliterated over 30 years ago by Frieza." "Frieza?" Reg clenched his fists tightly. Although he harbored animosity towards King Vegeta, he bore no ill will towards the Scions. Thus, upon learning of the destruction of planet Vegeta, he felt a surge of anger. He had initially planned to return to planet Vegeta after leaving this planet to usurp the throne from King Vegeta, but now it seemed that opportunity had vanished. "And what of King Vegeta?" Reg inquired. "He was annihilated by Frieza during a rebellion led by his subordinates." "Annihilated by Frieza? And what of Vegeta?" Reg asked. "He still lives on Earth. That scoundrel is still alive?" Reg's heart brimmed with indignation. Chapter 113. "Reg, we shall battle again. Do you wish for his demise so fervently?" "Regardless, he is still your brother." Reg scoffed. When I was sent to this planet, the bond of brotherhood between us was severed. Reg, this planet is quite pleasant. There is food and drink, and you have a wife and children. Reg scoffed once more. Enough of your prattle. Son Wukong, if you wish to engage me in combat, then bring it on. Very well. As Son Wukong spoke, he clenched his fists with great determination, transforming into a Super Saiyan 4. Super Saiyan 4, exclaimed Rager, taken aback. Just moments ago, he had pondered how Son Wukong could possess such confidence in battling him. It turned out he too had mastered the Super Saiyan 4 transformation. Huh. After a brief moment of contemplation, Rager swiftly transformed into a Super Saiyan 4 as well. Huh. With a light chuckle, Sun Wufan swiftly charged towards Rager. In a flash, Rager also surged forward to meet Sun Wufan. Whoosh. Bang. 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 Soon, the two individuals stood before each other, their fists and feet striking with the swiftness of light. The ground instantly erupted in clouds of dust. Bang. With a resounding clash, the two individuals struck their right fists together with formidable force, emanating an unparalleled aura of power. Bang. Moments later, Sun Wukong clenched his right fist with great force, delivering a powerful blow that sent Reg flying backward. With a furious roar, Reg swiftly charged back towards Sun Wukong. In no time, Reg found himself before Sun Wukong, launching a flurry of attacks with fists and feet, moving as swiftly as lightning. As Sun Wukong deftly evaded the onslaught, he simultaneously defended against Rager's relentless strikes. With a thunderous roar, Rager unleashed his right fist with unbridled force. With both hands raised in defense, Sun Wukong stepped back several paces. Observing this, Regu swiftly thrust his hands forward, gathering an immense amount of energy waves, which he unleashed towards Sun Wukong. This technique is none other than the renowned Prince's combat style from the world of Dragon Ball. In a fleeting moment, Sun Wukong's figure vanished, reappearing in midair. Observing this, Reg raised his hand without hesitation, unleashing an energy wave towards the sky. After observing, Son Gohan gathered an immense amount of energy with both hands and struck the ground. In an instant, the sky and the earth were engulfed in explosions and the thick smoke they produced. The intensity of the battle drew Suppali and the others closer, intrigued by the fierce confrontation. What an incredible fight! Who is my father battling now? Asked Kalan, the second son of Reg. I have no idea, Orin replied, shaking his head. However, it seems he has mastered Super Saiyan 4 just like Dad. Super Saiyan 4. Upon hearing this, Kalan clenched his hands in disbelief. He never imagined there were others in the world, apart from his father, who wielded the power of Super Saiyan 4. Just as they were processing this revelation, the two combatants abruptly ceased their energy wave attacks and charged at each other. Whoosh. Bang. 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 Their incredible speed created ripples in the sky as they moved. They're moving so fast. Orin, can you see their battle clearly? Kalan inquired. I can't see anything either. Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, Son Gohan brought his fist down heavily upon Reg's body. With a resounding boom, Reg was sent crashing to the ground like a falling star, stirring up a massive cloud of dust. Once the dust settled, Reg, seething with anger, rose from the ground. Son Gohan. As soon as the words left his lips, both figures blinked and resumed their fierce combat in the sky. Bang. With a tremendous sound, Son Gohan's punch sent Reg reeling back. Enraged, Reg maneuvered behind Son Gohan to launch a counterattack. Whoosh. In that moment, Son Gohan swiftly evaded, causing Reg's attack to miss its mark. Startled, Reg looked up to see Son Gohan gathering an energy wave aimed directly at him. Not good. Just as the thought crossed his mind, Son Gohan unleashed the energy wave towards Reg. The distance was too short for Reg to react, forcing him to raise his arms in defense. Boom. With a colossal explosion, the energy wave struck Reg and enveloped him in thick smoke. Dad, Orin, and the others watched anxiously. After a moment, as the smoke cleared, Reg remained in a defensive stance, seemingly uninjured. Upon seeing the smoke dissipate, he lowered his arms, his eyes filled with fury as he glared at Son Gohan. Ever since his defeat by Broly, he had vowed to himself never to lose again. Yet here he was, facing Son Gohan, an opponent of equal strength. Huh. With that thought, Reg clenched his fists tightly, releasing a formidable aura that surged upward. Boom. The entire surface of the planet trembled violently under the influence of the Reg's aura. Father, exclaimed Orin and the others in astonishment. At that moment, Reg maximized the intensity of his energy. Upon sensing the formidable aura emanating from Reg, Sun Wufan's expression immediately shifted to one of seriousness. At that moment, Reg suddenly let out a powerful shout, swiftly ascending above Sun Wufan, and forcefully delivered a kick towards him with his right foot. With both arms raised defensively, Sun Wukong swiftly leaned backward, retreating a considerable distance. How fast? No sooner had the words left his lips than Reg's figure materialized behind Sun Wukong, his right foot thrusting forward with great force. Son Gohan swiftly shifted his body to the left, evading the attack. Reg, taken by surprise, unleashed a powerful assault towards Son Gohan with both fists. As Sun Wukong deftly evaded, he simultaneously retreated. Observing this, Reg swiftly thrust his hands forward, concentrating a tremendous amount of energy waves, launching an assault towards Sun Wukong. With a powerful thrust of his legs, Sun Wukong swiftly ascended into the air. In that instant, the figure of the Reagan abruptly vanished, only to reappear behind Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong swiftly pivoted his body, delivering a powerful strike with his right fist. Reg, taken aback, quickly shifted to the side to evade the blow. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong swiftly raised his fist and feet, launching an aggressive assault. Reg, while defending himself, began to retreat. Suddenly, with a fierce shout, Sun Wukong delivered a powerful kick to Reg's abdomen. With a resounding crash, Reg was sent hurtling to the ground like a projectile. The impact stirred up a massive cloud of dust. After a moment, as the dust settled, a sizable crater was revealed, within which Reg lay, battered and bruised. Father, Reg. Upon seeing this, Sapari hurriedly flew over. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong promptly reverted to his usual form. Very well, Reg, we shall engage in battle another time. With that, Sun Wukong vanished from planet Bimbi. Chapter 114. Biddalai confesses to Sun Wukong. Damn it. Reg exclaimed, his frustration palpable. Are you all right, Reg? Sapari inquired with concern. I'm fine, Sapari. I now understand why I found myself on planet Wampa. Why were you on planet Wampa? Indeed, it appears that everything was orchestrated by that Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong? Reg nodded affirmatively. Moreover, I learned from him that planet Vegeta has been obliterated. Planet Vegeta has been destroyed. Sapari gasped in astonishment. This was monumental news for them. Yes, Reg confirmed. It was annihilated by Frieza. Frieza. Indeed. However, my brother Vegeta appears to still be alive, currently residing on Earth. Earth? Isn't that a rather remote planet in the North Galaxy? Yes, he mentioned that the surviving Scions are all on Earth, and those residing there are all Super Scions. All of them. Sapari was taken aback. Has the age of Super Scions commenced? Upon reflection, she realized that aside from herself, who could not transform into a Super Scion, it seemed that everyone else on planet Bimbi had that capability. Father, who exactly is Sun Wukong? Orlin asked. Among all of Reg's offspring, he was the strongest and bore the closest resemblance to Reg. As one of the Scion royal lineage, he had always believed that aside from his father and Broly, no other Scion could surpass him in strength. Yet, the recent appearance of Sun Wukong had dealt a significant blow to his confidence. I do not know, Reg replied, shaking his head. It is a pity we lack a spaceship. Otherwise, we could leave this planet. By the way, father, it seemed that Sun Wukong mentioned he would seek you out for another battle when he departed. Reg's only daughter, Serali, remarked. Serali, aged 15, bore a resemblance to Sapari. Yet her lineage from Reg imbued her with a combative spirit, giving her a strikingly valiant appearance. Upon hearing this, Reg scoffed disdainfully, his displeasure evident. Before encountering Broly, he had always considered himself the mightiest Scion. However, after his defeat to Broly, he now found himself bested by Sun Wukong as well. It was difficult to maintain a positive disposition in light of such circumstances. On Earth, atop Mount Bowsy. Upon returning to Earth, Sun Wukong cast a glance at the 41 of the energy from the cosmic seed he had collected. At that moment, a thought struck him. Did he not possess the Super Dragon Balls? Perhaps if he made a wish upon them, he could directly amass the full energy of the cosmic seed. Yet, having already gathered 41, utilizing the Super Dragon Balls now seemed somewhat extravagant. System, may I use the Super Dragon Balls to gather the full energy of the cosmic seed? The system replied, Master, the cosmic seed is a reward from the system. Thus its energy must be amassed through observation and combat. I see. Then, system, I wish to use the Super Dragon Balls to obtain infinite stamina. Understood, Master. Your wish has been granted. Granted? Yet I feel nothing at all. Master, you may now engage in training. You are now as resilient as an unyielding ox. Sun Wukong is at a loss for words. System, what a ridiculous metaphor. Orange Star City, Orange Star High School, Class 1 of the first year. Since the incident at the World Martial Arts Tournament, Sun Wukong's doppelganger has garnered significant fame, attracting numerous young women eager to engage with him. This constant attention has often provoked feelings of jealousy in Videl, who sits beside him, secretly chastising him for his flirtatious nature. One afternoon, following school dismissal, Videl unexpectedly invited Sun Wukong's doppelganger to accompany her home. Master, you are acquainted with that woman who lost to Ragusu, correct? The one who was defeated by Ragusu, you mean Android 18? The clone of Sun Wukong spoke. Biddy Lee nodded in acknowledgement. I see. So, Master, have you known her for a considerable time? Quite some time. Are you very close with her? Not really. Is that so? Biddy Lee sighed with relief upon hearing this. After walking for a while, they parted ways due to their different routes home, each returning to their own residence. How wonderful, their relationship is not intimate. Biddy Lee rejoiced inwardly after separating from the clone of Sun Wukong. As time swiftly passed, a month had slipped by in the blink of an eye. After attaining boundless stamina, Sun Wukong now dedicates even longer hours to his training each day than before. After a month's rigorous practice, he is estimated to achieve a formidable combat power of 50 billion. In Orange Star City, at Orange Star High School. At that moment, Sun Wukong's doppelganger sat in his seat, yawning. Suddenly, Biddy approached from a distance, wearing a radiant smile. Hey, Sun Wukong, are you free tomorrow? Would you like to catch a movie together? Upon hearing the words of his doppelganger, Sun Wukong cast a glance at Biddy Lee, sensing an oddity in her demeanor today. What seems to be the matter, Sun Wukong? Biddy Lee thought back to the times he had sternly urged her to engage in rigorous training. It's nothing, replied Sun Wukong. And what about the movie? I shall consider it further, but I have already procured the tickets. The screening is set for tomorrow at 10 in the morning. 10 o'clock. Biddy Lee nodded in acknowledgement. Then let us discuss it in the afternoon. Very well. Moreover, do not forget to dedicate time to your training. Indeed. In the afternoon, after a moment of contemplation, Sun Wukong ultimately agreed to accompany Biddy Lee to the cinema. The following day, at 9:30 in the morning, Sun Wukong, clad in casual attire, arrived at the entrance of the cinema as described by Biddy Lee. After waiting for a while in the cinema, Sun Wukong caught sight of Biddy Lee, who was adorned in a flowing white dress. Biddy Lee, he called out. With a slight nod, Biddy Lee replied, Master, I apologize for keeping you waiting. Cough, cough. With a cough, Sun Wukong declared, Here, you may simply call me Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong nodded. Shall we enter and watch a film, Master Sun Wukong? Absolutely. With that, the two made their way into the cinema. Biddy Lee purchased 2 cups of cola and popcorn. The tickets she acquired were for a zombie film. Consequently, whenever she spotted a zombie on screen, she would often lean nervously towards Sun Wukong. After a considerable time, once the film concluded, Biddy Lee paused for a moment, then, as if having made a significant decision, turned to Sun Wukong and said, Classmate Sun Wukong, I have feelings for you. Would you consider being with me? Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback. Although he was aware of Biddy Lee's affection for him, he had not anticipated that she would confess her feelings in such a public setting. Chapter 115. Frisia, you remain so diminutive. Biddy Lee, are you truly aware of what you are saying? After a moment of astonishment, Sun Wukong spoke in the tone of his master. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, Biddy Lee was momentarily taken aback. Prior to confessing, she had already envisioned numerous scenarios in which Sun Wukong might reject her. However, she never anticipated that he would utter such astonishing words. I understand that affection knows no boundaries. You are indeed correct. Thus, I shall inform Ragusi that she has gained another mentor. Mentor. Upon hearing this, Biddy Lee's face instantly lit up with joy as she gazed at Sun Wukong. Have you truly agreed, Master Sun Wukong? Let me ponder it a bit more. But you just referred to me as a mentor. Very well. I shall now go and relay this matter to Ragusi. Say what you must. Biddy Lee, undeterred, replied boldly. Have you made up your mind? I have. In that case, I shall reluctantly acquiesce. Reluctantly? Biddy Lee inquired, looking at Sun Wukong. With reluctance. After hearing this, Biddy Lee lunged toward Sun Wukong with both hands outstretched. But he deftly evaded her grasp. Sun Wukong. Biddy Lee, what are you attempting to do? Do you dare to defy the natural order? Defy the natural order. Upon hearing this, Biddy Lee recklessly charged at Sun Wukong, her intentions clear. Whoosh. Swish. Son Gohan deftly evaded all of Videl's attacks, shifting left and right with ease. All right. Videl, I was merely teasing you, he exclaimed. Now that's more like it. Videl replied, lowering the foot she had previously lifted. Young couples these days certainly brim with vitality. remarked a passerby. As time swiftly passed, a month had gone by in the blink of an eye, with Son Gohan and Videl officially in a relationship. Videl had also taken to splitting her time to attend school while training alongside Son Gohan on the sacred grounds of the Chaos Mountain. However, she had not yet disclosed their relationship to Launch, preferring to wait for an opportune moment to share the news. Nevertheless, despite their silence on the matter, Launch had undoubtedly sensed the growing closeness between the two. Yet, she refrained from pondering the implications, simply believing that her beloved disciple had fallen out of favor. Thus, throughout the month, she endeavored to win Son Gohan.'s affection through various means, though her efforts bore little fruit. Even on the rare occasions when she managed to elicit a compliment from him, it was fleeting and led nowhere. During this month, Son Gohan had bestowed upon Videl several spirit tree fruits, significantly enhancing her strength in a short span. However, having consumed an abundance of these fruits, Videl found that their effects had diminished substantially. At this moment, she stood on a patch of grass atop Chaos Mountain, attempting to lift the King Kai's sword resting on the ground. Yet, the sword proved too heavy, and she ultimately could not raise it. Suddenly, an anomaly occurred in the sky as a vortex resembling a black hole materialized above them. Following this, numerous haloed figures emerged from the void, all of whom were malevolent souls condemned to the underworld, including Frieza. What is that? Videl pointed towards the sky, addressing Launch beside her. I don't know, but we should quickly inform Master. Launch replied. Agreed. Videl nodded. Moments later, Son Gohan emerged from the gravity chamber and witnessed the souls pouring forth from the black hole. Launch, Videl, join me in vanquishing these spirits, he commanded. Understood. Both replied. Soon, the trio arrived in West City, where they swiftly dispatched the attacking spirits. After defeating the horde, Son Gohan spotted a figure he recognized all too well. It was Frieza. Long time no see, Frieza, he called out. And you are? Frieza inquired. I am Son Gohan, came the proud response. You are Son Gohan. Upon hearing this, Frieza gritted his teeth. Had it not been for Gohan, he would not have fallen to such depths. Indeed, after a decade of absence, you still remain so diminutive. At these words, Frieza's heart surged with unparalleled fury. Son Gohan's words were evidently a mockery of his stature. Upon realizing this, Frieza immediately gestured to his subordinates, commanding, attack. The soldiers behind Frieza, upon hearing his command, swiftly charged towards Son Gohan. Son Gohan chuckled softly, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared before Frieza, delivering a powerful punch that pierced through Frieza's body. With a cry of anguish, Frieza vanished like wisps of white smoke. Witnessing this, Frieza's subordinates hurriedly retreated in fear. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong immediately unleashed a wave of energy towards Frieza's soldiers. Whoosh, bang, boom, ah. Under the onslaught of Sun Wukong's energy attack, Frieza's soldiers were swiftly annihilated. After nearly eradicating all the spirits on Earth, Sun Wukong and his companions gathered the 7 Dragon Balls and summoned the Eternal Dragon in Bulma's backyard. State your wish. Any desire can be fulfilled, but only one, Bulma exclaimed. Is it possible? Not possible, the Eternal Dragon nodded solemnly. All matters of the underworld are under the jurisdiction of King Enma. Your wish exceeds my capabilities. I see. Well then, I shall refrain from making a wish for now. The Eternal Dragon nodded, transforming back into the 7 Dragon Balls, scattering across the earth. On North Kai's planet, upon realizing the Eternal Dragon's limitations, the North Kai's expression grew grave. If the underworld remained in such a state, deceased humans would be unable to enter, and spirits would be barred from reincarnation. Goku, what shall we do? Krillin inquired of Sun Wukong. I am uncertain as well. Gohan, do you have any solutions? Sun Wukong gazed at Sun Wufan. Allow me to consult the Lord of the King of Worlds. Just as the words left his lips, Sun Wufan executed a sudden teleportation. Arriving in the realm of the King of Worlds. Wufan, exclaimed the East Kaioshin in astonishment. Sun Wufan nodded and inquired, Lord Kaioshin, you must be aware of the matters concerning the underworld, correct? The Eastern Kaioshin responded with a nod. Do you possess a means to assist in resolving this issue? Upon hearing this, the Eastern Kaioshin immediately turned to the Old Kaioshin. The matters of the underworld can actually be quite easily addressed, the Old Kaioshin stated. Easily? Sun Wufan questioned. Currently, the souls on Earth have been eradicated by you. Thus the greatest concern lies with the creature present in the underworld. I can have Jebbet transport you there, enabling you to confront that monster. Chapter 116. Malevolent Wave Me? Jebbet was taken aback. If not you, then who? The Old Kaioshin retorted with indignation. No, I was merely inquiring. Jebet replied softly. In that case, hasten to take Sun Wufan to the underworld. Very well, Jebet responded, moving swiftly to Sun Wufan's side and placing a hand upon his shoulder. With a swift motion, Jebet executed a teleportation, transporting Sun Wufan into a realm brimming with confections. A man, entirely green, lacking a nose, with square ears, and clad in a white martial arts uniform, was presently engaged in combat with a colossal, rotund yellow beast. This man was Raboku Fan, and the yellow monster was none other than the instigator of the chaos in the underworld, the malevolent wave. Sun Wufan, I shall leave you here. The rest is up to you. With that, Jebet vanished without a trace. That fellow certainly departs with great speed. As Sun Wukong spoke, he turned his gaze towards the rib rice engaged in combat with the malevolent wave. Bang! With a resounding crash, rib rice was struck down to the ground by the malevolent wave's powerful blow. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong gathered a surge of purple destructive energy in his right hand and unleashed it towards the malevolent wave. The malevolent wave swiftly evaded by shifting to the side. With a resounding explosion, the destructive energy collided with the barrier of the malevolent wave. The ground of the entire barrier trembled violently. Just then, Sun Wukong's figure flickered before the malevolent wave, and he launched another wave of destructive energy towards it. Due to the proximity, the malevolent wave was struck directly by the energy. Its form shrank rapidly, akin to a contracting spider's web. Moments later, a man emerged, his skin a vibrant orange. With pointed ears, black eyes, and yolk-like pupils. He donned a light purple armor, sported a pair of beastly horns atop his head, was tall and robust, and possessed a tail resembling that of a magical lizard. This individual was none other than the malevolent wave in its second form. Has it transformed? As Sun Wukong spoke, he moved his body and charged towards the malevolent energy wave. The dark wave let out a sinister chuckle, releasing a stream of green energy aimed directly at Sun Wukong. Son Gohan swiftly sidestepped, evading the onslaught of the malevolent wave. In a fluid motion, he delivered a powerful kick to the face of the malevolent wave, causing it to stagger backwards several paces. The malevolent wave, gritting its teeth, glared at Son Gohan with a face full of fury. In a fleeting moment, Sun Wukong's silhouette darted forward, arriving before the malevolent energy wave, launching an assault. The dark energy wave, sensing the impending strike, raised its arms to thwart Sun Wukong's attack. With a resounding impact, the malevolent force was propelled backward. As Sun Wukong's figure emerged behind the evil thought wave, he executed a sweeping kick with his right foot, akin to autumn winds scattering fallen leaves, striking the evil thought wave with precision. In an instant, the evil thought wave was sent sprawling to the ground. Whoosh! With his right hand, Sun Wukong gathered a surge of destructive energy, directing it towards the malevolent wave. A thunderous roar erupted as the destructive energy collided with the malevolent wave, unleashing an immense purple tempest upon the ground. The malevolent wave let out a piercing scream as its form was torn asunder by the violet storm. After a moment, as the smoke from the explosion dissipated, a small specter emerged on the ground. This specter was none other than the little ghost possessed by the explosive vapors. Upon seeing Sun Wukong, the small ghost, gripped by terror, immediately fled to the side. Son Gohan surveyed the surrounding barrier and noted that it showed no signs of collapse. Ancient One, what is the meaning of this? Why does the barrier of the underworld remain intact? Inquired the East Kaishin. I am uncertain. Logically, the defeat of the malevolent energy should have resulted in the shattering of the barrier. Then what shall we do next, Ancient One? I have no solution to offer. You have no solution? Indeed, we can only rely on Gohan. Gohan, perhaps he possesses the ability to obliterate the entire barrier. No sooner had the words left his lips than Son Gohan's index finger began to gather an enormous surge of destructive energy, directing it towards the barrier. With a resounding boom, the destructive energy detonated against the barrier, unleashing an immense purple tempest that surged forth, engulfing the barrier in its wake. In an instant, Sun Wukong teleported beside the rib rice and whisked him away. He then swiftly teleported to the recently appeared little ghost, transporting both to the King Kai's realm. As the three departed, the barrier was immediately shattered by the explosive energy of destruction. The little ghost, upon realizing he had been brought to the King Kai's realm, trembled in fear. I apologize. I should not have listened to music while working, and I failed to timely replace the soul machine's canister. The old King Kai snorted disdainfully. From this day forth, you must work diligently. Otherwise, I shall instruct the King of Hell to withhold your wages. Yes, the little ghost nodded vigorously. Now that the affairs of the underworld have been addressed, I shall take my leave. Son Gohan said, all right. The East Kai nodded in agreement. Upon witnessing this, Son Gohan instantaneously transported himself back to Earth. In the underworld, as the barrier of malevolent thoughts was shattered, King Yin regained his dominion over the realm of the dead and summoned all the souls on Earth back to the underworld. Subsequently, Sun Wukong and his companions gathered the 7 Dragon Balls once more, resurrecting those innocent humans who had perished due to the revival of the souls. Peace was restored to the Earth. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 2 months had gone by. The summer vacation had now arrived. At this moment, Sun Wukong and his companions are barbecuing beside a waterfall on Baotou Mountain. Here, master, is the freshly grilled fish. Excellent. Sun Wukong, upon receiving the grilled fish from Ragusa, inquired, by the way, master, what has inspired you to indulge in the leisurely art of barbecuing today? Upon hearing this, Son Gohan immediately cast a glance at the side of him where Videl stood. There is something we have been concealing from you, Ragusa. Please do not be angry with us. Ragusa's eyes fixated on Videl as she inquired, what is it, Videl? Well, Gohan and I are together, Videl confessed. Together? Ragusa exclaimed, as if struck by a bolt from the blue. If Videl and Gohan were in a relationship, then Videl would no longer be merely a junior disciple, but rather, she would become her master's daughter-in-law. Indeed, Ragusa pressed on. When did this happen? About 3 months ago, Videl replied. Ragusa was momentarily at a loss for words. Videl and Gohan had been together for over 3 months right under her nose. Ragusa? Videl prompted, noticing her silence. Ragusa snapped back to reality. No way, master. I want to be with you too. Chapter 117. Sun Wukong achieves the 3rd level of Super Saiyan. You too? Sun Wukong and Biddy Lee were momentarily taken aback. Indeed, if Biddy Lee can, why should I not? Ragusa remarked. Here, we adhere to the principle of monogamy. Biddy Lee interjected. No worries. I can be the secondary partner. Just a side role. Biddy Lee was once again stunned. As Ragusa spoke, she immediately turned her gaze towards Sun Wukong. Master, do you only favor Biddy Lee and not me? Just as Sun Wukong hesitated, Biddy Lee quickly looked over. No. My affection for you is merely that of a master and disciple. Upon hearing this, Ragusa fell silent. No, Ragusa, my relationship with Wukong remains unchanged. Just as it always has been, Biddy Lee affirmed. I understand now, master. Ragusa replied, forcing a smile. Master, I have eaten my fill, so I shall take my leave. Very well. Sun Wukong nodded. Upon witnessing this, Ragusa promptly turned to leave. Gohan, do you think I should have informed her sooner? Asked Biddy Lee. Indeed. Sun Wukong nodded. The following day, after having breakfast, Sun Wukong, as was his custom, proceeded to the gravity chamber on Baotou Mountain for training. However, upon arrival, he found not Ragusa, but a letter she had left behind. It was a farewell note, expressing her gratitude for the care and kindness Sun Wukong had shown her over the years. After reading the letter, Sun Wukong swiftly retrieved the celestial mirror from his system. Through the mirror, he beheld Ragusa perched on the edge of a cliff on an unknown planet. Upon seeing her, Sun Wukong quickly traversed through the celestial mirror to stand beside Ragusa. Master! Ragusa exclaimed, her face immediately reflecting surprise at Sun Wukong's sudden appearance. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong chuckled and seated himself beside Ragusa, remarking, the scenery here is quite splendid. Master, how did you come to know of my presence? Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong smiled and remarked, I am omniscient. Ragu, in response, remained silent. Then Ragu, shall you accompany me back? No, master, I wish to wander the cosmos. Sun Wukong smiled and said, Legis, are you still upset with me and Biddy Lee? No. Legis shook her head. Then how about considering me as your brother? Brother. Legis turned to Sun Wukong. Indeed, this way you become my family. Family. Upon hearing this, Legis immediately fell into deep contemplation. Master, if I were to acknowledge you as my brother, would you treat me or Biddy Lee better? Equally. Equally. Son Gohan smiled and said, Master, you must not deceive me. No deception. Let us make a pinky promise. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong immediately raised his pinky finger. Seeing this, Legis promptly lifted her right pinky to hook it with his. The pact was sealed with their fingers intertwined, binding them for a century without change. If their master were to deceive them, then he would be nothing but a trickster. Is that satisfactory? Legis nodded in agreement. Brother, may we return now, sister? Legis smiled and nodded in affirmation. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong executed a swift instant transmission, bringing Ragusa back to Earth, atop the Baotou Mountain. At this moment, Sun Wutian and his companions had arrived at Baobao Mountain. Brother Gohan, Brother, Gohan. Upon seeing the two return, the trio immediately called out to Son Gohan. Son Wukong nodded. Brother, where have you all gone? Son Wukong's son inquired. Where have you been? Nowhere in particular. So, brother, what shall you teach us today? What will I teach you? Indeed, brother, it has been quite some time since you imparted any new martial arts to us. Son Goten said, how about I teach you the instantaneous technique? Instantaneous technique? Indeed, it is a martial art that allows one to manipulate time. Manipulate time. Upon hearing this, Sun Wutian and Trunks' eyes gleamed with excitement. Brother, please teach us quickly. However, this martial art is somewhat challenging to master. Gohan, I wish to learn as well. Brother, I too want to learn. Bidalai and Ragusa chimed in simultaneously. Brother? The three turned their gazes towards Gohan upon hearing Ragusu's address. Why does Sister Ragusa call you brother? Shouldn't she refer to you as master? Well, I have acknowledged Ragusu as my younger sister. You regard Sister Ragusu as your sister? Indeed. After all, I am teaching you martial arts, and you haven't called me master. Have you? I see. Upon hearing this, Sun Wutian immediately experienced a moment of clarity. Although Bai Dili did not articulate her feelings, a visible displeasure crossed her face. Subsequently, Sun Wufan began to instruct them in the technique of instantaneous movement. Time swiftly passed, and before they knew it, a month had elapsed. Ever since Sun Wufan had acknowledged Ragusi as his sister, their bond had deepened remarkably, at times provoking jealousy in Bai Dili, who could not help but feel envious. On the North Kai planet, at this moment, Sun Wukong stood resolutely upon a verdant expanse. Suddenly, he clenched his fists with great intensity, and a golden aura enveloped his entire being. This was the manifestation of the Super Saiyan. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, Sun Wukong clenched his fists with great intensity, evolving into Super Saiyan 2. Even after this transformation, Sun Wukong did not cease to elevate his energy. Instead, he continued to amplify it further. Boom! The ground of North Kai's planet trembled violently under the influence of Sun Wukong's immense power. Wukong. At that moment, Sun Wukong's golden hair cascaded down to his waist, his eyebrows vanished, and his brow bone pressed closely against his eye sockets. Within his previously singular light green irises, a deep blue pupil emerged, while the golden aura enveloping him transformed into a radiant light and stabilized. This marked the ascension to Super Saiyan 3. Has he succeeded? Sun Wukong glanced at his hands and spoke. The North Kai nodded and approached from a distance. On Earth, in West City, at Bulma's residence, Vegeta, who was training in the gravity room, suddenly sensed the immense energy of Sun Wukong. Kakarot. Upon perceiving the formidable aura emanating from Sun Wukong, Vegeta clenched his fists tightly. He had finally managed to catch up to Sun Wukong, only to find himself surpassed once again shortly thereafter. On North Kai's planet, a swift motion ensued. After transforming into Super Saiyan 3rd grade, Sun Wukong immediately tested the power of this form on King Kai's planet in the north. Meanwhile, on Earth, at the location of Baozi Mountain, at this moment, Sun Wukong's presence was palpably felt by Son Gohan and the others. What an immense aura! It resembled that of my father, did it not? Sun Wukong proclaimed. Sun Wukong nodded. I believe my father must have attained the 3rd level of Super Saiyan. The 3rd level of Super Saiyan. Indeed, father has cultivated this form before any of us. Son Goten nodded. Chapter 118. 3 years, evening. After completing his training on North Kai's planet, Sun Wukong returned to his home in the western capital. As soon as Sun Wukong returned home, he beheld a figure with arms crossed, standing in his courtyard. It was none other than Vegeta. Vegeta. With a disdainful snort, Vegeta swiftly approached Sun Wukong, grasping the fabric of his attire with his right hand. Kakarot, did you hold back in our last battle? Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong appeared somewhat guilty as he exclaimed, Vegeta, what are you talking about? The last time we fought, I certainly gave it my all. Vegeta, with a disdainful snort, expressed his skepticism. I assure you, Vegeta, I am not deceiving you. In response, Vegeta promptly released his grip on Sun Wukong's clothing and declared, if that is the case, let us engage in another battle. Another battle? Murmured a low rumble. As Sun Wukong spoke, a rumble emanated from his belly, signaling his hunger. Vegeta, I'm famished. Shall we postpone our battle for another day? Very well, I shall seek you out tomorrow. Tomorrow? Indeed. Is there a problem? No, none at all. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong shook his head repeatedly. Observing this, Vegeta promptly departed from Sun Wukong's residence. The following morning, Vegeta returned to seek out Sun Wukong once more. However, Son Wukong had already ventured to the North Kai's planet early that day. Kakarot! Vegeta exclaimed, clenching his fists tightly. Meanwhile, on the North Kai's planet. At this moment, Son Wukong was immersed in his cultivation when, for reasons unknown, he suddenly sneezed. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years had elapsed. Within this span, Son Gohan's battle prowess had ascended to an astounding 4.5 trillion. Son Wukong and Biddy Li have both been accepted into a prestigious university in the West. After 3 years of companionship, their relationship has reached a state of tranquility. At this moment, they stroll hand in hand through the university campus. Gohan, when do you think we should get married? Married? Yes. Haven't you thought about marriage? Not really. I just feel that perhaps we should wait until after we graduate from university. Graduation, you say? Indeed. Son Wufan nodded. That works. Time swiftly passed. And in the blink of an eye, 2 days had elapsed. In the 7th universe, on a lesser-known planet, Reg had been diligently training ever since his defeat by Son Wufan. However, due to the absence of a gravity chamber, the growth of his strength remained quite limited despite his earnest efforts. At this moment, Reg was straining to pull together dozens of large trees bound by ropes. Suddenly, a figure materialized before him. It was none other than Son Wufan. Son Wufan, it's been a while, Reg. Reg scoffed. What do you want this time? Didn't I make it clear when I left last time? I will seek you out for another battle. Reg scoffed again. Well, Son Wufan, you better not regret it. I am far stronger now than I was before. Son Gohan smiled and said, I feel the same way. Upon witnessing this, Reg witnessed the moment and immediately let out a powerful roar, transforming into Super Saiyan 4. With a mighty roar, Son Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan 4. In an instant, the two figures became a streak of crimson light, hurtling towards one another. The air was filled with the sounds of clashes and explosions. The intensity of their battle resonated throughout the vicinity. The inhabitants of the planet, particularly Orin, were swiftly drawn to the commotion. Mother, it's Son Wukong. Huron exclaimed with a grave expression. Indeed. Suppari nodded in agreement. Just as the words left their lips, Son Wukong delivered a powerful right hook to Rhaegar's face, sending him reeling backwards. Enraged, Rhaegar summoned a torrent of energy waves, launching a fierce assault towards Son Wukong. With a swift motion, Son Wukong evaded the energy wave unleashed by Reg. Observing this, Reg let out a powerful roar and charged towards Son Wukong. With both hands firmly clenched, Son Wukong charged forward towards Rhaegar. Whoosh! Bang! 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 Boom! Boom! In the blink of an eye, the two adversaries stood face to face, their fists and feet colliding with the swiftness of light. Bang! Moments later, Son Wukong tightened his right fist and delivered a powerful blow that sent Rhaegar reeling backward. Ha! Rhaegar bellowed, swiftly closing the distance between them, launching a fierce assault with both fists aimed at Son Wukong. Son Wukong's body swayed as he deftly evaded Rhaegar's assault. Gritting his teeth, Rhaegar unleashed a powerful strike with his right fist. Bang! With a swift motion, Son Wukong raised his left hand and seized Rhaegar's right fist, catching him off guard. In that moment, Son Wukong launched a powerful kick with his right foot towards Rhaegar's body, sending him crashing to the ground. The impact reverberated with a thunderous sound, stirring up a cloud of dust and debris. Reg, father. A sense of concern flickered in the hearts of Suppari and the others upon witnessing the scene. After a brief interval as the dust began to settle, a sizable crater emerged on the ground. Reg stood in the pit, visibly disheveled, his heart ablaze with fury as he glared at Son Wukong. Son Wukong glanced at the seed of the universe in his hand and realized that its energy had accumulated to an impressive 47. Already at 47, as Son Wukong spoke, he cast a glance at Reg. This time, his confrontation with Reg did not extend as long as their previous encounter. Yet, within this brief interval, he managed to gather 6% of the cosmic seed. From this perspective, it was evident that Reg's strength had significantly increased compared to before. Just as Son Wukong pondered this, Reg let out a mighty roar, his body darting towards him like a beam of light. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong raised his right hand. Gravity exerted its pressure. As soon as the words left his lips, Reg's body was immediately enveloped by an overwhelming force of gravity. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and withstood this tremendous weight, charging towards Son Wukong. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong swiftly darted behind Reg, delivering a powerful kick that sent him soaring through the air. With a resounding crash, Reg's body hurtled like a projectile into a towering mountain behind him, causing a massive cloud of dust and debris to erupt from the ground. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong's figure flickered and he swiftly appeared before Suppari. What are your intentions? Orin inquired with a vigilant expression. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong immediately produced a magical bean, exclaiming, "This is a Senza bean. If you feed this to Reguff, all of his injuries will be healed." A Senza bean? Upon hearing Son Gohan's words, he handed the Senza bean to Suppali. Initially hesitant to accept, Suppali ultimately relented. Thoughts of Regu compelling him to receive it. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong chuckled lightly and, in an instant, teleported away from the planet. He vanished. Kirin was taken aback. Suppali nodded in response and glanced at Reg. Upon seeing this, Orin and the others swiftly flew towards Reg. Suppali looked at the Senza bean in his hand, uncertain whether to offer it to Reg. Chapter 119. Araki Dammit. At this moment, Reg was filled with resentment for being defeated once more. After a moment's hesitation, Suppali approached Reg and said, "Reg, Son Wukong just left a bean for you, stating that consuming it would heal your wounds." A bean? Reg inquired skeptically. Suppali nodded and presented the Senza bean to him. "It is this very bean." Reg scoffed, "I have no interest in his bean." "Mother, could you please give me that bean?" Sellali asked. "Give it to you?" "Well, considering that father doesn't need it," Suppali replied. "Very well." Upon hearing this, Suppali promptly handed the Senza bean to Sellali. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. In a city on Earth, a man with pink skin and a black diamond pattern on his forehead was soaring through the sky. He donned a black vest and white trousers, with a golden belt featuring the letterm at his waist. This man was Araki, the former king of the demon realm and the previous master of Dubra. After being betrayed by Dubra, Araki had his soul imprisoned through a powerful spell and ritual, only recently managing to escape. Is this the human world? It has changed remarkably. Araki sneered, gathering waves of energy in his hands and launching an attack on the city below. Boom, boom, boom. With each colossal explosion, numerous buildings crumbled, and many lives were lost due to Araki's assault. The city was immediately filled with cries of anguish, screams, and pleas for help. Just as Araki wreaked havoc, 3 figures appeared. They were the androids number 13, number 14, and number 15. "Who are you? Why are you destroying this city?" Android number 13 demanded. Araki, upon hearing this, sneered and in the blink of an eye, appeared before android number 13, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. Bang! Android No. 13 let out a loud scream as his body shot downward like a projectile, crashing heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. 13. Upon witnessing this, Android 14 and 15 immediately charged towards Araki. In a swift motion, Araki appeared before them, delivering a powerful punch and kick that sent them flying. Subsequently, he concentrated a dark wave of energy in his right hand and directed it toward Android 14. Upon seeing this, Android 14's expression changed dramatically. Just as the dark energy wave was about to strike him, a pink figure suddenly emerged, deflecting the energy wave away. This figure was none other than Majin Buu. With a tremendous roar, the dark energy wave, having been repelled, detonated upon hitting the distant ground. "Majin Buu!" exclaimed Android 14 in surprise. Majin Buu nodded and turned to Araki, asking, "Who are you? Why are you destroying this city?" Araki replied with a smile, "My name is Araki." "Araki?" he repeated, tilting his head. "Then why do you seek to destroy this city?" Araki chuckled. "Of course, it is because I desire to rule this planet, and even the entire universe." "Oh, and who might you be?" "I am known as Majin Buu." "Majin Buu?" Majin Buu affirmed with a nod. Araki let out a light laugh, then swiftly appeared before Majin Buu, launching a forceful punch. Bang! Araki's fist struck Majin Buu's face, causing it to cave in, and he was sent hurtling hundreds of meters away. Immediately after, Araki gathered another dark energy wave in his right hand and attacked Majin Buu once more. With a resounding explosion, the dark energy wave collided with Majin Buu, erupting in the sky. Soon, a massive cloud of smoke enveloped the area. Araki sneered, believing that Majin Buu had been vanquished. However, moments later, as the smoke began to dissipate, Majin Buu stood unharmed in midair. "What?" Araki gasped in astonishment. At that moment, Majin Buu suddenly opened his squinted eyes and declared, "I am angry." With that, Majin Buu charged swiftly towards Araki. In no time, he was before Araki, his fists moving like lightning as he unleashed a flurry of attacks. Swish! Bang! 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 The two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, their fists colliding with incredible force. Boom! With a violent sound, their right fists clashed, releasing an astonishing aura that reverberated through the air. After a brief stalemate, Majin Buu clenched his right fist with great force and delivered a powerful blow that sent Araki reeling. Gritting his teeth, Araki swiftly regained his balance in midair. At that moment, two figures suddenly appeared. These two were none other than Goten and Trunks. Goten, Trunks. Majin Buu greeted them warmly. Son Goten nodded and inquired, "What has transpired, Majin Buu? This fellow seeks to dominate the earth." Majin Buu gestured towards Araki. "Dominate the earth? Indeed, this city is the very one he has ravaged." "I see. In that case, let us, the two champions of justice, vanquish him." Son Goten remarked, "The harbinger of justice?" Sun Wutian nodded, and in an instant, his form transformed into that of a Super Saiyan. Witnessing this, Araki's fury ignited, his teeth gritting in indignation. Majin Buu's blatant disdain was apparent. How dare he pit a mere child against him? Just as Araki contemplated this, Sun Wutian shouted fiercely and swiftly lunged toward him, launching a powerful right punch. With a cold smirk, Araki evaded the attack, retaliating with a forceful kick aimed at Sun Wutian's body. Bang! Son Goten was violently propelled away. Goten, Trunks, witnessing this, immediately transformed into a Super Saiyan and charged towards Araki. In no time, Trunks found himself before Araki, launching a powerful assault with his fists. Araki swiftly evaded to the side and delivered a forceful strike to Trunks' body with his right fist. A resounding crash echoed, sending Trunks hurtling through the air. Trunks. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong instantly rose from the ground, his fist clenched with determination. With a resounding shout, he transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Araki, taken aback by the sudden shift, displayed a fleeting expression of astonishment. In that very moment, Sun Wukong vanished from sight, reappearing before Araki in the blink of an eye, his fist striking forward with the swiftness of lightning. Chapter 120, Dark Magic. Araki, in response, evaded while retreating. With a resounding shout, Sun Wukong propelled his right foot forward with great force. Bang! Araki suddenly extended his left hand, seizing Sun Wukong's right foot. Startled, Sun Wukong felt a sudden jolt as Araki exerted his left hand with force, seizing Wukong's body and throwing him through the air. Boom! With a thunderous sound, Wukong's body hurtled like a cannonball into a towering building behind him. Wukong. Upon witnessing this, Trunks immediately transformed into a Super Saiyan 2 and charged towards Araki. In the blink of an eye, Trunks reached Araki, launching a powerful punch forward. Whoosh! Araki deftly sidestepped, evading Trunks' assault with ease. Damn it! Trunks exclaimed in fury, suddenly activating his instant transmission, delivering a forceful blow to Araki's abdomen. Bang! Taken by surprise by Trunks' unexpected maneuver, Araki let out a loud cry as Trunks' fist struck him squarely in the gut. Subsequently, Trunks delivered a fierce kick that sent Araki crashing into the building behind him, stirring up a cloud of dust and debris. Whoosh! As Sun Wukong emerged from the building, he swiftly joined Trunks' side. Damn it! Moments later, a furious Araki crawled out from the wreckage of the building. In just a few millennia, Earth had suddenly produced so many formidable warriors. If this continued, any one of them could easily suppress the demon realm. Contemplating this, Araki charged at Trunks once more. Trunks clenched his fists, ready to meet him head-on. In an instant, they stood before each other, their fists colliding with tremendous force. Boom! The impact of their right fist resonated with an astonishing intensity. After a brief stalemate, Araki tightened his grip and delivered a powerful punch, sending Trunks reeling backward. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong swiftly soared to Trunks' side. Trunks, let us join forces to confront him. All right. Trunks nodded in agreement. With that, a radiant golden aura enveloped them as they charged towards Araki. In no time, the duo found themselves before Araki, unleashing their time-skip technique in a fierce assault. Swish! Bang! 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 Despite Araki's formidable strength, he found himself at a disadvantage against their combined might, his body retreating under the relentless onslaught. Bang! Moments later, Trunks clenched his right fist with determination, delivering a powerful blow that sent Araki flying. With a resounding crash, Araki's form shot like a projectile into a towering building behind him, sending a cloud of dust swirling into the air. After a brief interval, Araki emerged from the wreckage, his face contorted with fury as he glared at the two. As the esteemed king of the demon realm, it was utterly humiliating to be outmatched by two mere children. Should word of this reach the demon realm, he would undoubtedly lose face among his peers. Wukong, I believe it would be prudent for us to fuse and eradicate him. Agreed. Sun Wukong nodded. Fusion? Araki replied, his expression one of bewilderment. At that moment, The two stepped back, their limbs raised, moving towards each other with a clumsy gait akin to that of crabs. Fusion. With a brilliant flash of white light, the two successfully merged into Super Saiyan Wukongs. Had they truly become one? Araki was taken aback. Wukongs chuckled lightly, his form suddenly appearing before Araki, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. Araki let out a cry. His body propelled backward. Ah! Wukongs bellowed, swiftly materializing in front of the flying Araki, bringing both hands together to strike down upon him. With a thunderous crash, Araki was forcefully slammed into the ground, sending a cloud of dust billowing into the air. Observing this, Wukongs advanced into the dust cloud, seizing Araki's leg and hurling him skyward. He then clasped his hands together. Kamehameha. A deep blue energy wave coalesced between Wukong's hands, aimed directly at Araki. Whoosh. Boom. With a tremendous explosion, the Kamehameha struck Araki, detonating in the sky. An immense storm formed overhead. Moments later, as the smoke dissipated, a disheveled figure emerged, suspended in midair. It was Araki. Panting heavily, Araki was filled with a mix of anger and fear towards Wukongs. Had he not fought desperately to withstand that Kamehameha, he would surely have perished at Wukong's hands. Contemplating this, an overwhelming dark energy emanated from Araki's body. Dark Demon Flame Bomb. Araki shouted, conjuring a torrential rain of black energy to assault Wukongs. In response, Wukongs retreated, gathering a massive energy wave to counterattack. Whoosh. Bang. Boom. 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 The sky echoed with the cataclysmic sounds of their energy waves colliding. For a time, the atmosphere was filled with the explosive reverberations of their confrontation. Suddenly, Wukong ceased his assault and charged at Araki. Araki smirked coldly, reciting an incantation of dark magic. Just as Wukong was about to reach Araki, a colossal shadow emerged, looming to engulf him. Instinctively, Wukong raised his arm to shield himself, yet his body was shrouded by the immense shadow. Ah! Wukong cried out in anguish, standing frozen in place. Wukong. Upon witnessing this, Majin Buu immediately soared towards Gotenks and inquired, "What have you done to Gotenks?" "Nothing much. I merely employed a bit of dark magic." "Dark magic?" "Indeed, he has now fallen victim to my illusion." Upon hearing this, Majin Buu gritted his teeth and demanded, "Then quickly dispel the illusion, or I shall kill you." After hearing this, Araki instantly transformed into a wisp of black smoke and entered Gotenks' body. "It seems I must seek Gohan." Majin Buu clenched his teeth and turned to fly toward the direction of the Baozi Mountain. "Where's this?" "The realm of illusions. In a city reduced to ruins." At this moment, Gotenks gazed around in bewilderment, having just been engaged in battle with Araki, only to find himself here abruptly. As Gotenks pondered this, he suddenly spotted Araki, who was mercilessly slaughtering the inhabitants of the city. Chapter 121. Sealing Araki. Araki. Upon seeing Araki, Gotenks charged towards him. Araki let out a sinister laugh and suddenly vanished from sight. "Gone," Gotenks exclaimed in shock. At that moment, the lifeless bodies of Son Goku and Vegeta appeared before Gotenks. "Dad." Gotenks' expression turned to one of immense fury upon seeing their corpses. "No, this can't be. My father could never perish at the hands of Araki. This must be an illusion. It must be." Though Gotenks uttered these words, his eyes began to redden with anger. Just then, a Gotenks with pitch-black eyes materialized. "Who are you? Why do you look exactly like me?" "I am you," Gotenks replied with a smile. "You are me?" "Yes." "No, you are not me. I am me." Gotenks sneered, suddenly launching an attack at the other Gotenks. Taken aback, Gotenks hastily raised his hand to block the assault. "Who exactly are you?" Gotenks asked, but instead of responding, he continued his onslaught. On Baozi Mountain. At this moment, Sun Wukong was instructing Lagos and Bidalai in their training when a figure suddenly soared in from the distance. It was none other than Majin Buu. "Majin Buu!" exclaimed Bidalai. Majin Buu nodded in acknowledgement. "Wukong, we are in grave danger. Gotenks has been possessed by Araki." "Araki?" "Indeed," Majin Buu affirmed with a nod. "Then Wukong, let us hasten to rescue Gotenks," Bidalai urged. "Very well." Sun Wukong nodded, placing his right index finger upon his forehead, attuning himself to the energy of Gotenks. "Did you find it?" asked Videl. "Indeed," Sun Wukong nodded. Upon hearing this, Bidalai immediately placed her hand on Sun Wukong's shoulder. Seeing this, Legusi followed suit and rested her hand on Sun Wukong's shoulder as well. In an instant, Sun Wukong transported the two individuals before Gotenks. At that moment, Gotenks was enveloped in a dark aura, his eyes turned pitch black, and a dark diamond-shaped symbol appeared on his forehead. Gotenks. Bitterly called out to him. Gotenks smiled and replied, I am not Gotenks. I am the great demon king Araki. The great demon king Araki? Indeed, his body now belongs to me. Araki chuckled. Araki, you better vacate Gotenks' body immediately, or I shall not hold back. Son Gohan threatened, and Araki let out a cold snort. If you possess the ability, then by all means. Come at me. Since that is the case, I shall not hold back. As Son Wukong spoke, he charged towards Araki without hesitation. Araki let out a thunderous shout and surged forward to meet him. With a whoosh, the clash of their fists echoed like thunder. In no time, they stood face to face, their fists striking together with the swiftness of lightning. The ground around them was instantly enveloped in a cloud of dust. With a resounding thud, after a brief exchange, Son Wukong propelled himself forward, delivering a powerful kick that sent Araki flying. Damn it! Araki exclaimed in fury, quickly regaining his composure and launching himself once more at Son Wukong. In a fleeting moment, Son Wukong appeared before Araki, his fist striking forcefully forward. Bang! 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 Under the relentless onslaught of Son Wukong, Araki immediately emitted a series of anguished cries. Are you not coming out yet? Suddenly, Son Wukong halted his assault with both hands and exclaimed, No, don't come out. Araki gasped heavily, uttering in distress, Bang! Upon hearing this, Son Wukong unleashed a powerful kick with his right foot towards Araki's body, sending him soaring through the air. With a resounding crash, Araki's form collided with the building behind him, akin to a projectile. The ground was immediately enveloped in a cloud of dust and debris. Moments later, as the dust began to settle, Araki emerged from the wreckage of the building, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Son Wukong, he taunted, your strength is indeed formidable. But do you dare to kill Gotenks? Upon hearing this, Son Wukong narrowed his eyes and retrieved the celestial mirror from the system. A mirror? Son Gohan let out a light chuckle, directing his gaze towards Araki. Instantly, a tremendous force emanated from the heavenly mirror, as if an invisible hand were tugging at Araki's very being. No, no, Araki exclaimed, his expression transforming into one of sheer terror as he felt himself being drawn forth. Before long, he was sealed within the confines of the heavenly mirror. Gohan, what is this mirror? Bitterly inquired as she soared over from a distance. This is the sealing mirror. Son Gohan spoke, the sealing mirror? Upon hearing this, Lagos flew over from a distance. Indeed. But why didn't you use the sealing mirror from the very beginning? Asked Bitterly. I simply forgot in the heat of the moment. And utilizing this mirror demands an immense amount of power. I see. Then, from where did you procure this mirror? Bitterly continued her inquiry. The sealing mirror, much like the shadow battle axe, is capable of both enlarging and diminishing. Is that so? Bitterly pondered, her mind filled with skepticism. At that moment, Gotenks awoke. Brother. Sister Bitterly, Sister Lagos. The three nodded in acknowledgement. Just as the words left his lips, Gotenks immediately disintegrated, transforming back into Son Goten and Trunks. Brother. Where is Araki? Son Goten glanced around and spoke. He has already been sealed within the sealing mirror. The sealing mirror? Whoosh. As Son Wukong was speaking, a figure soared from the distance. It was none other than Majin Buu. Majin Buu. Splendid news, Goten. You are unharmed. Exclaimed Majin Buu with joy. Son Goten nodded. Brother Gohan, could you recount the events that just transpired? Trunks inquired. Certainly. Son Wukong nodded and recounted the events that had just transpired. Brother, do you not wish to release Araki and eliminate him? No, he still serves another purpose for me at the moment. Another purpose? Indeed. We shall first gather the Dragon Balls and resurrect those who have perished. Son Wutian nodded. Subsequently, he and his companions went to Bulma's residence to borrow the Dragon Radar in order to search for the Dragon Balls. Due to their curiosity about the Dragon Balls, Biddy Lee and the others accompanied them on their quest. Upon gathering all 7 Dragon Balls, Son Wutian and his friends immediately made a wish to the Eternal Dragon, reviving those innocent lives that had been unjustly taken. Bowsy Mountain. As Son Wukong and Son Wutian embarked on their quest for the Dragon Balls, Son Gohan liberated Araki. Where is this? Araki inquired, surveying the surroundings. This is Earth, came the reply. Earth? Indeed. Son Wukong nodded. Chapter 122, Subduing Araki. Are you going to kill me? Araki trembled in fear. That depends on your conduct. My conduct? If you are willing to acknowledge me as your master, I shall spare your life. Acknowledge you as my master. Son Wukong nodded. No matter how I say it, I am the king of the demon realm. How could I possibly have a mere human as my subordinate? Araki shook his head. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong raised his right hand, condensing a violet destructive energy directed at Araki. As Araki beheld the impending force, a profound sense of trepidation surged within him, unlike anything he had ever experienced. This apprehension stemmed not only from his corporeal being, but also resonated within his very soul. The destructive energy possessed the capacity to annihilate all that exists, including the essence of one's spirit. Araki harbored no doubts. Should he refuse, Son Wukong would erase him from existence entirely. Araki, are you certain you wish to dismiss this further? Upon reflection, it occurs to me that with your remarkable prowess, serving under you would be no burden at all. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong immediately dissipated the destructive energy in his hands. Really? Indeed. Araki nodded affirmatively. Since you are willing to be my subordinate, I shall convey my rules to you. Rules? Yes, the first rule is that you must not harm any earthlings. The second rule mandates your unconditional obedience to my commands. Are there any others? For now, let us establish these two. I shall add more as I think of them in the future. All right. Araki nodded. At that moment, four figures descended from the sky. These four were none other than Bidalai and her companions. Brother, is that not Araki? Son Gohan remarked. Son Wukong nodded. Then, brother, why did you not eliminate him? Son Wukong smiled and said, through my efforts in communication, he has now turned over a new leaf. Turned over a new leaf? Indeed. Son Gohan spoke while glancing at Araki. Greetings. Araki managed to force a faint smile. The expression on Araki's face startled Bidalai and the others. So, Gohan, do you intend to let him go? Bidalai inquired. No, he will reside with Majin Buu from now on, and during his free time. He can serve as your training partner. A training partner? Indeed. Son Wukong nodded. Brother, why not have him serve as my sparring partner? I have recently gathered a considerable amount of glass compared to before. Very well. Son Gohan nodded and handed a magical bean to Araki. What is this? Araki inquired. This is a magical bean. Once ingested, all your injuries will be healed. After a moment's hesitation, Araki consumed the bean. Miraculously, his body began to swell, and his wounds healed instantaneously. I'm healed. Now, brother, can I fight him? Ragusa asked. Yes, but be gentle. Araki replied with a scoff. He knew he couldn't defeat Gotenks, as they were fused together. But now, Ragusa was merely a young girl, and as a proud king of the demon realm, he could hardly believe he would be outmatched by her. As Araki pondered this, Ragusa gathered a multitude of glass shards around her, poised like arrows. Upon witnessing this, Araki's heart raced with a tinge of panic. Are you ready, weakling? Ragusa asked. I'm not weak. I am Araki. He retorted angrily. Oh, then Araki, are you prepared? I am ready. Araki replied, a bead of cold sweat forming on his brow. In that case, I shall commence my attack. Very well, Ragusa declared, immediately directing the shards of glass towards Araki. As he dodged, he concentrated his energy waves and struck at the shards. Moments later, Araki found numerous shards piercing his back, rendering his body somewhat akin to that of a porcupine. Upon beholding the appearance of Araki, Son Wukong and his companions could not help but burst into laughter. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong generously offered a mystical bean to Araki, allowing him to heal from his wounds. That evening, Araki was taken back to his residence by the malevolent Majin Buu, seizing the opportunity under the pretense of needing to use the restroom. Araki stealthily escaped from Majin Buu's abode. When Majin Buu realized Araki had not emerged from the restroom for an extended period, he promptly investigated, only to discover that Araki had vanished. Consequently, he had no choice but to inform Son Wukong about this development. Goten, has Araki escaped? Majin Buu nodded. It's fine. He can't possibly get away. With a smile, Son Wukong said, West City. In order to conceal his energy, Araki chose not to fly, opting instead to flee on foot. After a night had passed, Araki finally arrived at the boundary between Earth and the Demon Realm. The beautiful Demon Realm, I have returned, Araki declared as he stepped into the realm. Just as he entered the domain of the Demon Realm, a voice, strikingly familiar, echoed in his ears. Araki turned to glance behind him, only to behold a figure that instilled profound fear within him. It was none other than Son Wukong. Son Wukong. Son Gohan chuckled softly and remarked, You were indeed quite cautious, having traversed the night back to the Demon Realm. Araki, taken aback, exclaimed, How could you possibly know? I am omniscient, came the reply. Master, I was mistaken. I shall never dare to flee again. I assure you there will be no next time. And if there were to be? Son Wukong spoke coldly. If you have the ability, then go ahead and take my life. Very well. But this shall be your final chance. Understood, Master. Araki trembled as he responded. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong instantaneously transported Araki back to the residence of Majin Buu. Araki. Majin Buu exclaimed as he rushed towards Araki. Majin Buu. Araki responded, but Majin Buu let out a cold snort. Where did you disappear to last night? I apologize. Majin Buu. I should not have sneaked back to the demon realm alone. Back to the demon realm? Forgive me. I promise I will never return there again. Really? Indeed. Then, Majin Buu, I shall entrust him to you? Majin Buu nodded. As Son Wukong vanished in an instant, leaving Majin Buu's abode, time swiftly elapsed. And 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the 9th universe, on the azure planet known as Tian Shan, a werewolf adorned in a crimson coat and a black robe was diligently honing his skills. This werewolf was named Bazel, famously known as Bazel the Strong Kicker. The third member of the dangerous trio, renowned for his specialized leg techniques. Chapter 123. The system upgrades once more at that moment. 2 figures materialized abruptly. These two were none other than Son Wukong and Araki. Upon seeing the unexpected visitors, Bazel's expression shifted to one of caution as he inquired, Who are you? Good people. Good people? As Son Wukong spoke, he turned to Araki and inquired, Araki, surely you possess a means to control this individual? Araki nodded affirmatively. Control me? Bazel immediately became vigilant, regarding the two with suspicion. What exactly are you plotting? In response, Araki let out a sinister chuckle and charged at Bazel. With a swift motion, Bazel raised his hands and lunged towards Araki as well. Whoosh! Bang! Bang! Before long, the two stood face to face, embroiled in a fierce battle. Given that Bazel's greatest strength lay in his leg techniques, his attacks predominantly consisted of powerful kicks. Whoosh! Boom! Boom! After a brief exchange, Araki and Bazel momentarily separated, with Araki conjuring dark energy waves in his hands, launching them at Bazel. However, Bazel swiftly maneuvered to evade Araki's onslaught. At that moment, Araki suddenly recited an incantation, summoning a massive black specter that engulfed Bazel. Moments later, Araki had seized control of Bazel's body. In an instant, Son Wukong transported Araki back to the 7th universe, to the serene heights of Mount Payos. Son Wukong and his companions were diligently practicing when 2 figures suddenly materialized before them. These 2 individuals were none other than Son Wukong's elder brother, Gohan, and Araki. Brother. Son Wukong nodded. Brother, who is he? His name is Bazel. A human under the control of Araki. A human under Araki's control? Yes, this fellow is a villain. Which is why I allowed Araki to take over his body to serve as your sparring partner. Originally, Son Wukong intended for Araki to control Frost's body for Sun Wutian and the others to practice against. However, Frost's power was too weak. Allowing Araki to control him would not only fail to enhance their strength but might even diminish it. Thus, he opted for Araki to control the stronger Bazel. Although Bazel is not as despicable as Frost, he is still a hypocrite. But brother, wouldn't that be a bit inappropriate? Son Goten remarked, It's all right. When the battle concludes, I shall provide him with a Sinza beam to heal his wounds. Indeed. Sun Wutian nodded. Subsequently, Bazel engaged in combat with Sun Wutian and his companions. Although Araki was possessing Bazel's body, he too experienced pain. However, the brunt of the suffering was borne by Bazel. Before long, Bazel was transformed into a hedgehog. After the battle concluded, Sun Wufan escorted Bazel away. Upon awakening, Bazel was immediately enveloped by a wave of excruciating pain. What have you done to me? He exclaimed. Nothing at all. With a light chuckle, Son Wukong executed a swift teleportation, bringing Araki back to Earth. How infuriating. Let me not encounter you again. Time swiftly passed, and before long, 2 days had elapsed. Today, Son Wukong continued his training as usual when a sudden voice from the system echoed in his ears. Ding. The system upgrade was successful. Master S training combat power has once again doubled. Combat power doubled? Indeed, Master. Upon hearing this, Son Gohan fell into deep contemplation. Previously, he had managed to enhance his power by approximately 0.6 trillion after a year of training, thus doubling that would yield an increase of about 1.2 trillion. With only 2 years remaining until Beerus awakens, he could at most elevate his base combat power to around 7 trillion. System. Is it possible for you to increase the gravity in the training chamber to 2,000 times? That is not feasible, my master. Even with the Super Dragon Balls, the gravity can only be augmented to 1,500 times. Only 1,500 times? Indeed, while 1,500 times may seem trivial for you, it represents a cosmic limit in the context of the universe. A cosmic limit? The maximum gravity that a quantum can withstand. Quantum. The so-called gravity chamber employs technological prowess to achieve a specific multiple of gravity. Although humanity's current technology is formidable, it is not without its limitations, particularly concerning materials. Materials? Yes, in your current time and space, there are no materials capable of withstanding gravity beyond 1,500 times, which is what I referred to as cosmic materials. I see. Then please elevate the gravity chamber to 1,500 times. Very well, Master. Shall I proceed to expend the power of the Super Dragon Balls? Indeed. Son Gohan nodded. Master, your wish has been fulfilled. Please, Master, continue your diligent training. As soon as the words were spoken, the entire gravity chamber transformed into a pristine state. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong immediately approached the control panel of the gravity chamber and activated the training setting at a staggering 1,100 times gravity. In the afternoon, Raygas and his companions were astonished to see the newly refurbished gravity chamber. Brother, how has this gravity chamber become so pristine? I had someone renovate it. Someone? Who? Well, it was a mysterious scientist who wishes to remain anonymous. A mysterious scientist? Indeed. He also assisted us in elevating the maximum gravity of the chamber to an impressive 1,500 times. 1,500 times. Raygas exclaimed in astonishment. Son Wukong nodded. Could it be that mysterious scientist is you? Upon hearing this, Son Wukong immediately feigned a profound demeanor, exclaiming, Raygas, I never anticipated that my secret, concealed for so many years, would still be uncovered by you. Raygas and Bidalai exchanged exasperated glances with Son Wukong. The following day, Son Gohan summoned all the Z fighters to his home. Gohan, is there something you wish to discuss with us? Krillin inquired. Well, it's not anything too urgent. I simply want to share something with everyone. Piccolo remarked, something to share? Son Gohan nodded. What is it, Gohan? Krillin continued to inquire. Lord Beerus, the god of destruction, will awaken in 2 years. Who is Lord Beerus? Upon hearing this, Vegeta's body began to tremble slightly. In his youth, he had encountered Lord Beerus at that time. His father, King Vegeta, had defied Beerus's command, presenting the first universe to himself and offering the second universe's pillow to Beerus, which resulted in Beerus trampling him underfoot. What's wrong, father? Trunks asked, noticing Vegeta's quivering form. Vegeta, upon seeing the gazes of those around him, immediately ceased his trembling. It's nothing. Gohan. Who exactly is this Lord Beerus you speak of? Is he formidable? The god of destruction is responsible for obliterating planets. Responsible for obliterating planets. The group was taken aback. Chapter 124. The Awakening of Beerus. So Gohan, how do you know about this? Yamcha inquired. Lord Beerus's servant, Whis, came to find me and informed me of this matter. The servant of the god of destruction. Indeed. He mentioned that he wanted me to become the next god of destruction, but I declined. You declined? Krillin exclaimed. Why did you refuse, Gohan? Yamcha asked. Lord Beerus hasn't even abdicated yet. What would be the point of my agreeing? On North Kaioshin's planet, the North Kaioshin was eavesdropping on their conversation. Upon hearing that Son Gohan wished for Beerus to abdicate, he could not help but cough discreetly. Abdicate? Son Wukong nodded. So Gohan, what is it that you wish to discuss with us? Piccolo inquired. It is highly probable that Lord Beerus will awaken and may come to our planet, potentially threatening its very existence. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Gohan, is Lord Beerus truly that formidable? Son Wukong inquired, impressive, even surpassing Super Saiyan 4. How infuriating. Upon hearing this, Vegeta clenched his fists tightly with great intensity. At present, he had yet to attain even the 3rd level of Super Saiyan, let alone contend with Beerus, who was said to be stronger than Super Saiyan 4. In that moment, a wave of helplessness surged within Vegeta, reminiscent of the time he was unable to resist Frieza. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Son Wukong smiled faintly. Is that so? If that is the case, I shall diligently cultivate my skills, striving to attain Super Saiyan 4 within 2 years. Goku. Krillin and the others turned their gazes towards Son Wukong, having grown alongside him. They were well aware of his optimistic demeanor in the face of formidable foes. This optimism is the very reason he has continuously grown stronger. A true warrior, beyond mere physical prowess, must possess an indomitable spirit. If one recognizes the strength of their adversary and refrains from engaging in battle, they shall never become a genuine powerhouse. Upon hearing this, Vegeta was instantly ignited with a fighting spirit. Kakarot, I shall undoubtedly achieve Super Saiyan 4 before you. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong nodded. Then I shall cultivate as well. Krillin and the others smiled in response but remained silent. Regardless of their efforts and training, they knew they could never catch up to Son Wukong and his companions. Subsequently, Krillin and the others bid each other farewell and departed from Son Wukong's home. Upon establishing their objectives, Son Wukong and his companions intensified their training with unwavering dedication. In the afternoon, Son Gohan accompanied Alaki to Bulma's residence. Gohan. Bulma greeted Son Gohan warmly. Son Gohan smiled and inquired, "What about Uncle Vegeta? He is training in the gravity chamber. I will go summon him for you." All right. Moments later, Vegeta emerged from the gravity chamber. Gohan, what brings you here? I have come to assist you in enhancing your strength. Enhancing my strength? Indeed. Soon, I will have Araki employ dark magic to unleash the potential within you. Araki's dark magic, in addition to allowing him to possess others, can also awaken the latent abilities within a person. Dark magic? Son Wukong nodded and addressed Araki beside him. Araki, please employ the dark magic. As you wish, master. Araki replied, gathering a dark energy in his hands. He then recited an incantation, allowing the energy to enter Vegeta's body. Vegeta let out a scream as he was plunged into a realm of illusions. Within this illusion, he encountered an evil version of himself and engaged in a fierce battle. Upon hearing Vegeta's agonized cry, Bulma rushed over. Gohan, what happened? It's nothing, Aunt Bulma. I'm merely assisting Uncle Vegeta in enhancing his power. Enhancing his power? That shouldn't pose any issues, right? Rest assured, Aunt Bulma, everything is perfectly fine. With a smile, Son Wukong remarked, all right. Shortly thereafter, Vegeta succumbed to his malevolent counterpart, falling under its control as an overwhelming aura suddenly emanated from his body. Has he lost control? Son Wukong remarked. Alaki nodded. I shall immediately lift the dark magic. As Alaki spoke, he promptly recited a spell. Upon hearing the incantation, Vegeta swiftly regained his consciousness. Gohan. Son Gohan nodded and said, well then, Uncle Vegeta, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Wait, what is it, Uncle Vegeta? I just lost to that fellow. Could you grant me another opportunity to battle him? Upon hearing this, Son Wukong immediately turned to Alaki beside him. Is it permissible, Alaki? No problem at all, master. Alaki replied, once again invoking dark magic. With a piercing scream, Vegeta was plunged back into the realm of illusions. After a brief moment, Vegeta was defeated yet again. Once more, Vegeta grit his teeth and declared. Son Wukong cast a glance at his companion, Araki, who nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, after enduring 3 illusions, Vegeta triumphed over his malevolent self. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 2 years had elapsed. During this period, Son Wukong's combat prowess had ascended to a remarkable 8.5 trillion. Son Wukong and Biddy have graduated from university and have already obtained their marriage certificate atop Mount Bowsy. At this moment, Son Gohan was seated on the grassy ground, engaged in meditation and cultivation. Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky. It was Piccolo. Sensing Piccolo's aura, Son Gohan immediately opened his eyes and exclaimed, Uncle Piccolo. Piccolo nodded in acknowledgement. In the realm of the destroyers of Universe 7, within a purple palace resembling a grand tree, a cat entirely cloaked in purple lay asleep atop a floating stone. This cat was none other than Beerus. Surrounding this floating stone were numerous stone bells. Boom. Suddenly, one of the stone bells exploded. A minute later, the other bells followed suit in a cacophony of blasts. Beerus, rolling over like a caterpillar, made his way to a large stone hovering less than half a meter above the ground. Just then, a remarkably tall man entered through the door. It was Whis. All right. Lord Beerus, it is time for you to awaken. Upon hearing this, Beerus immediately opened his eyes and tumbled from the stone to the ground. With a yawn, he stood up groggily. Lord Beerus, if you are so tired, why must you awaken at this hour? Whis inquired. Beerus yawned again in response, because of a prophetic dream. A prophetic dream? Whis echoed. Indeed, I dreamed of battling a very powerful foe who will appear at this moment. Chapter 125, The Prophetic Dream, Very Powerful Foe. Whis thought of Son Gohan immediately. By the way, Whis, is the hot water ready? Yes, Lord Beerus, it has been prepared. Whis replied. Excellent, Beerus said, yawning once more as he exited the chamber. After a while, Beerus arrived at the palace's bathing pool to soak. How is the water temperature, Lord Beerus? It's acceptable. But do not heat it further, otherwise it will be too hot. Whis nodded in understanding. By the way, Whis, did I instruct Frieza to annihilate the Scionts? Did he comply? Yes, Lord Beerus. Planet Vegeta has been destroyed by Frieza. Apart from a few surviving Scionts, most have been eradicated. That is satisfactory. That King Vegeta. I had asked him to find the most comfortable pillow in the universe for me, yet upon finding it, he took it for himself and left me with the second, most comfortable one. Beerus expressed his grievances. Whis nodded in agreement. Moreover, that Frieza, he always acts so arrogant in my presence. If it weren't such a long journey to his location, I would have eliminated him long ago. Whis smiled and said, Lord Beerus, there is no need for you to worry about this matter. Someone has already taken care of it for you. Frieza has been dealt with. Upon hearing this, Beerus immediately stood up in the bath. Whis, noticing this, suddenly appeared bashful. Beerus, upon observing Whis's demeanor, glanced down and hastily returned to the bath. At that moment, Whis pointed his staff toward the ground, and a projection of the battle between Gohan and Frieza materialized. The Scion who defeated Frieza is named Gohan. He is the son of Goku and a human from Earth. Gohan, during your slumber, the Scions have mastered a new transformation known as Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan. Indeed. Gohan is the first among them to achieve this form, and furthermore, he has also harnessed destructive energy. Destructive energy. Yes, his power is formidable. I even sought him out to consider him as the next god of destruction, but he declined. Declined. Beerus was taken aback. Indeed. He mentioned it would be best to wait until you abdicated. Abdicated. Upon hearing this, a flicker of displeasure surged within Beerus. Even while still in power, someone was already contemplating his abdication. A god of destruction would naturally feel perturbed by such thoughts. Whis, observing the expressions on Beerus's face, couldn't help but chuckle. Where's Gohan now? He is currently on Earth, and Vegeta is there as well. Vegeta. Indeed. He is one of the survivors from planet Vegeta. By the way, Lord Beerus, about the prophetic dream you mentioned, who were you fighting? I forgot. Forgot? Yes. I'll think about it after I finish my bath. Whis chuckled. Well then. Lord Beerus, take your time. After all, your prophetic dreams have never been accurate. Beerus gritted his teeth. This time, it will definitely be accurate. You said the same before. Claiming a famous singer would move here, and yet nothing materialized. That was an anomaly. This time, it will certainly be correct. Yes, yes, yes. Whis replied dismissively. Seeing this, Beerus felt a surge of irritation. After a long while, Beerus finished his bath and proceeded to the palace for a meal. As he ate, he complained about the quality of the food prepared by Whis. By the way, Whis, where's the prophetic fish? Lord Beerus, you called for me. As soon as the words fell, a fishbowl resembling a staff flew forth, and a deep blue fish, seemingly human-like, placed its hands outside the bowl. This fish was the prophetic fish. Beerus glanced at the prophetic fish and inquired. You previously mentioned to me that I would have a formidable rival who would appear in 39 years, correct? The prophetic fish nodded affirmatively. What is his name? I forgot. Upon hearing this, Beerus cast a penetrating gaze at it, and said, Whis, the prophetic fish is to be fed 3 times a day, is that not so? Indeed. Whis nodded. What if we reduce it to twice a day? What a splendid idea, Lord Beerus. The prophetic fish immediately leaped in fright upon hearing this. That is utterly unacceptable. Absolutely not. It exclaimed, wriggling its body toward Whis. Then you must remember. Beerus threatened. I know I shall. What is his name? The god of Super Science. The god of Super Science. Upon hearing this, Beerus cast a glance at Whis. Whis, have you ever heard of the god of Super Science? No, but it seems that Gohan once underwent a transformation into a Super Saiyan god. Perhaps that is what the god of Super Science is. Gohan. Beerus narrowed his eyes upon hearing this. Whis, how long will it take to reach Earth? Approximately 20 minutes. Such a lengthy duration? One could watch an episode of an animated series in that time. Indeed, Whis nodded. So, Lord Beerus, do you intend to go to Earth? Beerus nodded in affirmation. On Earth, over a vast ocean outside West City, a magnificent luxury cruise ship floated. Today marked Bulma's birthday, as well as the day her capsule corporation ascended to global wealth. To commemorate these 2 momentous occasions, Bulma had chartered this grandest of cruise ships for a celebration. At that moment, Bulma stood at the bow of the ship, basking in the sea breeze. Suddenly, 6 figures descended from the sky. These 6 individuals were Gohan, Goten, and Piccolo, among others. And Bulma. Bulma nodded in acknowledgement. Gohan, where is your father? He is still training with King Kai. Son Gohan chuckled awkwardly. Still training under Lord Kai? Upon hearing this, Bulma's face clearly displayed her frustration. Today was meant to be a joyous occasion. She had invited Goku to celebrate her birthday. Yet both he and Vegeta were engrossed in their training. Indeed, your father and Vegeta are truly cut from the same cloth, consumed by their relentless pursuit of strength. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong glanced at the nearby Videl. He was, in essence, quite similar to Sun Wukong and the others, diligently training each day. However, Videl, being a martial artist herself, exhibited a greater sense of understanding. Wufan, you have arrived. At that moment, the early arrivals Krillin and Yamcha approached. Uncle Krillin, Uncle Yamcha. The two acknowledged him with a nod. What about Tien and Kaiatsu? They have yet to arrive. They mentioned they would be a bit late. I see. Chapter 126. Beerus arrives on Earth. Son Gohan glanced at the distant Majin Buu, who was indulging in a feast. As expected, he was the first to arrive here. Gohan, to try my culinary skills. Krillin presented more than a dozen skewers of grilled delicacies to Son Gohan. Absolutely. Sun Wukong took the skewers and shared them with Bidalai and the others. Uncle Piccolo, would you like a skewer? No. Piccolo shook his head. He had come to celebrate Bulma's birthday merely to join in the festivities. After all, living alone can be quite lonely. Gohan, is Goku still training? Krillin inquired. Yes. He said he would arrive later. Is that so? In the 7th universe, Whis and Beerus were presently en route to Earth. Having not worked for quite some time, Beerus inadvertently destroyed several parts of the planet along the way. In the King Kai's realm, the old Kai sensed the extensive destruction of numerous celestial bodies in the universe, and his expression shifted to one of alarm. Lord Beerus, the god of destruction, has awakened. The god of destruction, Beerus? Indeed. It was none other than Lord Beerus who sealed me within the King Kai's sword. Who, pray tell, is this Lord Beerus you speak of? I have never heard of him. The old Kai looked at the East Kai with a bemused expression. I cannot fathom how you, as a Kai, are unaware of Lord Beerus, the god of destruction. The East Kai's face flushed with embarrassment. Once, there were 5 Kais in the universe, and he was at the very bottom of that hierarchy. Had the other 4 not perished, he would likely manage only the Eastern Galaxy. In this universe, there are those like us, the Kais, who are responsible for the creation of planets, and there exists a deity tasked with their destruction. And that deity is none other than Lord Beerus. Is that so? The old Kai nodded. With Lord Beerus having slumbered for so long, I shudder to think of how many planets may have met their demise. Is Lord Beerus truly that fearsome? Without a doubt. Even the so-called Majin Buu pales in comparison to him. Upon hearing this, the East Kai broke out in a cold sweat. That is indeed terrifying. Therefore, you must never provoke Lord Beerus. The East Kai nodded vigorously in agreement. He would have to be suicidal to challenge Beerus. North Kai's planet. At this moment, Sun Wukong was engrossed in his training when he suddenly noticed the North King standing not far away, his brow furrowed in concern. My lord, what troubles you? Sun Wukong inquired. Oh, it is nothing. The North King replied with a smile, shaking his head gently. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong felt a mixture of skepticism and belief. On Earth, at this moment, Son Gohan stood upon the deck, gazing at the breathtaking seascape, while Videl occasionally offered him some of her favorite pastries. That rascal Gohan. Krillin, standing beside Yamcha, looked on with a tinge of envy. Just as he spoke, 2 figures descended from the sky, Tenshinhan and Kaiatsu. Tenshinhan, Kaiatsu. Gohan greeted with a nod. Where's Goku? Goku is still training with Lord Kai, Krillin replied. Is that so? At that moment, Son Gohan suddenly sensed a destructive aura approaching. This energy unmistakably belonged to Beerus. Is he here? Videl inquired. The god of destruction, Beerus. Lord Beerus. Indeed. Gohan nodded. Upon hearing this, Piccolo immediately approached from a distance. Gohan, has Lord Beerus awakened? Son Gohan nodded once more. Upon hearing this, Krillin and the others promptly approached from a distance. Lord Beerus has awakened? Indeed. He is now very close to us. In the realm of the Supreme Kai? The Elder Kai and the others observed as Beerus and his entourage soared towards the northern galaxy, their expressions immediately darkening. What troubles you, venerable ancestor? Lord Beerus and his companions are heading towards the northern galaxy. The northern galaxy? Yes, I fear that Lord Beerus' target is Gohan. Gohan, exclaimed East Kai in shock. Should Beerus reach Earth, he could easily envision an epic clash between himself and Son Gohan. Indeed, if the two were to engage in battle, it could very well spell catastrophic doom for the entire universe. The entire universe. Indeed, on Earth, at this moment, Sun Wukong and his companions had gathered to deliberate on how to confront Beerus. Gohan, how much longer until Lord Beerus arrives? I'm uncertain. He should be here in a few minutes, replied Gohan. A few minutes? Gohan, do you possess the confidence to defeat Lord Beerus? Piccolo inquired. No, I do not. Son Gohan shook his head. As a pinnacle of cosmic combat prowess, Beerus was not so easily vanquished. Upon noticing Son Gohan and the others gathered together, Bulma swiftly approached from a distance and inquired, Gohan, what are you all doing here? Sun Wukong smiled and said, Aunt Bulma, I have some rather unfortunate news to share with you. Unfortunate news? Could it be that your father won't be coming? No. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong shook his head repeatedly. What news is this? Lord Beerus has awakened. Lord Beerus has awakened. Sun Wukong nodded. Moreover, he is currently making his way towards Earth. Earth? Could it be that he is here to seek you? Perhaps. Upon hearing this, Bulma clasped her head in despair and lamented. What a dreadful birthday this has turned out to be. Had I known, I would have chosen not to celebrate at all. Oh, Bulma, you needn't be overly pessimistic. It's possible that Lord Beerus is merely visiting Earth for a bit of amusement. Krillin consoled. Indeed, Aunt Bulma. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong offered words of comfort. Bulma, however, felt a mixture of skepticism and hope within her heart. She could only reassure herself internally, wishing that Beerus would refrain from causing any disruption at her birthday celebration. 7 minutes later, a radiant beam of 7 colors descended from the heavens, landing upon the deck. As the brilliance faded, 2 figures emerged from within. These 2 were none other than Beerus and Whis. Upon seeing them, the expressions of the crowd transformed into one of utmost reverence. It is a pleasure to see you again, Sun Wukong. Whis greeted with a warm smile directed at him. Son Gohan nodded. Greetings, everyone. My name is Whis, and this esteemed individual beside me is Lord Beerus, the god of destruction. Whis introduced Beerus to the crowd. Lord Beerus. The crowd echoed. Lord Beerus. This is the Son Gohan I mentioned to you. Upon hearing this, Beerus nodded and slowly approached Son Gohan. Soon, he stood before Son Gohan, smiling as he spoke. I have heard from Whis that you wish to inherit my position. Chapter 127. Son Goku versus Beerus inherit your position? Beerus nodded. No, Lord Beerus. Where did such a rumor originate? Upon hearing this, Beerus narrowed his eyes. Have you not mentioned anything about abdicating? Abdicate. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong chuckled awkwardly. There is no one greater than Lord Beerus. I was merely jesting with Whis. Jesting? Sun Wukong nodded. Who taught you to wield that destructive energy? An old man in a dream. In a dream? Son Gohan nodded once more. You are not deceiving me? Indeed not. Upon hearing this, Beerus immediately turned to Whis behind him. Whis, do you know whom he speaks of? Not at all. Whis shook his head. Beerus then turned back to Son Gohan. And Son Gohan, are you familiar with the Super Saiyan God? Yes. You are aware? Beerus exclaimed with delight. Whis, see. My prophetic dream was accurate this time. Prophetic dream? Krillin and the others looked on in confusion. Whis nodded in acknowledgement, then was drawn in by the enticing aroma of takoyaki nearby. Master, what is this? This is takoyaki. Would you care to sample it? Certainly. Whis nodded eagerly. Now, where is the Super Saiyan God? Beerus continued to inquire. The Super Saiyan God is a transformation of the Super Saiyan. I can achieve this transformation as well. A transformation? Indeed. Then how about you transform into a Super Saiyan God and engage me in battle? Battle. Very well. Beerus nodded. Then let us proceed. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong hesitated for a moment before nodding. Witnessing this, Beerus immediately soared into the air. Upon witnessing the scene, Sun Wufan immediately pursued. It was ultimately inevitable that the two would engage in battle. King Kai of the North side. What battle? No sooner had he spoken than Sun Wukong unexpectedly materialized behind him. Wukong. King Kai of the North was taken aback. My lord, what was that you just said about an unavoidable battle? Oh, it was nothing. King Kai of the North replied, shaking his head repeatedly. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong felt a sense of doubt and uncertainty within. On Earth, at this moment, Sun Wukong and Beerus had soared to the heights above the ocean, coming to a halt. Then, Sun Wukong, transform into a Super Saiyan God and engage me in battle. Sun Wukong appeared suddenly just as Son Gohan was preparing to transform into a Super Saiyan God. Father, Sun Wukong nodded. You may refer to me as Lord Beerus. My name is Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong? Sun Wukong nodded and inquired. Lord Beerus, may I engage in a duel with you? A duel? Beerus couldn't help but chuckle at the proposition. In all my years, I have never encountered someone as intriguing as you. Intriguing? Indeed. Are you not aware of my identity? I am well aware. You are the god of destruction, Lord Beerus, are you not? Precisely. That is why I find you so fascinating. Are you not aware that gods of destruction are quite formidable? Beerus remarked, his expression growing serious. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong smiled faintly. By the way, Lord Beerus, you just mentioned allowing Gohan to transform into a Super Saiyan god, correct? Indeed. Beerus nodded. Can it be that you too possess the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan god? Sun Wukong nodded. Has Wukong also mastered the Super Saiyan god? Yamcha and the others were astonished. Is that so? If that is the case, then I shall spar with you to find out. Lord Beerus proclaimed. Thank you, Lord Beerus. As Sun Wukong spoke, he clenched his hands with great force, emanating an extraordinarily powerful aura. With a resounding shout, his hair transformed into a brilliant red. His physique became leaner, enveloped in an ethereal energy resembling the flames of the sun. His eyes enlarged, revealing distinct pupils, while his skin became fairer and his appearance youthful, reminiscent of a young man. Vegeta, savoring takoyaki, immediately lifted his gaze upon sensing the divine aura of Sun Wukong's Super Saiyan transformation. Beerus, noticing this, narrowed his eyes and remarked, Indeed, it is the essence of a god. At that moment, a figure soared through the air from a distance. It was none other than Vegeta himself. Vegeta, Bulma exclaimed. Dad, Trunks added. Despite their calls, Vegeta paid them no heed. His attention fixated on Sun Wukong and Beerus suspended in the air. Could that possibly be Kakarot? Vegeta thought, feeling a surge of irritation. Over the past 2 years, he had diligently trained, only to find himself one step behind Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, whose power is greater, yours or Gohan's? Beerus inquired. Gohan, came the reply. Is that so? Then let us commence. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong nodded and assumed a combat stance with both hands poised. Observing this, Beerus let out a soft chuckle and, in the blink of an eye, appeared before Sun Wukong, delivering a powerful kick with his right foot. Sun Wukong was taken aback and swiftly raised his hand to deflect Beerus's assault. Bang! Son Goku was sent flying with a powerful kick. Subsequently, Beerus swiftly approached Son Goku, launching a fierce assault with his fists aimed directly at his body. Whoosh! Bang! 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 Sun Wukong's visage and form were subjected to a brutal beating by Beerus. Bang! Moments later, Beerus clenched his right fist with immense force, delivering a blow that sent Sun Wukong flying hundreds of meters away. In the sky, Sun Wukong gasped for breath. Beerus let out a disdainful chuckle, concentrating a surge of violet destructive energy in his right hand, and launched an attack towards Sun Wukong. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong immediately sidestepped to evade. Boom! With a tremendous explosion, destructive energy erupted in the sky. At that moment, Sun Wukong let out a mighty roar and charged towards Beerus. Unmoved, Beerus stood his ground. In an instant, Sun Wukong was before him, launching a fierce assault with his fists. Beerus deftly dodged, while simultaneously aiming a kick at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong immediately emitted a series of anguished cries. After a brief moment, he retreated, gasping for breath. Beerus let out a cold snort. Is this all the strength of the Super Saiyan God, Sun Wukong? Without Lord Beerus, I merely wish to test your abilities. Upon hearing this, Beerus couldn't help but chuckle. And how is your trial faring now? Remarkably well. Indeed. Lord Beerus's power is not to be underestimated. Then hasten to unleash your full strength, so I may witness the might of the Super Saiyan God. Very well, Lord Beerus. As Sun Wukong spoke, he clenched his fist with great force, and a fiery crimson aura enveloped his entire being. Chapter 128, Sun Wukong vs. Beerus, 2. An astonishing momentum immediately radiated outward. After a brief moment, Sun Wukong ceased to amplify his aura. Beerus smiled and inquired, Are you ready? With a nod, Sun Wukong transformed into a streak of crimson light and charged towards Beerus. Whoosh! Bang! 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 Upon charging forward, Sun Wukong, propelled by an enhancement in his speed, struck the physical form of Beerus. With a light chuckle, Sun Wukong felt a sense of pride swell within him. Beerus let out a cold snort, accelerating his speed as he charged towards Sun Wukong. Whoosh! Bang! 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 In no time, Sun Wukong found himself being relentlessly struck back by Beerus. Bang! Moments later, with a swift lateral kick, Beerus sent Sun Wukong flying to the left. With both hands clenched into fists, Sun Wukong swiftly came to a halt. At that moment, Beerus suddenly conjured numerous clones, encircling Son Wukong completely. In unison, Beerus and his doppelgangers concentrated destructive energy directed at Son Wukong. Son Wukong's expression turned solemn. In an instant, Beerus and his doppelgangers unleashed their amassed destructive energy towards Son Wukong. Boom! A series of destructive forces collided, generating a massive cloud of smoke. It's resolved. Beerus let out a hearty laugh as all his doppelgangers returned to his form. Not yet. Son Wukong soared out of the thick smoke, charging towards Beerus. Beerus's expression turned serious as he immediately fixed his gaze upon Son Wukong. At that moment, Son Wukong had already closed the distance, delivering a powerful strike with his right fist. Beerus raised his left hand and caught Son Wukong's right fist with ease. With a resounding roar, Son Wukong propelled himself forward, causing Beerus to stagger back a few steps. Once Beerus regained his composure, he swiftly raised his fist to strike at Son Wukong. With a swift motion, Son Wukong evaded to the side, retracting his right fist. Instantly, the two engaged in a fierce exchange of fists and feet, their movements as rapid as lightning. Soon, the air was filled with the sounds of their intense battle. Due to the astonishing speed of their conflict, Krillin and the others could scarcely discern the details of their combat. Whoosh! Bang! At that moment, Beerus's tail lashed out behind him, ensnaring his body like a rope. Son Wukong's body immediately became immobile. Seizing this opportunity, Beerus struck with both fists, delivering powerful blows to Son Wukong's form. Son Wukong soon emitted a series of anguished cries. How detestable! After enduring a flurry of blows, Son Wukong suddenly opened his mouth and lunged toward Beerus's tail. With a sharp crack, Son Wukong sank his teeth into Beerus's form with great force. Beerus instantly let out a tremendous cry of pain and swiftly retracted his tail. Son Wukong gasped heavily. Swiftly retreating, Beerus, with an air of indignation, blew a few breaths onto the reddened tip of his tail, his gaze fixed upon Son Wukong with palpable fury. This was the first time he had encountered such a savage style of combat. Moments later, Beerus lowered his tail with a surge of anger and charged towards Son Wukong. In the blink of an eye, he was upon him, his fist striking like lightning as they aimed at Son Wukong. Son Wukong, caught off guard by the astonishing speed at which Beerus charged, swiftly raised his hand to defend against the impending assault. Bang! 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 Under the relentless barrage of Beerus's attacks, Son Wukong's form was repeatedly thrust backward. Moments later, Beerus delivered a powerful kick aimed directly at Son Wukong's body. Son Wukong's body plunged into the sea like a ray of light. With a resounding crash, a colossal wave surged forth from the ocean. Beerus snorted disdainfully, observing the tumultuous waters. Moments later, Son Wukong emerged from the depths, enveloped in a fiery crimson aura. Witnessing this, Beerus concentrated and unleashed a violet energy of destruction towards Son Wukong. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong immediately soared into the sky. Bang! At that moment, the destructive energy that plummeted into the ocean erupted, creating a towering wave hundreds of feet high. Beerus let out a cold snort, as over a dozen strands of destructive energy materialized around his body. What? Son Wukong was taken aback. At that moment, Beerus waved both hands forward, unleashing all the destructive energy towards Son Wukong. With a resounding roar, Son Wukong summoned a tremendous surge of energy with both hands, launching it towards the oncoming destructive force. Whoosh! Boom! Boom! With each colossal explosion, the energy wave he unleashed collided with the destructive energy, resulting in a magnificent detonation that filled the sky with thick, swirling smoke. Impressive indeed, Beerus remarked with a smile, offering his praise to Son Wukong. Son Wukong chuckled softly and said, "It's nothing. Lord Beerus, you are truly formidable." Upon hearing this, Beerus narrowed his eyes. Well then, it seems our game is nearing its conclusion. Conclusion? Just as the words left his lips, Beerus's figure abruptly materialized behind Son Wukong, his right hand poised to strike at the latter's neck. Bang! Just as Beerus's hand was about to make contact, Son Wukong's right hand swiftly grasped Beerus's wrist. Beerus was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Son Wukong could react with such incredible speed to seize his hand. Lord Beerus, do you wish to end the battle? Son Wukong gazed at Beerus with a serious expression. Indeed, I had intended to conclude our battle. However, I have since changed my mind. I have decided to engage in combat with you for a while longer. Is that so? I truly appreciate your willingness, Lord Beerus. Beerus nodded and withdrew his hand. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong transformed into a streak of crimson light, swiftly retreating. With a resounding shout, a fiery aura enveloped his entire being as he charged towards Beerus. In response, Beerus immediately summoned a violet energy that surged around him, ready to meet the oncoming attack. The air was filled with the sounds of intense combat as the two figures became streaks of red and purple, clashing amidst the heavens. With a resounding crash, their right fists collided, emanating an astonishing force that radiated outward. Almost instantaneously, they retracted their fists, striking at one another with the swiftness of light. As they evaded and countered each other's assaults, the battle intensified. After a brief exchange, Beerus delivered a powerful kick that sent Son Wukong hurtling through the air. Without hesitation, Beerus gathered a concentrated sphere of destructive energy in his right hand and unleashed it towards Son Wukong. Seeing this, Son Wukong quickly raised his arms in defense. With a thunderous explosion, the destructive energy struck him, erupting in a brilliant display across the sky. With a heart-wrenching cry, Son Wukong plummeted from the billowing smoke of the explosion. Wukong. Chapter 129. Gohan vs. Beerus. Bang. Moments later, Son Wukong plunged into the depths of the sea. In a flash, Beerus soared towards the ocean. Bang. Soon, Beerus descended into the water, where he beheld Son Wukong, who was both drinking seawater and sinking. Lord Beerus. Upon seeing Beerus, Son Wukong immediately halted his descent, facing the deity. Beerus let out a soft chuckle, swiftly approaching Son Wukong to launch an attack. As Son Wukong skillfully evaded and countered Beerus's relentless assaults, the constraints of the ocean hindered his full potential. After a series of strikes, Beerus forcefully drove his right knee into Son Wukong's abdomen. The excruciating pain compelled Son Wukong to gasp, inadvertently swallowing the surrounding seawater. Subsequently, with a clenched fist, Beerus delivered a powerful blow that sent Son Wukong hurtling through the air. Son Wukong once again gulped down copious amounts of seawater, his body colliding forcefully against a massive boulder. In the blink of an eye, Beerus appeared before Son Wukong, launching a swift and formidable assault. Whoosh! Bang! 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 Beerus struck with the swiftness of light, delivering a thorough beating to Son Goku. The colossal boulder behind Son Wukong shattered under the assault of Beerus. Whoosh! Bang! Son Wukong lay sprawled before Beerus. With a glance at Wukong, Beerus felt a sense of indifference as he ascended. Boom! Beerus soared from the sea, gazing towards Gohan, who stood atop the cruise ship. All right, Gohan, my battle with Son Wukong has concluded. Shall we resume the duel that had yet to commence? Upon hearing this, Son Wukong remained silent, his gaze fixed upon the vast expanse of the sea. Beerus, noticing his demeanor, also turned his attention to the water's surface. Suddenly, with a resounding splash, a figure surged forth from the depths, riding the waves, none other than Son Wukong himself. Son Wukong gasped for breath, gazing at Beerus. Lord Beerus, our battle is far from over. Beerus let out a disdainful snort. What a troublesome fellow you are. With a resounding roar, Son Wukong transformed into a streak of crimson light, charging towards Beerus. In the blink of an eye, he reached the deity's front, launching a ferocious assault with his fists. Beerus, deftly evading the blows, countered with his own strikes. After a brief yet intense exchange, Beerus executed a powerful kick with his right foot, sending Son Wukong hurtling 1,000 meters away. Son Wukong gritted his teeth, poised to charge once more at Beerus. However, he beheld Beerus's right index finger, which gathered a colossal surge of destructive energy. With a subtle movement of his index finger, the destructive energy was instantly directed towards the sea. With a furious cry, Son Wukong swiftly clasped his hands together and declared, Kamehameha. A deep azure wave of energy coalesced from his palms, striking towards the destructive force. Bang! In no time, the Kamehameha wave collided fiercely with the destructive energy in the sky. A series of astonishing gales erupted from the clash of these two energies, spreading towards the heavens and the sea. Witnessing this, Beerus pressed his right hand downward, and the destructive energy immediately subdued the Kamehameha wave. Huh! Son Wukong let out a mighty roar, thrusting both hands forward with all his strength. The Kamehameha wave surged upward momentarily, yet it still failed to repel the destructive energy. Thus, the energies of the two adversaries clashed and compressed continuously in the heavens. Invisible ripples emanated from the collision of their forces, radiating outward to envelop the entirety of Earth and the cosmos. After a brief interval, the Kamehameha wave and the destructive energy coalesced into a singular bolt of lightning. Moments later, the energies of both combatants were entirely expended, vanishing into the void. Son Wukong exhaled heavily, his countenance reflecting immense fatigue. Although Beerus was also breathing heavily, he appeared considerably more composed than Son Wukong. Son Gohan gazed upon the energy amassed by the Tree of Universe, noting that it had reached an impressive 57. Meanwhile, Beerus observed the nearly exhausted Goku, and in an instant, he materialized before him, launching an attack. Son Wukong, having nearly reached the limits of his physical capabilities, found himself devoid of any means of defense against Beerus's onslaught. With a cacophony of blows, Beerus unleashed a flurry of strikes upon Son Wukong, his fists moving with the swiftness of light. Subsequently, with a forceful kick of his right foot, he sent Son Wukong hurtling into the sea. Glub glub. After Son Wukong fell into the sea, his body instantly reverted to its normal state. Upon witnessing this, Beerus immediately turned his gaze towards Son Gohan, who stood on the deck. All right, Son Gohan. It seems that Son Wukong truly lacks the strength to fight this time. Son Wukong nodded slightly. Beerus smiled, finally able to engage in a battle with Son Wukong. Just as Beerus was filled with excitement, Whis was joyfully savoring the delectable dishes at Bulma's birthday celebration. He had never anticipated that Earth would offer such an abundance of delightful cuisine. Had he known, he would have indulged in Earth's culinary delights during his initial visit to seek out Son Wukong. Upon agreeing, Son Wukong swiftly soared before Beerus. With a resounding shout, his hair and eyebrows transformed into a celestial blue, while his irises deepened to a profound azure. Surrounding him was a blue aura, infused with the unique starlit particles reminiscent of divine energy. Occasionally, droplets of water flowed within this aura, which moved at a pace considerably slower than that of a human or a super saiyan. It crackled with faint sparks of electricity, exhibiting a dual-layered aura that transitioned from celestial blue on the outside to white within. This was the Super Saiyan Blue transformation. Beerus was taken aback. What is this? This is known as Super Saiyan Blue. Super Saiyan Blue? It represents a transformation that combines the essence of a Super Saiyan God with the Super Saiyan form. I see. Then it must be stronger than the Super Saiyan God. Indeed. Son Gohan nodded. Beerus chuckled. Is that so? In that case, let me see just how much stronger your Super Saiyan Blue is compared to the Super Saiyan God. Son Gohan nodded, and in an instant, transformed into a streak of blue light, charging towards Beerus. Observing this, Beerus swiftly morphed into a beam of purple light to meet him head-on. Whoosh! Bang! Bang! In the blink of an eye, the two had reached each other and collided with tremendous force. With a resounding crash, their right fists struck together, emanating an astonishing aura that radiated outward. At that moment, Son Wukong soared from the ocean and landed on the cruise ship. Wukong, father, are you all right? I'm fine. Son Wukong shook his head. Vegeta, witnessing this, let out a cold snort and cast an irritable glance at Son Wukong, saying, Kakarot, when did you attain the form of a Super Saiyan God? Chapter 130, Gohan vs. Beerus 2. Son Wukong chuckled and replied, just 2 days ago. 2 days ago? Indeed. Son Wukong nodded, amidst the vast expanse of the sky. At this moment, Son Wukong and Beerus are locked in a fierce battle, exchanging blows with their fists and feet. Bang! Gohan struck Beerus squarely on the face with his right fist. In the next moment, Beerus swiftly retaliated, landing a punch on Gohan's face. The exchange of blows between them was relentless, with neither willing to yield an inch. As Son Wukong observed the fierce battle between the two, he quickly discerned that Beerus had not been earnest in their previous confrontation. Bang! Moments later, both combatants were propelled away by each other's strikes, gasping for breath. It appeared that Whis was indeed correct. Your strength is truly formidable. Beerus remarked with a smile. Son Gohan, should I truly abdicate my position, would you be willing to assume the role of the God of Destruction for the 7th universe? I would not. Son Gohan shook his head. Is that so? Beerus remarked, his figure flickering before him, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared before Son Gohan, launching an attack. Startled, Son Wukong swiftly raised both his hands and arms to fend off Beerus's assault. Whoosh! Bang! 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 Beerus's fist rained down upon Son Wukong like a tempest. As Son Wukong deftly evaded, he gradually retreated. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, Beerus struck Son Wukong's abdomen with a powerful punch, sending him careening through the air with a swift kick. Gohan let out a pained cry as he turned his gaze towards Beerus. Is this all the skill you possess, Gohan? Upon hearing this, Son Gohan immediately clenched his fists tightly. With a resounding shout, an extraordinarily powerful energy enveloped him, swiftly propelling him upwards. Bang! With an astonishing surge of might, Son Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan Deep Blue. What is this? Krillin exclaimed in astonishment. I have no idea. Son Wukong shook his head. Upon witnessing this, Beerus expressed a degree of curiosity regarding Son Gohan's transformation. What is this transformation of yours, Son Gohan? This is known as Super Saiyan Blue. Super Saiyan Blue? Son Wukong nodded. Indeed, the transformations of you Saiyans are truly numerous. Beerus remarked. Son Wukong nodded and said, Then, Lord Beerus, shall we continue? Beerus nodded in agreement. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong let out a thunderous roar and charged towards Beerus. In the blink of an eye, he had closed the distance, his body darting forth like a beam of light as he engaged in combat. Whoosh! Bang! 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 The sheer velocity of their movements rendered them almost indistinguishable to the naked eye, appearing as a myriad of violet and azure lights weaving through the heavens. Moments later, they abruptly ceased their skirmish and ascended beyond the confines of Earth. Soon, they soared into the vastness of outer space. Exchanging a fleeting glance, they launched themselves at one another with remarkable speed. Whoosh! Bang! 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 In an instant, they found themselves face to face, grappling fiercely. Their bodies radiated an astonishing force, emanating a palpable energy that resonated in all directions. Bam! With a powerful strike of his right fist, Beerus sent Son Wukong hurtling away. With gritted teeth, Son Wukong swiftly came to a halt amidst the vastness of the cosmos. Suddenly, Beerus concentrated a colossal wave of destructive energy in his right hand and unleashed it towards Son Wukong. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong clasped his hands together and declared, Kamehameha. A deep azure energy wave coalesced from his palms, propelling itself towards the incoming destructive force. Bang! The Kamehameha collided with the destructive energy. With a powerful thrust of his right hand, Beerus pushed forward, while Son Wukong shouted fervently, exerting force with both hands. The Kamehameha and the destructive energy surged forward and then retreated in a tumultuous dance. After a brief struggle, both energies ultimately dissipated, vanishing into the ether. Son Gohan and Beerus gasped heavily, their bodies swiftly charging toward each other. Whoosh! Bang! Bang! In the blink of an eye, the two were locked in fierce combat. Boom! Moments later, they grasped each other's hands, exerting their full strength in the cosmos. Invisible ripples emanated from their hands, spreading throughout the universe. Observing this from the Kaioshin realm, the Grand Kaioshin's expression shifted to one of deep concern. This is dire. If their battle continues at this intensity, the universe could face annihilation with just 2 more shockwaves like that. The East Kaioshin was taken aback. Above Earth, the two remained locked in a stalemate until Beerus, with a surge of strength, propelled Son Gohan away. Breathing heavily due to the immense physical exertion, both stood their ground, panting. After a brief moment, Beerus raised his hand, and an array of destructive energy enveloped his body. With a light chuckle, Son Wukong found himself enveloped by a surge of destructive energy. Beerus raised his hand and swept it forward, unleashing the surrounding chaos towards Son Wukong with immediate effect. Upon witnessing this, Son Gohan unleashed his destructive energy towards Beerus. Boom, boom, boom. With resounding explosions that reverberated throughout the cosmos, the destructive forces of the two clashed, emitting blinding rays of light. Bang! In response, Beerus transformed into a streak of purple light and charged towards Son Gohan. After observing the scene, Son Wukong charged towards Beerus with equal fervor. Whoosh! Bang! 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 In the blink of an eye, the two found themselves face to face, engaging in a fierce battle. Boom! After several dozen exchanges, Son Wukong suddenly activated his time-stopping technique and delivered a powerful punch that sent Beerus reeling. Meanwhile, Whis, watching from Earth, couldn't he help but display a hint of astonishment on his face. Was time momentarily halted? In the skies above Earth, Lord Beerus also recognized that Son Wukong's recent attack was far from ordinary. Son Wukong, did you just pause time? Son Wukong shook his head. No. I merely leaped through a span of 0.3 seconds. A temporal leap, you say? Indeed. Son Gohan nodded. Upon hearing this, Beerus smiled. How intriguing. It truly is becoming increasingly fascinating. As he spoke, an immensely powerful aura suddenly emanated from Beerus, rising upward. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong furrowed his brow. Indeed, Beerus's prowess surpassed his expectations by a considerable margin. Very well, shall we continue? With a nod, Son Wukong unleashed his instant transmission once more, launching an assault towards Beerus. Anticipating the move, Beerus evaded with astonishing agility as Son Wukong initiated his technique, swiftly counterattacking in response. Bang! With a resounding crash, Beerus's right fist struck Gohan's abdomen. Son Gohan let out a piercing scream, spitting a copious amount of saliva. Chapter 131, The Ultimate Skill of Freedom. Beerus snorted disdainfully, delivering a swift side kick that sent Son Gohan flying to the left. Sun Wukong clutched his abdomen, appearing somewhat uncomfortable. It's over. Beerus raised his hand, gathering a sphere of destructive energy directed at Sun Wukong, poised to conclude the battle. With gritted teeth, Sun Wukong lowered his right hand, which had been clutching his abdomen. Observing this, Beerus immediately unleashed a wave of destructive energy directed at Sun Wukong. Son Gohan stood motionless in place, just as the destructive energy was about to strike him. He suddenly transformed into a beam of white light, relocating behind Beerus. Startled, Beerus quickly turned to look back. He beheld Son Gohan, whose hair and pupils had turned silver, enveloped in a shimmering silvery aura. This was the Ultra Instinct. Upon witnessing Son Gohan's transformation, Beerus was immediately taken aback. A mere mortal had grasped the Ultra Instinct, a technique that even the gods found elusive. Not only Beerus was astonished, Whis and the others on Earth shared his disbelief, particularly Whis, who, as an angel, was fully aware of the power of Ultra Instinct, could scarcely comprehend this feat. How is this possible? Am I still dreaming? Beerus muttered, rubbing his eyes. Boom. At that moment, the void of Beerus unleashed destructive energy erupted in the cosmos. The sound of the explosion jolted Beerus back to reality. While Ultra Instinct was formidable, its efficacy depended on the one wielding it. Furthermore, the gods of destruction possessed their own divine techniques. Son Gohan, who taught you this Ultra Instinct? Beerus inquired. Ultra Instinct was a divine art that only angels could master, implying that Son Gohan could only have learned it under the guidance of an angel. Lord Beerus, would you believe me if I said it was taught to me by an old man in my dreams? Spare me your nonsense. I don't believe that. Then it must be that I am extraordinarily gifted and learned it on my own. Beerus snorted. Regardless, this does not concern me. Whis will come looking for you shortly. Whis? Indeed. The angels have regulations that prohibit the indiscriminate sharing of Ultra Instinct. I see. Then let him investigate as he pleases. Upon hearing this, Beerus immediately clenched his fist and charged at Son Gohan. Whoosh. Bang. 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 With resounding clashes echoing throughout the universe. The two engaged in a battle at speeds akin to light. Due to the overwhelming prowess of Ultra Instinct, Beerus was compelled to employ the divine techniques of a god of destruction in combat against Son Gohan. Whoosh. Bang. Boom. Boom. Soon, a multitude of explosions erupted above Earth. Streams of white light flickered continuously in the sky. Bang. With an immensely powerful sound, their right fists collided with all their might, emanating an unparalleled energy. Subsequently, invisible ripples radiated from their hands, spreading throughout the cosmos. Bang. Beerus clenched his right fist with great force, sending Gohan flying. As they both gasped for breath in the vastness of the cosmos, Beerus cast a glance at Gohan, feeling a twinge of regret for engaging in battle with Goku initially. Despite Beerus's formidable strength, his stamina was indeed finite. In his earlier attempts to gauge Gohan's prowess, he had refrained from unleashing his full power, which ultimately took a significant toll on his energy reserves. Unbeknownst to Sun Wukong, Beerus harbored his own intentions. While he pondered the decision of whether to employ the Kaioken technique, possessing boundless stamina, he remained invigorated even after an extended bout with Beerus. Although the Ultra Instinct technique imposes a certain strain on the body, it is generally inadvisable to utilize the Kaioken in conjunction, as it too demands considerable physical exertion. However, Sun Wukong's mastery of the Kaioken was the unscathed variant, and with his ample reserves of energy, he was entirely capable of invoking this technique without harm. Just as Sun Wukong was lost in thought, Beerus transformed into a streak of purple light, charging towards him. Son Gohan deftly evaded Beerus's attack, subsequently engaging in combat with him. However, this was not a life-or-death battle, so it would be prudent to keep some cards close to the chest. After a considerable time, Beerus sent Son Gohan hurtling back to Earth from the cosmos. Gohan. Upon witnessing Son Gohan's descent from the sky, Videl soared upwards to catch him. At that moment, Beerus also descended from the universe, landing on the cruise ship. Is it over? Beerus nodded and glanced at the cake in Whis' hands. Lord Beerus, would you like some cake? Cake? Indeed, today marks Miss Bulma's birthday, hence the presence of an array of delectable Earth cuisines. This is also my first experience tasting Earth food, and I must admit, it exceeded my expectations. Exceeding expectations? A glimmer of interest appeared on Beerus's face upon hearing this. Whis was renowned for his discerning palate, so any praise from him indicated the uniqueness of Earth's culinary offerings. Yes, Lord Beerus, would you care to try some as well? Beerus hesitated momentarily. Perhaps you should join us for Bulma's birthday celebration? Son Wukong remarked. You agree, don't you, Bulma? Bulma chuckled awkwardly and nodded. It is indeed my honor that Lord Beerus could attend my birthday banquet, although Bulma voiced her sentiments. An undercurrent of fear towards the imposing presence of Beerus lingered in her heart. Then, I wish you a happy birthday. Bulma nodded once more. Observing this, Beerus promptly approached Whis, savoring the delicacies in his hand. How is it, Lord Beerus? The taste is quite delightful. Lord Beerus, besides the cake. There are numerous other delectable items here for you to sample. Upon hearing this, Beerus let out a dismissive snort. You seem rather leisurely. I just engaged in a lengthy battle with those two, while you stand here indulging in food. Whis chuckled softly. But Lord Beerus, was it not your intention to fight them? No. Initially, I only wished to battle Son Gohan. Who could have anticipated the sudden emergence of Son Wukong? However, while his strength may not rival that of Son Gohan, he is indeed an intriguing character. Is that so? On the deck of the cruise ship. At this moment, Son Wukong and Biddy Lee are seated beside a table and chairs. Wukong, are your injuries all right? I'm fine. Son Gohan, speaking, took out a mystical bean and consumed it. After ingesting the bean, his injuries swiftly began to heal. Witnessing this, Biddy Lee fell into a contemplative silence. Why didn't you take the mystical bean out sooner? At that moment, Whis approached from a distance. Chapter 132, Investigation. Whis nodded and replied, I wish to inquire further about the Zizai Ji Gong. Whis, the Zizai Ji Gong was truly taught to me by an elderly man. Upon hearing this, Whis regarded him with a skeptical expression. Gohan, even if you refrain from speaking, I have my means of discovering who instructed you. With that, Whis promptly turned to leave. Gohan, what exactly is this Zizai Ji Gong? It is a state of being. A state of being? Indeed. The Zizai Ji Gong differs from our previous combat methods that rely on sensing energy. It employs reflexive movements of the body, devoid of any cerebral thought, thus maximizing speed and reaction time. The body and consciousness become detached, allowing each part to instinctively perceive surrounding dangers without the brain needing to deliberate before acting. In simpler terms, it relies on the body's automatic responses. Roughly speaking, then Gohan, could you teach me the Zizai Ji Gong? As I mentioned, the Zizai Ji Gong is a state of being. It can only be comprehended through personal insight. I see. Meanwhile, Beerus was voraciously indulging in a variety of delicacies. Following the recent battle, his stomach had become quite empty. Lord Beerus, please be mindful of your image. Whis reminded him as he returned. Upon hearing Whis's words, Beerus immediately slowed his eating pace. Whis, how did your inquiry go? Whis shook his head. Has he disclosed anything yet? Then Whis, could it truly be that the elderly man from his dream taught him? I am uncertain. I shall investigate further. Beerus nodded in agreement. By the way, Whis, what is this food called? This is called cheese. Cheese? Goku, once Lord Beerus finishes eating, he should return, right? Bulma said, observing Beerus feasting alongside Whis. I don't know. But I suppose he will return, Goku replied. Bulma sighed. Today has been such a dreadful birthday. Well, I might as well consider that I have not aged a year. Krillin chuckled. So Bulma, how old are you today? Upon hearing this, Bulma shot a glare at Krillin. She despised being asked about her age. Although she maintained a youthful appearance, she was, after all, no longer young. Krillin, has no one informed you that it is impolite to inquire about a woman's age? Krillin appeared momentarily taken aback, as if he had heard this sentiment before, though it seemed a distant memory. Bulma huffed disdainfully and turned her gaze towards Vegeta, who was currently with his arms crossed, observing Beerus and Whis. Vegeta, Bulma called out to him. What is it? Vegeta turned his head to glance at her. Don't you have anything to say about your beautiful wife's birthday? No. Vegeta replied coldly. You insufferable man. Bulma felt a surge of indignation. She often wondered how she had ended up with Vegeta. After a moment of frustration, she directed her attention to Trunks, who was currently engaged in a playful water gun fight with Goten. Forget it. Today is destined to be rather unpleasant, Bulma consoled herself inwardly. At that moment, Vegeta suddenly approached Beerus. Vegeta, Dad. Krillin and the others wore expressions of surprise at the direction Vegeta was heading. Beerus, who was munching on cheese, noticed Vegeta's approach but continued to indulge in his snack. Greetings, Lord Beerus. My name is Vegeta. Is there something you require? Beerus responded nonchalantly. What is it? Would you take me on as your apprentice? Take you on as an apprentice? Yes. Do you aspire to become a god of destruction? No, Vegeta shook his head. Then why do you seek to become my disciple? I only accept gods of destruction as my pupils. I wish to surpass Kakarot. Kakarot? Beerus inquired. Lord Beerus. Kakarot is the scion name of Son Goku. Whis interjected. Oh, I have no interest in your rivalry. If you do not wish to become a god of destruction, kindly refrain from disturbing my meal. Very well, Vegeta responded before turning to leave. Beerus resumed his indulgence in cheese. After a considerable time had passed, having satisfied his appetite, Beerus prepared to take his leave alongside Whis. Miss Bulma, thank you sincerely for your hospitality. Whis expressed. It was nothing. Bulma smiled in response. If you ever have the opportunity, do come visit Earth again. Yes, it is getting late. We shall take our leave now, Miss Bulma. All right. Bulma nodded. Witnessing this, Whis pointed his staff towards the ground, taking Beerus away from Earth. Upon seeing Beerus depart, Krillin and the others let out a collective sigh of relief. At that moment, Goku suddenly approached Vegeta and asked, Vegeta, do you wish to take Lord Beerus as your master? That is none of your concern. The following day, Whis arrived on Zuno's planet, inquiring about the origins of Gohan's Ultra Instinct mastery. However, Zuno was equally in the dark. You don't know either? Indeed. Zuno nodded. This Gohan is shrouded in mystery. If he had not always resided in the 7th universe, I would suspect he hails from another timeline or universe. I understand now. Whis declared, promptly leaving Zuno's palace to report this matter to the Grand Priest. Ultra Instinct. Yes, Father, among the 12 universes. It seems only we angels possess mastery of Ultra Instinct, does it not? Indeed. The Grand Priest affirmed. Continue your investigations. Whis nodded in acknowledgement. In the 7th universe, within the realm of the destroyers, Beerus sat upon a chair in his palace, awaiting Whis's return. After indulging in a plethora of Earth's culinary delights the previous day, he found himself disinterested in the food prepared by Whis. He planned to feast once more upon Whis's return from Earth. Lord Beerus, are the dishes on Earth truly delectable? Whis had spoken at length about Earth's gastronomic wonders, leaving Beerus salivating. Indeed. Beerus nodded. When shall we return to Earth, Lord Beerus? In a moment. Is that so? How delightful. You truly are a gluttonous fish. As they conversed, Whis had already returned. Whis. Upon seeing Whis, Beerus immediately soared out of the palace. Lord Beerus. Beerus nodded in acknowledgement. Whis, are we able to journey to Earth now? Indeed. Chapter 133. The Grand Wedding on Earth, atop Baozi Mountain. At this moment, Son Wukong was seated on the ground, gazing at the seed of the universe in his hand, which had gathered a full measure of energy. Once it amassed enough power, it could blossom into the tree of the universe. However, Son Wukong had no intention of altering the cosmos. Thus he would not permit the seed of the universe to transform into the tree. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, Bidalai approached from a distance. Bidalai, he called out. She nodded in acknowledgement. There is something I've been meaning to tell you, she began. Something? Yes, I'm pregnant. Pregnant? When did this happen? Son Gohan exclaimed with delight. A month ago. I see. That means our baby will be born in 9 months. Indeed. Dilly nodded in agreement. By the way, we haven't had our wedding yet. I shall return home now and ask my mother to assist in organizing the ceremony. As Son Wukong spoke, he took Biddy by the hand and led her home. Upon their arrival, Son Wukong promptly informed Chi-Chi of Biddy Lee's pregnancy. Hearing the news, Chi-Chi's heart surged with excitement. How wonderful. I am to become a grandmother. Wukong, you must quickly take Biddy Lee to her home to discuss the wedding plans with her father. Oh, certainly. Son Wufan nodded. After speaking, he promptly took Biddy Lee to Mr. Satan's residence. Upon hearing that the couple was expecting a child, Mr. Satan felt a surge of excitement within him. Biddy Lee, you are already with child? Yes, father. Biddy Lee affirmed with a nod. Does this mean I am to become a grandfather? Biddy Lee nodded once more. Have you decided on a name for the child? If not, I have a few suggestions you might consider. How about Maka, Matailang, or Ma? As Biddy Lee listened to Mr. Satan propose names for her child, a wave of exasperation washed over her. Father, we are here to discuss the wedding. The wedding? Mr. Satan exclaimed, suddenly regaining his focus. Although Son Wukong and Biddy Lee have already obtained their marriage certificate, they have yet to hold a wedding ceremony. Indeed. Since it is a marriage, the wedding must be a grand affair, wouldn't you agree, Wukong? Son Gohan nodded with a smile. In West City, at Bulma's residence, Bulma was leisurely reclining on a chair in the backyard, engrossed in her phone. Suddenly, a radiant beam of multicolored light descended from the heavens, landing in her backyard. As the brilliance faded, 2 figures emerged, Beerus and Whis. Lord Beerus, Whis. Whis smiled and said, It is a pleasure to see you again, Miss Bulma. Bulma nodded in acknowledgement. Whis, What brings you here today? We have come to Earth to savor its culinary delights. Culinary delights of Earth? Indeed. I wonder, Miss Bulma, if you might guide us to some of Earth's most delectable dishes? Of course, I would be delighted to. Really? How wonderful. Bulma nodded enthusiastically. Then, she began to introduce the two celestial beings to the exquisite flavors of Earth. After a considerable time, Bulma had shared her recommendations and arranged for an abundance of delectable food to be sent to her home. By noon, after feasting to their heart's content, the two were preparing to pack some food for their journey home. Vegeta, having completed his training in the gravity chamber, emerged and spotted them. Lord Beerus. Beerus nodded in response. What brings you here? We are here to relish the culinary delights of Earth. Earth's culinary delights? Indeed. As Beerus spoke, Bulma approached with a smile. Lord Beerus, I have arranged for the food you requested. Whis, upon hearing this, walked over to Bulma, saying, Thank you ever so much, Bulma. Not at all. And where is this food now? Right in front. Upon hearing this, Whis promptly followed Bulma ahead. After a brief moment, Whis returned to Beerus. Lord Beerus, I have stored all the food you wish to take in my staff. Shall we depart now? Indeed. Whis then moved beside Beerus, pointing his staff towards the ground. And together they vanished from Earth. Watching their departure, Vegeta fell into contemplation. He then approached Bulma. Bulma, do you think they will return? I'm not certain. But I believe they will. They will. Yes, they seem to have a fondness for our Earth's cuisine. Did they mention when they might come back? No. Please inform me at the earliest opportunity when they do. At the earliest opportunity? Yes. As time swiftly passed, a week flew by in the blink of an eye. After a week of meticulous preparations, Son Wukong and Videl were finally ready for their wedding day. They had extended invitations to numerous guests, including Krillin and various friends of theirs. Among the attendees were Beerus and Whis. Initially, Son Wukong had no intention of inviting them. But Bulma's inadvertent revelation of the event, coupled with Chi-Chi's enthusiastic insistence, left him with no choice but to include them in the celebration of their union. At this moment, Son Wukong and Videl had already arrived at the hotel where the wedding was to take place. Son Gohan, clad in a striking blue suit, stood before Piccolo. You look quite dashing today, Gohan, remarked Piccolo. Thank you for the compliment, Uncle Piccolo, Gohan replied, as Piccolo nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, Krillin and the others approached from a distance. Congratulations, Gohan, they exclaimed. Son Gohan nodded with a smile. Subsequently, once all the guests had arrived, the host responsible for the wedding promptly took the stage to deliver a speech. Esteemed guests, dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all. Now, let us invite the groom and bride to the stage. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong promptly ascended the stage with Videl. Once on stage, the host posed several questions to the couple. Mr. Son Wukong, do you take Miss Videl to be your lawfully wedded wife, to cherish and uphold her for all eternity? I do. And Miss Videl, do you take Mr. Son Wukong to be your lawfully wedded husband, to share a lifetime of companionship? I do. Very well. Now may the groom and bride exchange rings. The couple, upon hearing this, eagerly adorned each other with the rings. From this day forth, you shall be officially united in matrimony, proclaimed the host, as thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Shall we commence the feast? Beerus inquired. It should be imminent. Mr. Satan remarked, swiftly taking to the stage to declare the banquet open. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong immediately began to feast. Wukong, Chi-Chi, witnessing this, felt utterly speechless. Chapter 134, Son Wukong, Vegeta, and the Mastery of Whis. Son Wukong truly deserves the title of the foremost connoisseur of food. Once the banquet commenced, Son Wukong accompanied Gohan and Biddy Lee as they traversed the gathering, offering toasts. Upon witnessing this, Ragusi couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy. The following day, Son Wukong, upon hearing the news of Beerus and Whis frequently visiting Earth, eagerly arrived at Bulma's residence early in the morning to await their arrival. Kakarot. Vegeta called out upon seeing Son Wukong at his home. Vegeta, Son Wukong replied with a light scoff. Kakarot, what brings you to my house? I heard from Chi-Chi that Lord Beerus often visits your home, so I thought I would come by today, hoping to encounter Lord Beerus. Encountering Lord Beerus. Do you mean to say you wish to take him as your master as well? Son Wukong chuckled and said, if you can, why can't I? Vegeta gritted his teeth. Well then, let us see whom Lord Beerus chooses as his disciple. All right. The two locked eyes, their gazes intense. After a considerable time, a radiant beam of 7 colors descended from the heavens, landing in the backyard. As the brilliance faded, a figure emerged. It was Whis. Whis. Whis nodded and remarked, Wukong, what brings you here as well? Son Wukong chuckled and said, I have come to seek you. Seek me? Seek Whis. Indeed. I wish to request your guidance in my training. Whis smiled and replied, I only accept gods of destruction as my disciples. Oh, come now. Whis, everything can be negotiated. Son Wukong smiled. Vegeta, upon witnessing this, appeared utterly bewildered. Son Wukong initially sought to take Beerus as his master, but unexpectedly turned to Whis instead. At that moment, Vegeta discerned that Whis was no ordinary being. Whis, who exactly are you? Vegeta inquired. Did Bulma not inform you? I am the master of Lord Beerus. Whis replied. Vegeta was taken aback, realizing that the true powerhouse was Whis. Indeed, Whis affirmed. Then, Whis, would you consider taking me as your disciple? Vegeta asked. That is not possible. Whis shook his head. How about this? I invite you to savor Earth delicacies that you have never experienced before. Delicacies I have never tasted? Whis echoed. Yes. Vegeta nodded eagerly. Whis, I too invite you to enjoy Earth cuisine that you have never had the pleasure of tasting. Son Wukong exclaimed. Well, since you are all so enthusiastic, do you agree then? As long as you can treat me to delectable cuisine that I have never tasted before, I shall certainly oblige. Truly. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong's eyes sparkled with delight. Indeed, Whis nodded in agreement. The two, recognizing the moment, promptly took Whis to the West City to indulge in culinary delights. However, as Bulma had already escorted Whis to savor numerous delicacies in West City, he had already sampled all the places they intended to visit. How infuriating. I refuse to believe that Bulma allowed you to experience every delicacy in West City. Whis chuckled lightly. Actually, it wasn't solely Bulma who introduced me to these dishes. I also tasted some at Gohan's wedding banquet. Kakarot. Vegeta turned to Son Wukong. Do you two have any other gastronomic recommendations? For a moment, Vegeta was at a loss for words. Oh wait. At that moment, Son Wukong seemed to have a sudden revelation. What is it, Kakarot? I know of a dish that Whis has undoubtedly never tried. Oh, what is it? Follow me. And you shall soon find out. All right. Whis nodded in anticipation. Shortly thereafter, Son Wukong led them to his home. Kakarot, is this not your residence? Indeed. Is there some hidden delicacy within? You will soon discover. With that, Son Wukong hurried inside and emerged with 3 buckets of instant noodles. Once the noodles were prepared, he swiftly opened a bucket, releasing an enticing aroma. What is this? It smells delightful. This is instant noodles. Vegeta explained. Instant noodles? Bulma never offered me any. Whis shook his head in disbelief. Yes. Upon hearing this, Vegeta felt a surge of joy in his heart. All right, Whis, give it a try. Very well. I shall not hold back. Whis declared as he picked up the chopsticks and took a taste. As he savored the first bite, a look of astonishment spread across his face. He was utterly taken aback by how delicious this seemingly simple bucket of instant noodles could be. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong and Vegeta exchanged knowing smiles. Shortly thereafter, Whis swiftly finished an entire bucket of instant noodles. What do you think, Whis? Son Wukong smiled and said, quite delectable. I must say, you two have proven yourselves worthy. So, when shall we embark on our training with Lord Beerus? How about today? You both return home to gather your belongings, and shortly, you shall accompany me to Lord Beerus's planet. Splendid. Son Wukong nodded. After speaking, Vegeta departed from Son Wukong's residence to pack his belongings. Since Son Wukong was already at home, he swiftly organized his attire. Given that Whis has a penchant for instant noodles, Son Wukong decided to bring along several large boxes of them. In the 7th universe, within the realm of destruction, Beerus was yawning, awaiting Whis's return with sustenance. Why is Whis taking so long? Had I known, I would have accompanied him to Earth. Just as he finished his thought, Whis arrived, accompanied by Son Wukong and Vegeta. Son Wukong, Vegeta, Beerus exclaimed, slightly taken aback upon seeing them return with Whis. He soon exited the palace to approach Whis. Lord Beerus. Son Wukong and Vegeta respectfully greeted Beerus, who nodded in acknowledgement. Whis, how did you bring them here? Beerus inquired. They both wish to become my disciples. And I have agreed. Whis replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Beerus's gaze sharpened. What about my food? He was decidedly more concerned about his meal than the two newcomers. Without hesitation, Whis produced instant noodles from his staff. This is instant noodles. Instant noodles? Indeed. This dish is quite delectable when hot water and seasoning are added. It was precisely for this reason that I took them on as disciples. Hot water is required? Yes. Quickly bring some hot water to prepare it. As you wish, Lord Beerus. Shortly thereafter, Whis returned from the palace with hot water, pouring it into the open noodle container. Once the seasoning was added, Beerus felt a twinge of impatience. Can we eat now? Not yet. We must wait 3 minutes. More waiting. Yes. But for the sake of savoring exquisite cuisine, you must be patient. Very well. After 3 minutes, Whis opened the container of noodles. All set. The aroma of the noodles wafted through the air, and Beerus, with a hint of excitement, hastily picked up his chopsticks to indulge. Chapter 135, The Resurrection of Frisia Slurp. After taking a bite of the noodles, a look of astonishment crossed Beerus's face, prompting him to eat voraciously. In no time, the entire container of noodles was devoured. With a lingering desire for more, Beerus looked at Whis and asked, Whis, how many more containers do we have? A few boxes, I believe. In that case, prepare several more containers for me. Certainly, Whis responded, retrieving several more containers of noodles from his staff. Whis, where will the two of us be staying? At that moment, Son Wukong, who had been silent for a while, inquired. Whis glanced at the two and replied, Lord Beerus, should I first show them to their accommodations? Yes, make haste. Beerus waved his hand dismissively. Whis promptly led them to their quarters, a modest room furnished with a single bed. Here is your lodging. If there are no further matters, I shall return to Lord Beerus. Understood. Son Wukong nodded. Witnessing this, Whis departed from the chamber occupied by the two. As soon as Whis left, Son Wukong promptly placed down the burden he had brought and swiftly prepared his bed before lying down. How delightful! Vegeta snorted coldly, also making his bed. Meanwhile, Whis had returned to Lord Beerus's side. Lord Beerus, what is your purpose in bringing those two here? Beerus inquired while indulging in instant noodles. Son Wukong is the father of Son Gohan, and I wish to ascertain who imparted the Ultra Instinct technique to him. Whis replied. Is that all? Of course. It's not solely that. Whis smiled. Is there another reason? Whis chuckled, but remained silent. In the 7th universe, aboard a colossal spaceship, a man with purple skin and a pair of double spikes on his head was discussing the resurrection of Frisia with Sorbet, Frisia's chief advisor. This man was Jinyu. Since Frisia's demise, the Frisia force had lost its morale, leading to the once feared army's disintegration. Sorbet, have you still failed to locate Namek? No luck. Sorbet shook his head. The only option left is the Dragon Balls on Earth. Earth. Indeed. As long as we proceed cautiously and remain undetected by the Scions on Earth, there is a way to resurrect King Frisia. Jinyu nodded. Then I shall accompany you. Sorbet agreed. 2 days later, Jinyu, Sorbet, and Tagoma stealthily arrived on Earth. Utilizing their crafted spaceship's Dragon Ball radar, they successfully gathered the 7 Dragon Balls. Sorbet, how do we use these Dragon Balls? I have no idea. I think we should take them with us for now. All right. Jinyu nodded. With that, the trio departed Earth with the Dragon Balls in tow. Time swiftly passed, and a week went by. Sorbet, having inquired with Zuno, learned the incantation to summon the Eternal Dragon. At that moment, they were on a nearby planet, preparing to call forth the dragon. Come forth, Eternal Dragon, and grant my wish. Upon Sorbet's command, the sky darkened, and a magnificent azure dragon soon emerged. State your wish. Any wish can be fulfilled, but only one. Please help us resurrect King Frisia. Very well, however, since Frisia perished on Namek, he will be revived at the original location of Namek. Original Namek? Indeed, it is now a vast expanse of nothingness in the universe. Fear not, for Lord Frisia can thrive in the cosmic void. Feel free to resurrect him. Very well, the Eternal Dragon of Earth proclaimed, his eyes gleaming with a crimson light. Your wish has been fulfilled. Has it truly been realized? The Eternal Dragon nodded affirmatively. Then we shall meet again. With that, the dragon transformed back into the 7 Dragon Balls and soared towards Earth. He has departed. He must be returning to Earth. Shall we go and retrieve Lord Frisia? Sorb inquired. Jinyu nodded in agreement. On planet Namek, Lord Frisia found himself in a state of disbelief as he gazed upon his own form. He was indeed resurrected. Gohan. After a moment of elation, Frisia's thoughts quickly shifted to his nemesis, Gohan. Were it not for him, he would not have languished in the depths of hell. His Frisia force would have long since dominated the universe. Yet, where exactly is this place? Frisia pondered, propelling himself forward in hopes of discerning his current location. In the 7th universe, within the realm of the gods of destruction, Son Wukong and Vegeta have commenced their training under Whis. The regimen designed by Whis bears resemblance to that depicted in the original narrative, with the solitary distinction that Vegeta's training pales in comparison to that of Son Wukong. After all, there exists a notable disparity in their respective powers. Initially, Vegeta harbored reservations regarding Whis' plan. However, upon experiencing the same training as Son Wukong, he swiftly realized that the current regimen of Son Wukong was indeed beyond his capacity to endure. Consequently, in his quest to close the gap with Son Wukong, Vegeta clandestinely rises each night to train after Son Wukong has succumbed to slumber. Time swiftly passes, and a day has elapsed. Frieza has now located his formidable army and encountered Sorbet and his companions. Greetings, Frieza. Captain Ginyu. Ginyu nodded in acknowledgement. Frieza, my lord. It is a joy to see you once more. Sorbet exclaimed, tears of joy welling in his eyes. Were you the ones responsible for my resurrection? Indeed, my lord Frieza. The Dragon Balls of Earth were unable to summon you directly to our side, hence your suffering. Frieza nodded in understanding. What of Son Gohan and his comrades? In response to your inquiry, my lord Frieza, Son Gohan has vanquished Majin Buu. Majin Buu? Yes, Sorbet affirmed. I seem to recall my father mentioning that in this universe, there are two beings one must never provoke, Lord Beerus and Majin Buu. My lord Frieza, now that the entirety of the Frieza force is in disarray, your resurrection is timely, allowing us to restore the morale of our Frieza army. Sorbet declared. Frieza cast a cold glance at him. You likely revived me for this very reason, did you not? Indeed. Let us set aside the matter of revitalizing the Frieza force for now, for I have a more pressing task at hand. Chapter 136. The Onslaught of Frieza, a more pressing matter? My lord Frieza, what could possibly be more critical than revitalizing the Frieza army? Revenge. Frieza gritted his teeth, his fists clenched tightly. Revenge? Son Gohan has caused me immense suffering in that wretched place known as Hell. How could I possibly forego vengeance? Upon hearing this, Tagoma immediately stepped forward. My lord Frieza, the Scions are now exceedingly powerful. In my view, it would be prudent to refrain from provoking them further. Frieza, upon hearing this, fixed Tagoma with a chilling gaze. Swiftly, he approached Tagoma, seizing him by the neck and lifting him off the ground. My lord Frieza, Soleil was taken aback. Tagoma struggled to breathe as Frieza tightened his grip. My army has devolved into this pitiful state because of you cowardly individuals, Frieza declared, releasing his hold and employing his telekinetic powers to force Tagoma violently against the wall. Coughing heavily, Tagoma gasped for air. By the way, Soleil, has my father not been resurrected? Frieza inquired. In response, Great Frieza, the Dragon Balls on Earth can only grant one wish at a time, so I revived you first. Next time, I shall assist in resurrecting King Cold, Soleil explained. You need not bother with his revival. During his time in the underworld, he incessantly nagged me. Let him remain there. Frieza replied dismissively. Furthermore, Gohan's strength has increased. I must undergo 4 months of intense training before returning to Earth. Soleil responded, Intense training? Indeed. I am a prodigy. I have never trained since my birth. I believe that with just 4 months of rigorous practice, I can undoubtedly defeat Gohan. Captain Ginyu, upon hearing this, nodded in agreement. Frieza then turned his gaze toward Tagoma. During these 4 months, you shall train alongside me. I will ensure you receive proper instruction. Upon hearing this, Tagoma felt an overwhelming sense of panic, already envisioning the brutal beatings he would endure at Frieza's hands. Great Frieza, may I join you in your training? Ginyu asked eagerly. Haha. Frieza laughed heartily. Captain Ginyu, do you wish to train with me? It would be an honor. Ginyu smiled in response. Very well, you shall train with me. Ginyu initially contemplated bringing Jis and the others along, but quickly dismissed the idea, realizing their inadequate strength would render them incapable of withstanding even a single blow from Frieza. Thus, he abandoned that notion. As time swiftly passed, a month went by in the blink of an eye. Witnessing that Vegeta was unable to keep pace with Goku's training, Whis decided to send him to the Hyperbolic Time Chamber on Earth for rigorous training. Whis initially intended for Vegeta to train for an entire year. Yet Vegeta's fervent desire to surpass Goku compelled him to emerge after only 2 days. Upon exiting, Vegeta, having neglected personal hygiene for an extended period, was not only enveloped in an unpleasant odor, but also sported a wild beard. Upon his return home, Bulma immediately expressed her disgust, insisting he take a proper bath. In West City, at Goku's residence, Gohan had spent the past month primarily training at home due to Vidal's pregnancy. The seed of the universe had amassed ample energy, allowing Gohan to train anywhere, even without a gravity chamber. Only 3 million more, he thought. Son Wukong glanced at his current combat power, realizing that he was merely 3 trillion away from achieving the monumental figure of 10 trillion. With his present training pace, he anticipated that within a little over 8 months, he would reach this formidable milestone and earn the corresponding system rewards. As time swiftly passed, 4 months went by in the blink of an eye. On Earth, in the West City, at Bulma's residence. At this moment, Son Wukong and Trunks were frolicking in the courtyard when a small spacecraft descended from the sky. A spacecraft. Intrigued by the vessel, Trunks took Son Wukong by the hand and approached it. Suddenly, the spacecraft opened, and out stepped a man with purple skin, a bluish face, and eyes resembling salted egg yolks. Clad in a white uniform, he was known as Jark, a galactic patrol officer. An extraterrestrial. Upon seeing Gak's appearance, Son Wukong remarked. Trunks nodded in agreement. Gak remained silent. Aliens were nothing extraordinary to him. He encountered them daily, and to him, Son Wukong and the others could be considered aliens as well. Is this Bulma's house? Gak inquired of the two. Indeed. Who are you? What do you want with my mother? Trunks asked. Cough, cough. Gak cleared his throat. My name is Gak, an elite member of the Galactic Patrol. I have important matters to discuss with your mother. She is at home right now. Trunks pointed ahead. Is that so? Gak responded, immediately making his way forward. After a moment, he encountered Bulma, who had just come into the yard. Long time no see, Bulma. Gak, is that really you? Yes. Gak nodded. I come bearing a message from your sister. Frieza has been resurrected and is currently leading his army towards Earth. Frieza has been revived. Bulma exclaimed in shock. Indeed. By the way, do you know Gohan, the one who defeated Frieza? I do. His home is not far from mine. Not far from your home, Gak said, suddenly noticing that Son Wukong and Trunks had climbed onto his spaceship to play. Hey, you two, do not play on my spaceship. Upon hearing this, Trunks quickly opened the spaceship's hatch and sat inside. Gak hurried over to intervene. Trunks, get down here immediately. Bulma scolded Trunks. Hearing Bulma's reprimand, Trunks promptly scrambled out of the spaceship. Gak sighed in relief. By the way, Bulma, I heard you got married. Who is your husband? My husband is Vegeta, a scion. Vegeta? Yes. What's the matter? Bulma smiled. Then your child is also. He is also a scion. That child is Goku's son, and he too is a scion. They're all scions. Indeed. Gak replied, a warm smile spreading across his face as he regarded the two. Feel free to explore my spaceship as you wish. Really? Son Goten exclaimed with joy. Jocko nodded in agreement. Bulma, please quickly inform Gohan about Frieza's impending arrival on Earth. All right. Bulma responded, promptly retrieving her phone to call Gohan. The call was soon connected. Hello, Gohan, it's Aunt Bulma. Aunt Bulma, this is bad news. Frieza has been resurrected. Chapter 137. The Ginyu Force Frieza? Yes. How did you come by this news? Jocko informed me. Jocko, he is a friend of my sister. Your sister? Yes, my biological sister. She ventured into the cosmos when I was quite young. I see. And what about Frieza? Leave that matter to me. All right. Bulma concluded the call. Bulma. What did Gohan say? He stated he would handle it. Is that so? Well, that's reassuring. By the way, how is my sister doing? Bulma inquired. She is doing quite well. And how is her novel coming along? Meanwhile, on planet Namek, Rikum was training in a grand mountain when a figure suddenly appeared before him. It was none other than Gohan. Gohan. Son Wukong smiled and said, It's been a long time, Riger. Humph. Riger snorted coldly. Son Wukong. What brings you to planet Bambi this time? Are you seeking a battle with me? No, I am not here to fight today. Not here to fight? Indeed. I have come to propose a deal. A deal? Frieza is about to arrive on Earth. If you assist me in eliminating him, I will ensure your departure from planet Bambi. Riger and his companions had been stranded on planet Bambi, unable to leave due to the absence of a spaceship. Frieza? Son Wukong nodded. If that's the case, why do you not eliminate him yourself? Is his strength formidable? No, Reg replied with a smile, for once you vanquish him, you and Frieza shall become mortal enemies. You are mistaken. A dead enemy is not a mortal enemy, but merely a corpse. It appears you possess great confidence in your abilities. A mere Frieza is not worthy of my regard. So, does this imply your agreement? Indeed. Reg affirmed with a nod. By the way, is Vegeta currently on Earth? No, not on Earth. He is presently training on Lord Beerus's planet. Lord Beerus, the god of destruction? Indeed. The god of destruction is tasked with annihilating planets. Is that so? It seems we Scions share quite a resemblance. Upon hearing this, Son Gohan immediately cast a glance at Reg. We Scions no longer destroy planets. He exclaimed, if that is the case, are you not concerned that I might leave this planet and wreak havoc upon others? Reg scoffed. You should have little interest in planetary destruction at this juncture. Enough with the idle chatter. Take me to Earth. Very well. Son Gohan nodded, and, in an instant, transported Reg to Earth. Upon their arrival, as Frieza and his entourage were still some time away, Son Gohan led Reg to a serene beach where they sat together. How long until Frieza arrives? Reg inquired. He should be here in about half an hour. Son Gohan affirmed. Half an hour? Why have you brought me here? Reg questioned. I wish to converse with you. Son Gohan replied. There is little for us to discuss. Reg, are you aware that besides Vegeta, you have a brother? Son Gohan continued. A brother? Reg echoed, intrigued. Indeed. His name is Tarble. Tarble? Reg repeated, his expression darkening. He was banished to a distant planet by your father due to his insufficient combat prowess. Reg scoffed. What concern is that of mine? Meanwhile, Krillin and the others had also received news of Frieza's impending arrival on Earth and sought out Son Gohan. Though they lacked great strength, they wished to contribute to the defense of their planet. Gohan, who is he? Krillin asked, glancing at Reg. This is Reg, the elder brother of Vegeta. Son Gohan introduced. Vegeta's brother. Krillin exclaimed, astonished. No wonder he resembles Vegeta so closely. Reg shot a cold glare at Krillin. Not only do we share a likeness, but our temperaments are also strikingly similar. Upon hearing this, Reg's fury ignited. I am nothing like my brother. Krillin, taken aback by Reg's outburst, stammered, Gohan, what is wrong with him? Nothing, he simply does not get along with Uncle Vegeta, Son Gohan clarified. I see. But how did he come to be on Earth? Krillin pondered. It was I who summoned him, Son Gohan revealed. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong nodded and began to explain to Krillin and the others. Has Frieza not arrived yet? Reg asked, his impatience evident. He has arrived. Krillin replied gravely. Hearing this, Reg looked up and saw a massive spaceship descending toward Earth. It was indeed Frieza's vessel. Has he finally come? Moments later, Frieza and his formidable army landed on Earth. Witnessing this, Krillin and the others swiftly prepared for battle. Frieza, seated in a flying chair, surveyed Son Wukong from above. Beside him stood Dagoma and the Ginyu Force. It has been a long time, Son Wukong. Frieza greeted with a smile. Indeed, you remain unchanged as ever. Frieza's expression darkened at the remark. While others might not grasp the underlying meaning, he understood that Son Wukong was mocking his height. Lord Frieza, shall I handle him? Ginyu inquired. No, you are not his match. Focus on the others. Understood, Lord Frieza. At that moment, Reg stepped forward. Are you Frieza? Who is this fellow? He resembles Vegeta. Could he be his brother? I do not know, Frieza replied, shaking his head. Who are you? Ginyu shouted at Reg. My name is Reg. Reg? I do not recall hearing that name. Have you, Lord Frieza? No, Frieza answered, shaking his head once more. What is your relation to Vegeta? Ginyu pressed. He is my brother. I am Vegeta's elder sibling. Ginyu was taken aback. Enough with the idle chatter. I shall eliminate you all in one breath. One breath? You are quite arrogant. Do you not know who we are? I do not know, nor do I care to know. Ginyu exclaimed angrily. We are the mightiest Ginyu Force under Lord Frieza, and I am Captain Ginyu. Geez, show them our combat pose. Right now? Geez hesitated, feeling somewhat awkward with so many witnesses. Of course now. Our combat pose is meant for moments like this. Very well. Ginyu Force, combat pose. Upon hearing this, Guise and his companions immediately lined up in formation. Chapter 138, The Crushing Defeat. At that moment, a golden beam pierced through Guise's body. Frieza and the others gazed in astonishment at the direction from which the beam originated. The one who unleashed this ray was none other than Reg. As Guise was penetrated, he emitted a piercing scream of agony. Guise, Kinyu exclaimed in fury. At that juncture, Reg raised his hands, unleashing a torrent of energy waves that surged forth like an overwhelming tide, targeting Frieza and his crew. Boom, boom, boom. Under Reg's onslaught, with the exception of Tagoma, Zasami, and the 4 members of the Ginyu Force, all others, including Sorb, were obliterated by Reg's energy waves. The entire Frieza army was annihilated. Sorb was taken aback. Observing this, Frieza's expression darkened. Ginyu Force, Tagoma, Zasami, all of you, attack together. Yes, Lord Frieza, the 6 acknowledged. With that, they charged towards Reg without hesitation. Reg, witnessing their approach, concentrated his energy waves and launched an attack against the 6. Boom, boom, boom. In the wake of a series of explosions, the energy waves sent forth by Reg eradicated the 6. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong shook his head. If one does not court death, one will not perish. Frieza, the tyrannical king, Solb trembled in fear at this moment. Frieza let out a cold snort and rose from his flying chair. Suddenly, Son Wukong addressed Frieza, saying, "Frieza, I strongly advise you to unleash your full power at once. Otherwise, you may find that you won't even have the opportunity to do so. Unleash full power at once." Although Frieza felt a sense of confusion, he transformed into his ultimate form. At this moment, Reg gathered a golden energy wave in his right hand and directed it towards Solb. No. Solb's expression shifted dramatically. With a tremendous explosion, Solb was obliterated. Frieza gritted his teeth and turned his gaze towards Reg. Reg stomped his feet against the ground and charged at Frieza. Frieza bellowed. His body enveloped in a purple aura as he met Reg's advance. Soon, the two stood before each other, launching powerful punches in a fierce exchange. Due to Reg's superior speed, he landed a heavy blow on Frieza's face before Frieza could reach him, causing Frieza to stagger backward. Reg quickly closed the distance, unleashing a flurry of powerful punches upon Frieza. Whoosh! Bang! 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 Ah! Frieza emitted a series of agonized cries under Reg's relentless assault. Bang! At this moment, Reg brought his hands together and delivered a crushing blow to Frieza's body. Boom! With a resounding crash, Frieza's body plummeted to the ground like a meteor, raising a cloud of dust and debris. Whoosh! Boom! 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 Reg unleashed multiple energy waves towards Frieza, resulting in a cacophony of explosions and anguished screams. After a moment, as the dust settled, several massive craters appeared on the ground. Frieza lay in one of the craters, utterly disheveled. How infuriating! Frieza glowered at Reg, who hovered above. "Oh, you're still alive." Reg was somewhat astonished to see Frieza still standing. Frieza, upon hearing this, quickly rose from the ground, his fist clenched tightly. Ha! With a powerful shout, Frieza's body erupted with a purple aura. Boom! The very ground beneath him trembled violently under Frieza's overwhelming energy. The earth cracked at his feet, forming a sizable pit from the force of his presence. Ah! At that moment, apart from his face, palms, soles, and the gemstones adorning his body and head, which remained purple, Frieza's skin transformed into a resplendent golden hue. This was indeed Golden Frieza. What an astonishing power! The warriors of Dragon Ball Z were taken aback. Reg, with a disdainful snort, clenched his fists tightly and transformed into Super Saiyan 4, an exalted form of Super Saiyan 4. The Dragon Ball Z warriors were astonished once more. Ah! Frieza bellowed, his body morphing into a streak of purple light as he charged towards Reg. With a swift clenching of his fists, transformed into a red beam of energy and surged towards Frieza. Whoosh! Bang! 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 In no time, the two confronted each other, delivering powerful blows. Reg's strength and speed surpassed Frieza's, and after a brief exchange, Frieza found himself unable to keep pace with Reg's velocity, ultimately being sent reeling by a single punch. Damn it! Frieza gritted his teeth, glaring at Reg suddenly. Reg vanished from his position and reappeared behind Frieza. Before Frieza could react, Reg swung his right elbow forcefully towards Frieza's shoulder. Bang! With a resounding crash, Frieza was sent crashing into the sea, causing an enormous wave to erupt. Boom! Moments later, Frieza emerged from the ocean, both hands brimming with an immense concentration of energy waves, launching an attack towards Reg. As Reg dodged, he simultaneously gathered his own energy waves to retaliate against Frieza. Whoosh! Boom! Boom! The energy waves of both combatants clashed fiercely in the sky. Whoosh! Bang! After a brief exchange of energy blasts, they simultaneously ceased their attacks and charged at each other. In the blink of an eye, they stood before one another, delivering powerful strikes in a decisive showdown. Son Gohan observed the battle between the two and remarked, "A crushing defeat?" Krillin glanced at him and replied, "Indeed." Moments later, Rigo launched Frieza into the air with a knee strike, gathering a golden energy wave in his hands, which he unleashed towards Frieza. With a thunderous explosion, Frieza was obliterated. "Is he truly gone?" Krillin inquired. Son Gohan nodded. At that moment, Reg descended from the sky and landed before him. "All right, Son Gohan. I have fulfilled our agreement and eliminated him. You should send me back now." "Very well." Son Wukong nodded. "Well then, Uncle Piccolo, if there is nothing else, you may return for now." "All right." Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong swiftly teleported, bringing Reg back to planet Benbi. Once they returned, Reg promptly summoned Suppari and the others. "Reg." "Father." Son Wukong. Orin exclaimed. "Father, where have you just been?" "I just made a trip to Earth." "Earth?" "Indeed. I just went to Earth to eliminate Frieza." "Eliminate Frieza?" Suppari gasped in astonishment. Reg nodded affirmatively. This was an agreement between Son Wukong and myself. As long as I vanquished him, he would escort us away from planet Benbi. Chapter 139. Xiangpa Suppari gazed at Son Wukong with a look of utter confusion. Son Wukong's strength surpasses that of Rigo. Why then does he seek Rigo's assistance in vanquishing Frisia? Hurry, let us prepare to depart from planet Benbi. Son Gohan exclaimed, all right. Shortly thereafter, Reg gathered all the items they needed. Is everything packed? It is all packed. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong swiftly executed an instant transmission, transporting Reg and his companions to a planet under the dominion of Frisia's army. This is none other than planet M67, a world firmly under Frisia's control. Frisia's planet. Son Gohan nodded and said, then we shall meet again. With that, he executed an instantaneous teleportation, departing from planet M67. Reg, what does he mean by that? Reg snorted disdainfully. He merely seeks to exploit us in his battle against Frisia's formidable army. Frisia's army? Although Frisia is deceased, his forces remain overwhelmingly vast. However, this aligns perfectly with my intentions. Aligns perfectly with your intentions? Time swiftly passed, and 2 days elapsed. Within the realm of the god of destruction, Goku and his companions became aware of Frisia's resurrection. Frisia has returned? Indeed, and he has attained a new form. Whis remarked. A new form? Yes. It is a golden transformation. A golden transformation? Let us refer to it as Golden Frisia. Golden Frisia. Is Gohan the one to defeat him? Vegeta inquired. No. It was a scion named Reg. Reg? He seems to be your brother. Were you not aware? My brother. Vegeta was taken aback. When had he acquired a brother? And why was he oblivious to this fact? Vegeta's brother. Indeed. Whis nodded. It appears he was exiled to planet Benbi due to his overwhelming battle power at birth. Overwhelming battle power? Yes, he reportedly possessed a battle power of 40,000 at birth. 40,000 at birth. Vegeta was astonished. His father, King Vegeta, boasted a battle power of merely over 10,000 at his zenith. It is no wonder that King Vegeta chose to cast Reg away to planet Benbi. As the king of the Scions, even if Reg were his son, he had to extinguish any uncontrollable variables in their infancy to secure his throne. So, is Reg's strength truly formidable? Son Wukong inquired. Whis nodded and replied, his strength may surpass yours. Upon hearing this, Vegeta clenched his fists tightly. Originally, his targets were Son Wukong and Son Gohan, but now there was another contender. At that moment, the staff in Whis's hand suddenly glowed. Whis glanced at the staff and beheld a tall woman with skin the color of bluish-green. She donned a long green robe adorned with 3 circles, 2 white and 1 orange, set against black armor. A large light blue halo encircled her neck, and she wore white high-heeled shoes with black soles. This individual was none other than Beerus's counterpart from the 6th universe, Kampa. Beside Kampa stood a portly figure resembling Beerus, who was indeed the god of destruction of the 6th universe, Kampa. Sister, what is the matter? Whis exclaimed. Oh, nothing. The gods of destruction from other universes have arrived. Gods of destruction from other universes? Indeed. Are you not aware? Our universe consists of 12 in total, with Lord Beerus being the god of destruction of the 7th universe. 12 in total, so there are 12 gods of destruction? Vegeta remarked. Whis nodded in affirmation. No sooner had he spoken than Kampa and Vados descended upon Beerus's planet. Beerus. As Kampa approached the palace, he bellowed loudly. Hearing this, Whis promptly rushed to awaken Beerus. Lord Beerus, Lord Kampa has arrived. Kampa? Beerus yawned. Yes, I am aware. With that, Beerus dressed and exited the palace. Moments later, Kampa and Vados entered the palace's reception hall. Kampa and Beerus took their seats at a stone table, while the others stood behind them. Whis, who is this? He bears a striking resemblance to Lord Beerus. Son Wukong whispered to Whis. Whis chuckled and replied. This is Lord Kampa, the god of destruction of Universe 6. Lord Kampa? This is because Lord Kampa is the twin brother of Beerus. Twin brother. Son Wukong and Vegeta were taken aback. Not only that, but the 6th universe and the 7th universe are twin universes. Vados remarked. Twin universes? To illustrate, your universe has the yard rats, and so do we, with identical coordinates. Identical? Does the 6th universe also have science? Vegeta inquired. Certainly. Vados replied with a smile. Beerus, are these 2 your new disciples? Kampa asked. One could say so. Barely? Beerus yawned. Kampa, is there something you wish to discuss? Kampa has always been one to visit only with purpose. He hardly believed that Kampa would come by without a reason. With a smile, Kampa said, Beerus, I have come today to inform you that our sixth universe is indeed the universe of gourmet delights. The universe of gourmet delights? Indeed. Bados, presented. As commanded by Lord Kampa, Bados waved her staff forward, and an egg-shaped food container materialized, automatically opening itself. As the container revealed its contents, several green, patterned eggs emerged. What are these? Curious, Son Wukong inquired, what is this boiled egg of the dongdong bird? It promises a taste that renders one speechless. Kampa, with an air of pride, directed his gaze towards Beerus. Upon hearing this, Beerus calmly peeled the boiled egg of the dongdong bird and took a taste. Papa. After sampling a few bites, he turned to Whis, saying, Whis, bring out that thing. That thing. Certainly, Lord Beerus. Whis replied with a smile. Moments later, Whis placed 2 containers of instant noodles before the two. What is this? This is called instant noodles. Instant noodles? Indeed, you shall know once you taste it. Let us taste it then, Kampa exclaimed, picking up his chopsticks to dig in. Slurp. Upon taking a bite, an expression of astonishment immediately crossed Kampa's face, and he devoured both the broth and noodles entirely. How is it? Beerus inquired with a grin. It's just average, Kampa replied, somewhat evasively. But you drank the broth as well. Kampa gritted his teeth. Where did you acquire this food? From Earth. Earth? Earth is a planet renowned for its cuisine, and instant noodles are but one of its many delicacies. Chapter 140. The Fighting Tournament. Upon hearing this, Kampa swiftly turned to the attendant Vados behind him and urged, Vados, quickly locate this Earth. Since the 7th universe possesses an Earth, ours in the 6th universe should have one as well. Certainly, Lord Kampa, Vados responded, raising her staff to search for the 6th universe. After a while, Vados could not find the Earth as described by Beerus. Haven't you found it yet? Whis approached to inquire. Earth is located in the northern galaxy XXX. This is it. Whis pointed at a desolate planet indicated by Vados' staff. Is this the planet? The location is correct, but this cannot be Earth, can it? Earth is a beautiful blue planet. Perhaps it has changed due to some catastrophe, Vados suggested. Shall we turn back time to see? Vados nodded, and with a wave of her staff, the Earth within it returned to the time when humanity still existed. It turned out that the Earth of the 6th universe had been destroyed due to war. After reviewing the history of Earth in the 6th universe, Whis remarked, it has been annihilated. Kampa became visibly agitated upon hearing this, realizing that the Earth of their 6th universe had perished due to human conflict. Indeed, Whis nodded, observing this. Beerus shrugged and said, what a pity. All the Earthlings capable of creating earthly delicacies have perished. Upon hearing this, Kampa clenched his teeth in anger. How could he not discern that Beerus was intentionally provoking him? How about we engage in a competition? Kampa proposed. A competition? You mean just the two of us? Beerus responded, immediately cracking his knuckles. No, I mean a contest between our 2 universes. 2 universes? Kampa confirmed. Indeed. If I win, you must relinquish Earth to me. Upon hearing this, Beerus yawned dismissively. I have no interest. Earth is already mine. Why would I bother competing with you? You. Kampa gritted his teeth. How about this? If you win, I will grant you the 6 Dragon Balls I have collected. Lord Kampa, Vados exclaimed, addressing Kampa. Unfazed, Kampa replied, Vados, what does he mean by Dragon Balls? I believe Lord Kampa is referring to the Dragon Balls. Dragon Balls? Kampa echoed. Yes, but theirs are as large as planets and are thus known as Super Dragon Balls. Super Dragon Balls. Kampa scoffed. My Dragon Balls are unlike your Dragon Balls. They can grant any wish. Any wish? Beerus interjected. But don't you need 7 to make a wish with the Dragon Balls? Kampa cleared his throat. If I had 7 Super Dragon Balls, I wouldn't be seeking a contest with Beerus. Did I ever say I wanted to compete with you? Beerus retorted. Kampa, are you afraid? Afraid? I simply choose not to compete. I see. You must be worried that your universe cannot match our 6th universe, Kampa remarked, glancing at Goku and Vegeta. Shall we compete? Upon hearing this, Son Wukong immediately felt a surge of excitement. Wukong, Vegeta, do you both wish to compete? Asked Beerus. The two nodded in affirmation. Since you are eager to participate, I shall grant my approval, Beerus replied with a smile. With Gohan as a trump card, he was confident that he would not let Kampa down this time. Agreed, Kampa exclaimed in surprise. Just moments ago, Beerus had been opposed, and now he suddenly acquiesced. Was there a hidden agenda? Then, Kampa, how shall we proceed with the competition? We shall hold a martial arts tournament. A martial arts tournament? Indeed. Each of our universes will send 5 contestants to compete, and the victorious fighter may continue to battle the next opponent. As for the rules, how about we follow those of the World Martial Arts Tournament? Son Wukong proposed, the world's greatest martial arts tournament is a renowned event on Earth. The competition prohibits taking lives and the use of weapons. Weiss remarked, that is indeed a splendid suggestion. Xiangpa chuckled and added, if you all concur. Shall we set the date for 1 week from now? Beerus interjected, 1 week. Yes, we must allow time for preparations. He then turned to Goku and Vegeta. Do you have any objections? None whatsoever. They replied. Son Wukong and Vegeta shook their heads. Very well, let us settle on a week from now, however. The responsibility for the venue shall fall upon you. Me? Indeed. Did you not propose the competition? Fine, I shall take charge. After all, he could have Bardos arrange the arena. If there is nothing else, shall we take our leave? Beerus nodded. Upon witnessing this, Kappa promptly took Bardos and departed. Once the two had left, Son Wukong immediately approached Beerus and inquired, Lord Beerus, there are still 3 slots available. Whom do you intend to have participate in the contest? Beerus replied with a smile, 1 slot shall be reserved for Gohan. The others can be decided by you all. As long as Gohan takes action. Victory in this match is assured. I see. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong immediately began to ponder. Currently, the most formidable beings on Earth are likely Majin Buu and Piccolo. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. Whis returned to Earth with Son Wukong and shared the news of the martial arts tournament with Son Gohan and the others. A martial arts tournament. Indeed. Lord Beerus mentioned that 1 spot is reserved for you, while we are to decide on 2 additional participants. So, whom does Father wish to have compete in the tournament? Son Gohan inquired, what are your thoughts on Majin Buu and Piccolo, Uncle Piccolo? Indeed. I believe it is quite favorable. Son Wukong turned to Piccolo and inquired. What say you, Piccolo? Are you willing to participate? I have no objections, replied Piccolo. As for Gohan, could you kindly inform him about Majin Buu? Certainly. Son Wufan nodded. As time swiftly passed, 5 days had gone by in the blink of an eye. Today marked the long-awaited day of the competition. Early in the morning, Whis arrived on Earth to escort Krillin and the others to the Nameless Planet to witness the match. On the Nameless Planet, Kappa had prepared the venue for the contest. Given that the Nameless Planet lacked oxygen, the arena was enclosed within a glass dome. The ground beneath the dome featured a spacious competition platform, with 2 spectator sections situated behind it, one for Universe 6 and the other for Universe 7. All of Universe SIX's competitors were currently seated in their section. Where are Beerus and the others? They should be arriving soon, said Vados, just as a crowded shuttle pod approached them. Chapter 141. The martial arts tournament begins. The shuttle pod was none other than Whis' mode of transport. Lord Kappa, they have arrived, Vados announced. Kappa nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, Whis' shuttle pod passed through the glass dome and came to a halt in an open area outside the competition platform. Beerus. Kappa greeted him. Beerus nodded in response and flew towards the spectator stands with Goku and the others. Meanwhile, the referee, whom Kappa had summoned, ascended the competition platform. Hello everyone. I am the referee for this martial arts tournament. It is an immense honor to be invited by Lord Kappa to officiate this event. I assure you that I will uphold the principles of fairness and justice throughout the competition. He then briefly explained the rules of the tournament. If both sides have no objections, please send 1 representative from each team to the stage. Upon hearing this, Beerus glanced at the 5 participants. Who will go first? I'll take the lead, Piccolo declared as he stood up. Beerus nodded in agreement. Without hesitation, Piccolo soared onto the competition platform. With a swift motion, a plump yellow bear, named Bartamo, climbed up from beneath the stage. Bartamo's skin was smooth and elastic, clad in a red vest, sporting a pair of athletic wristbands, and wearing red boots. His nose was brown, and he had a notably short tail. If there are no further issues, I shall declare the match to commence, the referee stated. Looking between the 2 competitors, Piccolo and Bartamo nodded in affirmation. Then I officially announced the commencement of the first match in the martial arts tournament. Upon hearing this, Piccolo let out a fierce shout and charged towards Bartamo, aiming to take the initiative and swiftly eliminate his opponent. In no time, Piccolo reached Bartamo, launching a powerful double-fisted assault. Bang, bang, bang. With great force, Piccolo struck Butamu's abdomen with his fists. Butamu let out a sinister laugh, swiftly retaliating with a rapid assault. Startled, Piccolo immediately dodged to the sides. Suddenly, Butamu bellowed, unleashing a powerful punch forward. Piccolo raised his arms to block, staggering backward a few steps. Observing this, Butamu advanced toward Piccolo with determination. Piccolo concentrated energy into his hands, launching waves of power towards Butamu. The air was filled with sharp sounds as the waves collided. Despite Butamu attempting to shield himself, numerous energy blasts struck him. Once the smoke from the explosions cleared, Butamu stood unharmed before Piccolo, who was astonished to find his attacks ineffective. At that moment, Butamu charged at Piccolo again with clenched fists. While evading, Piccolo found himself cornered at the edge of the arena. "Piccolo!" Krillin exclaimed, a sense of urgency rising within him. Just then, Piccolo leaped into the air, channeling energy waves once more to strike at Butamu. The arena soon erupted in a cacophony of explosions and smoke. Moments later, as the chaos subsided, Piccolo landed behind Butamu, who swiftly turned to face him. "What is that fool doing? Why isn't he throwing him off the platform?" "Calm down, Lord Zampa. The match has only just begun." Zampa retorted with a huff, remaining silent thereafter. On the arena, Piccolo shouted and charged at Butamu. Having gleaned Butamu's weakness from their earlier exchanges, he devised a plan to defeat him. As Butamu unleashed a golden energy wave in response, Piccolo swiftly dodged, extending his arms to seize Butamu's legs. Surprised, Butamu found himself off balance as Piccolo exerted his strength, sending him crashing down. The impact resonated heavily across the arena. As Butamu attempted to rise, Piccolo forcefully propelled him forward, ejecting him from the platform. With Butamu eliminated, Piccolo emerged victorious. Zampa was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend how easily Butamu had succumbed. Indeed, Butamu's considerable weight had hindered his ability to recover quickly, allowing Piccolo to seize the opportunity and send him flying off the stage. Xiangpa, however, the ability of that fellow to extend his arms at will is quite unexpected. Vados nodded. "So, who shall we send next?" Upon hearing this, Xiangpa cast a glance at Gabe and the others. At that moment, a tall robot stood up. His name was Wutai Magel, a metallic being from the 66950 galaxy. After rising, Wutai Magel swiftly made his way from the contestant area to the stage. "All right, the 6th universe has introduced a new contestant, Wutai Magel, a metallic being from planet 66,950. A metallic being? What exactly is a metallic being, Lord Supreme Kai?" Krillin inquired of East Supreme Kai. "I'm not entirely sure either," the old Supreme Kai replied, looking at East Supreme Kai with a bemused expression. "How can a Supreme Kai be so uninformed about the circumstances of his own universe?" East Supreme Kai bowed his head in silence. Now that the contestant from the 6th universe has taken the stage, if the two competitors have no further matters to discuss, shall we commence the match? Both nodded in agreement. Once the referee concluded, he promptly leaped off the competition platform. "A metallic being, huh?" Piccolo mused as he observed Wutai Magel. Suddenly, Wutai Magel charged towards Piccolo. With a cold snort, Piccolo gathered energy in his hands and launched it forward. Boom. Crash. The sight of Piccolo's energy wave did not deter Wutai Magel, who continued his advance without concern. Even if those energy waves struck him, they merely caused superficial wounds. Before long, Wutai Magel stood directly before Piccolo, launching a powerful punch forward. "This guy." Piccolo, seeing this, quickly retreated to evade the blow. Noticing Piccolo's dodge, Wutai Magel unleashed molten magma from his mouth in an attack directed at Piccolo. Piccolo dodged to the side once more. Wutai Magel, undeterred, swung his fist while continuing to spew molten magma at Piccolo. Piccolo found himself at a disadvantage, having no effective strategy against Wutai Magel, and thus was forced to keep retreating. Chapter 142, Frost. As Wutai Magel relentlessly sprayed molten magma, the temperature around the competition platform soared. The arena for this match, aside from its outer glass dome, was also surrounded by a protective shield. This resulted in a diminished supply of oxygen near the competition area. With the rising heat, the oxygen became increasingly scarce. Huffing and sweating profusely, Piccolo gasped for breath. How infuriating! With a furious roar, Piccolo concentrated a vast amount of energy into his hands, launching an assault towards Wutai Magel. Wutai Magel raised his arms forward to shield himself against Piccolo's energy wave. Whoosh! Bang! Boom! 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 As a series of tremendous explosions erupted, thick clouds of smoke enveloped the arena. Upon witnessing the scene, Sun Wukong immediately shouted towards Piccolo, "Uncle Piccolo, attack the glass!" The glass. Responding to his call, Piccolo swiftly raised his hand and launched an assault on the glass dome. Whoosh! Boom! 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 Accompanied by a series of explosive sounds, Piccolo's energy wave struck the competition platform's glass, yet it remained unshattered. Xiangpa chuckled. "This glass is not so easily broken." "Oh, really?" Piccolo replied with a light smirk, channeling a powerful energy wave towards the glass dome. With a resounding explosion, the energy wave collided with the glass dome. A crisp crack echoed as the glass shattered like a spider's web, fracturing from top to bottom. Ultimately, the entire dome shattered and flew outward. Whis raised his right hand, conjuring a protective barrier in front of Beerus, while others either dodged or deflected the flying shards. Foul play. This is a foul. Upon seeing the glass dome shattered, Xiangpa felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Beerus chuckled. Lord Xiangpa, the rules of the match do not state that breaking the glass is prohibited. It does not. Xiangpa retorted. Indeed. Beerus nodded with a smile. Then why didn't you reinforce the glass? Beerus continued with a grin. Lord Xiangpa, have you forgotten? You said to do it casually. Xiangpa gritted his teeth in frustration. Had he known, he would have insisted Beerus take it more seriously from the outset. With the glass dome shattered, Piccolo let out a long sigh of relief, the previous heat and suffocation dissipating. Voter Magle, seeing this, immediately dashed towards Piccolo. Piccolo leaped into the air, and as Voter Magle opened his mouth, he unleashed a stream of molten lava towards Piccolo. The latter swiftly dodged to the sides, gathering energy in his hands to retaliate against Voter Magle. Bang! Piccolo's energy wave struck Voter Magle, sending him reeling backwards. Voter Magle! Xiangpa's heart raced with anxiety. Their universe had already lost one round. Losing another would mean a consecutive defeat. Just then, Voter Magle fired another stream of lava at Piccolo. Piccolo swiftly evaded, but the molten lava's high temperature caused beads of sweat to form on his forehead. Haha! Xiangpa laughed heartily. I never imagined that even after shattering the glass, he would still be unable to defeat Magle. Upon hearing this, Beerus let out a cold snort and remained silent. Just then, Piccolo's hands unexpectedly elongated, seizing hold of Votai Maguire's legs. Votai Maguire, taken aback, hastily raised his hands to grasp Piccolo's. In that instant, Piccolo retracted his arms, propelling his body forward with remarkable speed, akin to a coiled spring, and collided forcefully with Votai Maguire. With a resounding crash, Votai Maguire stumbled backwards several paces. Seizing the opportunity, Piccolo swiftly withdrew his hands and enveloped Votai Maguire's body, launching himself forward with all his might. Caught off guard, Votai Maguire was propelled away by Piccolo's forceful push. What is he intending to do? The crowd gasped in astonishment. At that moment, Votai Maguire struck Piccolo's back with all his strength. Piccolo let out a piercing scream of agony, yet he endured the pain and continued to charge forward. Could it be that? Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong seemed to have an epiphany. With a resounding crash, Piccolo and Votai Maguire fell simultaneously from the competition stage. Both competitors, Votai Maguire and Piccolo, were eliminated. Simultaneous disqualification, exclaimed Xiangpa. Indeed, Master Xiangpa, he replied. Well, regardless of the circumstances, we have finally managed to eliminate one. On Sun Wukong's side, Beerus inquired, who will take the next turn? Allow me to take the stage, Lord Beerus. Wukong replied eagerly. Sun Wukong declared, very well. Beerus nodded in agreement. Without delay, Sun Wukong soared to the arena. From the 6th universe, a contender was also dispatched, a figure strikingly reminiscent of Frisia, named Frost. Upon seeing Frost's resemblance, the crowd was taken aback. He is not Frisia, but a competitor from the 6th universe. Whis explained. Krillin exclaimed. Isn't it astonishing how like they are? Indeed not. Whis replied, shaking his head. Greetings, my name is Frost. Frost greeted Sun Wukong with a friendly demeanor. Hello. The referee interjected, if the two competitors have no further matters to discuss, we may commence the match. Both fighters nodded in affirmation. Observing this, the referee swiftly descended from the arena. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong immediately assumed a battle-ready stance. Frost's eyes narrowed slightly. He stepped forward. With a powerful leap towards the ground, Sun Wukong charged at Frost. In no time, he stood before Frost, launching a fierce assault. Whoosh! Bang! 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 Due to Sun Wukong's astonishing speed, Frost barely had a moment to react before being relentlessly struck by the onslaught of his fists. Bang! With a powerful grip of his right fist, Sun Wukong sent Frost soaring to the edge of the arena. You, like Frisia, can also transform, correct? I advise you to unleash your true strength, for otherwise, victory shall remain unattainable for you. Very well, I understand, but do exercise caution once I transform. Even I find it challenging to wield my power with precision. Indeed. Sun Wukong nodded. Huh. Upon witnessing this, Frost clenched his fists tightly and began his transformation. Boom. The ground of the arena trembled violently under the influence of Frost's aura, as Frost assumed his assault form, which expanded laterally, Frisia's second form. Chapter 143, Sun Wukong vs. Hit. Very well, Mr. Sun Wukong, shall we resume our previous battle? Are you not going to transform directly into your final form? Sun Wukong inquired. Final form. Frost was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Sun Wukong was aware of his additional transformation. Indeed, there is no need. This form is sufficient for me. Frost replied. Is that so? As Sun Wukong spoke, he immediately charged at Frost. With a mighty roar, Sun Wukong delivered a powerful punch, sending Frost tumbling off the competition stage. Frost was eliminated. Victory belonged to Sun Wukong. Xiangpa was taken aback, astonished that Frost had been so easily defeated. Soon, a flicker of anger ignited within him. That Frost fellow, Sun Wukong allowed him to transform into his ultimate form, yet he refused to do so. And you, despite your obvious bulk, why not consider shedding some weight? Xiangpa remarked, casting a glance at Beerus. Lord Xiangpa, you ought to refrain from criticizing others. Beerus retorted, eyeing Xiangpa's belly. Xiangpa scoffed. While I may be somewhat portly, I am still quite agile. Agile? Yet portly? Xiangpa dismissed Beerus's comment, turning his attention to Gaby and Hit. You two had better not let me down. Otherwise, I shall dismantle you both. Yes, Gaby replied, trembling slightly. Without delay, Gaby soared onto the competition stage. That is an old-style Scion battle uniform, Vegeta remarked as he observed Gaby's attire. Old-style Scion battle uniform? Piccolo inquired. Indeed, that outfit was rendered obsolete long ago. Vegeta confirmed. The individual stepping onto the stage now is a Scion from Universe 6. A Scion from Universe 6? Yes. Whis nodded in affirmation. Hello, my name is Gaby. Gaby greeted Sun Wukong. Greetings, I am Sun Wukong. If there are no further matters to discuss, shall we commence the match? Oh, certainly. Sun Wukong nodded. And as he spoke, he assumed a battle stance. Upon witnessing this, Gabe also prepared himself for combat. Now, I declare the match officially commenced. The referee proclaimed before swiftly descending from the competition stage. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong sprang into action, charging towards Gabe with remarkable swiftness. In no time, he found himself right before Gabe, launching a fierce assault with his powerful fists. Whoosh! Bang! 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 As Sun Wukong's strength far surpassed that of Gabe, he soon had him retreating repeatedly. Will he not transform into a Super Saiyan? Sun Wukong gazed intently at the anxious Gabe and inquired, Super Saiyan? Gabe was taken aback. He had never heard of such a thing as a Super Saiyan. Bang! With a powerful grip of his right fist, Sun Wukong forcefully struck Gaby, sending him flying. Are you unfamiliar with Super Saiyan? I am not. Gaby shook his head. Ha! Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong immediately let out a resounding shout, transforming into a Super Saiyan for Gabe to behold. This is the Super Saiyan. Behold the transformation. Botama was taken aback. Is this truly the Super Saiyan? Gabe inquired. Indeed. It is. Sun Wukong nodded. What is Wukong up to? Why doesn't he simply knock him off the stage? Beerus thought to himself, feeling somewhat speechless. I have no idea. Whis replied, shaking his head. You could give it a try, just focus your energy on your back. Sun Wukong proclaimed, focus on your back? Indeed. Very well. I shall give it a try. Gaby responded, as he clasped his hands tightly, emanating an aura of formidable power. However, he did not transform into a Super Saiyan. Is the energy insufficient? Sun Wukong glanced at Gabe and remarked, not enough energy? Indeed, transforming into a Super Saiyan requires an immense amount of energy. I, too, managed to achieve this transformation through the power of anger. The power of anger? Yes, you can contemplate some matters that provoke your utmost fury. Utmost fury? Hey, Wukong, what are you doing? Why haven't you knocked him off the stage yet? Billis bellowed at Sun Wukong. Lord Billis, please be patient. Just a moment. The referee, witnessing the scene, felt utterly speechless. In all his years of officiating, it was the first time he had seen someone coaching their opponent on stage. At that moment, Gabe seemed to recall something significant and began to roar loudly. Boom. With an astonishing surge of energy, Gabe transformed into a Super Saiyan. Whis exclaimed, Oh, has the transformation been achieved? Billis remarked, I must admit, I find this Sun Wukong rather intolerable. What does it matter? After all, you're not relying on him to win the match, are you? Billis snorted. If he could win the match, that would be ideal, Vegeta said, casting a glance at Gohan. On the competition stage, Gabe was now elatedly addressing Sun Wukong. I did it. Sun Wukong nodded and said, Shall we continue our battle? All right. Gabe replied, immediately assuming a combat stance. With a resounding shout, Gabe charged towards Sun Wukong. With a firm clench of his fists, Sun Wukong charged towards Gabe with determination. Whoosh. Bang. Bang. In no time, the two confronted each other, their strikes colliding with tremendous force. Bang! Moments later, Sun Wukong tightened his right fist and delivered a powerful blow that sent Gabe reeling backward. Gabe swiftly propelled himself into the air, his feet striking the ground with force. As he gathered a substantial amount of energy in his hands, launching an attack towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong swiftly maneuvered across the arena, deftly evading the onslaught. Whoosh! Boom! 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 With each resounding explosion, thick clouds of smoke quickly enveloped the competition stage. Observing this, Gabe ceased his energy wave attack. At that moment, a shadow suddenly materialized before him, delivering a powerful kick with its right foot. This shadow was none other than Sun Wukong himself. Bang! With a deafening crack, Gabe was sent flying off the arena. Gabe has been eliminated. Victory belongs to Sun Wukong. How infuriating. Witnessing Gabe's defeat, Kappa clenched his teeth in rage. The 7th universe had only lost 1 contestant, while their 6th universe had already seen 4 eliminated. A bunch of useless trash. Just then, it rose from his seat and soared onto the stage. The 6th universe's hit is now entering the fray. He is our premier assassin. The first assassin of the 6th universe. Krillin and the others were taken aback. Are you two ready? The referee inquired of both competitors. Upon hearing this, they nodded in unison. Then, with that, I officially declare the match to begin. Chapter 144, 20-fold Kaioken. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong's expression turned serious as he charged towards Hitler. Hitler remained motionless, standing his ground. In no time, Sun Wukong arrived before him, striking forward with powerful fists. However, all of his assaults were deftly evaded by Hitler. As Sun Wukong stepped back, he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Upon witnessing this, he calmly glanced at Son Gohan below. Ever since their last encounter, he had not forgotten the defeat he suffered at Gohan's hands. After transforming, Sun Wukong swiftly charged at Hit. However, his assault was effortlessly evaded by Hit. With a resounding thud, Hit's right fist struck forcefully against Sun Wukong's abdomen, eliciting a piercing scream of agony from him. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he staggered backward. Vegeta let out a disdainful snort, his expression one of contempt. How infuriating. With gritted teeth, Sun Wukong clenched his fists tightly. With a resounding shout, Sun Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan Blue. Krillin exclaimed, Super Saiyan Blue. Yamcha nodded in acknowledgement. Witnessing this, Hit's eyes narrowed slightly. Boom. With the swiftness of light, Sun Wukong surged forward once more towards Hit. In no time, he reached Hit's front, launching a powerful assault with his fists. As Hit raised his defenses against Sun Wukong's strikes, he began to retreat. After a brief withdrawal, Hit suddenly unleashed his time skip ability, launching an attack at Sun Wukong. Bang! With a resounding impact, Hit's right fist struck forcefully against Sun Wukong's abdomen. Sun Wukong let out a piercing scream once more. Ragas, time flash. Time flash. Ragas nodded. Brother, you taught us. On the competition stage. With a piercing cry, Sun Wukong swiftly stifled the agony coursing through his abdomen and retreated. The relentless strikes from Hit were all aimed at his vital points, inflicting considerable damage upon him. Truly, you are formidable. Sun Wukong gasped for breath, while Hitler remained silent, observing him intently. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong launched another assault on Hit. As Hit evaded, he engaged in a fierce exchange of blows with Sun Wukong. Bang! After a brief moment, Hit utilized his time skip ability once more, striking towards Sun Wukong's abdomen. Sun Wukong suddenly let out a piercing scream. Immediately, Hitler's fists, like a tempest, struck towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong immediately let out a series of agonizing cries. Beerus gritted his teeth. Gohan, is there truly no way to break this instant technique? The simplest solution would be to possess greater strength than him. However, judging by the current circumstances, it appears that Hit's power is indeed superior, was remarked. Upon hearing this, Beerus fell into a contemplative silence. No. Father has yet to reveal his true power. Yet to reveal his true power? Beerus's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Could it be that Wukong possesses some hidden trump card? Sun Wukong nodded. Upon witnessing this, Beerus felt a flicker of hope ignite within him. Bang! On the arena. At this moment, Sun Wukong had been struck down by Hitler. The referee began to count for Sun Wukong. The competitor lay on the ground as the countdown commenced. 10, 9, 8. Just as the referee was about to reach 1, Sun Wukong gasped for breath and rose from the ground. It is not over yet. The match shall continue, the referee declared. Surrender, Sun Wukong. You are no match for me, Hitler remarked, casting a glance at Sun Wukong. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong fell silent, yet his fist clenched tightly with intensity. The ground of the entire arena trembled violently. With a resounding shout, a fiery red aura enveloped Sun Wukong, augmenting his blue energy. Vegeta gritted his teeth. Astonished that Son Wukong had managed to master the Kaioken technique while in Super Saiyan Blue form, it was taken aback, tenfold Kaioken, with a resounding roar. Son Wukong transformed into a streak of crimson light and charged towards Hit. In the blink of an eye, he found himself face to face with his opponent, engaging in a fierce duel. The swiftness of their movements rendered Krillin nearly unable to perceive their figures. The sound of fists colliding echoed like thunder. After a brief moment, both combatants were propelled away from each other by the force of their strikes, gasping for breath. At that moment, Son Wukong suddenly burst into laughter. Hit, you are an assassin, correct? Hit nodded in affirmation. Then how about we abandon the rules? Abandon the rules? Hit echoed, surprised. Indeed. This means you are free to employ your killing techniques. Hit was taken aback, as he had never encountered someone as intriguing as Son Wukong. Kappa, upon hearing this, immediately chuckled. How touching. This must be what they call mutual respect. I wholeheartedly agree with what Son Wukong has proposed. Beerus glared at Kappa in anger. Kappa, you are undermining the rules of the match. Others may not understand Kappa, but Beerus was well aware of his cunning nature. What undermining of the rules? I am merely accommodating Son Wukong, and it was he who proposed this. Upon hearing this, Beerus turned his gaze back to Son Wukong on the stage. This relentless troublemaker was always causing him headaches. Had he known, he would have sent Gohan in his stead. Son Wukong, do you comprehend the implications of what you just stated? The referee inquired. I do, but without this concession, I simply cannot clash with Hit at my full potential. Hence my desire to fight him without restrictions. Referee, proceed as he requests. Kappa insisted with a smile. But there is no but. Very well. Hit, unleash your full power. Son Wukong addressed Hitler, who nodded in acknowledgement. Bang. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong once more elevated his energy. 20-fold Kaioken. With a resounding shout, he transformed into a streak of crimson light and charged towards Hit. Whoosh. Bang. 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 As earth-shattering sounds echoed, the two combatants engaged in a fierce battle high in the skies. Boom. 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 Their fists struck each other with the ferocity of a tempest, relentlessly pounding against one another. With a mighty clash, both of their right fists collided with each other's faces, sending them reeling backward. Breathing heavily, they quickly surged toward one another once more. Whoosh. Bang. 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 Moments later, Son Wukong delivered a powerful kick with his right foot, propelling Hit forcefully onto the arena. Instantly, a vast cloud of dust and debris was stirred up on the competition stage. Son Wukong gasped heavily, his body gradually descending onto the platform. As the dust settled, Hitler promptly rose from the ground. At that moment, Son Wukong let out a piercing scream as the muscles on his body began to swell. Son Wukong, in excruciating pain, reverted to his ordinary state. Chapter 145, Swiftly Defeating Hitler. Wukong. Father. Contestant Son Wukong. The crowd gasped in astonishment. After a moment of anguish, Son Wukong chose to concede. Splendid. Upon witnessing Hit's victory, Kappa erupted with joy. Beerus snorted dismissively. So what if you won 2 rounds? We have triumphed in 4. Kappa gritted his teeth. Winning 4 rounds is insignificant. The ultimate outcome of the competition is what truly matters. Hearing this, Beerus immediately turned to Vegeta and the others. Who will be next to compete? I shall. Vegeta promptly declared, rising from his seat. Very well, Beerus nodded. With that, Vegeta soared onto the arena. The 7th universe's Vegeta has taken the stage. If the two contestants have no further matters to attend to, let the match commence. The two fighters nodded in agreement. The referee swiftly leapt off the arena. Vegeta let out a cold snort and transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, charging toward it. In no time, he reached Hit's front, unleashing a flurry of powerful punches. Whiz. Bam. 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 Due to the exhaustion from his previous battle, Hit was relentlessly pushed back. With a mighty roar, Vegeta clenched his right fist and landed a decisive blow, sending Hit flying to the edge of the arena. Kappa felt a surge of anxiety. It appeared that the prior battle had taken a substantial toll on Hit. Damn it, Kappa seethed, gritting his teeth. If only Berta and the others had performed better, Hit wouldn't have to face 4 opponents alone. At that moment, Vegeta suddenly shouted, gathering a tremendous amount of energy in his hands before launching it at Hit. Hit leapt into the air. Observing this, Vegeta halted his energy blast and charged toward Hit. Whoosh. Vegeta's figure flickered before him, and he thrust his right fist forward. Just then, Hit activated his time-skip technique, delivering a powerful strike to Vegeta's abdomen. Vegeta let out a pain scream as he was sent crashing down onto the arena floor like a projectile. The impact kicked up a cloud of dust. Vegeta. The crowd gasped. As the dust settled, a sizable crater marked the ground, and Vegeta, gasping for breath, climbed back up. It descended from the air onto the arena. Damn it. Vegeta gritted his teeth and charged at Hit once more. In no time, he was back in front of Hit, launching a barrage of punches and kicks as swift as light. Hit dodged and raised his hands to fend off Vegeta's relentless assault. Bam! Moments later, Hit unleashed his time-skip technique once again, targeting Vegeta's abdomen. Vegeta let out a piercing scream, enduring the agony as he pressed on to assault Hit. Observing this, Hit continued his barrage of attacks using the time-skip. Whoosh! Bang! 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 Hit's fist struck Vegeta with the ferocity of a tempest. Vegeta emitted a series of agonizing cries. With a powerful blow, he was sent crashing to the ground. Vegeta! Beerus shouted in alarm. He had not anticipated such a vast disparity in strength between Vegeta and Goku. Are you alright, Vegeta? The referee inquired. I'm fine. Vegeta gritted his teeth, struggling to rise from the ground. Very well, the match shall proceed. You are no match for me, Hit declared, gazing at Vegeta. In a fit of rage, Vegeta charged at Hit. As Hit deftly dodged and parried Vegeta's strikes, he suddenly activated his time-skip just as Vegeta was on the verge of cornering him at the edge of the arena. Bang! 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 Hit's fists, swift as light, relentlessly battered Vegeta. Another round of agonizing cries escaped Vegeta's lips. Bang! Once again, he collapsed to the ground. Vegeta! Vegeta! The referee announced, with Vegeta down. We will begin the countdown. 10, 9, 8, 0. Hit is the victor. Splendid. We have triumphed once more, Kappa exclaimed joyfully. Beerus, upon hearing this, snorted disdainfully. You may revel in your victory for now, but once our ace takes the stage, your Hit will stand no chance. Ace? Kappa's expression turned grave at the mention. As Beerus spoke, he cast a cheerful glance towards Gohan, who stood nearby. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong immediately rose from his seat and soared towards the competition stage. The contestant from Universe 7, Son Wukong, ascends the platform. Son Gohan cast a glance at the fallen Vegeta and retrieved a Senzu bean for him. With a crisp snap, Vegeta consumed the bean, and his wounds swiftly healed. Wonderful! Exclaimed Pa. Indeed, that bean appears to possess healing properties. The referee, witnessing the event, was equally astonished. Once Vegeta had regained his strength, he shot a glance at Son Gohan before promptly exiting the arena. If those two contestants have no further matters to attend to, shall we commence the match? Indeed. Son Wukong nodded. I hereby declare the competition officially commenced. With a resounding shout, Son Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan 4. What is this? Kappa exclaimed in surprise. I am not certain, but it appears to be a transformation into a Super Saiyan, Vados remarked. Witnessing this, Hit's expression grew solemn. Having previously battled Son Wukong, he was acutely aware of his formidable strength. Whoosh! Bang! In an instant, Son Wukong vanished and reappeared before Hit, delivering a punch that sent him flying off the competition stage. Hit is out of the match. Son Wukong is victorious. The crowd was immediately taken aback. While they were aware of Son Wukong's prowess, they had not anticipated that his power had escalated to such a degree. Kappa, in disbelief, stood frozen. Their strongest fighter, Hit, had been dispatched in an instant. Could it be that Hit had held back? Seeing this, Beerus chuckled and rose to his feet, saying, What do you think, Kappa? Kappa snorted coldly. Consider this match a victory for you. The Super Dragon Balls belong to you. As he spoke, he turned to face Bardock and the others. You worthless bunch have caused me to lose the match in the Super Dragon Balls. I warned you that if you lost, I would destroy you. Upon hearing this, Kappa and the others began to tremble in fear. Lord Kappa. Just then, Vados suddenly called out to Kappa. What is it? Do not hinder me, Lord Kappa. The Grand Zeno has arrived. The Grand Zeno! Kappa exclaimed in shock. Where is the Grand Zeno? Vados pointed towards the stage. Chapter 146, The Grand Zeno. Well then, Lord Kappa, is it appropriate for us to remain here? Certainly not, Kappa responded, swiftly taking flight towards the competition stage with Vados in tow. Beerus, witnessing this, hurriedly followed suit. Who is that? Why does he instill such fear in Lord Beerus and the others? The East Kaioshin inquired. You fool, that is the Grand Zeno, the old Kaioshin exclaimed, smacking the East Kaioshin on the shoulder. The Grand Zeno stands as the supreme deity over the 12 universes, the pinnacle of divinity. Upon hearing this, the East Kaioshin was struck with terror. He had just spoken such words to the Grand Zeno. The old Kaioshin, having finished speaking, flew towards the stage, with the East Kaioshin quickly following. We are honored to meet the Grand Zeno, Welcome to your esteemed presence. Kampa and Beerus bowed respectfully to the Grand Zeno. Smack. The deities of the two universes knelt before the Omni King. Your Majesty, how do you fare? Asked Beerus. The Omni King nodded in response. What brings you here so unexpectedly? Beerus inquired. Oh, it is nothing significant. I merely observed your match and wished to remind you both not to grow complacent and to uphold the duties of a destroyer. Yes. They both lowered their heads in acknowledgement. Your Majesty, I must inform you that compared to work, Kampa is far more enamored with cuisine. Just look at his physique. It has become quite unkempt, and he even criticizes my diet meals, wailed Beerus, feigning sorrow. Upon hearing this, Kampa immediately broke into a cold sweat. At that moment, was also reported to the Omni King, Your Majesty, Lord Beerus is no different. He spends his days solely eating and sleeping. Whis, Beerus exclaimed. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Oh, is that so? Perhaps we should consider a change in destroyers. The Omni King jested. Instantly, both deities were drenched in cold sweat. Just kidding. With a sigh of relief, Kampa and Beerus relaxed. I just watched your match, and I found it quite delightful. Shall we host an event? The two were momentarily hesitant. Sure. Absolutely. At that moment, Son Goku suddenly descended from the contestant area, making his way toward the Omni King. Greetings, Your Majesty. My name is Son Goku. Son Goku. The Omni King's guards immediately stepped forward to obstruct him. Is it not permissible? The guards shook their heads. Just then, the Omni King stepped forward, gesturing for them to lower their hands. Although reluctant, the guards complied. Do you wish to be erased? The Omni King said sternly. Upon hearing this, the guards finally lowered their hands. Hello. The Omni King extended his right hand, prompting Goku to reach out and elevate his own. The Omni King's form then effortlessly ascended into the air. See, all is well. With a graceful motion, the Omni King soared back to the ground. The old Kai and the others looked on with expressions of concern. They had never witnessed a human so close to the Omni King. Goku. Do you not find my earlier proposal intriguing? The Omni King asked. Indeed. Son Wukong nodded. If that is the case, shall we gather all the universes to hold such a competition? The Omni King turned to Kampa and Beerus. Indeed. Kampa and Beerus both nodded in agreement. Is there anything else you wish to command, Your Majesty? The Grand Minister inquired. You two work diligently. The Omni King advised them. Understood. If there is nothing further, shall we return? The Omni King nodded. Observing this, the Grand Minister pointed his staff to the ground, and the three departed from the nameless star. Once the Omni King had left, Kampa and Beerus exhaled deeply in unison, with their spirits slightly eased. Kampa quickly returned to the contestant area with Vados to address Caulifla and the others. Consider yourselves fortunate. This competition will serve as a warm-up. You must not disappoint the Omni King in the next one. Yes. Caulifla responded loudly. Seeing this, Kampa led Caulifla and the others away. After their departure, Son Wukong and the others immediately turned their attention to the matter of the Super Dragon Balls. Bulma, didn't you create the Super Dragon Ball radar? Can you locate the final Super Dragon Ball? Oh, certainly. Bulma replied, retrieving the Super Dragon Ball radar. Beep beep. Once Bulma activated the radar, she quickly detected 6 of the Super Dragon Balls. Not here. Bulma exclaimed, expanding the radar's map, yet she still could not find the 7th Super Dragon Ball. What is the matter? Whis asked. The radar shows no sign of the 7th Dragon Ball. None. Could it be in Universe 6? Just then, Gohan approached, pointing at the Dragon Balls displayed on the radar. 1, 2, 3, 7. 7 Dragon Balls. 7. Bulma was taken aback. But Gohan, there are only 6 Dragon Balls visible right now. Son Gohan chuckled and remarked, Aunt Bulma, do you think the planet beneath our feet could possibly be a Super Dragon Ball? I believe there is a chance. Whis responded. Then everyone, step onto the time-traveling cube. And soon you shall discover whether this planet is indeed a Super Dragon Ball. The group nodded and swiftly entered the time-traveling cube. Once everyone had boarded, Whis waved his staff, directing the cube to soar into the cosmos. As they ascended to a sufficient height, Whis gestured with his staff toward the nameless star, causing the barren ground to crack open and emit a dazzling orange light. Subsequently, the group beheld a resplendent yellow Super Dragon Ball. It appeared that the nameless star was indeed the final Super Dragon Ball. Whis then turned to Beerus and inquired, Lord Beerus, do you have a wish to make? Upon hearing this, Beerus promptly communicated his desire using the divine tongue. Are you truly set on such a wish? Whis asked. Indeed. Beerus affirmed with a nod. Very well then. Arise, eternal dragon, and grant my wish. I desire to be rich. Whis proclaimed to the 7 Super Dragon Balls. No sooner had he spoken than the 7 orbs transformed into a colossal golden dragon, far larger than Earth itself. This majestic creature was none other than the Eternal Dragon. State your wish, for any single wish can be granted. Upon hearing this, was conveyed Beerus's desire. I understand. The Eternal Dragon proclaimed, its crimson eyes gleaming. Your wish has been fulfilled, until we meet again. With that, the Eternal Dragon reverted to the Super Dragon Balls, scattering them across the 6th and 7th universes. Chapter 147, The Temporal Scroll of the Main Timeline. What wish did you make, Lord Beerus? Bulma inquired with curiosity. It's nothing. Beerus replied, though Bulma's expression betrayed her disbelief. I'm hungry. Let us hurry back to celebrate our victory. Very well, Lord Beerus. Meanwhile, Kampa and Vados were en route back to the 6th universe when Vados' staff suddenly illuminated. Lord Kampa, Earth. She exclaimed. What is so peculiar about Earth? Kampa responded. No. I mean to say our universe's Earth has been restored. Our universe's Earth? Kampa echoed, suddenly spotting several planet-sized Super Dragon Balls. I believe Lord Beerus has used the Super Dragon Balls to restore our universe's Earth. Kampa scoffed at this revelation, remaining silent. On Earth, after Beerus and the others returned, Bulma promptly arranged for an abundance of delicacies to be delivered in celebration of their victory in the tournament. Upon seeing the delectable feast, Son Wukong and his companions immediately indulged themselves in a lavish meal. Only Vegeta stood silently in a corner, a solitary figure. Though he had participated in the recent competition, he had succumbed to the fatigue-stricken hit, which was a tremendous disgrace for him. Noticing Vegeta's solitary stance, Bulma approached him and inquired, Vegeta, why do you stand here alone? Vegeta remained silent in response. Is it because of the match today? Do not fret, Vegeta. It was merely a competition. You can always strive harder next time. Next time? Vegeta retorted. Did not Lord Zeno proclaim that such a tournament would be held again? He nodded slightly. Are you not going to eat? If you refrain, I shall devour your portion as well. At that moment, Son Wukong suddenly shouted at Vegeta, Kakarot, do not dare to consume my share. Bulma, witnessing this exchange, could not help but chuckle. The following morning arrived. Today, Son Gohan was diligently training at home when a figure suddenly descended from the sky. It was none other than Vegeta. Uncle Vegeta, Gohan exclaimed, as Vegeta nodded in acknowledgement. Uncle Vegeta, what brings you here so unexpectedly? Gohan inquired. I wish to discuss the technique of instant transmission with you, Vegeta replied. Instant transmission? Indeed, you are familiar with it, so you must possess considerable knowledge about this technique. Correct? Son Gohan nodded. Are you aware of the weaknesses of the instant transmission technique? To counter instant transmission, one must either anticipate the opponent's movements in advance or possess overwhelming strength. There are no other alternatives. Anticipating the opponent's actions in advance? Son Wukong nodded. Anticipating an opponent's movements within a span of 0, 1 to 0, 5 seconds. A mere 0, 1 to 0, 5 seconds. My time skip technique currently allows me to leap a maximum of 0, 5 seconds. Yesterday, when fighting against Hit, he presumably leaped around 0, 3 seconds. A mere 0, 3 seconds. Uncle Vegeta, if you aspire to vanquish Hit, you might consider seeking instruction from Lord Beerus on the divine techniques of the God of Destruction. The divine techniques of the God of Destruction? Indeed. Do you not believe that the God of Destruction would lack such remarkable abilities? Yet, will Lord Beerus truly impart this knowledge to me? Son Wukong smiled and said, that ultimately depends on you. Gohan, do you possess the divine techniques of the God of Destruction as well? Upon hearing this, Son Wukong's expression shifted to one of guilt. Uncle Vegeta, what are you saying? How could I possibly know everything? Vegeta, however, fixed him with an unwavering gaze, disbelief etched across his face. You possess the instant transmission technique and the Ultra Instinct. What is it that you do not master? After a brief moment, Vegeta averted his gaze and turned to depart. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong immediately breathed a sigh of relief. If Beerus were to discover that he could still harness the Ultra Instinct, he would likely endure severe torment. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days had elapsed. In the God of Destruction realm of Universe 7, Vegeta was currently inquiring with the Oracle Fish about the God of Destruction's techniques. The techniques of the God of Destruction? Indeed. Vegeta nodded. Then why not directly ask Lord Beerus about it? I wanted to confirm with you first. The God of Destruction indeed possesses unique techniques, but they typically only impart them to their successor, the next God of Destruction. Yes, Vegeta, do you aspire to become the next God of Destruction? Not at all. Vegeta shook his head. In that case, It seems you will not be able to learn the God of Destruction's techniques from Lord Beerus. Upon hearing this, Vegeta immediately fell into deep contemplation. Time continued to flow, and before long, 4 months had passed. After 4 months of rigorous training, Son Wukong's strength has finally reached 10 trillion. Ding! Congratulations, Master, on attaining a power level of 10 trillion. As a reward, you receive the basic cleansing technique, which allows you to eliminate any human or uninhabited planet with a power level below yours. Time suspension, the weaker the opponent. The longer you can suspend time, an increase of 10,000 years to your lifespan, granting you divine status, enabling transformation into a Super Saiyan Rose. The power of the underworld, bestowing upon you the ability to control the underworld and resurrect the deceased, the temporal scroll of the main universe, and 9,999 senzu beans. The temporal scroll of the main universe. Indeed, Master. Upon hearing this, Son Gohan pondered for a moment. He recalled that in Dragon Ball Heroes, the previous Kaishin of time, AI Su had orchestrated the Super Time Tournament to diminish the timelines, gathering formidable fighters from various dimensions. Those who faltered would vanish, along with the destruction of their respective timelines. Could history be destined to repeat itself? However, since the scroll of time from the primary timeline was now in my possession, AI Su should be unable to erase the timelines. With this thought, Son Gohan immediately began practicing the erasure technique. With a swift gesture, a cloud in the sky vanished instantly. Alas, if only there were 10 suns, I would truly wish to erase the sun for a moment. Having said this, Son Gohan promptly attempted to erase other objects as well. 2 days later, Biddy Lee gave birth to a baby girl. Son Wukong affectionately bestowed upon her the diminutive name of Xiao Fong, while her formal name was designated as Sun Wumian. At this moment, Chi-Chi was joyfully cradling the newly born Xiao Fong in her arms. Son Wukong gazed at Xiao Fong, and his mind involuntarily drifted to a song from his past entitled Xiao Fong. In the village, there was a girl named Xiao Fong, who was not only beautiful but also kind-hearted. Xiao Fong, I am your dear grandma Chi-Chi, he exclaimed, eliciting a burst of laughter from Xiao Fong. Son Wukong, all right, mother. It is time for a hug, is it not? No, I must embrace my granddaughter once more. Son Wukong felt a sense of helplessness in his heart. After a while, Chi-Chi embraced their daughter and handed little Fong over to Son Wukong. Haha. Upon seeing Son Wukong, little Fong immediately reached out her hand toward his face. However, her arms were too short, rendering her unable to grasp him. How mischievous she is. What are you saying, Wukong? My granddaughter will undoubtedly grow up to be a well-behaved girl. Upon hearing this, Sun Wufan smiled. Given that Xiao Fang possesses Scion blood, it is not a simple matter for her to behave as a model daughter. Chapter 148, Son Goku vs. Rigo. After holding her for a while, Sun Wufan gently placed Xiao Fang in front of Bidalai. Look, Bidalai, her nose, her face, they resemble you so closely. Her eyes are just like yours. Mr. Satan, standing not far away, quickly approached. Xiao Fang, I am your grandfather, Mr. Satan. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fang immediately burst into tears. Daddy, you scared her. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. In West City, at Sun Wukong's home. At this moment, Sun Wukong's son, Sun Wufan, was at home with Xiao Fang when a figure suddenly materialized. It was none other than his father, Sun Wukong. Dad. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong chuckled and nodded. Father, were you not visiting Lord King Kai? What brings you back so suddenly? And what of Gohan? What is your relationship with Reg? Reg? Indeed. I heard from Lord King Kai that Reg seems to have taken command of Frisia's army. Taken command of Frisia's army? Indeed, but not by a large margin. Gohan, could you assist me in establishing contact with him? Contact Reg? Yes. Did not Lord Zeno mention an upcoming tournament? I wish to engage him in combat to enhance my own strength. All right, but if we are to fight, we must change the venue. Agreed. Sun Wukong nodded in agreement. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong promptly entered the room and entrusted Xiao Fang to Bidalai. In an instant, he teleported onto a colossal spaceship, the very vessel belonging to Reg. At this moment, Reg stood within the confines of the ship. Sun Wukong, Reg exclaimed, a flicker of surprise crossing his features upon seeing him. It has been a while. Reg scoffed coldly. What brings you here? I have come to challenge you to battle. Battle? Indeed, but it is not I who seeks this confrontation. Rather, it is my father who desires to fight you. And who is your father? Sun Wukong. His Saiyan name is Kakarot. Upon hearing this, Reg stroked his chin, contemplating, as no recollection of such a Scion surfaced in his memory. Very well, Reg replied after a moment's consideration, acquiescing to the challenge. In an instant, Sun Wukong teleported him to a majestic mountain on Earth. At this moment, Sun Wukong stands atop the Grand Mountain. Wukong. Sun Wukong nodded. Is Wukong, in fact, Rhaegar? Son Gohan nodded once more. It is you. Reg looked at Son Goku and instantly recalled Bardock, whom he had seen in the incubation chamber. Me? Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback. It seemed to be the first time he encountered Rhaegar. Rhaegar chuckled softly and said, I have met your father. My father? Sun Wukong inquired. Indeed, though his name escapes me, he was once summoned by King Vegeta. Is that so? However, you bear a striking resemblance to Vegeta. Where is Vegeta now? He is currently with Lord Beerus. The god of destruction, Beerus? Sun Wukong nodded. Do you wish to see him? No, I wish to slay him. Slay him. But are you not brothers? Enough with the idle chatter. Will you fight or not? If not, I shall take my leave. Fight, fight, fight. Sun Wukong declared as he immediately assumed a battle stance. Observing this, Reg swiftly charged towards him. Whoosh. Bang. 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 In no time, Reg reached Sun Wukong. Engaging in a fierce confrontation, a massive cloud of dust descended around them. Bang. With a thunderous crash, their fists collided, emanating an overwhelming aura of power. After a brief stalemate, Reg clenched his right fist tightly and delivered a powerful blow that sent Sun Wukong staggering backward. Ha! With a resounding shout, Reg transformed into Super Saiyan 4. With a thunderous roar, Sun Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan Blue. Bang! In an instant, the two figures became a swirling blend of red and blue, clashing fiercely amidst the heavens. The sky soon reverberated with the sounds of their intense battle. A remarkable gale erupted from their bodies, radiating outward in all directions. The Z-fighters on Earth, sensing the immense energy emanating from the two combatants, rushed to the scene without hesitation. Boom! With a resounding explosion, Sun Wukong was sent plummeting to the ground like a meteor. The Earth was immediately upheaved, creating a colossal cloud of dust. As the dust settled, Sun Wukong lay in a deep pit, looking utterly disheveled. Wukong! Krillin shouted towards him, with gritted teeth. Sun Wukong laboriously rose from the ground. After the recent battle, he had come to fully comprehend that Rhaegar's strength far surpassed his own. Observing this, Rhaegar chuckled and declared, Sun Wukong, you are no match for me. Huh. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong let out a resounding roar, and a crimson aura enveloped his blue energy. Is that the Kaioken? It seems likely. Reg's expression immediately shifted to one of gravity. A barefoot fighter cannot prevail against one in shoes. And a fully leveled player cannot triumph over a cheater. Tenfold Kaioken. At that moment, Sun Wukong transformed into a streak of red light, charging towards Reg. Reg clenched his fists and met the oncoming assault. Whoosh. Bang. 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 In the blink of an eye, the two swiftly closed the distance between them, engaging in a fierce battle. Boom. Moments later, Reg tightened his right fist and delivered a powerful blow, sending Sun Wukong sprawling backward. 20-fold Kaioken. With a thunderous roar, Sun Wukong elevated his Kaioken to a staggering 20 times its normal power. Boom. Having uttered those words, he surged forward with an unparalleled swiftness. Reg, taken aback, swiftly raised his hand to withstand Wukong's onslaught. Bang. Sun Wukong struck fiercely with his right fist upon Rhaegar's arms, causing him to stagger backward. Bang. 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 In an instant, Sun Wukong swiftly approached Rhaegar and delivered a powerful kick forward. Boom. With a resounding explosion, Rhaegar's body soared like a projectile, crashing violently against the mountain behind him. The impact instantly stirred up a colossal cloud of dust. Whoosh. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong immediately began to breathe heavily. After a moment had passed, as the swirling dust around the mountain settled, Rhaegar emerged from the depths of the mountain, his face etched with fury. With a resounding roar, he elevated his aura. Boom. The ground around him trembled violently under the influence of Rhaegar's energy. He is amplifying his power, Krillin exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, Yamucha nodded in agreement. After a while, Rhaegar's energy stabilized. 20-fold Kaioken. With a mighty roar, Sun Wukong charged towards Rhaegar. In the blink of an eye, he was again before Rhaegar, launching an assault. The two engaged in a fierce battle, fists meeting fists and feet clashing against feet. Bang! Rhaegar shouted, delivering a powerful punch that sent Sun Wukong flying, crashing into a towering mountain behind him. Chapter 149. Future Trunks. After a moment, as the dust settled, Sun Wukong returned to his normal state, lying on the ground. Wukong, Krillin, and the others rushed over at once. Rager snorted coldly, reverting to his normal form. Son Gohan soared towards Reggie and presented him with a magical bean. This bean possesses extraordinary properties. Upon consumption, it will heal all your injuries. Upon hearing this, Reggie accepted the bean and swallowed it. Uncle Krillin. Son Wukong threw a magical bean to Krillin. Krillin raised his hand to catch it and then handed the magical bean back to Son Wukong. Son Wukong swiftly consumed the immortal beans. Well, my battle with Son Wukong has concluded. You ought to escort me back now, shouldn't you? Son Wukong nodded, sending Rager back. What is going on, Goku? How did you end up battling Rager? Tien Shinhan inquired. It's nothing much. I merely wished to spar with Rager, so I asked Gohan to bring him over. I see. Son Wukong nodded. Indeed, Reg's strength was formidable. Alas, daily sparring was not feasible. On the other side, Son Gohan has now returned Reggie. Son Gohan, have you gotten married? Reggie suddenly inquired, gazing at Son Gohan. Son Wukong was taken aback. Suddenly, he recalled that Reg had a daughter. Married? Is that so? How unfortunate. Reg had originally hoped for his daughter to be with Son Wukong, as they might potentially bear extraordinarily powerful offspring. With the dwindling number of scions, only Vegeta, Tarbell, and he remained of the same lineage, while Broly was too advanced in age. Only Son Wukong and his daughter were of a similar age. If Reg had no other pressing matters, should I take my leave? Reg nodded. Upon witnessing this, Son Gohan executed a swift instant transmission, returning to Earth. As time swiftly passed, a month had elapsed in the blink of an eye. During this tranquil month, Son Gohan diligently trained atop the sacred mountain. Suddenly, the voice of the system resonated in his ears. Ding! System upgrade successful. The Master's combat power has doubled. Indeed, Master. In West City, at Bulma's residence. At this moment, Sun Wutien and Trunks were playing joyfully at home when a rocket-like machine suddenly appeared above their yard. This machine was none other than the time machine. As it descended swiftly into the yard, a young man with deep blue hair emerged from the time machine, collapsing onto the ground. This individual was none other than future Trunks. Wutien, look. Someone has fainted. Son Goten nodded. Shall we summon Aunt Bulma? Certainly. Trunks agreed. Shortly thereafter, Bulma was brought over and saw the future Trunks lying on the ground. Trunks. What happened, my dear? Trunks inquired. No, I'm not referring to you. I'm speaking of the individual on the ground. On the ground? Indeed, his name is also Trunks. Goten, Trunks, please assist me in bringing him indoors. Of course, mother. Trunks affirmed. Observing this, Bulma immediately called Son Gohan. Gohan, the future Trunks has arrived. The future Trunks. Yes, he is gravely injured. Could you come over? Certainly. As Son Wukong spoke, he instantaneously appeared before Bulma. Startled, Bulma exclaimed in surprise, truly taken aback by his sudden arrival. What's wrong, Aunt Bulma? You appeared so suddenly. How could I not wonder what was amiss? But wasn't it you who summoned me? Never mind that. The pressing matter at hand is regarding Trunks. Gohan. Do you possess any Senzu beans? Indeed, I do. As Son Wukong spoke, he produced a mystical bean. Wonderful, Bulma exclaimed, immediately leading Son Wukong into the house. Upon entering, Son Wukong promptly administered the bean to future Trunks. Before long, future Trunks awakened, his gaze landing on Son Wukong. Brother Gohan, mother? Son Gohan nodded. Trunks, has something occurred in the future? How did you sustain such injuries? In the future, a dark entity has emerged. Dark entity? Indeed, it resembles Uncle Goku exactly. The only distinction lies in his attire, a black martial arts uniform. Thus, we refer to him as Black Goku. Bulma interjected, Black Goku. Future Trunks nodded in affirmation. Mother. What about Uncle Goku and the others? Your father and the rest are currently training under Lord Beerus. Lord Beerus? Lord Beerus is the god of destruction. His power surpasses even that of Gohan. Stronger than Brother Gohan? Bulma confirmed with a nod. So, Gohan, would you accompany me to the future to help us defeat Black Goku? I believe it is best to wait until your father returns before we decide. Very well. By the way, Trunks, it has been quite some time since we last met. What is your current level of strength? I have now mastered the 3rd level of Super Saiyan. Only the 3rd level of Super Saiyan? Yes. Why? Nothing much. But your father has already transcended to the Super Saiyan Blue form. Super Saiyan Blue? Has my father truly become so formidable? Indeed. You must have been living a peaceful life in the future without proper training, correct? Future Trunks nodded. Then, would you like me to assist you with your training? Training? Yes. After a moment's reflection, future Trunks consented. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong instantaneously transported future Trunks to the sacred land of Korin. Is this the sacred land of Korin? Future Trunks inquired. Son Wukong nodded. All right, Trunks, transform into a Super Saiyan and engage in battle with me. Very well, Brother Gohan. Future Trunks replied, clenching his fist with determination as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Son Wukong chuckled softly and beckoned Future Trunks with a subtle gesture of his finger. Upon witnessing this, Trunks promptly drew his long sword from behind and swung it towards Son Wukong with forceful intent. Son Gohan deftly evaded Future Trunks' attacks, effortlessly weaving from side to side. Damn it! Future Trunks gritted his teeth, wielding his sword with determination as he lunged forward for a powerful strike. Son Gohan swiftly evaded once more. Boom! Accompanied by a golden aura. A colossal scar was instantly etched into the ground. Son Gohan glanced at Future Trunks and said, Trunks, why don't you transform into a Super Saiyan 3rd grade? All right, replied Future Trunks, clenching his fists with determination. With a mighty shout, Future Trunks ascended to the form of a Super Saiyan 3rd grade. Chapter 150, Black Goku. Son Gohan chuckled. Brother Gohan, want to you transform? Future Trunks inquired. No need. Son Gohan shook his head. Very well, Future Trunks declared, raising his sword once more to strike at Son Gohan. Whoosh. Slash. As Son Wukong deftly evaded his opponent's strikes, he gradually retreated. Damn it! Future Trunks exclaimed in fury, wielding his sword with all his might as he lunged forward to strike. Clang! With a graceful lift of his 2 fingers, Son Wukong effortlessly caught the long sword of Future Trunks. Startled, Future Trunks quickly raised his sword and sheathed it. Why not continue? He pondered. I fear I can scarcely match even a single finger of Brother Gohan. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong remained silent. It is essential to maintain a sense of humility. Is it true, as my mother suggests, that Lord Beerus possesses strength that surpasses yours? Son Gohan nodded. Although his current strength surpassed mine, I shall eventually surpass him. Future Trunks also nodded. Since you have now arrived at the Capsule Corporation, why not take this opportunity to train here? Wait until your father returns, and then you can go back. Very well, Future Trunks agreed. An hour later, Whis returned with Goku and the others to Earth. Future Trunks recounted the events of the future to Goku and Vegeta. Black Goku? Indeed. Future Trunks affirmed. Uncle Goku, father, could you accompany me to the future to confront Black Goku? Humph. Vegeta scoffed, suddenly grasping Future Trunks by the collar. Whenever faced with adversity, you seek assistance from others instead of resolving it yourself. Is this how a warrior of the Saiyan race behaves? Father, his power is simply too overwhelming for me. Before Future Trunks could finish, Vegeta released his grip. From this day forth, I shall aid you in your training. Thank you, father. Vegeta's anger began to dissipate. Just then, a dark vortex appeared in the sky, and a man resembling Future Trunks emerged. This man was none other than Black Goku. Goku, Vegeta, Lord Beerus. Black Goku chuckled. Trunks. So you have come here. Future Trunks gritted his teeth. Trunks, is this the Black Goku you spoke of? Son Wukong inquired. Indeed, Uncle Wukong. Future Trunks nodded. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong immediately ascended into the air. Son Wukong. The Dark Wukong chuckled as he gazed at him. He had long desired to engage in a fair battle with Son Wukong, yet fate had denied him the opportunity thus far. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong turned to Black Wukong with a smile. Ha! With a resounding shout, Son Wukong clenched his fist and charged toward Black Wukong. Taken aback, Black Wukong quickly raised his arms to defend against Son Wukong's assault. Whoosh! Bang! 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 Before long, Son Wukong reached Black Wukong and sent him reeling backward. The spectacle of 2 Son Wukongs engaging in combat was rather amusing. Beerus, observing the scene, chuckled and made a jest. Bang! Just then, with a powerful kick, Black Wukong was sent flying away. However, the 2 were still hovering above the city. After being propelled through the air, Black Wukong covered his chest with his hand and then grinned at Son Wukong. Is this the extent of Son Wukong's power? Huh. At that moment, Son Wukong charged once more at Black Wukong. Black Wukong raised his right knee and likewise surged towards Son Wukong. Whoosh! Bang! 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 In the blink of an eye, the 2 found themselves face to face, engaged in an intense battle. Bang! Moments later, Black Wukong delivered a powerful kick forward, sending Son Wukong soaring away. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong abruptly turned and soared backwards. The Dark Wukong, upon observing this, immediately pursued him. Before long, Son Wukong had lured the Dark Wukong to a grand mountain outside the western capital. The Dark Wukong surveyed his surroundings and chuckled. Son Wukong. Is this the grave you have chosen for yourself? Son Wukong chuckled and remarked, whose grave this may be remains uncertain. as Son Wukong spoke. He instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan. A Super Saiyan, is it? Black Goku chuckled. Ha! With a resounding shout. Son Wukong radiated a golden aura and charged towards Black Goku. So fast! Black Goku exclaimed in astonishment. In the next moment, Son Wukong appeared before him, delivering a powerful right punch to his face. Bang! Black Goku was sent flying. With a thunderous roar, Son Wukong swiftly approached the shadowy figure of Black Wukong, launching a powerful kick with his right foot. In response, Black Wukong raised his left hand, successfully parrying Son Wukong's strike. Son Wukong was taken aback, swiftly retracting his right foot and raising his fist to launch an attack. The dark counterpart of Wukong sidestepped gracefully, mirroring the action with his own fist thrusting forward. In an instant, their fists collided with tremendous force. Bang! Both warriors' right fists struck each other's faces simultaneously, sending them reeling backward. Both gasped for breath, locking eyes for a moment. Suddenly, the dark Wukong's right hand gathered energy, forming a sphere with a yellow exterior and a black core, which he hurled towards Son Wukong. With his right hand, Son Wukong concentrated a wave of energy, colliding it with the dark version of himself. A tremendous explosion resonated through the air, as their energy waves clashed, unleashing an immense storm that swept outward in all directions. Shortly thereafter, a thick plume of smoke billowed into the sky. The two warriors, gazing at the explosive haze, surged toward each other once more. The atmosphere soon echoed with the sounds of fierce combat. Moments later, Son Wukong delivered a powerful kick with his right foot, sending the dark counterpart flying. Gritting his teeth, the dark Wukong quickly steadied himself in midair. At that moment, a formidable vortex appeared in the sky, generating an overwhelming force that drew the dark Wukong back. In a fit of rage, he unleashed a wave of energy from his right hand toward the time machine in Bulma's backyard. Son Wukong, with his right hand raised towards the heavens, unleashed a wave of energy that collided with the energy wave of Black Goku. A tremendous explosion resonated through the air as their energy forces detonated in the sky. At that moment, Black Goku was drawn into a black vortex, which subsequently vanished. It's gone! Future Trunks exclaimed in surprise. Whis nodded in acknowledgement. Did you notice the ring on his hand? Beerus inquired gravely. Ring? Future Trunks responded, perplexed. The ring worn by Black Goku is the time ring. The time ring? Indeed. The time ring has always been safeguarded by the Supreme Kai. Since Black Goku hails from the future, this suggests that the matter may involve the Supreme Kai, Beerus explained. Chapter 151, Super Saiyan Rose, involving the Supreme Kai. Beerus nodded again. By the way, do you know the Supreme Kai? I do. Is he still alive? I am uncertain, but I would like to believe he still is. Upon hearing this, Beerus fixed his gaze intently upon him. By the way, Lord Beerus, what do you think should be done regarding the time machine? The time machine? Future Trunks looked bewildered. Manipulating time is a grave offense, Whis stated. A grave offense? Indeed, Whis said, glancing at Bulma not far away. By the way, who created this machine? Well, Bulma chuckled awkwardly, the matter is a bit complicated. One could say I created it, but one could also argue that I did not. You did not create it? Correct, it was created by my future self. Beerus, upon hearing this, fixed his gaze on her. Isn't that still your creation? Creating a time machine is a serious crime. Future Trunks immediately knelt before Whis. Great Lord, please spare my mother. All of this is my fault. Beerus was taken aback. As the god of destruction, he found Future Trunks' petitioning was rather surprising. Ahem. Whis cleared his throat. I am merely Lord Beerus' servant. The matter is ultimately for him to decide. Oh, my apologies. I thought you were the deity, Future Trunks said, turning to kneel before Beerus. At this, Beerus felt a surge of anger. The implication of Future Trunks' words was clear. He did not resemble a god. Lord Beerus, I implore you to spare my mother. Beerus scoffed. That will depend on your conduct. Conduct? If you can present me with delicacies I have never tasted, I shall overlook it. Delicacies I have never tasted. Upon hearing this, Bulma promptly produced 2 sausages for the 2 individuals. What is this? A snack, fish sausage, quite splendid. Is it? Upon hearing this, Beerus immediately tore open the fish sausage and began to savor it. After taking a bite, both displayed a look of astonishment. Beerus exclaimed, delicious. The flavor is truly remarkable. Isn't it delightful? Bulma inquired with a smile. Indeed. And what of the time machine? Let's not have a repeat of that. Thank you. Lord Beerus. Future Trunks was momentarily taken aback by this. Is it possible that the gods of the present are so inexperienced? 2 mere sausages suffice to appease them. In the future timeline, are we back? Black Goku glanced at the time ring in his hand and chuckled. Is this the essence of Goku's power? In the afternoon, Vegeta took Future Trunks to a great mountain outside West City to train. With a resounding shout, Future Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan 3rd grade. Super Saiyan 3rd grade. Future Trunks nodded. Father, why don't you also transform into a Super Saiyan 3rd grade and fight me? Upon hearing this, Vegeta let out a hearty laugh and transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. What is this? This is called Super Saiyan Blue. Super Saiyan Blue. Yes. If you can land a punch on me, you win. Alright. Future Trunks declared as he charged towards Vegeta. With astonishing speed, Future Trunks approached Vegeta, launching a flurry of punches and kicks. Yet, no matter how he attacked, he could not land a blow on Vegeta. At that moment, Vegeta clenched his right fist and, with a powerful strike, sent Future Trunks reeling backward. Humph! Vegeta scoffed. Is this all you were capable of, Trunks? Hearing this, Future Trunks let out a mighty roar and thrust his right fist forward with all his might. Swish! Once again, Future Trunks' right fist met only air. Bam! At that instant, Vegeta executed a swift kick, sending Future Trunks flying. Clutching his abdomen with his right hand, Future Trunks knelt partially on the ground. Until you land a hit on me. You shall train every day. Understood, father. Time swiftly passes, and in the blink of an eye, a week has elapsed. After a week of rigorous training, Future Trunks finally lands a blow on Vegeta, and today he prepares to return to the future. Considering the formidable strength of Black Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan accompany Future Trunks on this journey. However, due to the limited space within the time machine, Gohan must remain outside, clutching a corner of the machine. He prefers not to be cramped in the confined space with Goku and the others. Well then, we shall take our leave. Future Trunks bids farewell to Bulma, who nods in acknowledgement. Upon seeing this, Future Trunks promptly activates the time machine, transporting Goku and the others back to the future. As they emerge in the future, they are greeted by a landscape of desolation. Is this truly the future timeline? Though Son Wukong had heard Trunks describe the dire state of the future, witnessing it firsthand left him profoundly shaken. Trunks nodded and activated the time machine. At that moment, a dark figure soared toward them from the distance. It was none other than Black Goku. Once again, we meet, Son Wukong. Black Goku remarked with a grin. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong nodded slightly. Vegeta scoffed, declaring, Kakarot. This time I shall handle this fellow. Very well. Son Wukong nodded. Vegeta. At this moment, Black Goku smiled. Vegeta let out a cold snort and transformed into Super Saiyan Blue on the ground, charging towards Black Goku. Whoosh. Bang. 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 In an instant, Vegeta was in front of Black Goku, delivering blows with the swiftness of light. Black Goku staggered back under the force of the strikes. Bang. With a powerful kick, Black Goku was sent crashing to the ground, stirring up a massive cloud of dust. Vegeta shouted loudly, unleashing a barrage of energy waves towards the earth. Boom. 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 Under Vegeta's relentless assault, the ground erupted in a series of colossal explosions and thick smoke. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed from the ground, dispersing the surrounding air. Vegeta halted his attack, witnessing Black Goku enveloped in fiery energy, radiating a gradient of deep red, light red, and purple hues from the outside in. With a rose-red crest atop his head, and his eyes devoid of outline, the pupils and irises transformed into a grayish-white. This was indeed Super Saiyan Rose. Chapter 152, Zamasu. What is this? Vegeta was taken aback. Black Goku chuckled softly, instantly appearing before Vegeta. Vegeta swung his right fist forward with all his might, only for Black Goku to block it effortlessly. What? Vegeta gasped in shock. Black Goku sneered, delivering a powerful punch to Vegeta's abdomen. Vegeta let out a cry of pain, sent flying through the air. Father! Future Trunks shouted. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, swiftly regaining control in the sky. Damn it! Vegeta roared in fury, charging full speed at Black Goku. Bang! In the blink of an eye, Vegeta was once again in front of Black Goku, his fist striking like lightning, forcing him back. Bang! Just as Vegeta pushed Black Goku against the wall of a derelict building, Black Goku swiftly sidestepped to avoid the blow. Grinding his teeth, Vegeta prepared to continue his assault. Suddenly, Black Goku vanished, reappearing behind Son Wukong, and Future Trunks shouted towards Vegeta. Ignoring the two, Vegeta, despite his injuries, charged once more at Black Goku. With a cold smirk, Black Goku rushed towards Vegeta as well. Soon, the two were face to face, engaging in a fierce battle. The air around them swirled with dust and debris. Moments later, Black Goku delivered a powerful kick to Vegeta's wounds. Vegeta let out an anguished scream as he was sent crashing through several buildings behind him, raising a massive cloud of dust from the ground. "Father!" Future Trunks cried out to Vegeta. Black Goku, with a mocking smile, glanced over at Future Trunks and the others. As Son Wukong cast a glance at Vegeta, who lay amidst the ruins, he swiftly transformed into Super Saiyan Blue and charged towards Black Goku. Meanwhile, Son Gohan instructed Future Trunks to administer a Senzu Bean to Vegeta. Upon witnessing Son Wukong's approach, Black Goku's face lit up with a flicker of excitement. Previously, he had suffered defeat at the hands of Son Wukong due to a reduction in strength caused by time travel. This time, he vowed not to succumb again. With a swift motion, the two warriors met each other, their fists and feet moving like light as they engaged in a fierce clash. After a brief exchange, they both retreated, channeling their energy into powerful waves to assault one another. The air crackled with intensity as their energy blasts collided, resulting in a series of colossal explosions that unleashed torrents of wind and dense smoke. After a moment, they halted their energy assaults and surged towards each other once more, re-entering the fray. In a heartbeat, Black Goku tightened his right fist, delivering a powerful blow that sent Son Wukong reeling. Vegeta, having recovered from his injuries after consuming the Senzu Bean, promptly transformed into Super Saiyan Blue and flew to Son Wukong's side, declaring, "Kakarot, shall we join forces?" "Join forces?" Son Wukong was taken aback. It seemed to be the first time he had heard Vegeta propose an alliance with him. Vegeta nodded in affirmation. Upon hearing this, Black Goku let out a disdainful snort, his expression one of utter contempt. "Excellent." As Son Wukong declared, he charged forward towards Black Goku, with Vegeta closely trailing behind. In no time, the two arrived before Black Goku, their fists and feet striking with the swiftness of light in a relentless assault. Black Goku, while fending off their attacks, began to retreat. With a resounding shout, Son Wukong delivered a powerful punch that sent Black Goku crashing against the wall of a building. Enraged, Black Goku summoned a blade of violet energy with his left hand and plunged it into his right palm. Vegeta, taken aback, pondered his intentions. What could he be attempting? Is he inflicting harm upon himself? Uncertain. Son Wukong shook his head. At that moment, Black Wukong plunged the energy sword deep into his right palm, and then slowly extracted a colossal purple scythe from within. The scythe. Black Wukong let out a cold chuckle, wielding the ethereal scythe in his right hand. He swung it towards Son Wukong. Son Wukong swiftly sidestepped, evading the impending threat. At that moment, Vegeta, who stood beside him, gazed in astonishment at what loomed behind Son Wukong. Son Wukong swiftly turned around and beheld a colossal purple rift. This immense fissure was the result of the spatial tear created by the scythe of energy that he had narrowly evaded. From within the rift, a myriad of pink gaseous tendrils continuously emerged, transforming into numerous dark versions of Wukong, encircling the two individuals. Son Wukong and Vegeta gazed upon the multitude of Black Wukongs that had emerged and immediately launched their fists towards them in a fierce assault. However, the Black Wukongs were composed entirely of gas, rendering their punches as ineffective as striking the very air itself. A triumphant grin spread across the faces of all the Black Wukongs. Upon witnessing the scene, Son Wukong and Vegeta immediately charged towards the true Black Goku. These manifestations of Black Goku, composed entirely of gaseous forms, rendered any entanglement with them unnecessary. As the two approached, Black Goku swiftly raised his energy scythe and launched an attack. While evading his strikes, they pressed forward towards him. However, Black Goku's strength surpassed theirs, and he quickly seized an opportunity, delivering a swift slash of the scythe to Son Wukong's body. With a piercing cry, Son Wukong lamented, "Kakarot." Upon witnessing this, Vegeta surged forward at full speed towards Black Goku. With a cold smirk, Black Goku swiftly wielded his energy scythe, launching an assault on Vegeta. Whoosh! Vegeta deftly sidestepped and evaded the lethal arc of Black Goku's energy scythe. Suddenly, Black Goku lunged forward, delivering a powerful kick aimed squarely at Vegeta's body. With a thunderous explosion, Vegeta was propelled downwards like a comet, crashing heavily onto the ground. A cloud of dust erupted from the impact. "Uncle Wukong, Dad, shall we take them down one by one?" Son Gohan glanced at the two and spoke. At that moment, Black Goku suddenly fixed his gaze upon them, declaring, "Trunks, Son Gohan, it is now your turn." Future Trunks clenched his teeth. Upon hearing this, Son Gohan cast a glance at Son Wukong and Vegeta. Although the two still possessed the strength to fight, it seemed improbable that they could defeat Black Goku with their current powers. Just as Son Gohan prepared to make his move, a man with green skin, sporting a white punk hairstyle and clad in a Supreme Kai uniform, made his entrance. This individual was none other than Zamasu. Chapter 153. Elimination of Zamasu. Who are you? Future Trunks inquired, eyeing Zamasu's attire. Zamasu smiled and replied, My name is Zamasu. Zamasu? Zamasu nodded with a grin. And what is your connection to Black Goku? He is me, and I am him. Zamasu declared. He is you. And you are him? Future Trunks looked perplexed. In simpler terms, I have exchanged bodies with Son Wukong. Black Goku chuckled. You exchanged bodies with Uncle Wukong. Future Trunks exclaimed in astonishment. Vegeta, upon hearing this, promptly rose to his feet. Indeed. So, does this mean Zamasu is actually Black Goku? Black Goku, upon hearing this, laughed foolishly. What about the Supreme Kai and the others? They are all dead. Zamasu stated. All dead. Are you implying that the Supreme Kais of all 12 universes have been slain by you? Son Wukong inquired. Enough of this idle chatter. It is time to put an end to you. With that, the Dark Wukong charged fiercely towards Son Wukong. With a swift motion of his hands, Son Wukong assumed a combat stance and charged forward. Meanwhile, Zamasu lunged towards Vegeta. The four soon became embroiled in an intense battle. Due to his injuries, Son Wukong's strength waned, and he was swiftly sent flying by Black Wukong's kick. With a resounding crash, Son Wukong's body hurtled like a projectile into a towering building behind him, causing a massive cloud of dust to erupt. Meanwhile, Vegeta rushed forward and immediately unleashed a furious assault upon Zamasu. With a powerful shout, Vegeta landed a punch that sent Zamasu staggering back, then concentrated a golden energy wave in his right hand and launched it at Zamasu. The impact was thunderous. Given the proximity, Zamasu was swiftly struck by the energy wave, resulting in significant destruction to his form. Just when Vegeta and the others believed Zamasu had been vanquished, the obliterated portions of his body began to regenerate at an astonishingly visible rate. An immortal being? Vegeta gritted his teeth. Zamasu chuckled. Indeed, Vegeta, you are quite astute. I truly am immortal. Upon hearing this, Vegeta charged at Zamasu once more. Yet, no matter how fiercely he attacked, Zamasu remained unscathed. Son Wukong is here. Son Wukong, due to his injuries in the recent onslaught, has reverted to his normal state. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong raised his right hand and eradicated Zamasu. The initial cleansing technique of Son Wukong can eliminate humans with power levels below 1 trillion, and it is certain that Zamasu's strength does not exceed this threshold. As Son Wukong gazed upon the vanishing Zamasu, he pondered quietly within himself. It seemed that my rudimentary purification technique was not confined to mere mortals. Suddenly, he vanished. Vegeta was taken aback. How could Zamasu, amidst their battle, simply dissolve into thin air? Instant transmission? Just as Vegeta remained perplexed, Son Wukong had already transformed into Super Saiyan 4 and charged towards Black Goku. Black Goku let out a cold chuckle and met him head-on. In the blink of an eye, Son Wukong stood before Black Goku, launching a flurry of punches and kicks with the swiftness of light. Whoosh! Bang! 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 Due to Son Wukong's unparalleled speed, before Black Goku could even retaliate, Wukong's assault struck him directly. Black Goku immediately emitted a series of anguished cries. Bang! With a swift kick, Son Gohan sent Black Goku soaring through the air. Is this all you are capable of? He taunted, infuriated by Gohan's mockery. Black Goku's heart surged with rage. What is the meaning of this? How is your power so formidable? Why are you so strong? I have faced another Gohan from a different timeline, yet his strength pales in comparison to yours. Son Gohan smiled and said, because I am a one-of-a-kind existence. Now, do you have any final words? If not, I shall obliterate you without hesitation. Damn it! Black Goku exclaimed in fury, charging at Son Gohan with all his might. With a light chuckle, Son Wukong swiftly maneuvered to position himself behind Black Goku, his right hand coalescing a surge of violet destructive energy. Destruction. As soon as the words escaped his lips, Black Goku let out a piercing scream, his form vanishing at an astonishing speed. Was he truly obliterated? Future Trunks stood in stunned silence. After an arduous battle with Black Goku, whom neither Son Wukong nor Vegeta could vanquish, Son Gohan swiftly dispatched him. Just then, Gohan reverted to his normal form and landed beside Future Trunks. Brother Gohan, what was that transformation you just exhibited? That was Super Saiyan 4. Super Saiyan 4? Indeed. Super Saiyan 4 is a transformation that follows the Super Saiyan lineage, while my father's Super Saiyan Blue is derived from the divine path. Is there such a significant disparity in power between these two transformations? It is not merely a matter of power difference, but rather a consequence of the foundational battle strength. Foundational battle strength? Both Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan Blue transcend the Super Saiyan 3rd grade transformation. My current strength is attributed to my elevated foundational battle power. During our previous confrontation, I defeated you in your Super Saiyan third-grade form without even transforming myself. I see now. Future Trunks responded, enlightened. Then, Brother Gohan. Why does Super Saiyan 4 differ so greatly from a typical Super Saiyan? Super Saiyan 4 is a transformation achieved under the light of a full moon. Thus it is indeed distinct from the standard Super Saiyan transformations. A full moon? Yes. Therefore, to attain the Super Saiyan 4 transformation, one must possess a tail. I understand now. In truth, if you establish a solid foundation, whether it is Super Saiyan 4 or Super Saiyan Blue, the essence remains the same. Future Trunks nodded in agreement. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong immediately produced 2 magical beans for Son Gohan and the others. After consuming the miraculous immortal beans, Son Wukong and his companions swiftly regained their strength and healed their injuries. Then, Father, shall we return? Indeed. Son Wukong nodded. Within the palace of the future king of all, the Supreme Kai of Time was currently examining the circumstances on Earth through the staff in his hand. The reason for his scrutiny was the recent sensation of a purging power. This power had always been a domain of the king of all's lineage. Yet he now observed such force manifesting within a human. In addition to the purging power, he also detected a time machine. The transgression of time travel by humans was a grave offense, one that the Supreme Kai could not overlook. However, this matter required consultation with the future king of all. Chapter 154. Aquan, Your Excellency. A human named Son Gohan has appeared on Earth in the 7th universe, and he seems to possess the purging power. The purging power? Indeed. However, he does not appear to be a native of our timeline, but rather hails from another dimension. Another dimension? Yes. A human named Trunks brought him here using a time machine and eliminated Zamasu and his cohorts. Zamasu? Zamasu was originally a Kai of the 10th universe, but he apparently exchanged bodies with a being named Son Wukong using the Super Dragon Balls, subsequently annihilating all the Supreme Kais. All the Supreme Kais are dead? Indeed. Your Excellency, does this mean that Beerus and the others have perished as well? The Supreme Kai of Time nodded. Then, Your Excellency, should we take action regarding the time machine? You just mentioned Son Gohan, Your Excellency. Is he currently on Earth? Yes, Your Excellency. I wish to meet him. Understood. Your Excellency, in the future timeline, on Earth, Trunks felt a wave of sorrow wash over him upon seeing that Son Wukong and Vegeta had healed. Although they had vanquished Black Goku, the future Bulma had permanently departed from this world. What troubles you, Trunks? Son Gohan inquired. What is it? Oh, it's nothing. I was just suddenly reminded of my mother. Are you referring to Aunt Bulma from the future? Indeed, future Trunks nodded. When Black Goku first appeared, future Bulma stayed behind to confront him in order to protect future Trunks, ultimately meeting a tragic end at Black Goku's hands. Trunks, your mother may yet be resurrected. Resurrected? Is that truly possible? Yes, but I cannot be entirely certain. Not entirely certain? On a planet known as Hyler Star, there exist Dragon Balls, but unlike the others, only 2 Dragon Balls are required to grant a wish. Only 2 Dragon Balls? Son Wukong was taken aback. Uncle Wukong, are you not aware? Not aware. Son Wukong shook his head. Then where is Planet Hill? He inquired. Ahem. Son Gohan coughed softly. I am uncertain of this planet's identity, but if you inquire with someone, you should be able to ascertain its name. However, given that Zamasu has slain even the gods, do you think the planet you mentioned, Planet Shirelli, may have already been obliterated? I do not know, which is why I suggested that perhaps we could revive Aunt Bulma. Future Trunks nodded in agreement. At that moment, a radiant spectrum of light descended from the heavens. Once the brilliance dissipated, 4 figures emerged within it. These 4 were none other than the Grand Zeno of the future timeline, the Grand Minister, and the 2 attendants of the Grand Zeno. All hail the Grand Zeno. Son Wukong was taken aback. Lord Zeno? Future Trunks, upon hearing this, wore an expression of confusion. Do you know me? Future Zeno inquired. Son Wukong nodded. Then who among you is Son Wufan? Wufan. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong immediately cast his gaze towards Son Gohan. Your Majesty, the Omni King. Son Gohan greeted the King of all from the future timeline. The King of all nodded in acknowledgement. Gohan, may I call you Gohan? Certainly. Then, Gohan, would you be willing to be my friend? Friend? Indeed. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong contemplated for a moment and nodded. Splendid, exclaimed the future King of Time. Then I shall call you Wukong. What shall you call me? How about Aquan? Aquan. The future King of Time smiled at this. So, Aquan, what brings you and the Grand Priest here? I have heard from the Grand Priest that you possess the ability to cleanse. Son Wukong was taken aback. Indeed. They had come because he had employed the power of purification. Just a little. So, Wukong, would you consider becoming the Omni King? The All-King. Son Gohan was taken aback. Indeed. The future Xeno nodded with a smile. Lord Xeno. The Supreme Kai of Time from the future and Xeno's attendants immediately displayed expressions of astonishment upon hearing this. A Xeno. I appreciate your kindness, but I am merely a human. It's all right. As long as you wish to be, I shall make you the Xeno. No need, a Xeno. You should remain the Xeno. Very well then. The future Xeno remarked, retrieving a purple button device from his person to present it to Son Gohan. Gohan, this is for you. What is this button? By pressing this red button, you can come to my side. And what about this blue button? Pressing this one will bring me to your side. I see. So, Gohan, would you care to visit my palace? No, I have other matters to attend to. Very well then. Lord Xeno, shall we return? The Supreme Kai of Time inquired. The future Xeno nodded in agreement. Observing this, the Supreme Kai of Time promptly led Xeno and the others away. Gohan, what did Lord Xeno mean by the power of eradication just now? Son Wukong inquired. What is it? Nothing at all. Son Gohan, Trunks. Could you please take us back first? Certainly. Future Trunks nodded in agreement. Without hesitation, he retrieved the time machine and transported Son Goku back to the primary timeline. In the primary timeline, at Capsule Corporation in West City, Bulma and her companions were eagerly awaiting the return of Son Gohan and the others. Suddenly, a yellow machine materialized in the sky. It was the time machine. They're back, Bulma exclaimed joyfully. Meanwhile, Beerus, reclining in a lounge chair, slightly raised himself. As Son Wukong leaped from the time machine and landed gracefully on the ground, he inquired, Gohan, how are things? Gohan replied, I've resolved the issue. Is that so? How splendid. At that moment, Son Wukong and future Trunks descended from the time machine as well. Observing this, Beerus promptly approached Son Wukong with Whis by his side. Wukong, have you discerned the identity of Black Wukong? The true identity of Black Wukong is Zamasu. Zamasu? Is there such a Kaishin? Whis responded to Lord Beerus, currently. It seems there is no such Kaishin among the 12 universes. None at all? Indeed, Whis nodded. Could it possibly be an apprentice Kaishin? Son Wukong said, I am uncertain. I shall investigate. How is it that Zamasu bears such a striking resemblance to you? Beerus inquired. Zamasu confided that he exchanged bodies with me. Exchanged bodies? Moreover, this Zamasu possesses immortality. Immortality? Indeed, no matter how I assault him, he remains unscathed. Subsequently, he inexplicably vanished. Chapter 155, Guas. Beerus vanished inexplicably? Upon hearing this, Son Gohan immediately felt a twinge of guilt. How could a person simply vanish? It was undeniably him who had utilized the erasure technique to eliminate Zamasu. Vegeta nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, Son Wukong and the others recounted all that had transpired in the future to Bulma and the others. Upon hearing about the Omni King and the power of erasure, Beerus's expression shifted dramatically. Even Whis, who stood nearby, became solemn upon learning that Son Gohan possessed such formidable erasure power. Destruction energy, ultra instinct, the power of erasure. If it weren't for the striking resemblance between Son Gohan and Son Wukong, he might have suspected that Son Gohan hailed from a remarkably powerful lineage. What troubles you? Lord Beerus? Son Wukong inquired. Upon hearing this, Beerus immediately turned to Son Gohan with a grave expression and said, Gohan, how could you possess the power of erasure? The power of erasure from the Omni King can obliterate everything. If your erasure power is akin to that of the Omni King, then you could erase yourself in an instant. Whis, what exactly is the power of erasure? Son Wukong inquired. The power of erasure is a force that can only be wielded by Lord Xeno. In an instant, Lord Xeno possesses the ability to obliterate all universes, every single one. Son Wukong was taken aback. If what Whis said is true, then the power possessed by Son Wukong's son, Gohan, is indeed formidable. As for me, I cannot fathom it. This power simply manifested within me unexpectedly. Son Gohan remarked, suddenly, how did he come to possess such power? Meanwhile, Beerus silently criticized this unexpected turn of events. So, Gohan, did you eliminate Zamasu? Vegeta inquired. At that moment, if he remained oblivious to the fact that it was indeed Son Gohan who had vanquished Zamasu, he would truly be foolish. Son Wukong nodded. Lord Beerus, should we now seek out Zamasu? Asked Whis. Have you located him? Inquired Beerus. Indeed. He is currently in Universe 10. Whis affirmed. Universe 10. Upon hearing this, Beerus stroked his chin thoughtfully. Yes. Whis confirmed with a nod. But under what pretense shall we make our visit? Lord Beerus, we could approach him under the guise of inspecting the time rings, suggested Whis. Beerus nodded in agreement. Then, Goku, shall you accompany us as well? Me? This matter arose because of you. Shouldn't you join us? Beerus stated with a serious demeanor. Very well, Goku replied. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong scratched his head and said, Lord Beerus, please wait a moment while I procure some Daifuku as a gift to bring along. Beerus nodded in agreement and urged, make haste. Understood, replied Whis. Shortly thereafter, Whis returned with the Daifuku, and together with Son Wukong, they departed from Earth. Upon witnessing this, Son Gohan immediately took future Trunks to seek the guidance of King Kai, inquiring about the whereabouts of planet Shire. In the 10th universe, within the realm of the Kaioshin, stood an elderly figure adorned in a yellow-skinned visage and a Kaioshin uniform, quietly positioned beneath a grand tree. This individual was none other than the Kaioshin of the 10th universe, Gaosu. Behind Gaosu stood a youthful figure, Zamasu. After a prolonged gaze at the tree, Gaosu abruptly turned to face Zamasu. Earlier that day, he had taken Zamasu to the lower realms to enlighten him about the evolution of humanity. However, Zamasu's views conflicted with his teachings, leading to an extensive admonition from Gaosu. Growing weary of Gaosu's discourse, Zamasu feigned compliance with his Minor-S perspective. At that moment, a radiant spectrum of light descended from the heavens, landing gracefully upon the grass before Gaosu. As the brilliance faded, 3 figures emerged. These were none other than Son Wukong and Lord Beerus. Lord Beerus, Gaosu greeted with a respectful nod. Beerus acknowledged him and approached along with Son Wukong. Soon, Beerus stood directly before Gaosu. Curiosity stirred within Gaosu as he regarded Son Wukong. Lord Beerus, who is he? He is Son Wukong. Son Wukong? Is he your disciple? Loosely speaking, yes. Oh, then, Lord Beerus, what brings you here? We recently encountered an individual wearing a time ring, and we wish to ascertain whether any of your time rings are missing. Beerus remarked, casting a glance at Zamasu. I see. Who might he be? Oh. I neglected to introduce him. This is my new apprentice, Zamasu. Zamasu, meet Lord Beerus. Greetings, Lord Beerus. Zamasu bowed respectfully toward Beerus. Beerus nodded in acknowledgement. Then Zamasu. Please present the time ring for Lord Beerus and the others to inspect. As you wish, Lord Gaosu. Very well, Lord Beerus. Shall we proceed to enjoy some tea? Indeed. Beerus assented. In response, Gaosu promptly led Beerus and the others to a tea table, preparing tea for them. Witnessing this, Whis swiftly produced a box of Daifuku pastries. What is this? These are Daifuku pastries, a delightful treat from Lord Beerus for you. Daifuku pastries. Ah, they are indeed a splendid accompaniment for tea. Well then, I shall not hold back. Whis nodded. At that moment, Zamasu brought forth a box. Lord Beerus, this is the box containing the time rings. Zamasu, please open it, exclaimed Gaosu. Zamasu opened the box, revealing a total of 6 time rings. 5 of them were of vibrant green, while 1 gleamed silver. Lord Beerus, it appears there are no issues, correct? Indeed, Beerus nodded in affirmation. Now, Zamasu, please put the box away and prepare tea for Lord Beerus. Yes, Lord Gaosu. Zamasu responded, tidying the box and commencing the tea preparation for Beerus and his companions. Lord Beerus, he must possess considerable strength to be accepted as your disciple. Wouldn't you agree? Gaosu inquired curiously. Beerus merely nodded. Zamasu, observing Son Goku before him, found it perplexing that a god of destruction would take a human as a disciple. Just then, as Zamasu's focus waned, the tea he was pouring overflowed from the cup. Zamasu, the tea is full, Gaosu reminded. Prompted by Gaosu's words, Zamasu promptly lifted the teapot and wiped the table with a cloth. Lord Gaosu, what is Zamasu's level of strength? Son Wukong inquired. Although Zamasu is merely a Kai, his strength is indeed formidable. Guavas replied with a sense of pride. Is that so? May I engage in a sparring match with him? Chapter 156. The Omni King summons Son Wukong. Sparring? Indeed, Lord Guavas. Son Wukong chuckled. Upon hearing this, Guavas immediately turned to Zamas. Zamas, what is your opinion? I have no objections. Zamas replied. In that case, you may proceed to spar over there. Guavas gestured towards the distance. Very well, as Son Wukong spoke. He immediately rose to his feet and strode towards the distant meadow. Zamas, with a silent scoff in his heart, followed suit. Soon, the two arrived upon the verdant expanse. They simultaneously assumed their battle stances. Shall we commence, Zamas? Son Wukong inquired. Indeed, Zamas nodded in agreement. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong let out a formidable roar and charged towards Zamasu. In an instant, he found himself before Zamasu, his fists moving like the wind as he launched an assault. Zamasu raised his hand to defend, while simultaneously countering with his own attack. Bang! With a heavy blow, Sun Wukong was sent flying. A trace of smugness curled at the corners of Zamasu's mouth. Huh! At that moment, Sun Wukong unleashed a thunderous shout and transformed into a Super Saiyan. Zamasu was taken aback. In the blink of an eye, Sun Wukong appeared before Zamasu, his right fist striking forward with immense force. Unprepared for such a sudden increase in speed, Zamasu was knocked down onto the grass by Sun Wukong's assault. Lord Beerus, what is this transformation? Asked Guavas. A Super Saiyan. A Super Saiyan? Beerus nodded. Observing the fallen Zamasu, Sun Wukong promptly reverted to his normal form. Zamasu, upon seeing this, let out a cold grunt and swiftly rose from the ground, his right hand coalescing a purple energy blade, ready to engage Sun Wukong once more. Zamasu. Guavas immediately interjected, attempting to halt him. Hearing Guavas' voice, Zamasu gradually calmed, and the purple energy blade dissipated. I sincerely apologize, Lord Beerus, for the embarrassment. Guavas expressed his regrets towards Beerus. As Zamasu stood, an intense aura of murderous intent radiated from him. Since this was merely a sparring match, such a display of hostility was quite unbecoming. Beerus nodded slightly. As long as there are no issues with the time ring, we shall take our leave. Very well, Lord Beerus. Please take care, and I apologize for today's events. Wukong. Let us return, was called out to Sun Wukong. Understood. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong nodded and swiftly flew to Beerus' side. Lord Whis, shall we return? He inquired. Bidding farewell to Whis. Very well, Whis replied, pointing his staff towards the ground, and the three departed from the realm of the Supreme Kai. Once they had left, Whis immediately approached Zamasu and began to reprimand him. However, Zamasu paid no heed to Whis' scolding, his thoughts consumed by the formidable power of Sun Wukong. As a deity, he was astounded that he could be bested by a mere human. Meanwhile, after departing from the God of Destruction's realm of Universe 10, Beerus and his companions engaged in conversation. Whis, it appears that the Dark Wukong from the future is indeed Zamasu. Indeed, but he has yet to take action. We cannot simply eliminate him without cause. Keep a close watch on his movements. We must ensure he does not kill the Supreme Kai. Understood, Lord Beerus. The Supreme Kai? Whis chuckled lightly. Wukong, you may not be aware that Lord Beerus' life is intricately linked to that of the Supreme Kai. In other words, should the Supreme Kai perish, Lord Beerus would meet the same fate. Beerus, Whis, what does it matter? After all, Wukong is not a stranger. Sun Wukong smiled and remarked, so, if I simply eliminate Lord Kaishin, I shall defeat Lord Beerus. Upon hearing this, Beerus remained silent. At that moment, Whis' staff suddenly radiated a bright glow. Whis paused in the cosmos to respond to a call from the Grand Minister. Father. The Grand Minister nodded in acknowledgement. Whis, is Sun Wukong with you? Yes, Father. Lord Zeno wishes to see him. Please escort him to Lord Zeno's palace. Lord Zeno, Beerus exclaimed in astonishment. Understood, Father. With that, the Grand Minister ended the communication. Whis. What does Lord Zeno want with me? I am uncertain. Whis replied. Let us forego further chatter and promptly take Wukong to meet Lord Zeno. Whis nodded, raised his staff, and continued to fly forward. Shortly thereafter, the three returned to the realm of destruction in Universe 7. Wukong, when you meet Lord Zeno, be sure to show him the utmost respect. Otherwise, inciting Lord Zeno's ire could have dire consequences. Dire consequences? Whis elaborated. There were once 18 universes that incurred Lord Zeno's wrath, and thus were eradicated by him. I see. Beerus nodded. By the way, do you intend to meet Lord Zeno dressed like that? Is there something wrong with this attire? Beerus inquired. Sun Wukong glanced at his orange martial arts uniform and felt no sense of incongruity. Oh well, suit yourself, he remarked. Will you be escorting him, Whis? Lord Beerus. It will take me at least 2 days to reach the Grand Zeno's palace. By the time we arrive, Grand Zeno might have already lost patience. Doesn't Wukong know the Supreme Kai? He could request the Supreme Kai to transport him there. The Supreme Kai, indeed. His instantaneous movement can transport one directly to Grand Zeno's palace in the blink of an eye. I see, Whis nodded. Shortly thereafter, Sun Wukong and his companions arrived at the Supreme Kai's realm, where they conveyed Grand Zeno's desire to meet Wukong to the East Supreme Kai. Grand Zeno wishes to see Wukong. Indeed, so it seems we must trouble you to take us there. No problem, the East Supreme Kai replied, feeling a twinge of nervousness. Ever since learning about Grand Zeno, he had been filled with profound respect for him. After a brief exchange with the old Supreme Kai, the East Supreme Kai was entrusted with escorting Son Wukong and Whis to meet Grand Zeno. Both Son Wukong and the East Supreme Kai were aware that Lord Beerus and the old Supreme Kai held reservations about them. Open the portal. The East Supreme Kai placed his hands on the backs of the two, and in an instant, they arrived at Grand Zeno's palace. The palace appeared to be shaped like the character for all. Although it resembled a house, its dimensions were astonishingly vast. The Grand Minister was already standing outside the palace, awaiting their arrival. After giving Son Wukong a few instructions, Whis led the two forward. Father. Chapter 157. Restoring Peace in the Future. The Grand Minister nodded. Father. Due to the haste of our arrival, Wukong did not have time to change his attire. No matter. After all, this is formal wear for him, is it not? The Grand Minister smiled as he regarded Son Wukong. Son Wukong nodded. The great king has been awaiting your arrival for quite some time. Please, follow me inside. Very well. Son Wukong nodded. Upon finishing his words, the Grand Minister promptly led the three individuals into the palace. As they entered, a veil of white mist enveloped them, gradually dissipating as they ventured further. Son Wukong beheld a floor of crystalline brilliance and columns adorned with intricate, lifelike carvings. It was unclear how long they had walked. But eventually, the Grand Minister escorted them to the palace of the Omni King. Your Excellency, the Omni King, exclaimed the Eastern Kaioshin, immediately kneeling before the throne, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. The Omni King nodded, descending gracefully from his throne to stand before Son Wukong. Wukong. Son Wukong nodded. Your Excellency, the Omni King. Have you summoned me for a particular purpose? Son Wukong inquired. In truth, there is nothing much. I am merely a person feeling rather bored and seeking your company. Bored? You say. By the way, Wukong, shall we engage in that activity we did last time? That activity from last time? Oh, are you referring to that? As Son Wukong spoke, he quickly recalled the moment, grasping the hand of the Omni King, causing him to levitate from the ground before gently descending once more. Is that satisfactory? Your Majesty? He inquired. The Omni King nodded in affirmation. By the way, Wukong, how would you feel about being my friend? A friend? Son Wukong echoed. Indeed. Becoming friends with your Majesty is certainly no trouble at all. Son Wukong chuckled and said, If I call you Wukong, what shall you call me? Son Wukong pondered for a moment and said, What do you think of the name Quan? Upon hearing this, the great divine officer could not contain his laughter. Meanwhile, the two guards of the King of All broke into a slight cold sweat, astonished by Son Wukong's audacity in daring to name the King Quan. The Eastern Supreme Kai nearly fainted from shock upon hearing the suggestion. The naming of Son Wukong leaves much to be desired. Indeed. Son Wukong nodded. Very well. So, Wukong, what shall we play next? However, the Omni King interjected, I have matters to attend to. Upon hearing this, the two guards of the Omni King immediately glared fiercely at Son Wukong. Do you two wish to be eliminated? The Omni King cast a cold glance at them, prompting the guards to avert their gaze. At that moment, the Omni King presented a purple button to Son Wukong. Isn't this the button that the Omni King gifted to Gohan? Gohan is my son. Witnessing this, Whis quickly signaled to Son Wukong, urging him to refrain from further comment, as traversing time and space is a grave offense. Is that so? Then why do I have no recollection of it? Inquired the Omni King. It is the future Omni King. The future? Son Wukong nodded. Then where is Sun Wufan? He is currently on Earth. Is that so? Well, if the opportunity arises, I would like to meet him. Son Wukong nodded. By pressing this red button, you shall find yourself by my side. And what of the other one? Will it summon you, a Quan? The King of All nodded in agreement. So, Wukong, when might you have the leisure to play with me? I am uncertain at this moment. Is that so? Then when you do find the time, simply press this red switch. Son Wukong nodded. If there is nothing further, your Majesty, I shall take my leave. The East Kaioshin bowed respectfully to the Omni King. The Omni King acknowledged with a nod. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong promptly turned around to gaze at the East King God, who remained kneeling on the ground. Great King God, please rise. Son Wukong urged. The East King God, feeling a bit embarrassed, responded, I have knelt for quite a while, and my legs have gone numb. Alas, how utterly useless. As Son Wukong spoke, he stepped forward to hoist the East Kaioshin onto his shoulder and departed from the palace of the Omni King. Upon reaching outside the palace, the East Kaioshin began to regain consciousness, guiding the two back to the realm of the Kaioshins in the seventh universe. How is it? Beerus inquired. It's not looking good. Wukong has revealed the situation regarding the future Omni King, Whis responded. The future Omni King? Beerus exclaimed, a bead of cold sweat forming on his forehead. What did the Omni King say? Interestingly, the Omni King didn't say much. He merely requested Wukong to be his friend. Well, that's a relief. Beerus sighed in ease. Wait, did you just say the Omni King wants Wukong to be his friend? Yes, Whis nodded affirmatively. Upon hearing this, an ominous premonition stirred within Beerus. With Wukong's Navet, it was highly probable that they would face significant complications. However, with matters having reached this point, worrying would prove futile. Then, Whis, shall we return? Certainly, Lord Beerus. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had gone by. In West City, at Bulma's residence, everyone gathered to bid farewell to future Trunks, who was preparing to return to his timeline. Take care, Trunks. Safe travels. Krillin and the others offered their goodbyes, while Vegeta stood at a distance beneath a large tree. Thank you, everyone. I promise to train even harder and protect the future. The group nodded in agreement. In that moment, future Trunks glanced at Vegeta, who suddenly gestured a thumbs up. With a smile, future Trunks reciprocated the gesture. Subsequently, he activated the time machine and returned to the future. Upon his return, future Trunks immediately took the Dragon Radar and headed to Planet Hiller. There, he discovered 2 Dragon Balls. Utilizing these 2 Dragon Balls, he resurrected those who had fallen at the hands of Black Goku and Zamasu. Once again, peace was restored in the future timeline. Time flew by, and 2 more days passed. In the realm of destruction within the 7th universe, Son Gohan and Vegeta have returned to the realm of the God of Destruction for training. Whis observes their practice with a slight nod. At that moment, the staff in his hand suddenly radiates light. Upon inspecting the staff, Whis discovers that it is a communication from the East Kaioshin, and he promptly answers it. Whis, I heard from Zuno that Zamasu has been probing into the matters concerning Son Wukong and the Super Dragon Balls these past few days. Zamasu? Indeed. I understand. And I shall inform Lord Beerus. After the East Kaioshin acknowledges this, he ends the communication. Shortly thereafter, Whis relays the information regarding Zamasu's inquiries to Son Wukong and the others. Chapter 158. The Birth of Bra. It seems that Zamasu is becoming increasingly restless. Beerus remarks. Indeed. Whis nods in agreement. Whis, shall we pay a visit to Universe 10? Universe 10? Yes. Is Zamasu not nearing his limit? We could stoke the flames and hasten his actions. Whis nods in affirmation. However, Lord Beerus, under what pretext shall we visit? We shall inquire if there are any new findings regarding the time rings. That is indeed a commendable idea. So, Lord Beerus, shall Goku and Vegeta accompany us? Let Goku join us. Understood, Lord Beerus. Whis responds, summoning Son Wukong. They then set off towards Universe 10. In Universe 10, at the Kaioshin realm, Guas is currently instructing Zamasu. Suddenly, a beam of multicolored light descends from the heavens. As the brilliance dissipates, 3 figures emerge. These 3 are none other than Son Wukong and his companions. Lord Beerus. Beerus nods in acknowledgement. Lord Beerus, what brings you here today? I wish to inquire if you have made any new discoveries regarding the time rings. None. Guas shakes his head. Zamasu, prepare tea for Lord Beerus and his companions. Yes. Lord Guas. Zamasu replies, pouring tea for the 3. Upon seeing this, Beerus promptly sits down with Son Wukong and the others to enjoy the tea. After a brief moment of sipping tea, Beerus rises from his seat. Since there is no news regarding the time rings, we shall take our leave. Are you leaving? Indeed. Beerus affirms. Safe travels, Lord Beerus. Beerus nodded and departed with Whis and the others. Once they had left, Zamasu immediately resolved to eliminate Gowasu. In the 10th universe, after Whis and his companions departed from the Kaioshin realm, they paused in the cosmic expanse not far from it. A projection emerged from the crystal orb atop Whis' staff, revealing the scene within the 10th universe's Kaioshin realm. Through this projection, Goku and the others beheld Zamasu alongside Gowasu. Son Wukong, Zamas. Beerus nodded. At that moment, Zamas was pouring tea for Guavas. Guavas glanced at the tea on the table and lifted the cup with his hand. Just then, Zamas stepped slightly behind Guavas, his right hand gathering a blade of purple energy. This is bad. Lord Beerus, Zamas intends to kill Guavas. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong's expression changed dramatically. Beerus, upon hearing this, remained silent. With a resounding thud, Zamasu's purple energy blade pierced through Gavas's body. The evidence is ample. Let us revert time to 3 minutes prior. As you wish, Lord Beerus. Vados replied, pointing her staff towards the ground, and instantly, time was restored to 3 minutes ago. Reverting to 3 minutes prior? Upon hearing this, Son Wukong displayed a look of perplexity. We lack the time for explanations, Beerus said urgently. We must return swiftly, lest Goku's life truly hangs in the balance due to Zamasu. In response, Whis promptly waved his staff, guiding Son Wukong and the others back. In Universe 10, on the Kaioshin realm, the earlier scene replayed itself. Just as Zamasu was about to strike, a glove adorned with a cat emblem materialized on his hand. Taken aback, Zamasu quickly retracted his right hand. At that moment, Beerus and his companions appeared before Goku. Lord Beerus! Goku exclaimed. Beerus nodded in acknowledgement. Lord Beerus, did you not return? What brings you back? That is a question for him, Beerus replied, turning his gaze towards Zamasu. Zamasu. Goku immediately directed his attention to Zamasu. Why did you withdraw your right hand? He intended to kill you. Beerus interjected. Kill me? Whis. It is Lord Beerus. Whis then revealed to Goku the moment Zamasu attempted to slay Goku. Zamasu, what in the world is happening? Goku demanded, his voice rising in intensity. The disciple he had painstakingly nurtured now sought to take his life. Zamasu let out a cold chuckle and produced the cat emblazoned glove. The glove! Goku gasped. No sooner had he spoken than the glove split apart, revealing Zamasu's right hand, charged with a purple energy blade. Zamasu, what is the meaning of this? Goku felt a chill run through him. It is for the time ring. Whis interjected. The time ring? Indeed, in the future, Zamasu not only killed you, but also attained immortality through the Super Dragon Balls and took on Goku's form, annihilating all the Kaioshins in the process. All the Kaioshins. Goku trembled at the revelation. He never anticipated that his disciple would commit such heinous acts in the future. Although he did not wield the blade himself, Zamasu was his student, and as such, he bore significant responsibility. Ha! Zamasu erupted in laughter. I never imagined my plan would come to fruition in the future. Thus, I cannot afford to perish here. With that declaration, he lunged towards Son Wukong. Beerus, observing this, swiftly positioned himself in front of Zamasu, conjuring a wave of destructive purple energy aimed directly at him. Destruction. Zamasu let out a blood-curdling scream as his body disintegrated at a visible pace. Beerus snorted disdainfully and glanced at Goku. In the future, be more discerning in choosing your disciples. Understood. Gawas nodded. Whis, let us depart. As you wish, Lord Beerus. With that, Whis took the two of them and left. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 10 months had elapsed. In West City, at Bulma's residence. At this moment, Son Wukong and the others had gathered at Bulma's residence, gazing upon the newborn daughter she had just brought into the world. Wow, Bulma, she resembles you so much, exclaimed one of the onlookers. Of course, Bulma replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Mr. Satan immediately made a funny face at Bulma's daughter. It seemed that the child was startled by Mr. Satan's antics as she suddenly burst into tears. Vegeta, who stood not far away, instantly transformed into Super Saiyan Blue upon witnessing this commotion. What is the matter, Vegeta? Is there an enemy? Son Wukong inquired. Upon hearing this, Vegeta remained silent, reverting to his usual form. At that moment, Dr. Brief suddenly addressed Bulma. Bulma, has this child been named? If not, I have a few delightful suggestions, such as Bridu. Hearing this, Vegeta immediately approached Bulma. Bulma, she is a Saiyan, so she must have a name befitting our heritage. I have already decided on one. It shall be B. No need. Dad, I have chosen her name. Her name will be Bra. Bulma replied with a smile. Chapter 159. Beerus imparts destruction techniques to Vegeta. Dr. Brief exclaimed, Bra. Hey, did you all hear me? Bra, what a splendid name. Son Gohan remarked, and upon hearing this, Yamcha and the others immediately chimed in. Vegeta, noticing his dismissal, felt a surge of anger within him. Is my status as a son-in-law so insignificant? Trunks, give your sister a hug, but make sure to hold her carefully. All right, Mom. Trunks replied, taking Bra from Bulma's hands. Hee. Bra beamed at the sight of Trunks. Trunks, it seems your sister adores you. Trunks nodded and made a silly face at Bra. At that moment, Bulma glanced toward Vegeta, who stood at a distance. Trunks. Trunks looked up and followed Bulma's gaze to Vegeta. Understanding Bulma's implication, Trunks brought Bra to Vegeta. Dad, Mom wants you to hold the baby. Upon hearing this, Vegeta looked at Trunks. Quick, give her to me. You're holding her incorrectly. Dad, you seem quite experienced. Humph. Vegeta scoffed, glancing at Bra in his arms. Just then, the staff in Whis's hands suddenly illuminated. Whis recognized it as a communication from the Grand Minister and promptly answered. Father. The Grand Minister nodded. Lord Zeno is preparing to hold the Tournament of Power. This competition will involve 8 universes, each with 10 participants. 10? Indeed. The Tournament of Power will commence on the 31st of the 31st year of the King's calendar, at the 157th hour. According to your Earth time. That is 2 months from now. 2 months? Yes, Lord Zeno. I wanted to inform you in advance so that you may prepare. Understood, Father. The Grand Minister nodded and ended the communication. What is it, Whis? Son Wukong inquired. Lord Zeno, preparations are underway for the Tournament of Power. Vegeta responded. The Tournament of Power. According to my father, a total of 8 universes will participate in this event, with each universe permitted to send forth 10 combatants. The competition commencing in 2 months. 10 combatants? Indeed, Lord Beerus. Then, Gohan, do you have any worthy candidates to recommend? Beerus inquired. Son Gohan pondered for a moment and said, Father, Uncle Vegeta, Reg, Majin Buu, Uncle Piccolo, Lapis, Broly. That's 8. We still need 2 more. Beerus inquired, Gohan. Who is Broly? Son Wukong inquired. Broly is a scion of even greater strength than Vegeta. A scion whose power surpasses that of Vegeta. Son Wukong nodded. However, his power might be impossible to fully harness. Power that cannot be completely controlled. Indeed, he could lose control just like a scion transforming into a great ape. Nonetheless, even when he remains composed, his strength is remarkably formidable. Is that so? I truly wish to meet this individual. Vegeta, upon hearing this, clenched his teeth. Sun Wukong, Sun Wufan, and the formidable strength of Vegeta are already remarkable. Now, another scion named Broly has emerged. Does this not mean he will instantaneously become the 5th strongest? No. He must become even more powerful. He shall never settle for being the 5th. What troubles you, Vegeta? Bulma inquired. It is nothing. Oh, and what are the other 2? Beerus remarked. How about Krillin and Tien Shinhan? Sun Wukong inquired. Krillin and Tien Shinhan? Are they the 2 bald-headed individuals? Indeed. Sun Wukong nodded. Father, shall we invite androids 17 and 18 to participate? Yes, androids 17 and 18. But Gohan, do you know where they are? I do not know. But I have a way to locate them. However, will they be willing to join the competition? I am uncertain, but we can only give it a try. Sun Wukong nodded. Beerus said, Very well, Gohan, the task of gathering 10 contestants is entrusted to you. Son Gohan nodded. Time flew by. And in the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. In the realm of destruction of Universe 7, Vegeta suddenly approached Beerus. Lord Beerus, is there something you require? Beerus replied, What is it, Vegeta? Could you teach me the divine techniques of a destroyer? Upon hearing this, a profound expression crossed Beerus's face. What, Vegeta? Do you wish to become a destroyer? No, I merely seek to surpass Kakarot. Beerus chuckled and said, You should know that the divine techniques of a destroyer can only be passed to the next destroyer. Of course, if you wish to learn them secretly. That is another matter. Secretly? If you desire to learn, then follow me. Beerus declared, soaring forward. Vegeta promptly followed suit. After a brief moment, Beerus landed atop a cliff and turned to face Vegeta. How many planets have you Scions destroyed? I'm not certain. We Scions only know of battle. This way of survival has likely led us to commit numerous sins. However, destruction and invasion began with the oppression of the Frieza clan. Are you implying that your misdeeds should be blamed on Frieza and his ilk? Beerus inquired, gazing at Vegeta. That is not my intent. My father sacrificed others in his pursuit of power to establish the throne. The decline of the Scions had already commenced before the Frieza clan took control. How tedious. Beerus snorted. Forget about that. Those are matters for the Scions. Are you suggesting that the annihilation of the Scions is fate? Indeed. Vegeta nodded. I find it exceedingly dull. Beerus suddenly glared at Vegeta. What? Vegeta exclaimed, startled. Aren't you going to show me the techniques of a destroyer? What does this have to do with the past of the Scions? It is highly relevant. Beerus stated, gathering a sphere of destructive energy at the tip of his right index finger and directing it toward a distant planet. Boom. With a resounding explosion. The planet was obliterated in an instant. Is this the technique of destruction? Vegeta gasped in astonishment. This is but one aspect. What must I do to possess such power? In response, Beerus suddenly leaped forward, pressing Vegeta down to the ground. What are you doing? Vegeta exclaimed, taken aback. At that moment, Beerus unleashed a flurry of punches toward Vegeta. Bang, bang, bang. After a brief interval, Beerus ceased his assault. If there is confusion in your heart, you will never achieve this. Confusion? Chapter 160, Sun Wukong vs. Broly. If you are to bear the sins you've committed, then shall you also shoulder the transgressions of the Scions alone? Beerus declared, hurling Vegeta away, who collided violently with a towering tree. Crash! Vegeta's body tumbled down from the branches. Let me impart a revelation. It was I who incited Frieza to annihilate the Saions. What did you just say? Do you attribute this to fate? Then allow me to obliterate you as well, you fiend. Vegeta bellowed, transforming into Super Saiyan Blue. A deep azure aura emanated from his form. Yeah. With a fierce cry, Vegeta charged at Beerus. Swoosh! Swoosh! Vegeta's fists and feet darted toward Beerus like beams of light. Yet each strike was deftly evaded. Gritting his teeth, Vegeta concentrated a massive amount of energy into both hands, launching a barrage toward Beerus. Boom! 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 The multitude of energy blasts converged, enveloping the area in a thick cloud of smoke. Soaring above the smoke, Vegeta brought his hands down in a mighty hammer strike. However, he struck nothing but air. What? Just as Vegeta expressed his astonishment, Beerus appeared behind him, forcefully stomping down on his back, sending him crashing to the ground. What transgressions did the Saions commit in the past? Do they have any bearing on the you of today? If you remain haunted by such matters, your growth shall be stunted. Ah! Vegeta roared, launching a punch at Beerus. Beerus leapt backward, effortlessly evading the blow. Vegeta swiftly regained his footing and charged at Beerus once more. Swoosh! Swoosh! Beerus continued to evade Vegeta's onslaught with ease. Destruction! Suddenly, Beerus seized Vegeta's left arm with one hand and unleashed a surge of purple destructive energy with the other. Boom! With a tremendous explosion, Vegeta was sent hurtling away, reverting to his original form. Humph! Beerus scoffed, landing before Vegeta. I contemplate nothing beyond destruction, which is why my power is limitless. Listen closely. If you desire such strength, you must obliterate those superfluous thoughts and reconstruct yourself from the ground up. To create, one must first destroy. Vegeta was left profoundly shaken by Beerus's words. Moments later, he rose from the ground. Beerus instructed him to practice the destruction of pebbles. Ugh! Huh! Crack! The pebble in Vegeta's hand shattered. That was merely shattering it with energy. What we employ in destruction is the complete eradication of an object's existence from the world. It is the act of rendering everything to naught. When objects vanish, they release tremendous energy. As Beerus spoke, he obliterated a stone with the tip of his finger. Boom! With a resounding explosion, the stone vanished without a trace from this world. Vegeta gazed at the shattered stone, his heart instantly shaken by the energy unleashed upon its destruction. Beerus chuckled softly. Well, I have imparted to you the art of destruction. Whether you can comprehend it is entirely up to you. On planet Vampa, Broly was currently engaged in battle with a swarm of colossal spiders. With a mighty roar, he eradicated all the large arachnids. At that moment, two figures materialized on planet Vampa. These two were none other than Goku and Gohan. Upon seeing them, Broly's expression shifted to one of wariness. Who are you? How did you come to be on planet Vampa? Greetings, my name is Goku. Goku? Indeed, like you, I am a Saiyan. Then how did you come to be here? We have come specifically to find you. To find me? Just then, a figure soared in from the distance. It was Paragus, who swiftly approached Broly's side. Father. Paragus nodded. Turning to Goku. Are you Kakarot? You know me? I once fought alongside your father, Bardock. My father. Paragus nodded once more. Kakarot, is he still your child? Yes. His name is Gohan. Gohan? That does not seem like a Saiyan name. I am a Saiyan who was raised on Earth. Son Gohan exclaimed. Earth. Son Wukong nodded. So, Kakarot, how did you come to be here? Moreover, how did you arrive? I seem to have not witnessed any spacecraft descending upon planet Wampa. We traveled here using instant transmission. Son Wukong stated, instantaneous movement? This is a technique mastered by the Ardatian people. I see, Paragus replied. But how did you come to know of our presence on this planet? It was Gohan who informed me, exclaimed Son Wukong. Gohan. Paragus turned to Gohan. Astonishment evident on his face. I was told by an old man in a dream. An old man in a dream? Paragus responded incredulously. You expect me to believe such a tale? And why have you come here? I wish to invite Broly to participate in a competition that will take place in 2 months. If Broly agrees to compete, I shall ensure your departure from this planet once the contest concludes. A competition? Indeed. What kind of competition is it? It is a highly significant martial arts tournament. A martial arts tournament. Yes. If Broly consents to participate, I will facilitate your departure from this world once the event is over. Or do you wish to remain here for eternity? It is a deal, but how can I trust that you will truly take us away? Paragus inquired. Son Wukong smiled and said, I have no way to convince you that I will lead you away from here, but I believe that aside from us, no one else can take you away. Paragus clenched his teeth. Therefore, if you wish to leave this planet with Broly, your only choice is to place your trust in us. Very well then. After pondering for a moment, Paragus nodded. By the way, what is your name? Son Wukong inquired of Paragus. Paragus. Paragus? Paragus nodded in response. Then Paragus, may I engage in battle with Broly? It is indeed possible. But there are times when Broly loses control during combat, and even I cannot restrain him. No matter, after all, Gohan is here. Gohan. Paragus glanced at Son Gohan. Pondering deeply, it appeared that Kakarot held great confidence in his son's abilities. With this in mind, I shall acquiesce and observe the prowess of the father and son duo. If all goes well, perhaps I can capture them and coerce them into aiding our escape. Chapter 161. Son Wukong vs. Broly, Part 2. Very well, Broly. You may engage him in combat. Yes, father. Broly nodded. Splendid. Son Wukong exclaimed joyfully. Upon witnessing this, Son Gohan and Paragus promptly withdrew to the side, allowing space for the two combatants to engage. Now, Broly, let us commence. Son Wukong struck a combat stance with both hands, while Broly nodded in acknowledgement. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong let out a resounding shout and charged towards Broly. Whoosh! Bang! 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 In no time, Son Wukong reached Broly, his fist striking like a tempest in a relentless assault. Broly, while raising his hands to fend off Son Wukong's onslaught, began to retreat. Huh! With a mighty roar, Son Wukong delivered a powerful punch that sent Broly sprawling. Broly dug his feet into the ground, swiftly coming to a halt. Bang! With a fierce grip of his fists, Son Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan, a Super Saiyan. Paragus was taken aback. The son of Bardock, that lowly warrior, could indeed ascend to the legendary form of a Saiyan, just like Broly. In that moment of astonishment, Son Wukong surged towards Broly once more, fist clashing, feet colliding in a fierce confrontation. A torrent of astonishing winds emanated from their bodies, radiating outward. Bang! With a resounding crash, their right fists collided with tremendous force. The ground beneath them immediately buckled under the weight of their colossal powers, erupting like thorns in a dense thicket. Bang! After a moment of stalemate, both warriors simultaneously sent each other reeling backward. Broly let out a fierce roar and charged at Son Wukong. Until now, it had always been Son Wukong on the offensive. Now, the tide had turned. Son Wukong's eyes narrowed with intensity as he swiftly raised his arms to shield himself from Broly's impending right punch. With a resounding crash, Broly's fist propelled Son Wukong backward, sending him hurtling hundreds of meters away. With a swift motion, Son Wukong stepped back with his right foot and charged toward Broly. Whoosh! Bang! Bang! In an instant, Son Wukong found himself face to face with Broly, engaging in a fierce battle. Initially, Broly struggled due to his lack of combat experience, allowing Son Wukong to gain the upper hand. However, as Broly began to master his own formidable power and harness his robust physique, Son Wukong gradually found himself at a disadvantage. Bang! 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 Broly's fists landed forcefully against Son Wukong's face, continuously pushing him back. Well done, Broly, Paragus thought to himself, filled with silent joy. At that moment, Son Wukong suddenly evaded Broly's attack and retreated. Whoosh! Son Wukong gasped for breath as he gazed at Broly. This fellow, even without transforming into a Super Saiyan, is already remarkably formidable. I can scarcely imagine how powerful he would become upon assuming the Super Saiyan form. Huh! As Son Wukong spoke, he clenched his fist with great force. Boom! Accompanied by an astonishing surge of energy, Son Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan god. What is this? Paragus exclaimed in surprise. He had never witnessed such a transformation before. This is what they call a Super Saiyan god, Son Gohan remarked. The god of Super Saiyan? Son Gohan nodded. Bang! Son Wukong's body surged forth like a beam of crimson light, charging towards Broly. Broly clenched his fists with determination, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Son Wukong. In no time, Son Wukong reached Broly's front, delivering a powerful strike with his right fist. Observing this, Broly promptly raised his fist, preparing to retaliate against Son Wukong. With a smile, Son Wukong abruptly halted his attacking right fist and deftly sidestepped Broly's oncoming strike. At first glance, it appeared as though Son Wukong had delivered a punch aimed at Broly. On the surface, it seemed to be an attack. However, it was merely a feint. The true nature of his assault was executed after a swift evasion. Bang! With a swift motion, Son Wukong delivered a powerful kick with his right foot, striking Broly with tremendous force. Broly's body was propelled like a projectile, soaring 1,000 meters away. In a thunderous crash, he collided with a great mountain, leaving behind a gaping hole as debris cascaded down the slopes. This assault ignited Broly's fury, causing his energy to surge dramatically. Son Wukong was taken aback, and the expression on his face suddenly turned grave. Bang! Broly radiated a green aura and charged towards Son Wukong. With a swift motion of his hands, Son Wukong assumed a combative stance and charged into battle. Whoosh! Bang! 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 In no time, Son Wukong ascended into the heavens, engaging in fierce combat with Broly. The speed of their movements was astonishing, creating an illusion of intertwining red and green streaks across the sky. Boom! At that moment, Son Wukong seized the opportunity and delivered a powerful kick, sending Broly hurtling thousands of meters away. Immediately, he unleashed a barrage of energy waves towards Broly. Startled, Broly quickly raised his arms to shield himself from the incoming onslaught of energy. Boom! 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 The energy wave unleashed by Son Wukong struck Broly, erupting into a series of explosions that resonated through the sky. Soon, Broly found himself enveloped by a thick shroud of smoke. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong promptly ceased his energy wave assault and charged towards Broly. At that moment, Broly emerged from the thick smoke, assuming a defensive posture with his hands raised. In the blink of an eye, Son Wukong's figure darted forward, arriving before Broly, and with a powerful thrust of his right foot, he aimed a kick at Broly's body. Bang! Boom! Boom! Broly's form shot forth like a projectile, crashing through several mountains behind him and ultimately landing atop the fifth peak. Son Wukong glanced at the dust and sand on the ground, choosing not to continue his assault. At that moment, a brilliant green light surged into the sky, as Broly's body emanated an overwhelming power, rapidly ascending. As his aura intensified, Broly's muscles swelled, his hair stood upright, and his once black pupils transformed into a striking gold. This was the manifestation of Broly's great ape power. With a mighty roar, Broly transformed into a streak of green light, charging towards Son Wukong. With a resounding roar, Son Wukong charged towards Broly. Whoosh! Bang! 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 In the blink of an eye, the two found themselves face to face, engaged in a fierce battle. Around them, violent gusts of wind arose, generated by their intense conflict. Fueled by rage, Broly disregarded the attacks launched by Son Wukong and relentlessly pressed forward. Son Wukong was soon forced to retreat repeatedly. Suddenly, Broly seized Son Wukong's shoulders with both hands and powerfully thrust his right knee forward. With a resounding cry of anguish, Son Wukong expelled a mouthful of bitter water. Broly let out a disdainful snort and, with a powerful punch, sent Son Wukong hurtling through the air. After being struck, Son Wukong immediately knelt partially on the ground, gasping for breath. Chapter 162, Son Gohan vs. Broly. With a fierce roar, Broly surged forward like a beam of light, charging at Son Wukong. With gritted teeth, Son Wukong swiftly rose from the ground, transforming into a Super Saiyan Blue. What is this? Paragus exclaimed in astonishment. Whoosh! Bam! 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 The two figures clashed like lightning upon the earth. Dust and debris swiftly swirled around them. Bang! With a thunderous roar, Son Wukong delivered a powerful punch, sending Broly flying through the air, panting heavily. Bang! Broly's body soared like a projectile, crashing into a towering mountain behind him. Yah! Broly bellowed, his form morphing into a streak of green light as he charged towards Son Wukong. Son Wukong's expression subtly tightened. In no time, Broly appeared before him, moving with the swiftness of light, launching an attack towards Son Wukong. As Son Wukong deftly evaded the attack, he raised his hand to block while retreating. Ah! Broly exclaimed, unleashing a powerful strike with his right fist. Son Wukong lowered his body, propping himself up with his right hand as he delivered a horizontal kick with his right foot towards Broly. Bang! Broly was sent flying to the left side. Seizing the opportunity, Son Wukong swiftly approached Broly, launching a fierce assault. Broly raised his arms with remarkable speed to fend off Son Wukong's onslaught. Whoosh! Bang! 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 Under the relentless barrage from Son Wukong, Broly was immediately forced to retreat repeatedly. Bang! With a powerful kick of his right foot, Son Wukong sent Broly soaring over 1,000 meters away. Gasping for breath, Broly fixed his gaze intently on Son Wukong. At that moment, Son Wukong raised both hands forward, unleashing a torrent of energy waves toward Broly. Startled, Broly quickly dodged, evading the oncoming attack. Whoosh. Bang. Boom. 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 Numerous energy waves struck the ground around Broly, creating massive explosions and thick plumes of smoke. As he evaded the blasts, Broly surged forward and soon found himself not far from Son Wukong. As Son Wukong ceased his energy wave assault, he propelled himself forward with clenched fists towards Broly. Whoosh. Bang. 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 The two engaged in a fierce and rapid exchange of blows, their fists and feet moving like flashes of light. Moments later, Broly swung his right fist with tremendous force. Yet Son Wukong deftly evaded the strike. With a resounding crash, Broly's right fist descended heavily upon the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Son Wukong delivered a powerful kick to Broly's body. With a resounding thud, Broly was propelled backward like a projectile. Kamehameha. With both hands clasped behind him, Son Wukong conjured a deep blue energy wave, hurling it towards Broly. Broly was taken by surprise, his body struck directly by the Kamehameha, sending him reeling. Broly, Paragus shouted anxiously towards him. As Broly beheld the Kamehameha poised to annihilate him, an overwhelming terror surged within him, and a formidable aura erupted instantaneously from his being. What? Son Wukong was taken aback. Broly roared loudly, bracing himself against the Kamehameha, coming to a halt. Could it be that? Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong immediately recalled what Son Gohan had mentioned. Broly. Paragus shouted towards Broly. At that moment, an immense green aura emanated from Broly, enveloping him in a protective shield. Enormous storms erupted, sweeping outward in all directions, and the ground surrounding Broly swiftly fractured, creating a vast chasm. With an astonishing roar, Broly's hair and eyebrows turned golden. His pupils vanished, and he descended into a state of madness. Is this the true power of Broly when he loses control? Son Wukong exclaimed with enthusiasm. In an instant, he surged forward, imbued with a fierce combat spirit, charging at Broly. With a mighty roar, Broly unleashed a barrage of energy blasts from his hands, launching a relentless assault on Son Wukong from all directions. Whoosh. Boom. Bang. 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 As Son Wukong deftly evaded his opponent's strikes, he swiftly closed the distance to Broly. Before long, he found himself face to face with Broly, launching a fierce assault. The two engaged in a breathtaking aerial duel, exchanging blows with fists and feet. Boom. After a brief skirmish, Son Wukong, unable to match Broly's overwhelming strength and speed, was sent hurtling away by a powerful kick. Son Wukong gasped heavily, gazing at Broly. Broly bellowed, his entire being resembling an uncontrollable beast as he charged towards Son Wukong. 20-fold Kaioken. With a thunderous roar, Son Wukong unleashed the 20-fold Kaioken, propelling himself towards Broly. In a flash of crimson light, he swiftly closed the distance, launching a fierce assault. Under the immense power of the 20-fold Kaioken, Broly was immediately sent reeling backward. Broly bellowed, quickly retaliating and charging at Son Wukong. At that moment, Son Wukong, drained of stamina, reverted to his super blue form. In the 7th universe, within the realm of the god of destruction, was observed the fierce clash between the two warriors through his staff. Whoosh. Bang. 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 After enduring a fierce beating from Broly, Son Wukong reverted to his normal state and began to descend. Boom. Upon witnessing this, Son Gohan immediately transformed into Super Saiyan 4 and charged towards Broly. Paragus exclaimed. Son Gohan. With a swift motion, the battle commenced. A deafening clash echoed as their right fists collided with tremendous force, emanating an awe-inspiring aura that radiated outward into the surrounding environment. Son Gohan let out a thunderous shout, repelling Broly with immense force. Broly clenched his fists tightly, swiftly coming to a halt in the sky. Bang, bang, bang. In that moment, Son Gohan rapidly closed the distance, his fists moving with the swiftness of light as he unleashed a flurry of blows upon Broly. Bam! Gohan delivered a powerful blow with his right fist, striking Broly's chin and sending him reeling backward. Immediately thereafter, he swiftly brought his hands together and declared, Kamehameha. A deep blue energy wave coalesced between Gohan's palms, surging toward Broly. Broly raised his arms in front of him, bracing himself against the impending Kamehameha. Bang! The energy wave struck Broly, forcefully propelling him from the sky down to the ground. Boom! With a resounding explosion, Broly's body collided forcefully against the mountains that loomed behind him. Broly! Paragus gasped in shock. Just then, Broly let out a thunderous roar, momentarily halting his descent. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong let out a thunderous shout, infusing the Kamehameha with even greater energy. Chapter 163. bringing Broly to the god of destruction's realm. With a cataclysmic explosion that reverberated through the air, the Kamehameha detonated upon the ground, unleashing an immense tempest that swept outward in all directions. Broly let out a pained cry as the towering mountains behind him were swiftly obliterated. Broly. Paragus felt an overwhelming surge of concern rise within him upon witnessing this. After a brief moment, as the thick smoke from the explosion dissipated, an enormous crater was revealed on the ground. Broly lay unconscious within the depths of the crater. Broly. Paragus, alarmed, immediately soared towards him. As Son Wukong's body reverted to its normal state, he swiftly soared to Broly's side. Broly. Paragus shouted towards him. He is fine. Merely unconscious. As Son Wukong spoke, he presented a mystical bean. What is this? He inquired. This is a Senzu bean. Once consumed, Broly shall awaken. Paragus, intrigued yet skeptical, accepted the bean and administered it to Broly. Shortly after consuming the Senzu bean, Broly regained consciousness. Broly, you are awake. Son Wukong exclaimed. Broly nodded in response. Father, did I lose control again? Paragus affirmed with a solemn nod, casting a wary glance at Son Wukong. He was acutely aware of Broly's formidable strength, especially the uncontrollable power that emerged when he was enraged. Son Wukong had not only defeated Broly, but had done so in an astonishingly brief span of time. Moreover, Son Wukong appeared to be merely in his 20s. Possessing such immense power at a young age could undoubtedly be deemed extraordinary. This thought sparked a twinge of jealousy within Paragus towards Bardock, a lowly warrior whose son was a Super Saiyan, and whose grandson surpassed even the legendary Broly. Observing Broly's awakening, Son Wukong swiftly soared to his father's side and offered him a Senzu bean. Son Wukong bit into the celestial bean, savoring its essence as he swallowed it whole. Kakarot, what of your father, Bardock? Paragus inquired. My father? Paragus nodded. I suppose he perished along with Planet Vegeta. Planet Vegeta was destroyed? Indeed. Were you unaware? Broly and I have been confined to this planet, completely oblivious to the outside world. That is true. But how did Planet Vegeta meet its demise? I heard from Vegeta that it was Frieza who obliterated it. Vegeta? Is he still alive? Yes. He is currently training under Lord Beerus. Lord Beerus? You mean the god of destruction Beerus? Paragus, having served under King Vegeta, had indeed heard of the god of destruction Beerus. Indeed. Son Wukong nodded. How infuriating. If it truly comes to this, I shall have no means to seek vengeance against Vegeta. Paragus contemplated silently. Upon observing the subtle shifts in Paragus's expression, Son Gohan swiftly employed his telepathic abilities to discern the thoughts residing within his mind. What connection could there possibly be between Lord Beerus, the god of destruction, and Vegeta? It seems there is no significant relationship. We are merely training on Lord Beerus's planet. Paragus was at a loss for words. If you truly have no ties to Beerus, how could he permit your training on his world? Indeed, we have taken Whis as our master. Whis is none other than the master of Lord Beerus. The same master as the god of destruction, Beerus. What does that signify? Precisely. Son Wukong remarked, turning his gaze towards Broly. Broly, if you refrain from transforming into a Super Saiyan, you should be able to regulate your power, correct? Broly shook his head. In my humanoid grade 8 form, I can no longer fully control my strength. Humanoid grade 8 form? Is it akin to Gohan's transformation into Super Saiyan 4? Super Saiyan 4? Son Wukong nodded. Before Gohan transforms into Super Saiyan 4, he must first undergo the grade 8 transformation, and only then can he assume his humanoid form. However, this requires the presence of a full moon. A full moon. Upon hearing this, Broly lifted his gaze to the sky. There wasn't even a moon here, let alone a full moon. Then Broly, since you are unable to control the power within you at this moment, why not join us in training under Lord Beerus? Upon hearing this, Broly immediately turned to glance at Paragus behind him. No, you just mentioned that Broly was to participate in a tournament. You did not say anything about him accompanying you for training. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong promptly retrieved a universal capsule and tossed it onto the ground. With a resounding bang, a cloud of white smoke enveloped the area, revealing an abundance of food and water upon the earth. Paragus gazed at the feast before him, unable to suppress a swallow. He could scarcely recall the last time he had savored such sustenance. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong smiled and remarked, as long as you agree to allow Broly to train with us, all this food shall be yours. No way. Paragus shook his head in refusal. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong took out 2 universal capsules and tossed them onto the ground. Instantly, a plethora of food and water materialized before him. Prowess, seeing this, felt a flicker of temptation. What do you think? No, I cannot. Prowess shook his head in refusal. At that moment, Son Wukong retrieved 10 additional universal capsules from his attire. The provisions contained within are sufficient to sustain you for 2 months. Very well. Prowess gritted his teeth. However, you must ensure that Broly is returned safely. Agreed. As Son Wukong spoke, he presented the 10 universal capsules he held to Prowess. How does one utilize this capsule? Prowess inquired. Isn't there a switch here? Simply press this switch and toss it onto the ground. The food contained within will materialize. I see. Son Wukong nodded. Then Broly. Shall you accompany us to Lord Beerus? Father. Broly turned to Prowess. Broly, you should join them. If you can master your power, it will be beneficial for you. Broly nodded in agreement. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wufan instantaneously transported Son Wukong and Broly to the Kaishin realm. East Kaishin exclaimed, Wufan. Son Gohan nodded. Who is this? His name is Broly. Broly? He is a contestant in this tournament. I kindly request the Supreme Kai to assist in bringing him and my father to Lord Beerus's planet. Certainly. The East Supreme Kai nodded. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong instantaneously transported himself back to Earth. After Son Wukong departed, the East Kaishin promptly transported the 2 individuals to the realm of the God of Destruction in Universe 7. Welcome, said Whis with a smile as he regarded the trio. Chapter 164, Had I Known. Son Wukong nodded and said, Vegeta, he is Broly. I am aware. I just witnessed your battle on Earth. Upon his return, Son Gohan promptly traversed through the heavenly mirror to arrive on a tranquil island. There, he encountered a striking young man clad in a light azure top and pale blue trousers, who stood gracefully upon the shore. This individual was none other than Android 17. Following his defeat at the hands of Son Gohan, 17 had taken up residence in the Royal Nature Park as a ranger, demonstrating unwavering resolve against poachers. This solitary vocation, while suited to his reclusive demeanor, allowed him to thrive, both in terms of fulfilling work and financial prosperity. Eventually, he was a female zoologist, with whom he welcomed a child and adopted 2 more, forming a blissful family that flourished within the embrace of the nature park. It has been quite a while, 17. Son Gohan greeted Android 17 with a smile. Are you Son Gohan? Due to the significant transformation in Son Gohan's appearance since his childhood, Android 17 did not recognize him at first glance. Son Wukong smiled and nodded. How did you know I was here? I am omniscient. Then what brings you to my abode? Inquired Android 17. I am here to extend an invitation for you to participate in a competition. A competition? Indeed. My apologies. But I am not interested in such matters. What if I told you the prize for this competition is 100 million? 100 million. Upon hearing this, Android 17's interest was piqued. However, upon noticing the small creatures on the island, he shook his head in refusal. No, I still cannot go. Why not? I am currently a forest guardian and must protect the little animals on this island. Fear not, 17. Your participation in the competition would only require a single day. During your absence, I can summon Android 16 to watch over the island. 16? If that is the case, why not have Android 16 participate in the competition? Unlike you and 18, 16 does not possess limitless stamina. Well, I shall contemplate this. Take your time. After all, there are nearly 2 months remaining. 2 months. Android 17 was speechless. You come to me when there is still such an ample amount of time. By the way, do you happen to know where 18 is? I do not. It has been quite a while since I last saw 18. Is that so? In that case, I shall take my leave. Very well. Android 17 nodded. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong swiftly teleported back to his abode. Once home, he once again employed the heavenly mirror to locate Android 18. At that moment, Android 18 was leisurely strolling alone in the park. It's been a while, 18. Son Wufan approached with a smile and greeted Android 18. She nodded in response. Son Wufan, what brings you here? I have come specifically to find you. Specifically to find me? I have a crucial competition coming up, and if you are willing to participate, I shall reward you with 100 million. Android 18 said with a smile. Son Wufan, you are indeed generous. Were it not for the knowledge of your company being worth trillions, I would surely be astonished. How did you come to know of my company's valuation? Such matters are easily uncovered with a little investigation. Just a casual inquiry. Then what would entice you to join the competition? 200 million. You truly are. What? You truly are astute in the ways of profit. Regardless of how much I earn, it pales in comparison to your pocket change. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong smiled without uttering a word. So when does the competition commence? There are still nearly 2 months left. The android 18, taken aback, responded. Since there is such an ample amount of time, why are you so eager to seek me out? She had just been contemplating how to spend the 2 billion. Now, he informs her that they must wait 2 more months. Are you jesting with me? No, I merely feared you might decline, hence my early inquiry. The android 18 let out a cold huff. How could you possibly know I was here? There are things I am not privy to. Then, in light of this, do you think I will agree to participate in the competition? I believe you will, but I surmise you will raise the stakes once more. The android 18 gazed at Son Wukong with a smile. Had I known you understood me so well, I would have made you my boyfriend long ago. Is that so? What a pity it is. How much do you intend to raise the stakes? How about 10 million? That is far too little. 200 million. The android 18 shook her head. 300 million. She shook her head again. 400 million. It cannot exceed that. Then it is settled at 400 million. Very well, that is agreed upon. The android 18 nodded. Now, if there is nothing else, shall I take my leave? I no longer go by 18. My name is Lazuli. Lazuli. She nodded. I shall remember that. Upon concluding his words, Son Wukong ascended into the sky. Now, only Reg was left. Perhaps it would be best to seek him out later. In the city of West, at Son Wukong's residence, upon returning home, Son Gohan spotted Little Fong playing in the yard. Little Fong. Daddy. Upon seeing Son Gohan, Fong swiftly dashed towards him. At that moment, Bidalai also approached. Gohan. Son Wukong nodded and lifted Xiaofang into his arms. Wukong, I heard from my father that you are seeking to enlist Android 18 for this upcoming tournament. Although Bidalai was already married to Son Wukong, she still held a certain sensitivity towards the playful remarks he had made in the past. Years ago, Son Wukong playfully referred to Ragus as teacher's wife, a jest that certainly belied a deeper admiration for the enchanting Android 18. However, as time passed and with the comforting presence of Dilly, the fervor of his youthful infatuation gradually waned, much like the fleeting nature of innocent adolescence. Indeed, what of it? Oh, it's nothing significant. I was merely curious to inquire. Son Wukong smiled and remarked, could it be that you were feeling jealous? Who was jealous? Replied the first king of jealousy at Orange Star High, Biddy. Are you asking for a beating, Gohan? Biddy clenched her fist and said, No. I was merely joking. As Son Wukong and Xiao Fong retreated, time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, more than a month had elapsed. Now, only half a month remained until the Tournament of Power. Chapter 165, The Tournament of Power. In Universe 7, within the realm of the God of Destruction, Broly had spent over a month training and had successfully mastered his Great Ape form. However, he still struggled to control the Super Saiyan transformation. Consequently, Son Wukong and Whis were currently deliberating on how to enable Broly to harness this transformation. Broly's immense strength, if properly directed, could significantly bolster the forces of Universe 7. Whis said, Broly, to wield the power of a Super Saiyan, you must first master control over your emotions. Control your emotions. He nodded knowingly. Observe Wukong. He excels at regulating his feelings. After hearing this, Broly cast a deep glance at Son Wukong and nodded in agreement. Just then, Whis' staff began to emanate a radiant glow. Glancing at the staff, Whis noticed it was a communication from the Grand Priest and promptly answered. Father. The Grand Priest nodded. Father, what brings you to contact me so suddenly? Nothing urgent. With only half a month remaining until the Tournament of Power, Lord Zeno has asked me to inquire about your preparations. We are nearly ready. Is that so? By the way, Lord Zeno mentioned that any universes eliminated from the tournament will face complete annihilation. Complete annihilation? Whis exclaimed, taken aback. The Grand Priest nodded gravely. If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave. Whis nodded in agreement. The Grand Priest then promptly ended the communication. What happened, Whis? Vegeta inquired as he approached from a distance. The universes that are eliminated from the Tournament of Power will be erased by Lord Zeno. Erased? Indeed. The entirety of Universe 7 will be obliterated by Lord Zeno. Vegeta was astounded, and his thoughts immediately turned to his newborn daughter. Indeed. Thus, you and Wukong must not lose this competition. Vegeta nodded resolutely, then turned to intensify his training even further. In Universe 7's southern galaxy, a massive spacecraft resembling a disk was currently traversing the cosmos. This vessel belonged to Rager. After subjugating a vast army under Frieza, he had now claimed the title of king. At this moment, he sat comfortably on a plush sofa, savoring a fine red wine offered by his subordinates. Suddenly, a figure appeared. It was Son Gohan. Son Gohan. Son Gohan smiled and said, It has been quite a while, Reg. It seems that you are faring well these days. Reg scoffed lightly and replied, "Speak your mind. What brings you to seek me out?" Gohan responded, "Actually, it's nothing of great importance. I merely wish to invite you to partake in a competition." "A competition?" Reg queried. "Indeed, this event will attract numerous formidable warriors from various universes. Are you interested?" "From other universes?" Reg inquired. "Yes, there are a total of 12 universes, and we currently reside in the 7th. Will you be participating?" Reg asked. "Yes, but as teammates. You must refrain from engaging me in battle." "Oh, I see. What a pity," Reg remarked. "A pity? Do you wish to fight me?" Gohan inquired. "Is that not permissible?" Reg chuckled. "It is indeed permissible, but should you wish to challenge me, you must agree to join this competition. What say you?" "Very well." Reg pondered for a moment before nodding. "Shall we battle on another planet?" Son Wukong stepped before Rager, who nodded in acknowledgement and rose from his chair. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong swiftly executed a teleportation, transporting Reg to a desolate planet. Reg surveyed his surroundings and soon transformed into his Super Saiyan 4 form. "Ha!" With a mighty roar, Son Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan 4. In an instant, the two raced towards each other at a speed akin to light, engaging in an extraordinarily fierce battle on the planet. After a considerable duration, Son Wukong triumphed over Rager once more. Compared to their previous encounter, Rager's strength had significantly increased. "Your power has grown," he exclaimed. "But what does that matter? In the end, you still succumbed to defeat," Rager retorted with a disdainful snort. Son Wukong smiled. "By the way, I almost forgot to tell you that Vegeta and Broly are also on our team." "Broly?" Upon hearing this, Reg seemed to recall something. "Oh. By the way, Son Wukong, weren't you the one who brought me to planet Wampa to battle Broly?" Upon hearing this, Son Gohan immediately displayed a look of guilt. "Reg, what are you saying? Did I really bring you to planet Wampa to battle Broly?" Reg scoffed. "Stop pretending. Who else would dare to do such a thing but you? You rascal. It truly wasn't me." Gohan retorted. All right. I shall not dwell on the past, but after this tournament, I must have another bout with Broly." "You wish to face Broly again? If not, I shall withdraw from this competition." "Very well, I shall convey this to Broly." Reg nodded. "By the way, aside from my two brothers and your father, are there any other Saiyans in the universe?" "There are also Trunks, Bra, Goten, and Xiaofang." "Trunks, Bra, Goten, and Xiaofang?" "Trunks and Bra are the son and daughter of Vegeta. Goten is my brother, and Xiaofang is my daughter." "Your brother?" "Indeed." "How old is he this year?" "He is already 13. "Only 13? Is that so?" "Yes. Why?" "Oh, nothing. I was merely considering finding a scion for my daughter." Upon hearing this, Son Wukong promptly produced a celestial beam for him. "Shall I escort you back?" "Certainly." Reg nodded in agreement. Upon witnessing this, Son Gohan instantaneously transported Reg to his spacecraft. In the 7th universe, within the realm of the God of Destruction, Broly was seated upon a large stone, engaged in meditation and training. Suddenly, a figure materialized. It was none other than Son Gohan. "Gohan!" exclaimed Son Wukong, who was in the midst of his training, as he promptly ceased his exercises and approached him. Son Wukong nodded. "Gohan, did you not go to seek out Rigo? What was the outcome?" He agreed, but he has one condition. "A condition?" "After the match concludes, he wishes to engage in battle with Broly once more. I believe that should not pose much of an issue, right?" Son Gohan nodded. "By the way, Gohan," Whis remarked, "the universes eliminated in this tournament will be entirely erased by Lord Zeno." "The entire universe?" "Indeed. Therefore, we must not lose this time." Son Wukong spoke with a grave expression. Son Wukong nodded. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had elapsed. The day of the Tournament of Power had arrived. Chapter 166, The Tournament of Power begins. Universe 7, Earth. West City, Bulma's residence. At this moment, Whis had arrived in Bulma's backyard, preparing to escort Son Wukong and the others to the competition venue, the Null Realm. Given the significance of this tournament for the entire universe, Krillin and the others were also accompanying them to the Null Realm to cheer for Son Wukong and his team. At this moment, Krillin and the others were lining up one by one to enter Whis' transport cube. Lazuli, noticing the crowd already crammed inside the transport cube, expressed her mild disdain, saying, "Son Wukong, do you have any other means of transportation?" "None at all." With a dry chuckle, Son Wukong remarked, "Very well." Seeing this, Lazuli had no choice but to rise to her feet. Once everyone was standing, Whis turned to Son Wukong and inquired, "Wukong, are all present?" "I believe they should be." Wukong replied. In that case, let us depart. As Wise spoke, he soared to the top of the warp cube, his right hand gracefully wielding his staff to guide the cube upward. In the realm of the void, the Omni King was seated upon a grand sofa on a floating stone, with the Grand Minister standing before him and 2 attendants flanking his sides. Beneath the Omni King lay a colossal, spinning arena. Several kilometers away, a circular audience area encircled the arena. Goku, have they not yet arrived? The Omni King asked, glancing at the divine tablet in his hand, a hint of boredom evident in his tone. Let me check. The Grand Minister responded, raising his staff to assess the situation. Your Majesty, Goku and the others are en route. I anticipate their arrival shortly. Is that so? That is splendid news. The Grand Minister nodded in agreement. At that moment, a warp cube from the void flew into view, piloted by a dual-tailed angel named Margarita, the Angel of Universe 11. The participants from Universe 11 have arrived, Your Majesty. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of anticipation crossed the Omni King's face, and soon, one universe after another began to make their entrance. The universe of Son Wukong and his companions was the 10th to enter. Although this tournament features only 8 universes, the deities of the other 4 universes, including the kings of worlds, the gods of destruction, and the angels, were also invited to witness the event. Goku, upon seeing Son Wukong and his companions approach, the Omni King immediately shouted joyfully towards them. Your Majesty, the Omni King. With a smile, Son Wukong responded. The Omni King nodded. Wukong, you must put in your utmost effort this time. I will strive diligently, my lord. Wukong replied earnestly. The Omni King nodded again, observing the seemingly unique bond between Son Wukong and the Omni King. The other deities from different universes began to converse with curiosity. Who is he? He appears to have a close relationship with the Omni King. Lord Vermouth, he is Son Wukong, stated Margarita. Son Wukong? Is he the one who prompted the Omni King to convene this tournament? Indeed, Lord Vermouth, Margarita affirmed. Upon hearing this, the other gods of destruction and Kaioshins regarded Son Wukong as an adversary. Had it not been for him, the Omni King would not have arranged this tournament of strength, nor would the universes have faced the tragic fate of erasure. At that moment, the final 2 universes arrived. The Grand Minister approached the Omni King and addressed the gathering of deities. Esteemed contestants and audience, I thank you all for attending the tournament of power hosted by the Omni King. Before the tournament commences, I would like to outline the rules. The duration of the tournament will be 100 taka. The pillar at the center of the arena will descend as the competition begins, and the tournament will conclude once it reaches ground level. The gravitational force for all contestants will be set to that of their home planets. A contestant is deemed eliminated only if they fall out of the arena. Those incapacitated but remain within the boundaries will not be considered defeated and will automatically return to the audience. The use of weapons beyond techniques is prohibited, and no contestant may cause the death of their opponent. Techniques that allow floating to prevent falling are also disallowed, although contestants with natural wings may fly. The use of any tools to restore stamina is forbidden. Violators will be disqualified, with severe breaches resulting in immediate erasure. The competition will be a free-for-all, with each of the 8 universes permitted to send 10 contestants to the stage. Furthermore, any universe that faces elimination will be erased by the Omni King. If there are any questions regarding the rules, please feel free to inquire now. A yellow-skinned mouse raised a question, Grand Minister. May I ask why the 8th universe is exempt from participation? This mouse, named Quatella, is the god of destruction from the 4th universe. This is because the human survival standards of your 8 universes do not meet the criteria. Survival standards not meeting the criteria? Indeed. The Omni King initially intended to erase your 8 universes outright, but after further consideration, he decided to grant you an opportunity. An opportunity? Yes. The universe that emerges victorious will not only be spared, but will also receive a chance to make a wish using the Super Dragon Balls. Upon hearing this, Quatella began to contemplate deeply. Do any of you have further questions? The Grand Priest cast his gaze upon the other gods of destruction. Upon hearing his words, Beerus and the others shook their heads in unison. Lord Zeno, do you have anything further to say? The Grand Priest inquired, directing his attention to Zeno. There is nothing more to convey. When shall the competition commence? Zeno replied. Very soon. As soon as the representatives from each universe take their positions, we shall begin the contest. Then let us summon them to the stage. Indeed, Lord Zeno. The Grand Priest nodded and turned to Goku and the others. Since Lord Zeno has spoken, let the contestants from each universe ascend to the stage. Upon hearing this, the Kaioshins and gods of destruction from the 8 universes promptly briefed their respective champions. This competition held immense significance for the entirety of the cosmos, and thus each contestant bore the weight of considerable responsibility and hope upon their shoulders. Once the gods of destruction and Kaioshians had completed their instructions, all the contestants made their way to the competition platform. Now, I hereby declare the Tournament of Power officially commenced. The Grand Priest announced to the assembly of deities as all participants gathered on the stage. With that proclamation, the pillars of the arena began to descend. Son Wukong and Son Gohan stood back to back, surveying their surroundings. The competition was about to commence. All participants from the other universes, save for Universe 7, were their adversaries. Just then, a crimson wolf-like figure darted through the crowd. It was none other than Bezel, who had once been possessed by Araki. Chapter 167, Chaos of Battle. Bezel. Son Gohan smiled as he gazed at Bezel. Gohan, do you know him? Son Gohan nodded. Just then, Bezel charged in front of him and forcefully kicked towards Son Gohan. As Son Wukong deftly shifted his body, he effortlessly evaded Bezel's leg kick. Infuriated, Bezel unleashed a powerful forward kick with his right foot. As Son Wukong deftly evaded, his right fist struck Bezel's face with the swiftness of lightning. Bang! With an incredibly thunderous sound, Bezel was propelled outward like a projectile. At that moment, a towering blue werewolf caught Bezel with both hands. This figure was known as Belgamer, a warrior from the 9th universe and the elder brother of the dangerous trio. Brother, Belgamer nodded. This Son Wukong possesses considerable strength. I believe it prudent for us to retreat for now and devise a strategy to confront him later. Understood, brother. I shall heed your counsel. With that, Belgamer swiftly led Bezel to another location on the competition stage. Son Wukong, have they escaped? Son Gohan nodded. So, Son Gohan, we merely need to topple these individuals, correct? Reg asked. Indeed, but we must not kill them. Understood. Reg exclaimed as he charged towards the ranks of Universe 3. Gohan, is Reg acting independently? Piccolo inquired. Yes, and I have no means to restrain him. What need is there for restraint? We simply need to bring them all down. Vegeta remarked with a chuckle. Vegeta, Piccolo responded. And without delay, Vegeta went off to seek the other competitors from different universes. Son Wukong cast a glance at Ragus, Majin Buu, and Piccolo. Among the current members of the team, only these three seemed inclined to heed his words. Uncle Piccolo, Ragus, Majin Buu, accompany me, he commanded. Understood. The trio nodded in agreement. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong promptly led the three individuals in search of contestants from other universes. Shortly thereafter, he encountered a humanoid with bird-like feet, known as Ganos, a warrior from the 4th universe. Beside Ganos stood a green-haired werewolf named Shosa, who was also a fighter from the 4th universe. Brother, there are two. Son Wukong nodded. I shall deal with that avian creature, while you handle the werewolf. Very well. Ragusi agreed with a nod. As soon as the words left his lips, Son Wukong charged towards Ganos. Upon witnessing Son Wukong's advance, a sly grin crept across Ganos' face. With a swift motion, dozens of green energy blasts erupted from Ganos' hands, hurtling towards Son Wukong. In a swift motion, Son Wukong's figure flashed, and in an instant, he appeared before Ganos, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. With a thunderous sound, Ganos was propelled like a projectile to the edge of the arena. Ganos! Kosa shouted urgently at the sight. Glass. At that moment, Ragus unleashed a fierce cry, summoning a multitude of glass shards around her to assault Kosa. Faced with the overwhelming tide of glass, Kosa found himself unable to evade in time, and a shard pierced his right arm. Glass dragon! Ragus bellowed, transforming the glass surrounding her into a dragon shape that charged directly at Kosa. Wow, it's a dragon, the Grand King exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement at the sight of Ragus's glass dragon. The High Priest nodded in approval. Observing this, Kosa immediately raised his hand in defense. Bang! Under the immense impact of the glass dragon, Kosa was forced back to the edge of the arena. Kosa! A giant man with a single ponytail and a monstrous appearance shouted, swiftly rushing to Kosa's side to help fend off the glass dragon. His name was Nink, a warrior renowned for his strength in the 4th universe. Ha! With a resounding shout, Nink and Kosa together managed to block the glass dragon. What? Ragus gasped in astonishment, not anticipating that her glass dragon would be thwarted. Meanwhile, after being hurled to the edge of the arena, Ganos let out a fierce roar. Transforming his head into that of a rooster, his form expanding, muscles bulging, and surrounded by yellow lightning. This was Ganos' rooster form. Have you become a battle chicken? You scoundrel! Ganos bellowed in fury, dashing towards Son Wukong with the speed of lightning. Son Gohan stood motionless in place. just as Ganos was about to charge towards him. Son Gohan suddenly invoked a time pause and struck forward with all his might. Bang! With a resounding crash, Ganos was sent flying off the arena like a projectile. Lord Zeno, Ganos from the Fourth Universe has been eliminated, announced the Grand Priest. The Fourth Universe? Indeed. Upon hearing this, Zeno immediately pressed the icon for Ganos on his divine tablet. The icon dimmed, signifying the contestant's elimination. Someone has been eliminated so soon, exclaimed Kampa with a hint of anxiety. Indeed, Lord Kampa, Bulma chuckled. You seem remarkably unfazed. Quite so, for we angels are not subject to elimination. Bulma replied with a grin. Not subject to elimination? That means even if you, Lord Kampa, were to be eliminated, I would remain safe from Lord Zeno's judgment. How infuriating. Why are you exempt? This is utterly unfair, Kampa retorted angrily. At that moment, the Grand Priest cast a cold glance in his direction, prompting Kampa to immediately fall silent. Son Gohan. Nink cast a grave look at Son Gohan. Nink, shall we join forces? No, the match has only just begun. And many universes have yet to make their moves. I believe we should conserve our strength for now. Agreed. Shosa nodded. After Nink spoke, he promptly retreated with Shosa. Don't run. Ragus shouted, intending to pursue them, but was halted by Son Gohan's voice. Ragus, do not chase after them. Understood. Ragus nodded. Son Wukong is here. After their separation, Son Wukong and Son Gohan encountered Hit from the Sixth Universe. Son Wukong. Son Wukong chuckled and said, Ah, Hito, we meet again. Indeed. Hito nodded. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong let out a mighty roar and charged toward Hitler. In an instant, Hitler's figure flickered, and he appeared behind Son Wukong. Apologies, Son Wukong. But I am not yet ready to engage in battle with you. Not ready to fight me? Indeed, if we both manage to survive until the end, I shall gladly duel with you. Very well, it is settled. Hitler nodded in agreement. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong promptly set out in search of other adversaries. Chapter 168, Oniraza. Meanwhile, Vegeta, having parted ways with Son Wukong and the others, encountered a woman with flowing green hair named Ribrian, a contender from the Second Universe. Upon realizing that Ribrian was female, Vegeta felt a surge of disdain. Nevertheless, acknowledging the nature of the competition, he charged toward Ribrian. Transformation. At that moment, Ribrian transformed into an exceedingly corpulent and unattractive figure. Vegeta, initially intent on launching an attack, found himself halted at the sight of Ribrian's transformed appearance, which was so unappealing that he recoiled from the thought of engaging her. Seizing the opportunity, Ribrian gathered her energy into a concentrated wave and launched it at Vegeta. As he dodged, he raised his hand to deflect her energy blast. Just then, Ribrian coalesced a large pink energy sphere and directed it toward Vegeta. In response, he summoned a golden energy sphere, which collided with Ribrian's attack. Boom. After a brief moment, their energies dissipated like fireworks. Vegeta, still put off by Ribrian's appearance, was reluctant to engage further. At that instant, he caught sight of Son Wukong approaching him. Kakarot, this one is yours, he declared before swiftly maneuvering away to another part of the arena. Vegeta, Son Wukong was taken aback. How could this responsibility fall upon him when he merely passed by? Bulma, seated in the audience, was similarly engulfed in confusion. How could someone as formidable as Vegeta be intimidated by a woman? Upon witnessing Vegeta's retreat, Ribrian mistakenly believed that he was afraid of her, and her confidence surged immensely. Son Wukong, now that your companion has fled, it is your turn. Do you know me? Ribrian scoffed. How could we not recognize the one who caused us to participate in the Tournament of Power? Is that so? Upon hearing this, Son Wukong immediately assumed a combat stance. Simultaneously, after parting ways with Son Wukong and the others, Broly encountered a beige-hued dinosaur warrior named Boon, a fighter from the 11th universe. At that moment, the two were engaged in an intense battle. Boom! With a thunderous sound akin to a tempest, Boon's body was sent hurtling backward like a projectile. Just then, a figure of earthy tones appeared, catching Boon with a deft hand. This individual was Topo, the captain of the Pride Troopers from the 11th universe. Captain, Topo nodded. This opponent is formidable. Allow me to handle him. Understood, Captain. Boon replied, nodding in agreement. Observing this, Broly's expression grew slightly tense. Huh. With a powerful shout, Broly charged towards Topo first. Topo clenched his right fist and prepared to engage in battle. After Ninka and the others fled, Son Wukong and his companions encountered the warrior Nikorosai from Universe 3. Nikorosai is a modified warrior from the 3rd universe. Equipped with camouflage technology, possessing incredible athleticism, and executing acrobatic boxing and kicking maneuvers. Additionally, he is an exceptional technician. Son Wukong. Nakorsai addressed him. Do you know me? A little, Son Wukong replied. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Son Wukong immediately charged towards Nicholas. Startled, Nicholas quickly became alert. Just then, Son Wukong's figure flickered, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared before Nicholas, delivering a powerful strike with his right fist. Bang! Son Wukong's son, Gohan, delivered a powerful blow to Nicholas's abdomen, sending him hurtling through the air. The fighter from Universe 3, Nicholasai, has been eliminated. Upon hearing this, the Grand Minister promptly pressed the icon representing Nicholasai. The warrior from Universe 3, Paparoni, felt a surge of anger at this moment. However, despite his frustration, he maintained his composure, for he knew that Nicholasai's strength surpassed his own, and given his current prowess, defeating Gohan was beyond his reach. Contemplating this, Paparoni turned his gaze towards his teammates, Kaiskai, Ponchia, and Bolarita, who were all modified warriors resembling ordinary robots. Kaiskai, Ponchia, Bolarita, our situation is dire. I suggest that the three of you fuse together. Kai, Chie, Bola. The trio responded in their respective languages before joining hands to initiate the fusion process. With a brilliant flash of white light, they combined into a singular humanoid warrior known as Kiki Aurita. Observing this transformation, a subtle smile crept onto Paparoni's face. Kiki Aurita, your target is Gohan. In response, Kiki Aurita unleashed a green beam from his eyes, launching an attack towards Gohan. As Son Wukong swiftly sidestepped, he evaded the impending strike. With a resounding explosion, a beam collided with the ground, erupting in a violent display. The earth was soon upheaved by a tremendous force. In a flash, Kiki, with remarkable velocity, appeared before Son Wukong, launching a fierce assault. Son Gohan swiftly sidestepped, delivering a powerful right punch aimed at the abdomen of Kiki Aurita. Bang! With a deafening roar, Kiki Aurita was forcefully propelled backward. Kiki Aurita. Papawan was taken aback, his countenance shifting to one of grave seriousness. With a light chuckle, Son Wukong swiftly advanced towards Kiki Aurita. In no time, he stood before Kiki Aurita, launching a barrage of punches and kicks with the speed of light. Kiki Aurita raised his arms defensively, attempting to ward off Son Wukong's relentless assault. Bang! 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 Under the force of Son Wukong's onslaught, Kiki Aurita was compelled to retreat, staggering backwards. Observing this, Paparoni felt a surge of concern. It seemed that the only way to defeat Son Wukong now was to merge with Kiki Aurita. As he spoke, Paparoni lifted his staff to initiate the fusion with Kiki Aurita. In a brilliant flash of light, a colossal figure emerged, his skin a luminous white, with eyes and an energy core atop his head glowing red. This formidable being was the result of the fusion between Kiki Aurita and Paparoni, known as Analaza. Another fusion has occurred. With a solemn expression, Son Wukong took several steps back. At that moment, Aniraza let out a cold laugh, striking the ground forcefully with his right fist, causing a crimson fissure to emerge, which directly transported his right fist up from beneath Son Wukong's feet. Startled, Son Wukong swiftly evaded. At that moment, Aniraza struck the ground with great force, unleashing a barrage of attacks that surged towards Son Wukong from all directions. Chapter 169, Caulifla. With a solemn expression, Son Wukong's hair shimmered with silver streaks, and his pupils transformed into a silvery gray hue, evading Aniraza's onslaught. This was the nascent form of the ultimate instinct technique. The sight of Son Wukong struck a chord with Wei Mei, her face instantly betraying a hint of astonishment. At that moment, Son Wukong surged forward like a flash of white light, charging at Aniraza. Aniraza let out a cold snicker, launching energy blasts towards Son Wukong with both hands. Whoosh! Boom! 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 As Son Wukong deftly evaded attacks, he approached Aniraza with determination. Infuriated, Aniraza unleashed a furious cry as a pair of violet wings sprouted from his back, propelling him swiftly into the sky. Son Wukong forcefully thrust his right foot downwards, propelling himself skyward. Aniraza let out a mighty roar, unleashing a crimson beam of energy aimed at Son Wukong. Son Gohan swiftly sidestepped, propelling himself rapidly towards Aniraza, his fist striking forward with force. Bang! 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 Son Gohan struck fiercely with both fists against Aniraza's visage, causing the latter to stagger backward incessantly. Aniraza! Exclaimed the god of destruction of the third universe, ELE. Despite Paparoni and his companions having fused into the mightiest warrior, Aniraza, they found themselves at a disadvantage. Just as ELE was taken aback, Son Gohan unleashed a powerful downward kick with his right foot, forcefully sending Oniraza crashing to the ground. The earth was immediately upheaved, enveloped in a cloud of dust and debris. As Sun Wukong descended from the air, he beheld the immense clouds of dust that the ground had stirred up. After a while, once the dust had settled, Oniraza rose from the ground in a fit of fury, fixing his gaze upon Sun Wukong. "Ha!" With a resounding shout, Sun Wukong surged towards Oniraza. As Oniraza unfurled his violet wings, he too charged at Sun Wukong. Whoosh! Bang! Bang! In the blink of an eye, the two found themselves face to face, engaged in a fierce battle. Boom! With a powerful blow, Sun Wukong struck Oniraza's chest with his right fist, sending him reeling backwards. Piccolo remarked, "This fellow is remarkably strong, managing to contend with Wukong for such an extended period." Ragusa nodded in agreement. Just then, Oniraza let out a thunderous roar, unleashing a torrent of violet energy waves from both hands, launching a fierce assault on Sun Wukong. Upon witnessing this, Son Gohan deftly evaded while advancing towards Oniraza. Soon, he reached the front of Oniraza, and with a powerful stomp of his right foot upon the ground, he propelled himself forward. At that moment, the antennae atop Oniraza's head suddenly unleashed a crimson beam of light towards Son Gohan. As Sun Wukong shifted his body to the left, he swiftly approached Oniraza, delivering a powerful blow with his right fist aimed at the energy core atop Oniraza's head. With a sharp crack, the energy core was shattered. Oniraza let out a piercing scream, his aura diminishing significantly in an instant. The energy core had been destroyed. Ael gasped in astonishment. The energy core was the source of Oniraza's power, and with its destruction, his strength would undoubtedly be greatly diminished. Upon the shattering of his energy core, Oniraza's face was suddenly filled with terror. Even at his peak, he was no match for Sun Wukong, and now, with his energy core in ruins, he was even less capable of confronting him. In light of this realization, Oniraza involuntarily took several steps back. At this moment, Sun Wukong retreated, not out of fear of Oniraza, but rather to position himself to strike him off the competition stage. As Sun Wukong stepped back, he swiftly brought his hands together, exclaiming, "Kamehameha!" A deep blue energy wave coalesced from his palms and surged towards Oniraza. With arms raised, Oniraza braced himself against the impending Kamehameha. A resounding impact echoed as the energy wave struck Oniraza, propelling him backward. Witnessing this, Piccolo, Ragusa, and Majin Buu immediately gathered their own energy waves and unleashed them upon Oniraza. With a unified shout, the four launched their combined force, sending Oniraza tumbling off the stage. The contestants from Universe 3, KIC, Ponchia, Bolarita, and Paparoni, are eliminated, announced the Grand Priest. Upon hearing this, Zeno promptly pressed the icons of the four. Once they fell from the stage, they were swiftly transported back to the audience of Universe 3. L, observing the returned contestants, quickly warned the other fighters from Universe 3. "Yuka, you must not engage with Sun Wukong and the others." Promptly, the contestants from Universe 3 turned and fled. Although this was a competition, it had only just begun, and they were reluctant to be eliminated so soon, wishing to prolong their survival. Meanwhile, on Reg's side, he was engaged in combat with the 6th Universe's Bertama and Wada. Though their individual strengths were modest, together they possessed a measure of power, albeit merely a slight measure. How intriguing. I didn't anticipate encountering someone in the universe as fearless as you. Reg chuckled at Bertama. Bertama remained silent, fixated on him with unwavering intensity. However, mere defensive strength without offensive capability proves to be futile. As Reg spoke, he unleashed an energy wave toward Wada. With a tremendous explosion, the energy wave struck Magetta, causing a violent eruption. Magetta, seizing the opportunity while Wada was incapacitated, Reg swiftly advanced toward Bertama, delivering a series of powerful punches. Under Reg's relentless assault, Bertama was forced to retreat repeatedly. Observing this, Zampa's expression shifted to one of urgency. "Gaby, you must assist Bertama at once." "Understood, Lord Zampa," Gaby responded, charging towards Reg without delay. With a swift motion, Reg sent Bertama reeling backward. As Gaby clenched his right fist and aimed it at Reg with a fierce shout, Reg deftly sidestepped, evading the strike. Gaby was taken aback. At that moment, Reg raised his hand, launching a powerful punch towards Gaby. Reg's right fist struck Gaby's face with immense force, sending him flying. A girl with a hedgehog hairstyle swiftly approached Gaby's side. Her name was Caulifla, a female scion from Universe 6. Caulifla nodded. "This fellow possesses remarkable strength. I believe we should truly showcase our abilities in this battle." "True abilities?" Caulifla affirmed and transformed into a Super Saiyan. Reg was taken aback. A Super Saiyan? Indeed, old man, I am a Super Saiyan. What is your connection to Son Goku? Caulifla inquired with a smile. Chapter 170, The Awakening of Caulifla. No connection, merely that both he and I are Saiyans. Reg replied, A Saiyan? You are also a Saiyan. Reg was speechless. With that unmistakable tail behind him, he still failed to recognize his own heritage. Yes, Reg declared as he charged towards Caulifla. Caulifla was startled and rushed towards Reg as well. Soon, they found themselves facing each other, engaging in fierce combat. After a brief exchange, Reg swiftly landed a punch that sent Caulifla reeling backward. Caulifla, I suggest we join forces against him. Gabi hurriedly approached Caulifla, proposing the alliance. Caulifla nodded in agreement. Without hesitation, Gabi transformed into a Super Saiyan, and together with Caulifla, they charged at Reg. Reg sneered, clenching his fists tightly. With a powerful shout, he transformed into a Super Saiyan 4. A Super Saiyan 4. Gabi was taken aback but pressed on towards Reg. In the blink of an eye, Reg appeared before Gabi and struck him forcefully under the chin. Gabi's body shot backward like a projectile. Gabi, Caulifla exclaimed, her anger boiling as she clenched her fists and lunged at Reg. Reg sidestepped, driving his right knee into Caulifla's abdomen. With a resounding impact, Caulifla was sent flying, crashing into a towering mountain behind her. The mountain erupted in a cloud of dust. Just then, Gabi was hurled out of the competition stage. Universe 6. Gabi has been eliminated. Upon hearing this, the Omni King promptly pressed Gabi's icon. How infuriating. How can Universe 7 have so many formidable Saiyans? Kampa gritted his teeth. I have no idea. Beerus shook his head. At that moment, sitting not far from Kampa, Beerus suddenly boasted. Kampa, this time we have 2 more Saiyans, besides Reg. Broly's power is also exceptionally strong. After hearing this, Kampa felt a surge of anger. Beerus, what are you so smug about? Do not forget that your Goku and Vegeta were defeated by our hit. Beerus chuckled softly. But your hit was also bested by our Gohan. How infuriating. Silence. Just as the two were embroiled in their quarrel, the Grand Zeno suddenly cast a cold gaze upon them. Yes, Lord Zeno. Both were instantly intimidated into silence, holding their breaths until the Grand Zeno averted his gaze. On the arena, as the dust settled around the mountain, Kale was pinned against it, her form no longer in the Super Saiyan state. Reg looked coldly at Kale, preparing to throw her off the stage. Suddenly, a woman with black hair tied in a ponytail and adorned with hoop earrings appeared. Her name was Caulifla, a female Saiyan from Universe 6 and Kale's Jr. Reg glanced at Caulifla and swiftly lunged towards Kale. What should we do now? Kampa exclaimed anxiously. Lord Kampa, it is Kale's turn to compete. Our impatience will not change anything. How frustrating. Kampa gritted his teeth in anger. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared before Reg. It was Hit. Reg scoffed, raising his right fist swiftly to attack. Hit stood still, unyielding. With a swish, Reg's fist sliced through the air, missing Hit entirely. Reg was taken aback. Meanwhile, Hit shouted towards Caulifla, who was on the ground. Caulifla, you need to get Kale out of here. Caulifla nodded and quickly rushed to Kale's side, carrying the unconscious Kale away from the mountain. This is wonderful. Kampa felt a wave of relief upon seeing Kale rescued. Reg snorted coldly and resumed his assault on Hit. With swish after swish, all of Reg's attacks struck nothing but air before Hit. How infuriating. Reg's anger erupted as he summoned a tremendous wave of energy directed at Hit. Upon witnessing this, Hit's expression shifted slightly. He had just employed the technique known as the flash time space, which allows one to create a mere illusion of oneself in reality while concealing their true self within a space fabricated from stored time. Now, with Reg's attack being all-encompassing, Hit found it impossible to remain hidden within the flash time space. As Hit revealed his true form, Reg instantly ceased his energy wave assault and charged towards him. In the blink of an eye, Reg stood before Hit, launching an offensive. The two soon engaged in a fierce battle upon the ground. Xiangpa, observing the two combatants on stage, suddenly conceived an idea. Fusion. Yes, we can fuse. Fusion? Indeed. Bados, lend me the Potera earrings for Caulifla and the others. The Potera earrings? Isn't that against the rules? What rules? Didn't that person just bring a staff to facilitate a fusion? Very well. After hearing this, Bados sought out the god of destruction Fua from Universe 6 to borrow the Potera earrings, which were then transmitted to the arena. Kefla stared in astonishment at the suddenly materializing Potera earrings. At that moment, Xiangpa's voice rang out from the audience. Kefla, these are the Potera earrings. If you and Caulifla wear them on different ears, you will be able to fuse. The audience members, upon hearing this, displayed expressions of disdain. Fusion? Yes. Don't you want to give that Reg a good thrashing? After contemplating, Kefla decided to place one of the earrings on her left ear. Just then, Caulifla began to awaken. Senior. Caulifla nodded in response. What about that uncle? He is currently battling Hit. Is that so? By the way, Senior, Lord Xiangpa just gave us a fusion earring. All you need to do is wear it, and we can fuse. Fusion? Kefla nodded. Then please pass me the earring. All right, Senior. Caulifla replied, placing the Patera earring on her left ear. Why is there no reaction? Oh right. Lord Xiangpa mentioned that we need to wear the earrings on different ears. Upon hearing this, Caulifla swiftly removed her earring and adorned her right ear with it. With a dazzling flash of white light, the two merged into one, giving rise to a woman strikingly similar to both Caulifla and Kale. This entity was none other than Kefla. As Kefla materialized, a confident smile graced her face as she turned her gaze towards Reg. Chapter 171. The 11th universe. At this moment, Hit, engaged in battle with Reg, found himself at a distinct disadvantage. Boom. With a resounding crash, Hit was forcefully propelled away. Reg sneered, gathering a golden energy in his right hand, preparing to send him crashing down. Just then, Kefla suddenly shouted and dashed in front of Hit. Who are you? Kefla inquired with a smile. My name is Kefla. The fusion of Caulifla and Kale. Fusion? Indeed, so brace yourself. Reg retorted mockingly. Upon hearing this, Kefla clenched her fists tightly, emanating an astonishing aura that surged upwards. With a powerful shout, Kefla's hair transformed into a vibrant green, her eyes shifting to a light blue hue, as a green flame enveloped her entire being. This was the Super Saiyan transformation. A green Super Saiyan. Reg exclaimed in astonishment. Kefla smiled and charged towards Reg. In the blink of an eye, she stood before him, launching an attack. Swish. Reg deftly sidestepped, effortlessly evading Kefla's strike. Surprised, Kefla reacted just as Reg delivered a fierce kick to her face. Bang! Kefla was sent flying like a projectile, crashing into a nearby mountain, which erupted in a cloud of dust. Is this all the power you possess from your fusion? Reg scoffed. Damn it! Kefla gritted her teeth, struggling to rise from the rubble of the mountain. With another shout, Kefla unleashed a barrage of energy blasts towards Reg. As Reg evaded the onslaught, he closed the distance towards Kefla. On the opposite side of the arena, Broly and Topo were locked in an intense confrontation. Boom. With a tremendous sound, their right fists collided, unleashing a powerful gust of wind. Bang! After a brief stalemate, Broly tightened his right fist and delivered a blow that sent Topo reeling. Damn! Topo shouted in fury, charging at Broly once more. Swish! Bang! 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 As Broly continues to grow stronger with each battle, his power escalates remarkably. Topo, who was once able to hold his ground against Broly, now finds himself at a distinct disadvantage. Captain, a long-eared rabbit, strikingly similar in appearance to Beerus, rushes to Topo's side, joining forces to attack Broly. This individual is known as Dispo, the vanguard captain of the Pride Troopers from Universe 11. With Dispo's intervention, Broly is immediately forced to retreat under their combined assault. Just then, a figure suddenly appears, launching an attack against them. It is none other than Vegeta. With Vegeta's arrival, the tide of battle shifts once more. With a resounding crash, Broly delivers a powerful punch, sending Dispo flying. Dispo! Topo exclaims, instinctively retreating. Are you all right, Dispo? I'm fine, Captain. Topo feels a slight relief upon hearing Dispo's response. Vegeta. Broly casts a glance at Vegeta, who merely snorts in response without uttering a word. Meanwhile, Caulifla, having transformed into a Super Saiyan, still finds herself no match for Rikum. At this moment, she is being forcefully pinned to the ground. It seems that their fusion hasn't improved them much, Beerus remarks with a chuckle. Upon hearing this, Kampa grits his teeth in anger, astonished that their combined form remains so weak. Rikum, observing the fallen Caulifla, gathers a golden energy in his right hand, preparing to knock her off the stage. Just then, Caulifla suddenly rises from the ground, her fist clenched with immense determination. With a tremendous roar, Caulifla's body erupts with an overwhelming force. The entire arena trembles violently under the impact. Rikum is taken aback. At this moment, Caulifla's muscles swell further, her previously green aura igniting into a fiery blaze. And lightning crackles around her as she unleashes her energy. She has transformed into a Super Saiyan 2. After completing her transformation, Caulifla releases the amassed energy. Rikum, seeing this, quickly dissipates the energy in his hands. All right, Rikum, let the second round officially begin. Caulifla declares confidently. Very well. Let me see just how powerful you have become after your transformation. Rikum replies, charging towards Caulifla. In the blink of an eye, Rikum reaches Caulifla, and an intense battle ensues between them. After a brief moment, Reg's right fist clenched tightly, delivering a powerful blow that sent her sprawling backward. At that moment, standing at the center of the arena, Son Gohan observed the battles on either side, momentarily unsure of whom to assist. On one side stood the arrogant Vegeta, while on the other was the equally conceited Reg. It seemed that neither party truly required his aid. Perhaps it would be best to support Broly first. After a moment of contemplation, Gohan, accompanied by Piccolo and the others, ventured into Universe 11. Upon witnessing Gohan's arrival, Toppo, who was engaged in combat with Vegeta, instantly adopted a more serious demeanor. Having previously observed Gohan's battle against Onuraza, Toppo recognized the latter's exceptional prowess, particularly his remarkable reflexes. Despite the brief duration of that fierce encounter, Captain, upon the arrival of Son Wukong and his companions, 3 contestants from Universe 11 swiftly approached them. 1. With azure skin and a diminutive stature, sported horns atop his head, he was known as Zoile, a proud member of the Universe 10 team. Beside him stood a woman adorned with pink skin and flowing lavender hair, named Cocotte, who was also part of the proud team. Next to Cocotte was a robust man with teal skin, muscular physique, and deep blue hair, accompanied by a beard. His name was Taba, another member of the Universe 11 Pride team. Zoile, Cocotte, and Taba exchanged nods. Captain, feel free to engage in combat with Broly. We shall handle Son Wukong and his companions, they declared. Very well, but exercise caution. Though Torpo was reluctant to have the 3 face Son Wukong, they were ensnared by Broly and had no choice but to let them proceed. The trio then turned their gaze towards Son Wukong. Chapter 172, Son Wukong vs. Tispo, are you truly intending to stand against me? Son Wukong smiled. However, after hearing this, Cocotte's expression turned grave. Tabar, Zoire, I believe we should join forces. Agreed. The two nodded in agreement. Without hesitation, Tabar charged towards Son Wukong, with Zoire and Cocotte closely following. Wukong, allow me to assist you. At that moment, Majin Buu stepped forward and spoke. Very well. Son Wukong nodded. As soon as the words left his lips, Tabar's figure surged forward, launching a powerful right punch towards Son Wukong. As Son Wukong swiftly sidestepped, he delivered a powerful blow to Taba's abdomen with his right fist. Taba let out a loud, anguished cry as he was sent hurtling backwards. Taba, Kakarot gasped in shock. Transformation Ray. At that moment, Majin Buu unleashed a beam of pink light towards the two. The speed of the attack was so rapid that Zoire was directly struck by Majin Buu's transformation ray, turning into a chocolate ball. Zoire, upon witnessing this, a look of astonishment spread across everyone's faces, particularly the Grand Zeno seated on his throne. That person has been transformed into a chocolate ball. Indeed, Your Majesty. The Grand Priest affirmed with a nod. Can he revert back? The Grand Priest nodded again. Is that so? A flicker of anticipation appeared on the Grand Zeno's face. Zoire, seeing this, Tispa immediately ceased his battle with Broly and charged towards Majin Buu. In response, Majin Buu tossed the chocolate ball to Ragusu. Ragusu caught the chocolate ball, preparing to find an opportune moment to dispose of it outside the arena. Just then, Son Wukong flashed in front of Kakarot, delivering a powerful kick forward. Bang! With a resounding crash, Kakarot was sent flying backward, crashing violently into a nearby mountain, which erupted in a cloud of dust. Kakarot. Taba gritted his teeth and quickly rose from the ground. At that moment, Son Wukong teleported before him and kicked him off the stage. Taba from Universe 11 is out. As Tispo approached Majin Buu, his fists and feet moved with lightning speed, launching an assault against Majin Buu. Majin Buu defended himself while retreating. Bang! Moments later, Tispa executed a flying kick, sending Majin Buu soaring hundreds of meters away. Glass! Ragusa shouted, launching an attack towards Tispa. Sensing the impending strike, Tispa swiftly dodged. Seizing the opportunity, Ragusa hurled the chocolate ball onto the arena. Whoosh! The chocolate ball was ejected from the stage and teleported back to the audience of Universe 11. Margarita, can you revert Zoire back? Whis inquired. I am not well versed in magic. Perhaps you should consult Universe 7? Margarita replied. Upon hearing this, Whis immediately turned to the audience of Universe 7. Beerus, Shouldn't that fat fellow from your universe revert Zoirei back? All right, I understand. As Beerus called out towards the arena where Majin Buu stood, he commanded, Majin Buu, revert that individual who was transformed into a chocolate ball back to his original form. Upon hearing this, Majin Buu directed a beam of restorative light from his antennae towards the chocolate ball representing Zoilei. In an instant, Zoilei resumed his human shape. What just happened? Zoilei inquired, bewildered. You were just turned into a chocolate ball. Are you not aware? Asked Whis. Unaware. All I recall is being struck by a pink beam, and then my memory fades. Zoilei replied. Never mind, let us focus on the match. He concluded with a nod. He has been transformed back. The Omni King observed Zoilei's return with a hint of astonishment gracing his features. The Grand Priest nodded in affirmation. His name is Majin Buu, correct? Indeed, Your Majesty. How remarkable that he possesses the ability to turn individuals into chocolate balls. The Grand Priest remarked with a smile. What else can he transform people into? I do not know, the Grand Priest replied, shaking his head. Seeing the Grand Priest's rather stoic demeanor, the Omni King diverted his gaze back to the competition. After Zoilei's elimination, Kokoti swiftly emerged from the mountains, gasping for breath. Son Gohan approached Majin Buu. Leave this one to me. You handle the others. He declared. Very well, Majin Buu nodded. Without hesitation, he dashed towards Kokot. Startled by the fear of Zoe being transformed into a chocolate ball, Kokot quickly conjured a spherical alternate dimension to confine Majin Buu as he charged towards her. What is this? Majin Buu inquired, gazing at the space intended to trap him. Kokot smiled. This is an alternate dimension. It can imprison you within. Is that so? Majin Buu responded, clenching his right fist tightly and striking the dimension Kokot had created. With a sound akin to shattering glass, the alternate dimension fractured like a spider's web, scattering debris across the ground. Witnessing this, Kokot swallowed hard. This hefty fellow is truly formidable. However, recognizing the stakes of the battle that encompassed the entire universe, she knew she had to confront her fears and engage. Resolute, she let out a fierce cry and charged at Majin Buu. Meanwhile, Tiz, upon witnessing the clash between Majin Buu and Kokot, turned his attention to Son Gohan, standing before him. Son Gohan. Son Gohan nodded and raised his fists, launching an attack towards Tispa. Taken aback, Tispa swiftly lifted his fists to engage with Son Gohan. Though Son Wukong possesses formidable strength, he is still outmatched in speed by Tiz. Bang! With a powerful kick, Son Wukong was sent flying. Son Wukong, with an expression of serene calmness, gently brushed the dust off his hands. In a fit of rage, Tiz burst forth, propelling himself towards Son Wukong at a speed surpassing that of light. With a smile, Son Wukong once again entered the state of the ultimate form of the unfettered mind. In the blink of an eye, Tiz broke through to stand before him, launching a flurry of punches and kicks that moved with the swiftness of light, aimed directly at Son Wukong. The silhouette of Son Wukong appeared ethereal, deftly evading all of Tisbro's assaults. Was this, perhaps, the mastery of the ultimate instinct? Wei Mei, witnessing Son Wukong once again harness the power of this technique, expressed her astonishment. It must be the ultimate instinct, exclaimed Margarita. The mere mention of the ultimate instinct sent shockwaves through all the gods of destruction, for it is a realm that even deities find challenging to attain. However, it seemed that Son Wukong's mastery of the ultimate instinct was not entirely complete. Margarita continued. Chapter 173, God of Destruction State versus Incomplete Self-Instinct. Incomplete? Margarita nodded. At that moment, Beerus, seated in Universe 7, suddenly erupted into laughter. It is not incomplete. Rather, there is no necessity for him to employ the perfected ultimate instinct against you. The notion of a perfected ultimate instinct startled Wei Mei. Could it be that Son Wukong had indeed mastered the flawless form of this technique? Precisely. With that declaration, Tisbro propelled himself like a projectile, crashing violently into a mountain behind him, creating a cloud of dust and debris. Witnessing this, Wei Mei's expression shifted to one of grave concern. Just then, Kokot was knocked off the competition stage. Universe 11, Kokot is out. Upon hearing this, the Omni King pressed the icon on his divine iPad with urgency. Damn it, Tisbro seethed. Quickly emerging from the rubble of the mountain, his gaze fixed on Son Wukong. Speed of light, Tisbro bellowed, unleashing a torrent of purple energy as he surged towards Son Wukong at superluminal speed. So rapid was Tisbro's movement that even the slow motion of the Omni King's divine iPad failed to capture his figure. Whoosh! Son Gohan shifted his body to the left, deftly evading the onslaught of Tisbo. Such swiftness, it was nearly imperceptible. The Omni King remarked, unable to discern Tispo's form. I cannot see. Upon hearing this, the Grand Minister promptly approached the Omni King's side, adjusting the divine monitor. However, even with the slow motion setting maximized, it proved futile in capturing Tispo's elusive figure. Your Majesty, his speed is too extraordinary. Even the divine monitor cannot track his movements. Perhaps you could observe the battles of the other contestants. The Omni King nodded in acknowledgement. Yet his gaze remained fixated on the unfolding duel. He was intrigued to see if Son Gohan could prevail against Tispo in his lightspeed state. On the arena stage, after Gohan deftly evaded, the ground was instantly upheaved by a vast cloud of dust stirred by Tispo. At that moment, Tispo halted momentarily, only to propel himself once more towards Gohan at an incredible speed surpassing that of light. Son Gohan stood motionless in place. Just as Tispo was about to charge directly at him, Son Gohan leaped upward, evading the oncoming attack. Gritting his teeth, Tispo prepared to halt his momentum. At that moment, Son Gohan executed a swift backward kick aimed at Tispo's back. The sheer velocity of his movement caused Tispo to lose his balance, akin to a car careening out of control, and he tumbled forward. The ground was immediately disturbed, sending clouds of dust swirling into the air. Sun Wukong stood firmly on the ground, turning to face Tispo. Tispo, with both feet planted firmly, supported himself with one hand on the ground, gradually coming to a halt. However, despite his stillness, his eyes were ablaze with fury. Since assuming the role of the vanguard captain of the Pride Troopers from Universe 11, it was the first time he had encountered a formidable opponent like Son Wukong. Son Gohan smiled faintly. Will you still employ that speed of yours? Tispo scoffed coldly. Even without that speed, I can still defeat you. As Tispo spoke, he charged towards Son Gohan without hesitation. In the blink of an eye, Tispo reached Son Gohan, launching a powerful strike with both fists directed forward. As Son Wukong deftly evaded, he retreated gracefully. No matter how fiercely Tispo attacked, he could not land a blow on Son Wukong. Damn it! Tispo roared, launching his right fist forward with all his might. At that moment, he was struck with an overwhelming force to his abdomen. Tispo let out a piercing scream, his body hurtling backward like a projectile. Boom, boom, boom. With each resounding crash, Tispo, propelled backward, smashed into several mountains, creating deep craters in their wake. Tispo! Topo exclaimed in surprise, seizing the opportunity while Topo was distracted. Vegeta delivered a powerful kick to him, sending Topo flying. Meanwhile, on another front, the fierce battle between Kefla and Reg was raging. Although Kefla possessed considerable strength, she paled in comparison to Reg at full power in his Super Saiyan form. With a heavy kick, Kefla was sent tumbling perilously close to the edge of the arena. All right, this game is over, Reg declared, gathering a massive surge of energy in his hands and directing it towards Kefla. Realizing the imminent danger, Kefla quickly regained her footing to intercept the energy. However, the sheer force was overwhelming, and she was ultimately pushed off the stage. Universe 6 Caulifla and Kale are disqualified, Reg announced, his gaze shifting towards Bardock and Woda Magetta, as they had yet to be knocked off the platform amidst the chaos. On Vegeta's side, Topo had managed to steady himself. He glanced at Tispo, who was pinned beneath a mountain. Though Tispo was still alive, it was evident he had sustained significant injuries. Otherwise, he would have already emerged from the mountain's grasp. Son Gohan. Topo clenched his fists in frustration. Before encountering Gohan, their universe had only lost a few warriors, but now, with Gohan's arrival, 3 had fallen, and Tispo lay gravely injured. This realization ignited a fierce anger within Topo. With a resounding shout, Topo unleashed an overwhelming aura, his body expanding dramatically. The excess fat on his abdomen transformed into six-pack abs, while the muscles in his arms swelled further. As his physique ballooned, his shirt tore apart, revealing intricate patterns across his body, pulsating with destructive energy. This was akin to a god of destruction state. What? Vegeta was taken aback. The transformation of Topo differed from the divine techniques taught to him by Beerus, although both were suffused with the aura of destructive energy. One was a transformation while the other represented a state of being. After a moment of astonishment, Vegeta's lips curled into a subtle smile. Krillin remarked, Vegeta, is he smiling? Indeed. Yamcha nodded in agreement. At that moment, Vegeta clenched his hands tightly, his entire body suddenly radiating an immense amount of purple energy. Subsequently, his hair turned purple. His eyebrows vanished, and the brow bone closely aligned with his eye socket, while his pupils transformed into a golden hue. This was precisely the destructive divine technique taught to Vegeta by Beerus. which he referred to as his Ultra Instinct. Seeing Vegeta finally employing this technique, Beerus could not help but chuckle. Isn't this the technique of the God of Destruction? Could it be that this fellow is a candidate for the God of Destruction of Universe 7? Compa speculated. Chapter 174. Tiz is eliminated. I have no idea. Bardosh shook her head. Observing this, Compa immediately turned to Beerus. Beerus, what is the meaning of this? Is Vegeta the next God of Destruction? A cough escaped Beerus. No. How could he wield the techniques of a God of Destruction then? How should I know? Perhaps he learned it from somewhere. Learned it? Upon hearing Beerus's evasive response, Compa's irritation flared. Who are you trying to deceive, Beerus? It seems you taught him. Yes, I did teach him. So what? Beerus retorted, equally incensed by Compa's loud accusation. Besides Zeno and the Grand Minister, he feared no one. Nothing much. I just dislike those who are somewhat dishonest. That is certainly better than those who resort to petty thievery. Who are you calling a petty thief? Compa shouted. Whoever feels guilty knows. Beerus. At that moment, Zeno suddenly turned to face the two. Are you two seeking to be erased? We sincerely apologize, Lord Zeno. We shall remain silent. Upon hearing this, Xiangpa immediately broke into a cold sweat and spoke. After the king of all listened, he turned his gaze toward the arena. The other gods of destruction from various universes, witnessing this, fell silent, refraining from their previous loud outbursts. In the arena, when Toppo beheld Vegeta in his Ultra Instinct state, a flicker of astonishment crossed his face. He had spent an extensive period mastering the God of Destruction state, ultimately relinquishing the ideals of justice that once resided in his heart. The fact that Vegeta could wield a technique comparable to that of the God of Destruction signified that he too must have abandoned his own sense of justice. At that moment, Vegeta transformed into a streak of purple light, charging towards Toppo. Toppo clenched his fists and met him head-on. Whoosh! Bang! Bang! In the blink of an eye, the two found themselves before each other, their fists and feet colliding with the swiftness of light. A cloud of dust was instantly kicked up around them. The destructive energy radiating from both was so intense that any nearby object or energy was obliterated, leading to the swift annihilation of the surrounding stones, and the ground became increasingly desolate. With a thunderous explosion, their destructive energies collided, resulting in a cataclysmic storm erupting from the arena. The very center of the explosion was enveloped in a massive cloud of dust. Moments later, as the storm subsided, an enormous crater emerged in the ground. Vegeta and Toppo stood at a distance of 1,000 meters apart, gazing at one another. Suddenly, Toppo unleashed a powerful shout, propelling himself like a beam of purple light towards Vegeta. In an instant, he was before Vegeta, launching a fierce assault with his fists. Vegeta defended against Toppo's onslaught while retreating. Soon, Toppo had pushed Vegeta back to the base of a great mountain. With a mighty roar, Toppo delivered a powerful kick forward. Vegeta raised his left hand, retreating to the mountain behind him. Toppo scoffed, gathering a surge of purple destructive energy in his right hand, aimed at Vegeta. Sensing the impending attack, Vegeta swiftly dodged to the side. As he evaded, the mountain behind him disintegrated into purple particles, vanishing from existence. Observing Vegeta's successful evasion, Toppo quickly amassed more destructive energy for another strike. Seizing the moment while Toppo was focused on gathering energy, Vegeta suddenly flashed before Toppo and launched a kick forward. Bang! With a thunderous sound, Toppo propelled himself like a beam of light, crashing fiercely into a colossal mountain behind him. The mountain was immediately enveloped in a cloud of dust and debris. Although Toppo had learned to transform into the state of a destroyer, he was not yet a true destroyer, and his mastery over destruction was still lacking, requiring a certain amount of time to harness destructive energy. Vegeta, having just engaged in battle, had also discerned this fact. Meanwhile, after a brief skirmish with Vegeta and the others, Tizpro emerged from the mountain, charging towards Gohan. Son Gohan stood motionless in place. Damn it! Exclaimed Tispa in fury, as his form suddenly multiplied into 10 clones, encircling Son Gohan completely. What do you think, Son Gohan? Boasted the 10 Tispa with arrogance. Not much at all. I have long grown weary of tricks like yours. Son Gohan retorted. What did you say? Tispa seethed in anger. Then, the 10 Tispa launched a simultaneous assault on Son Gohan. Son Wukong let out a light chuckle as he launched an attack towards the true form of Tispa. Startled, Tispa swiftly raised his fist to counter. However, Son Wukong's right foot struck Tispa with greater speed. With a resounding crash, Tispa was sent hurtling to the ground like a projectile. The impact stirred up a cloud of dust and debris. In that moment, Tispa's doppelganger swiftly dissipated. After a brief interval, as the dust settled, Tispa rose from the ground, looking quite disheveled. Curse it! Tispa gritted his teeth, swiftly clapping his hands together to unleash an energy wave aimed at Son Wukong. Whoosh! Boom! 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 As Son Wukong adeptly evaded, he began to gather energy with both hands, exclaiming, Kamehameha! A deep blue energy wave coalesced from his palms. Tispa, taken aback, quickly prepared to dodge. In that instant, Son Wukong executed a sudden teleportation, materializing directly before Tispa. With a powerful shout, he unleashed the Kamehameha wave towards Tispa. Alarmed, Tispa realized it was too late to evade. With a resounding explosion, a blue beam struck, sending Tispa crashing off the tournament stage. Universe 11, Tispa is eliminated. Upon hearing this, the Omni King promptly pressed Tispa's icon. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong let out a deep sigh, reverting his body back to its normal state. The Omni King, mimicking Son Wukong's stance, attempted a Kamehameha wave. The Grand Priest, observing this, smiled faintly. Meanwhile, on Vegeta's side, after sending Topo soaring with a powerful kick, he seized the opportunity to press the attack, channeling a barrage of energy waves akin to a torrential downpour towards Topo. This technique is renowned as the Prince's fighting style within the Dragon Ball universe. Faced with Vegeta's relentless onslaught of energy waves, Topo deftly dodged while countering with destructive energy blasts, which collided with Vegeta's energy waves. Boom, boom, boom. The arena was soon filled with the resounding echoes of tremendous explosions. After a brief moment, Vegeta abruptly ceased his energy wave assault and charged directly at Topo. Ha! Topo roared, launching himself towards Vegeta in response. With thunderous sounds reverberating through the air, the two engaged in a fierce battle, their fists and feet moving like lightning. Bang! Moments later, Vegeta clenched his right fist with determination, delivering a powerful blow that sent Topo crashing down to the ground. Topo swiftly pushed himself up, using his right hand for leverage, and unleashed destructive energy towards Vegeta. In a flash, Vegeta appeared before Topo, launching an attack. Startled, Topo hastily halted his energy assault to engage Vegeta in combat. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the fiery explosions, the two warriors clashed fiercely, locked in a tumultuous battle. Son Wukong is here. Upon witnessing the fierce battle between Vegeta and his comrades, Son Wukong instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan Blue. He gazed at Ribrian and Roji from Universe 2 and declared, My apologies, but I can no longer engage with the two of you. I must seek out other, more formidable warriors to contend with. With a nod, Son Wukong swiftly dashed towards the two individuals. In no time, he stood before Librian, launching a barrage of punches and kicks with the swiftness of light. Librian quickly raised his hands to fend off Son Wukong's onslaught. However, the sheer velocity of Son Wukong's strikes proved overwhelming, and Librian was soon sent flying by a powerful blow. Librian! Roji exclaimed, immediately retaliating with a punch aimed at Son Wukong. Son Wukong swiftly sidestepped, delivering a powerful blow to Rogi's abdomen. With a resounding crash and a piercing scream, Rogi was propelled like a projectile, colliding violently with a towering mountain behind him, which was immediately engulfed in a cloud of dust. Meanwhile, Broly had concluded his skirmish with Tiz and encountered Bazel, Belgamer, and Lavanda from the 9th universe. Who are you? He inquired. Belgamer chuckled. You share the same universe as Son Gohan, correct? Broly nodded affirmatively. I'm Belgamer, and beside me are my second brother, Lavanda, and my third brother, Bazel. In short, Gohan owes my brother a debt, and you will be the one to settle it. Upon hearing this, Broly's expression turned grave. Although he was unaware of the history between Gohan and them, it was clear they were foes. Belgamer sneered, charging forward alongside Bazel and Lavanda towards Broly. Recognizing the threat, Broly swiftly assumed a defensive stance. In an instant, Belgamer was upon him, launching a flurry of strikes as swift as lightning. Broly, with a fierce shout, retaliated with equal fervor. The air crackled with the intensity of their combat, each blow resounding like thunder. At that moment, Bazel and Lavanda joined the fray, combining their efforts to push Broly back. On another front, Vegeta and Topo, having engaged in a fierce battle, found themselves panting heavily. After a brief respite, Topo suddenly gathered a massive amount of destructive energy in his hands and unleashed it towards Vegeta. In response, Vegeta concentrated his own destructive energy and hurled it back at Topo. With an earth-shattering roar, their energies collided mid-air, creating a tremendous storm that surged outward. Both warriors gritted their teeth, locked in a fierce contest of will. Suddenly, Topo shouted, thrusting his hands forward with all his might. His destructive energy began to overpower Vegeta's, forcing it backward. In a moment of urgency, Vegeta bellowed, pushing back with renewed vigor. Their energies clashed once more, neither willing to yield. Damn it, Vegeta thought, recalling the image of his newborn daughter and the words of Beerus and the others. I cannot afford to lose this battle. As these memories surged within him, an overwhelming power erupted from Vegeta's being. With a resounding roar, Vegeta's destructive energy instantaneously propelled both Toppo and his own destructive energy off the arena. Universe 11. Toppo is eliminated. Upon hearing this, the Grand Zeno promptly pressed the icon on his divine tablet. Toppo. The beautiful Mai gazed at Toppo's defeat, her eyes reflecting a hint of disbelief. At this moment, the arena had only Jiren remaining from Universe 11, alongside Kettle, Kaeslar, and Quincy. Yet, even their combined strength could not rival a singular dispo. Jiren, the burden now rests solely upon you. Breathing heavily, Vegeta reverted to his normal state after hearing this. Universe 6 Kaba is out, as is Vados. In Universe 2, Ribrian and Rosie are eliminated. Meanwhile, on Broly's side, after enduring a combined assault from 3 opponents, Broly suddenly unleashed a thunderous roar and transformed into his great ape form. What? Upon witnessing Broly's eyes turn golden, Bergamo became instantly alert. Boom. In that moment, Broly transformed into a streak of green light, charging rapidly towards him. Startled, Bergamo swiftly assumed a battle stance. Before long, Broly stood before Bergamo, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks like flashes of light. Seeing this, Bergamo also raised his fists and engaged in a fierce battle with Broly. Under Broly's relentless assault, Bergamo was soon forced to retreat repeatedly. 3 wolves, a wild beast? As Son Wukong observed the fierce battle among the 3, a thought suddenly emerged in his mind. Although Broly appeared human, if he were to lose control, he would be far more terrifying than any beast. Elder brother, Bazel exclaimed, noticing that Belgain was at a disadvantage, and instantly raised his leg to deliver a kick towards Broly. With a swift movement, Broly evaded the attack, retaliating with a powerful punch that sent Bazel sprawling backward. Witnessing this, Lavanda quickly infused his hands with poison and launched an assault on Broly. However, Broly deftly shifted to the left and struck Lavanda's face with a forceful right punch. Bang! With a resounding crash, Lavanda's body shot through the air like a projectile, colliding violently with a towering mountain behind him, which was immediately engulfed in a cloud of dust and debris. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong turned to Bazel with a smile and said, Bazel, you may not comprehend what you are truly up against. Just as he finished speaking, Broly's body surged forward like a wild beast, charging at Bergamo. Seeing this, Bergamo gritted his teeth and similarly lunged at Broly. Chapter 176. The dangerous trio exits in no time. The two arrived before each other and engaged in a fierce battle. Moments later, Broly tightened his right fist and delivered a powerful blow to Bergamo's face. With a resounding crash, Bergamo's body shot backward like a projectile, crashing into a mountain behind him, sending dust and debris flying in all directions. Brother, Bazel shouted, gathering a surge of crimson energy in his feet. He kicked towards Broly. Broly swiftly dodged to the left and charged at Bazel. Bazel's expression turned serious as he also rushed towards Broly. In the blink of an eye, Broly was before Bazel, launching a dual-fisted assault. Upon seeing this, Bazel immediately raised his feet to kick at Broly. However, before Bazel's feet could reach Broly, Broly's fist struck Bazel's face with the ferocity of a whirlwind. Bazel was instantly forced to retreat. Bazel, Bergamo, having emerged from the mountain, witnessed this and charged at Broly. As Broly saw Bergamo approaching, he clenched his right fist and sent Bazel flying with a powerful punch. With a thunderous boom, Bazel crashed into the mountain behind him, stirring up a cloud of dust. At that moment, Bergamo arrived behind Broly, launching a full-force punch forward. Broly swiftly turned and raised his hand to block. Bang! Broly was sent staggering back hundreds of meters. Damn it! Bergamo shouted in fury, unleashing a barrage of energy waves towards Broly. Broly evaded while advancing towards Bergamo. In the blink of an eye, he was upon Bergamo, his fists and feet attacking with blinding speed. Seeing this, Bergamo hurriedly raised his hands to defend. Whoosh! Bang! 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 Under Broly's relentless assault, Bergamo was forced to retreat repeatedly. Brother, Bazel gritted his teeth and struggled to rise from the ground. At that moment, Broly executed a forward kick, sending Bergamo flying into a mountain behind him. With a deafening crash, Bergamo crashed into the mountain, stirring up a massive cloud of dust. Seizing the opportunity, Broly brought his hands together behind him, gathering a surge of green energy and unleashed it towards Bergamo. Boom! With a sudden and violent clash, an energy wave struck Bergamo, sending his body hurtling through the mountains. "Brother!" Bazel exclaimed, taken aback and realizing it was too late to intervene. At that moment, Bergamo's form expanded, gradually coming to a halt upon the ground. "Ha!" With a resounding shout, Bergamo absorbed Broly's energy wave into his being, causing his physique to swell once more. Broly, taken aback, watched as Bergamo chuckled. "Did you not expect this? I possess the ability to absorb other strength and grow in size." "Grow in size?" Broly echoed, astonished. "Indeed," Bergamo declared, his body darting forward like the wind, charging towards Broly. In an instant, he was upon Broly, launching an offensive. Due to his enlarged stature, Bergamo had to bend down to strike, which rendered his movements somewhat sluggish. With a swift leap, Broly evaded Bergamo's attack. Enraged, Bergamo delivered a powerful kick forward. Broly retreated, narrowly escaping once more. Bergamo roared, unleashing a flurry of punches akin to a tempest aimed at Broly. With agile movements, Broly sidestepped effortlessly, avoiding the onslaught. "Damn it!" Bergamo bellowed, launching a full-force punch. Broly once again evaded, his form flickering to Bergamo's front as he retaliated with a kick. Boom! With a tremendous sound, Bergamo was forcefully knocked to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust and debris. "Brother!" Bazel shouted, rushing to Bergamo's side. Lavanda quickly followed suit, joining them. "Brother, shall we combine our efforts to attack him?" Bazel proposed. "Indeed." Bergamo nodded in agreement. Instantly, Bazel concentrated his energy at his feet and propelled himself forward with a kick. "Wolf Piercer!" Bergamo raised his right hand, conjuring a fiery red energy wave and sending it forth. Observing this, Lavanda too gathered a purple toxic energy wave between his hands and launched it ahead. "Ha!" Witnessing the simultaneous convergence of their energy waves, Broly bellowed, channeling a verdant energy wave to collide with theirs. Boom! The combined forces of the three energy waves clashed with Broly's. Despite Broly's formidable strength, he was but 1 against 3, and thus his energy wave was soon pushed back. "Should we assist Broly?" Piccolo inquired. "No need. Broly has yet to reveal his true power." "True strength?" "Ha!" No sooner had the words left his lips than Broly let out a thunderous roar, emanating an overwhelmingly potent aura. The three were taken aback. At that moment, Broly's hair transformed into a golden hue, standing upright, while his eyes shifted to a pale green. This was the legendary Super Saiyan, capable of harnessing boundless power. "Ha!" Upon transforming, Broly immediately bellowed, channeling even more energy into the verdant energy wave. Boom! The green energy wave expanded, forcefully repelling the energy waves of the three opponents. Startled, they exerted every ounce of strength to push forward. Yet, despite their efforts, their energy waves could not withstand Broly's might and were sent reeling back. Boom! With a resounding crash, the three were simultaneously knocked off the competition stage. The 9th universe's Bergamo, Basil, and Lavender were eliminated. Upon hearing this, the Omni King promptly pressed the icons of the three on the divine tablet. Whoosh! The trio was transported back to the audience of the 9th universe. The god of destruction of the 9th universe, witnessing their return, was instantly engulfed in a state of utter panic, exclaiming, "It's over. If even the 3 of you have been defeated, the others stand no chance in this competition." As the dust settled on the stage, Broly reverted to his normal state after vanquishing his opponents. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong immediately directed his gaze towards a bald man adorned in a striking crimson uniform of the Pride Troopers, his skin a pale white. This individual was none other than Jiren, the most formidable adversary of their 7th universe in this tournament of power. Chapter 177, The Elimination commences. However, at present, the arena was still occupied by numerous other competitors, and Son Wukong was not yet prepared to confront him. Son Wukong is here. At this moment, Son Wukong is engaged in combat with a man whose entire body is adorned in a striking shade of blue. His name is Majikeo, a modified warrior from the 3rd universe, whose physique can contort and reshape like pliable clay. With a swift motion, Majikeo extends his arm, launching an assault towards Son Wukong. Son Wukong swiftly shifted his body to the left, narrowly evading the attack. "Your arms can extend just like Piccolo's, can't they?" Majikeo chuckled. "Not only can my arms elongate, but they can also transform into other forms." "Other forms?" Just as the words left his lips, Majikeo instantly transformed his elongated right arm into a pair of scissors and lunged towards Son Wukong. Son Wukong was taken aback and swiftly dodged. Meanwhile, on the side of Lazuli, Android 17 and Lazuli were engaged in a fierce battle against two Namekians named Pili Na and Sayanol, warriors from the 6th universe. These two were super Namekian warriors, having assimilated the powers of all Namekians from their home planet. Consequently, they possessed a considerable amount of Namekian energy. It was precisely for this reason that Android 17 and Lazuli found themselves in a grueling struggle. Just then, Son Gohan arrived with Piccolo and the others. Son Gohan. Son Gohan smiled and asked, "What is the matter, Lazuli? Are you unable to contend with the two of them?" Lazuli scoffed in response. Son Gohan. If you continue to sit back and watch, I shall leap off the stage right now. All right, do not be upset. I will intervene and assist you. Upon hearing this, Pabina and Sayanol exchanged serious glances with Son Gohan. At that moment, Son Gohan's figure flickered, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared before Pabina. Delivering a powerful kick with his right leg, bang! With a tremendous sound, Pabina was propelled off the stage like a shooting star. The 6th universe has lost Pabina. Upon witnessing this, the Omni King immediately pressed the icon for Pabina on his divine tablet. Sayanol was taken aback. Although he was aware of Son Gohan's formidable strength, he had not anticipated it to be this overwhelming. Just then, Son Gohan appeared beside Sayanol, delivering a horizontal kick with his left leg aimed at Sayanol's body. Bang! With another resounding crash, Sayanol was sent flying off the stage. The 6th universe has lost Sayanol. The Omni King promptly pressed the icon for Sayanol on his divine tablet. 17. Lazuli, why don't the two of you join us as well? Sun Wukong gazed at the two individuals and remarked, I have no preference. Why not inquire whether she is willing? I am indifferent as well, Lazuli replied, her arms crossed. With a smile, Sun Wukong led the 5 companions in search of competitors from other universes. Meanwhile, on Reg's side, after defeating Kyphura and the others, he encountered Frost. Frisia? I am not Frisia. My name is Frost. Frost declared, transforming into his final form. Having learned of the 7th universe's strength from their last battle, he was determined to hold nothing back against Reg. Is that so? Reg chuckled. Regardless of who you are, today I shall knock you off the stage. As soon as the words left his mouth, Reg swiftly appeared before Frost and unleashed a powerful right punch. Bang! With a resounding impact, Frost was sent hurtling off the stage like a projectile. From the 6th universe, Frost is eliminated. Frost was instantly transported back to the audience of the 6th universe. Indeed, you are no Frisia. You pale in comparison. Reg taunted with a grin. You. Frost seethed, clenching his teeth in anger. In the 6th universe, he was a notable figure. And to be so insulted by Reg was intolerable. Reg, unfazed, chose to ignore him and continued to seek out opponents from other universes. From the 6th universe, Dr. Loda is eliminated. From the 2nd universe, Zero is eliminated. As time ticked away, competitors from the 7 universes were gradually eliminated one after another. From the 9th universe, Camphor is eliminated. All contestants from the 9th universe are out, and the entire universe will be erased. No. Lord Zeno, the Supreme Kai of the 9th universe, pleaded in despair. Zeno, unresponsive to the Supreme Kai's pleas, raised his right hand and obliterated the 9th universe. The contestants, Supreme Kai, and God of Destruction from the 9th universe, swiftly vanished under Zeno's decree. Xiangpa, witnessing the sudden disappearance of the 9th universe, broke into a cold sweat. Bardos, has the 9th universe truly vanished? Let me see. Bardos replied, raising her staff to examine the 9th universe. It's gone. The 9th universe is completely erased. Not even a shadow remains. Upon hearing this, Kampa immediately placed his hopes on Hit, the last remaining fighter from Universe 6. Just as Kampa was contemplating this, Hit encountered Jiren. The moment Hit laid eyes on Jiren, a grave expression overtook his countenance. Although he had yet to engage in battle with Jiren, his earlier observations had revealed the latter's extraordinary prowess. Nonetheless, since they had crossed paths, Hit had no choice but to accept the challenge. With this thought, Hit transformed into a streak of purple light and charged towards Jiren. In the blink of an eye, he stood before Jiren, launching a powerful right punch. Jiren deftly sidestepped to the left, evading the strike. Witnessing this, Hit immediately employed his time-skip technique to assault Jiren. Swiftly, Jiren maneuvered left and right, effortlessly dodging Hit's attacks. Hit clenched his right fist with determination and struck forward with all his might. Jiren again evaded, retaliating with a powerful punch aimed at Hit's abdomen. With a resounding impact, Hit was sent flying. Kampa gasped in shock. He was well aware of Hit's capabilities, yet none of his recent strikes had managed to touch Jiren. Just as Kampa was taken aback, Jiren swiftly closed the distance, launching a barrage of punches and kicks toward it. Raising his arms defensively, Hit braced for Jiren's onslaught. With a series of thunderous impacts, Hit found himself being relentlessly pushed back. After a brief moment, Jiren clenched his right fist tightly and delivered a formidable blow. The resultant explosion of sound sent Hit hurtling back, crashing into a distant mountain. Chapter 178, Son Goku vs. Jiren. Jiren's figure flickered, and he appeared before Hit, unleashing a powerful barrage of punches. Hit quickly raised his arms to defend against Jiren's strikes. The force of Jiren's rapid punches drove Hit further into the mountain, stirring up clouds of dust and debris. Huh! Jiren bellowed, delivering a heavy blow to Hit's abdomen. With a cataclysmic sound, Hit shattered the mountain behind him, soaring backward. Hit! Kampa exclaimed in alarm, just as Hit was about to be flung out of the arena. He clenched his fists and managed to halt his momentum at the edge of the platform. Kampa exhaled in relief upon witnessing this close call. That was close, Beerus remarked with a smile. Lord Kampa, Hit has merely avoided falling for now. It does not mean he won't fall eventually. Beerus, what do you imply? Do you wish for our Universe 6 to be eradicated? Wah. Upon hearing this, Batos immediately feigned tears. Lord Kampa, how could I ever wish for our 6th universe to be eradicated? I am merely confronting the harsh reality. Kampa, taken aback, was left speechless with anger. On the arena, Jiren noticed that Hit had yet to be knocked off the stage and charged towards him. Hit gritted his teeth and utilized his time skip ability to approach Jiren. In the blink of an eye, Jiren was already before Hit, launching a powerful right punch. However, the hit before him was merely an illusion, thus, Jiren's strike missed its target. At that moment, Hit's true form appeared behind Jiren, ready to attack. Sensing the impending danger, Jiren swiftly evaded the assault. Hit was astonished. In that instant, Jiren's figure suddenly materialized behind Hit, delivering a fierce punch to his body. With a resounding impact, Hit was sent reeling backwards. Hit! Kampa exclaimed in shock. He had previously believed Hit might have a chance for a comeback, but it seemed that hope had vanished. Just then, Jiren's form flashed before Hit once more, and he unleashed a powerful right fist. With a tremendous force, Hit was swiftly knocked off the arena. The 6th universe was eliminated, with all its contestants defeated. The entire universe faced obliteration. Kampa's face turned pale at this revelation. He had not anticipated that their universe would be the second to be erased. Batos, once again pretending to weep, lamented, Lord Kampa, I never imagined we would part so soon. Do take care. Batos, why are you sitting so far away? Kampa remarked. Noticing Batos comfortably seated in the audience of the 7th universe, feeling rather bemused, Batos smiled and replied, Lord Kampa, since you are about to vanish, I naturally needed to secure a good seat in advance. You rascal, Kampa retorted, suddenly casting a cheeky glance at Beerus. Beerus remained silent, his emotions complex as he sat in place. Despite their discord, their acquaintance had spanned over 1 billion years. At that moment, the Grand Minister eliminated the entire 6th universe. After defeating the 3rd universe's Maji KO, Goku immediately sought out Jiren. Goku, Kakarot. Upon witnessing Son Wukong approach Jiren, Bick and the others displayed a hint of astonishment upon their faces. However, upon further reflection, they recalled that Son Wukong had never been one to fear anyone. This was the essence of Son Wukong. Greetings, my name is Son Wukong. You are Jiren, correct? Jiren nodded in affirmation. Huh. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan Blue and charged toward Jiren. Jiren remained steadfast, motionless in his stance. Just as Son Wukong was about to reach Jiren, the latter's figure flickered and, in the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Son Wukong, delivering a powerful strike with his right fist. Bang! Boom! With a resounding crash, Son Wukong was propelled like a projectile, crashing into the mountain before him. The impact unleashed a cloud of dust and debris. After a brief moment, as the dust settled around the mountain, Son Wukong emerged from the rubble. With a mighty roar, he emanated a brilliant blue aura, enveloped by an additional layer of crimson energy. 20-fold Kaioken. With a resounding roar, Son Wukong transformed into a brilliant flash of red light, charging towards Jiren. In the blink of an eye, he stood before Jiren, launching a powerful assault with his fists. However, with a swift sidestep to the left and a nimble dodge to the right, Jiren effortlessly evaded Son Wukong's strikes. Beerus looked on in astonishment. Was even the 20-fold Kaioken insufficient to land a blow on Jiren? Vados nodded solemnly in agreement. Just as the two were conversing, Jiren propelled his right foot forward, sending Son Wukong hurtling away. With a thunderous crash, Sun Wukong collided heavily into the mountain behind him. Gohan, should we intervene? Piccolo inquired. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong was about to nod when a figure suddenly materialized. It was Reg. Reg! Exclaimed Piccolo. Reg let out a light chuckle and swiftly transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Charging towards Jiren. In the blink of an eye, Reg found himself before Jiren, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks, engaging in a fierce battle. Remarkable prowess. As Sun Wukong beheld the astonishing sight of Riger engaging in combat with Jiren, a flicker of astonishment crossed his visage. Not only Sun Wukong, but even the audience from Universe 11, including the astute Videl, displayed a semblance of astonishment. He was well aware of Jiren's immense power, and the fact that Riger could contend with him was a testament to his formidable strength. In Universe 2, with the elimination of Hamura, all competitors from that universe were eradicated, resulting in its imminent obliteration. In Universe 3, with Baera's exit, all participants were similarly dispatched, leading to the impending annihilation of that universe as well. Upon hearing this, the Omni King promptly decreed the eradication of both universes. Thus, 2 more realms were extinguished. Ketra, burdened with anxiety, spoke out. Indeed, the angel of Universe 4, Konik, nodded in agreement. At that moment, Gohan's gaze suddenly shifted towards the contestants of Universe 4. In an instant, he dashed toward Nink, his form blurring as he moved. Piccolo and the others followed closely behind. Gohan! Ketra exclaimed, his expression shifting to one of alarm upon witnessing Gohan's abrupt charge towards Nink and his team. Chapter 179, Broly vs. Jiren. Lagos, alongside Gohan, surged forward to assault Nink. A piercing scream echoed as a dark green-furred fox was struck by the attack launched by Lagos. This fox, known as Majira, was a comrade of Nink. Boom. At that moment, Gohan sent Nink hurtling off the stage. Universe 4, Nink is eliminated. Universe 4, Gamarasalas is eliminated. Upon hearing this, the Omni King immediately pressed the icon of Majira on his divine device. With the elimination of these 2, only Majira remained in Universe 4. Ketra's countenance grew exceedingly grave upon hearing this news. Majira. As soon as he finished speaking, the figure of Majin Buu flashed before Majira, sending him flying away. Universe 4, Majira is eliminated, and with that, all competitors from Universe 4 have been dispatched, leading to the total obliteration of that universe. The Omni King raised his right hand, erasing Universe 4 from existence. Only Universes 7, 10, and 11 remained on the battlefield. On Sun Wukong's side, after Reg's attack, although he initially matched Jiren's prowess, he eventually found himself at a disadvantage as Jiren began to fight earnestly. As Sun Wukong observed the fierce clash between the 2 combatants, he felt an overwhelming desire to engage and battle alongside Jiren. Alas, Jiren's formidable strength rendered him a mere spectator. With a resounding thud, Reg's body was propelled hundreds of meters away by a powerful kick. Universe 10 has been eliminated, with both Jayam and Jerko falling from the competition. All participants from Universe 10 have been ousted, leading to the impending obliteration of the entire universe. Upon hearing this, the Omni King promptly decreed the eradication of Universe 10. Now, only we and Universe 7 remain, Vados noted with a solemn expression. Indeed, Margarita affirmed. Moreover, not a single individual from Universe 7 has yet been defeated. Upon hearing this, Vados' expression grew even graver. Margarita, who do you believe is the strongest among Universe 7? I would posit that it is Gohan. Gohan, you say? Margarita nodded thoughtfully. Lord Beerus, did you not just mention that Gohan has mastered the perfect Ultra Instinct? Perfect Ultra Instinct. Precisely. This indicates that perfect Ultra Instinct is Gohan's trump card. On the arena stage, the clash continued. Whoosh. Bang. 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 Jiren and Reg, their bodies blazing like light, engaged in a fierce struggle upon the arena. Reg, hold on a bit longer. I shall come to your aid shortly. As Sun Wukong spoke, he led Piccolo and the others to seek out the Quincy, Kazaril, from Universe 11. They were the final 2 companions of Jiren. Suddenly, with a thunderous explosion, Reg's body was sent crashing to the ground like a ray of light. The earth was instantly engulfed in a cloud of dust and debris. Reg, upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong immediately charged towards Jillian. In the blink of an eye, Jillian's figure shifted, appearing right before Sun Wukong, and he launched a powerful right punch aimed at Sun Wukong's abdomen. Sun Wukong let out a resounding cry, his body hurtling backwards through the air. Boom. Sun Wukong collided with the towering mountain behind him, sending a cloud of dust and debris into the air. Kakarot. Upon witnessing this, Vegeta immediately activated his Ultra Instinct, charging towards Jiren. In the blink of an eye, Vegeta found himself before Jiren, launching a powerful assault with both fists. As Jiren raised his hands to fend off Vegeta's onslaught, he began to retreat. Vegeta. Beerus observed this scene, a surge of excitement blossoming within him. Even the formidable 20-fold Kaioken of Son Wukong could not reach Jiren, yet Vegeta managed to strike him. Just as Beerus was caught up in his excitement, Jiren's figure flickered and appeared behind Vegeta, delivering a powerful kick forward. With a resounding crash, Vegeta's body shot like a projectile into the mountain ahead, causing a massive cloud of dust to erupt. Witnessing this, Beerus covered his face, regretting his earlier excitement. Vegeta. Son Wukong gritted his teeth and rose from the ground. At that moment, Broly came running from a distance. Son Wukong, Broly. Broly nodded, casting a glance at Jiren. Huh. With a resounding shout, Broly charged towards Jiren. Dreadful. Reg had also rushed towards Jiren. Whoosh. Bang. 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 The three engaged in a fierce battle, their fists and feet flying like lightning. Universe 11, Quince eliminated. Universe 11. Jerkle eliminated. Upon hearing this, the Omni King promptly pressed the icon on his divine tablet. Delicious. Now only Jiren remains. Margarita nodded in agreement. Huh. On the arena? After Broly made his move, he swiftly transformed into his great ape form to confront Jiren. It seems, perhaps, I need not intervene. As Son Wukong gazed at the fierce battle between Broly and his opponents, he chuckled. Piccolo remarked, do you not intend to intervene? If Broly exerts his full strength, his power is merely beneath mine. Is that so? Just then, as their conversation unfolded, Broly transformed into his Super Saiyan form. With a burst of energy, he became a streak of green light, charging towards Jiren. In no time, Broly positioned himself before Jiren, his fists moving with blinding speed as he launched a forward assault. Jiren clenched his fists tightly, meeting Broly's blows with equal force. The clash of their strikes erupted with fierce sounds, each punch resonating with intensity, as if dozens of hands were engaged in a duel. The impact of their right fists collided with such might that a powerful gust of wind radiated outward. After a brief standoff, both combatants used their strength to push each other back. Breathing heavily, Jiren looked at Broly, realizing that despite his formidable power, he had just recently battled against Vegeta. Curse it! How can this Broly possess such incredible strength? He muttered through gritted teeth. He had previously believed that Wukong was the only significant threat, only to now face the emergence of Broly. At that moment, Toppo shouted loudly towards Jiren, Jiren. You are the strongest in our team. I believe you will surely defeat them. Hearing this, Jiren glanced at Toppo and clenched his fist with determination. With a powerful shout, an overwhelming aura emanated from him, spreading in all directions. With a decisive step back, Jiren charged at Broly. He quickly closed the distance, delivering a potent right punch. Broly raised his hand to block the incoming blow. Huh! Jiren bellowed, his fist striking Broly's form like a tempest. As Broly defended against Jiren's onslaught, he began to retreat. In a sudden move, Jiren thrust his right knee forward, propelling Broly backward with tremendous force. With a thunderous crash, Broly collided into the mountain behind him, causing a massive cloud of dust to erupt into the air. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong promptly approached Son Wufan's side. Wufan, shall you not take action? It's all right. Let's observe a little longer. Son Wukong nodded, and as soon as the sound faded, Broly sprang to his feet and charged at Jiren. In no time, Broly stood before Jiren, launching a flurry of punches and kicks with the swiftness of light. Jiren clenched his fists tightly, engaging in a fierce battle with Broly. With resounding echoes of impact, the two figures clashed in a dazzling display of speed, fighting across the arena's sky and ground. Their movements were so rapid that, from a distance, it appeared as though the atmosphere was rippling with energy. With a thunderous crack, Jiren delivered a powerful punch that sent Broly flying hundreds of meters away. Broly let out a fierce roar, unleashing a barrage of energy waves toward Jiren. As Jiren dodged, he retaliated with energy blasts of his own, and a series of colossal explosions erupted as their attacks collided. The sky and ground were engulfed in a cacophony of detonations and flames. After a moment, both warriors ceased their energy assaults and charged at one another once more. Their fists and feet struck with blinding speed, creating a flurry of impacts. Vegeta watched the clash anxiously. Although Jiren had the upper hand, the seventh universe still had many warriors remaining. If Jiren did not swiftly subdue Broly, his stamina would surely be depleted. Realizing this, Vegeta shouted urgently to Jiren, urging him to end the battle with Broly without delay. Jiren nodded, and, summoning all his strength, unleashed a powerful forward strike. With a deafening roar, Broly was propelled like a projectile, crashing into a mountain behind him, which erupted in a cloud of dust. In an instant, Jiren appeared in midair, raising his hands to gather a massive orb of orange-red energy. With a mighty shout, Jiren hurled the orange-red energy toward the mountain where Broly had just been sent crashing. "This is bad," Piccolo exclaimed, realizing Jiren's intention to knock Broly out of the arena. As soon as the words left his mouth, the orange-red energy descended rapidly, crashing down upon Broly. With a thunderous explosion, the mountain shattered under the impact of the energy, pushing Broly backward. As he beheld the looming orange-red force, unsettling memories surged through Broly's mind, prompting a fierce roar. A tremendous green aura erupted from Broly, halting his retreat. Regaining his composure, Broly clenched his fists tightly, emanating an overwhelming power as he ascended to new heights. The entire arena trembled violently under the influence of Broly's overwhelming aura. "This is not good. Broly has lost his sanity." As Son Wukong gazed into the vanishing eyes of Broly, he exclaimed in astonishment. At that moment, Broly's hair shifted from golden to a vibrant emerald green, its length slightly increasing, while his muscles bulged with tremendous power. This was indeed Broly's full-strength Super Saiyan form. Wei Mei was taken aback, not anticipating such a drastic transformation. With a thunderous roar, Broly surged forward like a green flash, charging at Jiren. Bang! Arriving before Jiren, Broly unleashed a flurry of punches, striking with unparalleled speed. Jiren, deftly evading attacks, raised his fist to counter Broly's relentless onslaught. Broly, now devoid of rationality and utterly ignorant of pain, continued his assault despite enduring Jiren's formidable hits, resembling a wild beast in a frenzy. Reg, witnessing the fierce clash, gritted his teeth in frustration. Boom, boom, boom. Under Broly's reckless barrage, Jiren was forced to retreat repeatedly. With a resounding crash, Jiren was propelled like a projectile into the mountain behind him, which erupted in a cloud of dust. Seizing the opportunity, Broly swiftly thrust his hands forward, unleashing a multitude of energy waves aimed at Jiren. Whoosh, boom, boom, boom. The energy waves decimated the mountainside, and Jiren cried out in agony under Broly's relentless assault. Jiren, Wei Mei shouted anxiously, her heart filled with concern for him. Excellent. Beerus observed the scene, a faint smile gracing his lips. As Broly momentarily ceased his energy wave barrage, he gasped for breath. Although immensely powerful, Broly too could succumb to fatigue. After a brief pause, as the dust settled, numerous craters marred the ground, with Jiren lying in one of them. Jiren. Toppo looked at Jiren sprawled on the ground, his heart a whirlwind of emotions. This was the first time he had witnessed Jiren in such a disheveled state. Is defeat imminent? Jiren gasped for air, watching Broly approach him step by step. A sense of unwillingness surged within him. Had it not been for his earlier battle with Reg that drained much of his stamina, he might still have had the strength to fight back. Jiren, rise. At that moment, Toppo suddenly shouted fervently at Jiren. Toppo, Jiren, I believe in your strength. I am certain you can defeat him. For everyone, and for the entirety of Universe 11. Universe 11. Upon hearing these words, Jillian felt a surge of formidable power within him. This power embodied the justice he held in his heart and his sense of responsibility towards the entire 11th universe. With a resounding shout, Jillian rose from the ground. Jillian. Upon witnessing this, Tuapo's face instantly lit up with a hint of joy. He has risen once again. Son Wukong's expression grew serious. After Jiren rose, he clenched his fist with great force, his muscles further expanding, emanating a fiery red aura. It appeared that Jiren had surpassed his physical limits. Tizro remarked. Indeed. Toppo nodded gravely. He has transcended his limits for all of us. Chapter 181. The conclusion of the Tournament of Power. At that moment, Broly charged towards Jiren, launching a powerful attack with both fists. Jiren bellowed and engaged in combat with Broly. Gohan, who do you think will emerge victorious? Piccolo inquired. I'm uncertain, but I hope Broly triumphs. Swish. Bang. Boom. 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 No sooner had the words left his mouth than Jiren unleashed a torrent of energy blasts towards Broly. As Broly dodged, he propelled himself forward to confront Jiren. In no time, Broly stood before Jiren, launching a furious assault. Swish. Bang. 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 Boom. 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 Amidst their intense battle, the arena's ground was soon devastated. Both fighters exuded a tremendous gale, sweeping outward. Just then, Jiren deliberately positioned himself at the edge of the arena, inviting Broly to charge at him. Swish. Just as Broly was about to strike Jiren, Jiren leapt with agility, performing a backflip to land behind Broly. Consequently, Broly was propelled off the arena. Out of bounds. Waimei exclaimed with delight. According to the tournament rules, any technique that prevents falling while airborne is strictly prohibited. Bang! After being ejected from the arena, Broly swiftly turned and soared back. The Grand Priest announced, Broly has utilized flight techniques, violating tournament regulations, and is thus disqualified. Disqualified? Yes, my Lord Zeno. As he has breached the rules. But I wish to continue watching. Upon hearing this, the Grand Priest felt a pang of dilemma. Since Lord Zeno has spoken, Broly shall not be deemed in violation. What? Upon hearing this, Topo and the others felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. However, they understood that before Zeno, they were but mere ants, devoid of any right to voice their grievances. Swish, bang, boom, boom, boom. Once back on the arena, Broly quickly resumed his fierce battle with Jiren. Dust and debris swirled around them as they clashed. After an extended struggle, both warriors found themselves gasping for breath. After a brief respite, Broly let out a mighty roar and charged once more towards Jiren. In no time, Broly reached Jiren's side, swinging his fist with great force. Jiren swiftly raised his left hand, seizing Broly's right fist. Observing this, Broly retaliated by thrusting his left fist forward with vigor. Jiren responded by lifting his right hand, capturing Broly's left fist. Broly bellowed, pushing both fists forward with immense strength. Jiren gritted his teeth, exerting a powerful counterpush. Thus, the two engaged in a fierce struggle upon the ground. Bang! After a moment of stalemate, Broly exerted all his might, pushing Jiren away with force. Gasping for breath, Jiren's eyes fixed intently on his opponent. "Yeah!" Broly shouted as he charged at Jiren once again. As Broly advanced, Jiren's consciousness suddenly became somewhat hazy. Broly reached Jiren and landed a heavy blow with his right fist upon Jiren's face. Boom! With a violent crash, Jiren was sent hurtling towards the edge of the arena, as if propelled by a laser. At that moment, Broly's body unexpectedly reverted to its normal state, and he fell into unconsciousness. Broly. Son Wukong was taken aback. As he and his companions gazed upon the fallen Broly, they felt no joy in their hearts, for they understood that Jiren was nearing his limit. While the 7th universe still had 9 warriors remaining, nevertheless, despite his defeat, the spirit with which Jiren fought valiantly for the 11th universe was truly commendable. Upon witnessing Broly's fall, Gohan instantaneously teleported to stand before Jiren. Gohan. Jiren gazed at him, speaking. Son Wukong nodded. Jiren, to be honest, I have longed for a battle with you. However, I have always been a person of great humility, so I chose to pass this opportunity to others. In the future, should the chance arise, I hope to engage in a fair and honorable duel with you. Before Jiren could further inquire, Son Wukong concentrated and unleashed a wave of energy, sending Jiren tumbling off the competition stage. Universe 11 has been eliminated, and with all its participants out, the entire universe faces obliteration. After hearing this, Topo glanced calmly at those beside him. Upon hearing this, the Omni King immediately raised his hand, erasing Universe 11 from existence. The Grand Priest, witnessing this, swiftly flew to Son Wukong's side. Congratulations, Wukong, on securing the championship of this tournament. Son Wukong nodded. So, Gohan, what wish do you intend to make with the Super Dragon Balls? I wish to restore all the universes that have been erased. Upon hearing Gohan's declaration, Piccolo and the others were immediately taken aback. Are you certain? Yes. Son Wukong nodded. I understand. The Grand Priest declared, and with a flourish of divine words, summoned the Super Dragon. Upon hearing the wish articulated by the Grand Priest, the Super Dragon immediately restored the 7 erased universes. Just then, Zeno descended with his 2 attendants. Lord Zeno. He nodded in acknowledgement. Goku, the match has concluded. What shall we engage in next? Upon hearing this, Son Wukong was about to speak when Beerus swiftly covered his mouth from the audience seats. Lord Zeno, it is getting late. Perhaps we should take our leave? Lord Zeno nodded in agreement. Well then, Wukong, let us play again next time. Son Wukong nodded. Upon seeing this, Beerus immediately instructed Whis to retrieve the dimensional cube and escort Son Wukong and his companions away. Upon exiting the Null Realm, Beerus let out a sigh of relief. Finally, this competition has come to an end. By the way, Gohan, why did you use the Super Dragon Balls to make that wish? Yamcha inquired. It's nothing. I simply felt it was too unfortunate for them to vanish like that. Is that so? Just then, Whis, who had been standing by, suddenly spoke up. In fact, Lord Zeno originally intended to erase everything. Had Gohan made a self-serving wish? Erase everything? Beerus was taken aback. Are you saying that Lord Zeno originally planned to eliminate us as well? Fortunately, Gohan did not make a selfish wish. Then why didn't you tell me sooner, Whis? Whis smiled and replied, my father instructed me not to disclose this matter, and moreover, this erasure does not include us angels, even if you were to be erased. It would not concern us. You rascal. Upon returning to Earth, Beerus, in celebration of their victory in the tournament, invited everyone to a grand feast at Bulma's residence. Chapter 182. Son Wukong faces Jiren again after the meal. Gohan escorted Broly and Reg to their home. When Gohan returned, he found that everyone had already departed, except for one person who was still waiting for him. This person was Lazuli. Lazuli smiled and asked, when will you give me the 240 million? What 240 million? Isn't it 140 million? Is that so? It seems I need to have a serious talk with your wife. All right, 240 million it is. When will you hand over the money? How about tomorrow? Upon hearing this, Lazuli counted on her fingers. I will call Pilaf right now and have him send the money over. That's more like it. Shortly after, Pilaf sent over 240 million in cash to Gohan. Son Wukong cast a fleeting glance, handing over a box containing 240 million in cash to Laziri. Here you go. Upon receiving the box, Laziri turned to leave. Are you going to count it? No matter. I already know where you live. Son Gohan is at a loss for words. He has certainly caught someone's attention. By the way, Son Gohan, should there be another competition like this in the future, feel free to reach out to me. Son Wukong's silence was palpable once more. It seemed that in this competition, she had not exerted herself significantly. Observing Lazili's departure, Son Wukong also left Bulma's residence and returned to his own home. The following morning, as Son Wukong had just awakened from slumber, he beheld Xiao Fang climbing atop him, playfully pinching his face. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong immediately rose from the bed and lifted up Xiao Fang. At that moment, the door to the room swung open, and Son Wukong stepped inside. Father. Son Wukong nodded. Is there something you wish to discuss, father? Actually, it's nothing of great significance. I merely wanted to inquire if you might have any means to enable me to spar with Jiren. Jiren? Indeed. During yesterday's tournament of power, I managed to exchange blows with him, yet his strength is overwhelmingly superior. I am hardly his match. But father, even if you were to confront him today, you would still not stand a chance, would you? That is of little concern. I wish to attempt it and see if I can attain the Ultra Instinct like you. Ultra Instinct? Precisely. Did not that rascal Vegeta achieve Ultra Instinct? If that is the case, why not seek out Whis? Son Gohan inquired. I am looking for Whis. But has he not returned to Lord Beerus's planet? After we finish our meal, shall I take you to seek Lord Supreme Kai? Son Wukong nodded. Upon witnessing this, Son Wufan promptly entrusted Xiao Fang to Son Wukong for her morning routine. After partaking in breakfast, Son Wufan executed a swift instant transmission, transporting Xiao Fang to a resplendent white castle. This castle was none other than Piccolo's stronghold. Wufan. Son Wukong nodded. Gohan, how did you come here? Son Gohan smiled and said, Uncle Piccolo, I would like to ask for your assistance in taking care of Little Fong. Take care of Little Fong? Is something the matter, Gohan? My father wishes to seek a battle with Jiren, so I am taking him to Universe 11. Jiren? Son Wukong nodded and handed Little Fong to Piccolo. Haha. Upon seeing Piccolo, Little Fong immediately broke into a smile. Observing her affection, a gentle smile appeared on Piccolo's face. Then, Uncle Piccolo, I shall entrust Little Fong to you, he said. Piccolo nodded in agreement. Upon witnessing this, Son Gohan executed a swift instant transmission, returning home. In the KO's realm, the East KO was joyfully fishing with Jebet by a tranquil pond when two figures suddenly materialized. These two were none other than Son Wukong and Son Gohan. Wukong, Gohan, exclaimed the East KO, startled by their abrupt arrival. Son Wukong nodded with a smile. Wukong, how did you all manage to come here? Inquired the East King of the Worlds. Son Wukong, in truth, it is nothing much. I merely wish for you to escort us to the 11th universe. The 11th universe? Indeed. What is your purpose in venturing to the 11th universe? I seek to engage in combat with Jiren. Combat? The East Kaishin was taken aback. You must be exceedingly idle to seek out battles without cause. Indeed. However, I cannot assist you in your endeavor to find someone to fight in the 11th universe. Why not? Jiren is acquainted with the god of destruction of the 11th universe, and should I take you there to seek Jiren, it would undoubtedly provoke his displeasure. The god of destruction of the 11th universe? Precisely. Moreover, Even a deity cannot trespass into another's universe at will. Is that so? Then in that case, I shall seek out Lord Zeno instead. As Sun Wukong spoke, he produced the button bestowed by the Omni King. The East Kaishin's expression instantly changed upon witnessing this. Wukong, what is your intention in seeking the Omni King? Sun Wukong chuckled. Is there any need to elaborate? Naturally. It is to have Lord Zeno allow Jiren and me to engage in combat. Wukong, must we trouble Lord Zeno over such a trivial matter? The East Kaishin smiled. Then will you take me to Universe 11? Very well. The East Kaishin gritted his teeth. However, you must promise me that once we arrive in Universe 11, you will heed my instructions. Agreed. Sun Wukong nodded. The East Kaishin rose from the ground. Then please place your hands upon my back, he suggested. The two complied with a nod. Observing this, the East Kaishin executed an instantaneous movement, transporting them to the realm of the god of destruction of Universe 11. At that moment, Jiren and Topo were diligently training on this planet. Sun Wukong. Topo greeted him warmly. Sun Wukong nodded. At that moment, standing not far away, Weiss and Margarita approached. Sun Wukong. Lord Weiss. Sun Wukong, what brings you to my 11th universe? Lord Weiss, I have come in search of a battle with Jiren. Sun Wukong chuckled. Jiren? Vim might cast a glance at Jiren. Indeed. Jiren, are you willing to engage in battle with him? Although Vimite held a disdain for Sun Wukong. The revival of their Universe 11 was entirely attributable to them, thus she felt a sense of indebtedness. Jiren pondered for a moment and nodded. However, I have a condition. Sun Wukong, conditions? Indeed, if you were to defeat me, then let Gohan engage in battle with me. Very well. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong immediately consented without a moment's hesitation. Observing this, Jillian swiftly soared to a distant expanse of open ground. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong immediately followed suit. Well, Jillian, unless there are any other concerns, shall we commence? Indeed. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong immediately let out a resounding roar and transformed into a Super Saiyan Blue. The East Kaishin remarked, are you directly transforming into a Super Saiyan Blue? The extraordinary power of Jiren rendered it impossible for my father to retain his strength in his presence. Chapter 183. Cell. The East Kaishin nodded. Huh. At that moment, Sun Wukong shouted loudly and charged towards Jiren. Whoosh. Bang. 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 In no time, Sun Wukong arrived before Jiren, launching a powerful assault with his fists. Jiren deftly evaded the attacks, shifting left and right with ease. How infuriating. With a furious roar, Sun Wukong thrust his right fist forward with all his might. In a swift maneuver, Jillian evaded once more, delivering a powerful blow to Sun Wukong's abdomen with his right fist. With a resounding cry, Sun Wukong was propelled backward like an arrow, his figure streaking through the air. Wei Mei let out a derisive snort, her expression one of disdain. Just then, with a powerful thrust of his feet against the ground, Sun Wukong managed to halt his momentum, bringing himself to a steady stop. With a firm clench of his fists, Sun Wukong was enveloped in a radiant blue aura, accompanied by a vibrant red energy that emerged alongside it. Boom. The ground trembled violently under the influence of Sun Wukong's formidable presence. 20-fold King Fist. With a resounding roar, Sun Wukong transformed into a streak of crimson light. Charging towards Jiren. In the blink of an eye, he found himself before Jiren, his fist striking forth with the swiftness of a flash. As Jiren defended against Sun Wukong's onslaught, he retreated steadily. Moments later, Jiren shifted to the left, maneuvering behind Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong was taken aback. Before he could react, he was kicked away by Jillian, who had circled behind him. With a tremendous crash, Sun Wukong's body collided violently with a large stone in front of him, shattering it into pieces. Wukong. The East Kai's expression shifted slightly. How infuriating. With gritted teeth, Sun Wukong swiftly rose from the ground and charged towards Jiren. In no time, he was once again before Jiren, launching a flurry of punches and kicks with the speed of lightning. Jiren clenched his fists tightly, engaging in a fierce exchange with Sun Wukong. Bang, bang, bang. After a brief bout, Jiren tightened his right fist and forcefully sent Sun Wukong flying once more. With a resounding crash, Sun Wukong landed heavily on the ground. How dare he challenge Jiren with such feeble strength? Wukong's taunts echoed, gasping for breath. Sun Wukong stood up from the ground, his form having reverted from the 20-fold Kaioken back to his Super Saiyan Blue state. Sun Wukong, you are no match for me. I strongly advise you to concede, Jiren stated with a serious expression. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and declared, I have yet to be defeated. I shall not concede until I have fallen completely. With that, he resolved to vanquish his opponent without hesitation. No sooner had he spoken than Jillian charged fiercely towards Sun Wukong. With a thunderous roar, Sun Wukong transformed into a streak of azure light and charged towards Jiren. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves before each other, their fists propelled forward with immense force. As Jiren evaded, he simultaneously launched his own assault on Sun Wukong. Bang, bang, bang. Jiren's fist struck Sun Wukong with the swiftness of lightning. Sun Wukong's body was immediately sent flying backward. With a resounding crash, Jillian's right fist struck forcefully against Sun Wukong's abdomen. With a resounding cry of anguish, Sun Wukong expelled a torrent of bitter water from his mouth. In an instant, his form reverted to its usual state, collapsing onto the ground. Wukong, Jillian scoffed, casting a glance at Son Gohan. Well then, Son Gohan. I have vanquished Sun Wukong. Now, it is your turn to engage in battle with me. Son Gohan nodded and soared towards the location of the two. Just then, Sun Wukong struggled painfully to rise from the ground. Sun Wukong, you have already lost, Jiren stated coldly. Sun Wukong smiled. Suddenly, silver streaks appeared in his hair, and his pupils transformed into a silvery gray. His entire being was enveloped in a layer of silvery white aura. This was the embryonic form of the ultimate freedom technique. What? Jillian exclaimed in astonishment. Son Gohan smiled upon witnessing the scene. Jiren, it seems our battle will have to wait a while. Upon hearing this, Jiren remained silent. Just then, Sun Wukong swung his right fist towards Jiren in an aggressive attack. Bang! Jiren raised his left fist, and their punches collided with tremendous force. A remarkable gust of wind emanated from their hands, spreading outward. In an instant, the two figures vanished, moving with astonishing speed, engaging in combat high in the sky. Their velocity was so extraordinary that, from a distance, it appeared as though countless ripples were forming in the heavens. In the seventh universe, on a mountain outside West City, a man with green skin, adorned with numerous black spots and a tail behind him, gazed towards the city. This individual was the perfect form of Cell, but not the one from Son Gohan's timeline. He hailed from an alternate future. In that timeline, Son Gohan and his companions were eradicated by the androids 17 and 18. Subsequently, Cell was born and absorbed both androids, achieving his perfect form. Cell successfully claimed dominion over Earth. However, despite his reign, he felt a twinge of regret for never having fought Sun Wukong. Half a year prior, a figure named Fu approached him, showing him the battle between this timeline's Gogeta and Golden Frieza. After witnessing the immense power of Golden Frieza, Cell immediately undertook rigorous training. Just days ago, he transformed into Golden Cell. Today, Fu sought him out again and inquired whether he wished to battle this timeline's Sun Wukong. Without hesitation, Cell nodded and accompanied Fu to this timeline. Shortly thereafter, Fu vanished mysteriously. Sun Wukong, Cell uttered as he gazed at West City. He then spread his wings and soared towards the city. Upon his arrival, Cell unleashed energy blasts from his right hand towards the towering buildings of West City. Boom, boom, boom. Under Cell's assault, several buildings collapsed. The surrounding populace, witnessing the explosions, fled in terror, yet many still perished beneath the devastation. With a cold smirk, Cell continued his rampage through the city. At that moment, three figures emerged. They were the androids 13, 14, and 15. Cell's expression shifted slightly at the sight of them. Androids, exclaimed Android 13 in surprise. Who are you, and how do you know we are androids? Cell chuckled softly. My name is Cell, the ultimate android created by Dr. Gero. Ultimate android? They echoed in astonishment. Sharon nodded. Who are the three of you? I have no information about you. Chapter 184, Sharon versus Majin Buu. My name is Android 13, and these two are 14 and 15. Oh, how did you come to be here? We are here to thwart your plans. Thwart me? Indeed. Although we were all created by Dr. Gero, I am not like you. We three are the defenders of Earth. Defenders? Upon hearing this, Shero erupted into laughter, as if he had heard the most absurd joke. The androids created by Dr. Gero, becoming heroes of Earth. Android 13 gritted his teeth. Shero, what is so amusing about this? Why, it is quite amusing. Do you not understand the purpose for which Dr. Gero created you? Isn't it to protect Earth? Protect Earth? Yes. The supercomputer programmed us with the directive to safeguard the planet. Enough. I am not interested in such matters now. What I wish to know is the whereabouts of Son Goku. Son Goku? Sharon nodded. I do not know. Sometimes he is on Earth, and at other times he journeys to other planets to train. Other planets? Indeed. Then I shall eliminate you first, Sharon declared, instantly teleporting in front of Android 13 and delivering a punch that pierced through his body. 13. Androids 14 and 15 gasped in shock, immediately clenching their fists to attack Sharer. Sharer effortlessly dodged their assaults, retaliating with energy waves from his right hand, obliterating both of them. Boring. After dispatching the two, Sharer resumed his destruction of the city. Suddenly, a pink figure descended from afar. It was Majin Buu. Sharu, upon noticing the sudden appearance of Majin Buu, halted his attacks and regarded him. Who are you? Why are you destroying this city? Sharu smiled. And who might you be? I am Majin Buu. Is that so? What is your connection to Son Goku and the others? They are my friends. Friends. Where are Son Goku and the others now? You still haven't told me who you are. My name is Sharu, the ultimate android created by Dr. Gero. Dr. Gero? Very well. Now you may tell me where Son Goku and the others are. I do not know that either. You are mocking me. Sharu, filled with fury, exclaimed. Majin Buu chuckled. I am merely toying with you. What can you possibly do about it? Very well, I shall ensure that you pay a significant price for your recent actions. As Sharu spoke, he vanished and reappeared before Majin Buu, launching a powerful assault with his fists. Majin Buu raised his hands to block Sharu's strikes while retreating simultaneously. Meanwhile, in his castle, Piccolo, sensing Sharu's energy, swiftly took Xiao Fong and flew towards the direction of West City. In the 11th universe, within the realm of the god of destruction, after a fierce battle between Son Wukong and Jiren, the former ultimately succumbed to the latter. I have lost, Son Wukong exclaimed. Jiren nodded, then turned his gaze towards Gohan. All right, Gohan, Son Wukong has conceded. Now it is our turn to face each other. Do you not wish to take a moment to rest? Son Gohan inquired. No need. Jiren shook his head. Very well then, as Son Wukong exclaimed. He let out a mighty roar and transformed into a Super Saiyan 4, akin to the transformation of Vegeta. Son Gohan nodded. This is known as Super Saiyan 4. Aren't you going to employ the Ultra Instinct? Jiren inquired. Not for the moment. Upon hearing this, Jiren's body transformed into a streak of blazing light as he charged towards Son Gohan. Just as Jiren was about to reach Son Gohan, the latter leapt upward. Soaring into the air, Jiren's right fist swung through empty space, creating a tempestuous gust of wind. In an instant, Jiren's figure flickered and he rapidly appeared in midair, engaging Son Gohan in combat. Whoosh! Bang! 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 The two figures clashed like bursts of flame, continuously exchanging blows in the sky. Boom! With an incredibly thunderous sound, their right fists collided with tremendous force, unleashing a remarkable gale that radiated outward. Bang! Gohan clenched his right fist with great force, sending Jiren flying backward. Videl was taken aback. Gohan had indeed managed to overpower Jiren. Margarita nodded in agreement. It appeared that Gohan's strength truly surpassed that of Jiren. In the 7th universe, on Earth, Majin Buu and Cell were engaged in an exceedingly fierce battle. Although Cell had mastered his golden form, he had not yet transformed. Instead, he was confronting Majin Buu in his regular state. Since attaining the golden form, Cell's base power had significantly increased. Otherwise, he would have been no match for Majin Buu. With a resounding thud, Cell was struck with a powerful kick, sending him crashing to the ground like a projectile. The impact stirred up a cloud of dust. At that moment, Piccolo arrived with Pan. What has transpired with Majin Buu? Piccolo inquired. There is an android named Cell, and he claims to be searching for Goku. Cell? Yes, and he has also destroyed the city. Just as the words left their lips, the dust settled, revealing Cell's figure before Piccolo. Piccolo. Cell greeted him with a smile. Finally encountering someone familiar in this world. Piccolo was taken aback. You know me? I not only know you, but I am also acquainted with everyone around Goku. But didn't you just say you didn't recognize me? Majin Buu interjected. Most of them. Cell corrected himself. Who exactly are you? What is your intention? Piccolo demanded. With a grin, Cell replied, My name is Cell, the ultimate android created by Dr. Gero. The ultimate android? Indeed, Dr. Gero designed me to be the strongest android, with the ambition to dominate the entire Earth. Dominate the Earth? Yes, Piccolo. Who is the child you are holding? Upon hearing this, Piccolo fell silent. He could not disclose to Cell that this was Gohan's child. Cell chuckled. Piccolo, even if you don't say, I can guess, he is either Goku's grandchild or Vegeta's. Am I right? And what if he is? Then, you must know where Goku is, correct? Goku is not currently on Earth. Is that so? When will he return? I do not know. Piccolo shook his head. Is that so? In that case, I shall eliminate you first and wait for him to return. Chapter 185. Golden Cell eliminate us? Indeed. In fact, I have not yet revealed my true power in my earlier battle with Majin Buu. What? Astonished, Piccolo gasped. Huh. Upon finishing his statement, Cell exerted a powerful grip, emanating an astonishing aura that rapidly ascended. Boom. The entire Earth trembled under the influence of Cell's energy. What an overwhelming force. In the realm of the Kais, Jebbet, sensing Cell's presence, gazed in shock toward the direction of Earth. The old Kai nodded. Jebbet. It seems a significant event is unfolding on Earth. You must hasten to Universe 11 and summon Goku and the others back. Understood. Jebbet, regaining his composure, nodded in agreement. In an instant, he teleported away from the Kai's realm. On Earth, as Cell maximized his energy, he unleashed a thunderous roar. His muscles expanded further, aside from his wings. The lower half of his legs, his palms, the gem on his chest, and the inner color of his head remaining unchanged. The rest of his skin transformed into a brilliant gold. This was Cell's golden form. Boom. Once the transformation was complete, Cell released the energy he had amassed, sending an incredible force radiating throughout the city. Observing this, Piccolo swiftly used his cape to shield Little Fong from the fierce winds. Cell chuckled softly as he glanced at Majin Buu. At that moment, 4 figures suddenly appeared: Ragus, Biddy, Son Goten, and Trunks. This child bore a striking resemblance to a young Goku. Could he be Goku's offspring? Cell pondered as he gazed at the unexpected Son Goten. Goten, Trunks. Uncle Piccolo. Upon hearing the news, Son Goten and Trunks immediately soared towards Piccolo. In no time, they arrived at his side. Trunks, is Vegeta currently on Lord Beerus's planet? Piccolo inquired. Yes. Trunks nodded affirmatively. Damn it, Vegeta is not here either. Piccolo lamented as he handed Little Pan over to Son Goten. Trunks, you must return and have Bulma summon Vegeta. But Uncle Piccolo, no buts. Cell's power is exceedingly formidable. You are no match for him. All right, I understand, Uncle Piccolo. Trunks replied, and with a swift instant transmission, he whisked Son Goten back to his home. He vanished. Cell exclaimed in surprise. Just then, Majin Buu's figure flickered as he charged towards Cell. With a light chuckle, Cell swiftly positioned himself behind Majin Buu, channeling a golden energy wave in his right hand. He unleashed an attack. Boom. With a resounding explosion, Majin Buu was obliterated. One hit is all it took. As soon as the words left his lips, the fragments of Majin Buu's body, suspended in midair, swiftly coalesced, reforming his likeness. What? Cell gasped in astonishment. Glass. Observing this, Ragus immediately summoned a multitude of glass shards surrounding his body, launching them at Cell. Cell smirked, effortlessly evading Ragus's assault. In Universe 11, within the realm of the destroyers, chaos ensued. Whoosh. Bang. 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 At this moment, Sun Wukong and Jiren were engaged in an extraordinarily fierce battle in the sky. With a resounding crash, Jiren was struck by a powerful kick, sending him plummeting to the ground like a shooting star. The earth was immediately engulfed in a cloud of dust. Jiren! Topo shouted towards him. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared in the realm of the gods of destruction. It was Jebbet. East Supreme Kai. Jebbet. Jebbet nodded in acknowledgement. Goku. We are in grave danger. A formidable monster has suddenly emerged on Earth, and the old Supreme Kai has sent me to deliver this urgent message to you. A monster? Sun Wukong strode over. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong descended from the sky and approached Jebbet. Jebbet, what has transpired? A formidable monster has emerged on Earth, and the Elder Kai has instructed me to summon you back. A monster? Indeed. Jebbet nodded in acknowledgement. Upon hearing this, Son Gohan immediately reverted to his normal form. We must return for the sake of the Earth, as certain events have transpired, he said. Indeed, he affirmed. The East Kaishin, witnessing this, executed instantaneous teleportation, transporting the 3 back to the Kaishin realm of the 7th universe. Once in the Kaishin realm, Son Gohan swiftly teleported Sun Wukong to West City. There, both Majin Buu and Ragus lay defeated on the ground. Sun Wukong. Cell smiled as he gazed at the two. Who are you? How do you know my name? My name is Cell, the ultimate android created by Dr. Gero. Dr. Gero? Yes, Cell nodded. But he is already dead, is he not? Indeed, in your timeline. He is deceased. However, I hail from an alternate timeline. An alternate timeline. Precisely. In my timeline, apart from you, everyone else has been exterminated by androids 17 and 18. And what about me? Did I succumb to illness? Cell gasped. Sun Wukong, how do you know this? The future Trunks informed me. The future Trunks? Yes. Sun Wukong nodded. Shara smiled slightly. How intriguing. It seems this world harbors numerous distinct timelines. By the way, Sharu, why does your appearance resemble that of Frisia's golden form so closely? This is due to the fact that my being contains the cells of all of you. Cells? Indeed, Doctor. Gero collected the cells of each of you to create the most formidable android. It is for this reason that it took me 2 decades to reach my initial stage. 2 decades. Precisely, it is because I possess Frisia's cells within me that I was able to cultivate into a golden form akin to his. However, even though we both share a golden form, mine surpasses his by an immeasurable degree. This is likely attributed to the presence of your scion cells within me. Stronger than golden Frisia. Son Wukong was taken aback. Shara smiled and nodded. All right, Son Wukong, transform into a super scion. I have longed to engage in battle with you. Very well. As Son Wukong spoke, he clenched his hands with great force, transforming into a super scion blue. Upon witnessing this, Cell's expression shifted slightly in surprise. He realized that he could no longer sense Son Wukong's energy. What is happening? Why am I completely unable to perceive your energy? This is the Super Scion Blue form. A transformation that embodies the essence of a Super Scion God. Since mortals cannot perceive the energy of the divine, it stands to reason that you cannot sense my power. Does this imply that you have mastered the divine transformation of a Super Scion? Chapter 186, Gohan vs. Cell. Indeed. Son Wukong nodded. Shala smiled lightly. Is that so? In that case, allow me to witness your strength. Very well. As Son Wukong spoke, his form instantly transformed into a streak of azure light. Surging towards Cell. In no time, Son Wukong arrived before Cell, launching a flurry of punches and kicks like beams of light aimed at his foe. With swift sidesteps and evasive maneuvers, Cell effortlessly dodged Son Wukong's onslaught. Is this all you are capable of? Cell taunted coldly. Infuriating. With a furious roar, Son Wukong launched a powerful punch forward. In response, Cell swiftly shifted to the left and struck forcefully at Son Wukong's abdomen with his right fist. Accompanied by a thunderous sound and a piercing scream, Son Wukong's body shot forward like a projectile, creating a massive hole in several buildings behind him. Son Wukong, I suggest you reveal your true strength, otherwise, you shall never be my match. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong immediately emerged from the building, clenching his fist with determination. King Kai Fist, he proclaimed. With a resounding boom, a blue-red aura surged from his body. Cell smirked. If Son Wukong's strength were truly this feeble, it would render his anticipation utterly futile. After all, he had transformed himself into Golden Cell specifically to challenge Son Wukong. 20-fold King Kai Fist. Just then, Son Wukong let out a powerful shout, his body transforming into a streak of crimson light as he charged towards Cell. In the blink of an eye, he stood before Cell, launching a fierce assault with his fists. Whoosh! Bang bang bang! Cell evaded and parried Son Wukong's relentless strikes. Ha! With a mighty roar, Son Wukong propelled his right fist forward with all his strength. However, Shara deftly sidestepped, evading Son Wukong's assault. Son Wukong was taken aback. Executing a powerful side kick with his right foot, thrusting it forward with great force. Shara leapt into the air, evading the attack once more. With gritted teeth, Son Wukong propelled himself upward. Bang! With a sudden surge of speed, Cell soared into the sky. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong ascended into the sky at full speed. In the blink of an eye, he caught up with Cell, unleashing a powerful assault with his fist directed forward. Cell clenched his fist with great force. Engaging in a fierce clash with Son Wukong, the heavens resonated with the sound of intense combat. Moments later, Cell delivered a powerful kick downward, striking Son Wukong squarely in the chest. With a thunderous crash, Son Wukong's body plummeted to the ground like a shooting star. The earth was instantly engulfed in a cloud of dust and debris. As the dust settled, a colossal crater emerged on the surface below. Son Wukong lay in the deep pit in a rather disheveled state. With a swift motion, Cell descended slowly from the air, casting a gaze of slight disappointment upon Son Wukong. Was that truly your full strength, Son Wukong? He inquired. With gritted teeth, Son Wukong rose from the ground. It appears I had set my expectations for you far too high. As Shara spoke, he raised his right hand, condensing a golden energy wave that surged towards Son Wukong. Wukong! Piccolo exclaimed in alarm. Just as Shara's energy wave was about to strike Son Wukong, a silvery figure suddenly materialized, deflecting Shara's attack. What? Shara exclaimed in surprise, turning to face the silvery figure. It was none other than Son Gohan, in his state of ultimate potential. Son Gohan! Son Gohan nodded, reverting his form to its usual state. Cell chuckled softly, intrigued. How amusing. I initially presumed that the mightiest being in this realm would be Goku. Yet it turns out to be you. Son Gohan, was that transformation you just performed also a Super Saiyan transformation? Indeed, that was known as Super Saiyan White. Super Saiyan White. Then why did you revert? To contend with you, There was no need for Super Saiyan White. Upon hearing this, Regis could not help but burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? Cell inquired, casting a glance at Regis. It's nothing. Is it forbidden for me to laugh? At that moment, Cell seemed to have a sudden realization, his eyes filled with fury as he directed his gaze towards Son Gohan. Son Gohan, you have deceived me. Deceived you? What have I deceived you about? That transformation you just executed was not a Super Saiyan transformation at all, was it? Sun Wukong smiled gently. It appears you possess quite an intellect. Sun Wukong. Cell glared at Sun Wukong with fury etched across his face. Enough of this jesting, Cell. Shall we engage in battle elsewhere? Cell smirked. Sun Wukong, do you truly believe I would grant you your wish after your recent mockery of me? With a smile. Sun Wukong replied, no worries, even if you disagree, I have my ways to make you fight elsewhere. With that, Sun Wukong immediately transformed into a Super Saiyan 4. Cell chuckled, you Saiyans certainly have a plethora of transformations. With a light chuckle, Sun Wukong deftly maneuvered behind Cell, employing a swift instant transmission that transported them to the summit of a grand mountain beyond West City. Atop this majestic peak stood a solitary human, engrossed in the breathtaking scenery. What? Upon realizing his abrupt relocation outside West City, a flicker of astonishment crossed Cell's visage. Without hesitation, he raised his fist, launching an attack towards Sun Wukong. Whoosh! Swish! Son Gohan deftly evaded Cell's assaults, shifting left and right with remarkable ease. Infuriated, Cell unleashed a powerful kick forward with his right leg. Whoosh! Son Gohan stepped back, evading the attack. Is this truly all the prowess you possess, Cell? As Sun Wukong spoke, he echoed the tone of Cell's recent words. How infuriating! Upon hearing this, Cell immediately unfurled his wings and charged towards Sun Wukong. In the blink of an eye, Cell was before him, launching a flurry of rapid punches and kicks aimed at Sun Wukong. As Sun Wukong deftly evaded the onslaught, he simultaneously defended against Cell's ferocious strikes. With a thunderous roar, Cell unleashed a powerful punch forward. Bang! Sun Wukong raised his hand to block, retreating several paces. Cell sneered, swiftly appearing before Sun Wukong, and forcefully kicked forward with his right foot. Whoosh! Son Gohan swiftly retreated, evading the impending attack. Observing this, Cell transformed into a streak of golden light, charging towards Son Gohan with relentless speed. Son Gohan clenched his fist with determination and charged towards Cell. Whoosh! Bam! Bam! With each resounding impact, the two figures clashed violently in the sky, resembling a dazzling display of red and gold lights flickering in the heavens. Boom! Moments later, with a swift horizontal kick from his right foot, Son Gohan sent Cell hurtling to the left. In an instant, he vanished and reappeared above Cell, launching both feet downwards with tremendous force. Chapter 187, Time Patrol Squad. Bang! With an explosive sound, Cell was struck down like a projectile, crashing into the ground. The earth erupted in a cloud of dust, and as it settled, a significant crater emerged. Cell lay in the pit, utterly disheveled. Whoosh! Step! Son Gohan descended gracefully from the sky, landing before Cell. Cell, how did you arrive in our timeline? Upon hearing this, Cell immediately rose from the ground, clenching his fist with immense force, emanating an astonishing aura that surged upward. A colossal golden flame erupted from Cell's being. Boom! The ground around them trembled violently under the influence of Cell's overwhelming energy. At that moment, Piccolo and the others, including Regis, soared in from West City. Sun Wukong, such an immense power. Huh! At that moment, Cell, having reached the pinnacle of his energy, unleashed the formidable force that had gathered around his body. A colossal whirlwind immediately radiated outward, sending massive boulders soaring and causing the trees of the mountains to bend as if caught in a tornado. With a resounding shout, Cell charged towards Son Gohan. Sun Wukong stood motionless in place. In the blink of an eye, Cell appeared before Sun Wukong, launching a flurry of punches and kicks with a speed that rivaled lightning, attacking him relentlessly. With a firm grip of his hands, Sun Wukong engaged in a fierce battle. The ground around them was instantly engulfed in a cloud of dust. Bang! Accompanied by an incredibly intense sound, their right fists collided with tremendous force, unleashing an astonishing gale that radiated outward. Beneath their feet, the ground trembled and buckled under the weight of their overwhelming power. Boom! After a moment of fierce stalemate, Sun Wukong exerted force with his right hand, sending Cell reeling backward. Cursed! Cell gritted his teeth, swiftly halting his descent from the ground. At that moment, Sun Wukong vanished from his original position, reappearing behind Cell. Startled, Cell quickly turned around, only to be met with a colossal fist hurtling towards him. Bang! With a powerful strike of his right fist, Son Wukong sent Cell flying, the impact resonating with a thunderous crash. Like a projectile, Cell hurtled into the towering mountain behind him, causing a massive explosion of dust and debris to erupt from the mountainside. Seizing the opportunity, Son Gohan swiftly brought his hands together and proclaimed, Kamehameha. A deep blue energy wave coalesced from his hands, hurtling towards Cell. With a resounding impact, the Kamehameha struck Cell, propelling him backward. Cell let out a ferocious roar, desperately attempting to withstand the powerful attack. With a mighty roar, Son Wukong unleashed a tremendous strike forward. Boom! Accompanied by a cataclysmic explosion, the Kamehameha wave detonated upon the ground, generating an extraordinarily fierce tempest that swept outwards in all directions. Cell let out a piercing scream. His form quickly torn asunder by the colossal storm. After a brief moment, as the dust settled, a vast crater, akin to the size of a lake, emerged on the surface. Piccolo inquired, has it been annihilated? Son Wukong nodded. At that moment, a radiant light descended from the heavens, hovering in midair. As the brilliance faded, 3 figures emerged, Beerus, Whis, and Vegeta. Lord Beerus. Beerus acknowledged with a nod. Has the battle concluded? Indeed, it was Gohan who vanquished the adversary. Gohan. Beerus cast a glance at Son Gohan. Could it be that this fellow is so formidable that even you could not contend with him? Yes, Lord Beerus. His strength may rival that of Jiren. Jiren. Son Wukong nodded. Very well, if it must end, then let it be so. After all, I came here merely to savor the delicacies, the exquisite cuisine. Indeed, what else could have drawn me here? Just then, 2 figures abruptly materialized behind the crowd. These 2 were none other than Son Wukong and Vegeta from alternate realms. Son Wukong is adorned in a black short-sleeved shirt and long trousers, complemented by a striking red sleeveless coat. Vegeta, on the other hand, dons a black Saiyan battle suit. Both hail from the X-No dimension, serving as members of the Time Patrol, an organization established by the God of Time. Who are you? Piccolo inquires, his expression shifting to one of surprise upon the sudden appearance of the 2. We are the Time Patrol. The Time Patrol? Indeed. We have discovered that Frieza has brought another version of Cell into your dimension. Cell? Is he the one you just defeated? Beerus questions. Yes. Son Wukong nodded. Who is this? The Time Patrol's Son Wukong glanced at Beerus. He is Lord Beerus, the God of Destruction. Lord Beerus, the God of Destruction? Indeed. You just mentioned that you belong to the Time Patrol, correct? The Time Patrol's Son Wukong nodded. Who established your Time Patrol? It was created by the Supreme Kai of Time. So it truly is the Supreme Kai of Time. Beerus remarked. Do you know the Supreme Kai of Time? Beerus nodded. I met her when she was still a Kai. By the way, you are Son Wukong, aren't you? Yes. The Time Patrol's Son Wukong affirmed with a nod. I come from a timeline entirely different from yours. Beerus smiled. Then what is your power level like? Power level? Beerus nodded. You must have mastered Super Saiyan 3rd grade. Right? Indeed, I have also attained Super Saiyan 4th, surpassing the 3rd. And what about Vegeta? Vegeta has also mastered Super Saiyan 4th. Is that so? Well, Lord Beerus, since Cell has already been eliminated by you, shall we take our leave? The Time Patrol's Son Wukong proposed. Beerus nodded in agreement. Upon this, the Time Patrol's Son Wukong promptly departed with Vegeta. After their departure, Son Wukong and the others immediately flew towards Bulma's house. Due to Cell's recent emergence resulting in many casualties, Son Wukong borrowed the Dragon Radar from Bulma to resurrect the deceased. As for Android 13 and the others, they could not be revived since they were not human. Lord Beerus, do you know the Supreme Kai of Time? Son Gohan inquired. Indeed. How do you know her? No. I was merely curious. What is the Time King God? The Time King God is primarily responsible for managing time and space, maintaining the order of the cosmos. In Chapter 188, Super Saiyan 5, Son Gohan asked, Lord Beerus, is your position higher than that of the Time King God? A cough escaped Beerus upon hearing this. At that moment, Whis chuckled. Need I even say? Of course, the Time King God holds the higher position. Is the Time King God immensely powerful? Not necessarily. While the Time King God holds a high rank, his strength is not particularly formidable. If there exists a Time King God, does that imply there is also a Time Destroyer God? Whis shook his head. No, unless there are numerous timelines. Only then would Time Angels appear to seek out a Time Destroyer God. Time Angels. Is there no deity with a rank superior to the Time Destroyer God? None. Whis replied, shaking his head. Are you aspiring to become a deity of higher rank than Lord Beerus? Beerus, upon hearing this, fixed his gaze intently upon him. No, I was merely asking out of curiosity. Beerus snorted dismissively. Gohan, only a king can aspire to become the Time King God. As for the Time Destroyer God, you need not entertain such thoughts. As was mentioned, that position does not currently exist. I truly was just inquiring. Beerus fell silent. In the realm of the underworld, Cell found himself condemned to hell after his demise. Is this truly hell? He pondered, surveying the void around him. Suddenly, he caught sight of several familiar figures, Frieza and his father, the Ginyu Force, and Dr. Gero. Dr. Gero, who are you? My name is Cell. Cell. Doctor. Gero exclaimed in surprise. But, shouldn't you only reach your first form after several years? Indeed. Cell nodded. However, I am not the Cell from your timeline. Not from our timeline. Correct. He then recounted the events of his timeline and how Frieza had brought him to this one. Golden Cell? Cell nodded affirmatively. Though your power has escalated, have you contemplated a certain issue? What issue? It pertains to stamina. Stamina? Yes, while you absorbed androids 17 and 18 in your timeline. Once you elevate your power to Golden Cell, their stamina supply will undoubtedly be insufficient. Insufficient stamina? Indeed, if given the chance to be resurrected. It would be wise to absorb the androids 17 and 18 from this timeline. Are the androids 17 and 18 from this timeline still alive? Dr. Gero nodded. Time swiftly passed, and before long, a month had elapsed. After a month of rigorous training, Son Gohan has significantly enhanced his strength, now boasting a battle power of 14 trillion. At this moment, he stands upon a grassy expanse on the Baozi Mountain, immersed in his practice. Ragusi gazes at the training Gohan, lost in thought. With a resounding shout, Gohan transforms into Super Saiyan 4. Immediately, he clenches his fist with fervor, emanating an astonishing aura that rapidly ascends. Boom. The entire earth trembles beneath the overwhelming power of his presence. In the Kaioshin realm, the East Kaioshin, standing on a patch of grass, is taken aback by Gohan's formidable aura. At this very moment, Gohan lets out a mighty roar. His body enveloped in a white sheen, his hair cascading down to his waist, his skin turning a brilliant crimson, and his eyes transforming to a striking red. This is none other than Super Saiyan 5. In the 7th universe, within the realm of the gods of destruction, both Goku and Vegeta engrossed in their trainings. Also sense Gohan's immense power. Son Wukong, is this the energy of Gohan? Whis nodded. It seems he has mastered a new transformation. How vexing. Beerus gritted his teeth. Previously, Gohan's strength was already very close to his own, and now it has ascended to another level. Even if Son Wukong's power has not surpassed his own, it should be quite comparable. A new transformation? Indeed, Vis remarked, raising his staff, upon which the crystal orb instantly displayed Son Wukong in his Super Saiyan 5 state. What is this? If I am not mistaken, it should be Super Saiyan 5. Super Saiyan 5. Indeed, Vis nodded. At that moment, the prophetic fish in the staff's aquarium leaped forward. Lord Beerus, the first in the universe, has appeared. Understood. Beerus cast a disinterested glance at him. Why are you not surprised? Beerus, I am not surprised because we already know who it is. Who is it? Son Wukong. I see. On Earth. Upon successfully transforming into Super Saiyan 5, Son Wukong's son was soon joined by Dilly and the others. Brother, have you once again mastered a new Super Saiyan transformation? Son Gohan nodded. This is known as Super Saiyan 5. Super Saiyan 5. Goten. We must both strive diligently in our training to attain Super Saiyan 5 as soon as possible. Agreed. Son Wukong nodded. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong let out a dry laugh. You two should first train until you attain Super Saiyan 4. By the way, brother, have you found a way to resurrect Android 13 and the others, now that they have been vanquished? That poses quite a challenge, considering they are not truly human. I see. With Android 13 and the others gone, it shall be your responsibility to safeguard the Earth from now on. Son Wukong and Trunks exchanged a nod. Upon witnessing this, Son Gohan returned to his normal form. In the 7th universe, on the planet Zeta, a medium-sized spacecraft was descending. As the vessel landed, a man with a fair complexion and long, light blue hair emerged. His left eye was blue, while his right eye was shielded by a monocle. Dressed in a military green attire, this individual was named Granola, a member of the sniper race known as the Cerealians. His right eye was specially adapted for sniping, allowing him to effortlessly discern the fatal points on a person's body. Granola, you seem to have completed your mission quite swiftly, greeted a blue extraterrestrial with a shrimp-like head. Granola ignored him and proceeded directly toward the palace ahead. After a while, Granola arrived at the palace and encountered 4 individuals, 3 men and 1 woman, each adorned with hair resembling thick ropes. These four were members of the Zeta organization: Elik, Gas, War, and Maki. They belonged to the same family and had established the Zeta Group, which ostensibly engaged in legitimate enterprises such as planetary restoration and bounty collection, while covertly collaborating with the cosmic tyrant Frisia to partake in unscrupulous dealings for exorbitant profits. The Zeta Group frequently partnered with bounty hunters and assassins, with Granola serving as one of their hired guns. "Granola, you have arrived," Elik remarked with a smile. Granola nodded and unceremoniously tossed a bundle containing a severed head onto the ground. "Might, I have taken care of your problem." Upon hearing this, Elik gestured discreetly to Maki. Noticing Elik's signal, Maki stepped forward, unwrapping the package to reveal a blue severed head. After confirming that the victim was indeed Might, Maki nodded in acknowledgement to Elik. Oyer. Upon hearing this, Oyer immediately tossed a bag of money to Granola, who skillfully caught it. "By the way, Granola, are you aware that Frisia's army is now under the control of a scion named Reg?" "Reg?" Granola inquired. "Yes." Elik nodded. "I hear he is the eldest son of King Vegeta." Granola clenched his teeth. "What is the matter, Granola? Didn't you know about this?" "No, I did not. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." "All right." Elik nodded. With this, Granola promptly exited the palace. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had gone by. After 3 days of rigorous training, Son Wukong has attained a greater mastery over Super Saiyan 5 in the realm of the gods of destruction within the 7th universe. At this moment, Son Wukong is engaged in a fierce battle with Vegeta. Due to his previous battle with Jiren, Son Wukong had entered the state of Ultra Instinct. For the past 3 days, he has been diligently seeking ways to access that state again. After continuous skirmishes with Whis and others, Son Wukong has begun to grasp the fundamentals of Ultra Instinct. However, this state remains unstable, as he can only occasionally access it spontaneously. At this moment, Son Wukong is in the nascent form of Ultra Instinct, deftly evading Vegeta's relentless assaults. "Damn it!" Vegeta roared, unleashing a powerful punch forward. Bang! With a swift motion, Son Wukong raised his left hand to deflect the punch. "Lord Beerus, their strength is increasing impressively." Beerus nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, Whis' staff suddenly glowed. "Lord Beerus, Lord Kappa has arrived." "Kappa?" "Indeed. Moreover, he has brought Kaba and his companions." "Kaba, the scion from Universe 6? "Yes. But what is their purpose for coming?" "Uncertain." Shortly thereafter, Kappa arrived on Beerus' planet, accompanied by Kaba, Kale, Caulifla, Magetta, and Batamo. "Beerus." Kappa greeted him with a smile. Beerus nodded in response. "What brings you all here today?" "Oh, nothing much. Just a bit bored, and thought it would be entertaining to have a match between our teams." "A match?" "Yes, however, the losing team must treat the winners to Earth delicacies." Upon hearing this, Beerus narrowed his eyes. "Is that truly your intention?" Kappa immediately appeared a bit guilty. "So, what do you say? Are you up for it? What shall we compete in? How about badminton?" "Badminton?" "Lord Beerus, badminton is a sport from Earth, played in a best-of-3 sets format. Prior to the match, players determine who serves first by tossing a coin, and the first to score 21 points wins the set. If the score reaches 20-20, the winner must lead by a margin of 2 points. If the score reaches 29-29, the first to reach 30 points claims victory." "I see. So, Beerus, do you dare to compete?" "I accept the challenge. Who could possibly fear? However, there are only Son Wukong and Vegeta on my side." "No problem. You may summon 2 more participants, and I do not intend to compete on your planet." "Not on my planet?" "Indeed. Since the losing side must treat the other to Earth delicacies, the match must take place on Earth." "Earth." Kampa nodded. "Son Wukong, Vegeta, what are your thoughts?" "I have no objections. What about you, Vegeta?" "I too have no objections." "Very well then, Whis, let us proceed to Earth." "Understood, Lord Beerus." 20 minutes later, Kampa and Beerus arrived at Bulma's residence. "A badminton match?" Bulma inquired. "Indeed. Bulma, do you not possess a badminton court at your residence?" "Yes, I do. But I lack badminton rackets sturdy enough to withstand your strength." Bardosh chuckled softly. "You need not worry about that. I have both badminton and rackets prepared." "Prepared?" "Indeed," Bardosh declared, retrieving 2 rackets and a shuttlecock from her staff. This shuttlecock is crafted from the feathers of a phoenix, making it not only robust, but also fire-resistant. As for these rackets, they are forged from Carson steel, renowned for its exceptional hardness. "Fire-resistant?" Bardosh nodded affirmatively. "Then why the need for 2 rackets?" Bulma inquired. "A single racket suffices for a standard game of badminton. This match, however, is a doubles competition. Doubles? Yes. Bardos confirmed with a nod. Very well, Beerus. Please summon 2 more participants for the match. Whis, go fetch Gohan. Certainly, Lord Beerus. Whis responded, pointing his staff to the ground before departing from Bulma's abode. Shortly thereafter, Whis returned with Gohan and Piccolo in tow. Son Wukong, Piccolo. Piccolo nodded. Since everyone is already here, let us commence the competition without delay, he urged. Very well. Whis replied. Wukong, Vegeta, will you be paired together, or shall Gohan and his team take the lead? I shall team up with Vegeta. Son Wukong chuckled. Excellent. Whis nodded in agreement. Though he harbored some reservations about the 2 individuals, he felt compelled to place his trust in them, given Son Wukong's confidence. After the teams were organized, Son Wukong and Vegeta positioned themselves at the front of the badminton court, while Kale and Caulifla took their places at the back. Beerus and Whis stood on either side, serving as referees for this match. Following the toss of a coin, it was determined that Kale's team would serve first. With a resounding thud, the shuttlecock soared towards Son Wukong and his companion like a fiery projectile. In a swift exchange, Son Wukong and Vegeta reacted with remarkable speed, their rackets meeting the fireball simultaneously. With a resounding thud, the 2 rackets collided. Although the shuttlecock was sent back, both competitors found their gazes captivated by each other's rackets. Kale. Caulifla called out to Kale. In a decisive move, Kale executed a powerful strike, sending the shuttlecock crashing down onto the ground where Son Wukong and his companions stood. The force of Kale's hit left a significant dent in the ground. The team of Lord Kappa scores a point. Chapter 190. The match concludes standing to the right of Son Wukong. Bardock swung his staff, causing the shuttlecock to promptly return to Kale's grasp. Kakarot. It's your fault they scored a point. What do you mean it's my fault? If your racket hadn't collided with mine, I definitely would have been able to return that shot. I knew it. Witnessing the commotion, was facepalmed in exasperation. Humph. Vegeta scoffed. Let us establish a boundary. We shall use this central line as our demarcation. The shuttlecocks on this side belong to me, while those on the other side belong to you. What do you mean by central line? With a smile, Son Wukong scratched his head and said, while Vegeta remained speechless. It's precisely this line in the middle. Vegeta, concerned that Son Wukong might not discern which line he meant, pointed emphatically at the center line. Can the 2 of you continue the match? Babidi inquired with a smile directed at the duo. Indeed. Vegeta nodded in affirmation. Very well, let the match resume, with Kale serving. Upon hearing this, Kale promptly struck the shuttlecock towards Vegeta. Ha! Vegeta exclaimed, forcefully returning the shuttlecock with his racket. Bang! With an explosive sound. The shuttlecock crashed to the ground behind Kale like a fireball, creating a deep crater. Bulma was taken aback. Are you certain that it's a shuttlecock and not a bomb? Lord Beerus' team scores a point. Vegeta chuckled. It seems this ground isn't quite sturdy enough. Whis, shall we reinforce it? Very well, sister. Vegeta, would you mind pausing the match for a moment? Sure. Vegeta nodded. After this exchange, the 4 of them immediately stepped outside the badminton court. Babidi and Whis waved their staffs over the ground, and it instantly transformed. All set. Son Wukong, is this all there is? Indeed. Oh. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong promptly returned to the badminton court. Bardos tossed the shuttlecock to Vegeta. The match continued, with Vegeta now serving. Vegeta, upon receiving the signal, threw the shuttlecock upward and struck it towards Kale. Bang! The shuttlecock soared past Kale like a fireball. Just as everyone presumed that Kale and her companions would be unable to return it, Caulifla suddenly emerged, skillfully intercepting the shot with her racket. However, due to the immense power behind the strike, her racket immediately sparked from the friction. Ha! With a mighty shout, Caulifla sent the shuttlecock flying in the direction of Son Wukong. With a fleeting shadow, Son Wukong ascended into the sky, returning the shuttlecock with a powerful strike. Bang! 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 The shuttlecock soared through the air like a fiery orb, exchanged vigorously between the competitors. Son Wukong scores a point. Vegeta scores a point. Kale scores a point. Though Son Wukong and Vegeta's collaboration lacks seamlessness, their prowess undeniably surpasses that of Kair and her companions. With a score of 21-10, Lord Beerus's team clinches victory in the first match. A smile graces Beerus's face. What do you think, Xiangpa? Upon hearing this, Xiangpa remains silent. In the second match, Son Gohan and Piccolo face off against Batamo and Magetta. Magetta, Kaba, you both must rally for us. Xiangpa calls out to the duo. Understood. Kaba nods in affirmation. If there are no further concerns, shall we commence the second match now? Whis inquires. The 4 nod in agreement. Very well. I hereby declare the second doubles badminton match officially underway, with Lord Beerus's team serving first. Piccolo shouts to Son Gohan, signaling him to serve. Son Gohan nodded, taking the shuttlecock from Bardos and sent it soaring towards Hyperbolic. Hyperbolic raised his hand and deftly returned the shuttlecock. At that moment, Piccolo leaped into action, striking the shuttlecock back with precision. Observing this, Gabe hurriedly dashed forward to intercept the shuttlecock. Bang! The shuttlecock was propelled back like a blazing fireball. Son Gohan executed a decisive strike, sending the shuttlecock crashing onto the ground behind Gabe. A point for Son Gohan. A point for Piccolo. A point for Gabe. Thanks to the seamless cooperation between Son Gohan and Piccolo, the duo triumphed with a score of 21-5. Did you come all this way just to treat us to Earth's delicacies? Beerus chuckled. Kappa gritted his teeth. It's merely a meal of Earth food. What is so remarkable about that? Vados, please arrange for the Earth cuisine to be delivered. As you wish, Lord Kappa. Shall I handle it instead? Bulma interjected. You? Indeed. I often order takeout and have their contact information. Then, Vados, please hand her the funds. As you command, Lord Kappa. As Vados spoke, she waved her staff toward the ground, and a vast pile of gold appeared before them. What do you think, Bulma? Is this sufficient? It's more than enough. Honestly, you need not worry about the money. It's not a significant amount. Bulma felt no need to be polite. After all, to her, this wealth was akin to mere scraps of paper. Scraps of paper? Indeed. The fortune he possesses is something you could never hope to earn in a lifetime. In that case, I shall accept it. Very well. Vados nodded. Shortly thereafter, Bulma placed a call to have a grand feast delivered. As Beerus and Kampa gazed at the table laden with sumptuous dishes, they immediately began to indulge heartily. Lord Beerus, mind your manners. Lord Kampa, please observe proper etiquette. Whis and Vados reminded them. Upon hearing their admonitions, Beerus and Kampa promptly slowed their pace. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong and his companions immediately began to indulge in the feast. Since Hyperbolic, being a metallic being, did not partake in such delights, he could only sit quietly aside, observing them relish the culinary wonders of Earth. After a considerable time, Beerus and the others concluded their grand meal with resounding belches of satisfaction. How delightful! Beerus exclaimed, patting his round belly with his right hand. Indeed, Kampa echoed in agreement. After resting for a while, Kampa bid farewell to Beerus and the others, taking Caulifla and the rest back to Universe 6. On their journey home, Beerus suddenly inquired. With a smile, Lord Kampa, do you intend to reconcile with Lord Beerus? Impossible. I am merely bored and thought it amusing to challenge Beerus to a contest. Kampa replied. Vados remained silent, smiling at his response. Furthermore, your idea of a doubles badminton match is utterly unfeasible. It is simply unavoidable. Given the immense strength of Gohan and the others, we stand no chance unless it is a battle of wits. Kampa huffed defiantly. Regardless, I do not care. Your suggestion is simply impractical. Meanwhile, on planet Cereal, Granola was in his modest dwelling, gazing intently at the solitary Dragon Ball resting upon his table. This Dragon Ball had been brought to this planet by his grandfather, Monito. Chapter 191, the second of the universe. Monito, a Namekian, had migrated to Universe 7 from another world long ago. After a significant passage of time, the original Namek was ravaged by cataclysmic events and ultimately perished. Monito, along with a handful of kin, sought refuge on planet Cereal, where Namekians coexisted harmoniously with the Cerealians. One fateful night, under the light of a full moon, the Frisia force invaded, resulting in the massacre of his people. Before his demise, the Grand Elder entrusted the Dragon Balls to Monito. In the aftermath, Monito concealed himself at home, where he was visited by Bardock, the father of Son Goku, who entrusted Granola and his mother, Muesli, to him. However, a confrontation ensued with Elec, who cruelly took Muesli's life. Ultimately, Bardock managed to drive them away, and Monito and Granola persevered, relying on one another for survival. Due to Granola's tender age and being rendered unconscious amidst the chaos, he remained unaware that it was Elec who had slain his mother. Years later, fate brought Monito, Granola, and the Heaters into conflict once more. To safeguard Granola's life, Monito refrained from revealing the truth of the past. Granola, just as Granola fixated on the Dragon Ball, a frail, diminutive elder entered the room. It was none other than Monito. Grandfather, Granola exclaimed, to which Monito nodded in acknowledgement. How did your mission fare? It went well. Granola replied affirmatively. Then, Granola, do you intend to resign from your position with the Heaters? Not at all. Granola's expression turned cold. After uttering those words, He turned and walked outside. Monet sighed deeply. Every time the topic arose, Granola would distance himself. He was acutely aware that Granola harbored immense hatred in his heart towards Frisia and the Psiots. His allegiance to the Heater organization was, in truth, a means to enhance his own power. Upon stepping outside, Granola made his way toward a forest in front of his home. Reg. As he walked, Granola pondered the words of Elec. It was at that moment, upon entering the woods, that he suddenly spotted a figure, a man clad in black, with purple skin, wearing dark glasses, and sporting a high ponytail, leaning against a large tree. "Who are you?" Granola inquired, his gaze fixed warily on the man. The man chuckled softly. "My name is F." "F," Granola echoed. "Indeed." F nodded. "What brings you here?" F smiled enigmatically. "I have come to seek you." "Seek me?" Granola questioned, his suspicion piqued. "Precisely. I am aware of your desire to confront the Psiots, and I possess a means to assist you. Why would you help me?" Granola remained cautious. "Because I share your loathing for the Psiots." "And how do you intend to assist me?" Granola asked. With a grin, F produced a 2-star Dragon Ball. "The Dragon Ball!" Granola exclaimed. "Indeed, I know you have been searching for this. But how do you know?" "I am all-knowing. Are you giving this Dragon Ball to me?" "Yes." F replied with a nod, "But I have one condition." "A condition?" "Yes. Once your power has increased, you must go to Earth and eradicate the Psiots there." "Earth?" Granola echoed. "Yes. I accept your terms." Upon hearing this, F immediately handed the 2-star Dragon Ball to Granola. Then, in an instant, he vanished from Planet Cereal. Granola gazed at the 2-star Dragon Ball in his hand before stowing it away. He knew that only by acquiring the Dragon Ball at home could he summon the Namekian dragon. "Granola!" Monet exclaimed joyfully upon his return. Granola nodded in acknowledgement. "Granola, I meant no offense by what I said earlier. I merely believe your work with the Heater organization is perilous." Granola nodded and lay down on the bed beside him. Monet, observing this, did not dwell on it and simply sat quietly within the room. As midday approached, Granola seized the opportunity while Monet was napping to stealthily take the Dragon Balls away and recite the summoning incantation in an open space. As the incantation was uttered, the sky over planet Cyril darkened immediately. A magnificent golden dragon emerged from the 2 Dragon Balls, the legendary dragon of the Namekians. "State your wish." "Any wish can be granted, though only one. I desire to be the strongest in the universe." "That is unattainable." "Unattainable? Did you not just assert that any wish could be fulfilled?" "Indeed, but to realize that particular wish comes at a price." "What price?" "Your lifespan. And even if you were to exhaust it entirely, you would only attain the position of the second strongest in the universe." "Only the second strongest?" "Yes. The strength of the first is beyond the reach of your total lifespan. Then let me be the second strongest in the universe." "Very well. But this will leave you with only 3 years of life remaining. Are you certain you wish to make this wish?" "Yes." Granola nodded affirmatively. "All right, however. The time required to fulfill this wish may be somewhat longer. You might need to wait a while." Granola nodded once more. With that, the eyes of the Namekian dragon gleamed brightly. Meanwhile, in Monet's home, he was abruptly awakened from a nightmare. "Thank goodness it was just a dream," he exclaimed as he glanced out the window, only to find the sky darkened. Startled, Monet recalled that both Planet Cyril and Planet Namek were worlds that experienced only daylight, devoid of night. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he hurriedly got out of bed. Realizing that the Dragon Balls, which had been on the table, were now missing. Granola. Monet frantically searched for Granola within the house. On the other side, after a period of waiting, Granola's hair had grown exceedingly long, and his strength had inexplicably multiplied significantly. "Your wish has been granted, until we meet again." With that, the Namekian dragon soared away towards Planet Cyril. "Earth, Science, Reg." Granola clenched his fists. At that moment, Monet arrived. "Granola. Grandfather." "Granola, you took the Dragon Balls, didn't you?" "Yes." Granola nodded. "What wish did you make with the Dragon Balls?" "I wish to become the second strongest in the universe." "The second strongest in the universe?" Monet spoke, glancing at Granola's long hair cascading behind him. "Where are you headed, Granola?" "Revenge," Granola declared, immediately soaring forward. "No, don't go," Monet shouted, but Granola was already far away, beyond the reach of his voice. Chapter 192. Granola arrives on Earth. After Granola departed, he swiftly piloted his spaceship away from the planet Cyril. Meanwhile, Zeta and Elec were in the palace, engaged in discussions about the current state of the universe. The scion known as Reg had proven to be exceptionally powerful, having already subdued most of Frisia's army, along with 5 formidable offspring. If this trend continues, he may conquer more planets than Frieza ever did. Elec, with a grave expression, addressed Jas and the others. Initially, they believed that with Frieza's demise, their position in the universe would be secure. However, they had not anticipated the emergence of Reg. It's a situation beyond our control. No one expected that a race on the brink of extinction would give rise to the legendary Super Saiyan, remarked Maki. At that moment, Elec suddenly heard footsteps approaching from outside. Turning to look, he saw Granola striding toward the palace. Granola. Yes? Granola nodded in acknowledgement. What brings you here today? Elec inquired. I have come to inquire about the Science. The Science? What is it you wish to know? Revenge. Upon hearing this, Elec could not help but chuckle. Granola, I am not mocking you, but with your current strength, you stand no chance against those Science. Even if you go, it would be a futile endeavor. Granola remained calm, responding, my strength is now second in the universe. Second in the universe? Elec exclaimed, suddenly noticing the length of Granola's hair had increased significantly. What has happened to your hair, Granola? This is the price I paid for becoming second in the universe. The price for being second in the universe? What does that entail, Granola? I made a wish on the Dragon Balls to attain the second position in the universe. At the cost of 150 years of my lifespan, leaving me with only 3 years to live. Dragon Balls? Yes, Granola confirmed. I can tell you. But you must verify the truth of my words. Elec gestured subtly towards Oyer, who, upon receiving the signal, promptly advanced and launched a punch at Granola. Granola deftly sidestepped, evading the attack. Taken aback, Oyer tightened his left fist and swung at Granola once more. In a swift motion, Granola appeared behind Oyer and struck him, rendering him unconscious. Oyer, cried Maki in alarm. The once inferior Granola had effortlessly defeated Oyer. Clap, clap, clap. Elec, witnessing this, chuckled and applauded. Now what would you like to know? I seek information regarding Reg and the Science on Earth. Very well. Elec acknowledged with a nod and proceeded to divulge the information concerning Reg and his companions to Granola. After acquiring the knowledge he desired, Granola departed the palace. Upon observing Granola's exit, Elec's expression shifted to one of grave concern. Granola had previously posed no threat due to his weaker abilities, yet now he ranked as the second strongest in the universe. Should he discover that it was they who had caused his mother's demise, Granola would undoubtedly seek vengeance. Maki, you must accompany me to Zuno's planet shortly. Zuno? Indeed. Granola's current power places him as the second strongest in the universe, and I fear he may uncover the truth of past events and come after us for retribution. Thus, we must locate the Dragon Balls he mentioned before he learns the truth, allowing Jas to attain an even greater strength. Jas? Yes, Elec affirmed. As time passed swiftly, a week elapsed. After piloting his spacecraft for a week, Granola finally arrived on Earth. Is this truly Earth? He pondered, as he disembarked from the vessel and soared towards the city ahead. West City, Capsule Corporation. In the backyard of Bulma's residence, Son Goten and Trunks were engaged in playful antics when a figure suddenly descended from the sky. This individual was Granola. Upon seeing the unexpected arrival, Trunks was taken aback. Who are you? Is this the home of Vegeta? Yes, this is my father's house. Is he your father? Trunks nodded in affirmation. Upon hearing this, Granola's demeanor shifted to one of hostility as he glared at Trunks. Where is your father now? My father is currently training on Lord Beerus's planet. Beerus? Yes, the god of destruction, Lord Beerus. When will he return? I don't know. It could be tomorrow or perhaps the day after. Damn it. Granola seethed, clenching his teeth as he seized Trunks by the collar. You must summon him back immediately, or I shall kill you right now. Kill me? Trunks felt a surge of alertness at these words. Indeed. Who exactly are you? My name is Granola, a member of the Cerealian race exterminated by your Science. Cerealians? Yes. I have come to Earth to eradicate you Science. Is that so? Then I shall see if you possess the capability to do so. Huh. With that, Trunks clenched his fists and transformed into a Super Saiyan, charging towards Granola. In an instant, Trunks was before Granola, launching a powerful attack with his fists. But Granola deftly evaded each blow. Damn it! Just as Trunks prepared to strike again, Granola swiftly maneuvered behind him and delivered a blow that knocked him unconscious. Trunks, startled, Son Goten immediately transformed into Super Saiyan 2 and charged towards Granola. With a dismissive grunt, Granola swiftly appeared before Son Goten and delivered a powerful kick to his abdomen. The impact resonated with a thunderous explosion, sending Son Goten hurtling like a projectile into a nearby building. Inside, Bulma, alerted by the commotion, rushed outside and found Trunks lying on the ground. Trunks, who are you? Granola inquired. My name is Bulma, Trunks' mother. And you, who might you be? Granola replied with a smile. So, you are the wife of Vegeta. Surely, you must have a way to contact him and bring him back? Are you looking for Vegeta? Indeed, Granola nodded. Then I shall contact him immediately. Chapter 193. Gohan vs. Granola. Though Bulma spoke these words, she deftly retrieved her smartphone from her pocket to call Gohan. Son Wukong and Vegeta are training on Beerus planet, and their return will require a considerable amount of time. Son Gohan is currently on Earth, and it won't take long. Soon, the call was connected. Gohan speaking, Aunt Bulma. How may I assist you? Gohan, a formidable individual has unexpectedly appeared at my home, claiming to be searching for Vegeta. Trunks and Goten have already been defeated. Understood. I shall come over immediately. As Son Wukong spoke, he instantaneously teleported to Bulma's side. Startled by his sudden appearance, Bulma instinctively took a step back. Aunt Bulma, I am unharmed. You should focus on dealing with the foe before you. Upon hearing this, Son Gohan nodded and gazed at Granola before him. Granola? Shouldn't he have appeared only after the Moro arc? Are you Vegeta? Granola inquired. No, my name is Son Gohan. Son Gohan, then where is Vegeta? Uncle Vegeta is still training on Lord Beerus's planet. Haven't you summoned him back? No. Besides, you are not a match for me. Humph. Granola snorted coldly. In that case, I shall eliminate you first, and then await his return. Bang. Son Wukong shouted loudly, transforming into a Super Saiyan 4. Granola's figure flickered as he charged towards Son Wukong. In a fleeting motion, Son Wukong ascended into the sky, soaring westward, seeking escape. Upon witnessing this, Granola immediately pursued him. Bang. Before long, Son Wukong halted just beyond the western city. Will you not flee? I never intended to escape. I merely wish to prevent our battle from harming innocent bystanders. Innocent bystanders? How many innocents have your scions slain? Those are matters of the past. I am a scion raised on Earth. By the way, I still do not know your name. My name is Granola, a member of the Cerulean race, once annihilated by your scion kin. Today, I shall exact vengeance for my fallen brethren. Is that so? With a serene expression, Son Wukong calmly spoke. As soon as he finished, Granola charged towards him. In the blink of an eye, Granola reached Son Wukong, launching a powerful strike with both fists. Son Gohan deftly maneuvered to the left and right, effortlessly evading Granola's attacks. Granola, taken aback, thrust his right fist forward with great force, yet still failed to land a blow on Son Gohan. How could this be possible? Granola was astounded. With the second greatest power in the universe, he could not even make contact with Son Gohan's form. Suddenly, a thought seemed to dawn on Granola, his expression filled with disbelief. No, it cannot be. You are absolutely not the strongest in the universe. Son Gohan chuckled. In this world, nothing is impossible. Granola gritted his teeth, swinging his fists forward with great determination. As Son Wukong deftly deflected Granola's onslaught, he gradually retreated. With a mighty roar, Granola forcefully repelled Son Wukong. Subsequently, Granola raised his index finger, unleashing a series of energy waves that surged towards Son Wukong in a relentless assault. As Son Wukong deftly evaded attacks, he approached Granola with determination. Just as he was about to reach Granola, the latter abruptly halted his energy wave with his right index finger, unleashing a powerful left punch aimed at Son Wukong's abdomen. In that moment, Son Wukong activated his time pause ability, maneuvering behind Granola. When time resumed, Granola's left punch met only air. Taken aback, Granola seemed to sense an anomaly in the recent events. At that instant, Son Wukong delivered a forceful strike to Granola's back with his right fist. With a resounding crash, Granola was sent hurtling like a projectile into the mountain before him, causing a massive cloud of dust to erupt. After a brief interval, as the dust settled, Granola emerged from the mountain, quite disheveled. Do you intend to continue battling me with this clone? Granola exclaimed, startled. He had not anticipated that Son Wukong would discern the ruse. How did you know I was a clone? Clones are a technique I have mastered since childhood. How could I not recognize them? Is that so? Granola replied, and in an instant, he vanished. Aboard Granola's spaceship, the original Granola opened his eyes upon the return of his clone, preparing to engage Son Wukong directly. Initially, he had intended to conserve his strength for a confrontation with Rage, but now he realized that to hold back would mean forfeiting his chance for revenge. Resolving this, Granola swiftly piloted his spaceship towards Son Wukong. Given their proximity, the original Granola soon stood before Son Wukong. Is this truly your original form? Son Wukong inquired. Granola nodded, stepping forward with his left foot and delivering a powerful right punch. Son Wukong swiftly retreated, evading the oncoming strike. Granola clenched his left hand with force, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks akin to flashes of light, aimed at Son Wukong. Son Wukong clenched his hands tightly, engaging in a fierce battle with Granola. Whoosh! Bang! 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 With the echoes of their intense confrontation, a cloud of dust was instantly stirred up around them. Bang! Son Gohan and Granola's right fists collided with tremendous force, unleashing an astonishing gale that radiated outward in all directions. With a powerful grip of his right fist, Son Wukong struck Granola, sending him sprawling backward. Granola gritted his teeth and swiftly charged at Son Wukong once more. At that moment, Son Wukong suddenly unleashed his instant transmission technique, delivering a heavy blow to Granola's abdomen. Granola let out a piercing scream as his body shot like a projectile, crashing violently into a towering mountain behind him. With a resounding thud, the mountain was instantly enveloped in a cloud of dust and debris. After a brief pause, as the dust settled, Granola's figure abruptly vanished from sight. Son Wukong swiftly employed the power of time suspension and turned to behold the Granola approaching him. Son Gohan swiftly evaded the attack. At that moment, time resumed, and Granola's right fist struck nothing but air. What? Just as Granola was taken aback, Son Gohan unleashed a powerful elbow strike aimed directly at Granola. Bang! With a resounding crash, Granola was forcefully slammed to the ground. The earth was immediately enveloped in a cloud of dust and debris. Son Gohan retreated, channeling a golden wave of energy in his right hand, directing it towards Granola, who lay on the ground. With a thunderous roar, the energy wave struck Granola, erupting in a magnificent explosion. Chapter 194, Granola versus Gas. A thick cloud of smoke rose from Granola's form. As the smoke dissipated, Granola struggled to his feet, gazing at Son Gohan with evident disarray. You are no match for me. Considering you have spared Trunks and the others, I shall grant you mercy this time. Leave Earth at once. Granola clenched his teeth, his heart brimming with fury as he glared at Son Gohan. With a mighty shout, Granola surged his energy to the maximum, charging at Son Gohan with unprecedented speed. In an instant, he was before Son Gohan, launching a powerful punch forward. On planet Cyril, Elec learned from Zuno about the whereabouts of 2 Dragon Balls. He promptly located them on Cyril and summoned the Dragon of Cyril. State your wish. Any wish can be granted, but only one. I wish for Gas to become the strongest in the universe. Is that possible? Impossible? Did you not just claim that any wish could be fulfilled? Indeed. But to become the strongest in the universe depends on one's own potential. His potential is insufficient to reach that pinnacle. He can at most ascend to the second strongest, and that would still be beneath the divine. Then let Gas become the second strongest. Very well, but in doing so, his lifespan may be drastically reduced. On Earth, Granola attempted to strike once more, only to be felled by Son Gohan once again. Now, he lay on the ground, barely clinging to life, filled with resentment as he looked at Son Gohan. The strongest in the universe. If I am not mistaken, you must be the one, correct? The strongest in the universe? I wished upon the dragon, and he said he could only grant me the title of the second strongest. Is that so? With your current strength, it is impossible for you to defeat me. Why you won't kill me? Do you wish for me to end your life? Son Gohan chuckled. You may come to regret this. I shall seek vengeance upon you, Science. Son Gohan nodded and took out a Senzu bean, tossing it towards Granola. This is a Senzu bean. Consuming it will heal all your wounds. Granola scoffed and cast the bean aside. Son Gohan smiled. You truly resemble Vegeta. But I advise you to hold on to that Senzu bean. Otherwise, should the Sith come for you, you and your grandfather may meet your demise at their hands. Granola was taken aback. How do you know about the Sith? I possess knowledge of all things. Then why do they seek to kill me? The tale is lengthy. But to put it succinctly, the Sith's people were responsible for your mother's death. No, that cannot be. You must be deceiving me, whether it is true or not. You may inquire with your grandfather. Initially, your power was insufficient to pose a threat to the Sith, but now that you have surpassed them, they will undoubtedly seek to eliminate you. Upon hearing this, Granola clenched his teeth and rose from the ground. He then retrieved the Senzu bean that had been cast aside. Just then, 4 figures suddenly appeared. These 4 were none other than Elec and his companions from the Sith. Elec, Granola exclaimed, suddenly realizing that Gas had grown to the same towering height as Elec. Elec nodded with a smile. It seems you have already been defeated. Elec, I ask you, were you not the ones who killed my mother? Elec was taken aback. How do you know? Has Monito informed you? Upon hearing this, Granola immediately understood that the Sith had indeed slain his mother. Why did you kill her? Alec chuckled. Blame your own kind for their lack of strength. How dare you? Granola shouted in fury, charging at Alec with all his might. In no time, Granola stood before Alec, swinging his right fist with force. At that moment, Gas suddenly appeared in front of Alec and caught Granola's right fist with his hand. With a light chuckle, Gas turned his left hand downward, causing Granola to scream in agony as he was swiftly turned onto the ground. Gas stepped forward and delivered a powerful kick to Granola's body. Granola let out a loud wail as he was sent flying 1,000 meters away. Witnessing this, Alec immediately turned his gaze towards Son Gohan. Although Son Wukong's body was relatively unscathed, he was still covered in a considerable amount of dust and sand. Are you Son Wukong? Alec inquired. Son Wukong nodded slightly. Do you wish to engage in battle with me as well? He inquired. No, you have misunderstood. Our sole objective in coming to Earth is Granola. Alec replied with a smirk. Originally, he had intended to let the two fighters weaken each other before dispatching them with the help of Gas. However, given the current circumstances, it appeared that Son Wukong had sustained little to no injury. Could it be that he is the strongest in the universe? Alec pondered silently. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Son Wukong smiled faintly. Just as the words fell, Granola promptly consumed the Senzu bean that Son Wukong had given him. Soon after, his injuries and stamina rapidly rejuvenated. Granola, astonished, rose from the ground. Alec, witnessing this, was taken aback as well. Granola, who had just moments ago been battered, was now miraculously healed. Alec, it is time we settled our score. Alec chuckled in response. Granola, while I am uncertain how your injuries have mended, rest assured, you stand no chance against Gas, for I have summoned the Eternal Dragon to elevate him to the rank of the new second in the universe. The new second in the universe. Indeed, you cannot possibly defeat him. Son Wukong, standing nearby, could not suppress a laugh. Granola, you all seem so eager to vie for the second place. Gas, upon hearing this, gritted his teeth in indignation. However, he soon calmed down as he felt Alec's grip on him. Granola, with a cold scoff, swiftly appeared before Gas, launching an attack with the speed of light. Gas clenched his fist tightly, meeting Granola's assault head-on. The sounds of their fierce combat echoed through the air. Wherever they fought, the surrounding boulders were shattered, and the ground was engulfed in immense clouds of dust. With a powerful kick, Gas propelled Granola backward. Ah! Granola exclaimed, quickly charging at Gas once more. The two ascended from the ground, engaging in battle amidst the skies. Chapter 195, Gas Unleashed. As Son Wukong observed the fierce confrontation between the two combatants, he reverted to his normal state. He has transformed back. Alec mused inwardly. At that moment, Jas conjured a long spear in his right hand and hurled it towards Granola. Startled, Granola swiftly evaded the attack. Subsequently, Jas materialized a firearm and shurikens, launching them at Granola, yet all were deftly dodged. Realizing his throws were futile, Jas immediately summoned an axe and charged at Granola. In no time, he stood before Granola, swinging the axe forcefully. Granola, while dodging, retreated hastily. Watching the duel, Son Wukong retrieved a bottle of cola from his inventory and began to sip. Alec was taken aback, bewildered by the source of Son Wukong's cola. After retreating for a moment, Granola suddenly discerned a weakness and struck Jas's abdomen with a powerful right punch. Bang! Granola's fist connected, sending Jas reeling backward. Damn it! Jas gritted his teeth and, channeling energy into Granola's limbs, manifested a cube. What? Granola gasped in shock. At that instant, Jas unleashed a beam from his eyes towards Granola. Gritting his teeth, Granola quickly raised his arms to block the beam. With a thunderous explosion, the beam detonated. Seizing the opportunity, Jas instantaneously teleported behind Granola and unleashed a destructive force upon him. Boom! With a resounding crash, Granola screamed in agony as he was propelled into the air by an overwhelming force. Soon after, the cube surrounding Granola's body caused him to plummet back to the ground, creating a massive cloud of dust. Granola roared mightily, unleashing an immense surge of power that shattered the cube encasing his limbs, dispersing the surrounding dust. At that moment, a spaceship descended upon the Earth, the vessel of Manit. Manit, Alec remarked, watching the ship land nearby. Should we take care of him? Marky inquired. No. That fellow's Dragon Ball might prove useful in the future. Marky nodded in agreement. Grandfather. Granola observed Monet's arrival on Earth and promptly removed his glasses, revealing his striking yellow eye. Jas let out a disdainful snort and instantly teleported in front of Granola, launching a powerful punch aimed at him. Granola deftly sidestepped, causing Jas's fist to crash heavily into his abdomen. Jas emitted a loud cry of agony, spewing forth a mouthful of bitter liquid. Seizing the opportunity, Granola unleashed a flurry of punches akin to beams of light, directed at Jas's face and body. Whoosh! Bang! 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 Under Granola's relentless assault, Jas cried out in torment, his body being forcefully repelled. Jas! Alec gasped in shock. At that moment, Granola delivered a crushing kick, sending Jas soaring through the air. With a thunderous crash, Jas's form rocketed into the mountain behind him, unleashing a cloud of dust and debris. Once the dust settled, Jas emerged from the mountain, fury radiating from him. Jas! Harness that power, Alec urged. Jas looked at Alec, hesitating. The power Alec referred to was the force of his unsealed abilities. A power he was uncertain he could fully control. Jas, it's all right. You've grown stronger and will surely master that power. All right. Encouraged by Alec's words, Jas resolved to break the seal. With a mighty roar, he clenched his fists tightly, emanating an overwhelming aura that surged upward. Boom! The ground trembled violently under the influence of Jas's energy. Bang! His muscles swelled dramatically, bursting through his clothing, and sharp horns sprouted from his forehead. This was Jas's berserk form. What? Granola exclaimed, taken aback. In that instant, Jas charged at Granola like a wild beast. Granola, fist clenched, charged back at Jas. Soon, they stood before each other, fists and feet striking like flashes of light. However, due to Jas's swifter speed, before Granola could land a blow, Jas's right fist had already struck him, forcing him back. Without giving Granola a moment to react, Jas swiftly closed the distance again, his fists and feet attacking Granola's face and body with blinding speed. Whoosh! Bang! 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 Under Jas's onslaught, Granola cried out in pain, his body being continually pushed back. Jas tightened his right fist and delivered a powerful blow to Granola's face. Bang! With a sudden and violent sound, Granola was sent flying like a projectile, crashing to the ground in the distance. After knocking Granola down, Jasus immediately turned to face Maki and Oil. He was now in a state of rage, unable to distinguish between friend and foe. Jasus, what do you intend to do? We are Maki and Oil, Maki exclaimed, gazing into Jasus's terrifying eyes. Huh? Jasus bellowed, charging directly at the two. Jasus, wake up. I am Alec. Have you forgotten our mission and our purpose in this world? Alec shouted desperately at Jasus. Ignoring Alec's words, Jasus continued his assault on Maki and Oil. Bang! With another violent sound, Maki was sent flying. Jasus, I am Alec. Alec called out again. Upon hearing Alec's name, Jasus immediately clutched his head, crying out in pain. Jasus! The sound of Alec's voice stirred memories from Jasus's past. Gradually, he began to regain his composure. Alec, have you finally come back to your senses? Jasus nodded. Wonderful. In that case, you must deal with Granola. Jasus nodded once more. Not only will I take care of Granola, but I will also eliminate that scion. The scion? Alec glanced at Gohan. Though he secretly wished to eradicate Gohan, he was concerned about Jasus's ability to defeat him, given Gohan's immense strength. However, with Jasus now harnessing the power of awakening, there was a possibility he could triumph over Gohan. Very well, but you must ensure that he is defeated. After much hesitation, Alec ultimately decided to take the risk. Though Son Wukong possesses formidable strength, he has recently engaged in an extended battle with Granola, which likely depleted a significant amount of his stamina. It is possible that his current prowess has diminished considerably. Chapter 196. Granola apologizes to Trunks. Jace nodded and gazed at Son Wukong. Bang! Son Gohan clenched his fist with great determination, transforming into a Super Saiyan 4. Jace let out a mighty roar and, in an instant, teleported before Son Gohan, launching a fierce attack. Bang! With a swift motion, Son Wukong raised his left hand, effectively blocking Jace's right punch. Taken aback, Jace quickly lifted his left fist, launching an attack towards Son Wukong. Son Gohan forcefully thrust his right knee forward, striking Jazz's abdomen just before his left fist could reach him. Jazz let out a loud, anguished scream, expelling a mouthful of bitter liquid. Jazz! Alec exclaimed in shock. At that moment, Son Gohan delivered a powerful blow with his right fist to Jazz's face, sending him soaring 1,000 meters away. Boom! Jazz's body crashed into a towering mountain behind him, instantly raising a cloud of dust and debris. With a smile, Son Gohan declared, "Let me tell you the truth. I am indeed the strongest in the universe." Alec was taken aback. If Son Gohan was truly the strongest, then Jay stood no chance against him. the strongest in the universe. Granola immediately grasped the implications of this revelation and understood why he had been unable to defeat Son Gohan. Indeed, Elec gritted his teeth, realizing that after years of meticulous planning, he had ultimately lost the wager. Regret began to swell within him, regret for coming to Earth, regret for opposing Son Gohan. Had he known, he would have waited for Granola to leave Earth before making his move. Just then, Jace emerged from the mountains, clenching his fists with determination, his aura surging once more. As his energy escalated, Jace's appearance suddenly aged dramatically. Jace. Elec gasped, recognizing that Jace was prepared to fight Son Gohan with everything he had. With a fierce shout, Jace swiftly approached Son Gohan, launching an attack. As Son Wukong swiftly evaded, his right hand coalesced a violet energy of destruction aimed at Jace. A thunderous roar erupted, accompanied by an explosive blast that generated an immense tempest upon the ground. Jace's form was swiftly torn asunder by the ferocious winds born of the explosion. Once the thick smoke dissipated, a colossal crater emerged on the surface. Jace. Elec's heart sank into profound terror upon discovering that Jace was nowhere to be found within the abyss. The Granola, shall I entrust them to you? As Son Gohan gazed at Granola, who had just risen from the ground, he spoke. Granola nodded and proceeded towards Elec and his companions. Upon hearing this, Elec and the others were once again filled with trepidation. Despite Granola's numerous injuries, he remained a formidable force, ranked second in the universe. Granola, listen to me. We were compelled by Frieza to kill your mother, Elec declared. Frieza. Granola shot a cold glance at Elec. Though he was unaware of the truth from that time, he recognized that Elec's words were merely an attempt to evade responsibility. Yes. If you let us go this time, I promise we will never trouble you again. Elec insisted. Indeed, echoed Maki and the others, quickly agreeing. Very well. If you can bring my mother back to life, I will spare you, Granola retorted, gritting his teeth. Elec turned to Maki and Oil. Maki, Oil, we will fight him. The two nodded in agreement. Granola raised his right index finger, and a golden beam shot forth, targeting Elec. The speed of Granola's attack was so swift that Elec had no time to react before the beam pierced through his chest. With a gasp, Elec coughed up blood, utterly shocked that he met his end at Granola's hands. As his consciousness faded, he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Elec. Maki and Oil exclaimed in astonishment, immediately charging towards Granola. Granola snorted disdainfully and swiftly appeared behind them, launching another beam from his finger, with two distinct sounds. Both Maki and Oil were struck in the chest, blood spilling from their mouths as they fell to the ground. Why did you help me? Granola inquired. Turning to Son Gohan. It's nothing. I simply felt it would be a pity for you to die. Gohan replied. A pity? Just then, Monite flew in from a distance. Grandfather, Monite exclaimed as he descended from the air moments later. Granola, you killed Elec and the others? Monite asked, looking at the bodies on the ground. Yes, Granola nodded. Grandfather, can you tell me what exactly happened back then? Monite hesitated for a moment before nodding. He then recounted the events of that time. The ones who saved me were Scions? Granola remarked, astonished at the revelation. The very Scions he had despised were, in fact, his saviors. By the way, who was Monite? He is Son Wukong, and it was he who informed me that the inhabitants of Zeta murdered my mother. Son Wukong? Granola nodded. The Bardock you speak of must be my grandfather. Son Gohan inquired. Is Bardock your grandfather? Moneta was taken aback. Son Wukong is, astonishingly, the grandson of the one who saved his life. Son Wukong nodded. How do you know about the events of that year? I am omniscient. Is that so? Monet, upon hearing this, did not inquire further, but instead handed a power-level scouter to Son Wukong. This is the scouter once used by your grandfather. I now return it to you. Very well. Son Wukong took the power detector. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Wait. Granola suddenly interjected. What is it? May I request that you apologize to the two Scions I defeated? Are you referring to Goten and the others? Indeed. Granola nodded. Then why do you not apologize to them yourself? Son Wukong chuckled. Granola, have you harmed the Scion? Monet inquired. Indeed. Granola nodded. In that case, let us go and apologize. Very well. Granola thought to himself. Though somewhat reluctant, he acquiesced. In an instant, Son Gohan teleported, bringing the two individuals to his home. At that moment, Son Goten and Trunks had regained consciousness, standing in the backyard of Bulma's residence. Accompanying them were Piccolo and Videl. Gohan, brother? Son Gohan nodded. Chapter 197 Moro. Isn't this the fellow we defeated? Trunks remarked. Son Wukong nodded. I sincerely apologize. It is entirely my fault. Monet expressed her regrets to Trunks. No, Grandpa, it was I who harmed them. If anyone should apologize, it is I who must do so. Granola quickly interjected. What on earth is happening? Piccolo inquired. To make a long story short, he has been exploited. Exploited? Indeed. Son Wukong nodded. I apologize. It is my concealment of the truth from that year that led Granola to seek you out. The truth from that year? Monet nodded, reiterating the events of that time. Upon hearing the tragic fate of Granola, Son Goten and Trunks chose to extend their forgiveness. Granola, upon receiving their clemency, felt an immense weight lifted from his heart. So, Gohan, if there is nothing else, shall we take our leave? Monet inquired. Son Gohan nodded. If you all have time in the future, feel free to visit Planet Cyril. All right, Trunks replied, also nodding. Upon witnessing this, Manit promptly took Granola and departed. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Within the confines of the Galactic Patrol prison in the 7th universe, a peculiar figure was incarcerated. This individual, whose skin was a deep shade of blue, wore a pair of horns atop his head, and his face resembled that of a goat, complete with a long white beard. His name was Moro. 10 million years prior, Moro had engaged in a fierce battle against the Supreme Kai of the North in the Grand Supreme Kai, ultimately being defeated when the latter expended a significant portion of his divine energy to seal Moro's powers with the formidable technique known as the energy absorption wave. Although sentenced to death by the Galactic Patrol, no one dared to carry out the execution due to Moro's overwhelming combat prowess, leading to a life sentence instead. Now, after countless millennia, Moro's lifespan was nearing its end. As Moro sat in his cell, a new guard entered, oblivious to the danger. He walked in while reviewing the list of prisoners: Karanberry, Sabinsley, Simalika, Moro. The guard approached Moro's cell without any caution. Suddenly, Moro extended his hand through the bars, covering the guard's mouth and siphoning away all of his energy. The guard collapsed instantly within the cell. Seizing the opportunity, Moro took the keys from the guard's belt, unlocked the cell door, and tossed the keys to Karanberry. Upon receiving the keys, Karanberry quickly exited the cell and threw the keys to the other inmates. Sabinsley, we will meet at XXXX. Moro called out to one of the prisoners, before leading Karanberry in their escape. Soon after, the sounds of frantic cries echoed throughout the galactic prison. Moro has escaped. Moro has escaped. Meanwhile, in the realm of the destroyers within the 7th universe, upon learning of Granola's predicament, Son Wukong promptly requested his son, Gohan, to escort him to the planet Cyril, intending to bring Granola to the realm of the gods of destruction, hoping that Granola could assist him in mastering the perfect Ultra Instinct technique. Initially reluctant, Granola ultimately acquiesced, recalling the life-saving grace bestowed upon him and Monito by Bardock. At that moment, Son Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan Blue and engaged Granola in combat upon a verdant meadow. Granola effortlessly evaded Son Wukong's attacks. Suddenly, Son Wukong's hair accentuated its lines, his irises shimmering in silver gray, enveloped by a silvery aura. This was the nascent form of Ultra Instinct. Granola, taken aback, regarded the situation with newfound seriousness. With a resounding shout, Son Wukong surged like a beam of white light towards Granola. Boom! The clash intensified as Son Wukong, empowered by Ultra Instinct, fought against Granola. However, despite this enhancement, he still found himself outmatched by Granola's formidable strength. Meanwhile, in the 7th universe, within the realm of the Supreme Kai, Son Wukong learned from Granola that it was Frieza who granted him the Dragon Balls, enabling him to ascend to become the second most powerful in the universe. Subsequently, he sought out the old Kaioshin. You wish to meet the Kaioshin of time? Indeed. I believe you must possess a means to do so. How can you be so certain that I have such means? The time rings are in your possession. If you lack the capability, then surely no one else can. Well, I do indeed have a way to reach the Kaioshin of time. But you must first explain your purpose for seeking him. You are aware of the situation with Cell, are you not? The old Kaioshin nodded. But what does this have to do with your quest for the Kaioshin of time? The individual who brought Cell into our timeline is the same person who assisted Granola. The same person? Son Gohan nodded. I can take you to meet the King of Time, but once you arrive, you must not show any disrespect to the King of Time. Son Wukong nodded once more. The Time Nest, situated at the heart of all timelines, serves as the abode of the Supreme Kai of Time. This expansive sanctuary boasts courtyards, swimming pools, training rooms, and more. Within the grand hall of the Time Nest stood a woman with pale pink skin, adorned with flowing peach-pink hair, clad in a shoulder-bearing pink Supreme Kai uniform, and resembling a child in stature. She was diligently engaged in her tasks, embodying the supreme Kai of time herself. Beside her stood a man with violet hair, none other than Trunks of the Time Patrol. Mr. Supreme Kai. Trunks addressed the two newcomers. The Supreme Kai of Time nodded in acknowledgement. Gohan, what brings you here? Has something occurred? Well, it's nothing serious, just that fiend Fu has once again stirred up trouble in our timeline. Fu has made his way to your timeline? Son Wukong nodded and recounted the events that had transpired in their time and space to the two individuals. So, that is the case. What brings you here? Inquired Trunks of the Time Patrol. I am here to assist you. Assist us? Indeed, I have come to aid you in vanquishing Fu. Upon hearing this, the Supreme Kai of Time lifted his gaze to meet Son Wukong's eyes. We, the Time Patrol, have battled Fu for many years. He is far more formidable than you might imagine. Son Gohan smiled. So, does that mean you no longer require my assistance? It's not that we do not need your help, but rather this matter necessitates careful deliberation. I see. Do you happen to know where Fu is? No. This fellow darts about through various timelines like a rabbit. However, if you truly wish to confront him, you should join our Time Patrol. No need for that. I merely came to greet you. I possess a means to eliminate him. Chapter 198, Eradicating Fu. You have a solution? The Supreme Kai of Time inquired. Skepticism evident on his face. Son Wukong nodded slightly. Then, esteemed Elder Kai, shall we return? Very well. The Elder Kai agreed. Wait. The Supreme Kai of Time suddenly called out to Son Wukong. What is it, Supreme Kai of Time? If you truly possess a method to vanquish Frieza, I shall appoint you as the captain of the Time Patrol. Son Gohan smiled. Then why not the God of Time? Do you wish to become the God of Time? The God of Time replied with a serious expression. Not at all. I was merely speaking casually. You rascal. The God of Time gritted his teeth in frustration. To everyone's astonishment, Son Wukong played her with a cunning demeanor. Subsequently, he departed from the time nest alongside the Elder Kai. Upon their return to the primary timeline, the Elder Kai, filled with curiosity, inquired of Son Wukong. Tell me, do you truly possess a means to vanquish Frieza? Indeed, it is true, Son Wukong affirmed. But how do you intend to locate him? The Elder Kai pressed on. That fellow can traverse time and space. He may not even reside within our timeline. It is a secret, Son Wukong replied, shrouding his intentions in mystery. Son Wukong chuckled. You rascal. If the old Kai doesn't have any other matters to attend to, I shall take my leave. The old Kai nodded in agreement. Whoosh. Upon witnessing this, Son Gohan executed an instantaneous movement, returning to Earth. Once back on his home planet, he promptly retrieved the heavenly mirror to ascertain Frieza's whereabouts. Through the mirror, Son Gohan beheld Frieza seated within a research facility, seemingly engrossed in some form of study. As Son Gohan placed his right hand upon the mirror, he concentrated two formidable waves of destructive energy, directing them toward Fu. Boom, boom. With the resounding echoes of two tremendous explosions, Fu's laboratory was swiftly obliterated by the unleashed energy. However, Fu managed to escape the destruction just before the cataclysmic blast. Yet he still bore some injuries from the explosion. Destructive energy. Fu gritted his teeth. At that moment, a figure materialized before Fu. And it was none other than Son Gohan. Son Gohan, was that destructive energy just now the result of your attack? Congratulations, you are correct. As a reward, I shall grant you a swift demise. Humph. Fu scoffed. Son Gohan, how did you come to know of my presence here? I possess omniscience. Oh, is that so? Fu retorted as he unleashed a dark wave of energy towards Son Gohan with his right hand. Son Wukong gathered a translucent barrier around his body, directly intercepting the dark energy. What? Frieza was taken aback. Huh. At that moment, Son Wukong let out a powerful roar and transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Frieza chuckled. Son Wukong, do you truly believe that becoming Super Saiyan 4 can defeat me? Is that insufficient? As Son Wukong spoke, his body instantly transformed into a streak of crimson light, charging towards Fu. Fu let out a cold snort, morphing into a beam of violet energy, hurtling towards Son Wukong. Whoosh. Bang. 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 Accompanied by a series of resounding clamor, the two figures engaged in a fierce battle, moving through the sky with astonishing swiftness. With a thunderous impact, their right fists collided, unleashing a formidable gale. After a brief stalemate, both warriors exerted force, simultaneously propelling each other backward. What is happening? Why is your strength so vastly superior to that of Son Wukong and the others? It's rather simple. My foundational combat prowess exceeds theirs by a slight margin. Fu chuckled derisively. Son Wukong, your power has indeed surpassed my expectations. However, I have other matters to attend to. so I shall no longer indulge you. With that, Fu swiftly drew twin swords from his waist, cleaving through the air to create a dimensional rift in the shape of a cross. This is not good. Upon witnessing this, Son Gohan immediately rushed towards Frieza. With a sly smile, Frieza swiftly entered the rift of the alternate dimension. By the time Son Gohan arrived at the rift, it had already vanished. In the demon realm, beneath an ominous sky, a figure suddenly materialized out of thin air. It was Frieza. How infuriating. Although Frieza had managed to escape, he was still enraged by Son Gohan's destruction of his research facility. Just as Frieza thought he had successfully evaded capture, a figure appeared before him. It was none other than Son Gohan. Frieza, where do you think you're going? Seething with anger, Frieza clenched his teeth and with a swift motion of his hands, unleashed a massive wave of energy towards Son Gohan. As Son Wukong deftly evaded the incoming energy blasts, he simultaneously deflected them with precision. Boom, boom, boom. With each resounding explosion, a thick haze of smoke and brilliant flames erupted in the sky and on the ground, painting the scene with chaos and intensity. After a brief moment of evasion, Son Wukong suddenly materialized before Fu, launching a powerful dual-fisted assault. As Fu maneuvered to evade, he countered with his own strike. The air was filled with the sounds of impact. Whoosh, bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. After a fierce exchange, Son Wukong gradually gained the upper hand, delivering a fierce flying kick that sent Fu crashing to the ground. With a resounding crash, the earth erupted in a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, a vast pit emerged, revealing Fu lying in a disheveled state within it. In that moment, Son Wukong's figure appeared before Fu, his right hand gathering a surge of violet destructive energy. Destruction, he declared, the instant the words left his lips. Fu emitted a piercing scream as his form began to vanish at an observable rate. My body, Fu lamented, filled with resentment as he beheld his fading form, which ultimately dissipated into violet particles, completely vanishing from this realm. Having dealt with Fu, Son Wukong swiftly departed from this timeline, returning to the primary timeline. In a dark castle within the demon realm, a woman with pale blue skin and flowing white hair was engrossed in her research. This individual was Tawa, a subordinate of the dark demon realm's king, Mechikabura, and the sister of the demon king, Dabura. Unbeknownst to her, Fu had already been eradicated by Son Wukong. Time passed swiftly, and a week had elapsed. In the primary timeline, on the planet Namek, Moro, having escaped from prison a week prior, arrived with the deserter Kurambari, a former soldier of Frieza's army. Is this really the planet Namek? Moro inquired. Is it true that the Dragon Balls can grant any wish? Indeed, Kurambari affirmed. In the 7th universe, on Earth, after his escape, Moro, accompanied by Gak, made his way to Bulma's residence, seeking assistance from Goku and the others. Coincidentally, Goku and Vegeta were present at Bulma's home, as Beerus and Whis had come to Earth for a culinary experience. Chapter 199, Moro vs. Goku and Vegeta. Gak. Bulma greeted him. Gak nodded in acknowledgement. Are Goku and the others here? Yes, what brings you here, Gak? Something of great significance has occurred, and I need their help. A significant matter? Yes, a criminal who has been imprisoned for 1,000,000 years has escaped. 1,000,000 years? Is that individual a god? In Bulma's perception, only the lifespan of a deity could extend to such lengths, along with creatures like Majin Buu. No. Gak shook his head. Is that so? Gak nodded affirmatively. Are Goku and the others currently on Earth? Yes, they are presently practicing in the yard. Practicing? Bulma nodded. Very well, I shall go find them. As Gak spoke, he began to move forward. Shortly thereafter, he spotted Beerus and Whis dining in the yard. Lord Beerus. Beerus acknowledged him with a nod and inquired, Gak, what brings you to Earth today? Gak smiled. Lord Beerus, I have a matter to discuss with Goku and the others. Goku? Is it true that a prisoner named Moro has escaped from galactic prison? That's why I wish to enlist their help in recapturing him. I see, Gak nodded. At that moment, Goku, who was training not far away, noticed Gak's arrival, paused his workout, and approached. Gak, it's been a while. Son Wukong nodded. Jack, what brings you here today? I have something I need your assistance with. By the way, where's Gohan? Gohan is at home, taking care of Xiaofeng. Is something wrong? Jack? Indeed. A fellow named Moro has escaped from prison and has now fled to planet Namek. Moro? Yes, I have heard that he possesses formidable strength. Which is why I came to seek your help. I see. Vegeta, would you like to join us as well? Then I shall go and take a look. And what about Gohan? Jack inquired. Actually, I came to Earth primarily to ask for Gohan's assistance, as he is quite reliable. Gohan is home with Stoufang, so I think it will suffice for Vegeta and me to go. Very well. Jack, would you like to accompany us? Together? Certainly. I can use instant transmission to reach planet Namek in no time. Jack pondered for a moment and nodded. Then you two place your hands on me. I will use instant transmission to take you there right now. The two nodded in agreement. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong executed a swift instant transmission, transporting the two individuals to planet Namek. Once on Namek, Moro and Kuririn swiftly seized the Dragon Balls from the hands of the Namekians. At that moment, Kuririn, utilizing the advanced technology of Frisia's army, was commanding a Namekian to summon Porunga. As the incantation was recited, the sky above planet Namek darkened instantly, and a humanoid dragon emerged from the Dragon Balls. At that moment, Son Wukong, Vegeta, and Goku arrived on the planet Namek. The sky of Namek darkened. Could it be that the dragon of Namek had been summoned? Son Wukong gazed at the darkening sky and remarked, Vegeta nodded in agreement. Kakarot, I shall swiftly make my way to the location of Porunga. What about me? Gak inquired. Gak, you should remain here, given your abilities. Self-preservation should pose no challenge for you. Son Wukong spoke, and upon hearing these words, Jack suddenly felt a sense of abandonment. Had he known, he would not have accompanied Son Wukong and the others to Namek. Shall we go together, Vegeta? Vegeta nodded in agreement. Speak your wish. Any wish can be granted. But only 3 wishes. 3. Upon hearing this, Moro immediately directed his attention to Karamboli. Karamboli, make me young again and restore my youthful powers. Very well, Karamboli responded, promptly issuing commands to the controlled Namekians. The Namekians, under his control, quickly made the wish to Porunga in their native tongue. Agreed, but this will consume 2 wishes. Just then, Son Wukong and Vegeta arrived. Science! Karamboli exclaimed in terror. Ever since Frieza was defeated by Son Gohan, Frieza's army had lived in fear of the Saiyans. Are they the Saiyans you speak of? Moro regarded the two with an indifferent expression. Indeed, Karamboli affirmed. Are you Moro? As Son Wukong gazed at Moro, he exclaimed, Indeed. At that moment, Moro's visage transformed back to youthfulness. I have regained my youth, Moro joyfully declared upon witnessing his rejuvenation. In an instant, he swiftly raised his right index finger, emitting a beam that extinguished Karamboli's life. Karamboli looked at Moro in utter disbelief. Not only Karamboli, but even Son Wukong and Vegeta, who hovered in mid-air, wore expressions of astonishment. At this juncture, Moro addressed the controlled Namekians, proclaiming, You shall command the Eternal Dragon to liberate all the prisoners from galactic prison. It cannot be. Son Wukong shouted towards the Namekian people. However, he had long been under control, rendering him incapable of governing his own body. Kakarot, he has already been subdued. I suggest we defeat him first before proceeding. Agreed. Son Wukong nodded. Just as the two were about to engage, the demon raised both hands skyward, unleashing a torrent of energy waves towards them. Observing this, the two hastily evaded the attack. In the midst of their dodging, the controlled Namekian had already uttered the 3rd wish in the Namekian language. Excellent. Porunga nodded. Oh no. Son Wukong gritted his teeth. Your wish has been fulfilled. We shall meet again. With that, Porunga transformed back into the Dragon Balls of Namek, descending upon the ground. Moro let out a cold chuckle as he gazed at the 2 figures in the sky. Suddenly, with a flicker, Moro appeared before Son Wukong, driving his right knee forcefully into Son Wukong's body. Bang! Son Wukong was abruptly sent flying 1,000 meters away. Kakarot. Upon witnessing this, Vegeta immediately transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. What? Moro exclaimed in astonishment. Boom! Vegeta transformed into a streak of blue light, charging towards Moro. Sensing the impending threat, Moro's expression turned wary. Just as Vegeta was about to confront Moro, he suddenly veered to the side, appearing behind Moro. In the 200th chapter, Son Wukong's energy was seized. Moro was taken aback. In the next instant, he felt an immensely powerful kick strike his back. Bang! With a thunderous sound, Moro's body shot down like a ray, crashing violently onto the island below. The ground was instantly enveloped in a cloud of dust. Vegeta let out a fierce roar, gathering a substantial amount of energy in his hands, directing it towards the ground. Whoosh! Boom! 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 Under Vegeta's onslaught, the island's surface erupted in thick smoke and flames. As the dust settled, a sizable crater emerged on the island, revealing a breathless Moro, looking quite disheveled within the pit. With a cold snort, Vegeta swiftly approached the island. Damn it! Moro gritted his teeth, using his magical powers to absorb the energy of planet Namek. Under Moro's influence, the surrounding flora rapidly withered. A fiery red energy sphere manifested above Moro's head. What? Vegeta gasped, rushing towards Moro. Realizing the urgency, Moro halted his energy absorption to counter Vegeta. Soon enough, Vegeta stood before Moro, his fists like lightning, striking at Moro. Moro clenched his fists tightly, retaliating against Vegeta. However, Vegeta's punch landed first on Moro's face. Bang! Moro's head snapped back. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta unleashed a flurry of punches towards Moro. Bang! 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 Under Vegeta's relentless assault, Moro was forced to retreat. Bang! Vegeta raised his foot, delivering a kick that sent Moro crashing into a small hill behind him, stirring up a cloud of dust. Vegeta then lifted his hands, gathering a blue energy wave, launching it at Moro. Moro opened his mouth, absorbing Vegeta's energy wave. Vegeta gritted his teeth in frustration. With a mocking laugh, Moro emerged from the hill, raising his hands dramatically, causing the hill to rise. Vegeta's expression shifted to one of seriousness. With a swift motion, Moro commanded the hill to descend upon Vegeta. A mere trivial skill, Vegeta unleashed a wave of energy towards a small hill with his right hand. With a thunderous boom, the hill was instantly obliterated by the force of Vegeta's attack. A slight chuckle escaped Vegeta's lips as he cast a glance at Moro. Moro clenched his fists tightly, knowing that if his magical power had fully returned, he would not allow Vegeta to act so arrogantly. With this thought, Moro immediately began to absorb the energy from the Namekian planet. In a flash, Vegeta surged towards Moro. Gritting his teeth, Moro halted his energy absorption and met Vegeta head-on. Before long, Vegeta stood before Moro, launching a powerful assault with his fists. Moro, with his hands clenched into fists, engaged in combat with Vegeta. The sound of fists colliding echoed as they fought fiercely. After exchanging blows for a while, Vegeta tightened his right fist and struck Moro, sending him staggering backward. Damn it! Moro exclaimed in fury, channeling his magical energy to manipulate the energy of the Namekian planet. Suddenly, the ground beneath Vegeta cracked open, and a torrent of molten lava erupted from below. Vegeta leaped into the air, but the lava reached skyward like a giant hand. With a mighty shout, Vegeta concentrated his energy into a wave, forcing the erupting lava back down to the ground. At that moment, Goku, who had been observing the battle, transformed into Super Saiyan Blue and charged towards Moro. In an instant, Goku stood before Moro, his fist moving with the speed of light as he launched his attack. While fending off Goku's onslaught, Moro began to retreat. With a thunderous roar, Son Wukong executed a swift sidekick aimed at Moro. Bang! Moro raised his left hand to block, shifting his body to the right and moving a considerable distance. Kakarot, this foe is mine to contend with. You need only stand aside. What do you mean? Your foe and my foe. Aren't we meant to tackle this adversary together? Who said that? Kakarot, simply remain on the sidelines. Just as the two were embroiled in their argument, Moro suddenly charged at Son Wukong. Son Wukong's expression immediately turned grave as he beheld the arrival of his nemesis. With a forceful grip of his right hand, Son Wukong swung forward. The demon, swiftly shifting to the left, unleashed a surge of magical power from his right hand, reaching out to grasp Son Wukong's form. In an instant, a cerulean sphere of energy was drawn forth from within Son Wukong's body. As the sphere emerged, Son Wukong's form instantly reverted to its original state. Vegeta, taken aback, exclaimed, Kakarot, why have you suddenly transformed back? Transformed back? Son Wukong was momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, he realized he was no longer in the Super Saiyan Blue state. What on earth was happening? How had his body reverted? Moro chuckled as he consumed the energy he had just seized. With the acquisition of Son Wukong's power, Moro's strength surged immensely. Vegeta gritted his teeth in frustration. That fool Kakarot had allowed his energy to be taken. Your energy is quite impressive, Moro remarked with a sly grin, licking his lips. How infuriating. Son Wukong clenched his teeth in fury. Kakarot, do you possess any Senza beans? Vegeta inquired. No. Son Wukong shook his head. Then hasten to Earth and procure the celestial beans. This adversary proves to be more formidable than anticipated. Son Wukong nodded slightly. Vegeta, you must hold your ground. Vegeta scoffed. I only allowed you to return to Earth for the sake of precaution. It does not necessarily mean I cannot defeat him. With a nod, Son Wukong instantaneously transported himself back to Earth. The immortal beans? Moro stroked his chin thoughtfully, pondering the significance of the immortal beans mentioned by the two. Just then, Vegeta clenched his fists with great intensity, emanating an overwhelmingly powerful aura that surged upward. Boom. Vegeta transformed into his Ultra Instinct state. The once jovial expression on Moro's face swiftly turned serious upon witnessing Vegeta unleash his Ultra Instinct. Vegeta let out a powerful shout, his body morphing into a streak of purple light as he charged towards Moro. In the blink of an eye, Vegeta stood before Moro, his fists and feet moving with the speed of lightning, launching a relentless assault. The sheer velocity of Vegeta's attacks left Moro with no time to react, and he was struck by the full force of Vegeta's punches, causing him to stagger backward. Earth, Karen Tower. At this moment, Son Wukong had arrived at Carinta, seeking the magical beans from the cat sage. You desire the beans? Indeed, there is a formidable adversary on planet Namek who absorbs the energy from individuals, which is why I have come to request the beans from you. Chapter 201, The Escape of Moro. Planet Namek? Yes. Do you possess the magical beans? I do have them, but only 2. Then please, hand them over swiftly. All right. The cat sage produced 2 magical beans from his person and tossed them to Son Wukong. Thank you. Son Wukong took 2 celestial beans, consumed one, and in an instant, he was transported back to planet Namek. With a thunderous crash, Moro's body plummeted like a comet into the ocean, creating towering waves that surged hundreds of feet high. Vegeta, with a flash of movement, dashed into the sea, gathering a sphere of purple destructive energy in his right hand, aimed directly at Moro. Moro, taken aback, gasped in shock. Boom. With an ear-splitting explosion, the destructive energy detonated within the ocean. Vegeta swiftly emerged from the water, soaring into the air. A colossal wave erupted from the depths of the sea. At that moment, a man with pale purple skin, clad in a Galactic Patrol uniform, piloted a spaceship that hovered above planet Namek. Trailing behind him were numerous vessels of the Galactic Patrol. This individual was named Mears, an elite among the elite of the Galactic Patrol. Upon witnessing the arrival of reinforcements from the Galactic Patrol, Gak's face lit up with joy. Over here, Gak shouted towards the sky. Upon the emergence of Son Wukong, Moro remained submerged, seemingly reluctant to surface after being struck by the destructive energy. Will you not come out? Vegeta exclaimed, dashing once more towards the sea. At that moment, Moro surged forth, accompanied by a colossal wave. Taken aback, Vegeta swiftly evaded to the side. The Galactic Patrol. It was then that Moro abruptly noticed the Galactic Patrol officers approaching to apprehend him. Damn it! Even the Galactic Patrol has arrived, he exclaimed. Just then, Vegeta shouted fiercely, swiftly positioning himself before Moro and delivering a powerful right punch to his face. Bang! Moro was sent flying by the force of the blow. Clenching his fists, Moro halted midair, utilizing his magical energy to absorb the power of planet Namek. Boom! Witnessing this, Vegeta charged at Moro without hesitation. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan Blue and charged toward Moro alongside his companion. As Moro observed the two approaching with great speed, he promptly summoned his magical powers, manipulating the surrounding boulders to launch an assault against them. The duo deftly evaded the incoming rocks while simultaneously shattering them. With a powerful leap, Moro ascended into the sky, aware that his strength had not yet fully returned, and that now was not the moment to engage the Galactic Patrol directly. Sensing Moro's intent to escape, the two quickly pursued him. In a flash, Vegeta positioned himself above Moro. Startled, Moro hastily raised his hand to gather an energy wave, directing it toward Vegeta. In response, Vegeta effortlessly swatted the energy wave away, sending it careening behind him. With a resounding explosion, the energy wave detonated in the space behind Vegeta. At that moment, Son Wukong approached the rear of the demon Moro. You cannot escape now, he declared. Moro let out a cold laugh and abruptly turned, charging towards Son Wukong. Once again, you attempt that move. As Son Wukong swiftly dodged to the side, he circled behind Moro. Before Moro could react, Son Wukong delivered a powerful kick to his back with his right foot. The impact resonated with a thunderous sound, sending Moro hurtling down like a projectile onto a nearby island, where a vast cloud of dust was instantly stirred up. At that moment, a Galactic Patrol spaceship appeared above them. This vessel belonged to Merus. Upon glancing at the two combatants, Merus promptly descended the spaceship onto the island where Moro had landed. As the dust settled, Moro clumsily rose to his feet. Merus brandished a gun, aiming it at Moro. Surrender now, Moro. Moro cast a disdainful glance at Merus. Having regained his youth, he regarded these individuals with little concern, knowing that if his power were fully restored, they would not pose any threat. Just then, Son Wukong and Vegeta landed before Moro. Son Wukong, surrender, Moro. I suggest you obediently return to the galactic prison. Moro glared at Son Wukong in fury. That place, the galactic prison, I shall never return to in my lifetime. Not even in death. Do you despise the galactic prison so much? Son Wukong inquired. Have I truly lingered there for 10 million years? Do you not find that rather irksome? Indeed. Such a duration is quite vexing. Just at that moment, Myers suddenly charged towards Moro. Moro let out a disdainful grunt and swung his fists forward with great force. Myers retreated, his feet equipped with jet-propelled saws, unleashing a brilliant flare towards Moro's eyes. Ah! Moro exclaimed, suddenly blinded. At that instant, Myers deployed a capturing device, launching a substance akin to bubblegum that ensnared Moro's body, rendering him unable to wield his internal magical powers. Moro bellowed in fury, exerting all his strength to break free. He succeeded. Myers was taken aback. In that moment, Moro unleashed a torrent of energy waves towards the trio. Whoosh! Boom! 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 Son Wukong and Vegeta deftly evaded while deflecting the energy unleashed by Moro. Suddenly, Moro raised both hands, exerting control over the surrounding boulders, launching them at the trio. As they skillfully dodged, they shattered the incoming rocks. Boom! Seizing this opportunity, Moro swiftly ascended into the sky. This is not good. He intends to flee. With a swift utterance, Son Wukong immediately pursued alongside Vegeta. Upon noticing their advance, Moro quickly gathered energy in his right hand and unleashed it towards the two. They deftly sidestepped, evading the attack. Accelerating his speed, Moro soared towards the outer reaches of planet Namek. Upon witnessing the scene, Son Wukong initially intended to pursue, but was abruptly seized by Vegeta. Kakarot, ahead lies the vastness of outer space. We Scions are incapable of surviving in such an environment. He exclaimed with frustration. Curse it. He has escaped. Vegeta nodded in acknowledgement. By the way, Kakarot, what of Goku? I am uncertain. Let me sense his energy and ascertain his location. Found him. With a swift motion, Son Wukong transported himself to an island located on the planet Namek. At that moment, Jack stood upon the very same island. Wukong. Son Wukong nodded. I apologize. We allowed the demon to escape. Escaped? Indeed. Can you now escort me back to Earth? Certainly. As Son Wukong spoke, he executed a sudden teleportation, bringing Jack to the side of Vegeta. Mel's. Chapter 202. Moro arrives on Earth. Jack. Jack nodded in acknowledgement. How did you end up here? I came with Wukong and the others. Wukong? Mel's turned to the two. Greetings, my name is Son Wukong. You are Mel's, correct? You are Son Wukong? You know of me? I have heard of you. And who is he? He is Vegeta. Vegeta snorted softly, feeling slighted that he had heard of Son Wukong, yet remained unknown to others. Mel's nodded slightly. I truly appreciate your assistance this time. However, we allowed Moro to escape. Well then, Mel's, Vegeta, Jack and I shall return to Earth. All right. Mel's nodded in agreement. With that, Son Wukong teleported once more, transporting the three back to Earth. How was it? Billis, who was still in Bulma's yard, inquired upon their return. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong scratched his head and remarked, Lord Beerus, we inadvertently allowed that rascal Moro to escape. Escaped? Is he truly formidable? Beerus inquired. Indeed. He possesses the ability to siphon energy from others and can survive in the vacuum of space. Space? Yes. We Scions are incapable of surviving in the void of the cosmos, which is how he managed to flee. Oh, so, Wukong, what do you plan to do next? Asked Whis. I aspire to grow stronger and defeat that fiend. And what about Vegeta? I'm not certain. By the way, Whis, do you possess any means to counter Moro's absorption? I'm not entirely sure, but you could inquire on planet Yardrat. Yardrat? Indeed, the Yardratians possess numerous techniques for energy manipulation. Perhaps you could learn a method to counter Moro's abilities there. Very well, I shall journey to Yardrat. Upon hearing this, Beerus stifled a yawn. In truth, if you wish to eliminate Moro, it need not be so complicated. Simply seek out Gohan. Gohan, Jocko exclaimed, initially inclined to agree, yet he noticed Son Wukong's serious expression. There's no need, Lord Beerus. This time we wish to rely on our own strength to vanquish Moro. Your own strength. Beerus regarded the two with an amused expression. Indeed. Lord Beerus. Very well, it is none of my concern. However, Wukong, I still believe it would be better for Gohan to intervene. His power is remarkably strong. I understand. But Moro is currently in space, and I doubt even Gohan could manage it. Moreover, I assure you, next time we shall not be defeated. Well, if you insist. Whis. Could you escort me to Yardrat? Vegeta inquired. Certainly, no problem at all. Evening fell. Son Wukong learned from Bulma about the situation concerning Moro. Moro? Indeed. Vegeta has already gone to Yardrat to train. Had you initially ventured to Namek, perhaps this predicament could have been avoided. Son Wukong smiled softly. It is nothing much. Allowing my father and the others to confront more formidable foes will undoubtedly benefit their growth. Bulma nodded in agreement. Next time, when they face Moro, you should accompany them. Me? With you by their side, I feel much more at ease. Understood, Aunt Bulma. Aunt Bulma smiled and nodded. Well then, Gohan, if there is nothing else. I shall take my leave. All right. Son Wukong's son, Gohan, nodded in acknowledgement. Upon finishing her words, Bulma promptly departed from Goku's residence. At that moment, Videl emerged from the house and inquired, Gohan, did Bulma come to see you for something specific? Upon hearing this, Son Wukong immediately informed Bidalai about the matter concerning Moro. Absorbing energy. Gohan, do you possess a means to confront that Moro? Son Gohan smiled. In the face of absolute power, everything is rendered futile. Biddy nodded in agreement. In the 7th universe, following the escape of Moro, he immediately harnessed his magical abilities to absorb the energy of planet Namek. Under Moro's absorption, planet Namek swiftly transformed into a lifeless orb. With a cold chuckle, Moro soared into the cosmos. Time passed swiftly, and before long, a week had elapsed. In the 7th universe, within the realm of the god of destruction. At this moment, Son Wukong was engaged in battle with Granola, embodying the nascent state of the Ultra Instinct technique. In his relentless pursuit to vanquish Moro, Son Wukong had been clashing with Granola daily. He sought to master the flawless Ultra Instinct through these encounters. On planet Yardrat, Vegeta, under the guidance of the Yardrat inhabitants, commenced his training in energy manipulation to defeat Moro. In the 7th universe, a week had elapsed, during which Moro had absorbed considerable energy from numerous planets. At this juncture, Moro was aboard a colossal spaceship, accompanied by a multitude of criminals who had escaped from galactic prison. These individuals had all become his subordinates, with his primary lieutenants being Sagambo, Savinus, and the Makalini brothers. Are those two scions on Earth? Moro inquired. Indeed, Master Moro. Sagambo replied. Makalini brothers. You are to lead a reconnaissance team to Earth. Inform me of any developments, but do not act independently. Understood, Master Moro. The Makalini brothers nodded in agreement. Time swiftly passed, and 2 months had gone by. Throughout this period, Moro had regained his former strength by absorbing planetary energy. During these months, he sensed the escalating power of Vegeta, who was training on Yardrat. To eliminate the threats posed by Son Wukong and Vegeta, he now descended upon Earth with his subordinates, intent on annihilating them. The Dragon Ball Z warriors on Earth, upon sensing Moro's overwhelming energy, swiftly converged, witnessing Moro alongside his 4 henchmen. Is that Moro? Krillin remarked with a serious expression. Son Wufan nodded. Moro chuckled lightly and addressed his subordinates, advance and eliminate them. Upon hearing this, the Macaroni brothers and the surrounding criminals charged at Son Wufan and his companions. Glass. Ragus commanded, and a multitude of diamond-shaped shards swiftly materialized around him, launching themselves at the advancing minions of Moro. The Macaroni brothers immediately dodged to the side, followed by the other criminals who also sought to evade the onslaught. However, the speed of Ragus's glass projectiles was formidable, and the weaker criminals were swiftly pierced through by the incoming shards. Damn it, gritted Sagambo, standing beside Moro. How intriguing. Moro remarked with a playful grin. At that moment, Krillin and the others also joined the fray. Kienzan. Kamehameha. Chapter 203, Sagambo. The battle erupted into chaos. Krillin found himself pitted against a towering figure resembling a panda, known as Yunba, who was also a minion of Moro. Boom. After a brief exchange, Yunba clenched his right fist and sent Krillin flying with a powerful punch. Meanwhile, Tien and Kaiatsu faced off against a metallic being named Bigirakira, a member of the same race as the 6th universe's Magetta. Due to Bigirakira's incredibly tough exterior, Tien and Kaiatsu's attacks proved ineffective. Curse you. You metallic lump harder than iron, Tien exclaimed in frustration. Upon hearing Tien's insult, Bigirakira immediately crouched down, becoming despondent. What's wrong with him? Tien wondered, equally perplexed. Gohan gazed at the figure sprawled on the ground, resembling Sabo, and let out a yawn. He then inhaled deeply, releasing 5 ghostly apparitions resembling chewing gum. Moro was taken aback. What sort of technique is this? I have no idea. Sagambo shook his head. At that moment, Gohan's five gum spirits soared towards the Makalini brothers and Moro's three subordinates. They were oblivious to the nature of Gohan's ability. Some retaliated with energy waves while others swung their fists at the gum spirits. The outcome was predictable. Boom, 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 with three resounding explosions. One of the Makalini brothers and a subordinate of Moro were obliterated. The other two, who had utilized energy wave attacks, miraculously survived. Oh, so it detonates upon contact. Just then, a figure materialized beside Gohan. It was none other than Goku. Father, Goku, Goku. Moro grinned at Goku. My primary purpose in coming to Earth is to eliminate Goku and Vegeta. Son Wukong nodded. At that moment, Sagambo, standing beside Moro, unexpectedly stepped forward to volunteer, saying, Lord Moro, allow me to handle this fellow. Moro nodded in agreement, but cautioned, do exercise caution. Sagambo acknowledged with a nod. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong promptly assumed a combat stance with both hands. Sagambo, seizing the moment, charged towards Son Wukong without hesitation. With a mighty roar, Son Wukong charged towards Sagambo. Whoosh! Bang! Bang! Shortly thereafter, the two confronted each other, their fists colliding with tremendous force in a fierce battle. Upon witnessing the scene, Son Wukong promptly rushed to assist Krillin and the others. Under Son Wukong's intervention, the remaining minions of Moro were swiftly vanquished. Thank you, Wukong. Krillin expressed his gratitude towards him. Son Wukong nodded. At that moment, Moro also became aware of Son Wukong's presence. Although he had never engaged in battle with Son Wukong, he had gleaned some information about him from his subordinates. You are Son Wukong? You know of me? I have heard some things about you. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Son Wukong displayed an expression of indifference. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, he was forcefully pushed back. Goku, Krillin, and the others immediately revealed a look of astonishment. How infuriating! With a roar of fury, Son Wukong wiped the wound at the corner of his mouth with his right hand. Observing this, Sagambo broke into a smug smile. Prior to this encounter, he had pondered the strength of the one capable of inflicting pain upon the formidable Moro, but now it appeared to be rather unremarkable. Just as Sagambo reveled in his arrogance, Son Wukong clenched his hands with great intensity, transforming into a Super Saiyan at the third level. What is this? Sagambo gasped in astonishment. This is known as the Super Saiyan third grade. The Super Saiyan third grade? Indeed. With a determined expression, Son Wukong charged once more towards Sagambo. Whoosh! Upon finishing his words, Son Wukong swiftly advanced towards Sagambo, launching a powerful assault with his fists. Sagambo nimbly evaded to the side, executing a lateral kick aimed directly at Son Wukong. Son Wukong, startled, swiftly raised his hand to block Sagambo's right foot. Bang! Son Wukong was forcefully kicked back. Piccolo gritted his teeth. What was Son Wukong contemplating? He need not engage his true strength against his opponent yet. As the thought lingered, Sagambo suddenly materialized behind Son Wukong, delivering a powerful punch aimed at his body. Bang! With an exceedingly intense sound, Son Wukong was propelled like a projectile, crashing into the mountain before him. The mountain erupted in a cloud of dust. Once the dust settled, Son Wukong stood resolutely before the mountain, his fists clenched tightly. With a mighty roar, Son Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan Blue. Upon witnessing this, Sagambo's expression turned grave. In that moment, Son Wukong swiftly charged towards Sagambo, delivering a fierce blow with his right fist. Bang! Caught off guard by Son Wukong's astonishing speed, Sagambo was sent flying by the force of the punch. With a resounding crash, he collided forcefully into the mountain behind him. After a brief pause, as the dust around the mountain cleared, Sagambo emerged from the rubble in a disheveled state. Cursed be it! Sagambo seethed with rage, rapidly advancing towards Son Wukong. With a swift sidestep, Son Wukong launched himself towards Sagambo, his fists and feet moving with the speed of light. Bang! 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 Under the relentless assault of Son Wukong, Sagambo emitted a series of agonizing cries. With a firm grip of his right fist, Son Wukong delivered a powerful blow that sent Sagambo flying. Observing this, Moro swiftly approached Sagambo's side and bestowed a portion of his own strength upon him. Upon receiving Moro's power, Sagambo's physical abilities surged dramatically. Lord Moro, I have once again enhanced your strength. I am confident that you shall triumph over him. Sagambo nodded resolutely and charged once more towards Son Wukong. With a firm grip of his fists, Son Wukong charged towards Sagambo. In the blink of an eye, the two found themselves face to face, their fists and feet striking like lightning in a fierce exchange. The air was filled with the sounds of their intense battle, raising clouds of dust around them. After a brief skirmish, Sun Wukong tightened his right fist and sent Sagambo flying once more. Observing this, Moro's countenance darkened as he channeled his power to Sagambo. Empowered, Sagambo swiftly rose from the ground and surged towards Sun Wukong. As Sun Wukong deftly evaded, he launched an assault on Sagambo. Although Sagambo's strength had increased, the extensive injuries he bore weighed heavily upon him. After a fierce exchange, Sagambo was once again brought to the ground. Infuriated, Moro approached, preparing to engage Sun Wukong personally. Moro, have you finally decided to take matters into your own hands? Chapter 204. Sun Wukong's duel with Moro. Moro scoffed disdainfully. Where is Vegeta? Is he too fearful to be on Earth? Not at all. He is merely training on another planet and has yet to return. I alone am more than sufficient to deal with you. Is that so? Moro retorted with a mocking smile. With that, Sun Wukong surged forward towards Moro. In the blink of an eye, he stood before Moro, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks with the swiftness of light. Moro deftly sidestepped, effortlessly evading Sun Wukong's onslaught. How infuriating! With a furious roar, Sun Wukong thrust his right fist forward with all his might. Bang! Moro raised his left hand, effortlessly deflecting Sun Wukong's powerful strike. Is this truly the extent of your abilities, Sun Wukong? Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong immediately retreated, reverting to his normal form. Moro's expression grew slightly solemn. At that moment, Sun Wukong took a deep breath, his hair and pupils transforming into a silvery hue, enveloped by a shimmering silver aura. This was the manifestation of the perfect, free, and unfettered technique. What is this? Moro was taken aback upon witnessing this state of Sun Wukong, as he had never encountered it during their previous battles. Just as Moro was astonished, Sun Wukong swiftly transformed into a streak of white light, launching an assault towards Moro. While dodging, Moro attempted to fend off Sun Wukong's onslaught. A fierce battle erupted between the two on the ground. On planet Yardrat, Vegeta sensed the fierce clash between Sun Wukong and Moro. However, lacking the ability to instant transmission, he found himself unable to return to Earth directly. Damn it! That brat Gohan is deliberately neglecting to come for me. A month prior, Vegeta had instructed GAC to inform Gohan and Trunks that they should come to Yardrat to retrieve him as soon as Moro arrived. Yet now, with Moro engaged in combat with Sun Wukong, they still had not come to his aid. It appears I have no choice. I must attempt to instant transmission back on my own. During his 2 months on Yardrat, although Vegeta had been learning instant transmission, he had yet to master the technique. Thus, when he spoke of returning via instant transmission, it was purely a gamble of luck. On Earth, whoosh, swish, bang, bang, bang. Upon unleashing his supreme technique, Sun Wukong immediately engaged in a fierce battle with the formidable Moro, finding themselves evenly matched. Lord Moro. Sagambo observed in disbelief as Sun Wukong held his own against the mighty adversary. However, what astonished him even more was Moro himself, who, having fully regained his strength, was taken aback that Sun Wukong could stand toe-to-toe with him. Boom! With a powerful grip of his right fist, Sun Wukong propelled the demon Moro several hundred meters back. Moro let out a light chuckle, emanating a vast aura of golden energy that radiated outward like laser beams, launching a comprehensive assault in all directions. Witnessing this, Krillin and the others swiftly retreated, as Sun Wukong deftly evaded the onslaught of the demon Moro. He closed the distance between them with agile determination. In no time, he stood before Moro, delivering a powerful elbow strike that passed through the demon's form. An illusion. Just as Sun Wukong began to comprehend the situation, Moro's figure reappeared behind him, delivering a forceful kick forward. Whoosh! Sun Wukong instinctively evaded to the side, narrowly avoiding the oncoming attack. Startled, Moro launched a rapid series of punches forward. In that moment, Sun Wukong pivoted, bracing himself against the assault. With a cacophony of impacts, he found himself being pushed backward by Moro's relentless strikes. Just as Moro was about to corner Sun Wukong against a towering mountain, he leapt into the air, his body soaring gracefully, fists like a tempest, striking at Moro. What? With a swift motion, punches rained down upon Moro, who was caught off guard by Sun Wukong's sudden ascent from the ground, sustaining a barrage of blows. Bang! After enduring numerous rounds, Sun Wukong delivered a powerful sidekick with his right foot, striking heavily against the face of the demon, Moro. With a deafening crash, Moro's body shot forth like a ray, violently colliding with a towering mountain to his right. The impact instantly sent plumes of dust and sand billowing into the air. Infuriated, Moro let out a furious roar and swiftly emerged from the mountain, charging towards Sun Wukong. In the blink of an eye, Moro stood before Sun Wukong, launching a barrage of punches and kicks like flashes of light in his relentless assault. Sun Wukong deftly maneuvered left and right, effortlessly evading the assaults of the demon Moro. "What is the situation now, Piccolo?" Krillin inquired. "I cannot ascertain. Their speeds are too swift, and I am unable to discern the nuances of their combat. It appears that my father holds the advantage." Son Gohan exclaimed, "Wonderful. Indeed, Goku has gained the upper hand." Krillin joyfully responded, "Damn it." At that moment, Moro, filled with rage, thrust his right fist forward with great force. Sun Wukong swiftly turned his body to the side, delivering a powerful blow to the abdomen of the demon. With a piercing scream, the demon was propelled like a projectile, crashing heavily into a towering mountain behind him. The impact sent a massive cloud of dust billowing into the air. As the dust settled, the demon emerged, disheveled and battered, from the mountain's embrace. "Demon, you are no longer my match. I suggest you surrender," Sun Wukong declared. Gritting his teeth, the demon's figure flickered before he dashed rapidly towards Sabin Sealy. Sun Wukong was taken aback. "What do you intend to do?" Upon hearing this, Moro let out a cold chuckle and devoured Sabinsley. Krillin and the others were left in utter astonishment. "Moro has swallowed his subordinate," Krillin exclaimed. "Indeed." Piccolo nodded in agreement. After consuming Sabinsley, Moro's injuries immediately healed, and his visage transformed to resemble that of Sabinsley, with a red gem manifesting on his forehead. He appeared significantly more handsome than in his youth. "Moro's appearance has changed." Krillin gasped in disbelief. "Indeed," Piccolo affirmed. Moro clenched his fists and remarked with a smile, "It seems that storing energy within Sabinsley was indeed a wise choice." With that, Moro turned his gaze towards Sun Wukong. "Sun Wukong, I shall certainly return your earlier words to you." Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong's expression immediately turned grave. With a resounding shout, he charged towards the demon Mara. Mara stood motionless in place. Just as Sun Wukong was about to reach him, Mara unleashed a wave of energy from his mouth, launching an attack towards Sun Wukong. "What?" Startled, Sun Wukong swiftly retreated, evading the impending strike. At that very moment, the figure of the demon suddenly circled behind him, delivering a powerful side kick aimed directly at Sun Wukong. Bang! Sun Wukong's body was struck, propelling him to the right. Chapter 205, Annihilation of the Demon Luo. Bang! Sun Wukong descended heavily upon the ground. Sun Wukong gasped heavily, swiftly rising from the ground. At that moment, a figure suddenly materialized. It was none other than Vegeta. "Vegeta!" exclaimed the Dragon Ball Z warriors in astonishment. Vegeta let out a disdainful snort, casting his gaze towards Gohan and Trunks. "Trunks, why didn't you come to pick me up from Yardrat?" "I am sorry, father, I forgot." "Forgot?" "Yes. And Gohan said he would come to get you." "Gohan." Vegeta turned his attention to Gohan. "I am sorry, Uncle Vegeta, I forgot as well." Upon hearing this, Vegeta scoffed, his expression one of disbelief. He then shifted his focus back to the battle between Sun Wukong and Moro. Bang! At that moment, the two were locked in a fierce struggle, their hands intertwined as they clashed on the ground. The earth beneath their feet was swiftly reduced to rubble. What Sun Wukong remains unaware of is that after absorbing Sabinsley, Moro has acquired the ability to replicate Sabinsley's powers. Moreover, the gems embedded in his palms are the crucial elements for this replication. Now, Moro has successfully emulated all of Sun Wukong's techniques. With a resounding shout, Moro's body suddenly erupted with an overwhelming force, sending Sun Wukong hurtling through the air. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, swiftly coming to a halt upon the ground. Moro let out a light chuckle, as his body suddenly emanated a copious amount of silvery white aura. Sun Wukong was taken aback. Could it be? Indeed. This is the very technique you are employing at this moment. Sun Wukong clenched his teeth. Moro, what on earth is happening? Moro chuckled softly. Sun Wukong, it is of no consequence to enlighten you. I have just absorbed the essence of Sabinsley and acquired his replication abilities. Replication abilities? Is it due to the red crystal in your possession? Moro nodded with a grin. Well then, Sun Wukong, since Vegeta has returned, I shall dispose of both of you today. With that, Vegeta, upon hearing the proclamation, let out a fierce roar and transformed into his Ultra Instinct form. In the God of Destruction realm of Universe 7, Whis was currently observing the situation on Earth through his staff. Beerus sat languidly upon a large stone, yawning. Whis, what is the current state of affairs on Earth? They have joined forces. Sun Wukong and Vegeta are collaborating. Beerus responded with surprise. Do you believe they can defeat Moro? I'm uncertain, but with Gohan's presence, Moro, no matter how formidable, cannot possibly overcome him. Beerus nodded in agreement. Speaking of which, I wonder what Gohan's current strength is. I would very much like to test my mettle against him. Whis smiled. Lord Beerus, you are increasingly resembling Goku. Beerus snorted dismissively. Who resembles that fool? However, Lord Beerus, should you engage Gohan in battle, there is a chance you may be defeated. Defeated by him? Indeed. Did the prophecy fish not proclaim that Gohan is now the strongest in the universe? That is true. Perhaps we should have Kappa contend with Gohan instead? Lord Kappa? Indeed. Let him gauge Gohan's current prowess. But how can we arrange for Lord Kappa to battle Gohan? On Earth, after Vegeta transformed into his Ultra Instinct state, he immediately charged alongside Son Wukong towards Moro. Although Moro had mastered Ultra Instinct and significantly increased his strength, he still found himself at a disadvantage against their combined might. With a powerful shout, Moro grasped Son Wukong with his right hand, using his dark powers to siphon the energy from Son Wukong's body. Kakarot! Vegeta exclaimed in shock, channeling a blue energy wave in a fierce attack towards Moro. Moro, startled, was struck directly by Vegeta's energy wave. Ah! He screamed, expelling the energies of the planets he had absorbed from the universe. Seizing the moment, Son Wukong broke free from Moro's grasp, launching a powerful assault with his fists. Under the onslaught of Son Wukong, Moro immediately expelled a greater quantity of the energy he had absorbed from celestial bodies. The appearance of Moro began to deteriorate. He seemed to age before their very eyes. What on earth is happening? Moro exclaimed, glancing at his withered hands. Vegeta chuckled. That technique was the forced separation technique. A new skill I acquired on planet Yardrat. Forced separation technique. Indeed, it forcibly extracts anything that has been fused or absorbed. No sooner had he spoken than Moro suddenly felt a wave of discomfort in his stomach. This is not good. Ah! With a violent retching, Moro expelled the Saban Slee he had ingested. Saban Slee! Krillin cried out. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong swiftly appeared before Moro, sending the Saban Slee soaring through the air with a flick of his foot. Moro clenched his fists, his heart brimming with rage as he glared at Son Wukong. Moro, you are no longer a match for us. I suggest you surrender and return to the galactic prison. Very well. Moro feigned compliance, yet in his heart, he resolved to self-destruct, aiming to perish alongside Son Wukong and his companions. Just then, a figure emerged unexpectedly behind Moro. It was none other than Gohan. Gohan, destroy. Son Wukong nodded, his right hand gathering a surge of violet destructive energy directed at Moro. Alas! No sooner had the words left his lips than Moro let out a piercing scream, his form vanishing at an observable pace. Gohan, how did you manage to obliterate him? Son Wukong inquired, contemplating the imminent act of self-detonation. Son Wukong was taken aback. Indeed, that individual has been imprisoned in the galactic prison for 10 million years. He probably would rather perish than return, thus he intends to self-destruct and drag us down with him. However, Gohan, how did you come to know this? I possess the ability of telepathy. Telepathy? Indeed. Son Wukong nodded. Upon witnessing this, Son Wukong did not inquire further. Instead, he turned his gaze towards the fallen Saibansili and Sagambo. At that moment, 5 or 6 spacecraft from the Galactic Patrol descended from the sky. The arrivals were none other than Mel's and his companions. After a brief interval, Mel's and his team landed on the ground and apprehended the 2 individuals. Thank you all for your assistance. Mel's expressed his gratitude to everyone. It was nothing. Krillin replied with a smile, scratching his head. Well then, we shall take them back. If you ever have the time, feel free to visit the Galactic Patrol. I think we shall pass. Yamcha chuckled. So, Gak, shall we be on our way? Indeed. With that, Mel's and his team promptly escorted Saibansili and the others back. Vegeta, you utilized instant transmission to return, did you not? Yes, what of it? Chapter 206, The King Summons. Have you mastered instant transmission? Not quite. I exerted considerable effort just to succeed once. Oh, so it was merely a single success. Kakarot. What does that expression signify? Nothing. Son Wukong chuckled. I must say, I mastered instant transmission after nearly a year of practice, yet you acquired it in just 2 months. Humph. Vegeta snorted in response. Once I return, I shall have Trunks instruct me. Upon hearing this, Trunks felt a sense of foreboding. While he didn't mind teaching Vegeta the technique, the daily sessions would consume a significant amount of his time, drastically reducing his own playtime. Oh, is that so? Then are you not training? Of course I am. I will not allow you to surpass me. Son Wukong chuckled softly, remaining silent. By the way, Kakarot, have you mastered the Ultra Instinct yet? Indeed, I owe it all to Granola. Then, Wukong, shall we return? Krillin inquired. Absolutely. Son Wukong nodded. Subsequently, everyone bid farewell to one another and returned to their respective homes. 2 days later, Gak and Myers arrived once again on Earth. Bulma inquired, Gak, are Bulma, Vegeta, and Wukong here? Yes, they are. What brings you here? It is about Wukong and Vegeta assisting us, the Galactic Patrol, in apprehending the notorious criminal Moro. The Galactic King has sent us to Earth to bestow upon Son Wukong and Vegeta the Galactic Warrior Badges. The Galactic Warrior Badges? Indeed. It is primarily to express our gratitude towards them. They are currently in the yard. You may go find them. Soon after, Gak and the others arrived at the yard to convey their purpose to Son Wukong and the others. The Galactic Warrior Badges? Yes, Gak confirmed with a nod. Gak, I think it might be too much trouble, don't you agree, Vegeta? Indeed. Vegeta nodded in agreement. This is the will of the Galactic King. Please grant me this favor. Then Vegeta, shall we go together? Very well. Vegeta nodded. What about Gohan? He played a crucial role in defeating Moro and deserves recognition as well. He is at home. I shall fetch him. All right. Gak nodded. After a while, Son Wukong brought Gohan along, and they all headed towards the Galactic Patrol headquarters. Given the distance, they decided to have was transport them there. Upon arriving at the headquarters, Son Wukong and his companions beheld a series of white buildings and various high-tech innovations. Is this the Galactic Patrol headquarters? Indeed, Gak responded, promptly leading them to the presence of the Galactic King. The Galactic King appeared as a figure reminiscent of a green octopus. Galactic King, these are Son Wukong, Vegeta, and Gohan. Greetings. The Galactic King smiled warmly at the three. Hello. With a beaming smile, Son Wukong responded, I have heard from Jack and Mers about your endeavors, and we are truly grateful to you. The Galactic King, as he spoke, gestured towards the Galactic Patrolman standing nearby. Upon receiving the King's signal, the patrolman promptly opened a delicate box and presented it before the Galactic King. Within the box lay 3 medals. The Galactic Warrior insignia is designated for Son Wukong and his companions. In appreciation of your efforts, I have decided to bestow upon you the Galactic Warrior insignias from our Galactic Patrol team. Son Wukong, the Galactic Warrior Medal? Indeed, it is a prestigious honor. One that even Jack, a Galactic Patrol officer, has yet to receive. Upon hearing this, Jack's expression soured. This Galactic King truly knows how to strike a nerve. Is that so? What about Myers? How many does he possess? Oh. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong gazed joyfully at King of the Galaxy, exclaiming that he would gladly accept the offer. The king nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Son Wukong and his companions toured the headquarters of the Galactic Police Force before returning with Whis. In the 7th universe, on a planet within the Southern Galactic System, numerous artificial beings, akin to Cybermen, were being produced in abundance. The mastermind behind this extensive creation of Cybermen was a brilliant scientist named Queasy. Master Queasy. The Cyberman OG-73 has now been apprehended and taken to the Galactic Prison. A soldier reported to Queasy. At last, the moment has arrived for us to ascend as the rulers of the universe. As time swiftly passed, 3 days went by in the blink of an eye. In Shidu, at Son Wukong's residence. At this moment, Son Wukong was diligently training at home when suddenly, a voice from the system echoed in his ears. Ding. System upgrade complete. Your training power has doubled. Doubled again? Indeed, Master. His current battle power had now reached an astonishing 16 trillion. If he were to train further, he could potentially increase his power by an additional 8 trillion within a year. This implies that a single year of training now would equate to half of the effort he had expended over the past 2 decades. Remarkably, the enhancement of his battle power accelerated with time. Just as Son Wukong pondered this, a radiant beam of colorful light descended from the heavens. Once the brilliance faded, 2 figures emerged within the illumination. They were none other than Beerus and Whis. Lord Beerus, Whis. Beerus nodded in acknowledgement. Lord Beerus, what brings you here? The Omni King wishes to see you. The Omni King? Beerus nodded again. Although I am uncertain as to why the Omni King has suddenly sought your presence. You must be cautious with your words when you meet him. Understand? Understood. Son Wukong nodded. Would you like to change into a different outfit? Beerus inquired, glancing at Son Gohan's martial arts uniform. Sure. After a short while, Son Gohan emerged in a cleaner set of clothes. Observing this, Beerus nodded in satisfaction, finding Son Gohan to be more reliable than Son Wukong. Whis, please escort him to the Kaioshin. and then let the Kaioshin take you to Lord Zeno. Understood. Whis responded promptly, swiftly leading Son Gohan away from Earth. After some time, Son Gohan and Whis arrived at the palace of Lord Zeno. We pay our respects to Lord Zeno. The Eastern Kaioshin knelt on the ground. Lord Zeno. Son Gohan greeted the Omni King. The Omni King nodded. Your Majesty, have you summoned me for a particular reason? Not really. I was just feeling a bit bored and thought I would like to spend some time with you. You wish to play with me? Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback. He pondered to himself, why not seek out Sun Wukong? Indeed, I have heard from the Grand Priest that you and my future self are friends. Is that not so? Chapter 207, A's. Sun Wukong nodded. How did you become friends with my future self? The Omni King inquired. Well, it's a long story. Suddenly, my future self appeared, and we became friends. Is that so? The Omni King responded with innocent curiosity. What shall we play later? I'm not quite sure. How about a game of hide and seek? Hide and seek? Indeed. You can seek while I hide, or vice versa. However, I have some matters to attend to. How about I bring a friend over to keep you company? A friend? Yes, I believe you two would get along splendidly. All right then, please bring your friend over. Son Gohan nodded. Very well, Lord Zeno. I shall return now and bring my friend. Excellent. Zeno replied with a nod. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong promptly departed with the East Kaioshin and the others. The East Kaioshin, overwhelmed by fear, found himself unable to rise from the ground, just as he had before. Truly, you are quite ineffectual. As Sun Wukong spoke, he lifted the East Kai and carried him outside. Upon arriving at the palace of the Omni King, Whis immediately grew curious about the friend Sun Wukong had mentioned. Wukong, you said you were bringing a friend for the Omni King? Who might that be? You shall find out once we return. Back in the realm of the Kai, Sun Wukong instructed the East Kai to use the time ring, taking him to the future and bringing the Omni King and the Grand Minister from that timeline to the main timeline's palace of the Omni King. The Grand Minister gazed at the future Omni King in astonishment. Omni King. The future Omni King nodded in acknowledgement. Esteemed Omni King, this is the friend I spoke of, Sun Wukong remarked. Upon hearing this, the Omni King immediately approached the future Omni King, and the two clasped hands, leaping joyfully in place. The Grand Priest exchanged knowing smiles with the Grand Priest of the future timeline. The Grand Priest stated, Gohan's idea is indeed quite brilliant. Indeed, the future Grand Priest nodded in agreement. If the two esteemed Omni Kings have no further matters to discuss, I shall take my leave. Sun Wukong remarked, all right. The two Omni Kings responded in unison. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong promptly hoisted the East Kaioshin from the ground and departed from the palace of the Omni King. On Earth. In West City, at Bulma's residence, Beerus was pacing anxiously in the yard. Whis, why have they taken so long to return? Could something have gone amiss? Just as he spoke, three figures suddenly materialized in Bulma's yard. These three were the East Kaioshin, Sun Wukong, and Whis. Whis, my Lord Beerus. I apologize for the delay. Whis, I trust your visit to the Omni King was uneventful. Not at all. Wukong simply forged a friendship with the two Omni Kings. The revelation startled Beerus. The two Omni Kings? My Lord Beerus, have you forgotten? Wukong is friends with the future Omni King. Are you implying that Wukong has brought the future Omni King into our realm? Indeed. Furthermore, he may reside here for an extended period. Reside? What will happen to the future realm? The future realm will be overseen by the Grand Minister of that timeline. I see. Whis nodded in agreement. As time swiftly passed, a month had elapsed in the blink of an eye. After a month of rigorous training, Son Gohan has elevated his battle power to an impressive 16.7 trillion. In the 7th universe, on planet M55, there exists a colossal base, the stronghold of Frisia's army. Within the base's freezing chamber lies an individual strikingly similar in appearance to Frisia, encased in ice. This figure is named Azer, the son of Frisia. As a member of the Frost Demon lineage, Frisia, like others of his kind, was subjected to a frozen slumber upon birth. He was encased for 5 years. Cooler for 6, while Azer has been frozen for an astonishing 40 years, 8 times longer than his father. At this moment, a multitude of researchers are diligently monitoring the data emanating from the freezing chamber. According to their findings, Azer is poised to awaken today. With the majority of Frisia's army now under the control of a scion named Reg, they fervently hope for Azer's revival to restore order. Suddenly, with a crack, the ice encasing Azer shattered like a spider's web. With a thunderous boom, the remnants of ice launched like lasers throughout the chamber, some even breaching the chamber's door. The entire base trembled as many soldiers fell to the ground from the force of the quake. Azer, unfazed, surveyed his surroundings before striding out of the freezing chamber. Azer, the Great. Many soldiers trembled at his presence. Ignoring their fear, Azer made his way to the command room. The researchers there, upon seeing him, bowed in reverence. "We greet you, Great Azer." He acknowledged them with a nod. "Where is my father?" "Lord Frisia has been vanquished by the Psiots. My father is dead, indeed. And our Frisia army is now largely under the dominion of a scion named Reg." "Reg? Is he the one who killed my father?" "No. It was a scion named Son Gohan who ended Lord Frisia's life." "Son Gohan? Where is he now?" "He is currently on Earth." "Earth?" "Yes, Great Azer. I believe our immediate priority should be dealing with Reg, as he commands a significant portion of our forces." Azer cast a cold glance at the speaker. "Are you instructing me on what to do?" "And no, my lord." Azer snorted dismissively. "Where is Reg?" "Prepare a spacecraft. I wish to confront this individual." "Yes, Great Azer." In the vast cosmos of the seventh universe, Reg sat comfortably upon his throne, exuding an air of tranquility. Suddenly, a soldier entered the chamber. "We greet you, Lord Reg." Reg nodded slightly. "How goes the matter with the Dragon Balls?" In response, "King Reg, we have ascertained the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls on Cyril Star." "That is excellent news." Just then, a soldier rushed in, breathless. "King Reg, a spaceship is currently approaching us." "A spaceship?" "Indeed. It appears to be a vessel from the Frisia Force." "Is that so?" Boom. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Reg's spaceship was suddenly bombarded, causing it to lurch violently. "Damn it!" Reg exclaimed furiously, addressing the soldier. "Land the spaceship on a nearby planet." Chapter 208, Reg vs. Aze. It is as you command. King Reg. On board A's spaceship, Aze gazed out the window with a composed demeanor. "King Aze, the Reg spaceship is descending towards the planet ahead. Then we shall descend as well." "Yes, King Aze." With that, A's spaceship promptly lowered itself to the designated planet. On the planet Unia, Reg had already led his subordinates down from the spaceship. Suddenly, he spotted a massive vessel landing nearby. It was A's ship. Boom. Moments later, A's spaceship touched down, and a multitude of A's soldiers emerged, forming two neat lines. Following this, the sound of heavy footsteps resonated as Ace stepped out from the ship. Frisia. Upon seeing A's appearance, Reg mistakenly identified him as Frisia. "We have encountered King Ace." At that moment, the soldiers flanking Ace saluted him. "Ace. Indeed. I am not my father. I am his son, Ace." "Oh, so you are Frisia's son?" Reg replied, maintaining a calm demeanor. "I have heard from my subordinates that you took control of my father's army after his demise. Is that correct?" "Yes, and what of it?" "Not much, really. Just your impending annihilation." Ace chuckled. Reg smiled in return. "Indeed, you are Frisia's son. Even your manner of speech mirrors his. However, it was your father's arrogance that led to his demise at my hands." "My father perished at your hands? Was he not killed by a scion named Gohan?" Reg chuckled lightly. "Did your subordinates not inform you that your father was resurrected once and met his end at my hands again?" "Resurrected?" Ace glanced at his subordinates. "Well, King Ace, Frisia did indeed return to life, but we were unaware of who had slain him." Upon hearing this, Azel let out a cold snort and cast a frigid gaze at Reg. "If that is the case, I shall slay you to avenge my father. All of you. Charge forth." For King Azel. "All of you, charge forth." For King Reg. With the commands of both leaders, their soldiers immediately clashed in a fierce battle. The two remained motionless, observing the tumultuous conflict between their forces. After a considerable duration, as the majority of soldiers from both sides lay defeated, Azel clenched his fists and surged toward Reg. Reg stood resolute, unwavering in his position. Just as Azel was about to reach him, Reg's figure suddenly vanished, appearing behind Azel in an instant. Startled, Azel was struck violently in the back. Boom. With a thunderous crash, Azel's body hurtled like a projectile into the mountains ahead, sending plumes of dust into the air. "Damn it." Azel gritted his teeth, swiftly emerging from the rubble of the mountain. At that moment, Reg's figure reappeared before him, delivering a powerful punch to Azel's abdomen. "Ah!" Azel's anguished scream echoed as he was once again sent crashing into the mountain, this time penetrating much deeper than before. Seizing the opportunity, Reg unleashed a flurry of strikes upon Azel with lightning speed. Bang, bang, bang. Under Reg's relentless assault, Azel emitted cries of despair. Suddenly, Reg retreated, gathering a golden energy sphere in his right hand, which he hurled at Azel. Boom. The golden energy orb exploded, and Azel let out a loud wail amidst the chaos. In its wake, an immense storm erupted, swiftly obliterating the mountain behind Azel. Gritting his teeth, Azel valiantly resisted the overwhelming force of the explosion. After a while, as the smoke from the blast began to clear, Azel stood in a deep crater, smoke billowing from his body, appearing quite disheveled. He was still alive. Reg gasped in astonishment. Damn it! At that moment, Azel clenched his fists tightly, an astonishing aura emanating from him as he ascended rapidly. Boom! The ground trembled violently under the influence of Azel's energy. Bang! In that instant, Azel grew taller and larger, sprouting a pair of horns atop his head, transforming into a form reminiscent of Frisia's first stage. Bang! Upon completing his transformation, Azel unleashed the energy he had amassed. Interesting. Reg chuckled lightly at the sight. Immediately thereafter, he transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Upon witnessing this, Aze immediately charged towards Rhaegar. In a swift motion, Aze arrived before Rhaegar, delivering a powerful strike with his right fist. Rhaegar's figure flickered and suddenly vanished from sight, leaving Aze momentarily startled. At that moment, Rhaegar reappeared to Aze's left side, launching a fierce kick forward. Caught off guard, Aze was swiftly propelled to the right. Gritting his teeth, Aze quickly turned to face Rhaegar. By then, Rhaegar had already positioned himself directly in front of Aze, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks with the swiftness of light. The sound of impact echoed as Aze emitted cries of distress, his body retreating under the relentless assault. With a powerful knee thrust, Rhaegar sent Aze hurtling towards a nearby mountain. Gasping for breath, Aze found himself struggling to recover. Rhaegar scoffed, expressing his surprise at Aze's feeble strength, remarking that he was even weaker than Frisia. What did you say? Aze, incensed by the insult, clenched his teeth in fury. In response, Rhaegar brought his hands together, concentrating a golden energy wave, and directed it towards Aze. Alarmed, Aze leapt into the air. With a thunderous explosion, the mountain below was shattered into fragments. Damn it! Aze gritted his teeth, his fists clenched tightly. With a mighty roar, Aze elevated his energy once more, causing the very ground of the planet to tremble violently. In that instant, Aze's form began to shrink, his head elongating into 4 protrusions, his pupils turning red while the others vanished. His shoulders expanded like protective armor. 2 horns sprouted from his back, and his arms transformed into blade-like appendages. This was Aze's ultimate form. Rhaegar, taken aback, displayed a hint of surprise. Aze smirked, transforming into a streak of purple light as he charged at Rhaegar. With a fierce shout, Rhaegar mirrored Aze's movement, the two colliding in an instant. In a blink of an eye, they stood before each other, launching powerful attacks. Chapter 209, The Tournament of Destruction. The surrounding area was instantly engulfed in a cloud of dust and debris. Moments later, both figures flickered before soaring into the sky to continue their battle. Their movements were so swift that, from a distance, it appeared as if the sky was rippling with waves. Bang! At that moment, the two individuals clasped each other's hands and began to exert their strength in the sky. Instantly, 2 fiery auras of crimson and violet erupted from their bodies. Their energies collided fiercely in the heavens. After a brief stalemate, Reg pushed forward with great force, sending Ezer flying away. Ezer quickly regained his composure, breathing heavily. Reg, too, was panting, but he soon steadied his breathing. With a mighty shout, Reg dashed towards Ezer, launching a powerful attack with his fists. Ezer raised his arms defensively to block Reg's assault. The sound of impact echoed as Ezer was forced to retreat under the relentless barrage. Suddenly, with a loud cry, Reg delivered a fierce kick. The force of the strike sent Ezer soaring like a projectile. Reg's figure flickered, and, in the blink of an eye, he appeared above Ezer, bringing his fists down heavily upon him. With a tremendous crash, Ezer plummeted to the ground as if a straight line, creating a vast cloud of dust. As the dust settled, a massive crater emerged, revealing a disheveled Ezer lying within it. As Reg landed in front of Ezer, he concentrated a golden energy wave in his right hand and unleashed an attack. With a resounding explosion and Ezer's anguished cry, he was obliterated. Once Reg confirmed Ezer's demise, he reverted to his normal state. In hell, Ezer was swiftly judged by King Yama and was reunited with his father, Frisia. Father, who are you? Frisia inquired, glancing at Ezer. Are you Ezer? Yes, father. Then how did you meet your end? Frisia asked. I initially intended to avenge you, but I underestimated that man's strength, and thus I perished at his hands. Avenge? Did you seek Son Gohan on Earth? No, I first went after Reg. Reg? Indeed. He now commands a significant portion of your army. What? That scoundrel? Frisia seethed with anger. In the realm of the demon world, after Frisia's demise, Tawa utilized the genetic material of both himself and Mira to create a new Frisia. To distinguish between the two Frisias, the new entity was named Frisia Y. Like his predecessor, Frisia Y possessed an intellect that rivaled that of a genius. To ensure that Frisia Y would not be easily vanquished by Gohan, Tawa bestowed upon him the dark essence of the Dark Demon King, Mechikabura. Consequently, Frisia Y acquired Mechikabura's memories and ascended to become the new Dark Demon King. Tawa, accompanied by Mira, paid homage to the newly reborn Frisia Y. With an expression of indifference, Frisia Y cast a fleeting glance at the pair before proceeding to his laboratory. As time swiftly passed, a year elapsed. During this period, tranquility reigned. On a mountain on Earth, Piccolo was engaged in training with the 3-year-old Xiao Fang. Despite possessing Scion blood, Xiao Fang was still inferior to Piccolo in strength. With a resounding crash, Xiao Fang shattered a large rock behind her. Ouch! That hurt, Grandpa Piccolo. She pouted playfully. All right, I understand. I'll be gentler next time. Piccolo replied, and Xiao Fang nodded in agreement. She then picked up 2 bottles of mineral fruit water from beside the shattered stone, handing one to Piccolo. Here you go, Grandpa Piccolo. Piccolo acknowledged her gesture, accepting the mineral water and taking a few sips. At that moment, Xiao Fang glanced at her watch. Grandpa Piccolo, it's getting late. I need to go to kindergarten now. Okay, be careful on your way, he advised. Xiao Fang nodded, then utilized her flight technique to ascend into the sky. Once her figure vanished completely from sight, Piccolo turned his gaze back at Bao Mountain, within the gravity chamber. At this moment, Son Gohan was diligently training in the gravity chamber when suddenly a figure rushed in. It was Ragusus. He nodded and said, Brother, Lord Beerus and his entourage have arrived. Lord Beerus? No sooner had he spoken than Lord Beerus appeared, accompanied by Whis. Lord Beerus! Gohan exclaimed, and Beerus nodded in acknowledgement. Lord Beerus, what brings you here so unexpectedly? Lord Zeno wishes to speak with you, Beerus replied. Lord Zeno? Gohan inquired. Indeed, and this time he has requested that we, the gods of destruction, accompany you. Oh, then what do you suppose this matter could be? Lord Beerus? Who knows? Yet, I cannot shake the feeling of impending doom. Impending doom? Gohan echoed. Yes, Beerus affirmed with a nod. Enough chatter, Lord Beerus. Let us promptly escort Gohan to Lord Zeno. Once again, Beerus nodded in agreement. Shortly thereafter, Son Gohan and Beerus's group arrived at the palace of Zeno. Aside from Gohan and his companions, there were also the gods of destruction, Supreme Kais, and angels from 11 other universes. Lord Zeno, we humbly greet you. Beerus and his companions bowed before the 2 Zenas. The 2 Zenas nodded in unison. May I inquire, Lord Zeno, what is the purpose of our summons? Son Gohan inquired. At that moment, the Grand Minister standing before the 2 Omni Kings suddenly spoke. The matter is as follows. The Omni King has informed the future Omni King about the Tournament of Power, and the future Omni King expressed great interest in it. Thus, he wishes to summon you all to reenact the Tournament of Power. Reenact the Tournament of Power? Son Gohan echoed. Indeed, I have already prepared the arena for you, the Grand Minister declared, pointing his staff towards the ground. Instantly, a brilliant light emanated from the earth, causing Son Gohan and the deities to descend. The thrones of the 2 Omni Kings followed suit, sinking downward as well. Upon reaching the lower level, Son Gohan and the gods beheld an arena reminiscent of the Tournament of Power. Ladies and gentlemen, behold the arena I have prepared for you. The rules of this competition will mirror those of the Tournament of Power, with the sole distinction being that this time, the participants will be the gods of destruction from each universe. The gods of destruction. All the gods of destruction exchanged glances. Indeed. Do you not wish to participate in this competition for the Omni King? And no. Beerus and the others quickly shook their heads. Is that so? In that case, you may proceed to the arena. Chapter 210. The Clash of the Gods of Destruction. What about Son Gohan? Beerus asked. Gohan has been invited by the Omni King to watch the competition. The Grand Minister replied, waving his staff, which conjured a chair beside Son Gohan. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong gazed at Beerus with a mischievous grin. How infuriating. As he observed Sun Wukong's smug demeanor, a surge of anger welled up within Beerus. Just then, Kappa and the others soared towards the arena. Upon witnessing this, Beerus promptly ascended to the competition stage. Once all the gods of destruction had settled on the platform, the Grand Priest addressed the assembly of deities. I hereby declare the competition officially commenced. As his words echoed, the pillars of the arena descended, and the gaze of the 11 gods of destruction converged upon Beerus. Gritting his teeth, Beerus's expression shifted to one of palpable tension. Whis. It appears Lord Beerus has offended them. Why do all their eyes rest upon him? Whis chuckled softly. This is because, long ago, Lord Zeno had invited the gods of destruction from the 12 universes to his palace for a game of hide-and-seek. Ultimately, while the others were found, Lord Beerus remained undetected due to his slumber, which incited Lord Zeno's wrath. It took considerable effort for the 11 gods of destruction to placate him. Son Wukong smiled. Indeed. This is precisely the sort of thing Lord Beerus is capable of. Just as the two were engaged in conversation, the 11 gods of destruction surrounding Beerus transformed into a singular beam of purple light and launched an assault. The first to reach Beerus was an old mouse with yellow skin, named Kara, the god of destruction from Universe 4. Upon noticing Kara's incoming fist, Beerus swiftly sidestepped to evade the blow. At that moment, a diminutive god of destruction with a mane of black hair approached from behind Beerus. His name was Ewan, the god of destruction from Universe 1. To Ewan's left was a yellow three-tailed fox, charging towards Beerus. He was named Ligil, the god of destruction from Universe 8. One attacked with a clenched fist, while the other aimed a kick at Beerus. In a single leap, Beerus evaded their assault and positioned himself behind them. Suddenly, a plump green robot appeared before Beerus, launching an attack. This being was named Mosco, the god of destruction from Universe 3. Beerus raised his left hand and seized Mosco's right fist. A tall fisherman emerged from behind Beerus, directing an attack towards him. His name was Janeth, the god of destruction from Universe 12. Gritting his teeth, Beerus exerted force with his left hand, sending Mosco flying. He then deftly dodged Janeth's strike. Before Beerus could catch his breath, a short god of destruction with a small belly charged from his left side. This one was named Yarrick, the god of destruction from Universe 5. Observing this, Beerus immediately concentrated destructive energy in his left hand and launched an attack at Yarrick. Just then, an arrow shot from a distance. Beerus swiftly moved to the right, narrowly avoiding the projectile. Following the arrow's trajectory, he spotted a dark-skinned female god of destruction. Her name was Hellas, the god of destruction from Universe 2. Infuriated, Beerus prepared to retaliate against Hellas when a pink elephant and an elderly man with a long beard, both concentrating destructive energy in their right hands, attacked him. They were Ramushi, the god of destruction from Universe 10, and Sidra, the god of destruction from Universe 9. Seeing this, Beerus leaped into the air. The 11 gods of destruction followed suit, leaping into the air to strike at Beerus. As the chaos unfolded, Beerus skillfully dodged while engaging in combat with Kampa and the others. Is this? Yes, indeed, but it is imperfect. Whis remarked. What are you talking about? I don't understand at all. The East Kaioshin inquired. We are discussing the Ultra Instinct. Son Wukong remarked. The Ultra Instinct? Could it be that Lord Beerus also possesses this ability? However, it is imperfect. Just as the words left his lips, Ramusi was struck down to the ground by Beerus's punch. The earth trembled as if struck by a cannonball, sending a vast cloud of dust into the air. With a smirk, Beerus felt a sense of pride. At that moment, Katra seized the opportunity, delivering a fierce side kick aimed at Beerus. With a resounding thud, Beerus was sent crashing to the ground like a projectile. Damn it! Beerus gritted his teeth, quickly rising from the ground. At that instant, Wymide suddenly lifted her right foot and kicked Sidera. Caught off guard, Sidera was sent flying to the edge of the arena. The other gods of destruction became alert upon witnessing this. This is a competition, is it not? Since it is a competition, there must be a victor and a vanquished. Wymide declared with a laugh. Indeed, the other gods of destruction concurred. Consequently, the match shifted from targeting Beerus to a chaotic brawl among the gods of destruction. Their astonishing speed and the clouds of dust generated during combat obscured the view of the two Zeniths. Their speed is astounding. We can barely see their battle, remarked the future Zeno. Indeed, even with the godly IPA, it remains unclear, the Grand Priest inquired. Yes, the Zeno nodded, observing the tumultuous clash below. The Grand Priest suddenly shouted, Everyone, halt immediately. Upon hearing this, Beerus and Katra immediately ceased their flurry of punches. At this moment, the other gods of destruction were either gravely injured or down for the count. The two Zeniths declared, Your speed is too rapid. We cannot discern the match. So let us conclude this battle here. Beerus and Katra snorted in response, lowering their fists. The 12 angels of the universes swiftly ascended to the arena to tend to their respective gods of destruction. The future Zeno, having not witnessed the anticipated power tournament, felt a tinge of disappointment. Lord Zeno, are you unhappy because you missed the thrilling match? The Grand Priest asked the future Xeno. Indeed, the future Xeno acknowledged. However, the power tournament has already been held once. Organizing another in such a short span may prove challenging. Chapter 211, Son Wukong vs. Kudra. I see, the Xeno replied. Indeed. The High Priest nodded. Well then, if there are no further matters, shall we take our leave? Wei Mei inquired. The two kings briefly nodded in agreement. Observing this, Beerus and his companions departed alongside the god of destruction and the angel. In the realm of the supreme Kai of the seventh universe, upon returning, Beerus exhaled deeply, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Yet, a flicker of anger surged within as he remarked, those despicable beings, Zampa and his ilk, have dared to conspire against me. Wish chuckled lightly, isn't it all a consequence of your own actions, Lord Beerus? Beerus scoffed. I did not intend for things to unfold as they did. Whis merely smiled in response, remaining silent. Lord Beerus, should we return home or visit Earth next? Whis queried. Let us head to Earth. After such an extensive battle, I find myself quite famished. Beerus declared. Very well, Supreme Kai, shall you accompany us to Earth? Whis asked. No need. The East Supreme Kai replied with a smile and a shake of his head. All right then, Whis said, turning his gaze to Gohan, who stood nearby. Gohan. Your instant transmission is swifter. Please use it to take us back to Earth. Certainly. Gohan responded eagerly. Son Wukong nodded. With a swift motion, he instantly transported the two of them to the backyard of Bulma's residence. Son Wukong, Lord Beerus. Lord Beerus nodded. What does Lord Xeno want with you and Gohan? Oh, it's nothing much, just a brief sparring session among the gods of destruction, Lord Beerus replied casually. Was that a battle among the gods of destruction from the 12 universes? Vegeta inquired. Lord Beerus nodded. Then, Lord Beerus, who emerged victorious in the end. Son Wukong inquired. No one emerged victorious because the competition was halted. Halted? Indeed. Our speed was so remarkable that Lord Xeno could not discern our battle, resulting in its cessation. I see. Beerus nodded, glancing at Son Gohan beside him. Gohan, I have heard from Whis that your strength has ascended to new heights. Would you be interested in battling the gods of destruction from other universes? The gods of destruction from other universes? Precisely. Do you not wish to test your mettle against them? I do wish to, but will they consent to engage? Beerus chuckled softly. As long as you desire to fight them, I possess the means to arrange it. Lord Beerus, you are not implying that you wish for me to avenge you due to their joint assault, are you? How could that be? Although they did indeed conspire against me, they ultimately gained nothing, as I defeated them, did I not? Upon hearing this, Beerus wore an expression of guilt. Lord Beerus, you were besieged? Son Wukong remarked, indeed. Whis chuckled in response. This primarily stems from the hide-and-seek game that Lord Beerus played with Lord Xeno. Whis. Beerus bellowed. What does it matter? After all, Gohan is already aware. As Whis spoke, he recounted the incident of Beerus falling asleep during hide-and-seek, which had provoked the ire of the other gods of destruction. Whis. Beerus growled in frustration, his teeth clenched. Although he yearned to strike Whis, his power constrained him. So that is the case. Well then, Gohan, why not engage in battle with the other gods of destruction? Son Wukong remarked. Very well. Beerus smiled faintly. Then, Gohan, it is settled. Tomorrow, I shall take you to find Kara. Son Wukong, Katra? Lord Katra is the god of destruction of the fourth universe. Oh, I recall now. Lord Katra is the one who resembles a mouse, correct? Whis chuckled. Wukong, fortunately, Lord Katra is not present. Otherwise, should he hear you describe him in such a manner, he would undoubtedly retaliate. Does that mean I cannot say he looks like a mouse? Whis nodded. Then why, Lord Beerus, do you wish for Gohan to battle Lord Katra rather than any of the other gods of destruction? Why do you have so many questions? Beerus bellowed at Son Wukong. Am I curious? Beerus snorted. Whis, I am hungry. Quickly prepare some food for me. Certainly, Lord Beerus. The following day, Beerus and Whis accompanied Son Wukong, Gohan, and Vegeta to the fourth universe. In the realm of the gods of destruction, Katra lay leisurely upon the grass, gazing at the deep purple sky. Suddenly, he noticed a purple shuttle cube descending from the heavens. Upon seeing the occupants within the shuttle cube, Katra immediately sprang to his feet. Beerus, Lord Beerus, the attendant angel. Konik, standing beside Katra, looked up and spotted Beerus and his companions. Moments later, the shuttle cube landed, and Beerus emerged with Gohan and the others. Katra let out a cold huff. Beerus, what brings you to my domain today? It is nothing significant. It is merely that Gohan watched our battle yesterday and expressed a desire to challenge you. Gohan. K-Trot turned his gaze to Gohan. Indeed, what say you? Do you dare to face Son Gohan in combat? A fight is a fight. Who fears whom? Beerus chuckled. Very well, Gohan, you shall battle K-Trot. Son Wukong nodded in acknowledgement. Upon witnessing this, Beerus promptly retreated alongside Son Wukong and the others. Observing their withdrawal, Konik followed suit. With a smile, K-Trot turned to Son Wukong and remarked, Son Wukong, I am aware of your mastery over the Ultra Instinct technique. It would be prudent for you to employ it now. For should I defeat you, the opportunity to do so may no longer be available. Son Gohan smiled. In truth, even without utilizing the ultimate technique, you might still find it challenging to defeat me. Are you underestimating me, Son Gohan, by choosing not to employ the ultimate technique? K-Trot retorted angrily, without uttering a word. Son Wukong clenched his hands tightly with sudden force. With a mighty shout, he transformed into a Super Saiyan 4. After transforming, Son Wukong did not cease to elevate his energy. Instead, he relentlessly continued to ascend. Boom. The god of destruction's realm trembled violently under the influence of Son Wukong's aura. Beerus gritted his teeth, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. At that moment, Son Wukong's hair transformed to a brilliant white, cascading down to his waist, while his pupils turned a fierce red. This was the legendary Super Saiyan 5. Zing. Bang. Upon the completion of his transformation, Son Gohan immediately released the energy that had accumulated around his body. Quatit smiled, feigning composure, and remarked, a transformation into a Super Saiyan, is it? Yet, no matter how formidable your transformation may be, it is impossible for you to defeat me. Chapter 212, The External Avatar. Is that so? With a smile, Son Wukong propelled himself forward at lightning speed, charging towards Quitella. In response, Quitella leaped upward, also rushing towards Son Wukong. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves before one another, their fists moving with the swiftness of light, striking at each other. The air around them was instantly filled with swirling clouds of dust. Bang! After exchanging blows for a brief moment, they simultaneously forced each other back. Cursed, Quitella gritted his teeth and swiftly thrust his hands forward, unleashing a torrent of destructive energy aimed at Son Wukong. With a light chuckle, Son Gohan unleashed a torrent of energy waves that collided with Quitella's destructive force. Boom, boom, boom. As a series of colossal explosions erupted, Quitella's devastation intertwined with Son Gohan's energy, giving rise to immense tempests. The ground was instantly shrouded in thick smoke and flames. Whoosh, bang, bang, bang. Observing the billowing smoke and fiery light below, both combatants ascended into the sky and engaged in battle. Their astonishing speed rendered them as mere ripples across the heavens. Son Wukong, hurry up. Beerus nodded. Bang. At that moment, the two grasped each other's hands and began to exert their strength in the sky. A white aura and a purple aura swiftly erupted from both of them, colliding fiercely in the heavens. Suddenly, K-Trot let out a mighty roar, pushing forward with all his strength. With gritted teeth, Son Wukong thrust his hands forward with equal force. Bang! After a moment of stalemate, K-Trot exerted his strength, sending Son Wukong flying. Both warriors soon found themselves gasping for breath. Damn it! K-Trot gritted his teeth, casting a glance at Beerus, who stood on the ground. Suddenly, he felt he had fallen into Beerus's trap. Although he was currently evenly matched with Son Wukong, he was acutely aware that Son Wukong had yet to unleash his ultimate technique. Once Son Wukong utilizes the Ultra Instinct technique, he may no longer be a match for Gohan. No, in order to preserve the dignity of the God of Destruction, I must defeat him before he can employ the Ultra Instinct. Resolving this in his mind, K-Trot immediately propelled himself at full speed towards Gohan. With a solemn expression, Son Wukong approached. Whoosh! Bang! 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 Accompanied by the earth-shattering sounds of battle, the two figures transformed into beams of white and purple light, continuously clashing in the sky. Moments later, K-Trot clenched his right fist tightly, delivering a powerful blow that sent Son Wukong reeling. Seizing the opportunity, K-Trot swiftly appeared above Son Wukong and kicked downwards with great force. Boom! With an incredibly intense sound, Son Wukong plummeted to the ground like a projectile, causing a massive cloud of dust to erupt. K-Trot shouted, unleashing a torrent of destructive energy towards Son Wukong. Whoosh! Boom! Boom! The ground beneath Quitra's onslaught was immediately engulfed in thick smoke and flames. Bang! Just then, a silvery figure emerged from the explosive fire. It was Son Wukong, in a state of Ultra Instinct. However, it was not an ordinary state of Ultra Instinct. It was the Ultra Instinct form of Super Saiyan 5. In this form, Aside from the changes in his aura and eyes, nothing else appeared different. What? Quitra's expression changed drastically upon witnessing Son Wukong's use of Ultra Instinct. Suddenly, a massive white doppelganger resembling Son Wukong appeared behind him. This doppelganger was the manifestation of Son Wukong's Ultra Instinct. What is this? Beerus exclaimed in shock. This is the manifestation of Ultra Instinct. A manifestation. Indeed, our angel's Ultra Instinct encompasses more than mere automatic evasion. Beerus scoffed. What is so impressive? We destruction gods possess numerous divine techniques as well. Whis smiled but remained silent. At that moment, the doppelganger behind Son Wukong grasped Quitra firmly, tightening its grip. Under the immense strength of the doppelganger, Quitra unleashed an overwhelming force to counter it. Observing Quitra's desperate struggle, Beerus felt a bead of cold sweat form on his brow. Fortunately, he had not suggested fighting Son Wukong. Otherwise, he would be the one in that tight grip now. Quitra, my dear, I suggest you concede. As Son Wukong observed the desperately struggling Quitra, he questioned in disbelief. What jest is this? I, the illustrious god of destruction, cannot possibly concede to a mere human. Eventually, after a futile struggle, Quitra had no choice but to surrender. Witnessing Quitra's capitulation, Beerus seized the moment to mock him. Who was it that declared he would never yield? Gritting his teeth, Quitra retorted, Do not revel in your triumph, Beerus. Tomorrow, I shall venture into your universe to challenge you. Come then, who fears whom? Konik interjected hastily, urging Quitra to reconsider. Lord Quitra, battles between gods of destruction are strictly forbidden. Beerus, however, coldly interjected, It is not I who seeks this confrontation. He approached me first. Beerus, you are setting a trap. Quitra accused. Why is it that all the gods of destruction unite against me? Is it not due to your reckless game of hide and seek with the Omni King, which has compelled us to quell his wrath? That was long ago. Seeing the escalating argument, Whis and Konik exchanged glances of exasperation. After some time, they managed to separate the two. Lord Quitra, it is getting late. I shall escort Lord Beerus back now. Quitra shot a cold glance at Beerus, but said nothing. Whis promptly led Beerus away. Son Wukong, Quitra called out as he watched Whis and Beerus depart. Are you still troubled by your defeat to Son Wukong? Indeed. Quitra affirmed with a nod. Do you believe this Son Wukong could be the next god of destruction? Uncertain, Konik replied, shaking his head. Nevertheless, this human named Son Wukong is undeniably astonishing. Quitra remained silent, contemplating that no matter how remarkable he might be, he was still not one of his own. Chapter 213. Gamma 2 on their journey home. Son Wukong, intrigued by Son Wukong's Super Saiyan 5 and his manifestation, inquired, Gohan, must one transform into Super Saiyan 4 to achieve Super Saiyan 5? Indeed, came the reply. Son Wukong nodded. How did you come to master the external manifestation of the ultimate freedom technique? Son Wukong continued to inquire. I find it difficult to articulate this, simply put. It is about truly experiencing the power of the heart. The power of the heart. Indeed, the strength of the heart is immensely formidable. Son Wukong nodded. Lord Beerus, do you still wish for Gohan to engage in combat with the other destroyers? Whis inquired. Beerus responded with a nod. Do you intend for Gohan to battle that destroyer? Whis continued to question. Kampa, Lord Kampa, Gohan, do you desire to fight against Lord Kampa? Indeed. Son Gohan nodded. In the afternoon, Beerus and Whis accompanied Goku and others to the realm of destruction in Universe 6. Beerus, Kampa, who had just awakened, greeted Beerus. Beerus nodded in acknowledgement. What brings you here today, Beerus? Are you here to challenge me to a match as well? Kampa inquired, glancing at Goku and the others. No. Gohan expressed a desire to fight you, so we came here. Gohan. Kampa looked at Gohan. Although he had little interaction with Gohan, he was aware of his formidable strength. Indeed, what do you say? Are you brave enough to face him? Kampa asked. Initially, he intended to assert that he had no fear, but upon reflection, considering Gohan's mastery of the Ultra Instinct and the confident demeanor of Beerus, he sensed a hidden agenda. Ahem. Kampa cleared his throat. I'm feeling a bit unwell today. Perhaps we should postpone this to another day? Postpone? Are you afraid? Who is afraid? I merely feel a bit under the weather today. Lord Kampa. Where do you feel unwell? I can assist you with my staff. Bados offered. Bados, you meddlesome fellow. Kampa thought to himself. Seeing this, Beerus couldn't help but chuckle. Then Bados, do assist him quickly. Understood. Bados nodded. Kampa, upon hearing this, yawned. I misspoke. I simply didn't sleep well last night. Hence I shall refrain from fighting today. But Lord Kampa, I clearly heard your loud snoring. Bados continued to undermine him. Kampa shot an angry glare at Bados, thinking, If you remain silent, no one will consider you a mute. Kampa, are you truly afraid? Beerus teased. Who is afraid? If you have the guts, let us fight today. Let us fight. Who is afraid of whom? Beerus retorted angrily. Seeing this, Bados and Whis hurried to intervene. Lord Beerus, battles between gods of destruction are not permitted. Lord Kampa, battles between gods of destruction are strictly forbidden. Humph. Beerus snorted in disdain. He was the one who challenged me. I stated that I wouldn't fight due to my lack of rest, yet you insist on provoking me. Beerus gritted his teeth. Very well, Lord Beerus. Since Lord Kampa is unwilling to fight due to his fatigue, we shall not proceed. Upon hearing this, Beerus let out a cold snort and fell silent. Then, Lord Kampa, we apologize for the disturbance today. If there are no other matters at hand, shall we take our leave? Upon hearing the words, Kampa nodded slightly. Witnessing this, Whis promptly led Beerus and the others away. Once they had departed, Vados, with an inquisitive expression, turned to Kampa and inquired, Lord Kampa, why did you not agree to fight Son Gohan? Kampa snorted derisively. Given my understanding of Beerus, he would not summon Son Gohan to fight me without some ulterior motive. Vados smiled knowingly. Ah, I see. Meanwhile, Whis, wearing a cheerful demeanor, looked at Beerus and remarked, Lord Beerus, it seems that Lord Kampa has not fallen for your ruse. Humph. Beerus scoffed. Consider him fortunate. Lord Beerus, do you think he rejected the battle due to his deep understanding of you as your brother? Upon hearing this, Beerus remained silent. Then, Lord Beerus, should we take Gohan to seek out other destroyers? No need. Beerus shook his head. Though he is powerful, I prefer not to make too many enemies. Very well. Time swiftly passed, and a week had elapsed. On Earth, within a factory located outside West City, a peculiar figure was present, clad entirely in black, with a bald head and a single comb-like horn protruding from the center. He wore a yellow outfit adorned with the prominent number 2, and a blue cape flowed behind him. This robot was known as Gamma 2, a creation of the stout man standing before him, who was dressed in a white suit. The man was Dr. Hito, the grandson of Dr. Gero. Like his grandfather, Dr. Hito was an exceptionally talented scientist. However, unlike Dr. Gero, Dr. Hito had no ambitions of world domination. Rather, Gamma 2 was designed based on his admiration for heroes. Dr. Hito, have you completed it? Just as Dr. Hito was rejoicing over the successful activation of Gamma 2, a middle-aged man clad in a red suit entered, accompanied by a bespectacled assistant. The middle-aged gentleman was named Mizeda, the son of the leader of the Red Ribbon Army, while his assistant was known as Carmine. Previously, Dr. Hito had been apprehended by the police for stealing corpses to create androids, but after his release, Mizeda had lured him to this factory to manufacture powerful androids for their cause. Mizeda nodded in acknowledgement. Dr. Hito, is this the Gamma 2 you mentioned? Indeed, Dr. Hito affirmed. Then, Dr. Hito, may I witness its power? How so? It's simple. Have it eliminate Piccolo. Eradicate Piccolo. Indeed, just like Sun Wukong and his ilk. He is a villain. Our actions serve to rid the populace of this menace. Upon hearing this, Dr. Hito felt a momentary hesitation. Yet, contemplating the necessity of Mizeda's financial support, he acquiesced. Very well. Dr. Hito, how shall we exert control over him? Gamma 2 currently responds only to my commands. Gamma 2, go forth and locate Piccolo, then eliminate him for me. Understood, Dr. Hito. Chapter 214. Son Goten and Trunks vs. Gamma 1 and Gamma 2. Upon finishing his orders, Gamma 2 departed from Mizeda's factory. Mizeda observed in silence, yet he was acutely aware that Dr. Hito was wary of him. Within a white castle beyond West City, Piccolo gazed in exasperation at the doll gifted to him by Son Gohan and Videl. Despite having explicitly stated his aversion to such toys, Gohan and Videl insisted on presenting it to him. After regaining his composure, Piccolo leapt from the castle window and ventured outside. He glanced at the azure sky, pondering that little Fong would soon be finishing school. At that moment, a yellow figure soared towards him from the distance. It was Gamma 2. Startled, Piccolo's countenance turned serious as he fixed his gaze on the approaching figure. Suddenly, Gamma 2 unleashed an energy wave from his handgun, targeting Piccolo. With a swift motion, Piccolo darted forward, narrowly evading the attack. A resounding explosion echoed as the energy wave detonated upon impact with the ground, sending a cloud of dust soaring into the air. Gritting his teeth, Piccolo turned his attention to Gamma 2. Bang! Bang! In rapid succession, Gamma 2 fired 2 more shots at Piccolo. Boom! Boom! With the sounds of 2 explosive blasts, the energy wave struck the earth, raising massive plumes of dust. As the dust began to settle, There was no sign of Piccolo amidst the smoke. Gamma 2 scanned the area, perplexed by the absence of his target. Has he been eliminated? Uncertain. Gamma 2 contemplated before deciding to report back. Once Gamma 2 departed, a figure emerged from a nearby mountain, revealing Piccolo. Upon spotting Gamma 2, Piccolo stealthily followed him. Back at Mazetta's factory outside West City, Gamma 2 returned and promptly recounted the events to Dr. Hito and the others. Mazetta inquired, "Did you not see his corpse? Is it possible he still lives?" "I cannot say for certain," Gamma 2 replied, shaking his head. "Then why did you not ensure his demise before returning?" Mazetta reprimanded. Although Piccolo was not particularly formidable, should he inadvertently alert Son Gohan and his companions to his presence, he would find himself in a precarious situation. As the conversation unfolded among the group, Piccolo, having disguised himself, infiltrated the factory. At this moment, he stood not far from them, observing Mazetta and the others. The Red Ribbon Army. Upon noticing the uniforms worn by the factory staff, Piccolo swiftly deduced their affiliation. "Who are you? I've never seen you before," inquired one of the employees, eyeing Piccolo suspiciously. "I'm a newcomer today," he replied. "Ah, so you're the new recruit. That explains why you look so unfamiliar." Piccolo nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, he wandered around the factory and encountered a colossal robot resembling Cell. However, this mechanical behemoth had red accents on its head, hands, knees, chest, and various parts of its back. From the factory personnel, Piccolo learned that this gigantic automaton was named Cell Max, though its intended purpose remained a mystery to them. Nevertheless, even without their disclosure, Piccolo was acutely aware of their objectives. Having gathered sufficient information regarding the Red Ribbon Army's intentions, Piccolo departed from the factory and made his way to Gohan's residence. At this moment, Son Wutian and Trunks found themselves at Son Gohan's residence. Having reached the ages of 15 and 16, their heights had now nearly matched that of Son Gohan during his high school years. "Uncle Piccolo." Piccolo nodded in acknowledgement. "Grandpa Piccolo." Just then, a little girl named Xiaofang, who had been playing indoors, rushed out upon hearing the commotion outside. Upon hearing her words, Piccolo nodded once more. "Uncle Piccolo, what brings you here?" Son Gohan inquired. "Today I was ambushed by an android from the Red Ribbon Army." "The Red Ribbon Army?" Piccolo nodded and recounted the events of the day. Once he finished, Son Goten's face lit up with excitement. "Uncle Piccolo, where is that factory? I want to face that android you mentioned. It's just outside West City." "Then, Uncle Piccolo, after we finish lunch, could you take us there?" "All right." Piccolo agreed. In truth, he had come primarily to encourage Son Gohan to eliminate Gamma 2, but he had unexpectedly encountered these two lively characters. "Trunks, this is fantastic. We can battle against the evil androids in Cell Max." "Wait, Goten. Cell Max isn't complete yet, so you won't be able to fight him," Piccolo interjected. "Not complete?" "Indeed." Upon witnessing this, Son Wutian felt a twinge of disappointment. "Father, I wish to join as well," Xiaofang exclaimed. "Xiaofang, this endeavor is far too perilous for you. It would be best if you refrained from participating." "Grandfather Piccolo." Xiaofang immediately turned to Piccolo upon hearing this. "Xiaofang, it would be wise to heed Wufan's counsel," Piccolo advised. With this, Xiaofang let out a disdainful huff, clearly displeased. In the afternoon, Piccolo, accompanied by Trunks, Son Wutian, and Wufan's doppelganger, arrived at the Mazetta factory. Demon King Piccolo. Upon receiving reports from his subordinates, Mazetta swiftly emerged from the factory, spotting the four individuals. Gamma 2. Upon seeing that Piccolo was still alive, revealed a faint smile. "Demon King Piccolo, it seems you have indeed survived." Piccolo, feeling exasperated, retorted, "I am no Demon King. My name is Piccolo." Gamma 2 regarded Trunks, Son Wutian, and Wufan's doppelganger. "Wufan, Son Wutian, Trunks, are you prepared to take me on 4 against 1? He inquired. "Who said it was 4 against 1? Brother Wufan and Uncle Piccolo are merely here to observe." Trunks replied. "Is that so? However, do not presume that you are the only ones with support. I too have allies." As soon as he finished speaking, a humanoid figure adorned with the number 1 on its attire and draped in a crimson cloak, bearing a striking resemblance to Gamma 2, emerged. This being was known as Gamma 1, another android created by Dr. Hito. "Who are you?" "My name is Gamma 1. Gamma 1 affirmed with a nod. "Will you engage all at once or one by one?" "We shall fight in pairs," Trunks declared, promptly charging towards Gamma 1 and Gamma 2 alongside Son Wutian. Gamma 1 grinned and swiftly positioned himself before Trunks, executing a horizontal kick aimed at him. Bang! Trunks, having not transformed into a Super Saiyan, was sent flying to the right by Gamma 1 strike. Chapter 215. Cell Max Awakens.